Chapter 1, Happy Divorce, God-Level Entrepreneurial Skills Through Lottery. Shanghai, Tianrong District Civil Affairs Bureau. I'm sure I want a divorce. How many times do you want to ask me? You actually think I'm a good match for this piece of trash? You must be blind. A woman with heavy makeup started swearing at a staff member who was patiently trying to persuade her. All right, stop making things difficult for that young girl. Xing Yun, who had been silent all along, spoke up at the opportune moment to stop them. Ha, all right. You've got guts now. Shenli looked at the man's nonchalant face and said angrily. Look at you, a grown man, staying home all day taking care of the kids instead of going out to work. What kind of future do you have? All these years, if it weren't for my hard work earning money, you good for nothing, penniless and unemployed, how would you have supported this family? How would you have supported Yuan? Do you even care about your daughter anymore? Hearing these mindless words, Xing Yun remained calm. Does he have a daughter in his heart? He would give up everything for Yuan. Including this marriage, which was flawed from the start. 6 years ago, he and Shenli got married after she became pregnant. It was due to an accident after drinking. There was no other way Shenli gave herself her virginity. He chose to take responsibility for his mistakes. After the marriage, Xing Yun's parents paid for a 500,000 yuan house in Shanghai as their marital home. At the Chen family's request, both of their names were put on the deed, making it joint property. Taking this opportunity, Mr. and Mrs. Chen moved in to take care of the pregnant woman and the child. After giving birth, Shenli borrowed another 300,000 yuan from Xing Yun's parents. The Qing family was forced to borrow money from all over the place to meet their daughter-in-law's needs, and thus became heavily indebted. Shenli then used the money to open a beauty salon with her best friend, and the business was booming. 6 years have passed. Housing prices in Shanghai are soaring, with wedding homes now costing up to 2 million yuan. Shenli also used her business acumen to open a chain of beauty salons. His net worth has long exceeded 50 million. Her constant social engagements meant she had almost no time to spend with her daughter, or rather, she didn't really care about her daughter at all. Once, she promised Xing Yun to stay home and take care of the child, but she went to meet a client midway through, leaving Yuan hungry all day. Xing Yun loved his daughter dearly, so he had no choice but to give up his scientific research work, give up his master's degree, and go home to take care of his daughter and support his wife's career. This directly provoked Chen Li's dissatisfaction. You're out there working yourself to the bone, and you, a grown man, are just sitting at home enjoying the fruits of my labor? You have no skills whatsoever, all you do is take care of the kids. Are you going to become a nanny in the future? In recent years, Chen Li's business has grown bigger and bigger. I increasingly feel that my husband and daughter are a burden. She had always wanted a divorce so she could join forces with other talented and ambitious young people to become a billionaire, or even the richest person in Shanghai. Even the richest person in the country. Her vision and her perspective are something that a good-for-nothing without ambition could never understand. But Xing Yun, that good-for-nothing, used the excuse that his daughter was still young to keep delaying. Shenli is now 26 years old, and she wants to get a divorce and remarry. She really can't afford to wait any longer. Until recently, Shenli made a statement. If they don't get a divorce, she'll send her daughter to a boss she knows abroad, so that the father and daughter can never see each other again. Xing Yun then agreed. It's settled then. I don't want the money, I don't want the house, I just want custody of my daughter. You can't take it away from me, she doesn't like you. Xing Yun spoke calmly. Good. Shenli didn't say much, but instead retorted sarcastically, I'd like to see what you can offer Yuan. Despite this sarcastic tone, Xing Yun remained calm. Throughout it all, the only person he cared about was his beloved daughter, Sheng Yuan. A woman who is greedy for money and only cares about profit can never compare to the most sincere father-daughter relationship. However, I have the right to monitor Yuan every Saturday. Don't forget, Yuan is also my daughter. If I find out that you have wronged her, I will definitely take legal action to regain custody. Seeing Xing Yun remain silent, Shenli was very pleased. She could do without her own flesh and blood, but she had to see Xing Yun in a desperate situation. She wanted to shatter his pride with her own hands. She wanted him to understand that marrying her was a huge honor for him. That self-righteous attitude is truly disgusting. Shenli let out another deep breath. Her loss of composure today was all because of Xing Yun's indifferent attitude. All right, Miss Chen, sign here. The money is yours, and the daughter is mine. As for Yuan Yuan's child support and tuition, don't pretend to pay. I have hands and feet, and I don't care about your money. Guided by the waitress, Xing Yun submitted a 30-day cooling-off period agreement and decisively signed the divorce papers. During these 30 days, Xing Yun also spoke with Yuan Yuan. The little girl clung tightly to his leg, her eyes brimming with tears. Yuan Yuan doesn't want that bad woman, Yuan Yuan only wants daddy. With the saying a little cotton-padded jacket a term of endearment for a daughter, Xing Yun is already a winner in marriage. Immediately, he rented a house not far from Yuan Yuan kindergarten, large enough for the father and daughter to live in, and also bought some furniture. Despite not having a job all these years, Xing Yun, as a once well-known scientific researcher in China, still has some assets of his own. After spending all his money, he still has about 200,000 yuan left. This is enough to support Xing Yun's second entrepreneurial venture. This is also why he didn't help his family pay off their debts. Now that their daughter is grown up, it's time for her to shoulder the burden of being a parent. Ha! You ignorant fool, you think I'll give it to you just because you want it? Shanli laughed in exasperation. Xing Yun, you don't really think being handsome can put food on the table, do you? I'd like to see how long Yuan Yuan can have a good life with you. She glanced coldly at the infatuated face of the young waitress. Wasn't she the same way back then? If Xing Yun hadn't been so handsome, would she have fallen for him? Would she have agreed to have the child? Now it seems that Xing Yun is nothing more than a walking corpse with a pretty face but no substance. That won't trouble you. Xing Yun smiled and said to the little girl, "Are you done yet, little sister?" "Okay, I'll just stamp it." The younger sister realized what was happening and stamped it with a steel seal. "Please accept this, both of you. I wish you a happy divorce." Xing Yun accepted the divorce certificate. Just then, several mechanical and electronic sounds rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host, for joining the singles organization and obtaining the God-level entrepreneurship lottery system. Special reward, permanent use of the street front snack shop at number 12 Sinew Road. Congratulations on your return to the organization, host. You are hereby awarded one chance to win a prize. Every time you earn 1 yuan of Huaxia coins, you can accumulate 1 lottery point. Once you have a certain number of lottery points, you can directly participate in the lottery. With each lottery draw, the host can quickly master a top-tier entrepreneurial skill. System? Xing Yun's eyes lit up. He's a full-time babysitter, but he's a frequent reader of online novels, from Dream of the Red Chamber to The Plum and the Golden Vase. He knows them all. Lottery. Xing Yun immediately began to recite silently. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired max-level fried rice skill. You can now make the most delicious fried rice in the world. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the max-level steamed bun skill. You have made the most delicious steamed bun in the world. In an instant, countless experiences and a dense stream of information flooded into Xing Yun's mind. Chapter 2: Preparing to open the shop. My daughter's teacher, Mu Yun. Steamed buns, fried rice? Xing Yun was just thinking about starting a business when this system came knocking, like a pillow being handed to someone who was about to fall asleep. What does an entrepreneur need most? Entrepreneurial skills, of course. What's more, it's the most perfect skill in the world. Starting a business in the food industry is not a bad idea. During his time as a stay-at-home dad, Xing Yun naturally developed a knack for cooking. The youngest daughter loves her father's fried rice with eggs, and she especially loves the steamed buns filled with tofu and chives. He was extremely proud of his culinary skills. However, after mastering the world's top fried rice and steamed bun making skills, Xing Yun suddenly understood why the fried rice made by chefs from other countries was golden in color and could sell for 500 yuan a bowl. Even a simple steamed bun requires a great deal of attention to detail. The freshness of the ingredients, the water temperature when kneading the dough, and the kneading technique and the force used when stir-frying. The final taste can be determined by a small detail. In an instant. After fully mastering the 2 top-tier skills given by the system, Xing Yun is confident that building a high-quality snack shop that is both profitable and prestigious is a piece of cake. Having solidified his new entrepreneurial direction, Xing Yun straightened his back. Xing Yun, I'm asking you one last time, if you let Yuan Yuan come with me, I'll give you that dilapidated house in your hometown, and I'll give you another 3 million. A full 5 million. You know, you'll never earn that much money in your entire life. Shanli spoke with a cold face. She has a lot of money, and she wants to completely strip this good-for-nothing of his ridiculous self-esteem. She decided to try again. Since you care about your daughter so much, I'll force you to give her up. No need to say anything more, please leave. From now on, you'll need my permission to see Yuan. After finishing his business, Xingyun waved and left without hesitation. You probably can't even afford your daughter's monthly tuition. Where does a good-for-nothing get such shameless pride? Chenli scoffed, undeterred. She couldn't stand Xingyun's uncompetitive and unambitious nature. He had no manly spirit whatsoever. How could she have married such a good-for-nothing? Thankfully, I'm free now. Day. Chenli walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau in high heels. She slightly raised her proud, snow-white neck, like an alluring and seductive swan. It immediately attracted the greedy gazes of many men. A bunch of paupers. Although she didn't like it, Chenli wasn't disgusted by those admiring and greedy gazes. All those years of hard work were for her to get ahead. Chenli got into a $2 million Land Rover. Inside sat a heavily made-up woman, her mother, Yang Li. So, are you divorced yet? Yang Li sounded anxious, and a layer of her heavy makeup had come off. I didn't ask for money or a house, I just wanted custody. Feeling agitated, Chenli threw the divorce certificate over. That's good. Yang Li breathed a sigh of relief and sneered, what's the use of having custody of such a poor kid? In the end, he'll still have to be handed over to us, won't he? Seeing that her daughter seemed a little distracted, Yang Li immediately added. It's alright, just divorce this poor guy. Our precious daughter is beautiful and a powerful female CEO, shouldn't she be matched with a billionaire? In a few days, Mom will introduce you to a few more handsome and wealthy young men, hoping to have a grandson next year. Chenli hummed in agreement. The distress and irritability in my heart were somewhat relieved. No matter how indifferent Xingyun is to their feelings, she won't be the one who suffers. Now that I'm single, I definitely need to find someone better. What a poor, pathetic sight. Yang Li was in a great mood and cursed her former son-in-law with disdain. It was afternoon. Xingyun went home first to pay the rent, which was 3,000 yuan a month for a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment, a typical Shanghai-style building. I rearranged the house according to my daughter's preferences. After all, he was worried that Yuan wouldn't be used to living there. These details. She simply saw it as a way for the father to make up for the lack of maternal love his daughter had. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Xingyun arrived at the snack shop on time, following the system's instructions. The wooden shop is indeed close to the street, located right at the corner of an intersection. If a prominent sign is placed, the number of customers attracted should not be too bad. Hey, Lao Qian? I'm your college classmate, the one who's your bunkmate's great uncle. Yes, order me a wooden signboard. It needs to be of good quality, with a unique texture and an upscale feel. Oh, okay. Hey Lao Yun, Xingyuan snack shop doesn't sound very good, so just go with it, right? Alright, it's only 3 square meters. We're old classmates, I'll give you a discount, 2,100. After putting down his phone, Xingyun bought several wooden signs on a local shopping platform to mark prices. At the same time, one can't help but marvel at the superiority of this place. It has a large passenger flow and convenient transportation. Across from the shop is a hot pot restaurant, and next door is a Cantonese restaurant. Across from the snack shop is a small alley leading to the food street in the distance. There are several schools and many companies nearby, as well as ordinary residential houses everywhere. It can be said that it has appeal to students, white-collar workers, and ordinary people alike. With favorable conditions and fierce competition, Xingyun is not prepared to open today. It's not too late to announce the opening after everything is ready. Once inside the snack shop, I realized that the system had indeed thought of everything very thoroughly. The place is clean and tidy, with all the tables and chairs provided. The size of the space is just right, which is sufficient for Xingyun, who is just starting out in her business. The property ownership certificate, health permit, and operating permit were all laid out on the table. The signature in all of them is Xingyun. Xingyun took some time to tidy up and wrote a list of items to buy tomorrow morning. I plan to go to the market early tomorrow morning to check on the fresh ingredients. The food made this way will taste even better. 4:20. Xingyun walked to Sunshine Kindergarten on time. Yuan is about to leave school. I arrived at the school gate at exactly 4:30. Parents were already leaving with their children, smiling. Teacher Mu, my dad is here. At the school gate, a beautiful little girl was holding the hand of a female teacher and speaking in a sweet, childlike voice. The girl's voice rang out, and for a moment, the crowd erupted in laughter. On the steps stood a female teacher with long, straight black hair, named Mu-yun. She has exquisite and beautiful features, her long, ink-black hair is simply tied up, and she wears light foundation, making her look almost completely bare-faced. At the beautiful age of 24, she possessed fair and delicate skin like a full moon, and dressed in simple and elegant attire. Teacher Mu-yun is extremely popular in the kindergarten. Since I was transferred to Sunshine Kindergarten 2 years ago, the frequency with which fathers pick up their children is increasing dramatically. Everyone likes to use Teacher Mu's words to reminisce about a slightly regretful period of their youth, and the face of their first love that will forever live in their memories. Dad. Xing Yuan waved her little hand. The little girl was in a good mood. She ran up to Qing Yun, took his hand, and headed towards the steps. Teacher Mu, I brought my dad with me. Chapter 3 Yuan wants to find a new mom. Daddy's fried rice is so delicious. Hello, Teacher Mu. Qing Yun spoke politely. Yuan's dad. Mu-yun hadn't seen Yuan's handsome father in a long time, and now she smiled, revealing 2 small tiger teeth. Yuan was very well behaved at school today. Mu-yun smiled and tugged at her round little face. Is that so? Qing Yun also patted the little girl's head. Oh no. Qing Yuan waved her hand with a look of enjoyment. Her adorable appearance made Teacher Mu-yun cover her mouth and chuckle. Oh, right, Dad, I want to whisper something to Teacher Mu. Wait for Yuan, okay? The little girl gave Qing Yun a sweet smile. Good. Qing Yun smiled and nodded, then went to buy water for her daughter. Teacher Mu, give Yuan a kiss and I'll tell you some good news. As soon as Qing Yun left, the little girl couldn't wait to hug Teacher Mu-yun's long legs, pouting happily. You. Mu-yun knelt down, revealing her slender and perfect figure, and kissed the little girl's fair and smooth face, smiling as she said. Yuan, do you have any good news to share with your teacher? He. The little girl tilted her head back, a mix of enjoyment and happiness in her voice. My daddy got divorced. Huh, what? Mu-yun was stunned for a moment, then asked incredulously, really? What kind of child is so happy when their parents get divorced? Yes, that nasty woman treated Yuan badly. I don't like her, and Dad doesn't like her either, so this morning they went to get a divorce. The little girl clung to Teacher Mu-yun's dress and innocently asked, My dad is single now, Teacher Mu, would you like to be Yuan's mom? After saying that, she waved her arms and happily added. Yuan is very well behaved. Mu-yun's body trembled slightly, and a faint pink blush spread across her neck. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and she felt a strange sense of panic. Teacher Mu wouldn't want to see lovely Yuan without a mother, would she? The little girl blinked her big, round eyes. But the next second, a light finger was pointed at his head. I'm sorry, Teacher Mu, for causing you trouble. Qing Yun said apologetically. He handed over a bottle of purified mineral water. Fine. Teacher Mu smiled and subconsciously took it. She doesn't accept gifts from her parents, but when it was Yuan's father, she not only didn't mind, she was actually a little happy. At this moment, her pretty face was slightly flushed, and she dared not look directly into Qing Yun's eyes. Then I'll take Yuan and leave? Qing Yun sensed the awkward atmosphere, handed over the pickup card, and prepared to go home. Okay, see you tomorrow, Yuan's dad. See you tomorrow, Teacher Mu. Qing Yun replied with a smile. Teacher Mu, remember to consider Yuan's suggestion, because this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Ouch, Daddy, you hit Yuan again. Humph, I'm not talking to you without ice cream. Qing Yun gave Teacher Mu-yun an apologetic look. The latter smiled slightly, her delicate hand gripping the mineral water bottle a little tighter. In April, the spring breeze was warm. The evening sunlight cast long shadows of the father and daughter, creating a heartwarming scene. Mu-yun smiled and reluctantly looked away. She patted her slightly hot face, and suddenly felt a surge of joy. Dad, I want ice cream. No, Yuan upset Teacher Mu today, so you have to be punished. No way, Teacher Mu isn't happy at all. The little girl protested loudly. What do you mean by being unhappy? You really need to study hard from now on. Qing Yun's smile grew even wider. Yuan held her father's hand and walked happily down the street, pouting as she said, Yuan is unhappy. I can only eat ice cream once a week, and you still won't buy it for me. In that case, Yuan Yuan wants to eat a KFC family bucket. No. Xing Yun resolutely refused. Ugh. That wretched, stinky daddy. The little girl, like a fierce gray wolf, strongly expressed her dissatisfaction. Xing Yun smiled and said, I'll make you fried rice with eggs when we get home. No, fried rice isn't good. Yuan Yuan still wants ice cream. Seeing Xing Yun smiling without saying a word, the little girl threw herself into his arms without hesitation. A moment later, she lowered her voice and said, Dad, how about letting Teacher Mu be Yuan Yuan's mom? Xing Yun thought the little girl was trying to get away with being cute. Daddy, Teacher Mu is so good to Yuan Yuan. She comes to see me every time after class and buys Yuan Yuan delicious fruit and snacks. Anyway, Dad is so handsome and so young, I definitely have to find Mom. The little girl smiled, her eyes crinkling, and said wistfully, Why don't we let Teacher Mu be Yuan Yuan's mother? She has many backup mothers to choose from. Teacher Mu should definitely be ranked first. What are you thinking about, you little head of yours? Don't say this in front of Teacher Mu in the future, it might upset her. Xing Yun patted her little head and patiently persuaded her. They were trying to dissuade the little girl from her idea of searching for her mother. Unexpectedly, Yuan Yuan's nose tingled, and she said pitifully, Other little girls have their mothers pick them up every day, but Yuan Yuan only has a stinky dad who won't buy her ice cream. I don't care, I just want a mom who loves Yuan Yuan. Xing Yun's defenses crumbled instantly. He once thought that by loving his daughter more, he could make up for the lack of maternal love. But perhaps I'm wrong. But. Okay, I'll go confess to Teacher Mu right now. Yay! Celebrating Yuan Yuan's great joy. Being young and inexperienced in the harsh realities of society, Yuan Yuan immediately gave herself away. Fine, you even lied to Dad. I won't buy you ice cream next week either. I must say, the little girl's acting skills are truly superb. Xing Yun was almost fooled by his daughter's pitiful appearance. Oh. Dad, I was wrong. Dad, do you really not want Teacher Mu to be your mom? I see Teacher Mu smiling at you all the time, she must really like you. Back home, the little girl immediately rushed to the sofa. The new house is nicely decorated, and that wicked woman is gone. Yuan Yuan felt like the air itself was free. She's a teacher, which parent wouldn't smile at her? It's different. Teacher Mu's eyes light up when she looks at Dad. Xing Yun smiled, you can even see the light in his eyes? Go wash your hands, Dad will make you something delicious. Ha, Daddy's the best. Yuan Yuan was very sensible. She went to wash her little hands and called out to the kitchen. Dad, do you need Yuan Yuan's help? Go watch TV for a while, Dad will make you some different fried rice tonight. 2 tomatoes, 3 eggs, and a bowl of leftover rice from the previous day. Xing Yun prepared everything in turn. Heat oil in a wok. He has mastered the art of making the world's best fried rice. Every time is controlled, every detail of the procedure is meticulously followed. It's as if I could see it all before my eyes. Before long, a rich aroma filled the kitchen. Yuan Yuan hugged a big rabbit and sniffed its little nose. It smells so good. Strange, when did Dad's cooking become so delicious? The little girl decided to find out, so she quietly stood up and crept to the kitchen entrance to observe. With one hand, Dad held the wok, and the rice grains, shining like gold, were tossed in turn with each stir of his wok, a truly delightful sight. You little glutton, come and have a taste. Xing Yun finally scooped out the rice and handed it to Xing Yuan with a smile, saying, Be careful, it's hot. It's so hot. It's so delicious. Oh my god, the fried rice today is so delicious. Half an hour later. The father and daughter lay together on the sofa. The little girl burped shyly. Yuan Yuan, Daddy has to get up early to open the shop tomorrow. I'll be back at 7 o'clock sharp to pick you up for school, okay? Opening a shop. When did we get a shop? Yuan Yuan exclaimed excitedly, I want to go see it too. No. I'll take you there on Saturday, the day after tomorrow. Get a good night's sleep tomorrow. Otherwise you won't grow tall. The little girl wanted to protest loudly, but she was too full to move and was too lazy to do anything. You little glutton, your dad will have to work hard to earn money to support you again. Xing Yun feigned sorrow. Who told you to be the best dad in the world? Xing Yuan Yuan's little face is full of pride. Chapter 4, Shopping with Yuan Yuan. The prices are incredibly affordable. Just waiting for the opening. This fried rice without any vegetables was surprisingly delicious. Dad, have you participated in a cooking competition recently? Xing Yuan Yuan's face was filled with satisfaction after the meal. I bet even the fried rice made by those professional chefs can't compare to what Dad makes. That's right, I'll make other delicious food for Yuan Yuan in the future. Xing Yun affectionately patted the little girl's head. Tomorrow is Dad's first day opening the shop, he'll be very busy. He'll have to get up early to buy groceries, and he'll come back later to pick you up for school. Xing Yuan Yuan was very sensible. She blinked and said, Are we going to buy groceries? I want to go too. Yuan Yuan is strong, she'll definitely be a great little helper. No. Xing Yun refused again, but when he saw the big eyes of his little darling, he couldn't bear it. Okay, I can only take you there once tomorrow, and it won't be allowed again after that. Yay! I knew Daddy was the best. The little girl happily nuzzled her head against Xing Yun's face and gave him a quick kiss. The next day, at 4 in the morning. A cute little girl. Xing Yun looked at Xing Yuan Yuan, who was sleeping soundly like a baby, and after waiting for a while, he still kept his promise and nudged her. Daddy? Hug me. Xing Yuan Yuan, still half asleep, stretched out her little arms. Xing Yun asked, Dad is going to open the shop. If you can't get up, sleep a little longer. Dad will take you to school at 7 o'clock sharp. Don't want. The little girl sat up with her eyes closed and started touching her clothes. She looked a little cute in her sleepy state. Xing Yun smiled and helped her put on her jacket. After washing up, they went out together. The sky was just beginning to lighten. After leaving the house, walk east for about 10 minutes to reach the nearest wholesale market. Many of the vendors have already arrived. Madam, what's the price of eggs today? A box of eggs contains 40 eggs, which weighs about 4 Jin 2 catties, and costs 40 yuan. How many do you want? Give me 5 boxes. Okay, 200 yuan. Eggs are a great ingredient, they can be fried or boiled. Adding a generous amount results in a rich egg flavor, while adding a small amount makes them easily absorb flavor. Because we didn't prepare much leftover food yesterday, Xing Yun didn't buy much. Today, focusing on making simple, delicious steamed buns is the best choice. Once you have a customer base, you should sell the God-level fried rice as the shop's signature dish. 420. Xing Yun completed the procurement work. 15 Jin of cabbage, 15 Jin of chives, 15 Jin of fennel, 15 Jin of scallions, 5 Jin of garlic, 5 Jin of ginger, 15 Jin of carrots, and 15 Jin of ham. Xing Yun bought some fillings for all the types of steamed buns listed in the basic recipe. In addition, flour and other seasonings are also essential. We have a lot of stuff. We'll need to buy a car when business gets better. This trip this morning cost quite a bit of money. It cost a total of 634 yuan. Buying a car? Then Daddy needs to fill up the gas tank. It looks like Yuan Yuan can't carry all this stuff. The little girl was very sensible. She watched her father work from the side without disturbing him. Looking at the mountain-like object, she felt somewhat worried. The little helper felt the pressure. How could I really let you be like that? Xing Yun smiled, picked Yuan Yuan up, and said, Let's go borrow a car. Boss, we bought so much meat, could we borrow your tricycle? After buying 15 Jin of pork and 10 Jin of beef, Xing Yun noticed that someone had returned the owner's tricycle. This. The pork vendor hesitated. He didn't recognize the customer, and he didn't really want to lend him the money. I'm afraid it will get damaged by kicking. Uncle Pork, can my dad borrow this for a bit? He'll definitely come back to buy from us when his business grows bigger. Xing Yuan Yuan spoke in a childish voice. Young man, you look quite young. Is this your daughter? Yes, I'm already in my mid-20s. Oh, you should have said so earlier. I also have a daughter, but she's not as cute as yours, and she's incredibly lazy. You can ride this bike, but be careful not to pedal it to pieces. Once the topic turned to his daughter, the pork vendor became quite talkative, his face radiating doting affection with no hint of disdain whatsoever. Xing Yun smiled knowingly. The boss is a doting father to his daughter. Thanks, I might come back to buy some more around noon and bring it over to you then. Of course, young lady, take care. Goodbye, uncle. Xing Yuan Yuan waved cutely. After loading the items onto the vehicle, Yuan, sitting on the back of the tricycle, raised her arms high and exclaimed excitedly, "Let's go." Xingyun smiled broadly and carefully rode her bicycle back to the shop. Just yesterday, the wooden sign I ordered from the same city arrived and was placed in front of the shop. "Dad, do you need Yuan's help?" The little girl's eyes lit up as soon as she got out of the car and saw her own shop. She's not a penny pincher. But this is my and my dad's shop. It looks huge. Can you help Dad write down the price list? Dad will make you some delicious steamed buns. Okay, steamed buns, I haven't had them in ages. Yuan was missing the taste of yesterday's fried rice. But compared to my own stomach, running the shop is more important. Dad, how much does this egg fried rice cost per bowl? Yuan picked up the highlighter, sat on the small stool, and asked in confusion. 8 yuan each, shall we? Xingyun was busy unloading the ingredients from the car when she called out. 8 yuan? That's so cheap. What other shop owner is as honest as Daddy? The little girl muttered something and picked up her pen to write it down. In her opinion, the fried rice her father made was much better than the small bowl that cost 10 yuan that she used to eat. The recipe for fried rice only lists 2 of the most basic flavors. The other dads said they would add more if needed later. The fried rice is so delicious, why don't you just sell this? There are so many flavors of steamed buns, my hand is getting sore from typing all this. The little girl touched her head. Clearly, she still doesn't understand her father's marketing strategy. However, she sniffed the air and a rich, pleasant fragrance lured her towards the kitchen. Dad, are you steaming buns? They smell so good. Yes, be careful not to choke. Xingyun smiled, washed her hands, and began kneading the dough. Warm water should be used to knead the dough, and there are specific techniques to each step of kneading. For steamed buns to taste good, the key lies in the dough and the filling. The dough should be soft, smooth, and chewy, while the meat filling should be juicy and flavorful without being greasy. Next, it's time to prepare the filling. With the support of systematic experience, Xingyun seemed to handle things with ease. Mince the meat, season it separately, and set it aside. Wash and chop the other vegetables in order, set them aside separately, season them with oil, and combine them with the meat filling as needed. Boil water in a large pot, then put the filled dough balls into it. The steam filled the air with the fresh scent of rural soil. Memories unique to childhood. Each dough ball weighs 30 g, and with an additional 25 g of filling, the steamed bun should weigh around 80 g, which is quite large. Xingyun estimated that the price he set was reasonable. Scallion and egg fried rice, 8 yuan a bowl. Ham and egg fried rice, 8 yuan a bowl. Chive and cabbage buns, 2 yuan each. Carrot and vegetable buns, 2 yuan each. Fennel-filled vegetarian buns, 4 yuan each. Scallion and pork buns, 3 yuan each. Scallion and beef buns, 5 yuan each. At the entrance, Yuan had already placed a sign with the price list in a prominent position. She thought for a moment, then carefully drew a few decorative flowers with a highlighter. Dad, mission accomplished. Chapter 5's first guest, seeking guidance, was immediately captivated by the delicious food. Well done. Come and have some steamed buns. Xingyun called out with a smile. The little girl immediately ran over excitedly. I can't wait any longer. Turn off the heat, put on gloves, and take a basket of scallion and pork buns out of the steaming pot. Exactly 10. Yuan was too surprised by the fluid movements. It smells so good, and it's so hot. Xingyun picked up her chopsticks, took out a small bowl, and made her 2 beef-flavored ones. Eat slowly, there's more in the pot. The little girl holding the bowl, looking like she wanted to eat but was afraid of burning herself, was really cute. She had just taken a small bite, and her eyes were half closed in satisfaction. This is so incredibly delicious. It tastes just as good as yesterday's fried rice. Xingyun picked one and tasted it himself. I must say, the filling is very well matched. Because of the addition of scallion water to season the beef, the gamey smell of the beef has long since turned into a light and refreshing aroma, and it is also very juicy. The smooth, tender dough, infused with the aroma of meat, offers a unique and delightful experience with every bite. Temperature, softness, and saltiness. It's absolutely amazing in every aspect. These are definitely the most delicious steamed buns the father and daughter have ever eaten. This tastes amazing, Dad. Our shop is sure to make a fortune. The little girl couldn't wait to try one. The scalding hot broth seemed to roll around in her little mouth, spreading a refreshing and delightful aroma. Xing Yun smiled and nodded. Slow down, let me get you some water, eat a few more. Thank you, Dad. In the end, Xing Yun ate 7 scallion and beef buns, and even Qinji Wanyuan, who never liked breakfast, tried 3 of them in one go. This clearly shows just how delicious the divine steamed buns are. 5:36. The sky was already beginning to lighten. The quiet street began to bustle, with cars occasionally driving by and vendors calling out as they headed to the food street across the street. This newly opened snack shop looked extremely ordinary among the surrounding shops. The Cantonese restaurant next door was also open. The owner was a sturdy young man with an ordinary appearance. How did a store suddenly appear out of nowhere? He glanced at Xing Yun a few times, scratched his head in confusion, and went back into the shop. Several people followed him inside to have breakfast. Xing Yun steamed another basket of buns, waiting for the guests to arrive. The signboard I ordered from an old classmate is still on its way and won't arrive until this afternoon. It's normal that nobody knows this is a breakfast shop. But he had enough confidence. What a wonderful aroma! Wow, when did a breakfast shop open here? I have to check it out. A strong, powerful voice rang out, and then an old man in his Zhongshan suit and an old man with a full head of white hair walked into the shop together. Old Wang, what do you think of this land? The white-haired old man, Mu Jiangwo, looked around and casually asked. The shop is not large, but the decoration is very stylish. The room was neatly arranged with 10 single tables, 5 double tables, 3 four-person tables, and many small wooden stools. The kitchen is open plan and almost entirely transparent, making the refrigerator, dishwasher, stove, and range hood clearly visible, and the hygiene conditions are quite good. Boss, your shop has an amazing ambience. What do you sell? The old man named Wang Huatang looked him over with a curious expression and then asked. It's safe to say that this store has the best amenities on the street. Even in Shanghai, there are very few stores that can compete with it. Steamed buns, fried rice. There's a sign at the entrance, please take a look. Xing Yun didn't even look up as she worked. What? Mu Jiangwo was stunned, utterly astonished. Old Wang, what are you saying? Such a good shop only sells breakfast? Isn't that a waste of resources? Wang Huatang couldn't believe that with such a superior geographical location and a large flow of people, they were selling such low-profit food. I'm afraid that even if I work for a month, I won't be able to break even on rent and utilities. Unfortunately, their old business habit from the past 50 years has resurfaced. I was just about to give that young man some pointers on how to navigate the world. A cute little toddler came over carrying 2 stools and said in a childish voice, "Grandpa's, welcome to my dad's shop. You can order whatever you need from me. My dad's steamed buns are delicious." Ouch! The 2 old men were immediately charmed. Little one, thank you. Is that young man in the kitchen your father? Yes. A look of surprise appeared on Mu Jiangwo's face. I didn't expect this young shopkeeper to be such a grown man. How can he be so careless? No, Lao Wang, I have to give him some pointers today. I think that's a good idea. Why don't you just pass on all your experience as the richest man in Shanghai to him? Wang Huatang made a sarcastic remark with a smile. Young people today all have their own ideas. Very persistent. You'll learn after a few failures. Every failure is experience. Little one, could you order 2 beef buns for Grandpa? He smiled and took the stool from the little girl, then turned to look at the price list by the door. Upon closer inspection, I was utterly astonished. The shop just opened, and they're selling a beef bun for 5 yuan? Hiss. They've practically lost their underwear. Wang Huatang was also wondering whether he should give the little boy a piece of his mind and persuade him. Okay, 2 beef buns, Dad, did you hear me? Okay, you can go sit over there and just hand it over to Dad. Xing Yun replied with a smile, the 2 old men were our first customers when we opened. We must treat them well. Before long, 2 steaming hot buns were served. Grandpa, aren't you going to order? Xing Yuan looked at the white-haired old man with curiosity. No rush, little one, you shouldn't overeat right after exercising. Chen Jiangwo stroked his beard, expressing his disdain for old Wang's impatient, pig-like manner of eating. These buns look really good, smooth and white, juicy and tender, and quite big too. What a bargain. He silently praised her and nodded without showing any emotion. In business, only by upholding a conscience can one have a chance of success. TSK, I say old Chen, we haven't had these steamed buns in years, have we? We have to try them today. Wang Huatang sighed. Meeting is fate, let me share a steamed bun with you and offer you some pointers. Otherwise, the young people will just lose money. He couldn't bear to see the cute little baby suffer because of him. Grandpa, water. The little girl thoughtfully brought over 2 glasses of water. What an obedient little baby. She's so much more sensible than my troublesome child. Mu Jiangwo shook his head, and then he heard a groan. Wang Huatang first picked up his chopsticks and took out a steamed bun. The smooth skin, coated with a few drops of rich, fragrant sauce, becomes even smoother and stickier when squeezed. The enticing aroma of the noodle seems to drip into your heart from the tip of your chopsticks. Slowly bring it to your mouth. The aroma irresistibly wafted into my nose, and without hesitation, I took a bite. The juices instantly overflowed, slowly flowing to each tooth, then climbing down with the saliva, straight into the chest. Fragrant. Every taste bud seemed to be stimulated by the oil and broth, resulting in a fresh, fragrant, and not greasy flavor that was simply unforgettable. Wang Huatang slammed his fist on the table and shouted. Absolutely amazing. Chapter 6, Delicious, God-level fried rice. Profits begin to crazy high. Why are you yelling so loudly, you old man? Is it that delicious? Mu Jiangwo glanced at his old friend with displeasure. Unexpectedly, old Wang not only ignored him, but also bit the whole bun into his stomach and quickly reached for another one. Hey, you didn't even leave one for me? Seeing his old friend like this, Mu Jiangwo also felt a bit hungry. Could it be? Is this breakfast really that delicious? Grandpa, would you like me to get you two too? Qing Yuan smiled sweetly and offered her advice at the opportune moment. Okay, thank you. But first, give Grandpa a bowl of scallion and egg fried rice. He hasn't had it in a long time. Little one, get Grandpa 5 more beef buns. Wang Huatang said unclearly. Qing Yun arrived carrying freshly steamed buns and fried rice. Gentlemen, please eat slowly. Wow, this presentation is worth the price. I wonder how it tastes. Mu Jiangwo picked up his chopsticks and took a small bite. The aroma of steaming hot eggs wafts through the air, while the rice grains, infused with the delicate fragrance of scallions, are soft, yellow, and chewy. Once they enter the stomach, they are rich, comforting, and leave a lingering fragrance on the teeth. The texture is just right soft, yet the aroma is subtle and doesn't overpower the flavor. It's as if every lingering flavor from the stir-fry is vividly etched in my mind. My goodness, this is so delicious. Well, you old Wang, you've been eating alone behind my back. Mu Jiangwo's appetite increased greatly, and he started eating voraciously. There's no time to savor the taste with each bite, you anticipate the next flavor. The magic of scallion fried rice is just too tempting. A little while later, Qing Yun thoughtfully served the two of them several baskets of steamed buns and 2 bowls of fried rice. The scene depicted 2 old men holding steamed buns in one hand and eating rice with the other. Qing Yun was not surprised at all. He smiled, patted the little girl's head, and poured her a glass of water. Hey! A new breakfast shop just opened here, want to go in and check it out? Forget it, this shop doesn't even have a sign, it feels like a shady business. But look at that old man inside, he's eating like a pig, he looks very hungry. What a wonderful metaphor! It wouldn't hurt to go in and take a look. As he spoke, several oily-faced young men walked over together. I've been working overtime every day lately, and all the little hair I have left has been sacrificed to bugs. They were all programmers from nearby companies. That's right, the boss really doesn't treat us like human beings. Who can stand staying up all night? Why is there only fried rice and steamed buns? Shall we leave? A portly young man glanced at the price list by the door and looked displeased. Just then, a lovely figure came to greet them. Brothers, my shop is opening soon, please come and support my dad. As she spoke, the little girl smiled and gestured for everyone to go inside. What an adorable little girl. How can there be such a beautiful young girl? These programmers, sporting panda eyes, instantly perked up. It is well known that otaku love beautiful things that are pleasing to the eye. They were so charmed by the little girl that they lost their bearings and wandered into the shop without even realizing it. Boss, 10 pork buns, 10 chive and cabbage buns, 10 beef buns, 10 carrot buns. And 2 bowls of ham fried rice. Do you have any? Yes, please wait 5 minutes. Boss, please speed things up. We're starving. The group exchanged a smile, all seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. Brother, should I scan the code or pay cash? Xing Yuan excitedly ran over with the QR code for receiving payments that her father had left in the kitchen. I'll sweep. A bald young man yawned and rushed to pay the bill. Ding! 116 yuan has been deposited into your Shukianbo account. Wow, these buns are a bit expensive. The bald young man only realized what had happened after he had paid. Hey, there's a reason why it's expensive. Gentlemen, I'm not exaggerating, but these buns taste better than all the food I've eaten in the last few decades combined. Mu Jiangwo raised his head and said indistinctly. The young men were astonished. Grandpa, at your age, how can you still eat so much? Yeah, we must have eaten at least 3 baskets of food. Look at that old man, he's still huffing and puffing away. Goodness, he's had 5 whole baskets of food. Immediately, the young men started making a ruckus. Some people suspect that this new store hired a shill, but this shill can eat so much. They've never seen anything like it before. I'm full. Wang Huatang raised his head, patted his swollen belly with satisfaction, and laughed. It's not that this old man can eat a lot, it's just that the boss's cooking is too delicious. As they were talking, Xing Yun brought 40 freshly baked buns to the table, and Xing Yuan carefully carried 2 bowls of fragrant fried rice. Let me try it. The bald young man had long lost his patience and immediately picked up a beef bun with his chopsticks. Holy crap! You guys have to try it, it's absolutely delicious. The others were speechless. Making a fuss over nothing, can it really be that exaggerated? A small steamed bun, could it be? Some people didn't believe it, but they tried it anyway. Holy crap, that's amazing. Absolutely amazing. This, it's so hot. They were instantly wide awake, their eyes wide open. My God, this is made by a human. How can it taste so good? Working overtime yesterday was worth it, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to eat such delicious steamed buns. Don't try to take it from me, I'm going to take on 20 of them by myself. Fried rice, 3 more bowls, please. Boss, little sister, add 20 more of each kind of bun. Don't say anything more, I've been starving all night. Damn it, don't steal it. Xing Yun smiled and turned around, deftly wrapping the buns. Then we'll have to wait another 10 minutes. It's alright, we can wait until the seas dry up and the rocks crumble. Boss, this is so delicious I'm almost crying. While they were wolfing down their food, Old Man Wang and Old Man Mu were lounging around like Guyu. I still want to eat, but my old stomach can't hold anymore. Goodness, this young man, oh my, his movements. After eating and drinking his fill, Wang Huatang observed Xing Yun's movements in the kitchen. The dough in his hands was like a dancing girl, each kneading and turning was a dance. Such fluid movements. The 2 old men couldn't help but wonder if this guy had been learning to cook since he was in his mother's womb. Old Mu, these young people these days are really getting more and more impressive. Look, in just a short while, more than 100 yuan has been deposited into his account. Wang Jiangwo sighed with emotion. If we had this entrepreneurial ability back then, wouldn't we have been the world's richest man long ago? You bet. Even if this vegetarian bun sold for 100, a ton of people would buy it. Burp, I've been eating so many buns that I didn't have time to eat more fried rice. I'll have to come back tomorrow. Mu Jiangwo looked towards the kitchen, hoping to learn the cooking techniques, but seeing the setup, he knew he couldn't replicate them. Those so-called master chefs of state banquets would be lucky if they could cook half as well as this kid. Suddenly, their perception of Xing Yun took a dramatic turn. Oh dear, it's already 6 o'clock. I need to go back and cook, otherwise my wife and grandson will go hungry. Looking at the time, Wang Huatang slapped his forehead and stood up unsteadily. Are you getting senile? Just buy a few steamed buns and take them away. That's true, look at me. Young men, I'm in a hurry, so I'll take a few more of you. I hope you don't mind. When Wang Huatang went to the kitchen backstage, he played the victim to Xing Yun, saying that he had intercepted 10 beef buns and 2 bowls of fried rice in advance. Ding! 195 yuan has been deposited into your Shukianbo account. Ding! You have received a payment of 230 yuan. The 2 elderly men, keeping up with the trend, scanned the QR code to pay. They helped each other out of the store. At this moment, several high school girls walked past the store. Chapter 7, Yuan is the real Lucky Charm. The high school girls were incredibly surprised. Wow, what a pretty little girl. Earlier, Xing Yuan moved a small stool and sat at the door, looking adorable, just like a cute doll that could bring good luck. The high school girls passing by all stopped in their tracks, their hearts melting at the sight of it. Let's go in and take a look. They walked into the shop hand in hand. Upon entering, one sees young working-class people wolfing down their food, completely disregarding their image. I was startled. As for the layout of the house, it's cozy and clean. And there's the young boss in the kitchen. So handsome. Look, Jingjing's eyes are sparkling with admiration. Suddenly, a girl shouted out with a laugh. A soft chuckle immediately came from the surrounding area. Ha! Is that so? Even our campus belle from Jing University would fall for him? Stop fooling around, little girls, give each of us 2 pork and scallion buns, okay? Jing, the campus belle, blushed and squatted down, saying something. Okay, sisters, please wait a moment, I'll go tell Dad right away. Xing Yuan ran back to the kitchen with small steps. Oh my god, how can there be such a beautiful girl? I really want to hug her. Oh, her dad. It is said that the most handsome men are those who are serious, and this is perfectly embodied in Xing Yun. Several high school girls blushed simultaneously. Boss, can you hurry up? Our bus is coming. A short-haired girl sounded a little anxious. I looked at my sisters and felt speechless. A bunch of people obsessed with looks, can't you be a little more reserved? Okay. Just a moment. Upon hearing that charismatic male voice, the short-haired girl, a self-proclaimed audiophile, instantly became infatuated. Oh, what a manly voice. Undoubtedly, the few young men who had been observing the situation were once again outmaneuvered. However, they did not complain. Wah, little girls, here are all the delicious buns for you. You must study hard so you don't end up like us, miserable programmers. The bald young man looked pained. Thank you, uncle. Puff. He almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. You actually called me uncle. The others looked at each other, touched their bald heads and big bellies, and were all relieved, thank goodness it wasn't them. Boss, no, wait. Are my steamed buns ready yet? The bald young man let out a painful wail. Ha ha ha. Ding. 6 yuan has been credited to your Shukianbo account. Ding. You have received a payment of 6 yuan. Ding. 6 yuan has been credited to your Shukianbo account. Dot. The high school girls grabbed their steamed buns, quickly paid, and rushed to catch the bus. Jingjing, you haven't actually fallen for that young boss, have you? No way, don't talk nonsense. Look how old that daughter is. A blush crept across the face of Jingda's most beautiful girl. At most, it's just stunning at first glance. Hey, no way, never mind, let me try the steamed buns made by this handsome boss. You know what, these buns are really well made, much better than my mom's. I never imagined that the young boss would not only be handsome, but also have such superb cooking skills. I'll have a taste. Holy crap! The 2 girls took a bite at the same time, and the next second they both exclaimed in surprise. It's oily but not greasy, and has a silky smooth texture. As you salivate, the aroma of the bun flows through your mouth. Oh my god, this is so delicious. I want another one. The others couldn't help but feel a little confused. They all opened their little mouths. I should have bought more. On the bus, the high school girls stared at their empty bags, feeling incredibly frustrated. My taste buds were being stimulated to the point of ecstasy, but I didn't buy enough steamed buns. It's okay, come earlier tomorrow, you can still buy some. A short girl clenched her small hands. Hey boss, your breakfast shop is pretty crowded. Do you have fried rice for sale? At that moment, at Xing Yuan's snack shop, an elderly woman carrying a vegetable basket returned home after buying groceries. Curious, she walked into the shop and happened to see Xing Yun carrying steamed buns to the table. Some. Xing Yun added, but it will take 5 minutes. It's alright, Auntie can wait. Wow, what an adorable little baby. Is this your sister? Aunt Li smiled and picked up Cheng Yuan. Auntie, Yuan is Daddy's daughter. Xing Yuan answered obediently. Oh. Your name is Yuan. Your father looks so young. The auntie is very young. The little girl has such a sweet tongue that Aunt Li smiled and was in a great mood. What a lovely girl. Where's your mother? Xing Yuan was stunned for a moment, then said bluntly, Mom doesn't want Yuan and Dad anymore, so Mom is leaving. Upon hearing this, Aunt Li said with a look of heartache, what kind of women are these? How can they bear to abandon such a lovely girl? Would you like your fried rice served here or to go? Xing Yun peeked out with a smile. Pack it up, boss. And 10 more pork buns, please. Okay, that'll be 38 yuan in total, thank you. Aunt Li took out her purse, put a wad of cash into Xing Yun's hand, and then took the steamed bun. It's not easy for a divorced young man to raise a child alone, so keep the change. After saying that, she left. Xing Yun looked down and found that the total was 50 yuan. Sigh, Yuan, you're really my lucky charm. Now I owe someone another favor. Xing Yuan smiled and squinted, there are still many kind people in the world. Dad will treat her to delicious steamed buns next time. Okay. Xing Yun smiled and patted the little girl's head, saying, since we don't have much free time now, it's time to send you to school. Xing Yuan nodded obediently. Dad, I want fried rice this afternoon. Okay, Dad will make it for you. I'll come pick you up early. The little girl blinked but didn't say anything. 6:40. Ding. 654 yuan has been deposited into your Shukianbo account. After the young programmers had a hearty meal, they helped each other out of the shop. Oh my goodness, we have to come again tomorrow. The men groaned comfortably, having eaten their fill, and leaned against the wall, unwilling to move. Passing crowds looked at them with strange expressions. Are young people these days so indulgent? Look at all these empty shells. After experiencing a small-scale surge in popularity and income, Xing Yun took the money and sent his daughter to school. Teacher Mu, Yuan is here. From a distance, Xing Yuan stretched out her hand and shouted, immediately attracting a lot of attention. Some young mothers blushed as they looked at Xing Yun's handsome face. The male parent, on the other hand, looked utterly jealous. You're in your early 20s, and I've already gained weight, but you still look so young? When I saw Ms. Mu Yun, dressed in an elegant dress, walking over with a smile, they were even more jealous. Thank you for your help, Teacher Mu. Xing Yun smiled and led Yuan over. He noticed. Teacher Mu Yun wore a light makeup look today that matched her outfit perfectly. It looked beautiful. Although her overall demeanor is somewhat conservative, she's undeniably beautiful. It's no trouble at all, Yuan. Did you sleep well last night? Mu Yun gently brushed her hair back with her delicate hands, then knelt down and touched the little girl's fair and tender face. It's okay. I slept really well last night. The little girl tilted her head back and smiled. Teacher Mu, Yuan has some good news to tell you today. Teacher Mu's head was slightly flushed. Then I'll be going now, Teacher Mu. Thank you for your help with Yuan. Xing Yun smiled and waved. Okay, bye-bye, Yuan's dad. Chapter 8, Teacher Mu likes Xing Yun. Customers spontaneously spread the word. The snack shop is about to become a huge hit. Teacher Mu, Yuan is here. After roll call, Xing Yuan skipped and hopped over with small steps. He grabbed Teacher Mu Yun's long legs with one arm. Yuan looks very happy today. Mu Yun smiled, squatted down, and patted the little girl's head. Teacher Mu, Yuan told you yesterday that my dad is single again. And what's more, he found Yuan a very comfortable home and even opened a breakfast shop. Xing Yuan excitedly shared her good news. Why would your dad want to open a shop? Mu Yun asked in confusion. Because that bad woman took all of Dad's money. Dad only wants Yuan, and Yuan only wants Dad. That bad woman even took Grandma's house. The little girl said this, a little angrily. But Dad will definitely make a lot of money. Dad's fried rice and steamed buns are really delicious. I see. Has Yuan's father been in contact with that nasty woman recently? Teacher Mu Yun felt a little sorry for her. A single father not only has to take care of his child, but also run a shop. That's incredibly busy. No, Dad doesn't like that bad daughter either. They had no choice but to get married. Xing Yuan raised her head, leaned close to Teacher Mu's pretty face, and whispered, Teacher Mu, do you really not want to be Yuan's mom? My dad can earn money and cook. If Teacher Mu doesn't want to, then she'll have to find another mother. That's so troublesome. You, the teacher, might want to consider it. Teacher Mu Yun has a sweet smile, like a clear spring in a bright moon. Yay! She smiled as she tidied the little girl's hair, but her heart was pounding. These words, which seem like they're just teasing a child, actually have a very serious tone. Having been single for 25 years and never been in a relationship, the first time she felt a flutter in her heart was 3 years ago on the opening day of the kindergarten she co-founded with her best friend. A handsome and charming young man helped her with a small favor. That is, Yuan Yuan's father. However, Yuan Yuan was already 3 years old at that time. Mu Yun had no intention of breaking up someone else's happy family. However, since they're divorced, then why don't you try it yourself? Well, you know what? That stinky dad never buys Yuan Yuan ice cream, but Teacher Mu is the best, he buys Yuan Yuan everything. Xing Yuan Yuan hugged Mu Yun happily with her little face, rubbing her head against her soft body. Who wouldn't want a mom who treats them well? Teacher Mu is so good to me. Therefore, Teacher Mu is like a mother. Class is about to start. Yuan Yuan looks so cute today, hurry up and go to class. Teacher Mu smiled and took the little girl's hand. Yuan Yuan is cute every day. When Xing Yun was taking her daughter to school. After buying groceries, Aunt Li returned to the Hunan restaurant next door. She is the owner of the restaurant. The son's name is Li Dali. He and his wife run the shop together. The business is not very good, but it can provide enough food and clothing for the family. Mom, why did you buy so many steamed buns? And fried rice too? There are so many of us, we can't possibly finish them all. Li Dali looked at the table full of food, his lips twitching. Yes, Mom, we own a shop, why would we buy from other people? It's such a waste of money. The daughter-in-law, holding a kitchen knife, poked her head out and asked. Sai, I heard that the young couple who moved in next door are indeed divorced and raising a child alone. It's so pitiful. Their little girl has lost her mother at such a young age. We're all neighbors, so let's help each other out if we can. By the way, the things the shop owner makes look pretty good. I bought a lot for you guys to try. Aunt Li had also been divorced and knew how difficult things had been for Xing Yun. Oh, I was wondering this morning why someone would open a breakfast shop in this godforsaken place. All the customers have been taken by the food street across the street. It must be no good. Oh well, I'll give it a try. Li Dali muttered something to himself, grabbed a beef bun, and popped it into his mouth. It was still warm, tender and firm, and full of broth. Wow, this is so delicious. I want to try a few more. Li Dawei hurriedly put down his food and began to eat voraciously. What? Look how hungry you are, like you haven't eaten in decades. Aunt Li chuckled and scolded, then opened the box of golden brown fried rice and took a bite. Daughter-in-law, come and try this. It's amazing. Eat slowly, save some for your wife. Oh dear, come quick, or it'll be gone. Mom, go buy some more, this fried rice is so damn delicious. In the park, several elderly men and women were playing chess. An old man suddenly exclaimed "Ha," and pointed at the phone, saying, Come quick. The couple in Aunt Li's family are about to fight over a bowl of fried rice. What? Let me see. Several middle-aged women immediately looked over to join in the fun. They saw that Aunt Li had posted a video of her family eating in the community chat group. The young couple wolfed down their food, like pigs eating. What are you eating at Sister Li's house? It looks delicious. Oh, has his Hunan restaurant come up with new dishes again? At this moment, the lotus flower avatar sent the next message in the group. Love is a blessing, Aunt Li, fellow villagers, a new breakfast shop has opened next to Dawei Cantonese restaurant. They have soup dumplings, fried rice, and all kinds of flavors. It's incredibly delicious. You'll definitely love it after you go once, I guarantee it. The middle-aged women looked at each other in disbelief. What? Sister Li is actually advertising for someone else? I have to go check it out. I'll go take a look too. Almost simultaneously, several of Aunt Li's close friends groups were also recommended the restaurant, and they all rushed to join in the fun at the Cantonese restaurant. Shanghai office workers group on QQ. Shenzhuang, guys, I swear to this breakfast place. It's right downstairs from our company on Sinew Road. Damn, it's amazing. Their beef buns are even better than those from New Oriental. 7 Nights, brothers, let's make money together, include me in your ad campaign dojimoji. Lu Shui, holy crap, this is true. We're still full, otherwise we'd have to go down and have a few more servings of fried rice. By the way, the shop owner looks younger than us, but his daughter is already 6 or 7 years old. Tanshan, I'll go down and check it out later. Together. Together. Old Man Mu and Old Man Wang left Xinyu Road and walked towards the city center of Shanghai. Both of them own companies. Along the way, people greeted them from time to time. Hey, Lao Mu, are you 10 months pregnant? You're eating so much. Old Wang, how many are you pregnant with? Amidst laughter, Mu Jiangmo spoke with a strong voice. Well, I accidentally ate too much this morning. Since we're all old friends, I'll recommend a really good breakfast place on Xinyu Road. Several elderly men, who were highly respected in the city, were astonished. To receive such high praise from Boss Mu, I have to go and see for myself. Mu Jiangmo started his business in the food industry and is now a well-known wealthy businessman in China. He agreed. I definitely have to go check it out. And so it was. Even Qing Yun herself didn't know that Xing Yuan's snack shop had already become famous before the signboard was even unveiled. Chapter 9, the snack shop's business is booming, and the profits are astonishing. 7:15. Back at the snack shop. Xing Yun continued preparing the ingredients for steamed buns and fried rice. There's still quite a bit left. After the dough had rested, he immediately made a large batch of dough sheets to keep on hand. With the support of the system's experience, Xing Yun's movements were incredibly smooth and efficient, and she completed tasks extremely quickly. Once I earn 10,000 yuan, I can continue to participate in the lottery. It's a long road ahead. Xing Yun sighed. Several elderly men and women rushed over from a distance. It looks pretty good, I can smell it from far away. Young boss, give this old man a plate of scallion and egg fried rice. Give me one too, and 5 beef soup dumplings. Boss, I'd like 5 cabbage-filled ones and 3 carrot and egg-filled ones. Please wrap them up for me so I can take them home for my grandson. They all started talking at once. Xing Yun was puzzled as to why so many people had come. He smiled and said, Grandpas and grandmas, please wait a few minutes. Not bad, this young man is quite polite. Before long, Xing Yun boiled water and placed a steamer on it. Freshly wrapped soup dumplings are placed on top all at once. One layer of steamer can hold 40. While the food was steaming, Xing Yun heated oil in a wok. Beat the eggs, chop the scallions, and prepare the carrots and corn kernels. Start making fried rice. The young boss's cooking skills are pretty good. You do not say. The elderly folks are all skilled cooks, and they could tell at a glance that Xing Yun was also a good cook. This surprised them. 3 minutes later. Here you go, your fried rice, 8 yuan. Ding. 8 yuan has been credited to your Shuqianbo account. Here are 10 beef soup dumplings. Please keep them safe, don't burn yourself. Ding. You've received a deposit of 30 yuan. Your soup dumplings are ready, and the fried rice is on the table for you. Young man, here's your cash, 44 in total. After receiving the steamed buns, the elderly men and women immediately divided them out and began to taste them. Wow, this is delicious. Absolutely amazing, so fresh and tender. This fried rice tastes just like it's served at a state banquet. Hurry up, young boss, make 3 more bowls for this old man, to go. The elderly men bought a small amount just to try it out, but once they found it to be particularly delicious, they immediately wanted to add it to their cart. I won't say much more people are coming. Hey boss, give me 20 beef buns, 20 chive buns, and 5 servings of fried rice. My family is starving. Old son, you're being immoral. So many of you have made us wait in vain. I want 10 cabbage-filled ones and 30 pork ones. The boss can only make 10 bowls of fried rice at a time. Please order less so that others can have some. Hearing that people were spontaneously organizing to order food, Xing Yun smiled, feeling full of energy. Soon, the steam filled the air, and the soup dumplings were ready. Here's your beef bun, take it and get going. Ding. 140 yuan has been deposited into your Shuqianbo account. Ding. 138 yuan has been deposited into your Shuqianbo account. Ding. You have received 140 yuan. Dot. The elderly people don't eat much, but they have many family members. They bought a lot. The crowd that had come to investigate were drooling with envy. Boss, it's a new store opening, hurry up. Give me 50 beef buns, I want to take them back to the office for my colleagues. The fried rice is really good. How about I buy the rest of the bowls? Thanks, guys. My wife is waiting for me to get home. Please wait a moment, please forgive us as this is our first day of business, we haven't prepared any drinks or anything. Qingyun tossed the wok and gave an apologetic smile to the kitchen doorway. It's alright, as long as there's fried rice. Boss, didn't your daughter come with you? Some young office workers asked out of curiosity. No, I took her to school. Your fennel soup dumplings, that's 90 yuan in total. Thank you. Ding. 90 renminbi has been credited to your Shuqianbo account. Your fried rice. Bite. The crowds came quickly and left quickly. Qingyun finally got to rest for a while. Just then, a strong young man came out of the Cantonese restaurant next door and ran in. Boss, my name is Li Dawei, I work at the restaurant next door. Give me 3 bowls of fried rice and 10 scallion beef buns. As he spoke, Li Dawei pulled out a pack of unopened Furongyang cigarettes. Qingyun waved her hand. My name is Qingyun. We'll be neighbors from now on, no need to be so polite. Ha, I like the boss's personality. Li Dawei laughed heartily. The couple originally wanted to help each other out because they saw how difficult it was for each other to raise their child after the divorce. I never imagined that I would almost have a marital conflict over his family's fried rice. Wow! Boss Qing's cooking skills are really amazing. Li Dawei took the fried rice, quickly paid the money, and rushed home. My wife and mother have been waiting for this. Ding! 54 yuan has been deposited into your Shuqianbo account. At that moment, 6 more middle-aged women walked in from outside. Look, I saw in the group chat that Zhang's grandsons next door almost got into a fight over a bowl of fried rice. This is it, Sinew Road. I have to try it and see what it tastes like. Is it really that weird? Boss, 2 radish-filled ones, please try them. Oh my, so expensive. A beef bun costs 3 yuan. Boss, can you make it 2 yuan cheaper? I can make it at home for less than that. A middle-aged woman with curly hair muttered. Auntie, look, these are all small businesses. They sell them for 5 yuan each at the food street next door. Qingyun handed over the soup dumplings. Ding! You have received a payment of 4 yuan. The curly-haired middle-aged woman pursed her lips, and her friends shared the soup dumplings. Wow! Not bad at all. It's definitely more than twice as good as the one next door. Boss, give me 20 radish-filled ones. My granddaughters can't wait. The middle-aged women all displayed a rapid change in expression. Give me 30 pork-filled ones. Do you have fried rice? I have a lot of kids at home, and they all like it. Also, give me 2 of each of the other flavors. I want 20 beef-filled ones. Good luck, boss. Sorry, we're out of leftover rice for fried rice. We'll have some tomorrow. Qingyun never expected business to suddenly become so booming. The flour is almost gone. The dozens of kilograms of filling I bought have almost all been rinsed clean. We should buy more at noon. Ding! 40 yuan has been credited to your Shuqianbo account. Ding! 146 yuan has been deposited into your Shuqianbo account. Ding! 130 yuan has been deposited into your Shuqianbo account. Bite. The older women hurried back to cook, carrying large and small bags. After that, some elderly people who were out for a walk came into the store to buy soup dumplings. Early in the morning. Qingyun, this nameless shop, is bustling with people. Most of them are elderly men and women who get up early. Along with some high school and junior high school students who get up early for school. So much so that people from the food street across the street would occasionally stand out and watch. What's going on? What are they doing in there? A breakfast shop? Business is so good? That can't be real, there's no way that's possible. It's all a shill, definitely a shill. 8:57. I checked the time, it was past lunchtime, and there were no more ingredients left. Qingyun hung up a closed for business sign. After tallying the profits, he was shocked. Chapter 10, Breakfast Net Profit 5,000. To continue making money, Chenli starts going on blind dates? Qingyun sold about 1,500 steamed buns. The beef buns sold the most, a total of 496. Pork buns followed closely behind, 434 in total. Fennel buns are the third most popular item, and many people buy them too. They buy in bulk of 20 or 30 at a time, which makes shipping very convenient. 10 gene of ground beef and 15 gene of ground pork, including other vegetarian ingredients. Without exception, they were all used up. More than 68 kilograms of flour were used. Scallions and garlic are roughly disregarded. Subtract the cost of flour, gas, and other ingredients. The profit from steamed buns can reach 3,500 yuan. This doesn't even include the profit from the fried rice. There are only 2 types of fried rice, which is easy to count, and will still exclude some minor details about the consumption. A total of 180 units were sold. Earnings, 1,440 yuan. Qingyun's godlike experience is extremely proficient. She produces work very quickly, and she has precise control over every step of the process. Others couldn't produce as much as him in a single day. The net profit from breakfast alone is 4,900 yuan. So, it seems like you can run a 10,000 yuan lottery in just one day? Take stock of all the revenue, and deduct the costs of water and electricity, seasonings, and ingredients. Qingyun understood. A net profit of nearly 5,000 is absolutely terrifying. However, working so hard like this is a bit tiring. My arms are sore. If I hadn't drawn the stamina points, I wouldn't be able to work this hard every day. After all, if you want to make big money, you have to be your own boss. Qingyun decided to pack her things and go out to buy the ingredients she needed for lunch. We need to buy more this time. The signboard is up, and the store will get more and more crowded. Boss Qing, are you going home? Li Dawei stretched as he went out and looked at Qingyun, who was also leaving. I went to the market to buy some ingredients. Business was so good that we almost ran out of food at home. Qingyun answered with a smile. You know what, I really admire you. So many customers came to your store this morning, and everyone bought so much. Li Dawei said with admiration, I must say, Boss Qing's cooking is better than anything I've ever eaten. My mom has been talking about it all day. Ha, you flatter me. I'll invite Aunt Li out for a meal sometime when I have time. We're neighbors, so please don't refuse. Okay. By the way, if you need anything, just let us know. Thanks to you today, we had over a dozen new customers. Li Dawei's tone was incredibly excited. He wasn't surprised at all that there were so many customers on the first day of opening. Qingyun's cooking skills are incredibly sticky. I have a delivery van parked in front of my door, you can use mine. Don't be shy. Seeing Qingyun ride a tricycle, Li Dawei quickly took out his keys. Okay, thanks. I'll reserve some fried rice for you for lunch. Qingyun accepted it with a smile. That's exactly what we've been waiting for Boss Qing to say. Qingyun drove his Wuling minivan all the way into the wholesale market. Boss, I'll leave the car here for you. Now give me another 15 gene of pork and 20 gene of beef. Alright, young man, you've sold out in just one morning? The pork vendor couldn't believe his eyes. Yes, I'll come to buy from you every day from now on. Can you give me a discount? This. The pork vendor immediately understood the profit margin and said, of course. I'll give you a 70-cent discount on pork and a 80-cent discount on beef. Let me calculate the total for you, 651 yuan, rounded up. Okay. This price is acceptable. Qingyun scanned the QR code and paid. The following procurement. He focused on fennel and ham. Fennel buns and ham fried rice are quite popular. It took 20 minutes. 15 caddies each of Chinese cabbage, chives, scallions, and carrots. 5 caddies each of scallions, ginger, garlic, and peppers. The fennel and ham are 20 caddies each. As for eggs and flour, the more the better. Having a car is very convenient. We can put everything in the trunk and tow it away. During this time, people from other restaurants who came to make purchases speculated about the situation. That restaurant in Qingyun. Business is just too good. Mog Cafe. A young man, dressed in a gentlemanly manner, sat by the window. Although he was expressionless, he was extremely anxious inside. Why aren't they here yet? The alluring sound of high heels clicking on the ground rang out, and the young man trembled and quickly sat up straight. Miss Chen, you look so elegant today. Chen Li sat down opposite the young man expressionlessly, crossed her legs, and said bluntly. You're my blind date, aren't you? The young man nodded, revealing a noble smile. To make a long story short, you know my family situation. I'm a weak woman who has become nearly 100 millionaire through my own efforts and has never relied on anyone. You know that I had a useless ex-husband and we're divorced. You should know all that. Shenli wanted to finish the matter quickly. Because this young man is not as handsome as Qing Yun. It's not pleasing to the eye. Yes, I know. I also have 2 boys, and they will definitely love your elegant mother. The young man nodded with a smile. I just dumped both kids on your ex-wife, and I dumped my daughter on my ex-husband too. Forget it, we're not right for each other, goodbye. When Shenli spoke of her daughter, a nameless rage welled up inside her. She grabbed her bag and walked away without looking back. Pa, what a filthy bitch. After the other person left, the young man immediately started cursing. I went outside. Shenli, with her alluring figure, walked away into the distance. Amidst a sea of greedy gazes, a Mercedes pulled up in front of her. The window rolled down, revealing a refined and gentle face. Hello, ma'am, my name is Lu Xiaohui, I'm from the capital. May I be your friend? Shenli smiled and elegantly licked her lips. Little brother, your family is very rich, so even older sisters want to date you? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaohui was secretly delighted, and said, Sister, you're joking. My family probably only has a few million, not much. That's really impressive. Shenli swayed her slender waist as she walked towards his car. Finally caught some prey. A pretty good haul. Lu Xiaohui's heart was burning with passion. But to his surprise, Shenli got into the Ferrari next to the Mercedes. No, ma'am, this is my car. She turned her head and tossed a postcard with a charming smile. If you want to win over my older sister, try harder. Lu Xiaohui took it and looked at it. His expression changed in a turbulent manner. Shenli, CEO of Yuyan Beauty. Wow, that rapidly rising beauty salon in Shanghai? Damn, I missed a golden opportunity. I wish I could slap myself a few times. I missed out on a fortune. Don't be so flashy next time. Shenli drove directly to her old home. She bought several apartments in downtown Shanghai. However, she still prefers the original house. How is it, daughter? Yang Li, wearing a face mask, came out and asked, Did you reach an agreement with that billionaire? Stop talking. Shenli lay on the sofa, her face displeased, hypocritical, ugly, not suitable for me. You're not going to compare that good-for-nothing Qing Yun to someone else, are you? If so, who could possibly catch your eye? Besides, isn't the point of blind dates to make money? Looks are secondary. Even so, Shenli became even more upset. That man has 2 sons, it's so annoying. I'll just give them a dowry later. Yang Li nodded, then let's move on to the next one. Anyway, there's more than one wealthy company in Shanghai. Chapter 11. Yuan brought teacher Mu to see her father's snack shop. Sunshine Kindergarten. The children began their afternoon nap under the guidance of the female kindergarten teacher. Parents feel reassured that there are no male teachers in the kindergarten. Inside a small room, Teacher Mu Yun is telling a story to the lovely Qing Yuan. Teacher Mu, Yuan has trouble sleeping. The little girl peeked her head out from under the covers and snuggled against Mu Yun. Why? Is Yuan troubled by something? Teacher Mu Yun said with a doting expression. Yuan wants to see her father. The little girl smiled sweetly. Boss Qing, wow, you bought so much stuff. Seeing Qing Yun carrying boxes one by one, Li Dawei rushed over to help. The two of them worked together to move the items to the kitchen. 11:45. It's almost lunchtime. Qing Yun began preparing the ingredients for fried rice. By the way, Mr. Li, do you have any leftovers? Yes, business at my shop has been slow. I had a lot of leftovers yesterday. If you want some, I can get them for you. Anyway, they're only good for feeding the chickens. Li Dawei, who was resting in the shop, sounded somewhat distressed. Okay, then give me the rest, and I'll pay you the original price. Qing Yun spoke with a smile. This won't do. Li Dawei waved his hand and said, We're neighbors, no need to pay for such a small favor. My shop is doing well, thanks to your help. Brothers, let's keep the account straight, no need to be polite. Qing Yun's tone was very firm. Sure. Just let me know if you need any help. Li Dawei hesitated for a moment, then readily agreed. After. Li Dawei and his wife carried over 2 buckets of clean leftover food. Qing Yun went to their store and scanned 200 yuan. Before leaving, Aunt Lee asked, "It's not easy for you to take care of the child, so please don't hesitate to tell me if you need anything." All they knew was that Qing Yun was a good cook. However, they did not observe the store's profits. Qing Yun was also quite moved, realizing that true kindness still exists in the world. "Why am I starting to miss Yuan Yuan?" He smiled and touched his head. At this moment, 8 junior high school students from different middle schools went into the snack shop together. "Squad leader, did you buy your fried rice here this morning?" A boy with a buzz cut looked around. In the morning, the class monitor kindly brought him a grain of fried rice. He was really craving it. "This is it, boss. Give us a bowl of scallion and egg fried rice each." A little girl shouted with a laugh. "Okay." Qing Yun poked his head out and said with a smile, "Please wait a moment, everyone." Oh my god, that laugh really touched my heart. The class monitor wasn't lying to us. The little boss is so handsome. Ah, how can there be such a good-looking guy? Is the young boss really married and has a daughter? I don't believe it. Hearing the whispers of several young girls, Qing Yun was both amused and exasperated. Heat oil in a wok. Put the eggs in the pot. Once the rice is hot, sprinkle with chopped green onions. A delicate fragrance instantly filled the air. Everyone sniffed her delicate nose, and were all quite surprised. "It smells so good. It smells even better than what my mom makes. It smells like morning, oh my god, I can't wait." Ding! You have received 8 yuan. Ding! 8 yuan has been credited to your Shukianbo account. Dot. Some couldn't wait any longer, so these junior high school students paid directly. He found a seat and sat down obediently. Qing Yun smiled as she brought the steaming hot fried rice to the table. The girls immediately began to devour the food. "It's delicious, oh my god, it's hot. Amazing. Boss, your cooking skills are really good." The girl was so engrossed in eating that she didn't even have time to look at the handsome young boss. This clearly demonstrates how delicious the fried rice was. Next, 5 contractors walked into the shop. "Boss, 50 beef buns please." Qing Yun nodded, "Wait a few minutes, this pot will be ready soon." Ding! 250 yuan received in your wallet. Not long after, the steamed buns were freshly baked, and Qing Yun served them to them. "Boss, we're so lucky to have you open your shop here. These steamed buns are so delicious." The officials, including Bao Gong, smiled and started eating. "Boss Qing, do you sell fried rice for lunch too? Give me 2 large bowls, I'll eat here. Give me 10 beef buns, please. I want to eat my fill." Several elderly men and women were playing cards in the park. They followed the smell and rushed here. "Don't say that, you don't need to bring food home for your family. They can eat however they want." Ding! 50 yuan has been credited to your Shukianbo account. Ding! 20 yuan has been credited to your Shukianbo account. Qing Yun prepared free tea for them one by one. Fried rice and steamed buns were served separately. The elderly men and women started working without saying a word. "Boss Qing, hurry up and give me 10 carrot-filled buns and 3 bowls of ham-fried rice." Li Dawei rushed in a great hurry. "Both of you at home are on strike, and you're just craving these few bites. Hold on." Qing Yun smiled and went back to her work. This time, he didn't ask for money. "Consider this a thank you, no need to be so polite." Li Dawei smiled, scratched his head, and ran home impatiently. "Leave me 20 pork buns for dinner, and a bowl of fried rice for my wife." Hearing the shout from afar, Qing Yun smiled. The junior high school girls finished their meal. I also packed a few vegetarian buns. Only then did they reluctantly leave. "Boss, we're coming back this afternoon. Don't leave early." Yes, it's so delicious. It's a pity we have to go back for our lunch break, otherwise we would definitely eat our fill." Young boss. Let me introduce you to a customer." Qing Yun smiled and waved. "Preparing to clean." Only then did I realize that they had already sorted out all their personal trash and thrown it into the trash can. The table was wiped down as well. They even licked the plates clean. Excellent manners, worthy of praise. 12:10. People gradually headed to the snack shop. Some people came to try the taste this morning. Some people also came to join the crowd and have some fun. I mean, fried rice and steamed buns for lunchtime? Are they really that delicious? Oldly, would I lie to you? You should try it. Even at my age, I can eat more than 10 buns. A few minutes passed. More and more people are gathering in front of the snack shop. It was lunchtime, and Qingyun was selling breakfast. But it's so delicious. Boss, give me 10 chai buns. Oh, and do you sell drinks here? We haven't had time to buy drinks yet, but you can go get some free hot water. Qingyun answered while kneading the dough. The crowd was already lining up. He can manage on his own for now. The store's facilities need to be upgraded. Air conditioning, water dispensers, and beverage refrigerators should all be prepared. Then let's go find your father now. At the entrance of Sunshine Kindergarten, Muyun changed into a floral dress and paired it with white sneakers, giving her an overall look like the girl next door. Yay! Yuan in her arms happily made a peace sign. Muyun smiled and nodded. He carried the little girl out of the school gate. As someone in charge of the kindergarten, she doesn't need to worry about being obstructed. Noon is lunch break time. No children noticed them. Besides, the shop owned by Yuan's father. She's very curious. Chapter 12. Muyun was surprised. Qingyun's shop is doing so well. Along the way, Yuan held Teacher Muyun's hand. Teacher Mu, Yuan is treating you to her dad's fried rice, it's so delicious. Seeing Teacher Muyun nod with a smile, the little girl added in her childish voice, Yuan thinks that daddy's fried rice is the best in the world. Yuan's dad is so amazing. Teacher Muyun patted the little girl's head with a look of affection. Her family owns many restaurants, and all kinds of food are everyday meals for her. I'll take Yuan and her family there to eat sometime in the future. Qingyun not only has to take care of the child, but also runs the shop all by herself. A hint of sympathy flashed in Muyun's beautiful eyes. Even if a snack shop isn't doing well, it still takes a lot of time and effort. To be honest, she felt a little sorry for that man. 12:40. The little girl had a good memory and led her teacher by the hand all the way to Sinew Road. Muyun subconsciously looked around at the location. There is a large flow of people. Opening a snack shop is actually not that bad. But there are several food streets across the street, which have taken away all the customers. She was thinking, I might be able to help Qingyun. Teacher Mu, that snack shop is owned by my dad. The little girl cheered up and pointed into the distance. Muyun looked in the direction her little finger was pointing. Why are there so few people? She was puzzled. Because of common sense, she subconsciously assumed that the happy snack shop was owned by Qingyun. The shop next door, which has no name, is extremely popular, with more than a dozen elderly people already queuing up. No matter how you look at it, you can tell that Qingyun is in trouble. It's located next to such a popular store. Muyun was at a loss. Given the current situation, the only advice we can give Qingyun is to find another place or hire some skilled chefs. But what she didn't expect was, Yuan said with a smile. Teacher Mu, look. Yuan is right, isn't she? Daddy's business is doing very well. She immediately recognized that some of the people in line were repeat customers from the morning. What? That shop is owned by Yuan's dad? Muyun was surprised. Yes. The little girl smiled proudly and said, Teacher Mu, let's go over there and give Dad a surprise. After saying that, Yuan took Teacher Mu's hand and walked away. At the same time, more and more people are coming in groups. Several middle-aged women even carried shopping baskets, looking like they were rushing to buy things at a free supermarket. Customers spontaneously lined up. The people who came out of the house were carrying packaged food and were all smiles. Muyun was a little confused. This had a huge impact on her. Is this really Qingyun's first time opening a store? As they walked by, several sharp-eyed middle-aged women immediately smiled broadly and said, Yuan. Over here. It's Yuan. Yuan is here. The little girl ran over cheerfully and said in her sweet, childlike voice, Hello, grandpas and grandmas. Wow, what a pretty kid. Is this the young boss's daughter? I can't believe she's grown up so much. The young boss looks to be only in his early 20s, but his daughter is already so grown up. And the food he cooks is even better than what we veterans have made over the decades. These young people are incredibly talented. Hey! That young girl? Could she be the boss's wife? An older woman smiled kindly. Everyone turned to look. A young and beautiful woman walked towards them from afar. Her beauty was so stunning that it could be described as breathtaking and otherworldly. I think so, I saw them holding hands as they came over. Both mother and daughter are beautiful and a perfect match for the young boss. I'm so envious I get to eat the young boss's cooking every day. Ha, why don't you go and be the boss's mom? You'll get to eat there every day. Pa, that's indecent. I overheard the conversation between the elderly men and women. Muyun's pretty face flushed slightly with a delicate blush. She didn't refute it. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Xingyun's shop seems to have a very good reputation. She was very curious. Your 10 scallion and beef buns, and 2 plates of ham-fried rice. Xingyun walked out of the kitchen carrying steaming hot food. He was taken aback when he saw the two of them. Dad! I'm home. Aren't you surprised? The little girl's eyes lit up. I even brought Teacher Mu with me. Are you kidding me again? Xingyun looked at Muyun and said apologetically, the child is ignorant and has caused you trouble. Ugh, you stinky dad, I'm not being naughty. The little girl protested loudly. Muyun smoothed her hair, suppressing her curiosity, and said gently, it's no trouble at all. Yuan misses her father, and I just happened to come along to see him. Her voice was beautiful, as captivating as a mountain breeze. Xingyun smiled and said, thank you for your help. I'm a bit busy right now and may not be able to entertain you. Dad, are you busy? The little girl said happily, Teacher Mu, let Yuan entertain you. As she spoke, she brought over her small stool. I took Teacher Mu's hand and walked into the inner room. Teacher Mu, Yuan will treat you to some delicious steamed buns later. My dad is a bit busy right now, so please don't be upset with him. It'll be fine when there are fewer people later. Yes, I really like your dad. How could I blame him? Teacher Mu is so gentle. I overheard 2 pretty girls having a childlike conversation. The elderly folks also realized what was happening. So she was just Yuan's teacher. Excuse me, young lady. The women politely apologized. It's all right. You all continue with your work. I'll take the kids to play for a while, so I won't entertain you any longer. Muyun patted the little girl's head and spoke with a smile. Xing Yuan blinked her big eyes. Teacher Mu didn't refuse. Dad, did you see that? Xingyun took several baskets of freshly baked buns and went out to pay the bill. An older woman, unable to contain her curiosity, asked. Hey boss, where's your wife? My wife? We're divorced. Xingyun skillfully packed the package and handed it over. I just finished the divorce proceedings yesterday. Why? Yuan is so cute, how could such a good family break up? The woman was incredibly surprised. At this moment, an older woman who was in line behind Aunt Lee and got along well with her said. Young boss, let me be fair, but please don't take it to heart. She sighed, the boss was such a good person, and his wife took all the money and left him only a daughter. What a crazy woman. It's nothing, thank you. Xingyun expressed his gratitude. If he were to explain the alleged divorce, there's an inevitable possibility that he might try to clear his name. Ha? How could there be such a dramatic thing? It's not easy being a small business owner, you have to take care of your child and run the shop and cook. Women these days are so stubborn. Why would they get a divorce for no reason? I don't think the young boss is a bad husband. The elderly men and women started discussing it amongst themselves. The look in his eyes as he gazed at the little girl inside the house became even more pitying. Boss, give me 20 more beef buns. I'll take them home and eat them slowly. Give me 10 more. Chapter 13 Xingyun's cooking is delicious. Best friend, Muyun is about to be kidnapped. Phew, it's so hot. And the aroma is amazing, boss. The fancy steamed buns that cost 10 yuan each at the food street across the street, if only 1% of this tasted as good as these. The woman took the beef bun and eagerly popped it into her mouth. Her granddaughter couldn't resist swallowing and taking a bite. Exhale warm water vapor. You flatter me. Here you go, 10 scallion and beef buns and 5 carrot buns, totaling 65 yuan. Xingyun smiled and handed it to the little girl. Ding! 65 yuan has been credited to your Shukianbo account. The woman paid the money, took her granddaughter's hand, and went home smiling. Boss, keep going. There are still a lot of people behind us. An old man shouted a loud proclamation. Xingyun moved between the kitchen and the window. The aroma wafted out from his hands like a mist. Muyan propped her head up, revealing her fair wrist, as white as mutton fat jade. She looked at the busy figure, and a beautiful smile appeared on her lips. Selling 65 yuan from just one customer? Yuan's dad is amazing. She realized that her previous worries were unnecessary. I never expected a breakfast shop to be so profitable. And judging by this, it's sure to turn heads. I wonder how delicious Qingyun's steamed buns must be. Muyan felt a prickling sensation in her heart and couldn't wait to buy a few to try. Teacher Mu, Yuan has brought you some tea. Sheng Yuan carefully poured her a pot of tea and said, "Don't rush. My dad said he's going to cook lunch for us himself." Round and round. Just then, Dad's voice came from the kitchen, "The steamed buns are ready. Take a few with beef filling for Teacher Mu to try." Good. The little girl ran into the kitchen with a smile, and came out carrying a small plate. Muyan's beautiful eyes were instantly drawn to it. This was absolutely the most beautiful steamed bun she had ever seen. It was a clean, white ball, as smooth as a baby's face. When the soup was poured over it, just looking at it made her mouth water. "Did your dad make this?" Muyan's tone was somewhat incredulous. How could a grown man wrap himself up so delicately? She picked up her chopsticks and carefully tasted one. Under the little girl's expectant and eager gaze, Muyan's surprise and delight deepened. Although it's ground beef, it doesn't have any unpleasant smell. Instead, you can taste a unique, fresh aroma, like cooking smoke. Soft, crunchy, and juicy, like a concentrated soup, it tantalizes every taste bud. Tasty! Muyan exclaimed in admiration and couldn't resist picking up another one. Yuan, you eat too. Muyan said, her words slurred. Teacher Mu, eat slowly. I'll get you a few more with different fillings. Xing Yuan brought over 2 more plates of delicious-looking fried rice and sat back down on the small stool. 2 beautiful women, one older and one younger, began to enjoy their lunch. Muyan was so shocked that she drooled. This fried rice is tens of thousands of times better than what a national-level MasterChef makes. How can it be so fragrant? Each grain of rice is a perfect golden color, with a rich egg aroma, evenly cooked and incredibly tempting. It's more captivating than a work of art. Xingyun's craftsmanship. That's amazing. Teacher Mu, what do you think? Yuan wasn't wrong, was she? The little girl wolfed down a bowl of ham-fried rice, her cheeks bulging like a little squirrel hiding its food. Daddy's cooking is getting better and better, even better than this morning. She was so hungry at school that she couldn't resist eating a few more. Yes, it's delicious. Muyan gathered her hair with her hands and breathed on it as she looked down. Both of them were completely won over by Qingyun's culinary skills. This one is fennel-flavored, Teacher Mu. Do you like fennel-flavored ones? Yuan will add 2 for you. Eat, thank you Yuan. And this too, this is delicious. Round. Muyan looked up and asked, where did your father learn to cook? How can it be so delicious? Have no idea. The little girl shook her head. I probably practiced secretly at home. My dad always takes care of me at home. That's amazing. Muyan admired him even more. You naughty dad, you cook so well, but you never used to cook for Yuan. The little girl burped shyly. Her little face was filled with post-meal satisfaction. The same applies to Muyan. She used to have a small appetite, but she just tasted Xingyun's cooking. It just won't stop. I couldn't resist taking another bite. She glanced furtively at the busy figure on the counter, and a strange sense of pleasure welled up inside her. Is this my first time trying my crush's food? She quietly took out her phone, clicked on a profile picture, and saw it was of her best friend and principal of Sunshine Kindergarten, Wang Tianbing. The 2 of them couldn't stand their family's nagging, so they ran away and rented a luxurious courtyard house together. Wang Tianbing's information column already has several small red dots. Sweetie, my dear princess, where have you been? How did you manage to lure that little girl away too? Aren't you going to eat lunch? Muyan patted her full belly and began typing apologetically with her delicate hands. Xiao Yunyun, sorry, I just ate. Reply almost instantly. Little sweetie, no way. Little sweetie, where did you go? Where's that little girl? Why, you took that little girl out to eat and didn't take me with you. Inside the office of Sunshine Kindergarten, Wang Tianbing rubbed her rumbling stomach, her face filled with grief and indignation. But the next moment, she jumped up from her chair. Xiao Yunyun, I went home with that little girl, and her dad's cooking was super delicious. Wang Tian, what? You've been kidnapped and taken home? Our eternally single Mu Dumei is actually eating at her boyfriend's parents' house? This. Surprised. Xiao Yunyun, Pa. You're the one who's been single for 1,000 years. Curse. Teacher Mu, what are you playing? Can Yuan take a look? After receiving permission, the little girl poked her head in. Huh? Are you taking a picture? Yes, Yuan, take a picture with the teacher. Mu Yun smiled and squatted down. Xing Yuan cutely held up 2 little fingers. She's. Wang Tian, frustrated, who on earth stole my little Yunyun's heart? Xiao Yunyun, image. Mu Yun sent her a tempting picture of scallion and egg fried rice with a smile, followed by a photo of herself and Xiao Yuan that she had suddenly decided to take. Wang Tian, aw, you really ate it. It looks so delicious. Wah! Wang Tian, whose little girl is this? She's so cute. Wait, isn't that Xiao Yuan? Wang Tianbing looked at the picture repeatedly with disbelief. Behind the picture, the handsome back of a man was faintly reflected. No way. You actually went to Yuan's house? Have you been lonely for 3 years, and now you're finally going to make your move? She quickly typed a few words, then immediately realized, hey. He's married. Don't do anything stupid, my dear lady. Xiao Yunyun, Pa, what are you talking about? I'm not the kind of person who breaks up families. Wang Tianbing looked like she'd seen a ghost, her mind automatically projecting her best friend into the image of the original wife's formidable rival, the mistress. Moreover, Mu Yun's looks and talent are more than enough to make her the rightful wife. Chapter 14 The idea of earning 60 million a month. Xing Yun is very considerate. They're already divorced, they just escaped their misery yesterday. Mu Yun blushed slightly as she typed these words. She seemed a little gloating. Wang Tian, I can feel your happiness even through the screen. Wow. You actually got what you waited for. 3 years. I never thought your 3-year unrequited love would actually come true. Wang Tianbing asked excitedly, so, when are we going to meet the parents, when is the banquet, and when will I have Xingyun's baby? Mu Yun's fair neck slowly turned pink. What? Can't you be serious for once? It's not even close to happening yet. At least you should start dating first. Wang Tian, you actually thought about it seriously. By the way, you'd better work hard. It's said that divorced men are very popular, especially since your idol owns a shop. Men with shops are super popular with young girls, you know. Wang Tianbing looked on with a mocking expression. Xiao Yunyun, can't you talk properly? Angry, fine, I'll bring you something delicious later, it'll be really, really delicious. Mu Yun immediately turned off her phone. What does it mean that divorced men are particularly popular? Can't you speak properly? But when she turned to look at the men busily working in the shop, she realized that in some ways it was indeed true. Sorry everyone, all the scallion and beef buns are sold out. Please try other flavors. 1257. All the prepared ground beef was sold out. A total of 350 were sold at 4 yuan each, for a total of 1,400 yuan. Not many people eat steamed buns and fried rice for lunch. But every elderly person, girl, and boy eats a lot at once. Each person ate 10 or 20, and they were sold out in no time. Boss, there don't seem to be many other buns left. Why don't you give me 5 extra of each flavor and pack them all up to take away? A young office worker, who was recommended this by a colleague and was immediately shocked after trying a steamed bun, offered his advice. You little Wang, that's not fair. Are you going to take it back to Xiao Yan in the technical department? I haven't even ordered it yet, dream on. You've already eaten 3 bowls of fried rice, and you're still not full? Go away, boss, don't listen to him. Give me 5 of each. Ding. 115 yuan has been deposited into your Shukianbo account. Ding. You have received 134 yuan. Ding. 105 yuan has been deposited into your Shukianbo account. Sold out. That's it. After tidying up the desk, Xingyun stretched comfortably. A total of 74 gene 32.5 caddies of eggs were used. 19 gene of fennel and 20 gene of ham were used. Use up all the other cabbage, carrots, ginger, scallions, and garlic. Everything was under perfect control. After deducting the cost of ingredients, the net profit was 4,726 yuan. Slightly less than in the morning, because not many people think about eating fried rice at noon, and it should be the same in the evening. But none of that matters. Xingyun checked the system and found that he could already participate in a lottery for 10,000 yuan. There are 3 types of prizes: 10,000 yuan, 100,000 yuan, and 1 million yuan, corresponding to beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels, respectively. System: conduct a preliminary lottery. The total points earned in half a day was 13,498. After the lottery, 3,498 points remained. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the God-level soy milk skill. You can make the most delicious soy milk in the world. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the God-level milk tea skill. You can now make the most delicious milk tea in the world. 2 experiences instantly flooded his mind. Xingyun's eyes lit up. 2 more God-level skills? Soy milk and milk tea. Soy milk is a favorite among the elderly and middle-aged, while milk tea is a favorite among young people. It can be said to appeal to all age groups. But I don't have that much energy right now. No, we need to find a way to hire some people. Making soy milk and milk tea doesn't require the same level of precision as making steamed buns and fried rice. It only requires stricter control over the ingredients and water temperature. You can write all of these down. It can be easily copied and will sell like hotcakes. Even in the future, Xingyun has already decided that once the snack shop becomes more famous, he will hire people to run it and open a branch. After all, if everyone is trained for a day, the steamed buns and fried rice they make will be even 1% as delicious as his, and customers will definitely buy them. Of course, he couldn't limit himself to just the catering industry. If you could open 100 snack shops in Shanghai, and each snack shop could earn 20,000 yuan a day, then your monthly income would be a whopping 60 million yuan. He can catch up with his ex-wife Chen Li's net worth in just 1 month. Xingyun was somewhat looking forward to it. In Shanghai, a city with a total population of over 300 million, this is entirely possible. He is confident. Once you've achieved initial capital accumulation, making big money is a breeze. We still need to keep working hard. After regaining her composure, Xingyun pulled herself together and saw off the last group of guests. Teacher Mu, could you please take Yuan home? It's the first day our shop opened, and we weren't fully prepared. We just left 2 bowls of fried rice and a dozen beef buns for you. Please take them back to Principal Wang. Xingyun said to Mu Yun while carrying the packed bag. Almost everyone knows that Mu Yun has a good relationship with the kindergarten principal and often takes Yuan out for lunch together. He deliberately kept some. It still retains some warmth. Mu Yun smiled and took it. No way, this is the first time I've ever eaten such delicious fried rice. I usually can't eat this much. She already had a high opinion of Xingyun, and now it's skyrocketing. They even prepared extra for lunch. That's so thoughtful. Yuan too, Daddy's cooking is getting better and better. The little girl smiled and clung to teacher Mu Yun's long legs, looking very intimate. Mu Yun opened her phone to scan the QR code to pay, but Xingyun quickly stopped her. Teacher Mu, why are you being so polite? It should be given. Mu Yun's attitude was firm. It's your first day opening a shop too. Xingyun laughed and said, I should thank you for bringing Yuan along. We're all friends, no need to be so polite. Yes, Teacher Mu, we're all family, no need to be so polite. The little girl said in her childish voice. Brush. Mu Yun's pretty face turned bright red again. Yuan. Teacher Mu, please don't mind her. Children say the darndest things. Xingyun was speechless. Why is the little girl still fixated on this? He knew that teacher Mu Yun was still a virgin. He's a divorced man, he's no longer in demand. It's okay. Mu Yun calmed herself down, feeling both happy and a little disappointed. Facing my crush. She really didn't know how to win him over. Dad, can I stay with you this afternoon? Yuan doesn't want to go to school. I want to stay with you and help you earn money. Yuan thought for a moment, then spoke hesitantly. No. Just as Qing Yun was about to refuse, Yuan grabbed teacher Mu Yun's skirt with her little hand. Actually, it's fine for Yuan to stay with you today. There are no preschool classes this afternoon. Mu Yun couldn't stand Meng Yuan's glaring gaze the most, and immediately said. Qing Yun looked at the little girl suspiciously, and she smiled sweetly. All right, but just this once. For you, studying is more important. Mu Yun nodded as well. He crouched down and supported the little girl's head, saying, just this once. The floral dress she wore today fluttered in the wind, perfectly showcasing her slender figure. Qing Yun looked away without making a sound. Thank you, Teacher Mu. The little girl immediately replied sweetly, Teacher Mu is the best. Yuan loves you. The teacher also loves Yuan, so the teacher will be leaving now. Mu Yun waved goodbye, carrying Wang Tianbing's lunch. Qing Yun picked up Yuan and waved, saying, Teacher Mu, take care. Dad. Could Teacher Mu come to our restaurant for dinner? No, Ms. Mu has never eaten with parents before. She made an exception this noon, so she won't come. But she's already agreed. Dad, you'd better keep trying. Chapter 15, Recognition from Two Best Friends, and the girls Qing Yun had wronged. On the way back to school, Mu Yun kicked her white sneakers 1 foot at a time, in a cheerful mood. Xiao Yun, my sweetheart, I brought you something delicious. Wang Tian, you're really that good? I thought you'd fallen for someone else again. Disdain. Xiao Yun, what do you mean by again? Wang Tian, every time kindergarten starts, you're always following Yuan's dad around. It makes all those male parents cry. Doji Moji. Xiao Yun, I took your lunch to feed the dog. Wang Tian, I was wrong. Mu Yun smiled sweetly. After entering the kindergarten, she went straight to the office. My little Yun, you finally arrived. I'm starving. As soon as the door opened, Wang Tianbing rushed over. What did you buy me? These steamed buns and fried rice? And they're cold? Upon seeing that there was only breakfast available, Wang Tianbing immediately wilted. If you're not going to eat it, then eat it. Qing Yun made it himself, and he hasn't even charged me for it. Mu Yun smiled and reached out to snatch the bag away. Wah, look at you. You're such a hopeless romantic. You forget all about your best friend the moment you have a husband, and you actually fed me this stuff. Wang Tianbing wailed in despair. Unexpectedly, Mu Yun became unhappy. You can criticize me, but you can't question Qing Yun's cooking skills. How can you not like something so delicious? Mu Yun was a little hungry, but it wouldn't hurt to eat a little more. No, I was just kidding. I'll interrogate you later. I'm starving, let's eat first. Wang Tianbing quickly ran away. Mu Yun smiled and shook her head, walked to the sofa, took off her shoes, revealing a pair of slender and shapely legs hidden under her skirt, took off her white socks, casually draped them on the table, and started looking at her phone. Actually, I added Qing Yun on WeChat as soon as school started. But we've never chatted. The time is not right yet. We can go out for dinner tonight. Mu Yun remembered that she and Yuan had made a pinky promise to go to the restaurant for dinner that evening. I hope to see Qing Yun again today. Wow, this is amazing. Little Yun, how can it be so delicious? Suddenly, several soft cries came from the other side of the room. Wang Tianbing has completely transformed. Qing Yun's cooking is amazing. Little Yun, if you can win Qing Yun's heart, you'll be so lucky. Her mouth was stuffed full, and she spoke indistinctly. I'm saying, Qing Yun has such a beautiful daughter, she'll be your daughter too in the future. You've gotten a husband and a daughter for free, that's so awesome. Qing Yun is such a good cook, I'll definitely come to your house for meals every day from now on. Mu Yun's pretty face turned bright red. Eat well. Round. My lovely daughter. She thought about it and realized that having Qing Yuan as her adorable daughter seemed like a great idea. What to do? I'm so tempted. Dad, are we going to prepare ingredients again? At noon, the father and daughter took a nap. Qing Yuan was still a little dazed and clung to her father's chest, not wanting to move. Yeah, you little lazybones, stop sleeping, or you won't be able to get up all afternoon. Qing Yun smiled and gave it a push. I want to stick together with my dad. Yuan puffed out her cheeks and closed her eyes again. Then Dad will go buy it first, and Yuan will stay home and watch the shop? Don't want. The little girl immediately sat up. I want to go with Daddy. Xingyun smiled, picked up her adorable daughter, quickly wiped her face, and prepared to pack her things and leave. Just then, Li Dawei walked in from outside the door. Boss Ching, a package just arrived. It should be your shop sign, so I picked it up for you. He was carrying a plaque on his shoulder. Xingyun quickly stepped forward to help him unload it. Wow, that's heavy, thank you so much. No problem. Oh, by the way, I'll put it back on for you. I happen to have a special tool at home. Are you going back to buy groceries? Li Dali asked curiously. Yes, uncle. Xing Yuan answered in her childish voice. Dali is incredibly cute. He just can't stand cute little girls. Maybe I should stay and load it up before I leave, Xing Yun said hesitantly. No need, you go first, leave it to me. Don't let this little thing delay your cooking. Just thinking about Xing Yun's cooking skills. Li Dali was drooling. We absolutely cannot let such a trivial matter ruin our evening's delicious meal. Yes, Boss Ching, you just need to take Yuan with you. We'll take care of the signboard. Li Dali's wife also came in from outside the store. Today, the Cantonese restaurant benefited from the popularity of Qing Yun Snack Shop, attracting many more customers. They all came to taste the food while waiting for Boss Ching to cook. This made them both admire and be grateful to Qing Yun. They had previously thought Qing Yun's shop wouldn't survive, but they were proven wrong in just one morning. Moreover, as the snack shop gains wider recognition, their business will only get better and better. This is just a small favor, it's nothing. Okay, thank you both. Please let me know if you need anything in the future. Qing Yun didn't stand on ceremony and nodded with a smile. Thank you, uncle and auntie. What an adorable little girl. Boss Ching, she looks just like you. Li Dali's wife spoke with a smile. Then we're leaving. Yuan waved happily. The father and daughter walked out of the snack shop and got into their stylish van. Dad, I want to eat KFC. No. Oh. They sped along at breakneck speed. When I passed by Sunshine No. 1 Middle School, several sharp-eyed high school girls immediately exclaimed with delight. Look, isn't that the young boss? The young boss looks so cool driving with one hand. Is he the man who makes the fried rice so delicious? And the little girl in the passenger seat is so pretty, she's just as good looking as her dad. Among the crowd, a high school senior girl also turned her head with great curiosity. Yuan? A hint of surprise flashed in her almond-shaped eyes. Isn't that Yuan and her handsome dad? That's it. Handsome and a great cook, he can only be an older man. The little girl was a bit excited. Today, she was wearing her school uniform, blue and white, exuding a youthful vibe. She was very cute, with her hair in a bun, a round face, big eyes, and a 1.6-meter tall figure with curves. Her petite and delicate appearance easily aroused people's protective instincts. A little girl standing nearby asked curiously, Lolo, do you know that extraordinary older brother? Well, I know him, but we're not very close. Xin Luo clenched his fist, smiled, and nodded. But I'm also very familiar with his daughter. No way, speed is of the essence. You've already hooked up with someone's daughter? Her best friend Lu Xiaoran saw through her plan at a glance. Xiaoran. What do you mean by flirting? This is just two young girls showing mutual care and concern. Xin Luo snorted and pinched her best friend's soft flesh. So you're trying to seduce the little girl's father? Chapter 16, The School Beauty is Thinking About Qing Yun and his daughter? Yuan helps her dad earn money. Picking up teacher Mu. No way, Xiao Luo. You've been eyeing that girl and her dad for 3 years now? Lu Xiaoran was extremely surprised. She is recognized as the most beautiful school flower, the smartest girl, and the cutest young lady at Sunshine No. 1 High School. She actually started having designs on a married man 3 years ago. Shocking. No way, that's not what I was thinking at the time. I just saw that the little girl's mother didn't love her, so I just played with her. The girl's voice was barely audible. Little Luo, you still say you didn't. Your little face is all red. Lu Xiaoran, always eager for a good show, was thankfully stopped by Qin Luo, who quickly covered her mouth. Don't talk nonsense, okay? Qin Luo was extremely embarrassed and annoyed. Wow, that's amazing. I approve of your marriage. Lu Xiaoran immediately waved her arms and shouted, then she froze. Wait, her daughter is already so big, does her wife know if you marry her? No, the male god doesn't love his ex-wife at all. They're probably getting a divorce soon. 10 days ago, Qing Yuan secretly told her about this. She's been taking extra classes for 10 days, but hasn't had a chance to go find the little girl yet. I miss her a little. What? That works too? You're amazing, Xiao Luo. You just washed your crush clean and sent him to bed. The boss can cook and has a cute little daughter, you're so lucky. Lu Xiaoran was inexplicably excited. Hey, you little rascal, I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to check out my crush's shop this afternoon. A blush rose on the girl's fair face, revealing an expectant expression. I haven't seen my crush for 10 days. Previously, because my crush had a wife, I only dared to play with Xiao Yuanyuan. Now I can finally play with Yuanyuan's handsome dad. I want to go too. Lu Xiaoran shouted. Mr. Qing, you've brought your daughter? Upon arriving at the wholesale market, the pork vendor, Xu Wu, was incredibly enthusiastic. I specially reserved 10 jin of pork for you. The beef was sold out this morning, so it wouldn't be fresh if I kept it. Xing Yun nodded. The ingredients in the afternoon were indeed not very fresh. Although with his current culinary skills, he can still make delicious dishes. But striving for excellence is always a good thing. 5 caddies of cabbage, 10 caddies of radish, 10 caddies of ham, 3 caddies of chives, 3 caddies of ginger, and 3 caddies of garlic. Yuan, please help Daddy carry this, and Daddy will pay for it. Xing Yuan reached for the bag, blinked her eyes, and said in her childish voice, Uncle Pork, my dad comes to buy pork from you every day, can you give us a discount? This is all top quality meat, and the 50-cent discount is already very good. Xu Wu, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, was also battling with the little girl. Goodbye, Uncle. Xing Yun patted the little girl's head. Goodbye, Uncle Pork. Xing Yuan was very unwilling because she failed to negotiate the price. Forehead. Xu Wu thought for a moment, then said seriously, Little one, can you call me Uncle Zhu from now on? Okay, Uncle Pork. Xing Yun smiled and led the little girl away. 450. Back at the snack shop. Xing Yuan's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed excitedly, Dad, our store has a sign now. Really? Mr. and Mrs. Li are very responsible in their work. Not only did they nail the Qing Yuan snack shop sign to the eaves, but they also patiently installed neon lights. Now the snack shop has a good reputation and can attract more passers-by. There used to be a breakfast shop across the street. That's why there were so many people there this morning. That kid is fucking insane. How did he manage to attract so many customers on the very first day of opening his shop? Did you guys go check it out? Across the street, several restaurant owners were squatting by the roadside, smoking. I went to take a look. Apparently, they bought fried rice, steamed buns, and something else. A young man with blonde hair curled his lip, his face full of disdain. Believe me, they're all hired shills. I've seen them, they're mostly old men and women with nothing better to do. Very few young people even go into their shop. That should be true. I also hired a group of elderly people as shills on the first day of opening the store. A middle-aged man took a drag of his cigarette and continued. Business is tough these days, the restaurant industry isn't doing well at all, it's so damn competitive. Making money is possible, but not much, and it's hard to get rich quickly. Make money, make money. The aroma of Qing Yuan's snack shop fills the air. The little girl stood on a small stool, holding a small rag, and wiped the table. So cute. She wants to help her father make a lot of money. With money, I can go see my mom. I wonder if Sister Luo is on vacation. Yuan actually wanted Sister Luo to be her first mother. But she has to go to school every day and doesn't have time to build a relationship with her father. And her father would have to support her for a few more years before she could get married. Yuan couldn't wait any longer. Yuan, if you're tired, take a rest. Daddy's kneading dough now, and we'll take you out to play later. Good. The little girl put aside her thoughts and continued working. A short while later, Xing Yun took off her scarf from the kitchen and came out. Dad, are we going to pick up Teacher Mu? The little girl ran over and hugged her father's leg, like a cute little ornament. Yes, pack up and pick up the teacher for a meal. Xing Yun smiled and patted her head. The food is all prepared and ready to be cooked. Yay, Dad. You like Teacher Moo that much? Xingyun smiled and picked her up. Teacher Moo also likes Daddy. The little girl gave an irrelevant answer. You brat. Xingyun gave a helpless smile. I wonder who taught my daughter this habit of promoting her father. On the road, Xingyun bought Yuan an ice cream, something he rarely does. She was overjoyed. Dad is the best. Sunshine Kindergarten. It was just time for school to let out. Many parents are already waiting outside to pick up their children and take them home. From a distance, Xingyun spotted Muyun in an elegant light yellow floral dress. She is organizing the children to leave the classroom. With bright eyes and white teeth, a beautiful face and delicate eyebrows, she was truly stunning. Xingyun had a strange feeling. There seemed to be light in Teacher Moo's eyes. Yuan's dad, hello. Muyun also saw Xingyun and his daughter, and quickly ran over, elegant and poised. The little girl immediately rushed forward and bumped into him. I'm sorry to trouble you by coming to my house for dinner so late. Xingyun spoke with a smile. No trouble at all, no trouble at all. Your cooking is so good, I can't wait to cook. Since Xingyun got divorced, Teacher Moo felt that he had become much more charming. Teacher Moo, you can go ahead and take the other children to school. We'll wait for you. Yuan said with a smile. Good girl, Yuan. Muyun accepted the reception card handed to her by Xingyun. Yuan has been with her since she was 3 years old, so there's no need for formalities between them. Only. Why did I see Xingyun? I still feel nervous. Patting her chest, Muyun turned to prepare to take the child to school. Just then, I saw my best friend craning her neck to look around. He quickly shrank back. Chapter 17 The Kindness of the Elderly People in the Shop. Muyun, Xingyun's cooking skills are amazing. Wang Tian, what are you two chatting about that makes you so happy? Xiao Yunyun, it's nothing, I'll go home a little later after school. Wang Tian, no way, miss, are you going to leave me again and go off to be all lovey-dovey with your crush? Wang Tian, no. I don't care. I promised Uncle Mo I'd watch over you. What if you don't come home tonight? It's too dangerous. You'll get eaten. Funny. Xiao Yunyun, shut up. What are you talking about, you big pervert? Wang Tian, anyway, I disagree with this. Xiao Yunyun, fine. I was planning to bring you food, but I'll have to eat it myself. Muyun typed a message with a smile, and sure enough, Wang Tianbing replied instantly. Don't want. You don't have to go home tonight, but you absolutely have to mail me the food. Angry. Soon. Muyun saw all the little girls off. Xingyun and Xiaoyuan squatted on the grass next to the kindergarten, counting ants. Teacher Moo, you're all better now, let's go. The little girl was getting impatient. She took her father's hand and walked towards the door. Slow down, slow down. Xingyun stood up with a smile. Yuan's dad, I've finished my work, I can go now. Muyun's lips curved into a beautiful smile. I'm in a very good mood. Alright, I'll drive the van. Teacher Moo, you don't mind, do you? I don't care what kind of car you drive. I must say, Xingyun's driving skills are really good. The two pretty girls were playing and laughing in the back row, not feeling dizzy at all. Muyun actually really wanted to sit in the passenger seat of Xingyun's car. But the adorable little Yuan had to sit alone in the back row. First, get along well with the little girl. Wouldn't it be easy to win over her father that way? Muyun smiled and patted Yuan's head. Arrive. Xingyun unbuckled his seatbelt. He opened the back door and considerately led the two pretty girls to the back. When I arrived at the snack shop, I found that there were already many people there. Boss Ching. An old man jumped out and said, It's lunchtime. Where have you been? Hurry up and make some steamed buns. Yes, boss, even the donkeys in the production team don't dare to rest like this. Make way for the young boss. My boss specifically requested this restaurant's fried rice, and he's been waiting impatiently. Xingyun immediately opened the shop door and said, Sorry, picking up my daughter took up a little time today, but we'll be opening for business now. Yuan greeted the elderly men and women one by one. Muyun also greeted him with a smile. Some of the newly arrived middle-aged women started discussing whether this was Boss Ching's wife and daughter. She's so good looking. She's a million times more beautiful than any celebrity on TV. No, that's Xiao Yuan's teacher. Xiao Yuan's mother is away from home every few days. It's all thanks to Xiaomu taking care of her that she doesn't lack maternal love. Ah, I see. We've misunderstood. Xiaomu is a good person, beautiful inside and out. Whoever marries her is truly blessed. At this moment, a plump middle-aged woman asked with a smile, "Teacher Mu, do you have a boyfriend now?" After saying that, she quickly added, "We're all a little curious, ha ha ha." Qing Yuan blinked her big eyes and looked at Teacher Mu curiously. Xing Yun, who was steaming buns, also subconsciously stopped what she was doing. Mu Yan brushed her hair back and smiled, "No, I've never been in a relationship since I was a child." Why did Teacher Mu say that? The little girl immediately looked enlightened. Dad, she's telling you this on purpose. Did you see it? Never been in a relationship? A virgin? The obese woman's eyes lit up instantly. Such a beautiful and lovely girl, and she's even a prostitute. Excuse me, but I'm a well-known matchmaker in Shanghai. Would you like me to introduce you? The obese middle-aged woman tried to grab Mu Yan's hand, but was unceremoniously pulled back by another middle-aged woman with curly hair. So early in the morning, you shameless matchmaker, what are you planning to do to ruin someone's life again? Enough. And son, keep your little schemes to yourself, and don't try anything like that in this shop. Among the crowd, an old man frowned and said angrily upon seeing this. Grandma's son has been a matchmaker for over 30 years. Huang has been involved in at least several thousand marriages. Not only did it spoil their enjoyment of breakfast, but it also. Anyone with eyes can see that Teacher Mu has a crush on the young boss. You're acting as a matchmaker for people here, don't you think you have enough good karma? Ha, I was just joking, why are you all taking it so seriously? The overweight woman waved her hand with a hearty laugh, showing no embarrassment whatsoever. She secretly regretted it, thinking to herself, a first-hand item like this could be worth a lot in matchmaking fees. You do all sorts of wicked things. It's a good thing you're an old hag and don't have a son, otherwise you'd surely curse me to death. The curly-haired woman, always outspoken, immediately retorted. Hey! How can you talk like that? How have I done anything immoral? Tell me, did I steal your man or kidnap your child? You're just jealous because I'm making money, aren't you? The fat woman, her sore spot touched, angrily cursed. Surprisingly, the curly-haired woman wasn't angry anymore. Instead, she said playfully, with looks like yours, what man would want you? Don't make a fool of yourself. Everyone in Shanghai knows you, and son, you're a famously lonely woman. Who are you being sarcastic to? The fat woman immediately became agitated. What's all the noise about? Damn it, a matchmaker like that should have children without skin. The already dissatisfied crowd began to hurl insults. A similarly large and burly young man stepped forward, glaring at him and saying, "Get out! Or I'll call the police and have someone drag you out." As he spoke, he revealed his well-defined muscles. Threatening gaze. The fat woman promptly ran out the door, cursing and swearing. After walking for a while, she turned around and cursed, "What's so great about it? What's so great about a shabby shop? Bah!" She saw on her WeChat moments that the fried rice here was delicious, so she came to join in the fun. I never expected to encounter such a terrible thing. What bad luck. Just you wait and see, a bunch of penniless wretches, do you think I care? After Grandma's son left, the crowd became lively again. Boss, do you still have fried rice? Why is that all you have left this afternoon? Never mind, give me 2 bowls to go. I want 10 scallion and pork buns. Some young office workers who had just left for their night shifts were drooling as they watched Xingyun's actions. This cooking is amazing. The ingredients weren't fresh by the afternoon, so we didn't prepare much. We'll close up shop once we're sold out. Xingyun said with a smile. What a conscientious business owner. He thinks so much about his customers, no wonder your store is so successful. A man in a suit exclaimed in admiration. Boss, could you sell something else in the evenings? It's fried rice for every meal, and although it's delicious, I'm afraid I'll get tired of it one day, which would be such a waste. An old bald man asked, fanning himself with a palm leaf fan. Okay, let's see in a few days. Xingyun gave a greeting and quietly went around to the back door of the kitchen. Xing Yuanyuan smiled happily, her eyes crinkling. Here, take this. Be careful, it's hot. Go and entertain Teacher Mu first. I'll cook for you later. Good. The little girl ran away with a plate of steaming hot buns in her hand. Teacher Mu, try the soup dumplings that Dad made especially for you. As soon as she got back to the table, Yuanyuan couldn't wait to take credit. Your dad can even make soup dumplings? That's amazing culinary skills. Mu Yun's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. Picking up the chopsticks, she parted her cherry lips slightly, and the soup from the soup dumpling flowed into her mouth, still warm, sticky and thick, very refreshing. Tasty. Chapter 18. Are the elderly folks trying to play matchmaker? Teacher Mu is jealous. There are many kinds of steamed buns. Xiaolonbao, soup dumplings. These are all included in the God-level steamed bun skill, which Qing Yun can easily master, making each one in its most delicious form. If his culinary skills were to be recognized at a Michelin-starred restaurant, he would certainly be hailed as a culinary god. So, Mu Yun was incredibly surprised. If she hadn't spent 3 years with Yuanyuan, she would have had doubts. Like her, Qing Yun grew up in a large family and was exposed to delicious food every day. Because the Mu family made its fortune in the food industry, it enjoys a great reputation not only in the business world but also in the culinary world. As the first heir of the Mu family, Mu Yun has an extremely discerning understanding of food. But Qing Yun's culinary skills are exceptional, whether it's fried rice, steamed buns, or soup dumplings. Without exception, they all moved her. Besides, Qing Yun was studying at home. That's absolutely amazing. A beautiful, wealthy young woman has become a devoted fan of Qing Yun. 5:30. Even in the afternoon, the number of people coming to eat fried rice and steamed buns remained unchanged. Some elderly people even brought their own small stools. Playing cards in front of Qing Yun's store. Boss Qing, here are a few stools for you. Li Dawei shouted towards the kitchen. He saw that the snack shop was doing a booming business. There aren't enough seats left. They immediately moved the stools from the Cantonese restaurant over. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Li. It's alright, I still have some water in the shop. I'll be going now. I'd like to order 30 beef-flavored buns first, could you prepare them for me? Li Dali shouted as he walked. No problem, uncle. Qing Yuanyuan answered first. Mu Yunyu rested her chin on her hand, watching the father and daughter with great interest. The little girl was very cute, and I had been looking for an opportunity to help. But her father wanted her to rest on the side. At this moment, when it was the turn of the queue, an elderly woman, smiling and joking, said, "Young boss, your skills are truly amazing. I've been the head chef at the city leader's restaurant for 30 years, and I couldn't make buns this delicious. I never knew this little girl was so lucky. I'll be able to enjoy your cooking every day from now on." Another older woman chimed in, "Grandma Lianhua, Qing Yun doesn't have a wife right now. Isn't your granddaughter of marriageable age? Why not just let the young boss be your granddaughter-in-law?" Upon hearing this, the aunties, who loved to join in the fun, spontaneously laughed and spoke up. The young boss is such a good cook, knows how to run a business, has a stable income every day, and is so handsome and polite. No matter how you look at it, your granddaughter has struck gold. And what's more, he also has a cute baby named Yuanyuan. It's like getting one free with the purchase. The chattering aunties wished they had a well-behaved daughter. No matter how you look at it, Qing Yun is the perfect son-in-law. That's wonderful, the old lady laughed heartily, then fell silent. On the contrary, this topic continues. Marriage is a matter of two people truly loving each other. How about this? I have a niece who is of marriageable age. Why don't we introduce her to the young boss? Oh dear. Wang Lawu, your whole family has such fiery tempers, and they eat so much. I'm afraid the small business owner would be exhausted if he went to your house. Or look at mine. My mother-in-law's family has a little girl whose looks are a perfect match for the young boss. Young boss, do you want a wife or not? If you do, I'll talk to my mother-in-law about it tomorrow. Everyone was chatting and laughing, and they couldn't have been happier. Qing Yun was speechless. He had just said not to play matchmaker in the shop, how come everyone was chatting about it so soon? Mu Yun saw this scene and even her beautiful eyebrows furrowed with worry. It was so sour. Why are so many middle-aged women trying to play matchmaker and steal her crush? She felt that if she didn't take the initiative, who knows, Qing Yun might suddenly run off with the older women someday. Fine. After seeing off the last group of middle-aged women, Xingyun didn't answer the question. At this moment, the people queuing outside the store all went inside. Xingyun finally had time to cook for Teacher Mu. Tomatoes, eggs, green vegetables, tofu, fish, and lean meat. Wash them all clean and set them aside. First, make soup. Chun Yuan peeked out from behind. Daddy, have you started cooking yet? It smells so good. Xingyun smiled and patted her head affectionately, saying, Go outside and wait for a bit, it's a bit smoky. Okay. The little girl returned to Teacher Mu's side and sat down obediently. The two little beauties were laughing and playfully fighting. Next, 5 junior high school girls walked into the store with laughter and chatter. Boss, how many plates of fried rice are left? The 9th grade girl curiously peered into the kitchen. About 5 bowls. Perfect timing. Could you please get this ready for us? We can eat here. Xingyun, dressed in a scarf, looked like a big star cooking in the kitchen. Really? The young boss is so handsome. He's even more handsome than Yifan from our class. Absolutely. You know what? The moment I first saw the young boss, I already knew where we'd be buried. An outgoing girl looked disdainfully at her shy friends and said directly to Xingyun with a smile, Little boss, where's your wife? On the other side, Mu Yun, who was whispering to Yuan about Xingyun, immediately stopped talking. He turned to look at the excited little girls. Question mark. What? Wife? I don't have a wife, we're divorced a long time ago. Xingyun was preparing to heat the oil in the wok when she replied without giving it much thought. But this sentence immediately caused an uproar among the girls, and the heated discussion became much louder. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? The young boss doesn't have a wife anymore. Doesn't that mean? Hurry up and wipe your drool. Boss Cheng is handsome and talented, why would he even look at you? He'd definitely consider me first. Nonsense, I have everything, okay? I'm in the top 10 of the grade. The girls were incredibly excited. Teacher Mu, what are those ladies talking about? At this moment, Yuan turned around and looked at them, puzzled. They seemed to be talking about Dad and Mom? It's nothing, they're probably just discussing how good your dad is at cooking. Teacher Mu Yun replied with a smile. But the little girl felt that Teacher Mu's expression was somewhat similar to how she usually saw disobedient little girls running around. How scary. Stop laughing. There are still people behind us. The girls huddled together excitedly, their bodies trembling with excitement. They suddenly noticed that there were 2 people behind them with their backs to them. Wow, that lady is so pretty. Could she be the young boss's new girlfriend? A little girl exclaimed in surprise. No way, I only heard my mom say that the boss has a daughter and she has a very beautiful homeroom teacher. Could it be her? Another short-haired girl whispered. Oh. Thank goodness. I was so scared. I thought the boss had a new girlfriend. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The young boss's looks and cooking skills are far superior to those of popular celebrities. He's much more charismatic than the idols they used to admire. It's really popular. Sister, are you the homeroom teacher of the young boss's daughter? The short-haired girl took the initiative to ease the awkward atmosphere. Yes, you middle school students get out of school this early? Mu Yun held the little girl and gently stroked her head. So much so that her voice had a gentle quality, but she emphasized the words junior high school student. Forehead. The girl with short hair lowered her head, and another girl quickly said, There's an exam today, so the holiday starts quite early. They knew the person opposite them was a teacher, and they weren't sure if the teacher would report them for leaving early. It's not her fault. The boss's fried rice was just too tempting. You're quite lucky, Mu Yun said with a smile, then asked casually, By the way, which school are you from? I think I should know your principal. Chapter 19. Want Yuan to call her mom? Let your best friend go hungry. No, we forgot. No, I mean, my sister is so beautiful, more beautiful than any other woman I've ever seen. The short-haired girl immediately broke out in a cold sweat, and her voice trembled almost as she finished speaking. Why does the pretty lady seem a little angry? More than just angry, Mu Yun felt like she was about to tattle on a few middle school students. It's one thing for the older folks to act as matchmakers for Xingyun. How come a group of underage junior high school students are also eyeing Xingyun? That's illegal. Being jealous is simply being jealous. Mu Yun was well aware of her own emotions. I've never heard of junior high school students being allowed to leave school this early for exams. Don't you guys have evening self-study sessions? Mu Yun asked with a smile. Yuan touched her little head, wondering what it meant that these pretty older sisters seemed flustered. Junior high school students are allowed to go home for dinner after school in the afternoon, but this only applies to day students. The girls were clearly flustered because they had slipped out of school early, and quickly said, "Sister, what are you joking about? We had something to do, so we left school early." Yes, I have to go to evening self-study later, sis, I'm not talking to you anymore. Just then, Xing came out of the kitchen carrying fried rice. Young boss. The girls, as if they'd found a savior, immediately said, "Could you please pack all of these for us? We're in a hurry, thank you." Okay, just a moment. After Xing packed it up, she handed it to the girls. Ding. You've received 8 yuan through Shuqianbo. Ding. You've received a deposit of 8 yuan. Dot. The young girl scanned the QR code to pay and immediately left without looking back. Xing didn't know why, but she felt that their steps were a little unsteady. What happened? He turned around and happened to meet Mu Yun's smile, as gentle as a breeze and as bright as the moon. I'm going to cook. Xing answered with a smile. Mu Yun watched him enter the kitchen with a smile, a beautiful smile gradually curving her lips. Little brat, trying to mess with your older sister? No wonder they're only middle schoolers, they're so inexperienced. Not long after. A fragrant and tempting aroma wafted from the kitchen, and Yuan sniffed it with her little nose, looking incredibly cute as she waited. Mu Yun liked it more and more the more she looked at it. From now on, Yuan must call herself Mom. Having secretly made up her mind, Mu Yun exclaimed, Yuan's dad not only makes delicious steamed buns, but his stir fries are also very fragrant. Yes, Daddy's cooking is getting better and better. The little girl smiled and began to speak. Stir frying is similar to stir frying rice. After absorbing the divine skill, Xing Yun's control over temperature and ingredients has reached a level of perfection. So, while the dishes I cook may not be the best in the world, they are definitely above average. Yuan, help Daddy serve the dishes, and then get Teacher Mu a clean pair of chopsticks. Xing Yun's voice came from inside the kitchen. Xing Yuan immediately jumped up and shouted, coming. I'll do it, Yuan, you do the easy things. Feeling bad about sitting there the whole time, Mu Yun offered to take on the task of serving the dishes. The little girl blinked her big, bright eyes and said, okay. As she spoke, she ran off to prepare the tableware. Mu Yun went straight into the kitchen. Their eyes were instantly drawn to the exquisitely presented dishes next to Xing Yun. Thank you for cooking so much. We're afraid we won't be able to finish it all. Mu Yun said to Xing Yun with admiration. It's all right. Any leftovers can be taken back for Director Wang to try. They can be heated up and eaten. Xing Yun smiled and said quickly, why don't you go outside and sit for a while? I'll carry it. I'm afraid of getting your beautiful clothes dirty. It's okay, I'll do it. In a flash. A blush instantly spread across Mu Yun's fair skin. Hurry up and carry the dishes out of the kitchen. She felt that if she stayed any longer, her heart would leap out of her chest. My crush is so thoughtful. Is he complimenting her on her clothes? Isn't that just directly praising her looks? After carrying the dishes to the table with a dizzy head, Mu Yun suddenly realized something. What am I thinking? It's still far from over, we need to work hard. At the same time, Xia Yuan had prepared the tableware, and Xing Yun directly brought the last two dishes to the table, scrambled eggs with tomatoes and stir-fried green beans with chili peppers. Just looking at its delicious appearance is extremely tempting. Eat. Xing Yuan greeted first, Teacher Mu, I'll pick out a delicious egg for you, it's so good. Dad used to make it for Yuan all the time. Thanks. Mu Yun smiled and thanked him, then said to Xing Yun, you've worked so hard, you should eat first. After saying that, the three of them began to eat happily. There were 5 dishes in total, and Mu Yun served 3, vegetable and radish soup, stir-fried ham and corn, and braised beef. So, unsurprisingly, she tasted these dishes first. It's so delicious. It tastes even better than the dishes made by Tang Wan, the master chef who used to serve state banquets, which Mu Yun often ate. It was so surprising that Mu Yun couldn't find the right words to describe Xing Yun's cooking skills. There are many hidden masters among ordinary people. Don't be too curious about what other skills Xing Yun has that she doesn't know about. While enjoying the delicious food, Mu Yun thought happily, if I could bring Qing Yun and his daughter home, I could eat such delicious food every day. Teacher Mu, is it delicious? With her mouth stuffed full, Xing Yuan said happily, Yuan didn't lie to you, Daddy's cooking is really delicious. It tastes even better than usual. The little girl gave a big thumbs up and exclaimed, Daddy, this is a reward for you. It's your good daughter's approval. Xing Yun smiled, thank you. Eat properly, and don't make a mess of your food. No way. The little girl pouted in protest. And then she slandered her beloved teacher, Ms. Mu's image is lovely. Stinky dad. Yuan has always been very well behaved. Mu Yun said subconsciously, only to suddenly realize that her mouth was also stuffed with a lot of things, which was a bit unseemly. If Qing Yun sees this, it will really hurt your impression. She hurriedly lowered her head. All that was left was Qing Yun's delicate black hair, draped over her fragrant shoulders, making her look incredibly pure and charming. That's right, that's right. Teacher Mu is so good to Yun, unlike my stinky dad who just bullies me. She said with a round, chubby face, her expression full of happiness. Qing Yun has been busy making fried rice and steamed buns all day, and her arms are a little sore. She has no appetite at the moment. But the profits are really huge, so the pain and such is not that important. He smiled as he watched the two pretty young women who praised his cooking skills as they ate, and felt very satisfied. The daughter's affirmation, the affirmation of others, the affirmation of money. That's the reason he'll continue to make money in the future. Not long after, the group finished their meal. Qing Yuan secretly let out a burp, and after making sure no one was watching her, she quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Mu Yun also secretly touched her swollen belly, feeling a little embarrassed. How did I end up eating too much again? That's it. All the food was eaten, and no extra food was prepared for Wang Tian. She had thought she wouldn't be able to finish it, but it was so delicious that she forgot to save some for her best friend. Have you eaten yet, Teacher Mu? Just then, Qing Yun suddenly asked. He was worried that Mu Yun hadn't eaten enough, so he planned to make another serving. I'm so full. Your cooking is even better than what we make at New Oriental. The highest praise one can give to a home-based chef is, your cooking skills are even better than those at New Oriental Culinary School. So Qing Yun waved his hand, quite pleased, not at all, I'm glad Teacher Mu likes it. What kind of best friend? Forget about her, let her go hungry. Mu Yun happily thought that she had completely abandoned Wang Tianbing, who was waiting for her to return home. But just then, a girl suddenly peeked out from the doorway and cautiously looked inside. Xing Yuan, who was lying on the side unwilling to move, suddenly had her eyes light up. Sister Luo. Chapter 20, The First Meeting of Two Girls. Taking stock of profits, shocking. Mu Yun turned her head to look in confusion. Upon seeing Qing Yuan, the girl exclaimed in delight, Yuan. This is the place. Qin Luo walked straight into the store. Mu Yun then got a clear look at her. Wearing a plain blue and white high school uniform, she didn't look old-fashioned at all. Instead, she exuded a youthful charm unique to a 17-year-old high school girl. Her simple and neat bun hairstyle made her look very pure, cute, and alluring. Her figure was also impeccable, neither too plump nor too thin, simply a perfect body shape. Mu Yun had a strange feeling. This person is a formidable enemy. Sister Qin Luo. The little girl called out sweetly and ran over, throwing herself into Qin Luo's arms. Yuan, she's so heavy. Yuan has gotten fatter recently. Qin Luo squatted down, smiling as he hugged the little girl's head. No, there isn't. The little girl pouted, overjoyed, Sister Qin Luo is finally on vacation. Yuan hasn't seen you for so many days, I've missed you so much. At this time, Xing Yun realized what was happening and said with a smile, you're on holiday? Wait here, I'll go make you something to eat. Okay. Thank you, Brother Cheng. Qin Luo smiled and said the same, feeling incredibly happy. However, when she noticed another beautiful woman next to Yuan, her intuition told her that something was wrong. The way the other person looks at me feels exactly the same way I look at those young girls who admire their crushes. Hello, little girl, my name is Mu Yun. Mu Yun spoke first with a smile. You're Yuan's teacher? I know Yuan often talks about you to us. Qin Luo finally realized what was happening. Yuan, that little girl, often tells her how good Teacher Mu is to her. She always thought that Mu Yun was not simple and would definitely steal her male god. The girl felt inexplicably afraid. What to do? Mu Yun is just too beautiful, and I even asked the housekeeper, and her net worth is no less than mine. You're on holiday? Mu Yun asked with a smile. You look like a high school student? Just now, she was also scared. Who is this little girl? Why does she seem to have a good relationship with Qing Yuan? Why does Qing Yun know her? And why is she so pretty? But a moment later, she immediately realized what was happening. She looks like just a high school girl. What's the use of being pretty when she's not even fully grown up? If Qing Yun doesn't even like himself, he definitely won't like this little brat. Bah! Qing Yun will definitely fall for me. However, when she saw Yuan, this little girl, one second she was sweetly calling her teacher Mu, and the next second she was clinging to her lap. I'm jealous, very jealous. I'm a senior in high school, just started my summer break. Is something wrong with you being at the shop so late, sister? Qin Luo spoke calmly, his smile carrying a strong sense of scrutiny. It's nothing, just came to Yuan's house for dinner. Mu Yun still had a smile on her face, displaying the elegance and composure of a queen treating a rival. But what about you? What are you doing here so late? Don't you need to go home? Qing Yuan felt extremely comfortable being caressed by her older sister Qin Luo. At this moment, she realized that the two older sisters seemed to have something they hadn't said to each other. She suddenly sniffed her delicate nose and asked, "What's so sour?" Two stunningly beautiful girls immediately looked at her, and Yuan said next, "It tastes like sweet and sour pork ribs." Qin Luo. Mu Yun. Sure enough, they could also smell the aroma of garlic in the air, which made Qin Luo, who hadn't eaten dinner, crave it. It smells so good. She put down her school bag and skipped towards the kitchen. They completely ignored Mu Yun. Please, she's just an ordinary kindergarten teacher, and so old at that, what's there to worry about? Her cooking is nowhere near as pleasing to the eye as Qing Yun's. However, we still need to be cautious. Yuan, is this older sister a relative of Daddy? After Qin Luo left with a smile, Mu Yun took the little girl back with her. How come I've never seen her before? No, Sister Qin Luo is Yuan's good friend, the little girl said sweetly. She used to live next door to us and often played with Yuan. Dad has known her for a long time. Two beautiful older girls have come looking for their father, but Yuan only has one father. How can they share him? The girl hesitated for a moment, but quickly made up her mind. Let Teacher Mu be the first mom, and then let Sister Luo be the second mom, that's just right. Yuan is so smart. Even so, Mu Yun roughly understood how that little girl had met her crush. Did she first get along well with Xiao Yuan before getting to know her handsome father? In the kitchen. What are you doing in here? The smell of cooking oil is too strong. Get out right now. Qing Yun kindly advised. No, I can't wait. It smells so good. When did Brother Qing become such a good cook? The girl was a little tempted, but her almond-shaped eyes were full of shock. Qing Yun's movements were simply too fluid and graceful. All of them are quite dazzling. Not long after, Qing Yun had already cooked 2 more side dishes and packed one for Mu Yun to take to Director Wang later. Qin Luo offered, Brother Cheng, could you please pack one for me too? I'll take it home to eat. Okay. Qing Yun said with a smile. Qin Luo really wanted to eat in the restaurant, watching the little girl and her handsome father. But Qing Yun has been open for the whole day, she must be incredibly busy. I need to go home and rest. And there's a close friend waiting for me outside. Qin Luo, holding the packed food, smiled and said goodbye to Yuan, then told Qing Yun, I'll come again tomorrow, and left. This left Mu Yun somewhat at a loss. Does this little rival not take me seriously? Hey boss, do you have any steamed buns left? And fried rice? At this moment, Li Dali, the owner of the Cantonese restaurant, rushed in and immediately sensed something was wrong when he saw the empty kitchen. It's not gone, is it? He immediately wailed, oh dear. I should have come earlier. How could these people be so quick? My shop hadn't even opened this afternoon, and you're already sold out? Qing Yun smiled and said, and I specially saved some for you. As he spoke, he took out the lunch that Li Dali had ordered from a thermos. And there's more. Li Dali's eyes lit up instantly, and he said excitedly, thanks, brother. I'll take the money, I'm off, I'm starving. It's normal for people in the restaurant business to forget customers' orders, but Qing Yun didn't, which moved Li Dali deeply. He simply grabbed his things and left without looking back. Muyan stood to the side, her fair and soft hands supporting her face as she gazed at Qing Yun's figure, her beautiful eyes filled with deep love, a truly touching sight. A little while later, she also smiled and said goodbye to Qing Yun and his daughter while carrying her things. "How about I give you a ride?" Qing Yun smiled. "No need, you take Yuan back and rest first." Muyan said gently, "It's the first day of opening the shop, you must be very tired." "Bye-bye, Teacher Mu." "Bye-bye Yuan, see you tomorrow." Muyan and the other person had only been gone for a short while. Qing Yun packed up his things and closed the shop. It was still early, so the father and daughter decided to take stock of today's earnings. And so this scene unfolded in the snack shop. Qing Yun and his daughter huddled together, counting their change and all the earnings on their phones like two notorious thieves dividing their loot. Yuan counted for a long time using her little fingers. Finally, she exclaimed with delight, "Dad, we're rich." Chapter 21: A daily profit of 20,000? Xin Luo, Qing Yun's superb cooking skills. "You've been calculating for so long, tell Dad how much profit we made today." Qing Yun smiled and patted the little girl's head. "So many." Qing Yuan stretched out her 10 little fingers and gestured with great enthusiasm. Yuan is great." Qing Yun offered generous encouragement without reservation. "The payments received on the mobile phone are easy to calculate." Shuqianbo received a total of 8,436 yuan in one day, and Yoshin received a total of 7,856 yuan in one day. Adding the small change paid by grandparents, the total daily income is a whopping 18,995 yuan. It's close to 20,000 yuan. The net profit is around 15,000 yuan. This is after deducting the rent for the next month and some other miscellaneous expenses, since these things are included in today's expenses. Qing Yun originally only had a little over 200,000 yuan in his account. To be honest, this amount of money was hardly enough to support Qing Yuan's growth. However, in just one day, 20,000 yuan was added. This was something Qing Yun wouldn't have dared to dream of before he had god-level skills. "Dad, with so much money, that wicked woman definitely won't look down on us anymore." The little girl said with a touch of pride, "Dad is amazing." Qing Yun smiled but didn't say anything. His ex-wife is worth tens of millions, they might not even care about their small amount of money. It will take at least a few months to surpass the previous asset level, right? Qing Yun was full of confidence. "We're packing up to go home. We'll have to get up early tomorrow morning to take you there." "Huh? Daddy. Yuan wants to earn money with you." Yuan became a little unhappy and upset when she heard that she wouldn't be able to stay home with her dad tomorrow. "Next time, by the way, isn't tomorrow Saturday?" "Dad's memory is terrible, oh dear, sorry." Qing Yun suddenly realized that today was a holiday, and Yuan wouldn't have to go to school tomorrow. "After a busy day, my head is a little foggy." "Yay!" The little girl, who was also slow to realize what was happening, happily made a peace sign. "Cute little round girl, may you have good luck every day." On the street, as Qing Yun and her father walked home, Muyan was almost home when her phone rang. "Wang Tian, Xiao Yun, are you back yet? I'm starving." Pitiful. "Xiao Yun, wait a minute, it's coming soon." "Wang Tian, by the way, how's it going? Have you successfully won over your crush? When are you planning to get married? When are you planning to have a second child with Qing Yun?" "Xiao Yun, that's enough. You pervert, how could it be so fast? We just went out for dinner today." Wang Tianbing chuckled and rolled around on the bed, saying, "I think if you're still so reserved now, you won't even know if your little boss gets snatched away one day. Then you'll just be crying in bed." "Xiao Yun, it's not that scary." However, despite saying that, Muyan immediately thought of the high school girl she had just seen. She felt that Qing Yun wouldn't like such a young girl, but what if she was? So she hesitated for a moment, her eyebrows slightly furrowed as she continued to press her jade-like hand. "Xiao Yun, I saw a high school senior girl today who seemed to be very close to Yuan, and she even knew Qing Yun." "Serious?" Wang Tianbing replied immediately, "No way. Someone's already made a move?" "Xiao Yun, you'd better hurry up, or there won't be any soup left." "Xiao Yun, I don't think Qing Yun would like such a young girl, she's not even an adult yet." Send it, Mu Yun said, pursing her lips slightly. Wang Tian, I've heard that men all like younger girls, especially fair-skinned and delicate ones. No way. How can you be so sure Qing Yun wouldn't like her? A pretty and cute high school girl who's still a minor. Just her name is so alluring. Really? Mu Yun thought with some melancholy. Although she believed that her idol was not that kind of person, upon closer reflection, it seemed that he really was. Ha! This made her somewhat incredulous that if she didn't take the initiative, what kind of seductive tactics would that adorable little girl use? Xia Yunyun, no, tomorrow's a holiday, I have to go back to the snack shop to help out and make a better impression on my crush. Wang Tian said excitedly, are you finally going to take the initiative? On the other side, Qin Luo also joined her best friend Lu Xiaoran, carrying her things. How was it? Upon meeting, Lu Xiaoran was incredibly excited. Is that really the shop your idol owns? Definitely. The girl rolled her eyes at her best friend and said with a smile, he's so amazing, he runs such a big store all by himself, and it seems like he has a lot of customers. We don't have to worry about him not being able to support himself after the divorce. Oh ho ho! Lu Xiaoran said excitedly, I've never seen you like this before. When did our school beauty Qin become so interested in a small business owner? Oh dear, you. Qin Luo was too embarrassed to continue, her face flushed pink, and she was extremely shy. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoran found it even more amusing. You're blushing. My goodness, is love really that magical? You little brat, how dare you tease me? I'll spank you. Qin Luo was both embarrassed and furious. The two girls laughed and joked as they walked home. The two of them bought a villa outside the school and usually live there together during holidays. Their elders are very reassured about this, since the private villa is also part of the Qin family's property. I really want to try the food your idol made. Lu Xiaoran looked like she couldn't wait. No way, my crush made this for me, I want to try it first. Before Lu Xiaoran could even pick up her chopsticks, Qin Luo took a bite of the egg first. I was immediately astonished. My idol's cooking is amazing. It's absolutely delicious. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoran laughed and joked, Miss, you're really love-struck. You've lost your composure and made such a fuss over a simple stir-fry. She didn't believe it, but she picked it up and tasted it anyway. Wow! So delicious. It's so good. Lu Xiaoran's eyes immediately lit up. How can it be so delicious? This tomato is so fresh and flavorful, and this egg is equally fragrant. It's fried just right. It's amazing. She blurted out her comment, I never imagined my idol could not only make delicious steamed buns and fried rice, but also stir-fry such delicious dishes. Absolutely amazing. That's my idol. Qin Luo looked up with a happy expression and said, delicious. My male god's cooking skills are amazing. The two girls finished all the dishes on the table in no time. I feel like I could eat a little more. Ah. Xiao Luo. After you marry Qin Yun, can I come and be your maid? Why, I want to eat such delicious food every day. Lu Xiaoran let out a burp, her face full of anticipation. No. Qin Luo firmly refused, her tone tinged with jealousy. You wouldn't be interested in my idol, would you? Chapter 22 The sensible and well-behaved Chung Yuan teacher Mu is coming to the store on Saturday. Seeing the adorable girl in front of her with such a domineering expression, as if she were possessively guarding her food, Lu Xiaoran was surprised. From childhood to adulthood, when had she ever seen the eldest daughter of the Qin family like this? Love is simply insane. Just kidding. I'm not that kind of person. Don't worry, Xiao Luo, just go for it. I'll cheer you on. Lu Xiaoran immediately patted her chest and assured him. But Qin Luo still looked at her warily. Don't you dare try anything with my idol. Oh, don't worry. Instead of worrying about your frail and weak best friend, you should think about how to deal with that terrifying teacher opponent. Lu Xiaoran said sincerely. During dinner, Qin Luo told her about Mu Yun, the teacher of the adorable little round girl. As clever as she is, she could tell at a glance that this teacher Mu was definitely not simple. What teacher goes to a student's house for dinner at night? I don't know what to do either. They probably won't work out. After all, compared to Mu Yun, I, a cute 17-year-old high school student, am obviously more tempting. Qin Luo placed her pair of snow-white, smooth feet, clad in white socks, on the table. Her hair, which had been styled in a bun, was loose and cascaded down her waist, making her look pure and charming. Maybe, my dear lady. Who knows what kind of girl Qin Yun likes? If you don't take the initiative and let them get the upper hand, you'll regret it. Lu Xiaoran, always eager to stir things up, spoke up with a grin. That's true, it seems I'll have to go check on it tomorrow. The girl clenched her fists and made a firm decision. Lu Xiaoran was incredibly surprised to see her best friend like that. Is this still my lovely, aloof, high IQ academic genius? Xing Yun and his daughter returned home. Xing Yuan happily went to watch the pink pig. Xing Yun lay on the bed. Today's profits were huge, but it was also really tiring. Tomorrow will be much better, I won't have to worry about customers. Ding! Just then, my phone rang. Xing Yun hadn't had time to check her phone all day. When she finally did, she saw a message from her mother, Lin Ting. 12:30. Lin Ting, where are you? Have you rented a place yet? I'll reply to Mom when I see this message. I'm a little worried about you. Lin Ting, voice message, divorce is actually a good thing. Yuan is a great blessing to have come to our family. You must love her well and not let the sadness of the divorce affect the young girl. What are you doing? It's so late. I just got off work for lunch and will go back to work at 1 p.m. Take care of yourself and don't overwork yourself. 12:35. Lin Ting, son, I know you're upset, and we're all upset too, but getting a divorce is better than nothing. You have to look forward. Do you still have any money? Your parents have saved some money from working recently and transferred it to your account. Remember to check it. Lin Ting, oh, right, your dad said that if his son gets divorced, he can find another one. We can manage on our own, so it won't stop you from finding a wife. Laughs. 12:40. Lin Ting, do you want Mom to introduce you to a few? There are several young, unmarried women at Mom's workplace who don't have boyfriends. 12:58. Lin Ting, Mom has to go to work. Please leave a message if you need anything. Xing Yun smiled and typed back, Mom, have you eaten? I just got off work and only just had time to check my phone. What complaints could I possibly have about the divorce? Your son is probably overjoyed. He actually felt quite guilty towards his parents. Lin's mom replied instantly, I just finished eating. Your dad said you must be incredibly happy. It's good that you're okay. If you have any difficulties, just tell me. Don't keep them to yourself. A while later, another message came, don't worry about the family's debts, your dad and I can handle it. Spend some time with Yuan these next few days and don't make her too sad. Xing Yun replied, Mom, I'll pay back the more than 400,000 yuan debt our family owes in a while. Your son opened a shop today, and the business is doing very well. On the other end of the phone, Lin Ting held her phone, her calloused hands rubbing her aching back. Seeing her son's message, she replied with a smile, yes, let's work together and we can pay it off. Did your son open a shop today? A head popped out from beside her. It was Qing Yun's father, Xinghai. Sigh, I guess business isn't doing too well either. Is he trying to comfort us? Xing's mother said with some heartache, our son has always been sensible since he was little, and he's suffered a lot. Xinghai nodded, and though he wasn't good with words, he could only say quietly, our son is under a lot of pressure. Let's do more to help him. However, he asked in confusion, huh? Didn't this kid leave with nothing? Where did he get the money to open a shop? Xing's mother interrupted him, saying with heartache, how could we not know our son? He must have borrowed some money from others again. By the way, he's been busy opening the shop and taking care of the baby lately, so don't ask him. Let him get some rest. That's true. Xinghai scratched his head. The fact that his son is motivated to open a shop at least shows that he hasn't succumbed to the depression of his divorce. Xing Yun replied with a smile, and another chat avatar lit up. Teacher Mu, Principal Wan really liked your cooking. She praised your culinary skills as unparalleled. She ate it like a little squirrel. Xing Yun, I'm glad you like it. My cooking skills aren't that scary, huh? Teacher Mu, no, I've eaten dishes made by many master chefs who prepare dishes for state banquets, but none of them are as delicious as yours. You are simply amazing. Xing Yun, thank you for the compliment. Teacher Mu, by the way, are you still opening your shop tomorrow? How about I come and help out at your shop? Xing Yun, it's going to be open tomorrow, how could I possibly accept that? Teacher Mu, don't refuse. I feel sorry for Yuan, such a young girl, having to help you wipe the table. let me help. Mu-yun used a trick to arouse Qing-yun's sympathy. He stayed in the kitchen and didn't notice what the little girl was doing. At this moment, the adorable little girl Cheng Yuan, still half asleep, walked straight into her father's arms. Daddy, Yuan is so sleepy. The little girl said in her baby voice, I want to give Daddy a kiss. Qing-yun hugged the little girl with a pained expression. It's Daddy's fault, you're tired today. Other girls her age stay at home enjoying their parents' love and living carefree lives, but Qing Yuan is the only one who works with him in the shop. He felt very sorry when he thought about it. Yuan, will you resent your dad for making you do chores at such a young age? The little girl looked up, gave Qing-yun a quick kiss on the cheek, and said with a smile, Yuan loves her dad so much, how could she possibly hate him? Yuan, it's not Daddy's fault that you didn't sleep well this morning. As she finished speaking, the little girl's voice grew softer and softer. Qing-yun looked down and saw that her daughter was about to doze off. He also kissed the little girl's soft face. Sleep well, my sweet daughter. Qing-yun took out her phone. Teacher Mu, I feel really bad that you didn't pay for either of the meals today. Please let me help out tomorrow so I can keep Yuan company. Qing-yun, okay, thank you. Chapter 23 Yuan wants her dad to buy a car so she can take her mom? Xin Luo is here too. It's always good to have someone by Yuan's side. Qing-yun didn't stand on ceremony and agreed immediately. Teacher Mu, that's great. I'll get to taste your cooking again tomorrow. After finishing her meal, Wang Tianbing looked satisfied. Turning back to Mu-yun, who was beaming with joy, she excitedly asked, Did you agree? Mu-yun nodded happily, smiling and revealing her two little tiger teeth. Yay! Our little Yun is one step closer to her crush. This is a huge victory for our family. Downtown of Shanghai. The headquarters office of Yu Yan Beauty Company. The young female secretary in black stockings walked up to the heavily made-up president with the contract and said softly, President Chen, we've found out. Qing-yun opened a shop at number 12 Sinew Road and has been there all day. Open a shop? Chen Li, who was reviewing the contract, immediately looked up. He's a good-for-nothing who left with nothing, and he's capable of opening a shop. That's hilarious. With a cold laugh, Chen Li continued, Has the branch encountered any troublesome issues recently? The secretary in black silk said, There's one. There was a 14-year-old customer at the 3rd branch hospital who spent $2 million on a full face treatment. Less than a month after returning home, not only was his face ruined and disfigured, but he also developed facial paralysis and couldn't speak. This guy is a joke. He's clamoring to take down our headquarters. Towards the end, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Even the usually nonchalant Chen Li scoffed, such arrogance. By the way, if she wants to sue, we'll just wait it out. Our Pizza Hut in Shanghai isn't some spineless coward who just eats food. We're not afraid of her, are we? Yes. The secretary in black stockings responded and stepped aside without saying anything more. Then Chen Li thought of Qing-yun, that good-for-nothing, and sneered with disdain, a breakfast shop? A penniless wretch. Why does he have to do such a worthless thing? Waste. She stood up and walked into the dressing room without looking back. I'm canceling all my meetings tomorrow. I'm going on a blind date. Yes. The next day. 5:30 a.m. Qing-yun got up. The little girl got up immediately and followed her father, still half asleep, into the bathroom. The father and daughter then began to wash up together. Yuan, are you sleepy? Why don't you sleep a little longer? Dad will come to pick you up at 7 o'clock. Qing-yun asked while brushing his teeth. No, Yuan isn't sleepy. The little girl opened her big, bright eyes. She perked up immediately when she heard that her father was going to leave her home alone. After washing up, Qing-yun led the little girl into the shop. Hello, uncle. Upon arriving at the restaurant, we found Li Dali already standing at the entrance, yawning. Yuan, you're up so early. Good morning, Boss Qing. Upon seeing Qing-yun and her father, Li Dali immediately smiled. Good morning. Qing-yun opened the shop door with a smile. Li Dali walked in and exclaimed, Your store has really good facilities. Qing-yun suddenly remembered something and asked, Do you know where I can buy a soy milk maker? One that grinds soybeans? A soy milk maker? Li Dali asked doubtfully, the commercial kind? No need, any machine that can grind beans will do, Qing-yun said. The food cooked in the all-in-one machine definitely doesn't taste as good as what he makes. grind it up and cook it yourself? The boss is such a nice guy. My brother-in-law sells these machines. If you're not in a hurry, I can give him a call and ask. Li Dali took out his phone and made a call. Yes, is there something you need? After receiving the answer, he turned to Qing Yun and gestured, Boss Qing? Then order 5 for me, Qing Yun nodded and said. Li Dali quickly relayed the message and hung up the phone. 5 units. My brother-in-law said he'll deliver them personally at noon today, and we'll discuss the price then. Li Dali smiled and scratched his head, saying, Boss Qing, don't worry. My brother-in-law is a good man. He'll definitely give you a discount for my sake. Qing Yun smiled and said, thank you. He continued, do you know where I can buy beverages? I'm new to business and don't know much about these things. First time doing business? Li Dali exclaimed in surprise. I feel offended. I've been in business for 4 or 5 years, and I still can't sell any drinks in my shop. Boss Qing is too modest. Li Dali said with a heartfelt compliment. He continued with a smile, the wholesale department is delivering goods to my shop today. I'll let you know when they arrive. Qing Yun smiled and nodded, and the little girl sweetly said, thank you, uncle. After. Qing Yun and the little girl rode the van and sped all the way to the wholesale market. Based on previous experience, I bought an extra 3 jin of each type of vegetable. 20 jin of beef and 20 jin of pork. A lot of money was spent on various miscellaneous ingredients. While Qing Yun was busy, the little girl was also diligently helping out. Dad, is Teacher Mu coming to our shop again today? In the car, Sheng Yuan asked expectantly. Come on, you'd better treat them well. While waiting for the green light, Yuan suddenly asked, Dad, when are you going to buy a car? In a few days, I'll be a little busy since the shop just opened. By the way, why did you ask that? The little girl said with a smile, walking with my dad every day, my little feet are about to go on strike. She would never say that only by buying a car would Teacher Mu have the opportunity to travel to other places with them. Oh, so from now on, Daddy will hold you? Xing Yun had no idea what the little girl was thinking all day. He muttered to himself, but you're so chubby, even Daddy can't carry you. You awful dad. How dare you complain about your good daughter? And besides, Yuan isn't fat at all. The little girl's voice immediately became louder. By the way, Dad, now that we have a car, can we take Yuan to other places to play? Sure. Xing Yun said casually, but before the little girl could even feel happy, she heard her father add, but you can't bring any other older sisters, you know. Oh no, Dad figured out what I was thinking. The little girl hesitated, well, actually, it's fine if the other older girls are willing to bring them along. For example, Sister Qin Luo and Teacher Mu would definitely be very willing. Back at the snack shop. Xing Yun unbuckled the little girl's seatbelt. Get out of the car, Daddy will unload the vegetables. Yuan immediately said, I'll give Dad a heads up. The father and daughter carried various goods towards the snack shop. Suddenly, the little girl exclaimed in delight, Sister Luo. At the shop entrance, a young girl in a yellow floral dress stood quietly. Her long, jet black hair was simply tied up with a wooden hairpin. Her slender figure resembled a graceful camellia, attracting the attention of countless passers-by. Hearing the little girl's voice, she finally smiled, Yuan. Xing Yun followed the little girl who was running. Brother Qing, the girl said sweetly, her smile as captivating as the mountain breeze and the bright moon. Xiao Luo, what brings you here? Xing Yun was very surprised. Chapter 24 Yuan, the two mothers get along very well. How to promote the store. Upon seeing Qing Yun, Xin Luo was already happy, and now he couldn't help but beam with joy. I've come to play with Yuan. As she spoke, she patted the little girl's head. Of course, it's impossible for her to say that she came to the store to help out and incidentally get to know her crush. Yay! Yuan hasn't played with Sister Luo in so long. The little girl was overjoyed, but then she suddenly remembered that Teacher Mu would be coming later. I'm even happier now. Both mothers are here. Okay, why don't you come in and sit down? You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I'll make you some. Xing Yun smiled and nodded, then opened the shop door. Xin Luo smiled and led the little girl into the store. She suddenly noticed a resentful gaze. Looking back, I noticed there was someone standing at the door. Teacher Mu, you're here too. The little girl's eyes lit up, and she waved happily. Today, Muyun specially wore a dreamy and alluring light yellow dress that subtly accentuated her curves and long legs. It was a conservative yet incredibly sexy outfit that she and her best friend, two inexperienced young women with no dating experience, discussed for a long time before making the decision. Wang Tianbing even joked, "Why don't you make an exception and not wear leggings tomorrow? What if you accidentally fall onto that heartthrob, ah?" Muyun would never agree to such a thing, it's too embarrassing. She has always been an extremely conservative girl next door. Seeing Qin Luo dress so innocently and with such a sweet appearance, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that she hadn't believed her rogue best friend. Otherwise, this little girl would really laugh at us. "Sister Qin, you've come to play with Yuan Yuan? Then I'll go in and make you some breakfast." Muyun took the initiative to speak and walked towards the kitchen, a beautiful smile gradually curving her lips. What's with this tone of voice that sounds like the Empress Dowager is treating guests? Qin Luo was initially amazed by Muyun's stunning beauty today, but then he suddenly realized something. She's here to see Qin Yun too? No. Wait for me, Brother Chang. Let me chop the vegetables for you. The girl rushed into the kitchen first. Muyun clenched her fists. Just as she thought, Qin Luo came for Qin Yun. This is a formidable opponent. The two stunningly beautiful girls sensed a sense of crisis, as the other girl was superior in looks, personality, and family background. Their advantages were exactly the same. "No, little sister, why don't you go and play with Yuan Yuan for a while? We two can handle things here." Muyun greeted Qin Yun with a smile and took the dough from his hand. "What the heck? Why are you acting like a big sister?" It's okay. I'm young but strong. Let me help you, sister." Qin Luo smiled and looked at Muyun, who also smiled back at her. Both of them were clenching their teeth. "Thank you." Qin Yun smiled and handed another small bucket of flour to Qin Luo. He wasn't being polite, they were all familiar people, so he offered to pay them some wages that evening. After all, we can't let her work for free. So the three of them started working in the kitchen. Yuan Yuan stood outside the door for a while and watched. She felt that the three of them seemed to be getting along very well. She doesn't need to worry. Dad and the two moms had a great time. The little girl thought happily, then went back to the table, picked up a small rag, and got to work. Soon, the first guest arrived as promised. To Qin Yun's surprise, this person was one of the two who had come for the first time yesterday. "Little one, give me 20 beef buns, 30 pork buns, and 10 bowls of fried rice, all to go." As soon as he entered, Wang Huadang waved his hand and said in a loud voice, "Okay, Grandpa, just a moment." Yuan Yuan immediately gave a sweet smile. The adorable old man is a real treat to behold. Is the kitchen so lively today? He peeked into the kitchen and saw that there were 3 people there. Did the young boss hire some help? Wang Huatang instantly lost his composure. You know, the cooking he tasted yesterday was the best he'd ever had in his life. Once your palate becomes picky, it's hard to change. He wouldn't like eating steamed buns made by someone else. Fortunately, when Qin Yun brought the steamed buns to the table, they still had that familiar aroma. Wang Huadeng breathed a sigh of relief and quickly wolfed down the 2. Just then, 2 other people came out of the kitchen. Wang Huatang was genuinely surprised. Isn't this old man Mu's beloved granddaughter? What's she doing in the young boss's kitchen? Mu Jiangwo, that old man, has a meeting at noon today, so he specially asked an old friend to bring him breakfast. But what's going on now? Could it be? Wang Huadeng scratched his head, thinking, did old man Mu use his beauty to trick his granddaughter into secretly learning skills here, or did he just steal her away? He slapped his forehead. It seemed like there was a tiny, albeit slight, possibility. After all, the young boss is handsome and has superb culinary skills. Being a son-in-law who marries into the wife's family is indeed a pretty good thing. Carrying his things, Wang Huatang scratched his head as he walked out of the snack shop. More people started to gather behind them. Some elderly people were already strolling around the area before dawn, and now they are rushing here without stopping. Some young people who couldn't buy fried rice last night fought with their alarm clocks today and arrived the earliest. Boss, hurry up and start selling. I'm in a rush to get to work. A young woman spoke up loudly. She took the breakfast Qin Yun handed her and walked towards the company without looking back. Halfway there, she smiled as she savored Qin Yun's cooking, and then took a beautiful photo for her WeChat moments. and left a comment. Picture, Qingyuan Snack Shop. The owner is not only very handsome, but his cooking skills are also superb. Sisters, go for it. At the entrance of Qingyuan Snack Shop, there are nearly 20 guests. A long queue gradually formed in front of the store. Boss, could you please give me 10 beef buns and a vegetarian cabbage bun? Thank you. A middle-aged woman in a purple dress spoke with a smile. And my boss, 19 pork buns and 5 carrot buns will do. The old man behind him couldn't wait to speak up. Ding. 80 yuan has been deposited into your Shukianbo account. Ding. You have received a payment of 90 yuan. The two people are very fashionable. They know how to use payment apps like PayEase and have credit cards to pay. This made Qingyun admire the level of development that Shanghai has achieved in recent years. Without exception, these customers who use mobile phones are the main way to promote the store. They spontaneously recommended delicious food in chat groups and social media, and the word spread quickly, eventually reaching a wider and wider audience. It's foreseeable that Qingyun's store will become incredibly popular in the future. A long queue formed in front of the snack shop. This also surprised Mu Yun and Qin Luo, who were busy helping Qingyun prepare raw materials. The two exchanged a glance, then turned their heads away and stopped talking. Neither of the two stunningly beautiful young women could come up with an effective way to deal with the other. Across the street is a food street, and other shops of all sizes selling steamed buns and fried rice. Finally, they started to take Qingyun's shop seriously. Chapter 25. The breakfast shop owners have their eyes on Qingyun. Delicious. Have you all eaten yet? What time is it? A middle-aged breakfast shop owner said, puffing on his cigarette. Why are there so many customers at the snack shop across the street? The young apprentice next to him also realized something was wrong, but still said, they must have hired someone. Such good business wouldn't require that. Huang San was furious at the young apprentice's knowing look. He kicked the apprentice in the backside and cursed. Didn't you ask me to go check on things? What are you doing, just staying in the shop all day? Their breakfast shop never did much business before, but today there's not a single customer left. It must have been that kid on the other side who did it. Huang San stared with a gloomy expression at the snack shop across the street, which was now completely surrounded by people. The surrounding breakfast shops, steamed bun shops, and fried rice shops, big and small, also came out to observe. After a day of observation, they gradually realized that something was wrong. Why does it feel like the shop across the street isn't a newly opened one? This doesn't make sense. My wife went over to take a look yesterday. The boss is a young man, and we both thought he was a shill. But now it seems there's something really wrong. Oh no! It's almost 8 o'clock, and I've only had 6 or 7 people in my shop. What's going on with all my regular customers? A group of business owners spontaneously organized themselves and stood on the street, discussing the matter animatedly. Suddenly, the last young man to speak looked at his phone and shouted. No way! All my regular customers are buying from that breakfast shop across the street. The crowd immediately erupted in noise. Wang Laowu, what exactly happened? Tell me quickly, why is business so good across the street? The young, burly man swallowed hard. They said the owner of Qingyuan Snack Shop is an excellent cook, and they'll be eating there from now on. What? Such a thing? That's absolutely absurd. Several middle-aged shop owners who had been running their businesses for over a decade immediately objected. How good can a young man who hasn't even grown up yet be a good cook? How could they possibly be better than these veterans who have been doing this for most of their lives? No, I have to go buy a few to try. Finally, a young man puffing out smoke stood up and walked straight into his shop. A few minutes later, he changed into casual home clothes. Young man, this old man will go with you to take a look too. An old man in the crowd shouted and followed Qian Wen's footsteps. Two people, carrying the hopes of various snack shop owners, headed towards Qingyuan Snack Shop together. Boss, business is booming. Give me 20 beef buns and 20 carrot buns, I'll take them back to the office as snacks. As soon as they approached the shop entrance, the two owners saw a bald young man smiling and speaking. They were absolutely shocked. 40 steamed buns? As a snack? Normally, it's considered a luxury for customers to buy 4 steamed buns at their shop. Why are you acting like you're getting something for free here? Just then, Qingyun came out of the kitchen carrying steaming hot steamed buns and fried rice. Qian Wenha looked over. I didn't see anything special about it. My turn. My turn. Little boss, give me 20 chive-filled buns, I'll take them back to class and share them with my classmates. The speaker was a young boy dressed as an elementary school student, with an impatient, drooling expression on his face. You little brat, you ordered 20? The old man and the child were both dumbfounded. When did elementary school students start eating so much? From afar, Shenwen saw the person who had taken the steamed buns home and was still eating as he walked, his expression even more satisfied than when he went to get his feet washed. Unable to contain their curiosity any longer, the two tiptoed forward to squeeze in. After all, the area in front of the snack shop was already packed with people. Hey, hey, hey! You two, what are you doing? Suddenly, an older woman in line pointed at them and said, trying to cut in line? Get in line at the back. The two then realized that the person next to them was looking at them with resentment. Even the old man felt a chill run down his spine, muttering, it really isn't a shill, and then sheepishly joined the queue at the back. Mr. Qian, Mr. Sun, you're here too? As soon as he started queuing, the old man heard a shout from the side. It turned out to be Huang San's apprentice from Happy Breakfast. The young apprentice was quite surprised to see two very qualified bosses. So the three of them chatted while waiting in line. Uncle Sun, how was business at your shop this morning? As usual, they are all long-term customers who have been with us for several years, so there's no need to worry too much. Grandpa Sun chuckled and continued, but we haven't had a single new customer today. They've all come here. I wonder what the problem is. Xianwen nodded bitterly, feeling extremely depressed. Finally, it was Grandpa Sun's turn in line. He glanced at the price list, now even more bewildered. How can they sell at such high prices? His muttering was overheard by an elderly woman who was about to leave, who replied, Young master, your cooking is so good, you think it's too expensive, but we think it's too cheap. Seeing the old lady's energetic appearance after finishing her fried rice, Grandpa Sun immediately said, Boss, I'll buy 2 fennel-filled ones to try. Soon, Xing Yun deftly handed it over. Grandpa Sun paid the money and walked out of the line. Xianwen and the young apprentice also each bought 2. The three of them squatted together by the roadside. Grandpa Sun, having run his shop for decades, immediately began examining the buns closely. They look very good, and the aroma is rich. The dough looks like it was rolled out by a young girl, and each bun is about the same size. Of all the buns, only the dough was slightly unsatisfactory to him. Of course, he didn't know that Mu Yun and Qin Luo had helped roll out the dough. Let me try it. With a muttered sound, Grandpa Sun carefully took a bite. In his entire life, his favorite type of steamed bun was fennel-flavored. Oh my god! As soon as it entered his mouth, Grandpa Sun couldn't help but shout it out. The fennel flavor bursts forth in your mouth, its delicate strands stimulating every taste bud. It's simply irresistible. Wow, this is so delicious. Xian and Wen had already started tasting it and were both incredibly surprised. This is absolutely the most delicious steamed bun I've ever eaten. The young apprentice kept stammering, squeezing out a few words from between his teeth. Grandpa Sun nodded vigorously in agreement. He had never eaten such delicious steamed buns in his life. Goodness! That young man's cooking skills are amazing. For the first time in his life, Grandpa Sun felt ashamed of his cooking skills in front of others. Not to mention Xianwen and his companion. Now I finally understand why this store is so popular. Xianwen stared at the shop and swallowed hard. This kid is defying the heavens. Grandpa Sun even used an internet slang term. Have you all eaten your fill? After hesitating for a moment, he looked at the two young men. No. Chapter 26. The bosses are unwilling to give up. A clash between two women. Oops. I didn't buy enough. The three exchanged glances, a sense of inexplicable annoyance welling up inside them. The young apprentice slapped his thigh, wanting to squeeze to the front and buy another 30. Xianwen and Grandpa Sun quickly grabbed his hands and pulled him to the back of the line. It's just a matter of time before you regret it. The line then grew another 10 meters longer. It's really delicious. Xianwen muttered to himself and said to Grandpa Sun, this kid looks to be only in his early 20s. How could he possibly make such delicious steamed buns? And his fried rice looks pretty good too? I don't know, maybe it's talent. Grandpa Sun was very hungry and casually agreed. At his age, he no longer has any desire for business conflicts. It's not easy to find such delicious steamed buns, so of course I have to try a few more. Ding! 45 yuan has been credited to your Shukianbo account. Ding. 90 yuan has been credited to your Shukianbo account. Ding. You have received a payment of 180 yuan. As customers place their orders, the payment notification sound from Qingyun's mobile phone rang continuously. Even someone who doesn't know how to do business can imagine how large Qingyun's net profit is. Although Qianwen and his young apprentice knew that snack shops could make money, they thought that money was as easy as drinking water. It's all over, our happy breakfast shop is really going to go down. The younger apprentice was not as composed as the other two. Before he has even completed his apprenticeship, the shop may already be facing the risk of closing down. It's not just happy breakfast shop that's going to close down, joyful breakfast shop won't last much longer either. Even the small business owner across the street might go bankrupt with just a few steamed buns. Xianwen spoke with a wry smile. Their turn came quickly. Grandpa's son ordered 15 steamed buns and 3 bowls of fried rice in one go, and kept eating them while sitting in the shop. Xianwen and the young apprentice each ordered 20 different kinds of steamed buns and found a corner to eat them. Delicious. It's a million times better than my fried rice. Yes, phew, it's hot. The 3 people were so engrossed in enjoying the delicious food that they completely forgot about the expectations their bosses had placed on them. Why hasn't Grandpa's son made a move yet? Boss Qian hasn't come back either. Could something have happened to him? As the sun grew increasingly hot, breakfast shop owners were forced to move to the shade of trees to smoke. Damn it, my legs are numb from squatting, why aren't you back yet? The middle-aged man, who was shirtless, was cursing and swearing. There was no one in front of his shop. On the other side, things were still in full swing. They're back. They're back. Finally, a bright-eyed young man with blonde hair shouted. Everyone turned to look. Xianwen and Grandpa's son, supporting each other, slowly walked over from a distance, each with their large bellies protruding. The middle-aged man, seething with anger, immediately shouted, "What's going on? What did you find out?" Without. Xianwen let out a burp and tossed over a bag of 5 steamed buns, saying, "Try them and you'll know." Damn it, Lao Qian, we told you to gather intelligence, not to buy breakfast. The blonde-haired boy's face twitched. The shop's steamed buns aren't selling, and you, of all people, still buy a few. The middle-aged man was speechless and tossed a soup dumpling into his mouth. Damn it, why did you only buy so few? In just a few seconds, the shop owners had finished showing off a bag of steamed buns. The middle-aged man was incredibly frustrated. Damn it! I should have transferred a few hundred more to buy dozens more. Seeing this, Xianwen smiled, patted his stomach, and let out a burp. Forget it, breakfast isn't selling anymore, I'm quitting. The shop owners watched as Qianwen, heavily pregnant, returned to her shop and then closed the door. They shared the same thought. Qingyuan snack shop is simply the nemesis of those who have no culinary skills and only know how to sell fast food buns. Damn it, where did this kid come from? The middle-aged man's face was ashen. In just 2 days, he's stolen 90% of our customers. This guy is a complete disruptor in the industry. He was unwilling to accept it, and neither were the other bosses. We're sure we can figure out a way to deal with this kid. The breakfast shop owners exchanged glances, all of them seeing the murderous intent in each other's eyes. Daddy, Yuan was so good today, she did so many chores. By the way, Daddy, how much money did you make this morning? At Qingyun store. They quickly saw off the last group of guests that morning. It wasn't because no one came anymore, but because Qingyun had used up all the raw materials she had bought and put up a sign saying closed for business. Some young people who couldn't buy steamed buns said, "Hey boss, why are you closing at only 9 o'clock? We just got up." Yes, young boss, why don't you sell a little longer? Don't turn down money. Excuse me, everyone. While clearing the table, Qingyun replied with a smile, "It's not that I don't want to cook, we just don't have any ingredients." Several middle-aged women who arrived later also chimed in, saying, "Oh dear, the young boss has been working so hard for so long, he's already done enough. We shouldn't disturb his rest." The others nodded, saying nothing more. They were afraid of upsetting the small business owner, which would mean they wouldn't get breakfast anymore. "Young boss, I really hope you'll buy more ingredients next time." A young office worker, still unwilling to give up, said with a smile. "Looks like I'll have to get up earlier to eat breakfast before going back to sleep. This sales speed is terrifying." Qingyun closed the shop door. He smiled and patted the head of the little girl who was taking credit for him. "Thank you, Yuan, for today. If it weren't for Yuan helping Dad wipe the table, Dad would have been very busy. Me too. Me too. Xin Luo walked out of the kitchen with a smile, holding a rolling pin in his hand. Yes, thanks to you all. I'll make breakfast for you later. Xin Yun smiled and praised each of them. At this moment, Mu Yun stood at the door with a smile. I'll help you. Xin Luo's handsome eyebrows suddenly furrowed. I want to help too. Damn it, has Mu Yun really set her sights on my idol? Early in the morning, Xin Luo finally saw through Mu Yun's true thoughts. It turned out that her every move revealed one message: Xin Yun, I have feelings for you. This made Xin Luo panic. Mu Yun's appearance and attire were not only superb, but her skill in knowing when to say what to gain Chen Yun's favor was something that a newbie like her could never match. Sha. I can't say that about myself. Chicks have their advantages too. By the way, Xin, aren't you a senior in high school? Don't you need to prepare for this year's college entrance exam? Mu Yun was folding vegetables when she suddenly brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and spoke with a smile. Yes, I seem to remember you're a senior in high school this year? Xin Yun then realized what was happening. He couldn't ruin that young girl's future. Yes, but I got in through a special admission program. Xin Luo tilted his head and said to Mu Yun, revealing a pure and charming smile with a hint of amusement. Xin Yun and Mu Yun were speechless. Is this what a top student looks like? They exchanged a glance, and Xin Yun seemed to be able to see Mu's thoughts in her bright, mountain spring-like eyes. Just then, a delicate, white hand stood between the two of them. Sister Mu, how old are you this year? I'm very curious. When Xin Luo spoke, she emphasized the word sister a little. Separating their gazes, Mu Yun looked directly at the innocently smiling, adorable girl and smiled. I'm only 25 this year. If nothing unexpected happens, you're not an adult yet, right? Chapter 27 Xin Yun, I know someone likes me, 2 people at that, what should I do? I'm not that young. I'll be 18 in a couple of days. I'll be an adult then, just like my sister. I'll be a grown-up. Xin Luo immediately saw the murderous intent in the other person's words, raised an eyebrow, and answered truthfully. I'm a very naive adult. What can an old woman like you do to fight me? Mu Yun smiled and broke off a piece of vegetable. That's true. By the way, do you like fish? How about I make you some fish soup? Her smiling face made her look like a kind older sister next door, gently and considerately taking care of her younger cousin. Xin Luo was somewhat angry. Please don't act like the Empress Dowager, okay? Moreover, Xin Luo couldn't express his dissatisfaction, which made him extremely frustrated. Mu Yun felt a little smug watching this scene. You think you can mess with me? You're too green. Fish soup? It's fine to stew some. I just bought a few fresh grass carp. Yuan should really like it. Xin Yun walked in from outside the kitchen with a smile. Yuan followed them in. Seeing the 2 older sisters getting along well, she felt relieved. Teacher Mu, Sister Luo, do you need Yuan's help? Xin Luo, this lovely girl, was already furious because she couldn't defeat Mu Yun, the evil villain. At that moment, she almost wanted to pick up Xiao Yuan and give her a good squeeze, then say, why did you call out to that horrible woman first? Okay, Yuan is such a good girl. Teacher Mu smiled and said something, then led the little girl to her side, handed her a small handful of green beans, and let her peel them herself. Okay, Yuan will definitely complete the task. The young girl straightened her chest and said seriously. 2 very attractive girls stood by the table and started playing spinach, looking just like a loving family. Xin Luo felt like he had been stuffed with 2 lemons. Acid. So sour. Damn it, why is this woman so resilient? She's going to lose. Lu Xiaoran, my adorable little Luo has been bullied by a bad woman. Please come and help me. The girl felt a little wronged and jealous, and really wanted to bring her best friend over right now to think about how to deal with the situation. Brother Qing, let me wash with you. Xin Luo suddenly smiled sweetly. Smiling, she jogged over to Qing Yun's side. Without a word, her fair and delicate hands reached into Qing Yun's vegetable bowl. It instantly covered Qing Yun's hands. Whoosh. The girl's fair neck was flushed pink, and her beautiful face was like a ripe apple. She rushed over because she was afraid Mu Yun would seize the initiative, and now it's really embarrassing. She actually managed to hold her crush's hands. What should I do? Will Qing Yun think I'm frivolous? What should I do? Did I wash my hands properly this morning? Because she immediately lowered her head in embarrassment, Xing Yun didn't catch her expression, so he had no idea what she was thinking. Could you loosen your grip for a moment? I'll wash it for you. After hesitating for a moment, carefully feeling the softness of the jade-like hand in his own, with its slightly warm and cool texture, Xing Yun finally spoke. Oh, okay, sorry, I was daydreaming. The girl quickly reached out and wiped the water off her apron, her two delicate hands tightly clasped behind her back, looking incredibly embarrassed and annoyed. Fine. Xing Yun smiled and placed the rice jar in front of her. I'm going to gut the fish. Call me if you need anything. Okay. The girl's voice trembled slightly with nervousness, and a strange light appeared in her beautiful eyes as she looked at Xing Yun's back. In any case, she and her crush finally got together. She wasn't the only one with this thought. Mu Yun, who was currently filled with jealousy, also shared it. She had just turned around when she saw the little girl touching her crush's hands with both of hers. She even had a shy expression on her face. Have you no shame? Mu Yun was only a hair's breadth away from losing control. She had never even held Xing Yun's hand, yet she let this young girl who had just come of age sign it? This is difficult. As Xing Yun gutted the fish, he shook his head inside. It seems I've once again inexplicably offended a woman. He is not a novice with no dating experience. On the contrary, he really knows a lot about matters between men and women. Would a little girl touch her own hand and look shy for no reason? Does Qin Luo really like me? But how did I fall in love with him? He didn't understand at all. Qin Luo was just an adult, and it seemed like they had very little interaction before. It exists only between circles. It's impossible for her to fall in love with me just because of my looks. Xing Yun deftly chopped off the fish head. His heart was not as cold as the knife in his hand. On the contrary, he longed for a sweet love that was not affected by any material conditions. Qin Luo is just a high school student right now. Getting married is illegal. No one would refuse a young, beautiful, and well-mannered woman as their wife, especially since Qin Luo's looks are probably only rivaled by Mu Yun, even in Shanghai. With beauty that could topple kingdoms and captivate 100 hearts with a single glance, Xing Yun even wondered if the ancients might have returned to see Mu Yun and Qin Luo's faces and then rushed back overnight to write these exquisite verses. That description is absolutely perfect for them. Two stunningly beautiful women are both interested in me. What a dilemma. That's right, Xing Yun knows. Teacher Mu also likes me. Why are Teacher Mu and Yuan Yuan so close? Is it simply because Yuan Yuan is cute? Kindergartens are never short of cute little girls. Xing Yun was aware that Teacher Mu's job at the school was only to pick up and drop off little girls, and she almost never interacted with male parents. He always greets himself with a smile, but he is the only one who is always there for himself. He wasn't a blockhead. He could easily sense the unspoken feelings Teacher Mu had for him. He was divorced at this point, and his feelings were no longer subject to any scruples. Eventually, it will evolve from a mountain spring into a surging torrent. I can't figure it out. Forget it, I'll think about it later. The most important thing right now is to make money to buy a car, a house, and start a company. After thinking for a while, Xing Yun suddenly realized, should she be thinking about these things? He's a divorced man with nothing and a child, so he's not popular. Without money, at least for now, everything is just empty talk. Let's buy a car tomorrow. The net profit for the morning was 5,392 yuan. I can hardly believe it. I had enough confidence to buy a car on the second day after the store opened. We'll invite Teacher Mu along then. Xing Yun knew that Mu Yun's family was quite extraordinary and that she was very knowledgeable about cars, so having her help would save a lot of trouble. Yuan Yuan is amazing. She peeled them all in such a short time. When the little girl finished peeling the green beans, she raised her head and smiled sweetly, as if to take credit. Mu Yun was generous with her praise. I'm angry as I am, and I'm jealous as I am. His schemes to win over Yuan Yuan and possess Xing Yun cannot end. Oomph, little chick. You got lucky, you fouled by touching Xing Yun's hand. However, don't even think you have the strength to fight your older sister. Mu Yun was filled with jealousy, and her mood remained depressed. Chapter 28. Chen Li is on another blind date. Does she regret it? Xing Yun seems to be in high demand. Moss Cafe. Today is the second day of Chen Li's blind date. Ms. Chen, Ms. Yang, please introduce yourselves first. A middle-aged man in a sharp suit, with a handsome appearance, looked at the mother and daughter in front of him and said seriously, "My name is Chen Jiawei, I am 33 years old, and I graduated from Shanghai University of Science and Technology. I currently own 5 companies. As for my family situation, I'm sure you know that I have only an elderly mother and 4 sons, all of whom need to be supported." That concludes the general introduction. Chen Jiawei looked expectantly at the beautiful woman in front of him, who was wearing heavy makeup. As far as he knew, this woman had just gotten divorced and was extremely wealthy. She was the kind of woman he could easily woo and take home to be a wife and mother. "You know my situation, so I won't go into details." Shenli nodded slightly. "To be honest, Chen Jiawei is not my type at all. Moreover, there are 5 other burdens to support in the family. Is he going to marry her, have her be a good wife and mother, and take care of his mother? Ridiculous. If it weren't for the fact that the other party started from scratch, has a net worth of over 100 million, and also has a high IQ in education, Shen Li and her mother Yang Li will never be here. Well, Xiaowei, we all know about your situation. As you know, my Xiu Li is too kind. She was cheated out of money and her body by a man in her last marriage, so please don't mind. That's just her personality." Seeing her daughter deep in thought, Yang Li, who was wearing heavy makeup, immediately spoke up. Yes, Auntie is fine. Now that Xiaoli has entered my home, I swear I will treat her well and give her all the love she deserves. I will definitely love her more than her ex-husband did." Chen Jiawei smiled warmly, quite satisfied with this brainless woman. Both of them actually knew perfectly well what kind of person the other was. It's all about money. Whether you can make a fortune depends entirely on the other party's intentions. Is Chen Jiawei's mind something a woman with a screw loose could possibly understand? By the way, you mean Xiaoli's ex-husband also took her precious daughter away? Chen Jiawei smiled warmly. "I can help you win back custody of your daughter. He has 4 sons and isn't worried about not being able to support them. The difference is just having one more maid. That would be perfect." Yang Li immediately showed an excited expression. The other party is wealthy, promised to help their daughter's career, and even wants to take her into their home to be cared for in her old age. Yang Li couldn't wait to make the decision and get married right away. "No need, we're not a good match, goodbye." To their surprise, Chen Li simply picked up her bag and walked out of the coffee shop without looking back. "Xiaoli, where are you going?" "Sorry, let's talk another day, Mr. Chen." Yang Li left with an apologetic smile and hurriedly followed after him. "I'm not trying to be mean, but you're acting on your whims again. You're an old woman. Even if you don't think about yourself, you should at least think about our company." Yang Li was furious and unleashed a torrent of unhelpful insults at Chen Li. "How can you be so shameless? Tell me, how many blind dates have you been on today? Mom found them all according to your requirements, right? Your family is rich, right? You're ambitious, right? You always rush things. What exactly do you want?" In the end, Chen Li calmly interrupted her. "Stop talking, you're so annoying. Don't you even look at the other side's situation? Just because they say they're rich doesn't mean they are. Do you have a tumor in your head? Damn it, you deserve to be fooled by my dad like this. Who are you? How dare you talk to your mother like that?" Yang Li immediately yelled like a mouse whose tail had been stepped on. "Don't you even respect me as your mother? I'm not talking to you anymore." Chen Li angrily threw down a sentence and stomped home in her black high heels. Yang Li was deflated, but followed. "It's my fault. Tell me what kind of man you want, and I'll help you find one. You know our company is in crisis right now and desperately needs a sucker to sponsor us." Back home, Yang Li and Chen Li collapsed onto the sofa. Don't even think about it. Who would be a sucker if there's no benefit to them? They're the ones who are probably the ones being sucked up. Chen Li was exhausted and extremely annoyed. "I'll see in a few days." For a fleeting moment, she suddenly felt a strong urge to see what Qing Yun was doing. "Mom, can't you tidy up a bit when you're home?" Chen Li lives in their old marital home, and Yang Li has always lived there and doesn't want to move. However, her father, Chen Yuhan, rarely came home. "I'm busy with important things every day, I don't have time to tidy up." "You child, you don't even know how to be considerate of your mother." Yang Li rolled her eyes listlessly. "Forget it, this is so annoying." Chen Li casually took off her high heels and walked into her bedroom in her black stockings. Her bedroom used to be her marital room with Qing Yun. It was all arranged by Qing Yun's parents according to their own preferences, but at this moment, Chen Li felt a strange emotion welling up in her heart. The couple's wedding photo used to be placed on the bedside table. Shenli threw them all into the trash last month. So dramatic. Shenli took off her clothes and lay on the bed, not knowing who she was cursing at. She met many young and promising men all day today. Without exception, these people were all very rich, extremely rich, richer than she was herself. But all they have is money. Any inner cultivation or intellectual depth is really just that, it's all just a facade, only good for fooling that brainless woman, Yanli. After the divorce, Shenli realized that every rich man has some flaws. She had to turn back and put aside past grievances, and seriously consider whether Qing Yun had any shortcomings. She looked up at her room. There were stockings, underwear, and long skirts everywhere. In the past, when she came home, Qing Yun and her daughter would have tidied up her room. It has to be said that she seems to have some regrets. Regret my ass. He's a good-for-nothing who only knows how to do laundry and cook. What right does he have to be worthy of me? Shenli shook her head and got up to wash up. There's no need to be dramatic about divorce. Ultimately, Qing Yun's problem is that he lacks ambition and money. They are absolutely not good enough for themselves. I refuse to believe it. 10-legged toads are hard to find, but 4-legged toads should be everywhere. Why worry about not finding a toad better than Qing Yun? Ridiculous. Shenli sneered and shook her head. Does she really think she's some kind of hot commodity? Yuan, if we play house, and Teacher Mu and I both want to be your mom, who would you choose? Xin Luo squatted down with a smile and looked at the cute little girl. Can we only choose one? Can't we both be Yuan's moms? As soon as Yuan expressed her opinion, Xin Luo pinched the little girl's cheeks with both hands, pulling and saying, no. You can only have one mother, Yuan can't have two mothers. Xing Yuan blinked her chubby cheeks and said earnestly, then Sister Luo, be Yuan's mom. That's more like it. I haven't spoiled you for nothing. The girl was overjoyed and patted the little girl's face with a look of affection. Yuan looked up and gave a naive smile. Teacher Mu just asked a similar question, and her answer was, of course Yuan likes Teacher Mu. Anyway, both of your older sisters are going to be mothers, so who gets to be one first will have to compete with you. However, it seems like Dad is quite popular. Chapter 29. Qing Yun's character is truly excellent. Shenli is coming to pick up Yuan. Yuan, come and eat. Qing Yun set up a table outside and called out to the inside. Mu Yun, who had been stealing glances at his profile, smiled and looked away, saying, Sister Qin, could you please bring the dishes from the table? Thank you. Good. Qin Luo sounded somewhat sullen. Is being old a big deal? Mu Yun kept going against her, calling her little sister Qin 1 minute and you're still a student, I'm so envious, the next. He was trying to back down in this clumsy way. Feeling depressed and unhappy. Yuan, come here. Teacher Mu will put a piece of fish on your plate. Be careful, it's hot. Mu Yun carefully removed the bones from a piece of fish and placed it in the little girl's bowl with a smile. Eating more vegetables helps children maintain good skin. Qin Luo then picked up a piece of broccoli with her chopsticks and put it into the round bowl. The two women seemed to be engaged in a silent confrontation. Xing Yun looked on with a headache, hoping it was just his imagination. Dad's cooking skills are getting better and better. The little girl thanked the two older girls and praised them loudly with a smile. This pleased Qing Yun greatly. Tasty. Xin Luo and Mu Yun ate very elegantly and couldn't help but admire it. The three young women enjoyed their meal while occasionally praising Qing Yun's culinary skills. They ate and drank their fill. Their stomachs were so full that they leaned back in their chairs, not wanting to move. The little girl touched her belly and suddenly realized that she had eaten the most. She asked with some concern, Daddy, Yuan ate a lot. Won't she get fat? It's good to be a little chubby, fair, and plump, it feels nice to touch. Qing Yun sighed. Stinky Daddy, Yuan doesn't want to get fat. The little girl protested softly, a hint of worry in her voice. If Yuan gets fat, will Daddy dislike me? Won't. Qing Yun nodded decisively. Just as the little girl was about to happily jump into her father's arms, Qing Yun added, after all, Yuan is already so chubby. You mean Dad? Don't you dare call me fat. Qin Luo and Mu Yun watched the father and daughter playfully bickering, their beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration, their features as captivating as distant mountains. They suddenly exchanged a glance. He turned his head away, no longer looking at the other person. Yuan Yuan and Qing Yun can only be their own. They thought of it at the same time. At lunchtime, Mu Yun and another person were at the store taking care of Yuan Yuan. Qing Yun felt at ease and went to the market to buy ingredients by herself. Back in the store, a van was parked right in front of the store. Is this Boss Qing? The young man compared the shop name and asked. It's me, Qing Yun nodded. I'm here to deliver soy milk makers. Upon receiving the answer, the young man, Li Chen, excitedly went to his car to unload the items. There are 5 soy milk makers in total. I'll unload them all for you. Where would be a good place to put them? Just put it on the ground, thank you. Qing Yun walked into the store with a smile. Just then, 2 beautiful women led a little girl out of the kitchen. Li Chen asked in surprise, Boss, are they your wife and children? As soon as he said it, he wanted to slap himself twice. That's so tactless. That statement is ambiguous. Someone who didn't know better might think he was saying the boss has 2 wives. Could those 2 young and beautiful girls be the boss's wife and sister-in-law? Li Chen quickly shook his head and chose to move the things without saying anything more. Qing Yun automatically skipped the question and said, the soy milk makers are all quite big, how much does it cost? Oh, these were all introduced by friends. I'll charge you 200 yuan per unit? Li Chen's shop hadn't had any business for several days, so he asked somewhat cautiously. They were afraid the other party would think the price was too high. Okay. Qing Yun nodded. I'll scan your QR code with my phone. Actually, each soy milk maker has a large capacity and can make a large bucket at a time. At 200 yuan, it's a really low price. Thank you, boss. Li Chen was overjoyed and quickly took out his phone to open the payment QR code. He paid the money and said, the machine has a 1-year warranty. I'll add you as a friend. If it breaks down, just contact me. After Qing Yun added him as a friend, Li Chen said with a smile, if you need anything in the future, just let me know. My shop has all kinds of machines. As he was about to leave, Qing Yun suddenly stopped him in his tracks with a question. Do you have air conditioning in your store? Qing Yun realized that the store would be getting more and more customers, and an air conditioner would greatly improve the comfort of users, so it was something they should prepare. There really are. Li Chen's eyes lit up. They're all top-quality Meili air conditioners, international brands. Okay, I'll buy 2, Qing Yun replied. 2 units? That's great. Li Chen was incredibly grateful. What style do you want? I'll go back and get them for you. Qing Yun nodded, the model that came out a few years ago will do. Li Chen immediately replied, okay. He just happened to buy this style in his shop, but he hasn't had any business for a long time. Li Dawei had also lost business at this point, so he came out to clear his head. As soon as I arrived, I saw my brother-in-law rushing out of the snack shop, ready to get into the car. Xiaochen, why are you running so fast? Li Dali shouted. Brother-in-law. Li Chen turned around in surprise, I really have to thank you this time. If it weren't for your introduction, I would never have met such a generous boss. Li Dali scratched his head and said, the boss is a nice guy. Drive carefully, I'm going in to buy lunch. Li Chen nodded and drove away. What? They're sold out again? As soon as he entered the room, Li Dali sensed something was wrong. No, Mr. Li, I saved it especially for you. Qing Yun still packed steamed buns and fried rice for Li Dali in advance, and also stewed some fish soup for Aunt Li, so she can try it later. Thank you. Li Dali was extremely grateful. The small business owner is a good person, he'll definitely keep the good food for himself. Watching Li Dali rush into the shop with steamed buns, Qing Yun smiled and turned around to start preparing the ingredients for lunch. Qin Luo and Mu Jun, 2 great beauties, and Sheng Yuan Yuan, a pretty girl, watched from the side the whole time. Qing Yun is not only handsome, but also has really good character. Brother Qing, let me help you. The girl called out and walked towards the kitchen, not forgetting to take the little girl's hand. Lest that terrible, wicked woman behind me beats me to it. Sister Qin, why don't you rest for a bit? I'll help you. Mu Yun smiled and smoothed her hair. No. Qin Luo smiled and declined. The 2 beautiful women started secretly competing to see who could help more. So much so that Qing Yun was practically bored and had nothing to do. So he could only go out and adjust the soy milk machine. The owner was a nice guy, he even gave me a few boxes of cups as a gift. I'm planning to buy milk tea and soy milk tomorrow, so I'd like to explore some easier ways to make money. While waiting for Qingyun to return. Wow, these steamed buns are so beautiful. Sister Mu, you're amazing. Ah. Sister Luo, your knife skills are amazing. Even the little girl Qing Yuan was standing on a small stool, helping to fold vegetables. The kitchen was filled with a peaceful atmosphere. It was probably thanks to her mediation that things were resolved. Just then, a ding sounded. Qingyun's phone rang. Shenli, tomorrow is Sunday, I'll pick up Yuan. Bite. Shenli, visiting the prison. Chapter 30 Huangzide's specialty of fast food steamed buns, the boss's admiration. Qingyun sighed. Although he has custody of his daughter, his ex-wife can spend one day a week with Yuan. Yuan doesn't like that bad woman. Qingyun knew this, which made him somewhat embarrassed. Qingyun, I'll ask Yuan later. Mu Yun, that's ridiculous. I'm her mother, do I need her permission? Qingyun shook his head and did not reply. This woman is out of her mind. On the other side, Shenli was furious when she received Qingyun's message. What the hell is your attitude? Yuan is still my own flesh and blood. I can't even get her to call me mom, and now there's so much trouble just for visiting her in prison. How despicable. You want me to find it too troublesome and give up the chance to meet Yuan? Shenli sneered, already thinking, I'm not going to do what you want. Mu Yun, I'll pick you up tomorrow, so be sure to wait for me then. Qingyun did not reply. Shenli waited for a few minutes, then became completely angry. Shenli, you don't know how to send messages? What's wrong with you? Can't you even type? Shenli, wow, you're getting more and more capable. I wonder where you're working now. Shenli, you didn't take your precious daughter to beg on the streets, did you? Despite her sarcastic remarks, Shenli still received no response. Keep opening a shop? You'll lose everything. With a cold snort, Shenli decided not to make a fool of herself. After showering and changing into heavy makeup befitting a strong, independent woman, and then donning a sexy and alluring outfit, she resumed her matchmaking endeavors. 11:55. At the entrance of Qingyuan's snack shop. Several middle-aged business owners changed out of their aprons and stood on the street waiting for a long time. Finally, the shop opened. They even closed their shop and headed straight for it. Boss, are you still selling steamed buns? And do you still have fried rice? The bosses shouted. Some. Qingyun smiled and said, wait a moment. Why is it so expensive? The small business owner doesn't know how to do business. When business owners see the price of steamed buns, they all have the same thought. If it weren't for Qingyun's excellent cooking skills, the shop would have gone bankrupt long ago. Boss, if you ask me, your vegetarian buns should only cost 50 cents each. Hey, a middle-aged boss said, pointing fingers. You should only sell your meat buns for $1 each, that way your business will get better and better. He continued confidently, I've been selling steamed buns for 20 years. You can trust me, the lower the price, the more customers I'll have. Just then, some middle-aged women started lining up, and Qingyun glanced at the middle-aged man speechlessly. They're definitely here to cause trouble. Qingyun could tolerate it, but the other older women couldn't stand this sarcastic tone. What kind of idiot are you? Get out of here. The cost of one steamed bun is more than $1, and you're going to sell it for 0.5 yuan? What are you up to? A middle-aged woman with curly hair exclaimed energetically, selfish bastard, you've been in business for 20 years? You've wasted your life. Exactly. I wonder which unscrupulous shop owner is jealous of the young owner and is causing trouble here. The older women were very united and started cursing together. Someone like this probably sells instant buns for 50 cents, how dare you compare them to handmade ones? Get out of here, what are you? Although the middle-aged shop owner's face flushed red, he still continued with a grin, how do you know this young man didn't use instant buns? Did he tell you? Several middle-aged women looked at them like they were idiots. Boss, the kitchen is completely transparent, don't you know how to take a look for yourself? The middle-aged boss peeked out and immediately regretted it. Damn it, I hadn't noticed before, the kitchen is in a very conspicuous place. This time, instead of disgusting others, he disgusted himself. Boss, give me 30 beef buns and 5 bowls of fried rice. I'll take them home for my granddaughter. The curly-haired woman shoved the middle-aged shop owner aside, saying, you have no idea, ever since my child tasted your steamed buns, he's been crying and begging for more. As he said this, he gave the middle-aged boss a disdainful look. Your instant buns aren't even worthy of carrying shoes for a small business owner. Boss Huang is really pitiful. He came up with such a stupid idea. Even if he is not kicked out by the boss, he will be scolded to death by the old ladies. Several bosses had already infiltrated the team. Looking at Boss Huang Zide, who was being attacked with insults, with a sympathetic expression. Let's ignore him and have a meal first. A young man quickly turned his head away and continued waiting for the line to shorten. Qingyun's cooking skills are truly exceptional. Even eating less would be a loss. That's true. You need to be well fed to have the energy to figure out how to deal with it. The middle-aged business owners all nodded in agreement. Ding! 195 yuan has been deposited into your Shuqianbo account. Ding! 235 yuan has been deposited into your Shuqianbo account. Ding! You've received 320 yuan. A series of payment notification sounds came from Qingyun's phone. The bosses were so shocked their jaws dropped. Who is this guy? He makes 200 from a single customer? There's also a 300 yuan option. You said you were selling breakfast, but someone who didn't know better would think you were selling ice cream. Even an ice cream assassin couldn't earn this much. The young boss had barely uttered a sound of surprise when others echoed his sentiments. It turns out that culinary skills are truly the foundation for making money in the restaurant industry. In any case, the middle-aged bosses present all gained some insight. Previously, they all bought cheap, low-cost fast food snacks and relied on their excellent charlatanry skills to create hype and make a profit. But now they realize they were wrong. I don't even earn as much as a small business owner from a single customer after a whole day of hard work. No one can resist Qingyun's culinary skills. These bosses originally had some intention of making things difficult for them. When it was their turn to order, they completely forgot about all that and blurted out, "Boss, 10 fennel seeds, 10 scallion beef, and 5 servings of egg fried rice to go." My turn. My turn. 20 carrot-filled ones, and 2 bowls of fried rice to go, please. Thank you, boss. Boss, your cooking skills are really good. Have you studied cooking seriously? A young boss got a steamed bun and started eating it non-stop. Yes, you'll learn by cooking more often, looking at more recipes, and learning more. Qingyun could guess the identities of these people. They were probably all owners of nearby breakfast shops. After all, who would buy breakfast with flour on their hands? His experience comes from the system. The recipes actually contain specific details, but whether one can master them requires time and practice. It's that simple. The middle-aged boss was surprised that Qingyun actually shared his insights without reservation. Thinking about it, it makes sense. The more you see and learn, the more truths there are in the world. Middle-aged business owners are not good at using mobile phones to watch videos, are illiterate, and cannot understand recipes. He relied entirely on the skills he learned when he was young to have a job and make a living. Over time, I have long forgotten the simple yet profoundly true teachings I heard during those years. Chapter 31. Qingyun is building connections to open a branch store. Yuan is about to be taken away. Making steamed buns is very simple. As long as the ingredients are absolutely fresh, that's fine. As for the combination, you can't stick to the rules. Try different combinations and actively seek customer feedback each time you try to make improvements. While kneading the dough, Qingyun earnestly shared the insights she had gained from the system. These have formed valuable experience. Ultimately, the foundation of progress is innovation. By improving upon the existing foundation and making dozens of changes, the taste of the food will definitely undergo a dramatic transformation. The system provided Qingyun with absolutely correct experience, which could only be understood through countless attempts and failures, like gold being forged in fire. Qingyun wasn't worried about the bosses stealing his skills. He taught them the methods, but without years of accumulation, could they succeed? It was difficult. Besides, Qingyun actually had her own plans. Breakfast shops must be chain stores. These experienced business owners can all be brought in for cooperation. Young boss, you have a conscience. A middle-aged business owner with a receding hairline pondered for a long time before finally sighing. Other people are afraid of having their skills learned when they open a shop, but this small business owner doesn't shy away from it at all. The other bosses were also deep in thought, and finally they all gave a helpless, bitter smile. In this materialistic society, those of us who have abandoned the purest craftsmanship and opted for convenient and cheap fast food are desecrating food. It's shameful. The portly boss, who was no longer young, shook his head and said, "It's no wonder our business is bad. Boss, to be honest, we are all owners of the breakfast shop across the street." A young man sighed to himself, "I'm sorry to have troubled you. However, it is thanks to your experience and guidance that we were pulled back from the brink of disaster." He said with heartfelt gratitude, "We all thought that making quick money was all that mattered. Reputation, taste, customer satisfaction, these were all just empty words. Only the small business owner's shop made us realize how wrong we were to think that way." The others quickly nodded their thanks as well, regardless of how much they disapproved of this young man before. But these words undoubtedly woke them up. It's absolutely necessary to be grateful. It's nothing, just some small tips. Xingyun smiled and handed them the ordered food. After taking the money, she said to the people queuing behind her, "Sorry, everyone, the steamed buns and fried rice are all sold out." "Oh dear, boss, why are we out so early again?" The elderly couple were instantly dumbfounded. "It's only a few minutes, boss, why don't you make some more?" "Can I buy more? I haven't had breakfast yet, I'm starving." Realizing that the steamed buns and fried rice were sold out, the crowd behind them began to wail in despair. "It's gone. My lunch is gone. I shouldn't have stayed up late yesterday. Hey handsome, could you make an exception and cook a little more for us?" Several pretty young girls started to act pitiful. "Wah, we didn't eat breakfast, we're so hungry." "I'm sorry, we really don't have any left, but I'll make more next time." Xingyun discovered that no matter how much food she prepared, she could always sell it all. "I ended up exhausting myself. Business is booming." The net profit for the morning was 6,725 yuan, plus 7,326 yuan at noon, for a total profit of 14,051 yuan for half a day. "Oh well." A short-haired girl pouted, clenching her fist as she gestured for her other colleagues to leave. "I'm not working overtime this afternoon, no matter what." The crowd gradually dispersed. After all, lunch was still a necessity. No other place makes as delicious steamed buns and fried rice as Qingyun, so there's no need to go there. So those who weren't in line turned their attention to the Cantonese restaurant next to the snack shop. "Why are there so many guests all of a sudden?" Li Dali's wife came out of the kitchen and excitedly patted him on the shoulder. There were 24 people in total, she counted. "When has a Cantonese restaurant ever been this extravagant? Boss, bring out all your signature dishes. Hey bro, how about we share a table?" "Okay, let's split the bill." The two young office workers hit it off immediately and ordered several more appetizers to try, even though the restaurant was almost deserted. These are all customers from Boss Chin's snack shop. So many of them at once. Hurry up, what are you waiting for? Bring out the food. Li Dali was extremely excited and quickly greeted everyone. "All right, everyone, please wait a moment, we'll serve the dishes right away." Watching her husband's busy figure from behind, Li Dali's wife's excited mood finally calmed down. "The shop hasn't been this busy in a long time, and my husband hasn't been this happy in a long time either. We really have to thank Boss Chung." After seeing the guests off, Qingyun sat on the table, looking somewhat tired. Mu Yun and Qin Luo were also cleaning up the mess in the kitchen at this time. They were right there when Qingyun was entertaining the boss. With culinary skills enough to dominate the world, he is actually willing to share his most precious insights with others. Undoubtedly, the two beauties' affection for Qingyun deepened even further. It used to be 100%, now it's 200%. Although I felt jealous watching the boy laughing and talking with other girls. No, I'm extremely jealous. Qin, you're a high school student, and you haven't been home for half a day. Aren't your parents worried? Suddenly, Mu Yun, who was washing dishes, took off her gloves and asked with a smile. The girl realized what she was doing and stopped what she was doing. Why would I worry? My parents are very supportive of what I do. I can do whatever I want, as long as it's within acceptable limits. She said with a hint of amusement, "But Sister Mu, born into a wealthy and powerful family, you must be under a lot of family constraints and have little freedom, right?" That's not necessarily true. My sister is an adult now, and no one can restrict my freedom, okay? The Mu family is known for its strict family discipline. Do I believe you? The girl was extremely annoyed by Mu Yun's poised and elegant demeanor. The Mu family is usually very wealthy and powerful, and they control everything. Why didn't I see old man Mu take his only granddaughter home? Outside the kitchen, Yuan tenderly massaged her father's shoulders. Xing Yun suddenly remembered his ex-wife and hesitated before saying, Yuan Yuan, your mother is coming to pick you up tomorrow, so make sure you get ready. The little girl stopped what she was doing, her face showing a hint of distress. Daddy, she said, I don't want to go. I don't want to see that bad woman, Yuan Yuan, don't leave Daddy. As she spoke, the little girl's voice trembled with tears. Xing Yun felt extremely distressed. But I still advised, Yuan Yuan, just go through the motions tomorrow. Dad will be waiting for you at the store. He didn't want to teach Yuan Yuan to Chenli, but he had no choice, since Chenli was Yuan Yuan's biological mother. Okay, Yuan Yuan understands. The little girl knew she couldn't refuse if she showed even a little emotion, that bad woman might take the opportunity to snatch her away from her father. She was just very sad. I can't be with Dad tomorrow. Chapter 32. Where is the way out for the snack shop? Wanting a share of Qing Yun's profits? Both Mu Yun and Qin Luo, two great beauties, seemed a little uninterested in the little girl's meal. They also became unhappy and stopped arguing. Yuan Yuan, what's wrong? Tell Teacher Mu. Mu Yun simply pulled Yuan Yuan into her arms, her face full of affection. Qin Luo also put down her chopsticks, touched the little girl's round face, and said gently, no matter what happens, Sister Luo will help Yuan Yuan find a way. No. The little girl's face was practically screaming with sadness, but she bravely said, Yuan Yuan is fine. Mu Yun was heartbroken. She hugged the little girl and gently patted her back. Xing Yun came out at this moment, noticed the two people's gazes, sighed, and told them about his ex-wife's upcoming visit to prison. Yuan Yuan doesn't want to go. Is there any way to stop Chenli from coming? After listening, Qin Luo asked directly. Mu Yun frowned and said, no, it was all written in the divorce agreement. Sigh, if only it hadn't been written. Xing Yun nodded. Chenli wanted to use the opportunity of visiting and monitoring her daughter to try to win her heart, thereby taking her away and thoroughly disgusting Qing Yun. It was a very poor goal, and Qing Yun had no choice but to agree in order to get a smooth divorce. It's okay, Yuan Yuan. If that bad woman treats you badly, just call Sister Luo and she'll take some people to teach her a lesson. The young girl harbored the same hostility towards Qing Yun's ex-wife as Yuan Yuan. If there had been a suitable opportunity, she would definitely have asked her father to target that bad woman's small company. That's right, Yuan Yuan doesn't need to stay a whole day. Just stay for a short while and then find an opportunity to have her take you home. Mu Yun knew this method was very effective, and the little girl indeed looked up and asked, really? Will it work? Certainly. Mu Yun nodded with a smile. Smack. Yuan Yuan, now happy, gave Teacher Mu a kiss on the cheek. Yay! Yuan Yuan admires her teacher the most. Snort. The girl withdrew her hand, looking somewhat unhappy. Qing Yun heard Qin Luo give a soft hum, raised an eyebrow, and picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and handed it over. Try it, it tastes good. Oh. Thank you. Qin Luo beamed with joy. Sure enough, my crush loves me the most. Qing Yun finished eating but didn't have time to help clear the table. A female manager, whom I didn't know, walked to the store entrance. Hello, I'm a beverage wholesaler from Helamai. I just came from Mr. Li's place. I heard you want to order beverages? The female manager secretly admired Qing Yun's good looks and handed her a business card. I am Li Yuyen, the manager of the Sinew Road branch of Helamai Beverage Company, Limited. Hello. Qing Yun smiled and shook her hand, then got straight to the point, let's talk directly. After discussion, the two finalized the wholesale price of the beverage. All beverages on the market are available wholesale, and the female manager is responsible for sending people to deliver the required beverages to the store every day. For every bottle sold, there is a profit. Qing Yun estimates that his store's customer traffic alone can bring in several hundred yuan a day just from beverage sales. Qing Yuan is still a little child and has the habit of taking a nap at noon. Therefore, neither Mu Yun nor Qin Luo wanted to give the opportunity to accompany the little girl during her afternoon nap to the other. However, the debate yielded no results. We can only follow Yuan Yuan's final opinion. The two of them slept together with the little girl on the second floor of the shop. Good night, Teacher Mu and Sister Luo. Qing Yuan whispered something and happily closed her little eyes. But her little body wouldn't obey her commands. She'd hug her left and right sides. I love both moms so much. Qing Yuan and Qin Luo cuddled together for a little while, then Chang Yuan turned around and rubbed her little head against Mu Yun. This made Qin Luo very depressed. Why does it seem like Yuan likes Mu Yun more? Qing Yun lay downstairs for a while. So he drove out to buy groceries. As usual, we bought 15 jin each of scallions, ginger, and garlic, and 20 jin of other vegetables and meats. He broke his promise to the customer that he would do more. I don't have that much energy, and I'm already making quite a bit of money. The business can be handed over to others in the future. The most urgent task is to thoroughly promote the Qingyuan snack shop brand. In this way, there will be a greater chance of opening branches and developing our own food brand in the future. I'm home. Mu Yun and Qin Luo stepped forward to help take the ingredients from Chang Yun and began to get busy. Qing Yuan, who had been watching from a small stool, also got up to help. She feels that life is so much better now than before. The kindness of a beautiful woman is the hardest to bear. Qing Yun looked at the two people busy in the kitchen and said with some emotion. In the quiet evening, the sky began to glow with rosy hues, like a blushing, shy woman. People lined up one after another in front of the snack shop. The elderly men in the neighborhood even cancelled their evening square dancing appointments with the women from the next village. I was afraid that if I arrived too late, I would miss it. When Qing Yun started appearing at the window to order, the queue outside the store was so long it shocked the surrounding shops. Some elderly people and young people who weren't in a hurry even set up chess games at the entrance of Qing Yun and played chess with great enthusiasm. Even more outrageous is, surprisingly, a nearby barbecue restaurant owner even pushed his cart to the entrance of Qing Yun to start selling barbecue. Some other shop owners' eyes lit up when they saw this. They all pushed their own strollers and rushed over to grab a spot. They sell shoes, clothes, kebabs, milk tea, you name it, they have it. The breakfast vendors, however, fought for a while and then gave up on the idea of sneaking over to get customers. After all, their cooking skills are nowhere near as good as Boss Ching's. There's no need to go and cause trouble for yourself. Sai, do we really have to change our approach? Li Shunxian, a middle-aged breakfast vendor who has been selling breakfast for 15 years, sighed as he looked at the bustling scene across the street. What else can we do? We can't possibly share the profits with Boss Ching. It's tough. Business in this lousy place has never been good to begin with. Over the years, only Boss Ching has really managed to turn things around. The bosses were very open-minded and had immense respect for Qing Yun. All right everyone, let's start taking orders. Qing Yun suddenly laughed and shouted. Good. I can't wait any longer. The people around immediately echoed loudly. I'm so happy. Qingyuan Snack Shop has gained considerable fame in Tianrong District through word of mouth among the local residents. Although it hasn't reached the point where tens of thousands of people are pursuing it, its speed of dissemination is absolutely unique. Other vendors who set up stalls nearby. I was both surprised and impressed by Qing Yun, this boss who suddenly rose to prominence. They are able to make money by taking advantage of the foot traffic of the snack shop, and they should thank their customers for their support. On the one hand, we should be even more grateful to Qing Yun for not driving them away. So the business owners sent their sons and daughters to join the group and express their gratitude to Qing Yun's business. Chapter 33, The Live Streamer's Store Visit? A shocking experience. He Jiu is actually a minor internet celebrity in Tianrong District, with over 500,000 followers, mostly from Shanghai. Because his personal account is mainly used in his spare time to share which shops in the neighborhood are worth visiting and eating at, his fans have a strong real-person engagement through this convenient theme. Basically, it's the kind of thing where you post a video to promote something, and people immediately come knocking on your door the next day. This time, he stumbled upon a recommendation for a delicious steamed bun shop on his WeChat Moments. Moreover, Amway has recommended it to more than one friend, and the praise he gives is overwhelmingly positive. The store has only been open for 2 days? To be honest, as soon as Jiu found out that the shop called Qingyuan Snack Shop had only opened 2 days ago, he immediately gave up the idea of going there to try it. This is probably just another marketing gimmick by the business. But then he heard that the snack shop owner was divorced and raising a child, and that the older generation of grandparents gave his cooking skills very high praise. So he rushed over right after getting off work. At first glance, it didn't scare him. The area was filled with people waiting in line, representing all sorts of professions. Jiu even noticed that her friend from the police station was dressed in plainclothes and hidden in the crowd. Next to him, Director Li? In that instant, Jiu was stunned. How did Director Li also come to such a far place? You know, my best friend works in the heart of Shanghai. Never mind. He Jiao immediately joined the queue at the back of the crowd. It seems this store's reputation is genuine? How is that possible, he wondered, puzzled. He couldn't understand why a newly opened store could have such terrifying sales figures. There are also so many people who spontaneously promote it on their WeChat moments. Boss, give me, 20 beef buns to try. After queuing for a while, it was finally He Jiao's turn. Hearing the continuous payment notification sounds coming from Qingyun's phone, he was so shocked that he became numb and simply ordered the same steamed buns as the woman in front of him. Before he could even regret it, Qingyun, whose movements were becoming increasingly skilled, packed the buns and handed them to him. It happened so fast that He Jiao didn't even have time to prepare a refusal. I could only scan the money and walk to the side of the road. I'll see just how magical it is. He Jiao spent 100 yuan on a steamed bun. Looking distressed, He Jiao first took a few photos. If we can't meet his expectations later, it will definitely be posted online and heavily criticized. But when he put his mouth to it, once you start, you just can't stop. Juicy and tender, can this really be used to describe steamed buns? He Jiao's mother felt that the anger she felt after a day at work was immediately cured by the delicious taste that had awakened her taste buds. A few minutes later, he licked his lips wistfully. 20 steamed buns were eaten clean. He Jiao even felt like eating some more. Seeing the ever-growing crowd, he gave up on the idea of joining the queue and took a picture instead. Because of her professional and reliable store reviews, He Jiao always includes videos she recorded along the way when sharing her experiences at different stores. The scene of him eating 20 steamed buns was also perfectly recorded. Never mind, just upload them all. He Jiao came up with a promotional message and posted it along with the photos and videos she had taken. The guests came in waves, seemingly without end. Qingyun saw one off and another came. The phone payment notification sound never stopped for a moment. On the contrary, Qingyun's skillful and high speed almost caused the machine to shut down. Besides Qingyun, the person who was probably the most tired was his payment QR code. Mu Yun and Qin Luo's cooking skills are far inferior to Qingyun's. All I could do was watch Qingyun steam and cook buns and fried rice all by herself, keeping her busy almost non-stop. They could only help with small things, and they felt so sorry for them. Even Xiao Yuan, whose mood had just recovered, became depressed again. She didn't want to see her father so tired. Thanks to you all today. After making the last batch of steamed buns, Qingyun skillfully told everyone that she would make more next time, and then closed the shop. He smiled and said to Mu Yun and Qin Luo, I don't know how to thank you enough. It's alright, it's alright. Qin Luo waved his hand. Yes, it's just a small matter. Don't try to bribe us with money. Mu Yun smiled and teased, we're helping you out of the heart, but talking about money would hurt our feelings. Well, no matter what, I really have to thank you properly. How about I give you free meals every time you come to the store from now on? Qingyun also knew that talking about money was an insult to their pure friendship. Yes. Pure friendship is definitely not based on love. Free meal, great. Qin Luo's eyes lit up, and he joked, I'll definitely come here to eat often from now on, so don't be unwelcome then. Mu Yun then said, I'm here too. As she spoke, she gave Qin Luo a smile. Snort. Qin Luo didn't look at this terrible, wicked woman. Sensing that something seemed off about the atmosphere, Qingyun smiled and said, I saved some for your best friends, I'll take some with you. Qin Luo and Mu Yun took the packing bags handed to them by Cheng Yun. I opened my phone to transfer money. Don't. Qingyun quickly stopped them, saying, really, there's no need. We're all friends, no need to be so formal. Qin Luo and Mu Yun spoke almost simultaneously. No, she doesn't deserve it. Qingyun. Yuan. Are the two mothers worried that their father will be targeted by his other sisters? The little girl scratched her head, unable to understand. Qingyun considerately drove the two beautiful women home in his minivan. Goodbye, Brother Cheng. Qin Luo stood under the streetlight, smiling and waving to Qingyun. A stunningly beautiful girl, tranquil lighting, hair and skirt fluttering in the wind, everything was so captivating. Then let's go. Mu Yun sat in the front row and gently peeked out, blocking Qin Luo's view. Okay. Qingyun nodded and started the engine. Only the three of them remained in the car. Qingyun suddenly asked, Teacher Mu, are you free tomorrow? Yes, what's wrong? Muyan smoothed a strand of hair that was hanging by her ear, a smile on her face. I'm planning to buy a car tomorrow. Could you please take care of Yuan for me then? Buying a car? Muyan paused for a moment, then nodded and said, of course. She plans to sneak over tomorrow to continue assisting Qingyun. It would be better to have a legitimate reason. However, Xin Luoka was not so lucky. Qingyun refused to let her continue helping, mainly because she felt bad about it. After all, it's not good for a young girl to stay in his shop every day, is it? But Teacher Mu is different. She is Teacher Yuan, and taking care of the students is a reasonable and justifiable reason. Dad, are you buying a car? From the back seat, Xia Yuan poked her head out and excitedly asked, can we go with you? Oh, that wicked woman is coming to pick me up tomorrow. The little girl suddenly remembered this and immediately wilted. Well, I don't know when Chen Li will pick you up tomorrow. Let Teacher Mu play with you for a while. Dad will be back soon. While waiting at the red light, Qingyun said, don't be sad. Dad bought a car, and I'll take you out to play every day, okay? Good. The little girl nodded emphatically. Chapter 34 Yuan was picked up, and Muyun accompanied her to buy a car. We successfully saw Teacher Mu off. Qingyun hadn't realized that the snack shop's business was booming so quickly, so buying a car was now an urgent matter. This afternoon, Qingyun went to the wholesale market and bought 100 jin of soybeans, 50 jin of peanuts, 50 jin of red dates, 40 jin of white sugar, 50 jin of lotus seeds, 50 jin of lily bulbs, 50 jin of black beans, and 30 jin of goji berries. These are all excellent ingredients for making soy milk. Because the raw materials need to be soaked overnight, Qingyun needs to start preparing today if she wants to sell soy milk tomorrow. These items will definitely require vehicles for transportation. Even setting aside picking up and dropping off my daughter at school, buying groceries, and the fact that I'll need a car to get around when I open a branch store and sign contracts, I'll still need to use a car for transportation. Back home, the little girl snuggled up to Qingyun and didn't want to move. Dad, are you very tired today? Qingyun patted her head. Yuan, you look so tired after being busy all day. The girl's distressed expression warmed Qingyun's heart. It's normal to be a little tired when making money. Yuan doesn't want her dad to be so tired. The little girl pressed her head against Qingyun's chest, her voice low and somber. Dad, Yuan is just like before. I play at home, and you stay home with me. In the future. Qingyun also felt a little sorry for him. After opening the shop, I definitely won't be able to spend as much time with my daughter as before. It seems that the plan to open a branch and make money effortlessly must be put on the agenda, but it will take a long time. At least we need to make the Qingyuan snacks brand well known in Tianrong district. However, we can start looking for an apprentice tomorrow. Training an apprentice to learn Qingyun's steamed bun and fried rice cooking skills might be difficult in a short time, but Qingyun has developed a god-level skill in making soy milk. This only requires attention to temperature, water volume, and some simple details, and is relatively easy to teach. Even if an apprentice learns the basics well, they can still sell a decent amount of goods. When the time comes, she'll be able to teach others a bit more about making steamed buns and fried rice, and that will be enough to qualify her to open a shop and make money. However, Qingyun will let her work as a trainer for a while, training other shop owners. Opening a branch will be a piece of cake for her. Of course, before that, we need to establish a cooperative relationship with other bosses. The next day. As dawn broke, Yuan had already gotten up, folded the blankets, and reluctantly dressed, clinging to Qingyun, unwilling to move. She didn't want to see that bad woman. She didn't want to leave her father. Women are all emotional, especially little girls. Qingyun smiled, patted her head, and said gently, just stay with her for a little while, and Dad will come pick you up right away, okay? Really? The little girl clearly didn't believe that the bad woman could be so good. Pinky promise, Dad will definitely find a way to pick you up. Qingyun extended her little finger and hooked it with the little girl's little finger. Okay, Daddy bought a car today, Yuan, be happy. The little girl smiled. Dad bought a car. We should be happy, shouldn't we? Follow Qingyun to the snack shop. Qingyun's phone received a message. Chanli, I'm on my way. Tell Yuan to wait for me at your door. The little girl's smile immediately faded. How did you get here so fast? With no other option, Qingyun had to take the little girl home. Qingyun, don't come if you haven't been here in 20 minutes. Qing Yun didn't forget to reply. He knew Chen Li's bad temper all too well and that she would definitely try to disgust him in some way. As expected, Chen Li replied immediately. Chen Li, I'm speechless. Are you out of your mind? I waited at the intersection for a while. Qing Yun then saw a red Ferrari driving straight toward them. I rolled down the car window and saw the face of an unfamiliar woman. Yuan? Get in the car. I'm Mr. Chen's secretary. The rather plump woman in the car spoke coldly, her tone seemingly impatient. Qing Yun frowned, noting that Chen Li had the exact same bad temper as him. Where's Chen Li? President Chen is in a meeting. Get in the car, what are you waiting for? The young woman in black stockings said playfully, You're refusing Mr. Chen's right to visit? I advise you to think about it carefully. Qing Yun didn't react much, but the little girl felt a pang of anxiety. He was terrified that these wicked women would find something to use against his father and take away his custody. Dad, I'm leaving. Yuan said goodbye to Qing Yun and reluctantly got into the car. Even after the car had driven far away, she was still gazing out the window. Qing Yun sighed. I looked away. Now that Yuan has been taken away, he can only buy a car first and then find a way to bring her back to open the shop. Actually, he was really worried. I'm afraid Yuan will be wronged. After thinking for a while, Qing Yun decided to send a message to Teacher Mu. Qing Yun, Teacher Mu, I won't trouble you to come today. Yuan has already been picked up, I'll go back to pick her up later. Mu Yun replied instantly. Mu Yun, I've arrived. I'll come pick you up later. I happen to be free today, so I'll go with you to buy a car. Laughs. Buying a car is a big deal for her idol, so how could Mu Yun possibly miss it? She was secretly pleased, knowing that Qin Luo, that little girl, would definitely sneak over too. Now I'll just drive over and kidnap my crush. Let Qin Luo wait. Qing Yun was not kept waiting for long. A moment later, a white BMW pulled up in front of him. Mu Yun rolled down the car window, her smile still captivating. Get in, my boss Qing. Good. Qing Yun opened the car door, automatically ignoring Mu Yun's rather suggestive words. What kind of car are you planning to buy? I might be able to give you some advice later, Mu Yun asked with a smile as she drove. BMW recently released a new car, it's cheap and can be used for getting around, so that's fine. Qing Yun's requirements are not very high. Mu Yun knew that he was under a lot of pressure and would definitely not accept help from others. I wish she were Qing Yun's girlfriend. I'll just give him my BMW, As a dowry? Shaking her head, Mu Yun quickly dismissed the idea of letting Qing Yun live off her. How could a strong and charismatic man like Qing Yun possibly be a kept man? You have to win him over with genuine affection. I'll have to trouble you again today. Qing Yun said shyly. Don't be shy, we're all friends. Mu Yun smiled and said, Of course, it would be even better if you added the word woman before friend. Qing Yun was unaware that Teacher Mu's inner thoughts were so active she glanced at her phone. Chen Li sent several messages. Chen Li, did you pick them up? Chen Li, what's so good about Yuan being with you? It's only been a few days, and she's already so thin from hunger. I'm asking you, have you been abusing her? Chen Li, I can absolutely hire a lawyer to revoke custody of Yuan. Actually, it hasn't been long since then. Chen Li's meeting hasn't even ended yet, so she definitely hasn't seen Yuan. He just wanted to discuss Qing Yun. Qing Yun laughed and replied, Think before you speak. Do you even believe what you're saying? This infuriated Chen Li. A barrage of warm greetings came crashing down on me. Chen Li, okay, you just wait. Chen Li, you piece of trash, let's see how long you can keep up your smugness. Chapter 35, Smearing Qing Yuan's snack shop in the dark? The entire internet is shocked. Wait, this owner is so handsome. Bang! In an office in a high-rise building in downtown Shanghai. After the meeting, Chen Li became increasingly angry, and finally slammed her hand on the table, furious. What a piece of trash! Not only does he not reply to messages, but he also speaks so rudely. How can you raise a daughter properly? Chen Li sneered, already able to foresee what kind of monster her daughter would become if Qing Yun raised her. Sloppy, weak, incompetent, and self-righteous. Like father, like daughter. One day, I will make you hand over the custody of Yuan obediently. Her purpose was clear. Qing Yun owned a breakfast shop. Then let's nip it in the bud. Let's see how smug you are. Without hesitation, Chen Li sent a message to her subordinates. Mr. Chen, I want to shut down that breakfast shop I asked you to keep an eye on last time. Good. The female subordinate picked up her phone, glanced at it, and immediately responded. Then, she took out her phone and posted a bounty in a group with a black profile picture. Help people search for Qingyuan snack shop on Sinew Road in the dark. We need people both online and offline. The reward is negotiable. Then, she opened Douyin, the largest entertainment platform in the country. Whether it was due to big data or not, she immediately saw the three big characters Qingyuan snack shop on the search interface, and without thinking much, she clicked to search. The first video in the search results was a long queue of animated GIFs, with over 300,000 likes. Ha! Qingyuan snack shop? How come it has so many likes? The female subordinate murmured something, and curiosity led her to click on it. It's probably because another store has the same name. After all, just 2 days ago she saw that the snack shop was doing very little business, with hardly any customers all morning, so she didn't even want to waste time asking around. But when she checked the title, she realized that the address was the same shop she had noticed last time. What's going on? Are they paid trolls? The female subordinate was astonished. Without watching the video, she instinctively couldn't believe that Qingyun, a guy who left with nothing, would still have money to hire hundreds of thousands of online trolls. Hello everyone, I'm Hijio. Today, let's take a look at a shop called Qingyuan Snack Shop. I believe many of you friends on Sinew Road are familiar with it. Have you been seeing recommendations for this shop on your WeChat moments lately? The video begins with a young man whom his female subordinate recognizes. He's a well-known online celebrity who reviews restaurants in Tianrong district. They even hired a blogger. That's quite a budget, but they're going to get bombarded with online trolls soon, poor thing. The female subordinate silently mourned for her handsome boss for a second. The video continues. I have some time today, and at the request of my fans, I've come here to take a look. Now, follow me to find out more. With a simple waving clip, the scene from the cover immediately appeared on the screen. A bustling crowd, with the elderly, children, and young people all queuing up in turn, while others surrounded the vendors at the surrounding stalls, all crowding around the ordinary shop in the center. The previously quiet barrage of comments immediately surged. What's going on, little brother? Have you been getting paid for advertising lately? You dare to go and investigate a small shop that's only been open for a few days? Seriously, there are so many people here. No way, there's such a long line, it's like a dragon. I know this place, Dali Cantonese restaurant. I used to love eating here, but I changed jobs and haven't been here since. But it's never been this busy before. The female subordinate also frowned. It's impossible for Qingyun to hire so many people as shills all at once. Some of the elderly women with hunched backs are not people he could easily persuade to help. To be honest, I was shocked when I first arrived and saw so many people. I wondered why I had never been to such a popular shop before. After asking around for a day, guess what? It turned out to be the Qingyuan snack shop. The author's voice appears in the video, and the view slowly focuses on the crowd, where a clearly visible sign appears in the center of the phone, Qingyuan snack shop. Holy crap, how could this be? You're kidding me. There are so many people, I don't understand. Are you sure you're not mistaken? How could a newly opened store have such incredible sales? Could it be that you hired someone? A red comment appeared in the live chat. Other netizens echoed, I agree with the above view. I really don't believe that a newly opened store can be so popular. Besides, my family has been in business for generations, so I know exactly what so many customers mean. It's just a show, a childish tactic. Just watch it for fun. Of course, some voiced their dissatisfaction and questioned, how could you possibly hire so many people to put on a show? Unsurprisingly, he was immediately bombarded with insults from other viewers and labeled as an ignorant elementary school student and a childish keyboard warrior. The video has been sped up to show Hijio waiting in line. Hijio also handled the series of payment notification sounds from Qingyun's phone very well, recording almost all of them. Holy crap, I saw that lady buy 20 steamed buns at once. How is that possible? Is she a pig? How can she eat so much? Didn't you guys notice how much profit the boss makes? Hundreds of dollars at a time, damn it, it's obviously fake. You're being narrow-minded. If one bun costs 5 yuan, then 50 buns would only cost 250 yuan. Upstairs, which childish brat is showing off again? You can eat 5 yuan buns? Eating 50 at once? You're just bragging without thinking? That's right, that's right. My dad sells steamed buns. If business is good, he can only earn 300 yuan a day at most. How can you earn several hundred yuan from just one customer? It's obviously fake. In any case, the barrage of comments was completely ignited. The newly opened store, the long queues, and the huge sums of money collected, all these factors combined are incredibly eye-catching. Even the female subordinate who was specifically responsible for attracting traffic, whitewashing, and hiring online trolls to smear competitors had to marvel at the exposure power behind this post. If this is indeed the traffic-generating method Qing Yun came up with, then it's far too exaggerated and an excellent example. I earn more, and if you don't believe me, come to my shop and try it. In this way, customers come in batches, and once they've made enough money, they simply run away to find another place to make more money. Having learned a method for attracting traffic, the female subordinate continued reading. It's my turn. I've sped up the process for the people in front of me, so this will be the original speed. Boss, give me 20 buns to try. Jill blurted it out without thinking, and immediately regretted it terribly. Her facial expressions were truly rich, which made the audience laugh uncontrollably. Look at that guy who was drinking, he bought 20 steamed buns all at once, and his face turned green. It really made for a great show. I'm dying of laughter. Even the usually cautious Jiao got tricked. Look at the young boss's actions, he didn't give him a chance to regret it at all. Wait, this young boss is so handsome. Chapter 36 Qing Yun's snack shop is about to survive. Should we still stay in the dark? Let's just watch the show. Holy crap, how can there be such a handsome guy? With his striking eyebrows, bright eyes, and tall stature, he's practically my ideal type. Seriously? Haven't the viewers in the live chat ever seen a man before? I admit he's better looking than me, but you can't be this dramatic. You upstairs don't understand. There are thousands of men in the world, but only this man has completely entered my heart. Just talking about his looks, any more and he would look effeminate, any less and he wouldn't be handsome enough. He is absolutely the most handsome man in the world. I'm confused. Why aren't you guys talking about the steamed buns anymore? From the moment Qing Yun's face was revealed, the style of the comments section completely changed. The previous comments criticizing the snack shop were immediately drowned out by a flood of crazy so cool comments. I haven't seen enough. I don't want to watch you eat steamed buns, I want to see the boss. That's right, give me back my little boss, or I'll have to take him back and keep looking at him. Jill only filmed Qing Yun for 2 seconds before running to the roadside to say she was going to try the steamed buns and see if they were as delicious as the hype on her social media. The comments section erupted in protest. Nobody cares whether the food is good or not anymore. Because of the young owner's good looks, those who live nearby will definitely go and check it out, and patronize the business. What business is it of theirs whether it's a new snack shop, soliciting customers, or anything real or fake? Some male viewers now hid behind their screens watching the frenzied barrage of comments, too afraid to utter a word of advice. But without exception, they became even more convinced that the snack shop was just a publicity stunt. The payments were fake, the booming business was fake, and even the people setting up stalls on the street were hired shills. It's all a scheme to lure young girls into the store, scam them, and exploit them. The men were filled with rage and shuddered, practically ready to furiously type on their keyboards, capitalism. It's all capitalism. A complete fraud. Arrest him. You can tell from the 20th comment in the comments section. It was a question with a sense of vicissitude, a detachment from everything. Is capitalism finally going to destroy us? After reading the comments for a while, the female subordinate finally wrote in her notebook, "Good looks are the key to attracting traffic." She finally understood why this simple restaurant review video had such a high number of likes. Having a handsome face is definitely an asset for making money. She used to think that Mr. Chen's ex-husband was a genuinely good person, but now it seems that he can only gain popularity by selling himself. No matter how popular a snack shop is, how much money can it make? To be honest, even if each customer could earn 500, the female subordinates wouldn't be interested. This small amount of money is less than the daily interest on Mr. Chen's bank card. Moreover, Qing Yun's popularity, which lacks substance, is not sustainable and will definitely not generate significant profits. As the saying goes, poverty diminishes ambition. Compared to these highly intelligent and high-class people, my perspective is too narrow. The female subordinate continued watching with a strong sense of superiority. After eating one bun, Hee-jo didn't say anything, just stared wide-eyed and ate the next bun, repeating this 4 or 5 times in a row, still with the same exaggerated expression. The live chat couldn't stay silent any longer. Teacher Hee, what's wrong with you? You're eating so much today. Last time I saw you check out a steamed bun shop, you only ate 2 and then threw up, haha. No way, you're still eating? Don't make things difficult for yourself. Just tell the owner that getting customers with your looks is more profitable than getting ads from bloggers. I have to say, the handsome boss put a lot of effort into the advertisement. Look at Hee-jo's exaggerated appearance. His face is red from being so full, and he's still eating. I wonder how much money he received to be so hardworking. At this moment, a comment appeared on the screen. I feel like Hee-jo doesn't want to talk because it's too delicious. No way, but it really does seem like that. Although it's a bit far-fetched, as the video length was running out and Hee-jo was seen putting buns into her mouth and swallowing them one by one, she had almost finished them all. Keep in mind, there were a total of 20 buns. Damn, this makes me so hungry. Is this a mukbang? Xiao-jio, say something. Xiao-jio. By the end of the meal, the female subordinate's mouth was stretched wide open. What the heck? They don't need to go to such lengths just to earn advertising revenue from Qing-yun. She felt that things were getting increasingly wrong. Brothers and family, listen to me, this steamed bun is absolutely the most delicious steamed bun I've ever eaten. Taking the last bite, Hee-jo said with lingering satisfaction and excitement, you guys don't know, oh my, I don't even know how to describe the taste. It's absolutely delicious. Forgive my lack of cultural knowledge, but even after eating 20, I still can't fully express how delicious it is. Hee-jo's next words startled everyone. Teacher Hee, do you know what you're saying? These are 20 steamed buns, not Xylangbeo. How come you still can't taste them? Whether it's an advertisement or not, I admire you. I'm not going to say anything more. Seeing how much the author is putting on a show, I have to go and check it out. Now, not only female fans, but also some male fans, out of respect for Hee-jo's exploration of hundreds of high-quality shops, are determined to join in the fun. No way, it can't be a publicity stunt. The female subordinate calmly considered the situation and immediately resolved her hesitation, looking at the customer's appearance in the video. It doesn't seem like acting at all. Moreover, looking at the middle-aged and elderly people in the video, there is absolutely no trace of the awkward acting scene in Douyin videos. How did he do that? After thinking it over and over, the female subordinate immediately couldn't figure out the reason for the situation. How could one person's cooking skills be so amazing that the business would be booming in just 2 days? She felt defeated, as if she had immediately lost her sense of superiority. For the first time, the female subordinate felt she couldn't see through Qing-yun. Bite. A cell phone ringing brought her back to reality. It turns out that a paid online marketing company had already accepted the bounty. The female subordinate hesitated. She couldn't understand the current situation. Should she continue sending online trolls to frame people, or find another way? But she had already witnessed President Chen's intimidating presence. Never mind, let's continue. The female subordinate made up her mind and paid a total of 50,000 yuan directly to the online troll group in order to smear Qing-yun's snack shop. Chen-li resorted to any means necessary to disgust her ex-husband. The female subordinate thought about it and figured it wasn't her problem anyway. If any conflicts arise, we can enjoy the spectacle. After all, the bounties are all real and anonymous. She had been doing this kind of work for several years, making a great contribution to the development of Yuyan Technology Company, Limited, and was fully aware of the level of confidentiality involved. The person in charge of the online troll mission also sent over a message that they had received the message. He immediately organized his brothers to start working. It's a seamless, integrated process, both online and offline. Chapter 37, Taking Yuan on a Blind Date? Muyun's Possessiveness of Food. The hypocritical Chen-li. She changed into a sexy and elegant outfit. Chen-li went out to continue her blind date. This time, the person on the other side is the only son of a rich second-generation heir with a net worth of over 10 billion, whose future is infinitely bright. She was going to take her daughter with her to a blind date. Yang Li had previously inquired about this rich second generation, and learned that he had a peculiar fetish. He liked cute little girls. Of course, it's just a simple liking. If it's that kind of liking, Chen-li would probably have to think about it for a while before nodding in agreement. As I walked out of the company, my secretary arrived right on time in her Ferrari. Shanley walked over proudly in her high heels. Mr. Chen, the person has been brought. The young woman in black stockings got out of the car, spoke, and stepped aside. You may leave. Shanley spoke coldly and got into the driver's seat. Have you lost weight? Is your father abusing you? Her tone remained indifferent. Shanley wanted to appear enthusiastic, but she knew it wouldn't work on this ingrate, it would only make her seem insincere. No, Dad loves Yuan Yuan very much, and the food he cooks suits Yuan Yuan's taste very well. It's clear that Qing Yuan Yuan is genuinely afraid of and hates this wicked woman. She cowers in the back, helpless and pitiful. Shanley frowned slightly upon hearing this and asked, Do you want to go to the amusement park? Having received the unsurprisingly unyielding response, Shanley immediately started the accelerator and said, Then come with me. Amusement parks are such a waste of time. I guess only a good-for-nothing like Qing Yun would like to go there. Even today, Shanley still believes that nothing can compare to the wealth and glory gained through hard work, or perhaps, it has always been the case since the day she founded her beauty salon. We chatted casually along the way until we arrived at a 4S store with a good reputation. The person who greeted Qing Yun was a pretty young lady, and she didn't deliberately make things difficult for them because of their attire or anything. Besides, Qing Yun is really handsome. The girl's eyes were practically sparkling with admiration. Mr. Qing, please come with me. She smiled and led the way, then suddenly asked curiously, Excuse me, is this young lady your girlfriend? Both of them are very good looking, they are such a perfect match. Before Qing Yun could answer, Mu Yun said directly, Yes. After she finished speaking, she gave the receptionist a slight smile. Whispers with unclear meaning. Do you still want to take things further with Qing Yun? With me here, I advise you not to even think about it. Faced with the terrifying Mu Yun, the receptionist was completely unable to entertain her, and she immediately gave up on the idea of continuing to chat with Qing Yun. Qing Yun turned around and glanced at Mu Yun. Mu Yun returned her a smile, and it has to be said that her smug little girl smile was simply irresistible to Qing Yun. Thank you so much. If you hadn't gotten me out of that predicament, that girl would probably have kept bothering me for a while longer. After the receptionist had walked away, Qing Yun spoke to Mu Yun. Fine. Mu Yun vaguely felt her face getting warm, and the heat gradually spread to her neck. Was it already red? I'm so sorry. Why do I blush inexplicably every time I have a slightly more advanced idea? It's so embarrassing. Mu Yun was somewhat embarrassed and annoyed. Because I had read the guides beforehand, and Qing Yun didn't have high requirements for a car, I picked it up very quickly. With a payment of just over 120,000 yuan, Qing Yun paid the full amount and left with Mu Yun. What do you think? Is this a big shot, or? A group of salespeople gathered behind them, chatting idly. Cars costing over 100,000 yuan are frequently purchased by customers. But Mr. Qing's behavior of directly throwing away money in a hurry is unacceptable. This left them confused for a while. I feel like I've seen this guy somewhere before. A long-haired female manager looked in the direction Qing Yun had gone and thought with lingering reluctance. On the other side, Shanley drove her car and parked it directly next to a coffee shop. Next to the Ferrari was a black limited edition Bugatti, and Shanley's eyes lit up even more when she saw it. Come on, what are you standing there for? Let's go inside. Shanley gave a cold snort and walked into the coffee shop without looking back. Dad will definitely come to pick up Yuan Yuan. Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, the little girl shook her head resolutely and followed. Hurry up, I'll take you to KFC later. Shanley had just reached the store entrance when she turned back. She was afraid that Qing Yuan might sneak away and get lost, which would ruin her blind date plans. Taking the little girl's reluctant hand, Shanley continued into the store and walked straight to a table. Over there, a handsome young man in a sharp suit was already waiting. She was less attractive than Qing Yun. But since he's a rich kid, even if his looks aren't great, they can't be that bad. Moreover, he comes from a wealthy family, which is something that a good-for-nothing like Qing Yun can't compare to. Shanley knew at first glance that she could accept it. Hello Ms. Chen, my name is Lu Woyo, I am from Shanghai, and I am currently responsible for helping to manage my family's company. Lu Woyo's words immediately revealed the gentle and refined manners of a rich second generation. Hello, I am Chen Li. I currently run the company I founded myself. I believe you are already familiar with it. It's the Yu Yin Beauty Company that has risen to prominence in recent years. At this point, Chen Li proudly raised her head, her eyes filled with fervor. You know, I am a weak woman who started from scratch and achieved what I have today. I did not rely on anyone, it was entirely due to my own hard work. She knew that the rich second-generation heir in front of her would definitely not dislike a woman who worked hard. As expected, Lu Wuyo exclaimed in surprise, "That's amazing. President Chen is definitely a strong woman." He then said with a touch of self-deprecation, "I'm not as ambitious and capable as Mr. Chen. I dropped out of high school and came to help my family manage the company. I don't have a degree, and my business acumen isn't great either." But Chen Li laughed and said, "What does it matter? Education is not the standard for measuring a successful man." She touched her hair and continued, "Besides, you can manage a company right after graduating from high school. To say you're not working hard is really ridiculous, Mr. Lu." Her tone seemed to have a hint of joking and ingratiation. They're all from families with a little money, so talking about hard work or not is all empty talk. "By the way, is this your daughter?" Lu Wuyo looked at the little girl hiding under the seat. He had noticed her before. "That's right, Yuan, get up and call him uncle." Chen Li smiled like a virtuous wife and loving mother, and tried to hold Qing Yuan's hand, but she dodged it. "Don't get angry, or you'll ruin your important plans." Chen Li took a deep breath and said with a smile, "My ex-husband raised her to be like this, so please don't be offended." "Yeah, it's okay, she's quite cute." Lu Wuyo smiled and said something, then continued talking with Chen Li. Chen Li kept praising him for being young and promising, saying that his family's wealth was just a facade. Her subconscious message was, "My affection for you isn't because you're rich, but because of your hard work and dedication. They are a perfect match for me." To be honest, Lu Wuyo became more and more annoyed the more he listened. Chapter 38, Lu Wuyo, the rich second generation. Yuan is a heartless ingrate. She's just looking for an apprentice to make big money. Chen Li smiled and said goodbye to Lu Wuyo, saying, "Mr. Lu, let's meet again next time." "Okay, goodbye Mr. Chen." Chen Li dragged Chung Yuan away. "What a trashy woman." After Chen Li walked away, Lu Wuyo began packing his things with a displeased expression. A few days ago, he heard that one of his distant cousins had been disfigured at a company called Yuyan. Just then, news reached his ears that the female CEO across the street was searching for a blind date and marriage partner. He also had a wicked sense of humor, wanting to see if she was truly heartless. Otherwise, why would Lu Wuyo have wasted so much time here? Putting aside his net worth and future prospects, how could he possibly be interested in a small company? Just considering Chen Li's behavior and the company's dark history, he felt disgusted. He wouldn't have come here if he hadn't been bored these past few days. But that little girl, she looked so cute with her reluctant expression. I wonder who her father is, he's so good looking. Lu Wuyo gave a gentle smile. He had a love affair when he was young and naive, and had a child. Later, the woman died because of him, so his feelings for human children are extremely sincere and careful. Of course, he harbors deep hatred towards all women. Lu Wuyo rubbed his temples, picked up his phone, and started scrolling through Douyin TikTok. He enjoys browsing content from his local area, watching cute kids, and looking at food photos. He's not the ambitious and promising young man that Chen Li, that crazy woman, described him to be. He hates the word struggle, he prefers comfort. This restaurant review video has over 500,000 likes. Is it nearby? I'll check it out sometime. Lu Wuyo saw a video that was extremely popular and clicked on it. Get in the car. Chen Li was extremely annoyed. She finally met a wealthy man, but he ignored her completely. What's the meaning? It's all because of you, you ungrateful wretch. You didn't even try to put in a good word for me. Chen Li coldly stared at Qing Yuan behind her through the rearview mirror. The little girl didn't say anything, which made Chen Li very angry. Fine, do you want to eat KFC? Chen Li knew she had to win back custody of her daughter and could no longer remain indifferent. No matter how weak and cowardly Qing Yun has made her daughter, she will definitely reform her. I don't want to eat, I want to go home. After hesitating for a moment, the little girl finally cautiously expressed her thoughts. Sigh, whatever, what an ingrate. Chen Li sighed and drove straight towards Qing Yun's rundown snack shop. She happened to have a meeting later and didn't have time to waste with this ungrateful wretch. Visiting Qing Yun in prison was originally just an excuse to annoy him, but today he's only annoyed himself. What bad luck! A short while later. The red Ferrari couldn't get into Sinew Road after all. Chen Li could only drag Chung Yuan out of the car. Go back by yourself. I'll come find you another day. Shanley left a message and got into her car to go back to the meeting. The little girl waited until the car was far away before she finally showed a happy smile. I can finally see my dad again. Just then, Shanley received a message from Qingyun. Qingyun, where's Yuan? I'm coming over for a second. Shanley frowned and replied with one hand. Shanley, the child has been sent back. Take a good look at yourself. What kind of person have you raised? I don't know why you insisted on having custody of her. Do you know you've ruined her life? With a cold snort, Shanley anticipated that Qingyun would continue to scold her, and immediately turned off her phone. She was telling the truth. Sheng Yuan could only succeed if she followed her. What future could she have with that good-for-nothing? Qingyun ignored the woman who seemed to have a screw loose and drove straight to the intersection, where he finally found the poor little girl. Dad! The little girl's eyes welled up with tears as soon as she saw Qingyun. Muyun opened the car door, picked up the aggrieved little girl, and got into the car. With a look of heartache, she said, that bad woman didn't hurt Yuan, did she? No, Yuan is finally back. The little girl, not wanting to spoil the pleasant atmosphere of her father buying a car, said with a smile, Daddy, our car is so big. Dad's car is a round car, and it's the first time the little girl has had such a big car. She happily nestled into Teacher Mu's arms, feeling the warmth emanating from her cheeks. The fear and unhappiness I felt earlier vanished instantly. Muyun smiled broadly, stroking the little girl's back like a kind mother. Xingyun saw the scene through the rearview mirror. I think it seems pretty good. Xingyun went to the wholesale market and purchased the raw materials she had prepared for this year. Now that he has a car, he starts focusing on buying ingredients for milk tea. Xingyun didn't plan to make milk tea and soy milk herself, because their god-level skills were the easiest to pass on. She would just make a few cups herself and let her apprentices learn the basics. Potato flour, brown sugar, milk powder, milk tea, black tea bags, sugar cubes, black coffee, milk, cocoa powder. These were all purchased by weight. This is the first time I've ever seen a wholesaler as generous as Qingyun. They couldn't have known that Qingyun's business would be so phenomenal. Back at the snack shop, Sister Luo is here too. Yuan, who was sitting in the back seat, suddenly called out. Muyun turned her head and saw that there were already a few people standing at the entrance of the snack shop. A stunningly beautiful young woman sat on a bench by the roadside, looking at them with a resentful expression. Sister Qin, what brings you here again today? As soon as she got out of the car, Muyun walked straight toward Qin Luo. What's with this victorious attitude of yours? Qin Luo didn't even want to look at her. If it weren't for the fact that she hadn't had time to get her driver's license yet, she would have been the one to intercept Qingyun today, wouldn't she? Brother Cheng. Qin Luo ignored Muyun and walked towards Chengyun. You're here to play with Yuan again? Xingyun had a headache. Yeah, you don't mind, do you? The girl spoke sweetly, her pure pale yellow dress fluttering gently in the wind. Xingyun couldn't bring herself to refuse. The little girl was overjoyed and hugged Qin Luo's long legs, pouting sweetly, Sister Luo, you're so kind. Just then, the Cantonese restaurant next door has also reopened. As always, Li Dali was stretching lazily at the store entrance. He was exhausted yesterday. Business was so good, he'd never felt so fulfilled. So much so that when he saw Qingyun today, his eyes were filled with gratitude. Boss Qing, you bought a car? What are you planning to do today? Seeing Qingyun drive a new car and unload some bottles and jars from it, Li Dali was very curious. Yes, we're planning to sell soy milk and milk tea today. Li Dali didn't quite understand these things. Wow, a restaurant can't function without drinks. Can Boss Qing manage all this by himself? There's so much stuff. The snack shop is doing so well that many customers don't get any food even at the very end. Li Dali's concern that Qingyun wouldn't be able to handle everything alone was not without reason. I am a bit busy. I'm planning to find an apprentice to help me. Qingyun sighed and said that he needed to find an apprentice, but in fact, he had not yet found a suitable candidate. Apprentice, is Boss Qing planning to open a branch store in the future? Before Li Dali could answer, his mother, Li Lianhua, came out of the store. Boss Qing, what do you think of me? Chapter 39, Qingyun's first apprentice. Aunt Li, seeing hope. Mom, you're so old, why are you getting involved? Li Dali was immediately shocked when he heard his mother's words. What are you saying, child? You're just retiring here anyway, so it's good to help Boss Ching out, and you can even get some culinary guidance from him. It's such a good thing, and you're stopping your mother? Aunt Lee gave her son a reproachful look, then continued to smile at Qing Yun and said, Boss Qing, to be honest, I've been in the catering industry my whole life, and I know the ins and outs very well. If you're opening a branch, you can completely leave the training of apprentices to this old auntie. She paused, then added, it just so happens that time is so tight right now, and there's no time to find help, so I'll just have to step in and do the job. That's great. After thinking about it carefully, Qing Yun realized that it made sense. Oh dear, can't mom just enjoy her retirement? Why does she need to improve her cooking skills? Li Dali knew he couldn't go against his mother's temper, so he looked at Qing Yun. In any case, we still need Boss Qing's approval. As long as you don't mind that I'm an old woman, that's fine. Aunt Li said with a smile. Oh dear, please don't say that. Qing Yun immediately said, if you come to help me, that would be perfect, I would absolutely welcome you. Aunt Li's help will really solve Qing Yun's urgent problem, and he is extremely grateful. Okay, it's settled then. I'll be there in a bit. Aunt Li simply felt that she couldn't be of much help in her own shop, so helping Qing Yun would be a good thing. After all, she had spent most of her life making steamed buns for breakfast. Although her cooking skills couldn't compare to Qing Yun's, they were still good enough for other shops. Besides, at her age, if she could learn Qing Yun's cooking skills, it would truly make up for a lifetime of regrets. It would be a wonderful thing. She was so grateful to Boss Qing. Qing Yun returned to the shop. When I told the little girl about it, she immediately became happy. Aunt Li will be our helper from now on? Aunt Li helps Dad with chores at the shop, so he doesn't have to work so hard. Logically speaking, Yuan should call her Grandma Li, but all the neighbors, regardless of age or gender, call her Aunt Li, which has almost become a term of respect. Qing Yuan shouted it out the first time. No respect for elders, Qing Yun thought with a smile. So Mu Yun and Qin Luo started helping Qing Yun prepare the ingredients for steamed buns and fried rice for breakfast. Qing Yun then began to check the peanuts, red dates, goji berries, and other ingredients that had been soaked the day before. Hundreds of kilograms of ingredients soaking in one room, it's truly breathtaking. The system not only gave him god-level culinary skills, but also gave Qing Yun an extremely discerning eye for selecting ingredients. These are all excellent ingredients. A short while later, Aunt Li indeed came over wearing an apron. Qing Yun has also prepared the raw materials and equipment for making soy milk. Aunt Li, let me follow along and do it once. If you don't understand anything, just ask me. Qing Yun said with a smile. Okay, I'm quick to learn, you just do what I think is best. Aunt Li replied with a smile that she was very happy to be able to learn Qing Yun's cooking skills. I'll teach you how to make soy milk first. The raw materials for soy milk need to be soaked for 7 to 8 hours in advance. Aunt Li knows this, so I won't go into details. Qing Yun took all the soaked peanuts and soybeans out and washed them clean. Actually, to be good at cooking, you need to control the details. I will write down the specific data of the amount used each time. He poured the washed peanuts and soybeans into the soy milk maker one by one and blended them. To make absolutely delicious soy milk, you definitely can't use an automatic soy milk maker. You have to grind it and then cook it by hand. You have to control the heat and water temperature precisely. It will definitely taste good. Qing Yun spoke while waiting for the soy milk maker to finish. These words puzzled Aunt Li. Such scientific and precise data sounds no different from an automatic soy milk maker. How can it make delicious soy milk? Clever. Qing Yun sincerely exclaimed, but it's different. My data is absolutely accurate. It cannot be affected by any reason. Aunt Li was still completely confused. Qing Yun wasn't in a hurry, and soon the raw materials were pressed. Next, prepare a large pot. Don't worry, I will find someone to buy these raw materials later, so you don't need to bother going to the market. Qing Yun's thoughtfulness made Aunt Li extremely happy. The older one is Teacher Mu, and the younger one is who? She suddenly asked with a gossipy look on her face. Yuan's good friend came to the store to take care of Yuan, Qing Yun replied helplessly. Aunt Li clearly didn't believe it. Anyone with eyes could see that. By the way, Aunt Li, don't worry, you'll definitely get paid well if you help me with my work. Qing Yun decided to change the subject. You little boss, do you think I'm that kind of person? I'd be really happy if I could learn a little bit of your cooking skills. Aunt Li had never thought about the salary. Why should Qing Yun pay her for teaching her cooking? It should be given, it should be given. Aunt Lee is too kind, but Xingyun can't be too kind. As the shops grow bigger and more numerous, Aunt Lee's help will definitely be indispensable. Prepare to simmer over high heat. The exact time will depend on the specific circumstances. Let me check first. Xingyun took out her phone and turned on the timer. I'm going to write down the exact time so I can give it to Aunt Lee later. Wow, there are so many tricks to it. Looking at the soy milk gradually turning into steam, Aunt Lee felt that Xingyun's theory did make some sense. It's the same principle. Details determine success or failure. This applies to steamed buns and fried rice from now on. Once Aunt Lee gained a deeper understanding of the details, her efficiency in learning to make fried rice and steamed buns increased dramatically. You're going to teach me how to make fried rice? That's your specialty. Aren't you afraid I, your old mother, will tell everyone? Aunt Lee was extremely surprised. I thought I would only learn some basic cooking skills, but I never expected that Xingyun would even teach me the signs for snack shops like steamed buns and fried rice. Of course, after all, I can't work in the catering industry for the rest of my life. Xingyun smiled and continued working, saying, we definitely need to find someone to help with the catering. I think Aunt Lee is a good person. Not to mention her experience, her social experience is unmatched by most people. This alone directly elevates Xingyun's reason for choosing Aunt Lee for help. I think I understand. Aunt Lee's voice trembled slightly. She understood perfectly well how large Xingyun's snack shop could grow. The business opportunities there were absolutely enormous. Moreover, he completely regarded himself as the first trustworthy helper. This made Aunt Lee feel flattered and incredibly excited. From the very first year she started selling breakfast, she dreamed of opening her shop all over the world. Unfortunately, all these years have passed and it has never been realized. Now, she felt as if she had inexplicably seen hope. Chapter 40. Aunt Lee was very surprised by her own cooking skills. She started selling soy milk. For some reason, Xingyun felt that Aunt Lee watched the second half of the show with extra focus and great enthusiasm. Finally, the first batch of soy milk was ready. Come and have a taste, Xingyun invited the experienced Aunt Lee to sample the food. Judging by its appearance, it looks pretty good. Aunt Lee exclaimed in admiration and eagerly scooped up a spoonful. He blew on it and tasted it directly. Glug glug. The sweet and delicious soy milk enters the mouth and flows directly down the throat. Aunt Lee only realized this after she finished drinking it. Tasty! She exclaimed in admiration, then scooped up another spoonful, this time savoring it carefully. The moment your taste buds are refreshed, the aroma of soybeans, along with the sweetness of white sugar, melts into your saliva. This is absolutely the best soy milk Aunt Lee has ever had in all these years. How is that possible? Aunt Lee exclaimed in shock, drawing the attention of the three busy people in the kitchen. They came out. Quickly, Yuan, you two try the soy milk made by Boss Chang. Aunt Lee excitedly scooped out 3 bowls and handed them to them, saying, be careful, it's hot. After the 3 young beauties thanked him, they were immediately drawn to the pale yellow complexion of the man. Mu Yun raised an eyebrow in surprise. My idol can even make soy milk? Start tasting. She was immediately captivated by Xingyun's culinary skills once again. Qin Luo and Yuan, needless to say, had already happily started drinking. My goodness, this is so delicious. Brother Qing, your cooking is amazing. Qin Luo's eyes narrowed with happiness. Daddy, it's delicious. Yuan wants another bowl. Xingyun looked at the group with a smile. Aunt Lee initially thought that soy milk made with precise data would be too rigid and monotonous. But she never expected that she would have a new experience every time she drank a bowl of soy milk. That's amazing. It completely shattered her decades of absolute experience. Aunt Lee has always been a quick learner, and she immediately took over Xingyun's data and started trying it out. First, Xingyun was surprised that the details were handled so well each time. Although the taste was a bit worse than I expected, the efficiency was truly remarkable. He began to give instructions, add 15 seconds to the simmering time, and reduce the juicing time by 15 seconds. Aunt Lee did as instructed and continued cooking the next pot. Mu Yun and Qin Luo then took on the task of tasting the food. Aunt Lee's soy milk always tastes dozens of times better than the last time. It tastes absolutely better than any soy milk on the market. But Xingyun still felt that Aunt Lee's potential was not limited to this and that she could go even further. After many attempts, Mu Yun and Qin Luo were both quite full and couldn't eat anymore. Xingyun took a bite and exclaimed in surprise, "That's the taste. It's almost exactly the same." Aunt Lee's learning speed is amazing. Under his strict guidance, Aunt Lee's soy milk has become very much in line with Xingyun's culinary style. Clean, delicious, and with a lingering aftertaste. It's more than enough to open a shop. I'll try it. Wiping her sweat, Aunt Lee ordered a bowl and started drinking. Did I really make this? Regardless, Aunt Lee was completely shocked. When did homemade soy milk become so delicious? She never managed to do it in her entire life. He actually learned it completely after just a few pointers from Xingyun. She looked at Xingyun gratefully, and Xingyun was also very surprised. She said, "Aunt Lee, I've really found a treasure. Here's what we'll do: make 5 kinds of soy milk according to the data I'll give you later, mix them with the soy milk I make, and sell them." This is indeed a good way to test culinary skills. When the time came, Xingyun prepared to steam buns and sell fried rice. For some reason, he felt there were many new faces this morning. Aunt Lee started making soy milk by herself, following the method taught by Xingyun. There are 5 types in total. Plain soybean milk, 10 yuan a bowl. Peanut soy milk, 12 yuan a bowl. Black bean and sesame soy milk, 13 yuan a bowl. Red date and goji berry soy milk, 15 yuan a bowl. Yuan wrote down the new dishes on the price list she had written herself. To be honest, Aunt Lee was immediately taken aback when she saw the price of these soy milks for the first time. When had she ever seen a bowl of soy milk cost so much? Would customers even buy it? But Xingyun said, there are plenty of people who would buy an ice cream for 50 yuan. Is Aunt Lee's craftsmanship worth 15 yuan and she still thinks it's too expensive? Our shop specializes in handmade soy milk, which takes a lot of time and effort. Aunt Lee deserves all of that. Xingyun said with a smile at the time, the snacks sold in the snack shop are all of high quality and have unique taste. Only when the price is commensurate with the hard work will we have enough passion to keep the shop running, right? Aunt Lee thought about it and realized that such delicious soy milk was something that even chefs in other cities probably couldn't make, let alone her. It's really not expensive anymore. The price of a product should be directly proportional to its quality. When she first tried Xingyun's steamed buns and fried rice, she felt that Xingyun's prices were too cheap for a place like Shanghai with such high cost of living. Xingyun's cooking skills should never be so cheap. When Yuan wrote new words, the people in line, young and old, were immediately surprised. Boss Ching has started selling soy milk? But it's so expensive. How dare they sell a bowl of soy milk for 15 yuan? Has the owner gotten too big for their britches? No, the owner's cooking is so good, the price is actually very reasonable. The last person to speak was yawning. He was one of the young office workers who had come last time. I skipped work today to rush over and grab some steamed buns. Who knows? I've only ever had the steamed buns made by the owner, and they were really good. I want to try the boss's soy milk, but it will fill me up, and then I won't be able to eat many steamed buns. A bald, pot-bellied young man said wistfully. Everyone knew Xingyun's meal purchase time, so they weren't in a hurry and chatted while queuing outside the store. Hey bro, did you come here because you saw Shezhou's video? Hey. You too, bro? Similar conversations were heard almost everywhere behind the line. They all came from nearby places, some quite far away, to support Hezhou's business. I didn't expect there to be so many people in this store. Don't be too surprised. Immediately, people posted what they had seen and heard online. Hezhou's video was trending in Shanghai, and people saw it immediately. No way, you guys really went? There were so many people. I have to come and see too. Let me see what kind of magic it is. Many female users left comments. You devils. Getting up so early. Don't worry, the fairies will be here soon. Wait, I have the day off today, I came right away to see my handsome boss. The crowd is growing. Xingyun didn't pay much attention. The shop has many soy milk machines in many pots. While Aunt Lee was making soy milk, Xingyun was also working on it, demonstrating for Aunt Lee. Chapter 41, The Master Craftsman's Approval. 4,000 plus miles in one trip. Like a pyramid scheme. Here we go, boss. Give me 50 beef buns, I'm in a hurry. Someone at the front of the line immediately shouted. They're all regular customers, so they didn't hesitate, just grabbed their buns, scanned the money, and left, not wanting to delay the next customer. Boss, have you launched a new business? The line then turned to an elderly gentleman with white hair, a well-known soy milk expert in Shanghai. He can't control whether Qingyun sells steamed buns or fried rice, but if she sells soy milk, then he'll have a lot to talk about. Why is it so expensive? Give me a cup to try, the original flavor is fine. He smiled and said, it'll be ready soon. Immediately, people gathered around to watch the spectacle. I think the young boss is going to get a scolding from old Wu today. Everyone knows old Wu has a very fiery temper. Is he the founder of Wu's soy milk? Yes, there was a young man who sold leftover soy milk at a high price. The old man saw through it immediately and gave him a severe scolding. In the end, his reputation was completely ruined. That's it, just give the boss a piece of your mind and don't let it affect his mood. Some knowledgeable old men chimed in, and as Qingyun handed the soy milk to old Wu, they all held their breath in suspense. Wow! It looks pretty good. Old Wu knew at first glance that this soy milk was a good product. Just looking at it was enough to attract a large number of customers. We'll have to try it to know. After saying that, he took a small sip. Immediately afterwards, as if the pressure had suddenly increased, old Wu's eyes widened, and with a soft he began to gulp it down. Those who were watching from the sidelines couldn't wait any longer. Old Wu, don't just eat. Tell everyone how it tastes. Yeah, I can't wait any longer. Old Wu finally finished the large bowl of wine and exclaimed, good. He immediately reached for the next bowl and continued drinking like crazy. He finished this whole bowl in 3 seconds. Wow, this old man is amazing. No, I have to buy a bowl and try it too. Seeing that old Wu remained silent, the people in the queue couldn't resist and each ordered a bowl of soy milk. It's delicious. No, I need another bowl. Old Wu finished another bowl and went for the next one. He had never tasted such delicious soy milk before, never. At the same time, the person who bought the soy milk immediately exclaimed in delight and surprise. Excellent! The owner's cooking skills are absolutely amazing. This price isn't expensive. So much so that some people who came from Douyin were a little uneasy. This exaggerated display looks a bit like a pyramid scheme advertisement. Could it be that I've stumbled into a den of thieves? Helpless, they were swept along by the crowd, recording the scene of everyone frantically drinking bowl after bowl of soy milk and posting it on social media and other online platforms. Boss, give me 2 steamed buns and a cup of black bean soy milk. A tall, thin man wearing glasses asked cautiously. Fearing that Qingyun might have some scheme to swindle money, he immediately turned tail and ran. Fortunately, Qingyun gave it to him without taking any extra money, and then asked the next person. Young man, are you sure you don't want to buy more? You'll regret it later and have to wait in line again. At that moment, an older woman poked her head out from behind and said something. No need, that's enough. The bespectacled man felt a chill and quickly walked away. Back at his seat, he looked at the long queue and shook his head. I took a bite of the steamed bun. He was shocked when he took a bite. Fragrant. He immediately took another sip of soy milk. Holy crap, this is so delicious. At this point, old Wu had tasted several bowls of soy milk, and his face showed an expression of lingering enjoyment. Young boss, how can you have such delicious soy milk? Old Wu touched his belly, utterly astonished. I've been making and eating soy milk for decades, and I've never seen any soy milk with such a captivating flavor. Those who heard this were dumbfounded. Old Wu actually praised the young boss's soy milk. Old Wu has been possessed, yet he's praising me like this today. Wait, don't we know how good Boss Ching's cooking is? People of all ages and genders realized what was happening. Why would Mr. Wu, a master of soy milk, praise a young man's cooking skills as being better than his own? It must be because he really is that good. At this point, the crowd couldn't wait any longer and one by one they said, Boss, soy milk. We want to try the soy milk. 10 cups of black beans. Ding. 150 yuan has been deposited into your Shuqianbo account. Received payment of 180 yuan via WeChat. Ding. 190 yuan has been deposited into your Shuqianbo account. After ordering the food, everyone tasted it and found it to be just as delicious as they had imagined. Wow! You can always trust Boss Ching's cooking skills. This is amazing. From now on, I won't need to go anywhere else to buy breakfast. I'll just stick to Qingyuan snack shop. A bucket of soy milk can sell about 300 bowls, and it sells out very quickly. Total profit, 4,000. Xing Yun returned to the kitchen and spoke with Aunt Li and the others. Everyone was surprised. So fast? Daddy is amazing. Aunt Li, in particular, was so shocked that she stopped what she was doing. She was secretly watching from the kitchen, extremely worried that the guests would be dissatisfied with the soy milk she had made. Unexpectedly, the customers not only failed to notice the difference between her and Xing Yun's cooking skills, but also sold out a whole bucket in no time. That's too fast. Aunt Li, we have a lot of new customers today. We'll sell our soy milk mixed together. Could you please make another batch? Xing Yun smiled and gave a word of advice before returning to the front desk to order food. Auntie, we're here to help you. Yuan wants to help too. Mu Yun and Qin Luo helped Aunt Li prepare the ingredients. Yuan also wanted to help. Aunt Li kept making excuses. These little beauties are so sensible. Xing Yun is going to have a really good life from now on. In any case, Aunt Li is now full of energy, and more people are recognizing her skills, which makes her very happy. Oh no, I didn't buy enough. The bespectacled man squatted by the roadside and quickly finished the steamed bun in his hand. They even licked the soy milk clean. He finally understood why that old lady had said that. He regretted it, and seeing the long queue forming behind him, he was extremely annoyed. After quickly uploading the video to the platform, the bespectacled man continued to squeeze into the crowd to queue up. Meanwhile, many others like him were doing the same thing. Sisters, are you here to see the young boss too? A young girl was incredibly surprised to see such a long line of people behind her. The same to you? The other short-haired girl who was asked the question was also surprised. Let's all do it together. The little boss is a hit now. All the girls behind him are here to see him. The short-haired girl looked back and saw many girls who had just arrived taking pictures behind her. Wow, that's amazing. Putting aside Boss Qing's cooking skills, just looking at his face from behind is enough to make a swoon. She looked at him with a lovesick expression, and the young girl asked in confusion, didn't the young boss hire someone to advertise for him? He's a very good cook? It's absolutely amazing. You know, when I first came here, so many people were scrambling for the boss's steamed buns. The food they were eating looked like pig feed. It definitely doesn't look like an advertisement. And what's more, it said that there's a really amazing soy milk shop owner who praised the owner's soy milk so highly that he spent 500 yuan on it all at once. The short-haired girl chattered excitedly. What? 500? The young girl exclaimed as if she had seen a ghost in broad daylight, so terrifying. It looks like a pyramid scheme no matter how you look at it. Chapter 42: The Little Girl's Fall? Older sister's gay romance? Full of jealousy. The conversation between the two girls was overheard by the girls who rushed over after hearing the commotion. How could such an outrageous thing happen? Do you know what it means for someone to spend 500 yuan on soy milk? This is outrageous. Is this some kind of movie scene? How could something so terrifying happen? I can't believe it. They may appreciate their boss's good looks, but they're definitely not going to be fools. These things are truly too outrageous and shocking. If you believe that, then something is amiss. The problem is, these elderly folks' exaggerated expressions didn't seem fake at all, they genuinely seemed to be captivated by the young owner's culinary skills. Xing Yun was very fast. A few minutes later it was the girls' turn. They were all watching the video. Get closer. Wow. Holy crap. The boss is just as handsome as he is in the video. Oh no, I'm completely smitten. With such good looks, what does it matter if your cooking skills are terrible? A bold and sexy girl leaned over and asked, Boss Qing, do you know you're trending on Douyin? What? Xing Yun, who was working, looked up, not quite understanding. Here's how it is, come closer so I can show you. As she spoke, the sexy girl opened her phone and accessed the Douyin app. Xing Yun moved closer. I discovered that she had opened a video she had saved, and the cover photo was of her own snack shop. He finally understood why so many unfamiliar guests had come today. So someone was visiting the store to attract customers? It actually got 800,000 likes. Xing Yun said in surprise. That's not all. The little girl smiled and quickly opened the search bar, searching for Qing Yuan snack shop. Surprisingly, there were already hundreds of thousands of searches and many new videos. I glanced at a few comments. The young boss is really handsome. And his cooking skills are excellent. Brothers, I'm here. Seriously, I'm completely healed. Sisters, the young boss is handsome and skilled in bed, hurry up and go for it. Dot. They're all praising themselves for being handsome? Fortunately, there were still people praising their cooking skills. Otherwise, Shin Yun would feel that he couldn't accept such a concession. Boss, would you mind if we went inside and sat down? Just give us 5 portions of each item. A voluptuous, mature woman in the crowd spoke first, pulling her friends into the store. They don't have to go to work today, they can stay as long as they want. There's plenty of time to come and see the handsome young boss. Shin Yun smiled and shook her head, giving up the idea of opening Douyin to take a look, as the guests behind her were getting impatient. He never expected that the business of selling 3 buckets of soy milk would be so good, earning more than he could make selling steamed buns in a day, a total of 12,535 yuan. Exaggerate. Moreover, soy milk is not very filling, so some wealthy middle-aged women went back to use the restroom and then came back to queue up again. Adley has never felt so fulfilled as she did today. She cooked pot after pot, becoming increasingly adept at handling the details Shin Yun had mentioned. Shin Yun couldn't help but admire him. He was indeed a veteran, his understanding was so profound, he grasped the basics so quickly. The boss is so handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Shaman, I advise you not to compete with me for her. I've never been in a relationship before. Look at all of you. The long-haired, mature woman led her group of beautiful women into the shop, found seats, and joked around with a smile. Look, that older sister is so pretty. Suddenly, a little girl pointed at Mu Yun's back as she chopped vegetables in the kitchen. She's quite pretty, could she be the young boss's girlfriend? No way, my boyfriend is gone? When she mentioned this possibility, the other girls realized something was wrong and started wailing. Mu Yun and Shin Luo, who were helping with the work, immediately sensed a sense of crisis. What's going on? Why are there so many scantily clad women? They both frowned. He came out. Sister, what's your relationship with the young boss? The outspoken girl from before asked Mu Yun a question. At this moment, Yuan also ran out of the kitchen. The little girl was stunned when she saw so many beautiful older women. Are you all my dad's friends? Dad? The outspoken girl froze on the spot, exclaiming in disbelief, Little girl, are you saying the boss is your father? Yes. The little girl answered with a smile. What? I rushed here all this way, why did the boss get married before I even got there? Some of the younger girls, unwilling to give up, asked, is this older sister your mother? She pointed cautiously at Mu Yun. The little girl didn't say anything. An older woman sitting next to me raised her gossipy head, wanting to come closer, but upon seeing Teacher Mu's gentle smile, she decisively lowered her head. The girl was heartbroken when she received no answer. If she's not the small business owner's girlfriend, then she's his wife. Ah. Shin Luo originally wanted to refute, but realized that it would be better not to refute herself, because if she did, she would only have 5 more beautiful rivals in love. So let you show off for a bit this time. My dream guy still has to be hers. Hey, sister, you don't have a boyfriend yet, do you? The little girl had just started wailing when she saw Shin Luo next to Mu Yun and her eyes suddenly lit up. She's so good looking and has such great fashion sense. It completely touched her heart. Her 2 younger sisters, who shared the same thoughts, spoke up in unison, Sister, are you looking for a boyfriend? Do. Gee. Mu Yun looked at Shin Luo with amusement, a beautiful smile gradually forming at the corners of her lips. Sorry, I'm not into lesbians. Shin Luo coldly tossed out a sentence, then rubbed the little girl's head and walked into the kitchen. He didn't forget to roll his eyes at Mu Yun. The little girl's heart almost melted. She's absolutely charming. Sister Luo, what does gay mean? The little girl asked. Have no idea. The girl was a little annoyed and asked, why didn't you answer that girl's question? She pinched the little girl's cheek. Why, of course it's for Sister Luo's own good. The little girl laughed and said, if I said that, wouldn't all those older girls come after Dad? What do you mean? Shin Luo paused. Does Sister Luo like watching Daddy being chased? The little girl asked rhetorically. You little devil. A blush crept onto Shin Luo's neck, and she changed the subject. Would you like to go to Sister Luo's house to play? Sure enough, Yuan immediately got into Sister Luo's topic. Yes. Then I'll take you there after I finish my college entrance exam. The young ladies were devastated when they learned that Shin Yun had a wife and a daughter old enough to run errands. They weren't in a good mood, so much so that when Qing Yun brought out the steamed buns, they didn't have much of an appetite. "Looks pretty good, let's give it a try." A young girl spoke first. The other girls initially thought they couldn't eat that much and wanted to return some, but then they changed their minds. "Since we're already here, we must turn our grief and anger into appetite." Chapter 43, trying to pick a fight but getting mesmerized by the delicious food. Even the energetic young man was astonished. "My God." Suddenly, the little girl who spoke first immediately became flustered. "It's so delicious. You all should try some. Wow. This is amazing." Another little girl exclaimed with puffed out cheeks, "The boss's cooking is really good, absolutely amazing." The steamed buns were then placed into the mouths of their companions. "No exaggeration. It's so delicious. Holy crap. Now I know why the boss's business on Douyin is so booming. The food is even better than a Manchu Han imperial feast." The group ate with great relish, initially offering few words of praise. In the end, I was completely absorbed in the delicious food. They even stopped paying attention to the short-haired girl who had been peeking at Qing Yun. "Where can you find beauty and delicious food? It's so delicious. Who is this little boss? Not only is he so good-looking, but the food he makes is also so delicious. What, such a high-quality man, it's a pity he's already married, otherwise I would definitely try to win him over." An older woman stood by, watching with amusement as several girls transformed into devoted fans. She loves watching plot twists like this. They said they couldn't finish the food, but now they've not only eaten everything on the table, they've even ordered another table full. "Today, we must eat to our heart's content." The long-haired, mature woman said with a happy expression, "By the way, I'll upload the video I recorded first." They all enjoy sharing their daily lives on online platforms. "Not only did I meet that handsome boss today and take some photos with him, but I also tasted such delicious food. How could I not post about it to show off?" After the video was uploaded, the girls immediately put down their phones and continued eating. Within minutes, comments appeared in the video. "No way. The young boss is really that handsome. Ah, my heart is fluttering. I want to come and see it too, even if I have to fly here. Is it really that delicious? It looks so amazing. Damn, a bowl of soy milk costs 15 yuan. Do you think our money grows on trees?" Exactly, it's another food scam. A group of people followed up with comments, including many who had come to the store that day. "I'm just a casual observer, but a complete fan from the start. Let's not even talk about the owner's looks, you all know he's incredibly handsome, putting Daniel Wu to shame and Eddie Peng to paltry. And his cooking skills are absolutely top-notch, even surpassing those of national-level chefs." Definitely, without a doubt. "Hey upstairs, are you bragging without thinking? Send me some to try." Of course, the popularity of Qingyuan snack shop has risen again in Shanghai, and many people know that a new snack shop has opened. And the boss is very handsome. They will definitely find time to go and see if the handsome boss's cooking skills are really that good. Many people who live nearby said they would come over at noon to take a look. "Boss, how do you suggest we complete this mission?" Across the street from the shop, four skinny but energetic young men were discussing their strategy. "This doesn't seem to match the posted task. The other party doesn't look like their business is doing poorly." A blonde-haired man chewing betel nut said. They accepted a job as online trolls to smear a shop's reputation by having a large number of customers cause trouble. But that snack shop is too crowded now. It feels like one street isn't enough to contain it all. The guys had never seen anything like this before, so they immediately brought over a food street owner. "Hey old man, do you know anything about that snack shop across the street?" The fat boss was dragged by the three-eyed brother all the way to the corner. Following his finger, we saw an unremarkable shop that was surprisingly bustling with customers. Goodness! The portly shop owner was immediately dumbfounded. "When did you come to the shop?" "You fucking ask me? How the hell should I know?" The blonde-haired man made a slapping motion as if to hit him. "I don't know either, I don't know at all, I haven't paid much attention to it usually," the fat boss said with a bitter face. That's true. There are several corners across from the food street, and only a few shops can see what's happening across the street. They're probably all hired shills. Swallowing hard, the burly owner said fearfully, "After all, it's just a small eatery, it couldn't possibly have business this bad." "Hey guys, are you guys going to go and take him down?" The overweight boss suddenly gave a fawning smile. What do you mean by that? The blonde-haired man glared at him. There are so many people now, it's perfect to cause some chaos and vandalism. The boss was clearly an expert. Get lost. The three-eyed leader kicked him aside and led his henchmen to attack the snack shop. Boss, is our plan the same as always? The blonde-haired man squeezed into the crowd and spoke with some difficulty. First, buy some food to try, then use it as an excuse to slander the owner, and then beat him up. That should be enough. Hey kid. Why are you cutting in line? With a serious expression, the three-eyed leader pushed aside a fat boy and successfully took a step forward. However, there was a tall man in front of him who was even more obese than him, so he dared not go in. Before long, the reserved young men, amidst the curious stares of those around them, ordered their food and squatted down by the roadside with the crowd to begin eating. Boss, this looks delicious. Huang Mao looked at the steamed bun in his hand, his mouth drooling. Stop talking nonsense and waste your time. Oh my god. While keeping a watchful eye on things, the three-eyed man casually took a bite. They were immediately dumbfounded. It looks kind of delicious, but I'm not sure, I'll try it again, the three-eyed man muttered, smacking his lips. Wow. How can it taste so good? Damn, that's amazing. Absolutely awesome. The group of young men, none of whom were very educated, kept shouting out phrases related to traditional Chinese culture. But the food truly amazed them. There was nothing appealing about the pigs eating. Soon, the young men finished all the steamed buns they had bought in one go. Damn it, bro, I'm still hungry. The blonde-haired man was still holding one in his mouth, pointing at the empty bag with a shocked expression. I'm not full either. The three-eyed man snatched the bun from his hand and said, keep buying, buy more. They have forgotten why they came here. I was completely won over by the young owner's culinary skills. This puts Huang Mao in a difficult position, squeezed into a group of middle-aged women, wanting to cut in line but afraid of being scolded. His underlings, eager and impatient, gave him meaningful glances. Hurry up. I'm starving. Brother, I'm so full. What should I do? I forgot to do my job. How am I going to explain this to the boss? 5 young men sat by the roadside, their stomachs completely full. The steamed buns were delicious, so they decided to try making fried rice in the dark. They found that the fried rice was also delicious, so they decided to try making soy milk in the dark. Damn, the soy milk was still very tasty. Several people waited in a long line before they were full. The boss's task was completely forgotten. Fine, I'll just have to make a video to get it over with. Then, the elderly, young people going to work, and some students all witnessed an interesting scene. 5 young men in tight pants stood at the store entrance, waving their hands and cursing, "This is awful. I've never eaten anything this bad before. Family, never come here, it's disgusting." After the photo shoot, they all left with their big bellies and happy expressions. Xing Yun. Chapter 44. The signboard is going to be a hit. Aunt Lee was surprised she made a profit of 40,000 in just one morning. While working, Xing Yun also kept an eye on the customers. Douyin has attracted many new customers, and these young customers generally take photos and videos and post them on Douyin. It's estimated that the Qingyuan snack shop signboard will become very popular in the next few days. Xing Yun was thinking about it, but what he didn't expect was, surprisingly, no fewer than 10 women made advances towards him. If Qin Luo and Mu Yun hadn't come to his rescue, he felt like he would have been eaten alive. 850. Boss Ching, peanuts, soybeans, and black beans are all sold out. When she said this, Aunt Lee was in a state of extreme shock. For the latter half of the morning, Xing Yun basically didn't pay attention to the soy milk. She was in charge of everything. The sight of dozens of kilograms of soybeans and black beans visibly decreasing shocked her greatly. Who wouldn't be surprised? Even Xiao Yuan, seeing everyone's reactions, said in bewilderment, "So many beans? They were all squeezed? Daddy is amazing." Both Qin Luo and Mu Yun were shocked. In the past few days, Xing Yun had repeatedly refreshed their understanding of this man. Xing Yun is practically their omnipotent god. It's okay, I'll stop here this morning. I just happened to run out of ingredients for steamed buns and fried rice. Xing Yun nodded and said something before walking to the shop entrance. Oh no, I have a bad feeling. A food delivery driver spoke in despair. No way. I was only a tiny bit late. Everyone's expression changed. As expected, Xing Yun said, "Sorry, we're all sold out." Please come again next time, thank you. No, my idol. Wah, please drive a little longer. Several junior high school girls were the first to wail, blinking their big eyes and desperately trying to appear pitiful to Qing-yun. One of the slender young women even stepped forward to grab Qing-yun's hand, but he calmly stepped back. The little sister grabbed an empty slot and said in a coquettish tone, "Brother, make some more." The other girls chimed in. With a brother this handsome, he wouldn't want to see us poor girls starving, would he? Qing-yun had a headache. Just then, Muyun gracefully stepped out, a smile on her face, and said, "I'm so sorry, please come again next time, little sister." She looked at the young woman who wanted to make a move with a meaningful gaze. Okay, then. The younger sister felt an inexplicable pressure and gave up. Okay, sir, we'll come again next time. The little girls waved goodbye reluctantly and left disappointed. I have to thank you again this time. Qing-yun said to Muyun with a smile. It's nothing. Just a bunch of kids. Muyun smiled. But haven't you thought of a solution? Muyun said seemingly casually, the shop is doing very well. How could one person possibly manage it all? Earning money through labor is actually one of the most strenuous methods, and Qing-yun's abilities are not limited to being a breakfast shop owner. She decided to help Qing-yun. Yes, that's true, so I plan to hand it over to someone else. Qing-yun casually remarked, actually, as long as a restaurant has a well-known brand, there's no need to worry about business. Changing chefs won't be a problem. He was telling the truth. Muyun was surprised, so you plan to train apprentices and open branch stores? She had this idea ever since Qing-yun taught Aunt Lee how to make soy milk, and she admired Qing-yun even more after receiving her affirmation. You're not only a great cook, but you also have a great talent for teaching. Aunt Lee has only been learning for a short time, and you've made such great progress. Muyun smiled and praised, and Qing-yun said, Aunt Lee is quick to learn. I don't need to teach her to make delicious soy milk. Just then, Aunt Lee, who was standing behind them with a warm, ant-like smile, overheard their conversation and quickly said, There's plenty of that, Mr. Qing, don't be modest. My mother's skill level is such that without your guidance, she wouldn't have any room for improvement. To be honest, Aunt Lee felt like she had been dreaming all day. He developed great respect for Qing-yun simply because he made very delicious soy milk using Qing-yun's method. You should know that the soy milk she makes now is so good that it wouldn't be out of place in an international restaurant. But all of that is meaningless, it's useless if the customers don't like it, no matter how delicious it is. And today, Aunt Lee sold a full 10 buckets of soy milk all by herself. The total profit for Qing-yun was 40,000 yuan. What does 40,000 yuan mean? An average family's annual income is only tens of thousands of yuan. She used to struggle to earn 40,000 yuan a year selling soy milk. Moreover, 40,000 yuan is just for a morning's cooking skills, and that's assuming all the ingredients are used up. If we have enough ingredients, we could easily sell another 10 buckets. Because Qing-yun's snack shop has so many repeat customers. The main reason for the high profit margin is the high price, but handmade soy milk is definitely worth the price. Qing-yun thought for a moment, and Muyun nodded in agreement. It's not expensive in Shanghai. The male god's cooking skills are definitely not worth only this price. That makes sense. A cup of sheep poop milk tea costs 50 or 100 yuan on the food street across the street. We should teach them a lesson. Qing-yun suddenly said. Milk tea? You're planning to sell milk tea? A hint of surprise flashed in Muyun's beautiful eyes. Yes, we've bought all the raw materials, but we'll still be selling handmade milk tea. After a morning of observation, it was found that the main consumers of soy milk are men and children, while women, who have the greatest purchasing power, also like soy milk, but they don't order much at a time. He only drank a few cups, and relied on his strong willpower to suppress his desires. But what about milk tea? Which fairy could resist milk tea? Besides, it's a delicious milk tea made by hand. Are you going to let me do it again this time? Aunt Lee asked somewhat nervously. Right. Qing-yun smiled and nodded. Isn't milk tea something young people make? Aunt Lee instinctively resisted. I've been making soy milk my whole life, I've never made milk tea. In the older generation's mind, milk tea represents high-end food, and Aunt Lee thought so too. She had no experience with it and was afraid that Qing-yun would be disappointed. Don't worry about that, milk tea and soy milk are pretty much the same. Qing-yun comforted him, the process is pretty much the same. I'll give you the specific data later, and you can just follow the method for making soy milk. His words calmed Aunt Lee down. Aunt Lee is now very confident in her method of making soy milk. That's right. With Boss Ching's guidance, learning how to make milk tea is a piece of cake. Okay, you guys wait here in the shop for a while, I'll go find Boss Lee. Xing Yun said with a smile. Since the target audience for milk tea is mainly young girls, then an attractive and high-end packaging is essential. Chapter 45. Mom sold a bucket of soy milk this morning? Did you go to improve your cooking skills? Inside Dali Cantonese restaurant. Li Dali and his wife were working up a great deal of energy. Since Xing Yun moved next door to them, the number of new customers has increased every day, not to mention the business. The couple's cooking skills are decent, and with the increased foot traffic, there are naturally many repeat customers. But they knew it all too well. The Cantonese restaurant's huge customer traffic is all thanks to Boss Ching's business. I wonder if Mom has caused any trouble for Boss Ching. Li Dali was somewhat uneasy after finally seeing off the last group of guests. My mother is quite old, and her legs aren't very nimble anymore. With so many people at Boss Ching's shop, what if we accidentally cause trouble for someone? You'd better hope your mom is doing well. His wife immediately hit him with a stick. The main concern is that Boss Ching might have some unspoken ideas. Li Dali scratched his head and chuckled. His wife rolled her eyes at her and continued to count the morning's earnings. This is incredible. Dali's wife knew that business was much better than usual today, but it was only when she counted the profits that she was truly shocked. How much? Li Dali also perked up. The impact of a stack of bright red bills was truly enormous. 1,200. What? Not only was his wife surprised, but Dali repeated in disbelief, 1,200 in the morning. It can't be fake. Boss Ching is simply our lucky star. Dali's wife, clutching the money, didn't even care that her apron was dirty, and happily hugged Dali. You should know that their daily earnings used to be at most around 300 yuan. When will the earnings in one morning be equivalent to 4 days' earnings in the past? The couple could only earn around 10,000 yuan a month at most. I see no future for Cantonese restaurants. But now they have hope again. If you make 1,000 in the morning, you'll make 3,000 a day, and you could earn 100,000 a month. Moreover, an annual income of 1 million? Hurry up, what are you standing there for? Li Dali's wife broke free from his embrace, counted out 1,000 yuan, and handed it to Li Dali. What's going on? Li Dali was a little confused. Are you stupid? We're only doing this well thanks to Boss Ching. Let's send it to him as a token of our gratitude. Dali's wife rolled her eyes at him. Yes, yes, yes. Li Dali realized what was happening, slapped his forehead, and prepared to leave. Just then, Xing Yun walked into the store. Mr. Li, is something the matter? Boss Ching, you've come at the perfect time. Li Dali's eyes lit up, and he rushed forward, grabbing his hand, his excitement palpable. Thanks to you, our store has earned 4 or 5 days' worth of profit this morning alone. Here, take this 1,000 yuan, don't be shy. As he spoke, Li Dali stuffed the money into Xing Yun's pocket. No. You've worked so hard all morning, why would you give me money? Xing Yun was immediately dumbfounded. Boss Ching, if it weren't for the business your store brings us, how could we have made so much money? Just take it and buy Yuan something nice to eat. Dali's wife chimed in, consider it a small token of our appreciation. Besides, it's all thanks to your help that our business has been able to thrive in the future. We'd feel terrible if you didn't accept it. Okay. Since they've said that, it wouldn't be right for Xing Yun to be unwilling. They're all friends. Thank you so much, sister-in-law. Li Dali chuckled and said, it's nothing, we're so grateful to you. By the way, how's my mom? Xing Yun sensed that Li Dali was a little worried, so she said directly, Auntie is fine. She has a strong learning ability and is very serious about her work. She didn't complain of being tired even after being busy all morning. If I hadn't made her rest, she probably would have kept going. No way, when did my mom become so motivated? Li Dali and his wife were both shocked. My mom isn't usually this diligent in helping them with chores. By the way, Aunt Lee will be working for me from now on, so don't even think about taking her back. At this moment, Xing Yun suddenly smiled and said something. Li Dali originally had this idea. Since his mother couldn't help the boss much anyway, she might as well come back to his own shop and help his daughter-in-law with the work. It would be easier for them, and they could take care of each other. Then, Boss Ching will find another young and strong person to help him. Sure, But has my mom really not caused you any trouble? Li Dali was worried that Qing Yun would be too embarrassed to say it. If that's the case, then I should have stopped my mom when she joined in the fun this morning. If your mom heard you say that, she'd definitely beat you up. She sold 10 buckets of soy milk this morning. Qing Yun smiled and made a sarcastic remark. Li Dali, however, was completely dumbfounded upon hearing this. How much? 10 barrels? He'd seen the buckets in Boss Qing's shop before. They were huge. His mom actually sold 10 buckets? Yes, it's 10 buckets, no exaggeration at all. Aunt Li not only doesn't feel tired, but she enjoys it. Qing Yun nodded inside. Aunt Li has an extraordinary passion for food and cooking. How much profit did you make? Li Dali said, trembling. He lost his father when he was young and was raised by his mother. Back then, his mother ran a breakfast shop, and the shop had a special soy milk bucket, similar to the one in Qing Yun's shop. One bucket can sell for about 300 yuan. At that time, my mother had a grand dream, to open shops all over Shanghai. However, with only average skills, they definitely couldn't sell a whole bucket in a day. Now, mom sold 10 buckets at once? If each bucket is still 300 yuan, wouldn't she have made 3,000 yuan in just one morning? They earn more than they did in a whole morning. When did mom become so amazing? No, at my age, there's no way my mom would continue doing this job for money. There's only one reason, to improve her cooking skills and make up for what she regretted back then. Aunt Li is a person with dreams. I admire her so much. One bucket can sell for 4,000 yuan, so 10 buckets would be 40,000 yuan. Qing Yun did a simple, rough calculation. What? Li Dali suddenly stood up from the stool, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. My mom made 40,000 yuan in sales this morning? And it was just soy milk? His terrified cry also attracted the attention of his wife in the kitchen. What's wrong, Dali? What happened to mom? Dali's wife thought something had happened to her mother, so she hurriedly put down her things and came out. No, Boss Qing said my mom sold 10 buckets of soy milk this morning? Li Dali was completely stunned, mechanically repeating Qing Yun's words, 4,000 yuan profit per bucket. 10 buckets of soy milk would make 40,000 yuan. What? No, really? How could a bucket of soy milk cost 4,000? After hearing Dali's story, Dali's wife was also extremely surprised, but she was still able to maintain her composure. Aunt Li's cooking skills are worth 4,000 yuan, Qing Yun said with a smile. Our shop's specialty is handmade soy milk, and it tastes so good that it sells for so much. Chapter 46, Recruiting Bosses to Join. The shop has enormous potential. It can dominate the world. Leaving the Cantonese restaurant, Qing Yun finally finished what he needed to do. We ordered several boxes of milk teacups from Mr. Li. He has a relative who designs and sells these kinds of products. We also ordered a lot of soy milk cups. However, Mr. Li and his wife are still in a daze. After all, how could they easily imagine that their mother, who usually helps them wipe the table and wash vegetables, not only returned to her beloved career and found a way to realize her life's value, but also sold 40,000 yuan worth of goods in just one morning through learning? What does 40,000 yuan in one morning mean? That's 120,000 yuan a day, isn't it? It would be strange if they recovered so easily. Back at the snack shop. Aunt Li, you go ahead with your work. I'm going to the wholesale market to buy some things. Aunt Li is already helping to process the raw materials for milk tea. Qing Yun smiled and said something to her. Okay. By the way, are you ready to contact other bosses now? Aunt Li is very smart. She knows what kind of work she needs to do most right now. Qing Yun nodded. The snack shop signs are almost all up, and with more and more customers, we can't afford not to open a few more shops. Okay, then I'll have to work harder. Aunt Li is full of energy. Yuan, you stay home and keep your two older sisters company. Good. Yuan's happy voice came from inside the house. I left the store. Qing Yun got in the car and headed towards the wholesale market. They were already old acquaintances, and the market vendors' eyes lit up when they saw Boss Qing. Boss Qing, come to my place, I'll give you a 20% discount. Hey! Don't go to that stingy old man's place, come to me, I'll give you a 30% discount. I'm offering a 60% discount. Come on over. Qing Yun greeted everyone with a smile, bought the ingredients needed for lunch, and then went to the butcher to pick up several dozen kilograms of meat. I've bought everything. But instead of driving straight home, he parked his car at the intersection opposite the snack shop. Several people who frequently come to the store these past few days are chatting under the shade of a tree. They were all taken aback when they saw a young man walking towards them. "Isn't that Boss Ching? Is there something she needs from us?" A portly boss stood up. He was now a loyal customer of Boss Ching. "That's right." The other bosses also stood up. They go to Ching Yuan's snack shop to buy food every day, so how come they don't know that young man? "What are you doing squatting here?" Ching Yun stepped forward with a smile. These were the people he was looking for, the group of bosses who had given him some pointers last time. "We're not doing anything. There's no business in the shop, so we're just chatting here." A middle-aged boss spoke with a hint of bitterness. Although he said this in a relaxed tone, he was anything but relaxed inside. These past few days, these business owners have either been preparing to open other stores or preparing to close down and leave. "Anyway, there's no way I can keep running a breakfast shop. It has to be Boss Ching. In just a few days, the shop has been up and running. Look at it now, there's such a long queue again." A young boss suddenly pointed to the other side of the road. Even before Ching Yuan's snack shop opened, people had already started lining up on their own. I can't help but admire Boss Ching's culinary skills. The thought of Ching Yun's culinary skills made them want to close the shop and leave, but if they closed it, they wouldn't be able to enjoy Ching Yun's cooking every day, which was a real dilemma. "These are all minor issues. Have you considered changing the store name?" Ching Yun squatted down with them and asked. Question mark. Some of the more experienced business owners, being quite shrewd, immediately probed, "Should we change it to Ching Yuan Snack Shop?" Now, all the young people, including the chubby boss, knew about it. Ching Yuan wants to recruit them. Anyway, as you've all seen, there's never a break in the customers at my snack shop. One shop is definitely not enough. It's the same as giving it to those rip-off food street vendors across the street. Why don't we start our own business and prevent our customers from being ripped off by those vendors? Ching Yun said. Okay. The chubby shop owner's eyes lit up, but then dimmed again. "We don't have Boss Ching's cooking skills either. We probably can't even compare to the ones on the food street." Other business owners were also initially happy that their shops were about to come back to life. Now that he said that, no one can stay calm anymore. They couldn't compete with the food street across the street because they didn't have good cooking skills. Even if Boss Ching gave them the shop, it wouldn't make a difference. Customers don't care about the shop's name, they care about the chef's skills. "Don't worry, if you don't have cooking skills, you can learn." Ching Yun said something, and the chubby boss immediately followed up with, "Boss Ching, are you planning to teach us how to cook? Didn't Boss Ching say that his cooking skills need time to be tested before he can learn them? If the trial and error period is too long, the shop won't be able to succeed." Xian Wen, who was mixed in with the crowd, suddenly spoke. These people would have learned cooking skills long ago, but just learning by doing is definitely not enough. You have to practice. A lot of time is wasted in the process of putting it into practice. Can Ching Yun wait? You don't need to worry about these things. If you can learn about half of it, that should be enough. Ching Yun's next words left the bosses somewhat bewildered. Can cooking skills be learned to be even passable? Although they couldn't fully understand, they all knew that Ching Yun could not only cooperate with them, but also pass on her superb culinary skills to them. In the past, I would never have dared to dream of such a thing. If anyone else had Boss Ching's culinary skills, they certainly wouldn't easily pass them on. After all, it's a skill that allows you to make a living. And Ching Yun, surprisingly, generously shared his knowledge. That's what vision is all about. This made those bosses who used to rely on their seniority feel ashamed just a few days ago. They were mocking Ching Yun's cooking skills as terrible. Now, not only have I been won over by his cooking skills, but I'm also in a position to learn them in order to make a living. They were growing to admire Ching Yun more and more. No wonder Ching Yuan's snack shop is doing so well. It's all because Ching Yun has such a broad vision. Boss Ching, what do you need us to do? Just tell us. The chubby boss shuddered and quickly said. The other bosses also quickly moved forward to join in. They all had excited expressions on their faces. If their shop hadn't been able to stay open before, they wouldn't have been able to support their wives and children. How could they not be excited that Ching Yun actually wants to cooperate with them? Everyone can clearly see the potential of Ching Yun's store. The future is absolutely limitless. Being able to latch onto Ching Yun's coattails made them all feel like they must have saved the galaxy in their past lives. It's very simple. I'll come to you tomorrow, Monday, to discuss the specifics. Xingyun turned to Qianwen and said, "Do all your bosses have a group chat?" Qianwen nodded in confusion. "Okay, just let me know in the group that anyone who wants to cooperate with Qingyuan's snack shop should add me on WeChat. I'll arrange a location then, and we'll discuss the specifics later." Knowing what they really wanted to know, Xingyun smiled and said, "There will be someone specifically to teach you cooking skills." Chapter 49, Netizens are all shocked. The young boss's cooking skills are excellent. Strange, why is my phone dead? Hee-jio slept until noon, and after waking up, she plugged in her phone and turned it on. Immediately, a series of clanging sounds rang out. "Wow, so many people liked this." Hee-jio immediately exclaimed in surprise. "The video I posted yesterday garnered a staggering 50 million views, with likes skyrocketing to 2.2 million, and comments and shares reaching hundreds of thousands. It's gone viral." Having been on Douyin for many years, Hee-jio had never seen such a crazy number of likes and follows. Hee-jio scrolled through the comments and said excitedly. He noticed that his video had a new hashtag, Qingyuan Snack Shop, and clicked on it. "What? It's got 2 million views." Hee-jio noticed that there were already many new videos under this topic. Without exception, they were all filmed today. And every single video is incredibly popular. The #1 trending topic in Shanghai is clearly the video he filmed. When Hee-jio opened her private messages, she was incredulous to find that her chat box was already full. "Little Jiojio, is it really that delicious? Which snack shop is it? Send me a message." The first private message was from one of her level 10 loyal fans. Recalling the steamed buns she ate yesterday, Hee-jio immediately replied, "Absolutely true, they were especially delicious. Jiojio, little sister, you've been single for 25 years. You know what I mean." The second private message was from a female fan who was also a level 10. "What does your being single have to do with me?" Hee-jio and Zhang the monk were completely baffled. However, immediately afterwards, he quickly scrolled through the private messages from his die-hard fans and immediately understood. The young business owner is a hit. Why are you all so concerned about the young owner's looks? His cooking skills are amazing too. Hee-jio replied with a wry smile. The number of private messages kept increasing, and Hee-jio couldn't even keep up with them all. However, he immediately wrote in his homepage signature, "Shop number 22, Sinew Road. The boss is handsome. And his cooking is even better." Hee-jio looked at the comments on her own video for a while. "I breathed a sigh of relief when I realized there was no controversy and the discussion was all about the young boss's good looks. So many people went to the boss's shop?" Hee-jio then discovered that many people tagged him in their videos, and these people had questioned whether he had been paid. With a great deal of wicked amusement, he clicked on a video randomly made by a fan. This fan is a female executive at a company who also works as a debunker on Douyin TikTok. Her account name is Su Xiongxiong, and she lives very close to Sinew Road. After watching Hee-jio's video, she immediately had a gut feeling that Xiao Jiojio had taken on an advertisement. What breakfast shop is this popular? The owner's looks don't seem photoshopped, but Hee-jio's acting is as bad as ever. He eats a steamed bun so exaggeratedly. So she came straight here after get off work, carrying her small camera. The video begins. Hee-jio clearly paused for a moment when he saw the female executive Su Xiongxiong enter Sinew Road. There really are so many people. Xiao Jiojio wasn't lying to us? Because the video was filmed in very high definition, and given the hashtag #GoToYuan Snack Shop, this video became the second most popular video after the one filmed by Hee-jio. The live chat was incredibly lively. Damn! There are really so many people. I thought it was a photoshopped picture by Xiao Jiojio. Look at how silly the blogger is. I'm hoping for a twist. Hee-jio looked on with an eager expression, wanting to know what her expression would be when she ate the boss's steamed buns. There are so many people. I feel like Xiao Jiojio's photos are all real. Look at that boss, he's incredibly handsome. The video camera was already pointed at Qingyun, who was making steamed buns. Hey blogger. Don't take such close-up photos of the young boss's face. I love it so much, get closer, get closer. Wait, listen to that dense sound. Holy crap, it's the sound of payments being processed. The live chat instantly became lively. 300 once, 389 once, 490 once, holy crap, there's even 600? Are you fucking human? It's astonishing. If it weren't for the fact that the owner is such a good cook, I really can't understand what could possibly make a group of elderly women pull out hundreds of yuan at once. In the video, Hee-jo could clearly sense that Su Xiong was also becoming unsettled. The camera was shaking as she ordered food. "What do you want?" came a gentle male voice. "I want you. What?" Xing looked at the young girl carrying a camera and felt a little sorry for her. "Why don't you put it down for a moment?" "Ah. This man is so manly. No wonder he's my husband." Ha, the blogger's face is probably turning bright red. "Sister, if you can't handle it, let me do it." The female executive's face was indeed as red as an apple. Upon hearing Qingyun's words, he immediately nodded in a panic. No, just order me 3 beef buns and a cup of soy milk, thank you." He even stammered a little when he spoke. The young boss wearing the baseball cap is so handsome. Now she has completely forgotten her purpose of exposing fraud, and is extremely flustered, especially when she thinks about how she is carrying a camera and looks so pathetic. She wishes she could find a hole to crawl into right now. "Girl, what are you filming?" Qingyun asked the camera during a break. "Oh, no, it's nothing." The female executive hurriedly covered the camera. Don't cover it up. I want to see the boss too." "Sister, let go." "No, I need to go see too." Me too." Upon seeing this, Hee-jo subconsciously checked the video progress. There was still almost half the video left. He gave a knowing smile. The following episodes will be interesting. After finishing the steamed buns, the female executive immediately started enthusiastically recommending them in the video, and then went to join the queue. It was exactly the same as Hee-jo's yesterday. Someone immediately commented in the live chat. Are you Hee-jo's stand-in? The plot is exactly the same, it's so surprising. Isn't the creator of this video a fraud-busting streamer? He's probably very wealthy, so he definitely wouldn't easily give out advertisements to others. So that means the young boss's cooking skills are really that amazing. It's driving me crazy. It's a pity I'm in Suzhou or Hangzhou, otherwise I'd go check it out right now. Which sister would like to buy 50 steamed buns for me to support my crush's business? I'll transfer the money to you. Sisters, I'm on my way, see you at the store. Hee-jo quickly finished playing the video, then scrolled to the front to see the female author saying she was paid to do advertising, looking disgusted. That feels so good. He opened the comments section and found that the female author had sincerely apologized to him. And they enthusiastically recommended Qingyuan's snack shop. Dramatic to the extreme. After Su Xiong's video exposing counterfeits, combined with Hee-jo's video, the contrast between the two not only amused many viewers, but also made everyone instantly go viral on the internet, following the good looks and exaggerated cooking skills of the owner of Qingyuan's snack shop. Just at that moment, Xin Luo and Muyun also turned on Douyin. Chapter 48, So Jealous. Netizens are going crazy. Brother Qing, come quick, come quick. Xin Luo suddenly covered her mouth and shouted, then excitedly handed her phone to Qingyun. Isn't this video of our snack shop? What? At this moment, Muyun also looked over. Take a look at the top video on Shanghai's trending list. Xin Luo's tone was full of joy. Qingyun had long guessed that he would likely be number 1 on the trending list. But he didn't expect that in just a few hours, the video would receive over 2 million likes. What is the total population of Shanghai? This means that his shop is not only popular locally, but also known to people from other places. Perhaps it's because I'm so good looking. Great, now we don't have to worry about getting traffic to the store at all. After watching the video on her phone, Muyun's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. Opening branch stores is much easier once you have a steady stream of customers. Brother Cheng is awesome. As Xin Luo scrolled through the videos, she noticed that the comments section was full of praise, and she immediately felt a little smug, instantly transforming into a little fangirl. He truly is my idol. Only Muyun gave her a disdainful look. She can help Qingyun's career. What can you do besides yelling? Little sister, trying to outdo your older sister. How can there be comments like this? Suddenly, Xin Luo pouted and said with dissatisfaction. And he kept tapping on his phone with both hands, clearly trying to argue with someone. Just then, Muyun's phone flashed with a series of comments. Boss is incredibly handsome. From now on, you're my boyfriend. Ladies upstairs, first come, first served. I was here first. I'm in Shanghai, just got off my Mercedes, and now I'm going home to find my husband. Oh, by the way, my husband's name is Qing Yun. Sisters, I used to really like the young boss too, but later, I could no longer go to the snack shop to see him on that sunny afternoon, because now he's in my bed. She's an even more fanatical fangirl than Qin Luo. Mu Yun was instantly overwhelmed. Especially the last one. Do you think you're being funny? The video continues. You upstairs woman, prepare to die. This young boss can only be mine. Actually, the young boss is not only handsome, but also incredibly skilled. I used to be a senior national chef, and I consider myself a decent cook, but compared to him, I'm no match at all. Before going today, I thought I could compete with him in cooking, but almost not, at least not with the steamed buns and fried rice. Oh, and add the soy milk we made today. Where did this come from? This person is actually verified. Oh no. It's real, the small boss has received the big boss's approval. This isn't just a compliment. It's practically mindless praise. It's giving the young boss a huge boost. A statement from a certified senior chef in Shanghai instantly boosted the video's popularity once again. People couldn't help but become curious. Who exactly is this small business owner that he could gain the approval of a national-level leader? You know, he looks so handsome, he must not be very old. At this point, someone left a comment in the video. Sisters, sob, I have some bad news about the small business owner's private life. What? Is the small business owner going to collapse? He's been blacklisted before he even debuted? Funny. Let's start a thread and explore further. No, what are you talking about? What I'm saying is that young boss is already married, and his kids are old enough to run errands. This single stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the comments section instantly erupted in excitement. What? The young boss got married? Really? Girl, you're not thinking of keeping him all to yourself, are you? It's absolutely certain. No way. Does this mean I have to shut my heart off and never love again? I don't care, I have to come and see for myself later. Rumors. Absolutely nonsense. The young boss looks so young, how could he possibly have a child? Mu Yun gritted her teeth as she looked at these bold and enthusiastic comments. What? You bunch of little girls dare to make a move on my idol? So she also started typing with her delicate hands. One by one, they refuted each point. The male god not only has a lovely daughter, but his wife is also stunningly beautiful. After typing this, Mu Yun blushed and glanced around furtively. Seeing that Yuan was nestled in Qin Luo's arms looking at her phone and no one else was paying attention, she carefully clicked send. Humph. I'm the wife of my dream man, what's wrong with that? Sure enough, someone immediately replied. Sister, how did you know I'm stunningly beautiful? What's the meaning? Do you want to see what you're saying? Mu Yunshan couldn't help but block the other party. However, as more and more comments appeared, it's clear that this video is extremely popular. She finally understood why the usually gentle and quiet Qin Luo had turned into a human keyboard warrior. Had these people done their homework? Had they done their work? Helpless, Mu Yun could only delete the comment and turn off her phone to stop looking at it. Forget it, I can't be jealous. Her crush was right beside her, she saw him every day, and she even managed to get her hands on his daughter. You little girls who only know how to talk big. What can I use to compete with my sister? Having figured this out, Mu Yun felt a little smug. On the other side, Qin Luo's face was puffed up with anger. She has the appearance of a cute young girl. There are many of them. Qin Luo couldn't even type all of them. I think I saw several cute and pretty young ladies in the shop. Are they the shop owner's wives? A video scrolled by in the comments section. Qin Luo's eyes lit up, and he clicked on the link, replying, that cute girl in the floral dress is it. I felt a little embarrassed, but luckily no one was paying attention to us. When Qin Luo sent this message, he avoided Qin Yuan's gaze. The little girl immediately asked curiously, Sister Luo, what did you post? Can you let Yuan see it? No way. Qin Luo certainly wouldn't agree to something so embarrassing, but the little girl's head popped inside. Qin Luo smiled and patted her head. It's nothing, look, so many people in the comments section are praising your dad. I'm not watching anymore, nobody praises Yuan. Qing Yuan was a little unhappy. If they could be Yuan's mother, they would definitely praise her. Qin Luo thought to herself, feeling a pang of jealousy. What am I going to do? I've gained so many more hidden enemies. Moreover, my situation is very dangerous. Not only might my family object, but my age is also a big problem. Bite. The phone chat interface flickered. Li Xiaoran, my dear lady, where have you run off to? Are you at my crush's shop again? Feeling a little down, Xin Luo subconsciously typed a reply, my idol. Li Xiaoran, TSK, my young lady is such a love-struck fool. Oh right, I'm out of class. You know what I mean, steamed buns and fried rice. I saw on Douyin, does the shop owner also sell soy milk? Bring me some of everything, thanks. Xin Luo, even you saw the little boss on Douyin? Li Xiaoran, you didn't see it? Surprised, boss, you're quite the celebrity on Douyin now. By the way, you've got a lot more rivals now? Funny. As Xin Luo's best friend, Li Xiaoran, never one to miss a good spectacle, added, take a look at their profiles, they're all such beautiful older sisters, who wouldn't love them? Chapter 4900. This is the real rival in love. Milk tea? Did daddy make it? What do you mean by who doesn't love? Xin Luo immediately replied, my idol isn't that kind of vulgar person. Look at them, they're all showing their backs or thighs. They're wearing rags as underwear. Who would love that? Li Xiaoran, stop comforting yourself, this is called sexy. Laughs. Knowing her best friend was teasing her, Xin Luo was still a little unhappy and said, Xiaoran, what should I do? The other party was clearly stunned for a long time before replying. How about you confess your feelings, or just drag her to bed? Li Xiaoran felt that this was currently the only way to achieve quick results. Hey, stop being so indecent. Xin Luo's face turned bright red, and his typing was so clumsy he could barely write, hurry up, think of a way. Right now, the only thing we can do is to gradually build up our relationship. Li Xiaoran didn't quite understand the feeling of being in love, but that didn't stop her from being a love guru. Oh, don't worry, Xing Yun isn't such a vulgar and lewd man. How could he be bewitched by those glamorous girls on Douyin? Our Miss Qin is much more charming than them. Besides, if you're not enough, there's always Teacher Mu. Xin Luo, She quickly typed, I'm enough. I can't talk, so I won't bring you any food later. Li Xiaoran immediately said with a bitter face, No, Xiaoluoluo, I was wrong. I will always be your strong support, go ahead and chase after her. Ran will always follow behind. Xin Luo, that's more like it. I'm not saying anything more now, I need to help my idol with his work. Putting down her phone, Xin Luo stretched, revealing her slender and alluring figure. That makes sense when you think about it. A bunch of flashy girls, how could they compare to me? She's a little bit arrogant. Xing Yuan came out of the kitchen and snuggled straight into Sister Luo's arms, because Teacher Mu was chatting. The little girl was very happy, with two mothers. If one mom needs something, she goes to another mom. Yay! This way. Mu Yun just closed Douyin. My best friend then sent me a message. Wang Tian, Miss Mu, why are you running around aimlessly all day? Do you know how long I've been starving? Speechless. Mu Yun smiled and replied directly, go hungry. Reply almost instantly. Wang Tian, when did you become so cold to me? I know, is that kid Qin Yun next to you? Why, he's so fickle. A few seconds later, she replied, by the way, could you bring me some food? Mu Yun, What did someone just say? Seeking profit at the expense of righteousness? Wang Tian broke out in a cold sweat, and for the sake of the food, she immediately flattered, Qing Yun's is fine. Take more, and remember to pay me, or I'll feel bad. Mu Yun replied with a smile, okay, but I'll have to wait until tonight, I have some things to do. In a bedroom. Wang Tianbing stared at her phone with a resentful expression, lying on the bed, unwilling to move. Xiao Yun has really changed her mind. She's been going to that shop every few days. She's so unreserved. She muttered something, picked up her phone, and replied, Little Yun, Grandpa Mu has been away on a business trip these past few days, and he keeps asking me about your whereabouts. What am I supposed to do? Mu Yun, same old method, block. Wang Tian, I'm not as brave as you. Your grandpa will beat me to death. Mu Yun, then you'll have to figure it out yourself. Wang Tian, alright, your grandpa also said he's found 4 or 5 potential partners for you, all famous young talents. He'll have you meet them in a few days. Funny. After Wang Tianbing finished typing this reply, the expression on her face was priceless. Grandpa Mu, it's not my fault for not taking this seriously, but your darling granddaughter is going to other men's houses every day now. She's practically been taken advantage of. As expected, Mu Yun was already immune to this kind of thing and replied, "It's okay, we can just not see her." Wang Tian, you're such a worry. By the way, when are you going to win over the young boss and go back to inherit the family fortune? Laughs. Then Wang Tianbing remembered a video she saw on Douyin that morning and continued, "Wasn't that snack shop on Douyin the one owned by the small boss? It seems to be popular. A lot of young girls and older girls are going to compete for your crush." Mu Yun sighed and replied, "I don't know what to do either. I don't know how to win him over. Actually, I think he's quite ambitious. He's very successful in running his business, and he's so handsome. I'm a little worried." I remember the crazy way the women in the shop were acting. Mu Yun realized that divorced men were also very popular and sought after. Especially someone like Qing Yun, who can charm everyone from divorced young women to young female students. She felt like she couldn't keep up with the competition. Wang Tian, if you can't hold onto the sand, you might as well let it go. Mu Yun, I'm not bringing any food. Go hungry by yourself. Wang Tian, no. That's too much of a show-off. Wang Tianbing looked horrified. "Xiao Yunyun, don't do that, it was just a joke. By the way, no matter what happens in the future, I will always support you. Keep going." She thought for a moment and said directly, "Actually, it's a good thing that Qing Yun has become famous. Rivals in love will only make you stronger. What is all this nonsense?" Mu Yun was utterly exasperated by her best friend's thought process. Guanshan's phone stopped talking. "Teacher Mu, what are you doing?" At this moment, Cheng Yuan suddenly asked a question. Mu Yun turned her head away. He discovered that the little girl was nestled in Qin Luo's arms. Qin Luo then stroked her head affectionately, like a mother would. This is the real formidable opponent. Mu Yun smiled and said, Yuan, how about Teacher Mu takes you to get some ice cream?" "Good." The little girl's eyes lit up, and she couldn't wait to get up. Then Qin Luo said with a smile, "Sister Luo is taking Yuan to KFC, do you want to come?" "KFC? I want to go too." The little girl's eyes lit up again, but then she hesitated. Caught in a dilemma. Should I choose ice cream or KFC? Mu Yun and Qin Luo were also exchanging glances. "Would you like some milk tea, everyone?" Qin Yun had just tried making a pot of milk tea herself and immediately brought it out. "Milk tea? Did Daddy make it himself?" Qin Yuan's face lit up with surprise when she heard this. Qin Yun smiled and nodded, ladling a bowl for her. "Try it, it'll definitely taste better than ice cream." Then he considerately served Mu Yun and Qin Luo each a bowl. Office of Worry-Free Technology Company, Limited. Lu Wuyo yawned listlessly and stood up. His secretary immediately stepped forward and said, "President Lu, Ms. Chen from Yuyan Company would like to invite you to her friend's birthday party tomorrow." "Mr. Chen? Which Mr. Chen?" "Chun Li." Lu Wuyo realized what was happening and said directly, "I'm not going." "Well, I'll say I have something to do tomorrow, be tactful, and give her a glimmer of hope." He thought about it and realized that letting this unscrupulous businessman go like this would be too much of a hassle. After all, her own cousin had been ruined like that by her. Chapter 50, Teaching Aunt Lee How to Make Milk Tea. Milk tea has a high profit margin. Dad's milk tea is so delicious. Qing Yuan ate bowl after bowl, then let out a burp. I don't need ice cream anymore, milk tea is enough." Qing Yun was quite pleased with her daughter's praise. She patted the little girl's head and asked, "The taste is not bad, is it?" "Aha!" Qin Luo was drinking milk tea with her head down, and when she looked up, she nodded frantically, which was quite adorable. "I really envy you. Your cooking skills are so good. No milk tea on the market tastes as good as yours." Mu Yun also smiled and gave her comment. She wasn't exaggerating, it really was that delicious. "That's fine then." Qing Yun nodded. The two beautiful women's words gave her great confidence. Because the main target audience for milk tea is young girls. "So, are you going to teach me how to do it now?" Aunt Lee, who was standing to the side, was clearly a little excited. The art of making delicious milk tea, even if it doesn't make money, will make you proud in front of your female relatives. Yes. The equipment for making it is similar to that for making soy milk, and the profit margin is even higher. Xing nodded. As he spoke, he went into the kitchen, where Aunt Lee had already set up the equipment according to his instructions. First, I'll do it once, and then Aunt Lee, you can do it once too. I'll correct some of your mistakes, and then it'll be about right. Xing is quite skilled at teaching how to make milk tea. The principle is very rigid. As long as you grasp the details that need to be controlled and operate according to the specific values, the milk tea you make can be perfectly acceptable. The first step is to prepare the raw materials. There are all kinds of milk tea bags on the market. You just need to boil them and add sugar cubes and brown sugar in the right proportions. Xing started boiling water in a pot, instructing as she worked. Making the milk tea as thick and appealing as possible requires skill. Just add 2 large spoonfuls of cocoa powder. Aunt Lee watched attentively and took careful notes in her notebook. Xing used a large iron pot and brewed a lot of milk tea, enough to fill about 2 buckets. He was demonstrating the most basic milk tea, bubble tea. Next, add the tapioca pearls as required. 16 pearls per cup is enough. Aunt Lee was confused at this point. Does this thing really need to be strictly controlled? However, as soon as she said it, she immediately felt it was unnecessary, since Xing cooking skills had their own reasons. Yes, every detail needs to be strictly controlled, which is something that those sheep poop milk tea places on the food street can never do. Xing answered with a smile. There are many milk tea chain stores across the street, and most of the milk tea they make is industrially replicated, with no taste or health benefits to speak of, let alone a large number of enthusiastic customers. And the milk tea he makes will definitely have a loyal following, just like his steamed buns and fried rice. Aunt Lee nodded, feeling somewhat excited. Even the most criticized sheep poop milk tea is still popular among many young girls. What about the milk tea made at Xing snack shop? It's going to be a huge hit. That's about it. Xing stopped what she was doing, poured all the milk tea from the pot into a large bucket, and continued, let's make several different flavors of milk tea. I'll write you a list. Each flavor is similar to what I just made. Just add the ingredients within the specified time. Okay, I'll give it a try. Aunt Lee nodded, eager to try. She then carefully began to operate according to her memory. Despite her previous successful experience in making soy milk, she could never be completely confident. Yes, 1 minute and 3 seconds, add cocoa powder. After giving her feedback for a while, Xing noticed that Aunt Lee's movements were becoming increasingly steady, and then walked out of the store with peace of mind. Mu Yun and the other 2 were still helping him wash the ingredients, chatting and laughing, and seemed very happy. Xing took out his phone and called Li Dali's brother-in-law. Boss Ching, I also have milk tea laminating machines. How many do you need? You could tell from the other end of the line that they were incredibly excited. I'll use 2 of them in rotation for now, and I'll buy more later. After hanging up the phone, Li Chen excitedly called to his wife, we've got some work. The boss who sells air conditioners has ordered 2 more milk tea sealing machines. Get ready. His wife nodded excitedly, I'll go order it right away. Li Chen clapped his hands, yesterday's air conditioners, plus today's machines, will bring more and more business in the future. We're going to make a fortune. Most people might think that Xing last words were just polite talk, but as Li Dali's brother-in-law, Li Chen certainly didn't think so. Boss Ching's shop is doing very well. Why not open a branch? He then took care of all the furniture and equipment purchases. Li Chen was incredibly grateful to his brother-in-law for introducing him to this business, and even more grateful to Boss Ching for supporting the young couple's business. So he spent the whole day working on Xing task, ensuring that the best quality air conditioners were selected, and now he plans to add a milk tea sealing machine. 11:45. Young boss, why aren't you opening the shop yet? I'm already so grateful for your help. More and more people gathered in front of Xing snack shop. Another terrifyingly long queue. The leader was a female manager from a high-tech company named Sun Ro. She was dressed in a professional outfit that accentuated her sexy figure, and it was clear that she had rushed over before leaving get off work. This small business owner is so dishonest. Doesn't he treat us customers like gods at all? Behind Sun Ro is a group of young and beautiful women. There are students, salespeople, teachers, and flight attendants, all people from the neighborhood. They all had some old habit of procrastination, and it would take them several hours to get ready before going out shopping. Since I missed Xing breakfast, I immediately made up my mind to skip my afternoon nap and start queuing up under the scorching sun. Little one, don't be in a hurry. Nearby, several elderly men, who had brought their own stools and chairs, were chatting leisurely. Slow and steady wins the race. How could they possibly be in a hurry when it comes to delicious food? Sorry, I had something to take care of earlier, but we're open for business now. Xingyun opened the shop door. The time spent instructing Aunt Li on how to make milk tea was slightly delayed, but this did not affect the shop's popularity at all. Keep your voice down, the boss is coming. Okay, the young boss is so handsome, I wish he could be my husband. Don't you already have a boyfriend? Why don't you give him to me? The anxious girls immediately quieted down because of the arrival of the handsome boss. The old men were also very surprised. These little kids, one second they were so anxious they wanted to eat people, the next second they were as calm as the girl next door. Dad, the sign is finished. Qing Yuan jogged out, hung the newly written sign in a conspicuous place, and then carefully walked back. Several girls' eyes lit up when they saw the cute little girl, especially Kong Rose, but unfortunately the little girl clearly didn't want to talk to them. She set her sights on the new price tags. In addition to the original food items, there are now a few more. Original bubble tea, 25 yuan a cup. Taro milk tea, 30 yuan a cup. Mint milk tea, 30 yuan a cup. Green matcha milk tea, 30 yuan a cup. Coconut milk tea, 30 yuan a cup. Chapter 51 Milk tea? I don't like it. Why don't you try it? It's delicious. Milk tea? Boss Ching can make milk tea? Kong Ro's eyes lit up, and she asked, was it made by a machine? The girls behind them also expressed their doubts. If it's done by machine, it's far too expensive. Actually, it's not expensive. A cup of coffee costs over 50 yuan across the street, who can afford that? But looking at the milk teacups the owner has on the counter, they look quite high-end. I hope the young owner focuses on the taste and doesn't do any fancy marketing. Xingyun overheard the girls' discussion and said with a smile, the milk tea in my shop is all handmade. The quality of the machine-made milk tea in the food street across the street simply can't compare. Handmade? Can milk tea be made by hand? I'm so ignorant. The handmade items are alright, at least better than the ones across the street. Speaking of which, the owner is really bold, isn't he afraid of competing with the food street across the street? What's there to offend? The shops across the street are all money-grabbing schemes, what's there to be afraid of? Exactly. Don't you even know how many customers this small business owner has? Are you afraid of the other side? Listening to the women's discussions behind her, Kong Ro admired Xingyun's courage and became extremely curious. Is the small business owner really that confident about his milk tea? Give me 10 fennel-flavored buns and a cup of plain milk tea? Kong Ro tentatively asked, I don't need soy milk, I won't be able to eat anything later. Xingyun nodded and immediately started working. His movements were remarkably swift. He scooped up the milk tea and poured it into the cup with practiced ease. The cup he bought had a capacity of about 300 milliliters, a generous amount, definitely worth the price. One pot can make 2 buckets, and 1 bucket can sell 250 cups. Ding! 70 yuan has been credited to your Shukianbo account. Thank you, boss. Kong Ro gave an elegant bow, then carefully walked to the table next to her with her steamed buns and milk tea and sat down. The girls behind them couldn't wait any longer and each ordered steamed buns and soy milk. Milk tea is too expensive, and they don't like it, so let's not try it. Wouldn't it be better to use that money to buy more steamed buns? Xingyun wasn't in a hurry and smiled as she packed the food for them. Thank you, boss. Ding! 52 yuan has been deposited into your Shukianbo account. Ding! 62 yuan has been deposited into your Shukianbo account. Kong Ro doesn't actually like drinking milk tea. She once bought a cup of original milk tea for 50 yuan at the food street across the street, took the first sip, and immediately threw it away. It was so bad that it tasted like plastic all over my mouth. I just couldn't stand it. It looks pretty good. The milk tea in front of her looked like real milk tea. It didn't look like it had been diluted with water at all, and it was very thick. Entrance. Kong Ro's eyes widened, her chest heaving. It has a smooth, viscous texture and a moist mouthfeel. With careful tasting, you can taste the milky flavor inside. Sweet but not cloying, oily but not heavy. It really is a pearl. Kong Ro ate a black pearl. It was chewy and delicious, with a sweet and sour taste. She loved it. Xingyun's milk tea is very generous in quantity, but 1 cup is never enough. Kong Ro stopped tasting the steamed buns and immediately went to the front of the line, grabbed a few cups for herself, and said, "Ladies, please don't be offended, the boss's milk tea is just too delicious." She hurriedly swept up the money and left without looking back. The remaining girls stared at each other blankly. Is it really that delicious? Boss, could I have 2 drinks too? Thanks. I want some too. I want some too. Hearing Kong Ro's praise, the girls who were initially hesitant immediately placed their orders. The young boss's cooking skills are beyond question. Sure enough, we began to taste it. Regardless of how much the girls present loved milk tea or how much they disliked it, they all completely fell in love with Qingyun's milk tea. It tastes so good. This is amazing. This is real milk. The owner is such a kind person. His skills are so good. I'm going to buy a few cups for my colleagues to try. I want one too. The aftertaste is amazing, it's absolutely delicious. Immediately, everyone started queuing up to buy milk tea again. Inside the shop, watching how Dad made these older girls' eyes light up, Qing Yuan was very proud and ran into the kitchen to continue helping her 2 mothers with chores. Muyan really wanted to stand by Qingyun's side, so that the 2 of them could be like a young couple running a roadside stall, serving customers while busy with their work. How wonderful! It's possible that Qin Luo, this little sister, thinks the same way. Besides, they certainly couldn't be as calm and collected as Qin Yun, they would definitely be flustered and overwhelmed. It's best not to cause any more trouble. She watched Qin Yun busily working. I feel much more at ease now. The number of guests is increasing. The number of customers buying milk tea was also countless, mostly girls, just like Qin Yun thought. Most boys and children bought soy milk. 12:50. Li Chen drove at breakneck speed. He arrived with 2 brand new air conditioners and 2 laminating machines. Boss Qing, I'll give you an air conditioner for 3,000 yuan a unit, and a laminating machine for 200 yuan a unit. This price is very favorable, there's almost no profit margin left. Xing Yun paid the money directly, a total of 6,800 yuan. Li Chen installed the air conditioner and adjusted the laminating machine before leaving, satisfied. With the laminator, Xing Yun's life became a little easier. She could simply pour the milk tea into the laminator, which would automatically fill the cup and seal it. A cup of milk tea with a sophisticated appearance and superior taste is perfectly prepared. Sisters, the reward is here. This is the office of a women's clothing design company. Lu Feifei started treating her employees to the milk tea she had bought. Oh my gosh! Sister Feifei, I love you to death. A working woman dressed similarly to her ran over in high heels and kissed her right on the cheek. What a beautiful milk tea! Mr. Lu, don't you dislike milk tea? Why did you buy it for us? A blonde, mature woman asked with a smile. And he couldn't wait to take the bag and share a cup with everyone. Try it. It's delicious. This is handmade milk tea, completely different from what you find in stores. Handmade milk tea? I find that hard to believe. Is Mr. Lu perhaps supporting his business by seeing how handsome the young owner across the street is? The long-haired, mature woman's expression was incredibly lewd. Lu Feifei rolled her eyes at her. Give it to me if you can't finish it. I'd better not drink it anymore. Milk tea and the like are not good for your health. A cool, bespectacled girl glanced at it, then went back to her work. Xiaojing has been busy losing weight lately. I guess she's starting to think about finding a boyfriend? That's enough. Several girls were teasing and laughing together as they began to taste it, when suddenly one of them shouted. My God! It's delicious! Oh my God, it smells delicious! Originally, I just wanted to give it a try, but the taste of the milk tea was beyond everyone's expectations. It's absolutely delicious. It's completely different from the milk tea they've had before. This directly shattered their stereotypes about milk tea. Before long, all the dozen or so cups of milk tea were finished, leaving only the cup on the girl with glasses table. I can't believe a cup of bubble tea could drive me this crazy. My coconut milk tea was absolutely amazing. It was so delicious, but unfortunately it sold out. Look at Xiaojing's desk. The blonde woman whispered something, and the others' eyes lit up as they all looked in Xiaojing's direction. Why are you all staring at me like that? Is it really that delicious? The girl with glasses was initially dismissive. Seeing everyone's expressions of enjoyment immediately piqued my curiosity. Why don't you give it a try? Thinking about it, she picked up the milk tea and took a sip. Delicious. Chapter 52? One person on the entire street bought 600 yuan worth of milk tea? A whole street of fangirls. No, really, look how good I am, I don't eat alone. Mr. Lu, where did you buy it? The aloof, bespectacled girl from before asked excitedly. Didn't I tell you? Lu Qing looked up. It's on Sinew Road, the shop is called Qing Yuan Snack Shop, and the young owner is super handsome. Qing Yuan Snack Shop? The girl with glasses' eyes lit up when she extracted the words. That guy who's all the rage on Douyin. To be honest, the owner is incredibly handsome, he really won me over. I was planning to go there after get off work today. But I didn't expect his cooking skills to be so good too. She had completely transformed into a devoted fan, her face filled with adoration. When have the ladies ever seen Xiao Jing, who is known as the aloof and innocent girl in the company, act like this? They looked at each other in bewilderment. Fine, you don't need to go to work today. Go see your crush. Mr. Lu said with a smile, judging from your appearance, you have absolutely no energy to work. Really? Thank you, Mr. Lu. Love you. The girl with glasses excitedly hugged Lu Feifei, then immediately packed her things and ran out of the office. Lu Feifei watched the little girl's excited back, shook her head, and turned around. I noticed that all the girls had adorable expressions on their faces. You're not allowed to go. Keep working. Aunt Li did a great job. Inside the shop, Xing Yun expressed her sincere admiration. Aunt Li's learning ability is truly remarkable. She can master every flavor of milk tea and soy milk perfectly, requiring absolutely no supervision from her. If you're tired, take a rest. Xing Yun said considerately. No, I'm not tired at all. Aunt Li said, this kind of work is easier than cleaning dishes in my son's shop. What she said was true. According to Xing Yun's detailed instructions, Aunt Li only needed to add the ingredients to the pot on time and in the correct amount. She didn't need to worry or exert herself at all. Even if she was busy all day, she didn't feel tired. It's nothing like the life she had selling soy milk many years ago. This applies to physical strength, and even more so to the level of inner satisfaction. In just 2 hours, the shop sold a full 4 buckets of milk tea and 3 buckets of soy milk. A bucket of milk tea can sell 250 cups, generating a profit of 7,000. A bucket of soy milk can sell 300 cups, generating a profit of 4,000. So just now, they made a total profit of 40,000. Aunt Li was utterly stunned by this astronomical figure. The young boss was truly amazing. Business continues. Brother Qing, we've used up all the fennel. In the kitchen, Qin Luo smoothed the sweat-dampened strands of hair from his forehead. Thank you for your hard work. That's all for now. Go and rest for a bit. I secretly saved you a few fennel buns, Xing Yun said. Good. The girl felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. I want one too. At this moment, Mu Yun said something quite inappropriate. I've left them all. You all take a rest and leave it to me. Xing Yun said with a smile. I heard online that the owner of this small business is a good cook, but why is his soy milk so expensive? And his milk tea is so expensive too? Is the young boss a little out of his mind? Even if he wanted to buy milk tea, who would come here to buy it? Everyone would go to those regular chain stores. Exactly, a breakfast shop selling milk tea is just insane. A group of JK Japanese schoolgirl uniform girls from out of town gathered together and chatted. In the blink of an eye, I saw a little girl wearing glasses buy 20 cups of milk tea in one go, carrying them in 2 bags. Ding! 600 yuan has been deposited into your Shukianbo account. All the girls. Holy crap, is she an idiot? She bought 600 yuan worth of milk tea all by herself. A young girl realized what was happening and couldn't help but express her admiration for traditional Chinese culture. Is she the milk tea sister? Could she have been fooled by the young boss? Regardless, this scene was incredibly shocking for them. Most people wouldn't spend hundreds of dollars on milk tea, right? We have to try it. By the way, did you guys post it on Douyin to ride the wave of popularity? A JK high school girl spoke up. Don't worry, it's all been posted. It's super popular online, and maybe we can gain more followers and traffic. Look at all the young women on the street, they're all from Douyin, it's crazy. It's more than just crazy. This is absolutely outrageous. Fortunately, the windowsill provided some privacy, preventing Qingyun from being taken advantage of by these beautiful young women. That's terrifying. There are so many people, probably over 100. Now even Mu Yun and Qin Luo can't help Qingyun. Around noon, a group of girls of all ages came to Qingyuan's snack shop one after another, and now the shop is completely packed. In a short time, the elderly folks who usually live a leisurely life couldn't sit still anymore. What's with taking over all their land? Little kids, don't fight over it. This old man is about to fall apart. Excuse me, sir, please go to the back of the line and stop playing cards in the gaps. Don't push from behind. The elderly men and women, having no seats left, had to stand up and queue at the back. If you don't line up now, you really won't be able to buy any. It would be strange if I wasn't anxious. So many people. Old Zhang, do you think the young boss has stumbled upon a den of women? There are so many young and beautiful girls. Actually, the young boss is quite handsome. I wonder which one he'll take a fancy to. Old son, I reckon the small business owner went viral online. These guys, how should I put it, they're probably called scumbags. Stop talking, hurry up and line up, Grandma. It would be so sad if we didn't get any, there are so many people. The scene at the store entrance was chaotic, but fortunately, a few young men spontaneously organized a group, preventing a group of crazy female fans from rushing into the store and taking the owner away as well. Dolly, hurry up and get to work. Lots of young girls are coming. The crowds outside Qingyuan's snack shop have completely boosted the business of the Cantonese restaurant. Some impatient office workers flocked to Cantonese restaurants. Alright everyone, please wait a moment, the food will be served shortly. The store was packed with people. Li Dali was still feeling down about why his mother was earning more money than him, but seeing so many people immediately gave him a boost. Honey, you take the money, I'll cook. Are you a good cook? Dali's wife asked. Alright. Just you wait and see. Li Dali put all his effort into tossing the wok and stir-frying the vegetables. Compared to Qingyun's cooking skills, his was far inferior, but it was enough for him. I absolutely cannot let my mom earn more than her son today. Li Dali thought to himself with great enthusiasm. He wanted to prove his abilities to his mother. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if the son earned less than his mother. Some are happy, some are sad. At Qingyuan's snack shop, Mu Yun and Qin Luo were somewhat annoyed. If only they hadn't argued, they could have helped Qingyun greet the guests together, which would have allowed them to assert their dominance. Otherwise, things wouldn't be like they are now. The whole street was full of Qingyun's little fans. Is doing TikTok really that scary? Chapter 53: The Furious Online Trolls and Keyboard Warriors. The impatient Shenli. Perhaps even Shenli didn't expect this. Hiring online trolls not only failed to smear Qingyun's shop, but actually made Qingyuan's snack shop even more popular. The original video from Qingyuan's snack shop depicted a harmonious and collaborative scene. At one point, more than 10,000 new comments suddenly appeared, and the barrage was densely covered with them. Some viewers clearly felt that these comments were meant to smear Qingyun and his shop. What trash! You call someone handsome? You guys probably haven't seen how good-looking Korean guys are. Leaving aside the owner's looks, just looking at his cooking skills, how can such a young man sell food that's more expensive than food from a family that's been running a restaurant for decades? How dare you! You're making a fool of yourself. Exactly, I agree with the comment above. I've tried the boss's steamed buns, and to be honest, they're just so-so, not very flavorful. Soy milk too, it doesn't taste good, but it's expensive. Is it meant to raise money for a coffin? In an instant, the initially happy audience members couldn't sit still anymore. You ate there, so what? Is it meaningful to make personal attacks? Even if the food isn't good, there's no need to scold the owner like that. Damn it, you won't even let people give feedback? You're capable of running a shop, but not of accepting criticism? That's hilarious. Damn it, I hate you lowly women, you all lick my boots like dogs. As soon as a message was posted in the comments, someone would immediately reply with insults. That's when the audience realized, damn it, it's paid trolls. Everyone, stop arguing and listen to me. These people have probably never even been to Qingyuan's snack shop. They're just trying to get attention. I agree with the comment above. They're a bunch of mad dogs, biting anyone they can get their hands on. The keyboard warriors hiding behind their computers couldn't sit still any longer and seized the opportunity to jump out. I'm in a panic. You've been there even though we haven't? That's hilarious. But at that moment, the fans who had gone to Qingyun's store couldn't sit still anymore. Hee hee. You'll laugh yourself to death. So what if I've been there? Let me tell you, the boss's cooking skills are probably better than your whole family combined. Oh right, I forgot you don't have any family members. Sorry. Haha, I've been there too. The owner's cooking is really worth recommending, unlike what you guys are making. Look at my work. I also filmed a video. The young boss is a very nice person. It wasn't nearly as embarrassing as they described. Really? There really is a video. Everyone go check it out. I'm definitely going to support the young boss's business. Viewers clicked on the topic one after another, and seeing the increasing number of videos, they had no reason to waste their time with these trolls. Regardless of how good the small business owner's cooking is, why not just go and check it out? It's definitely photoshopped. Impossible, it tastes awful. I've eaten it. Don't go. They're just unscrupulous merchants, a pyramid scheme. The keyboard warriors were completely dumbfounded and extremely anxious. Why isn't there a shouting match in the comments section? Why isn't anyone joining the fray? If their online army fails to complete its mission, they won't even get paid in the future. I'm dying of laughter. You're getting impatient. What have you eaten? Did you eat shit? I bet these idiots are furious. Keyboard warriors are practically spitting blood as they see more and more comments criticizing them. Who exactly is the paid troll? As the two groups continued to hurl insults at each other, the video's popularity actually increased, gaining millions more views. I recommend everyone check it out. There's a reason the video has gone viral. Yes, I highly recommend it. I have some inside information that the owner isn't planning to open his own shop anytime soon. If you don't go now, you'll really miss out on the authentic taste. What? Is that true? Mr. Chen, Mr. Liu replied, saying he'd like to invite you to dinner sometime. It seems he's quite interested in you. A good-looking office. The secretary in black stockings said to Chen Li. Really? What did he say? Chen Li's beautiful eyes brightened slightly, and her long, black-stockinged legs, which had been draped over the table, came down. He said you have a very elegant appearance and he is very happy to be with you. However, he has been busy these past few days and is feeling a bit down. He was worried that it might affect his relationship with you, Mr. Chen. He said he would be happy to communicate with you via WeChat in the future. The secretary in black stockings said excitedly. Like that? Humph. Sundara. Chen Li smiled, put on her high heels, and felt much better. Mr. Liu, this elite but ordinary guy, must have his eye on me, but he's too proud to say it directly. She was no longer an innocent young girl, and immediately understood the nuances of the situation. As expected, Chen Li checked her messages and saw a new red dot on the friend request page. Lu Woyo, hello Mr. Chen. I'm glad to have added you on WeChat. Chen Li decided to keep him hanging for a little longer. After all, what is easily obtained is often not cherished. For example, her good-for-nothing ex-husband got carried away after getting her virginity, and spent his days with children, just loafing around and waiting to die. I don't even know how well I've done with the things I was told to do. I wonder how long it will take for that good-for-nothing to go bankrupt and for him to hand over custody of his daughter. Chen Li thought to herself with amusement. Bite. Just then, my phone suddenly rang. This is a recommendation from Douyin TikTok. To be honest, a strong woman like her doesn't usually watch Douyin TikTok, but this time she found that the recommended content was actually called Qingyuan Snack Shop. She seemed to remember that her ex-husband's shop was called Qingyuan Snack Shop. Did you have the same name? Out of curiosity, Chen Li clicked on Douyin. The video that came into view was He Jiu's video. Upon hearing He Jiu's first words, Chen Li immediately lost her composure. Because the address they mentioned is Qingyun's place. Why? What exactly happened? Watch the video all the way through. Chen Li gripped her phone even tighter. She was absolutely certain that the person in the video was her ex-husband, Qingyun. The shop is the one he owns. How is this possible? How can there be so many people? Absolutely impossible. Chen Li cursed under her breath, but involuntarily opened the comments section. A wave of praise. The young boss is so handsome, I wonder if he'd mind having another wife. The young boss is in my bed. How could you possibly succeed? Damn it, I've already had a child with the boss. The young owner's cooking is excellent, highly recommended. Chen Li's fingers turned blue, and she was extremely anxious. A bunch of rabble. Bah, a piece of trash, what's there to praise about him? She laughed at her. Forcibly suppressing the strange emotions in her heart, she repeatedly muttered to herself, in the end, it's just a stinking carcass. As for Qing Yun's cooking skills? Hee, it's nothing special. I don't understand how you guys can brag about this. It's ridiculous. Chen Li thought she had seen through the true nature of humanity. After cursing a couple of times in the comments section, she continued watching the video. Wrong. Chen Li frowned. How could there be so many people? Impossible. The more she read, the more she felt it was all a show. Qing Yun was as foolish as ever. They actually thought they could grab attention with such low-level advertising. At this moment, Chen Li felt superior, fortunate, and proud. But why does this crappy video have 5 million likes? And there's another trending topic? Chen Li clicked on the topic Qing Yuan Snack Shop. Chapter 54 To laugh at that good for nothing? Absolutely not. The topic of Qing Yuan Snack Shop is extremely popular. The blogger alone has created more than 500 videos. Chen Li was so shocked that she almost dropped her grip on the phone. She couldn't believe her eyes. He hurriedly turned off his phone. That one glance shattered her post-divorce confidence. She dared not look again. By the way, since I hired an online army, but they didn't react, it must be fake. They must have paid for the traffic. Chen Li comforted herself. No matter what, she just couldn't believe her ex-husband had such ability. How could a rundown breakfast shop be so popular? Seeing the changing expressions on President Chen's face, the secretary in black stockings sensed danger and quickly retreated. Bang! The next second, Chen Li slammed her hand on the table. No, I have to go see. She picked up her phone and hurriedly sent a message to her parents. I walked out of the office. About the shop Qing Yun opened? Yang Li was applying a face mask in her bedroom when she received a message from her daughter. A look of confusion crossed her face. That good for nothing? What's so interesting about him? Despite saying that, Yang Li obeyed her daughter's request without question and immediately packed her things to go out. What's going on? Does our daughter need to see us? At this moment, Yang Li's husband, Chen Wuning, walked out of the toilet with his chest exposed, his tone somewhat cautious. She said she would take us to see Qing Yun's shop. Seeing her husband's disheveled appearance, Yang Li was furious. Get yourself together. All you do is fool around outside all day. All right. Let's go now. Chen Wu waved his hand, looking displeased. If he didn't need his daughter's money, who would want to be bossed around by this brainless woman? It would be good to see that good-for-nothing make a fool of himself. Chen Wunan thought about it with amusement. What could they possibly do going to Qing Yun? They'd definitely just laugh at him. That good-for-nothing opened a shop? They're probably bankrupt now, and it's their turn to ask them for help by taking their granddaughter's hand out. Let's go. I can't wait. Soon, the two got into the Mercedes, and Shen Wuning excitedly stepped on the gas. After reuniting with my daughter. Yang Li noticed that Chen Li's expression was a bit off and quickly asked, My dear daughter, what's wrong with you? Chen Li shook her head and remained silent. Now Yang Li was anxious. You won't pity that poor boy, will you? That won't do. She went to great lengths to help her daughter get a divorce. You can't be soft-hearted. You know Qing Yun is a good-for-nothing. He got himself into this mess all by himself. You absolutely can't pity him. Chen Wuning chimed in, so what if he's bankrupt? Our top priority is to regain custody of our granddaughter. He's no longer our concern, and his death is none of your business. Stop talking. Chen Li suddenly became furious and interrupted their conversation. Dad, you drive, go straight to Sinew Road. Shen Wu was startled. After muttering to himself for a while, he volunteered to be the driver for the mother and daughter. What's wrong with you? Yang Li was indeed anxious, seeing her daughter looking so distracted. It's no wonder people have all sorts of wild speculations. They finally managed to kick that good-for-nothing Qing Yun out of their house. If I make a big mistake because of my daughter's momentary pity, I'll have no way to regret it then. I'm fine, I'm just not feeling well today. Chen Li comforted herself. Everything is fake until you see it with your own eyes. It's all fake. That's good. I was worried you'd remarry that good-for-nothing. Yang Li breathed a sigh of relief, then glared at her husband in the front and said angrily, "Can't you drive properly? I hate you stinky men the most. You're so slow and dawdling when you're driving. Why didn't that beat-up Audi in front just drive over it?" Chen Wu shrugged and said nonchalantly, "Fine, fine, fine. Hey. You think you're so great now, huh? Aren't you out there flirting with all those sluts again?" Yang Li became extremely irritable when she thought about her husband's past behavior. She was practically a shrew. Even Chen Li couldn't help but say, "Mom. Stop arguing. Fine. So you're all here to get back at me." Yang Liqui's chest heaved, but she couldn't complain too much. In contrast, Chen Wuneng remained calm and nonchalant, curling his lip in disdain. "Not only did I bring her, but she's also a vocational high school girl. What's wrong with that, you brat? Since it's not about remarrying, everything is easier to discuss, and we can watch the show without worry." Yang Li and her husband both thought so. Exactly, how could their daughter so easily remarry that good-for-nothing Qing Yun? It should be just ahead. Chen Wuning's eyes lit up when he saw the road sign by the roadside. "Our car is parked outside. There are too many poor people inside, and we'll make it dirty." Yang Li looked at her surroundings and felt utterly disgusted. What future can a shop have in such a rundown place? Okay. Chen Wu nodded and immediately stopped the car at the intersection. He then got out of the car and looked around. His thoughts were similar to Yan Li's. Only someone as poor and short-sighted as Qing Yun would be willing to open a shop in a place like this. Even if you work yourself to the bone for decades, you might only earn enough for a single day's interest. Joke. Chen Wuneng was in a great mood. He touched his bald head and saw several female students walking together into Sinew Road, chatting and laughing. They're all absolutely top-notch. From what they said, they were going to a shop to buy breakfast? Judging from their school uniforms, they should be students from the nearby number 13 middle school. Why would someone go to such a remote and impoverished place to buy breakfast? I wonder which bastard they're talking about is that boss. What a pity. Chen Wu could only interact with female high school students he didn't like on a regular basis. He had absolutely no chance of meeting someone of this caliber. This gave him a wicked idea. Since we're already here, why not go up and make some friends? You old geezer. What the hell are you looking at again? Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through my ear. Yang Li, that shrew, grabbed his ear and pulled hard, refusing to let go until it was pulled off. Ouch. Ouch. You bitch, you hit me so hard. Are you trying to kill me? Having finally broken free, Chen Wu glared at him angrily. There are so many onlookers around. Don't you know how to save him some face? Fortunately, the female student on the other side didn't look this way. Let's go. Chen Li glanced coldly at her parents, then turned and walked away in her high heels without looking back. A multitude of lewd, expectant, and yearning gazes surrounded him. It gradually gave her hope and confidence. How could a breakfast shop be so popular? You think you're a top-tier national chef? They had all tasted Qing Yun's cooking before, so they knew what it tasted like. That's all there is to it. It's laughable that they have so many customers. Daughter, wait for us. Yan Li and Chen Wuneng quickly followed. They were afraid of missing out on the good show to come. As we made our way step by step towards Sinew Road, Chen Wuning's eyes grew brighter and brighter. I was surrounded by cute girls, sexy, innocent, and beautiful. Is this paradise? In any case, Chen Wu was as strange as Zhu Beiji entering the women's kingdom, and his expression was as lewd as could be. Yang Li initially cursed a couple of times, but later simply let it go. Men are all like this, they lose their senses when they see a woman. A bunch of despicable women, how dare they compare themselves to me, how dare they compare themselves to my daughter who is worth hundreds of billions. She has her own superiority and pride. Clearly, this is something that men like Qing Yun and her husband could not understand. Wait a minute, why are there so many customers on this street? Yang Li suddenly realized that something was wrong. To be honest, Sinew Road isn't a very good location. It's nowhere near as good as the location of the city center square. Why did she feel that the number of visitors was actually higher than in the square? She cast a questioning look at her daughter. She immediately noticed her daughter's tightly clenched hands. Chapter 55. The family of three was utterly shocked. Qing Yun could only be the Chen family's dog. At the beginning, Shanli was able to remain calm. But as more and more people passed by, and they all headed in the direction of Qingyun's shop, it felt as if her heart was being pierced again and again with steel needles. Absolutely impossible, impossible. They definitely wouldn't go to that lousy breakfast shop of her good-for-nothing ex-husband. Shanli's last line of defense seemed to be about to be breached. She could only keep comforting herself. By the way, there's a Cantonese restaurant next to Qingyun, that's for sure. We'll definitely go to the Cantonese restaurant. It was a rundown breakfast shop, and Qingyun's cooking skills were just so how could it possibly attract customers? It must be. Why is there such a large flow of customers here? Yang Li finally swallowed hard and couldn't help but say. She was confused. It must be because there's a food street nearby, right? What else could it be? Chen Wuning, on the other hand, was carefree and didn't think too much about it. Having girls watching is enough. Food street, there really is a food street over there. Let's go there for breakfast later, it's been so long since we've had any of the snacks around here. Shenli thought about it and realized that this made sense. Soon. The three of them then reached a corner. It is clear that guests have gathered here, all gazing hopefully ahead. Why are there so many people here? Yang Li saw the scene at a glance and quickly said something. Is there a century-old shop nearby? Why is there so much foot traffic? She couldn't think of any other reason besides this. It should be. Let's just eat here. The food should be pretty good. Chen Wuning's eyes lit up as he offered his suggestion. Roll. Yang Li immediately retorted. She was still unaware of her husband's wicked intentions. She noticed that most of the customers over there were women, and if she let her husband, Teddy, go over there, who knows what unpleasant things he might do. Let's go take a look. Chen Li's voice trembled slightly as she spoke. She could only keep praying in her heart, it absolutely couldn't be her ex-husband's shop, absolutely not. Passing by the corner, she saw a long queue, a crowded street, packed with people. Also, there's the Qingyuan snack shop that was surrounded by people. Boom! At that moment, Chen Li felt her mind go completely blank. He was stunned, as if struck by lightning. Impossible, impossible. There can't be so many people. She felt as if her whole body had suddenly gone limp, and her heart sank completely. Why didn't my ex-husband go bankrupt? Why is that good-for-nothing's breakfast shop doing so well? Why hasn't he come begging me for help? Why hasn't he given up custody of our daughter? Why hasn't he felt remorse yet, and cried and begged for forgiveness? Shenli had a million questions in her mind, but in the end, they all boiled down to a powerless utterance. Mom, we're here. We've arrived, but where are we? Yang Li was puzzled upon hearing this. Could it be that the poor kid's shop is located here? Oh no, that won't do. With so many customers, what if he gets a freebie? She immediately thought to herself with unease. Stop talking. With his mediocre skills, it's a miracle he doesn't poison people. Although Qingyun's cooking skills were not bad, it did not prevent Chen Wu from criticizing them. But where is his shop? Is it a breakfast shop? Yang Li asked again, puzzled. You can spot the happy breakfast shop across the street at a glance. However, the door was already closed, and the room looked dilapidated and decaying. That's it. Yang Li's eyes lit up, and she pointed, saying, Ha, I knew it. That poor kid definitely can't do anything. Following her gaze, Chen Wu looked over and was about to burst into laughter. Unexpectedly, her daughter suddenly spoke up, no. Yang Li and Chen Wuning turned around and saw their daughter pointing at the crowd. Which shop does Qingyun own? Yang Li looked over, and her smile froze instantly. That? Daughter, don't lie to your mother, how could it be that, how could it be? Her voice grew softer and softer as she spoke. Because she saw the shop name hanging up, Qingyuan Snack Shop. Her granddaughter took that poor boy's surname and was named Qingyuan Yuan. The matter is clear. Impossible. Didn't you say he went bankrupt? How can there be so many customers? Yang Li got angry and turned around to hurl insults at her daughter. Enough. Chen Li launched into a tirade of abuse. You. And you. What are you standing there for? Yang Li's voice faltered, and she turned and slapped her husband on the shoulder. You bitch, you think you're so great, huh? Chen Wuning got angry and raised his thick hand as if to hit her, which frightened Yang Li so much that her vision went white. However, he ultimately did not continue the fight. Impossible, that's too unbelievable. How could Chen Wu not be shocked? He was shocked too. These girls are all here for that good-for-nothing Qing Yun? What exactly were the methods used? Wow, they managed to gather so many girls. He couldn't understand what was so special about Qing Yun's breakfast that could have such a magical effect, with every girl leaving his shop smiling. If he had such methods, wouldn't he be thrilled to the point of exhaustion? Shenli and Yang Li calmed down at this moment. Are you sure you're not mistaken? It's not like we've run into a store with the same name, is it? Yang Li hoped that she had misunderstood. No, it won't. Shenli's lips were pale. That man is Qing Yun. Yang Li took out her reading glasses and looked over. The person busy in the shop, although wearing a baseball cap, was easily recognizable to her. It was Qing Yun, whom they hated to the core. There must be hundreds of customers. If we could manage this business, we'd definitely make a lot of money. Shen Wuneng suddenly frowned and said. His daughter might look down on this business, but both of them, who could only live off their daughter's charity, saw its commercial value. A shop doesn't become popular for no reason. No matter how unwilling they were, they couldn't deny that the customers Qing Yun attracted to her shop would definitely not stop coming after just a day or two. Moreover, this isn't just a few, it's hundreds. If this business belongs to them. Opening branches, raising prices, advertising, even adding addictive drugs to the food, it's all perfectly possible. It's incredibly profitable. Yang Li regretted it. It's not that I regret the divorce, but that I regret not having completely controlled Qing Yun. No. Yang Li suddenly gritted her teeth and said, we can't let this kid get the shop up and running, otherwise we'll have absolutely no hope of winning back custody of our granddaughter. They had no idea what underhanded methods Qing Yun had used to attract so many customers. But everyone knows that. Once Qing Yun's business takes off, she will never be able to obediently hand over custody again. It's even less likely that they'll become the Chen family's dogs. Whether it's Yang Li's daughter, her husband, or herself. Such a thing must not be allowed to happen. There must be a way. Chapter 56. Qing Yun never did this for us. We must make sure he goes out of business. Shenli lost her composure entirely because Qing Yun was doing well, which disrupted her original plans. But does it matter? Having achieved her current success all by herself, her mindset is naturally unmatched, and she quickly adjusted her attitude. Walk. Yang Li and Shen Wu nodded with dark faces and followed their daughter into the crowd. The crowded and noisy environment made Yang Li feel very uncomfortable. It's a poor, remote place, full of low-class people, she thought to herself. Daughter, do you really think opening a breakfast shop is such a good business these days? While secretly glancing at the girl next to him, Shen Wu asked in confusion. To be honest, Qing Yun's cooking skills are just so how could she possibly attract so many customers? If a pig can take off when it's standing in the right place at the right time, it must have gotten a great deal. Yang Li curled her lip in disdain. It's just that Qing Yun got lucky. But that's all there is to it. A breakfast shop with no foundation is destined not to last long. It's only a matter of time before it goes bankrupt. That's true. Shen Wuneng nodded in agreement. Hearing them talk, Shenli understood that Qing Yun's shop became popular entirely because of Douyin's unexpected rise to fame. After the hype dies down, what's left? Although you can't make a lot of money, you can still make a little bit of money. This means her chances of regaining custody of her daughter have diminished, which makes her feel inexplicably anxious. How could Qing Yun be so despicable? The line continued forward, and Yang Li soon saw the price sign at the entrance of Qing Yun. Steamed buns, soy milk, and milk tea? Qing Yun still sells this stuff? Yang Li sneered, completely disdainful. I thought they were selling something new and interesting, but how could such a shabby thing attract customers? Shen Wuneng was shocked. He couldn't believe that selling such a small thing could make him famous. It must be a shill. Stewed vegetable buns, plain soy milk, black tea soy milk, goji berry soy milk, so many different kinds of soy milk? Yang Li sneered directly. This ingrate has never done anything for us before, who does he think he is? Anyway, I'm just laughing at this. Look at you guys, a cup of soy milk costs more than 10 yuan, and look at this milk tea, it costs 25 yuan a cup? If you get any closer, Shen Wu will be speechless. Are these people so desperate for money that they're selling this thing at such a high price? She turned to look at the bustling crowd around her. He shrugged, they're all just rich, stupid fools. Shanli, however, pondered for a moment, because she suddenly realized the commercial value of Qingyun's shop. The products it sold generally had low costs, but were sold at such high prices, and so many people came every day. It's definitely more than just making ends meet. My heart was dealt another heavy blow. But, she then thought, what's the point of selling it at a high price? Can Qingyun's skills keep customers coming back? Absolutely not. Even if Douyin can recommend more traffic to him, most of them will only try it once and never come back, so the business will inevitably not last long. Yang Li and Shan Wu clearly thought so, but they were extremely disappointed. If Qingyun had entrusted this business to them, they certainly wouldn't have ended up doing so poorly. After listening for a while in the crowd, Yang Li understood why Qingyun's shop was so popular. So it was because of some Douyin TikTok that it became popular? No wonder. Once I think about it that way, I understand everything. It's all just luck, it's all because of Qingyun, that good-for-nothing, who's in the limelight. Is it because of his ability? Ridiculous. After standing there for a while, a series of payment notification sounds rang out. Ding! 645 yuan has been deposited into your Shuqianbo account. Ding! You have received 762 yuan. Yang Li was completely dumbfounded. Someone actually bought 20 cups of milk tea at once. You know, 1 cup of milk tea costs 25 yuan, so what does 20 cups represent? Moreover, the amount paid by each person was generally over 100, and some people even reached 1,000. How is that possible? Yang Li noticed that most of these customers were young girls. Is it really that easy to make money off young girls these days? However, they all knew in their hearts that Qingyun's business would not last long. Shocked as she was, and envious as she was, Yang Li felt no threat whatsoever. After all, the amount of money her husband had mentioned was more than they earned in a single day's interest in a year. However, this business is really booming, if they can retain customers. Yang Li was incredibly excited just thinking about it. We must make sure his shop goes out of business. Regardless of the circumstances, the most urgent task is to forcefully pull Qingyun down from the limelight. Seeing Qingyun, that good-for-nothing, make money made Yang Li and her husband feel even worse than if they had lost money themselves. How can a good-for-nothing who stays at home all day make money? This world is getting more and more ridiculous. Stop arguing. Shenli could now clearly see Qingyun's busy figure, and she felt increasingly annoyed. Because the sound of her phone receiving payment kept ringing in her ears. In just a few dozen seconds, more than 2,000 yuan was deposited into the account. What does this mean? The allure of money clearly spurred them on. This is fucking a money-making business. Even if it's just a few days of operation followed by a change of location, Yang Li has to admit that Qingyun can indeed make a lot of money. Why didn't they take control of this business themselves? She became increasingly frustrated. Shenli shook her head, forcing herself not to think about it anymore. She couldn't bear the thought of Qingyun changing and gradually slipping out of her control. Why is it that you, who left with nothing, are living so happily? His desire to regain custody of his daughter grew stronger and stronger. Let's not watch anymore, let's go. Hey, daughter, wait for us. Yang Li was secretly thinking of a solution when she saw her daughter turn around and leave, so she hurriedly followed her. What an unfortunate thing has happened. Yang Li and the other two lost all interest in going to the food street for breakfast. They got into the Mercedes-Benz worth over 2 million yuan and sat in the car without saying a word. What makes that good-for-nothing think he's above everyone else? Yang Li broke the silence first, angrily saying, how come he gets all the benefits? A shabby breakfast shop selling such expensive food, and there are still idiots who would buy it? She got angrier and angrier as she spoke. Shen Wu knew that his wife couldn't stand seeing others do well, and in fact, he couldn't stand seeing Qingyun make money either. Yes, if a good-for-nothing can make money, then what is he? The main problem is that if he makes money, we will definitely lose custody of our granddaughter. Yang Li clutched her chest and said angrily. What are you still standing there for? She turned to Chen Wuning and started cursing, don't you know people in the underworld? If you don't go now, when will you? Chapter 57 Revenge Methods. Whoever marries the small business owner is truly blessed. Oh right. Chen Wuning realized what was happening and hurriedly took out his phone. We absolutely cannot let his shop continue operating. He had thought it through very clearly and found a phone number in his contacts. Don't worry, I know a guy named Wang who works in real estate nearby. When Chen Wuning said those words, Yang Li and Chen Li both breathed a sigh of relief. There are some things they can't do, lest they get themselves into trouble. But it's different when you delegate tasks to others. Even if they get caught, the blame won't fall on them. Even if Qingyun finds out, what can he do? He can only rage helplessly. Hey, Brother Wang, this is Wu Nang. Chen Wu quickly dialed the number, and, lying back in his chair, panting, said, "Something's come up recently, and I'd like to ask for your help." "What do you think?" Okay. No problem. Just let me know if you ever need anything." With a fawning expression, he quickly got the matter settled. Brother Wang said he'll get his brothers to teach him a lesson another day. After hanging up the phone, Chen Wuneng laughed and said, "Brother Wang intends to befriend us. He'll find someone this afternoon. We don't need to worry about such a small matter." "That's good." Yang Li patted her chest and said with a gloomy face, "Let that brat jump around a little longer. By the way, daughter, doesn't your company have those really good online trolls? Why don't you find some online too?" Yang Li suddenly said. "We've looked for it." Chen Li was feeling down. At times, she couldn't help but feel irritable. Where exactly did the problem occur? The online trolls at Yu Yan Company helped them resolve many business disputes. They even have the extraordinary ability to smear someone to the point of being completely innocent. How could they possibly not be able to handle even a small shop? But none of that matters anymore, since Qingyun's shop is going to have to close today anyway. What a pity, this good-for-nothing got a taste of success. Chen Wuneng started the car and said something. He must have made a few thousand yuan these past 2 days. We'll make him bleed, and force him to hand over custody of his daughter. He offered his own advice. Yang Li nodded. You can find someone to handle it. The three of them drove straight back to the company. It was such a small thing that Chen Li felt she had scared herself. What are you worried about? With Qingyun's limited abilities, what great future could he possibly have? She began to lower her head and ponder. Did Qingyun develop any ambition? Not at all. It was just some poor kid resorting to desperate and ruthless methods. Qingyuan's snack shop. The food was quickly gone, but the queue stretched as far as the eye could see. Everyone was surprised, especially the other bosses mixed in with the crowd. They were very fortunate to have established a connection with Boss Qing. After all, the business is booming, and the development prospects are enormous. Everyone was incredibly grateful. You've arrived so early, Mr. Jiang? Wow, you're buying breakfast too. That's great. I have to say, this young man's cooking skills are really good. It's absolutely delicious. When has this old man ever eaten anything so good? It's a pity that the queue is so long. If only Qingyun had time to open a branch. These words immediately caused an uproar among the others. Opening a branch? Is Boss Qing going to open a branch? Really? Is the cooking still authentic? Is that guaranteed? They didn't want to queue either, since queuing was a very agonizing experience. If Qingyun opens a branch, they won't have to queue anymore, but the prerequisite is that the steamed bun's cooking skills must be guaranteed. Oh dear, I doubt it. I checked, the young owner makes them all by himself, that's why they taste so good. How could a branch possibly have the exact same culinary skills? That's right, it's a bit hard to part with it, so let's not open any more branches. The business owners, listening to the murmurs of the crowd, felt a little apprehensive. In any case, they lacked confidence in their cooking skills. Fortunately, Qingyun said at this moment, the branch will be opening in the next few days. Don't worry about the cooking skills, you all believe me, right? Ha ha ha. Little boss, I support you. The young boss sounds so confident, I'm starting to get curious. Opening a branch is great. I'll support it no matter what. Qingyun spoke with great confidence, and the guests had no further objections. After all, no one understands cooking better than Qingyun. They believed the small business owner would definitely find a way. While opening branch stores, we can also make even more delicious steamed buns. Why? Because good looks are everything. Boss Qing, we're out of milk tea ingredients. At this moment, Aunt Li jogged over and whispered something in Qingyun's ear. The milk tea business was incredibly booming today. We sold out in just a few hours. There is none left? Moreover, Qingyun clearly sensed that the system's lottery value was now sufficient for an intermediate lottery draw. We'll tally up the profits together tonight. Time quickly passed and it was afternoon. Those who didn't get any at noon have already started lining up. Mu Yun and Shang Yun did nothing during this period. After a short lunch break, I continued working with the little girl. It would be a lie for Qing Yun to say she wasn't grateful. Aunt Lee's culinary skills improved dramatically during this period. She has a great understanding of this line of work, which Qing Yun is very satisfied with. We've struck gold. Watching Aunt Lee's orderly figure, he nodded, full of satisfaction. He bought a lot of ingredients in the afternoon. Overall, it was quite easy to do. Aunt Lee was thoroughly enjoying herself. Because of the air conditioning, many people who weren't in a hurry sat down in the store eating and chatting. Most of them are young girls. This is a rare opportunity to see your idol up close, so come early or you'll miss out. Xin Luo and Mu Yun had already seen through it all. A group of young girls posed no real threat. However, middle-aged women would occasionally step forward to offer to be Qing Yun's matchmaker. Boss, are you really not going to reconsider? My child is only 18 years old. He's a perfect match for you. A middle-aged woman with curly hair said with great interest. Old son, don't snatch it. My nephew's good boy, he just graduated from university and is still a virgin. He and Boss Qing are a perfect match. An old man next to him got anxious. Yes, thank you for your kind offer, but I have no plans to remarry at the moment. While working, Qing Yun said with a smile, for now, we still need to focus on doing a good job with the business. After hearing this, the elderly folks didn't know what to say. All I can do is sigh in my heart. The young boss is so kind, I wonder who will be lucky enough to be his successor. Chapter 58 The blonde-haired thug who came looking for trouble. He doesn't play by the rules. Soon the shop was bustling with activity. At this time. What are you doing? How dare you cut in line? Where did this blonde guy come from? Damn it! Ah, don't touch me. A commotion arose outside the door, interspersed with occasional exclamations of panic from young girls. Watching a spectacle is human nature, and several people in the shop peeked out to observe. It turned out that a few young men with blonde hair, looking very energetic, had appeared in the crowd and were cutting in line. Perhaps no one would dare to say this elsewhere. But the owner's skills are so good, how dare you cut in line? Damn it, you yellowish-brown thing, get to the back of the line. You still dare to come? Some young people in the crowd couldn't sit still any longer and started cursing. Those were the ones who were most vocal in their criticism, especially the older women. How dare you cut in line? Didn't you have any parents to teach you? That's right, how dare you? The 7 blonde-haired men were all arrogant and haughty. They looked at him without saying a word and walked straight into the store. This is clearly not the first time we've encountered this situation. Are these show-offs here to cause trouble? A bald programmer, watching the spectacle, remarked, are young people these days really this arrogant? What do you mean by cutting in line? We're in a hurry, what's wrong with letting us have a turn? Perhaps finding it noisy, a burly man in the group of blonde-haired men turned around and shouted. He looked completely at ease. Most of the people at the front of the line were young girls, who could only lean against one side, some of them trembling. There were 7 blonde-haired men, all of them strong and muscular, and these frail young women dared not resist them at all. A few young people, however, stood up because they were unhappy with the situation. What the hell? Cutting in line and they think they're right? Don't they know about first come, first served? You're bullying people because you have more people, aren't you? A young man who was making glasses yelled, get out of here. Shut up. Huang Shan roared, raised his half-exposed tattooed arm, and made as if to slap him down. Fortunately, another blonde-haired guy next to him pulled him back and whispered, Big brother, don't cause any more trouble. Huang Shan nodded. He glanced at him coldly and said, get lost. To be honest, the young man with glasses is starting to panic. Just now, that blonde guy really dared to make a move. However, more and more young people at the back of the line stood up upon seeing this, some of them eager to join in. Things become more complicated when there are too many people. Huang Mao clearly realized this, which is why he advised his boss not to cause any more trouble. He said with a smile, please forgive us, everyone, we are really in a hurry. As he spoke, he kept bowing, looking very sincere. This stunned the young men who were about to take action. What's going on? How can we possibly take action against you like this? Well done. Huang Shan patted his younger brother on the shoulder and praised him. He walked straight into the store. "Boss, bring us all the best stuff in your store." As soon as he entered, Huang Shan immediately shouted loudly. As they spoke, the blonde-haired men deliberately showed off their thick, muscular shoulders. They looked aggressive and menacing. The girls in the shop, some of whom were quite loud, were so frightened that they dared not speak. After secretly watching for a while, they quietly moved closer to the wall and slipped out. Just then, Huang Shan spotted several people busy in the kitchen. Those two girls are quite attractive, regardless of looks or figure. Those two pretty girls in the kitchen are absolutely stunning. Especially the one who looks young, she's bursting with youthful charm. This caused a stir among those lewd men who were only fit to watch pretty girls on Douyin. Since the matter is settled, why not add a little something extra? The blonde-haired men made up their minds, their eyes blazing with fury. The other henchmen swallowed hard, their mouths watering. They were all incredibly excited. Things that involve bullying men and oppressing women. They've done plenty. And those two girls are really amazing. Big brother, we should talk to Brother Wang about it later, maybe. A green-haired, blonde-haired man offered his suggestion, while leering into the kitchen. Teacher Mu, what should we do? Hopefully nothing bad will happen. Xin Luo and Mu Yun noticed the commotion outside. Xin Luo nervously clenched his hands, somewhat worried. It's alright, let's not go out and cause trouble. Mu Yun was relatively calmer. He immediately took out his phone and sent an urgent message to his father's subordinate. Those uncles are so scary. Even Qing Yuan, with her childlike innocence, realized that something was wrong. It's okay, Dad will be fine. Although Qin Luo was worried, she still smiled and comforted the little girl by patting her round head. Outside the door. Are you sure? Xing Yun was working when she glanced up. They looked shabby and poor, yet their attitude was so defiant. Anyone with eyes can see that they're here to cause trouble. There are 7. This is tough. To be honest, these people all look strong, but they're not really intimidating in a fight. Xing Yun stays home to take care of the child, so she definitely can't neglect physical exercise. Normally, he can easily take on 10 people at the boxing gym. But once a fight breaks out, it'll be hard to end. Yes. Give us all some. Huang Shan greeted the crowd with a smile and then sat down in his seat. Can. Xing Yun nodded with a smile. The small business owners don't seem to have much money. You can't do that. A little girl in front of him said nervously. The older woman behind her also wanted to speak up, but she was a little scared. Nobody wants to cause trouble for themselves. But if it really comes to a fight, they'll definitely throw a couple of eggs at the boss to vent his anger. It's all right. Come to my restaurant for a meal, and they'll have a hard time if they don't pay. Xing Yun said calmly. This group of blonde-haired men clearly underestimated themselves and the shop's customers' admiration. Even if he didn't lift a finger, the young men outside would rush in and beat these blonde-haired bastards half to death. Dining and dashing without paying? Why don't you give it a try? However, by this time, some young people outside realized that a fight might break out, and they all ran out. Xing Yun quickly brought out all the food and then went back to take orders from other customers. Before the group of blonde-haired thugs could even start eating, the leader slammed his fist on the table and yelled, "What the hell is this, boss? How dare you sell this kind of stuff?" Xing Yun looked back. Upon discovering the blonde-haired bastard, he yelled, "You actually dared to put a cockroach in a steamed bun? What do you take us brothers for?" The others immediately slammed their fists on the table and exclaimed, "Damn it. You seem like a very polite young man, how could you do something like this?" This is their usual tactic normally. If people in the store saw them looking so angry and menacing, they would have all run away long ago. But at that moment they realized something was wrong. People outside looked at them as if they were idiots. What happened? The blonde guy was a little dumbfounded. Logically speaking, they should have been clamoring to run away by now. What exactly do you people do? An older woman who had just arrived stormed up to the front and started swearing. The voice even completely drowned out the blonde guy who had spoken earlier. You lot are all no good. How dare you cause trouble on my turf? Are you tired of living? Chapter 59. Li Dali is really going to step in when he needs something. Xing Yun makes a move, and Huang Mao immediately admits defeat. Aunt's son has arrived too. Then we don't need to say a word. Granny Sun is the most notorious shrew around here. Damn, these blonde-haired bastards are clearly up to no good. Aren't they obviously looking for trouble? That's just how Aunt Sun is, she curses them to death, curses them to death. The elderly and young people alike applauded and cheered as they watched Grandma Sun go all out. The blonde-haired man's face turned ashen. This situation was beyond their expectations. The crowd didn't scatter. Instead, they seemed to be watching the spectacle with amusement, unable to understand why. Moreover, the blonde guy in the group clearly noticed that the number of people coming to watch was increasing. They couldn't believe that these people were all Qing Yun's customers. Fuck you, you dare to sell this kind of stuff and you still have the nerve to say it. A somewhat cultured blonde-haired man stepped forward, took off his shirt, revealing a chest striped with a black dragon. You are aiding and abetting evil. If there's no way to smear Qing Yun, then the only option is to use force. The other blonde-haired men took off their clothes. They all had strong, powerful chests on display. He looked fierce. You social scum, all you do is freeload and never do anything productive. Grandma Sun was just as imposing. Although she silently took a few steps back, she continued to curse as she retreated. He. Huang Shan snorted coldly. He decided not to bother arguing with a brainless woman. After all, business is more important. They have powerful backers. Are you scared? Just as he roared and turned around, he saw Qing Yun looking at them with amusement. It won't work if it's all dead muscle. To be honest, he could tell at a glance that they were all bluffing. That's not enough to win against. You sharp-tongued brat, I'll teach you a lesson today, and see if you dare to sell this kind of shoddy stuff again. Hitting someone is one thing, but it's quite another to make excuses. Qing Yun smiled, took off her apron, and looked completely calm and collected. The three people in the kitchen immediately tensed up. However, Qing Yuan said, "Don't worry about Daddy. Last time at the boxing gym, Daddy took on 10 people all by himself." 10. Mu Yun was astonished. 1-on-1 against 10? Is Qing Yun that powerful? They knew Qing Yun was physically strong and wouldn't be hurt by the blonde guy on the other side, but how could he still take on 10 at once? Although I think this way, it would be a lie to say I'm not worried. However, at that moment, another commotion broke out outside. What's going on? Who's the fool who dares to cause trouble? A loud, robust roar could be heard. In the blink of an eye, Li Dali squeezed into the store. Behind him were the young people who had left earlier, and they even brought along the owner of a nearby snack shop. This was something Qing Yun hadn't expected. You fucking troublemakers! Li Dali was fierce and aggressive, facing 7 burly blonde men all by himself, his bravery undiminished. You have a problem with that? Huang Shan snorted coldly. You're relying on your connections, aren't you? Unexpectedly, Li Dali's next sentence immediately caused the blonde-haired men to all change their expressions. Huang Shan never expected that this person would see through their cards so quickly. Boss Wang repeatedly emphasized that nothing should be exposed, and now things are getting a bit complicated. However, the arrow was already on the string, and it had to be released. He snorted coldly. I don't know what you're talking about. I advise you to get lost and not disturb us while we're doing our business. As he spoke, he clenched his fist. No matter what, we have to teach that clueless young man a lesson today. The people outside immediately became agitated. Some of the young women even covered their eyes. To be honest, there are still too few young and strong men out there. They were also a little panicked. Finding help was already the best they could do. If Qing Yun is bullied, the owners of other snack shops would definitely be the first to disagree. They finally made it over after a lot of effort. With Li Dali included, there are now 7. He and Huang Mao were evenly matched. Ha, you think you're worthy to fight me? Huang Shan coldly surveyed the area. The breakfast vendors across the street were all as thin as wood, practically without any muscle strength. How dare you speak to me like that? What kind of bastard dares to bully us like this? The bosses remained completely unfazed. They could tell at a glance that these young people wouldn't leave unless they were given a good beating. They absolutely could not stand by and watch Qing Yun get beaten. Even if they get beaten, they have to share some of the pain. Shut the fuck up. You coward. A fat, blonde-haired man called out and came out first. Seeing this, the others joined in the attack. Damn it, you've really pushed your luck. Li Dali, who was the stronger one, was the first to disagree and rushed forward. Bump! One punch knocked down a relatively thin, blonde-haired guy. Fuck him. The blonde-haired man's firepower instantly focused on him. Several rounds of punches, large and small, rained down. Just as Li Dali gritted his teeth, preparing to suddenly raise his head and kick. Just as Xiaoming's younger sister outside the window covered her eyes and shouted, and the onlookers around her took out their phones and started making secret calls. Qingyun took a step forward, adopting a standard fighting stance. As a qualified freestyle fighter, he had been secretly observing the weaknesses of several people. Therefore, the attack is swift and powerful, and combat emphasizes simplicity, brutality, and strength. Bang! It's over. The blonde-haired man's eyes suddenly flashed with the size of a sandbag, and he felt a chill run down his spine. He then collapsed to the ground. It turned out that Qingyun had already punched him in the forehead. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The bosses hadn't even had time to make a move. Big brother's here. Let's attack together. The blonde-haired men were thrown into chaos. Without their leader, they became incredibly ferocious. Qingyun lunged forward again, attacking with his elbow. The movement was fluid and graceful, a truly pleasing sight to behold. These are all deadly techniques. How could those brainless bastards with yellow hair possibly compare to him in a fight? They immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. Pa! We're done for. This guy's got some skills, let's all go for him. Someone shouted something, and the crowd immediately erupted into chaos, rushing forward. Damn it! At this point, Li Dali found it difficult to intervene, so he gritted his teeth and grabbed one of the blonde-haired men. Immediately, he was subjected to a barrage of punches and kicks. Holy crap, look at the young boss! Exclamations of surprise rippled through the crowd. Holy crap, that's so cool! Kill them! Kill them! The boss knows fighting too? Stop, stop, stop! We don't need to go! Seeing this, several young people who were about to rush forward stopped in their tracks. Because Qingyun had already begun to teach those blonde-haired bastards a lesson. He fought with great ease, while the blonde-haired guys were truly in pain and unwilling to accept defeat, and they all put on their pain masks. Holy crap, that's so cool, so cool! Good! Well done! Several little girls opened their eyes and cheered loudly. The young boss is so handsome. They're so good at fighting. Ah! Inside the shop. Although Qingyun was trying to control his movements, he couldn't help but lose focus when he started fighting. Several tables and chairs were broken. Li Dali's fighting style was even more brutal. He would pick up a stool and unleash a vicious beating. Thankfully, Aunt Li had already gone to rest, otherwise she would have been terrified. Stop, stop, stop. Stop hitting me. We were wrong, if you keep fighting we'll die. Chapter 60 The Miserable Blondies. Give me something good to eat. The blonde-haired men lay on the ground wailing. We were wrong. They never imagined that Qingyun's mother would really go all out. Every move he made was painful. Ouch. Huanshan wasn't so lucky. He was targeted by the rough and tumble Li Dali and is now sore all over. On the other hand, Li Dali also had some bruises on his body. Pooh. Li Dali stood up, dusted himself off, and spat out, "Is that all?" He thought it was something amazing. After a few rounds, they were all lying on the ground. That's not right. I only brought one person with me. Where are the others? Li Dali was stunned. He turned around and saw the equally shocked crowd. Wow! This young boss is pretty skilled. He was completely shocked. Boss Qing, you took them all down by yourself? No problem. Qingyun smiled and shook his head, saying, I practiced a little before. Li Dali looked at everyone on the ground, who were like shrimps, and was filled with admiration. Is this what you call having practiced a little? Is Boss Qing not only handsome and a great cook, but also a skilled fighter? It's absolutely amazing. Okay, the young boss is so handsome. Wow, amazing. Well done. Almost simultaneously, a commotion and enthusiastic clapping erupted outside the door. These reckless bastards are courting death. It's a miracle they weren't killed. Noticing the blonde-haired man lying on the ground with a somewhat resentful look in his eyes, Dali glared at him. The man was instantly terrified. He tilted his head and pretended to faint. What's next? Just as Li Dali was about to continue speaking, a piercing alarm bell rang outside the door. The police are here. Someone shouted something. Good. Arrest all these blondies. Everyone, make way. Make way. A small path immediately opened up in front of the crowd, but some people became a little worried. I hope the young boss is alright. No, the young boss was acting entirely in self-defense. How could anything have happened to him? A group of young girls offered words of comfort. Inside the kitchen. It's alright, it's alright. Muyan patted the little girl's head and said soothingly, your dad is amazing. He hadn't expected Qingyun to take on 7 people single-handedly without being at a disadvantage. Instead, they defeated them one by one. Yes, Yuanyuan's dad is the best. The little girl smiled sweetly, completely unsurprised that her father had bullied bad people. Qin Luo was still a little worried. Won't someone else cause trouble? The other party dared to come here so openly, they must have powerful backers. However, as soon as she said it, she immediately realized that something was wrong. So what if they have powerful connections? She has powerful connections too. This is a perfect opportunity to show off in front of my crush. The girl's eyes lit up immediately. No, I've already notified the people inside. Besides, Qingyun did nothing wrong. Muyan smiled and said she could see through the girl's thoughts at a glance. Qin Luo instantly deflated like a punctured balloon. Hateful. That wicked woman beat me to it again. Make way. Make way. What are you all doing blocking this place? A loud voice rang out. A middle-aged man in a police uniform led 3 strong young men over. He surveyed his surroundings. What happened? Tell me. His serious expression frightened the surrounding crowd, and the young girls cautiously explained what had happened. You mean these people came to cause trouble? The middle-aged man stared at the pile of blonde hair lying on the ground, utterly bewildered. If you're going to cause trouble, then do it properly. What are you all doing lying on the ground? Huanshan, who was pretending to be dead, almost vomited blood from anger upon hearing this. You think we want to? Who knew that the boss would take down his men in just a few moves? It would be too embarrassing not to play dead. Alright, get up, all of you. The middle-aged man, dissatisfied, grabbed his baton and slapped each of them twice. Stop pretending, all of you, get up. The blonde-haired men stood up trembling, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Qingyun. Even though they can still stand up, it doesn't mean they aren't in pain. They all suspected that Qingyun was doing it on purpose, deliberately targeting their weak points. Old son, do you still remember me? Huangshan carefully examined the policeman's uniform and tentatively began to speak. They dare to cause trouble because someone has strong confidence and backing even if something unexpected happens. Boss Wang has already prepared a way out for them. Clearly, they've now capsized in a ditch. You son of a bitch. The middle-aged man slapped him across the face with his baton. Did I tell you to speak? Cuff them all. He gave a shout, and the trainee officers behind him sprang into action, subduing them all in no time. No, what's going on? Big brother, help me. Huangshan's underling panicked and hurriedly spoke up. Didn't you have helpers, brother? Where are our helpers? What do you mean by capturing me? The blonde-haired thugs had never been frightened by such a sight before. Looking at the cold, hard handcuffs on their hands, they were terrified beyond belief. Shut up. Huangshan's face turned ashen. Even the dumbest person would know that something must have gone wrong somewhere. Oh ho, you have accomplices too. Where are they? Come out and let me hand them over? The middle-aged man glanced at Qingyun first, then said with a smile. No, my brother has mental problems. Huangshan swallowed hard. The blonde-haired men stared at him in disbelief. Come on. You tell me what happened. The middle-aged man walked straight past Qingyun and Li Dali, and went directly to a thin young man. I have no idea. The younger brother's eyes turned white as he looked at the police baton in front of him. Don't know? Are you stupid? The middle-aged man roared and turned to look at Huangshan. Tell me what happened. Why are you here to cause trouble? Who sent you? I came here because I had nothing better to do. Dead pigs in Huangshan are not afraid of boiling water. Since we're going to die anyway, we absolutely mustn't reveal Boss Wang's name. Hee, that's funny. You came looking for trouble, but you got knocked down instead. Don't you all feel ashamed? The middle-aged man pointed them back one by one, then waved his hand. Take them away. Woohoo! Very good, officer. You're awesome. Wow, I knew the little boss was alright. Boss, hurry up and serve the food. I'm terrified. I need to soothe my wounded soul. Several young girls warmly saw off the young police officers. Now let's talk about you, pay attention. The middle-aged man stayed behind, turned to look at Li Dali, and asked, "What business is it of yours? What happened today?" "Boss Ching is my brother, how can it not be my business?" Li Dali immediately retorted. "What a deep brotherly bond. By the way, young boss, quickly pack me 20 beef buns." The middle-aged man smiled and praised, then turned to Ching Yun and said, "5 cups of soy milk, plain." He was actually a loyal customer of Ching Yun's store, and as soon as he heard that the boss had something to do, he would immediately change his clothes and come over. Even without the phone call I received in the middle. He couldn't let Boss Ching be bullied. As a result, the middle-aged man ended up losing over 100 yuan on this call. Chapter 61, Compensation of 500,000. How dare you? You're leaving. After the middle-aged man finished eating and drinking and added Ching Yun on WeChat, he left immediately. He wanted to see what those clueless thugs were all about. Soon. Ching Yun then received the message he sent. The group of blonde-haired lads were all unemployed. Their daily work consisted of causing trouble in other people's shops or extorting money from elementary school students. In general, the matter was handled seriously to reassure Ching Yun not to worry too much. "Boss Ching, please tally up the store's losses, and have them pay for it together later." "Okay, thank you." Ching Yun replied with a sentence. "These people dare to cause trouble in my shop, they must have powerful backers, but judging from their appearance, they don't seem to have many." "Young boss, we've tidied up the shop for you." "Yes, let's hurry up and cook." As soon as the middle-aged man left, the other customers spontaneously organized themselves to arrange all the tables, chairs, and benches on the ground so as not to disrupt Ching Yun's pace. "Okay, Mr. Li, please sit down and rest for a while." Ching Yun smiled and nodded. Seeing Li Dali also helping out, Ching Yun was honestly surprised that he was the first to rush in. After all, Cantonese restaurants are very busy right now. "Good." Li Dali smiled and nodded, then gestured for the other bosses to sit down. When Aunt Li returned from grocery shopping, she overheard people talking about what had happened that afternoon, which terrified her. "Young boss, are you alright?" He examined Ching Yun for a while, making sure he didn't find any major wounds. But it was his own son. "What causes the patches of iron and bruises on my body?" "You little brat, did you get into a fight?" Aunt Li rarely spoke so harshly. He began to suspect that the person fighting with those thugs was actually his own son. Otherwise, would the usually gentle and refined Ching Yun possibly fight? "Mom, keep your voice down, there are a lot of people here." Li Dali was shocked and quickly whispered. "Ah, Mr. Li is so adorable, thumbs up. He really goes when there's trouble. Mr. Li's Cantonese restaurant is pretty good. We'll have to go check it out later." Pleasant laughter erupted around them. Li Dali was extremely embarrassed. If he had known Ching Yun was so capable, he wouldn't have rushed over to help. "My body is covered in red and purple marks, who knows what other people will think when they see it. Boss Ching, you'd better make me a few more steamed buns as compensation." "Okay." Ching Yun replied with a smile. The crowd continued to place orders. Seeing that nothing serious had happened, Mu Yun and Qin Luo were completely relieved and busied themselves in the kitchen. Aunt Li continued to make soy milk and milk tea. A good-looking office. Chen Li sat in a chair, her beautiful eyes gazing at the distant skyscrapers, and said somewhat impatiently, "Why hasn't there been any news yet?" Yang Li, who was standing next to him, also got angry and slapped her husband across the face. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and call to ask. Boss Wang is very busy right now, why are you rushing him? Are you brainless?" Chen Wunang was slapped for no reason and immediately retorted angrily. Just then, the phone rang. If Boss Wang called, it probably's all taken care of. Chen Wuning's face lit up with joy. "I'll come get you, don't say anything." "Hurry up." Chen Li immediately sat up, while Yan Li looked secretly delighted. "Hey, Mr. Wang, hey, you tell me. Chen Wu's face was initially obsequious, but then his expression froze. "What? You've done your best this time, let's try again next time." The voice on the other end sounded impatient. "That's basically it. The people have been arrested. Get the money ready and get them out." Wang Chang then hung up the phone. "It's not Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang. Hello? Snap." Chen Wuning's face turned ashen with rage. He roared, "Are you trying to slaughter a pig? You want us to hand over 500,000 yuan? What happened?" Yang Li felt uneasy when she saw her husband's fierce appearance. All the people Mr. Wang hired have been arrested and taken to the police station. They have to pay 200,000 yuan in compensation, or they'll all be in jail. Chen Wunong spoke with a dark expression. Mr. Wang definitely won't allow this to happen. They'll have to come up with the money. How so? Chen Li looked up. Where's Qing Yun? Did Qing Yun go in? No. Chen Wunong gritted his teeth and said, Qing Yun fought 7 of them all by himself. But he's still in the shop. Impossible. Yang Li was dumbfounded and immediately roared, 1 person against 7, and that good for nothing of his? Damn it, things are so strange. All of Brother Wang's men are in jail, but that good for nothing who beat someone up got away scot-free. Chen Wuning's forehead veins bulged, and there are also onlookers who are testifying for free. Brother Wang said we have to pay money to settle this matter. 500,000? Yang Liren was dumbfounded. Why should that good for nothing have someone testify for free? Why? Damn it, the main problem is that Qing Yun is asking for an exorbitant amount. He wants 200,000 yuan in compensation for a rundown shop. The remaining 300,000 yuan will all go to Brother Wang. Chen Wuning said angrily, anyway, you have to come up with 500,000. Now that things have come to this point, we absolutely cannot give up halfway. 200,000 in compensation? How dare that piece of trash? His damn life isn't even worth that much. Yang Li may be rich, but it's still hundreds of thousands of yuan. It would be strange if she didn't feel bad about it. It's all your fault for hiring such a bad person. She vented her anger directly on Chen Wuning. You come and get the money. I don't have any money. Shen Wu slammed his hand on the table. Why should I pay? Wasn't it your idea? Enough. Just as the two were about to start arguing, Chen Li pressed her temples and angrily said, I'll pay the money, but the matter must be handled properly. Chen Wuning turned around, overjoyed, daughter, don't worry, I've already talked to Brother Wang. We'll give you the money, but we definitely won't let it go. He confidently added, anyway, Qing Yun's shop is not going to stay open. Chen Li waved and walked out of the office without looking back. Damn it, a bunch of trash. The company was already facing financial difficulties, and now it has spent 500,000 yuan on such a trivial matter. Just what are Qing Yun's abilities? Chen Li stomped her feet in anger. Why is it that he always manages to step in dog poop by sheer luck? First, he opened a shop and made a small amount of money, and now he has received 200,000 yuan in compensation. What do you mean by 1 person taking on 7 at once? You can't keep bragging. There are actually brainless idiots helping this good for nothing? Chen Li's chest heaved with anger at the thought of someone testifying for Qing Yun for free and even fighting for him. No matter what she said, she didn't believe Qing Yun had any ability. You're lucky today. Chen Li sneered. Boss Qing, you demanded 200,000 yuan in compensation in one go? An old man had just finished eating a steamed bun when he heard Qing Yun talking about compensation. Even 200,000 is too cheap for him. Li Dali said, they dare to act wildly on our turf, how can we not teach them a lesson? That's true. The old man nodded happily. If you come to the store to cause trouble in the future, you'd better think twice. Qing Yun then served everyone the dishes. Chapter 62, 300,000 in net profit in one day. Aunt Li's salary is 88,000. Shop losses, lost wages, compensation for emotional distress, and Mr. Li also has several extra prizes on him. Aren't all of these money? Qing Yun was completely blunt when discussing compensation with the person opposite him. It cost 200,000 in one go. No matter who your connections are, once you're in jail, you'd better make sure you get your money. You dare to cause trouble? Do you really think we're easy to bully? To be honest, Qing Yun wasn't afraid. Putting everything else aside, he had already met many famous figures in Shanghai just by opening the store in the past 2 days. Boss Qing, I'll be going now. Remember to call me if you need anything. Li Dali suddenly slapped his forehead and ran happily towards the door. I'm afraid my wife will worry if I get home late. At the same time, some busybodies recorded the scene of Qing Yun taking on 7 opponents and posted it online, instantly causing a huge uproar. There are always some people who are envious and can't stand seeing others open shops and make big money. It's quite common for people to nitpick. But they had never seen anything like the small boss, who was not only tough but also took on 7 blonde-haired men single-handedly without flinching. More importantly, they actually won. And the small business owner was completely unharmed. Netizens were extremely shocked. As a result, the topic of Qingyuan snack shop became popular again. 5:30. The day was drawing to a close. Sorry everyone, we're all sold out. Please come back tomorrow. Qingyun began packing her things. Boss, can you open the shop sooner in the future? Boss, can you open all day from now on? Some of the younger girls joked with reluctance. Can. To their surprise, Qingyun actually replied, we'll try opening a branch in a few days, and everyone is welcome to come and support us. We can drive it for as long as we want. This is great. I'll definitely be the first to support it. The customers clapped and cheered loudly. Because of Qingyun's culinary skills, they had become her enthusiastic fans. Thank you for your hard work these past few days. Come on. Qingyun smiled and took out the packaged buns, handing them to Muyun and Qin Luo. However, neither of them was very enthusiastic. Because they all have things to do tomorrow, Muyun has to go to work and Qin Luo has to go to school. Actually, you don't have to go. However, staying in the store all the time would have a negative impact. What a worry. Qing Yuan leaned between the two, her left hand holding teacher Mu's long legs and her right hand holding sister Qin Nua's long legs. Her little face was filled with worry. Dad, can I skip school tomorrow? The little girl really wanted to stay in the shop. No, Qing Yun said with a smile, there will be other opportunities in the future. Okay. Qing Yuan smiled sweetly. Dad, don't worry about making money. I'll keep an eye on teacher Mo, she thought to herself. Then I'm leaving. Because she had a baby at home, Muyun smiled, smoothed her hair, and said goodbye to Qin Yun. Qin Luo was also reluctant to leave. It's okay, she'll wait until her relationship with her crush gets better. Then you can stay in the shop openly and not go to school. For the two of them, today was definitely a fulfilling and happy day. After Qin Yun finished packing, he drove them all the way. I'm home. A busy day is finally coming to an end. Dad, how much money did we make today? The little girl hadn't taken a bath yet, and she just lay on the sofa, not wanting to move. It wasn't because she was tired, she was just being a little lazy today. Go take a shower first, and we'll see how it goes together later. Qin Yun said with a smile. We have to get up early tomorrow, so let's hurry. Receive. The little girl wasn't lazy at all, she immediately stood up and ran to the bathroom to wash up. Bite. Muyun, I'm home safely. My phone rang, it was a message from Muyun. At the same time, another message came in. Qin Luo, brother Qing, I'm going to sleep now. The two pretty girls are letting each other know they are safe. You've had a hard day. I'll treat you to dinner another day. Qin Yun smiled and shook his head. He thanked everyone and then went to watch Douyin TikTok. The little girl finished her bath very quickly. She ran out smelling delicious and immediately snuggled into her father's arms. Let's get down to business. Since opening the shop, the young woman has been enjoying counting money every night. Good. Qin Yun smiled and patted her head. Wow, so many numbers. Dad. We made so much money today. The little girl sounded surprised. Yuan, count them, one by one, there are so many tens of thousands in total. This is just for Qianbao, Qing Yun said with a smile as he opened the payment backend of Yoshin. The two platforms combined. Today's total profit is 296,592 yuan. Add some change. It must be at least 300,000. And it's pure profit. The costs of buying air conditioners, appliances, and food today have all been eliminated. Moreover, Qing Yun could fully predict that the daily net profit would be around 300,000. This is absolutely terrifying. Dad, we're rich. Qing Yuan doesn't have a very concrete understanding of money, but that doesn't stop her from being proud of her father. Compared to money, Dad cares more about whether you are tired today. Shenyun felt a little guilty thinking about how busy he had been today and hadn't had time to spend with his daughter. As for money, after earning 10,000 or 100,000, the passion for earning more actually diminishes. Nothing is as important as family. No. The little girl proudly raised her head and kissed Qing Yun on the cheek. Teacher Mu and sister Luo did all the work today. Her role today is that of a lazybones. That's good. I'm sorry, Daddy doesn't have time to play with you today. But once Daddy's branch opens, I can play with you every day. Shin Yoon said with a smile. Really? The little girl was overjoyed. Daddy, I love you. Okay, go watch some TV. Dad has some things to do. Shin Yoon smiled and pushed the little girl away, then opened Aunt Lee's chat box. After thinking about it, he transferred 88,000 yuan directly. Today's profits mainly came from soy milk and milk tea. The total profit from soy milk was around 100,000 yuan, and the profit from milk tea was around 170,000 yuan. Extremely exaggerated numbers. He's not a stingy boss, he'd definitely make more money if he sold it. I will need Aunt Lee's help in the future. Bite. Aunt Lee went straight to the vegetable market after get off work. I'm in a good mood today and plan to treat myself when I get back. I'll also show off the cooking skills I learned today to my daughter-in-law and son. Boss Ching transferred money over? How come there's so much? Aunt Lee took her phone out of the basket and was immediately shocked after reading the message. 80,000. Her voice trembled, and at first glance, her hand even shook, almost dropping her phone. She thought Shin Yoon had sent her a red envelope containing 8,800 yuan, but it turned out to be 88,000 yuan. It completely terrified Aunt Lee. Chapter 63 Mom, you're amazing. I really need to thank Shin Yoon. Boss Ching, did you send this to the wrong person? I'll send it back to you now. Aunt Lee quickly picked up her phone and sent a voice message. Wait. It wasn't sent to the wrong person. Shin Yoon replied immediately, Aunt Lee, I hope you won't mind my wages today. Salary? Aunt Lee never expected that Shin Yoon would actually pay her 80,000 yuan in wages. Am I dreaming? There's no day when your salary can reach 80,000. No, this old hag isn't capable of earning that much in a single day's wages. You should take it back. Aunt Lee refused to accept it no matter what. She only helped Shin Yoon with some things, and it didn't cost her much, let alone make her feel tired. What's more, she also learned Shin Yoon's skills. If she were to receive a salary, it would give her the feeling of getting something for nothing. Aunt Lee, what are you saying? You should definitely be paid for working for me. Shin Yoon's tone left no room for refusal. Please accept this, it's just a small token of my appreciation. Besides, my shop will become more and more profitable, and I'll need your help in the future. This. Aunt Lee was in a dilemma. She deliberately refuses to go, but not accepting her money is not an option either. Shin Yoon really gave us too much. Just then, the phone rang again. Aunt Lee, don't be so formal with me. I'll have to teach you how to make steamed buns in the future, and you'll also have to help me teach my apprentices. Since things have come to this point. Okay. Aunt Lee finally smiled, then I'll have to teach you a few more good students. Readily. Shin Yoon comfortably turned off her phone. Aunt Lee accepted the money. Shin Yoon's words made her feel at ease, at least she could accept the money with a clear conscience. So she bought a lot of groceries. As soon as he got home, Lee Dolly couldn't wait to come out and greet him. Mom, why did you buy so much stuff and not even call me to pick you up? Dolly's attitude was exceptionally good today. Firstly, he was afraid his elderly mother would hold him accountable for the fight, and secondly, he was unsure how much money his mother was making now. It would be so embarrassing if someone earned more than me. Your mother is old, not weak. Aunt Lee laughed and scolded him, then handed the dishes over. His daughter-in-law also came out and said, Mom, I've made dinner. Let's eat and talk. Both he and his wife were curious about what their mother's life was like today. Boss Ching's shop is so busy, I wonder if he's tired. However, seeing my mom's relaxed and happy expression made me feel relaxed too. She hadn't been this happy in a long time. How's business today? Aunt Lee started speaking as soon as she sat down. Great. We sold 1,000 servings of cucumber salad today. Business is booming. Lee Dolly said enthusiastically as he talked about business. It's all thanks to Boss Ching, otherwise we wouldn't have made such a profit. Yes, we should find a good opportunity to thank them another day. Dolly's wife served food to her mother, her voice excited. I counted today, and there were probably 400 or 500 people who came to our shop. There are so many new customers. And each customer spends around 100 yuan, Dolly's wife continued excitedly, so today's total profit is about 40,000 yuan. When they said this, the couple couldn't help but feel excited. What does 40,000 yuan mean? I originally thought that with Qingyun's help, I could earn around 100,000 yuan a month. Now that expectation has multiplied several times over. There's even a chance to earn 1 million a month. The couple were extremely grateful to Qingyun. I feel even more strongly that the 1,000 yuan they gave me today is far too little. By the way, Mom, how much profit did you make today? Li Dali suddenly asked at this moment. Not many. Aunt Li smiled. She didn't know her son's personality well enough and was afraid of hurting his confidence if she said it. Actually, it's not much. Li Dali also understands his mother. Upon hearing this, he immediately felt discouraged. It looks like my mom really earned a lot today. Mom, tell me the truth, how much salary did Boss Qing pay you? Given how generous Boss Qing is, Li Dali doesn't think his mother's salary would be less than his own. 80,000. Aunt Li thought for a moment and then spoke up. 80,000? Li Dali and his wife spoke in unison. His tone was immediately filled with shock. Twice as much for us all day? Li Dali immediately sat up, incredulous. Mom, you're not lying to me. Silly child, why would I lie to you? Aunt Li smiled and teased, then awkwardly opened WeChat. Look. After revealing the WeChat balance, a barely perceptible hint of pride was also revealed on his face. Dali and his wife are reasonably priced at 88,000. 90,000 is good. They were immediately dumbfounded. I worked hard all day, but I didn't earn as much as my mom. Mom, you're amazing. That's what Dali's wife said repeatedly. She admires him so much now. Actually, what Mom did today couldn't possibly earn 80,000. Aunt Li said with a smile, like you, we also want to thank Boss Qing. Our family is so lucky. No, I have to find a chance to thank him. Li Dali nodded in agreement. By the way, didn't someone come to the store to cause trouble today? Is everything all right? Dali's wife suddenly felt a little nervous when she thought about this. It's all right, the young boss is fine, but your husband got hurt. Mom, don't talk nonsense. Li Dali was a little embarrassed when he said this. And yet he's got a muscular physique. How can I be less capable in a fight than the small business owner? Where do I put my pride? Show me. Dali's wife forcefully pried open his clothes, and only after seeing clearly did she get him a band-aid. If it weren't for that young boss today, you really would have been bullied. It's not that bad. Li Dali also cares about his reputation. Next time, Qingyun and I can take on 20. It's good that you're all right. Aunt Li was actually a little scared afterwards. After all, there are too many blind people these days. If you happen to run into a few vicious ones, things could get complicated. Fortunately, Boss Qing is quite skilled, otherwise his foolish son would have been bullied today. Is that right? Will Mom continue to go in the future? After I asked that question, Li Dali patted my head and said, I'm even thinking of going with you. Why would you need to open a shop when you're making so much money? If you had my cooking skills, you could come and cook too. After learning to cook, Aunt Li became much more confident. Then forget it. Li Dali said with a smile. He knows his own limitations. As long as Mom is happy, money doesn't really matter. They work hard to support her, and now Mom can earn money and is living a very happy life. They were overjoyed. There's no way I'd really compare myself to my mom in terms of who earns more money. We really need to thank Boss Qing. Chapter 64. The food street is deserted. Damn it. These shabby shops are stealing our business. Late at night. Dad, Yuan is asleep, you should go to sleep early too. The little girl watched TV for a while, then got a little sleepy and lay down on the bed, snuggling into her father's arms. Qingyun patted her little head. Good night. Bite. Qingyun's phone suddenly rang. He looked at it and saw that it was a message from his mother. Lin Ting, is our son asleep yet? Mom has found a few new potential partners for you today. Come and see them when you have time. Qingyun was immediately at a loss and replied, no need for that, I've been busy opening the shop these past few days. Lin Ting, don't overwork yourself, Mom and Dad will help you. Put down your phone. Qing's mother said with some worry, my son doesn't want to find a partner, what should we do? What do you know? Even after a divorce, it takes time to process things. Xinghai was quite philosophical about it. I hope so. No matter what, Qing couldn't stop worrying about his son, because he was just too tired to bear it. We'll go see him in a few days. 6.30 points. Yuan, it's time to go to school, get up. Qing Yun got up on time and woke up her daughter, who was still fast asleep. The little girl, still half asleep, sat up and yawned. Following Qing Yun into the bathroom, the two began brushing their teeth in unison, truly befitting of father and daughter. Dad, what are you going to do today? While brushing her teeth, the little girl asked, Don't get too tired, Yuan will feel sorry for you. I'm just busy making money to support you, you little lazy pig. Qing Yun spoke with a look of doting affection. After washing up, the father and daughter had a simple breakfast. Qing Yun drove his daughter directly to kindergarten. Teacher Mu, I'm entrusting Yuan to you. As soon as Qing Yun got out of the car, he saw Mu Yun waiting at the door. Today she wore an elegant long dress, her figure still slender and proud, her overall temperament as clear and beautiful as a lotus emerging from the water. Don't worry. Mu Yun reached out and hugged the little girl, who ran over, watching Qing Yun walk away. Teacher Mu, please come to my house for lunch again this afternoon. The little girl then happily raised her head and told her about the little promise she had made with her teacher. All right. After spending 2 days together, Mu Yun was no longer so shy. How can you pursue your dream guy without being bold? Hey, Mr. Cheng, you're here to buy pork again today. The pork vendor, Zhu Wui, was immediately struck by Qing Yun's appearance. So, how much discount are you getting today? Qing Yun spoke with a smile. No problem, just give me whatever you think is appropriate. After spending more time with him, I realized that the pork vendor was also a man of character. Okay, by the way, I plan to buy all my goods from you after I open a branch. How about giving me some discounts then? Qing Yun could tell at a glance from the excellent quality of the ingredients there was no doubt that the meat at the pork vendor's place was of very high quality. That's great. The pork vendor said excitedly, I'll drive here to deliver to you from now on, so you don't have to bother sending someone over again. He said this with pride, pointing to the large 3-wheeled vehicle behind him. It can hold a lot of things at once. That works. Why don't you just deliver ingredients to our store? Qing Yun thought for a moment and said, I'll calculate your salary later. He doesn't have much time or energy to spend buying ingredients every day. Anyway, you'll need to find someone. The pork vendor's luxury car is quite spacious, and he's a very honest person. Okay. Knowing about Qing Yun's business, the pork vendor immediately agreed. Let's put it this way for now. Qing Yun dragged some groceries she had bought casually back to the shop. Get off the bus. I then discovered that a long queue had already formed in front of the snack shop. Young boss, hurry up and open the shop. Uncle, we can't wait for the shop to open. The milk tea and soy milk are so delicious. You're being unfair, boss, by closing early yesterday. When the elderly people saw Qing Yun coming over, they all started chattering away. Just then, Aunt Li came over carrying fresh vegetables. Good morning, Boss Qing. After exchanging greetings, the two began to work. On the food street opposite Qing Yuan's snack shop. There are usually guests at this time, why is it so quiet? I wonder how many business owners have this question. Because no guests came today. Not a single one. It's even worse than yesterday. You old scoundrel, even though it's Monday, there should be enough people to come. A burly, bearded boss said casually. The man known as Old Thief's son shook his head, that's not it. On the contrary, it's because it's Monday that many people come to eat early. But what does it mean that there's no one here today? Oh right, I just remembered, a new snack shop opened across the street, and it was doing really good business yesterday. Suddenly, a tall, thin boss stood up and said, I think I saw it on Douyin before. His business is good, so what does it matter if no one's here? Just as Sun Laozhe was about to make a sarcastic remark, he saw someone stumbling and running towards him from a distance. Isn't this Boss Lu? What's he doing here? Mr. Lu rushed right up to them before stopping. Guess what I saw? That breakfast shop across the street is packed. There's not enough room for everyone on the street to stand. What's the meaning? Old Thief's son was puzzled. You'll see when you get there. Several people followed Boss Qian and ran towards the corner. Other bosses, seeing this, also ran out and followed. What happened next completely surprised them. Why are there so many people in his shop? Some other people taking a walk passed by and answered the owner's question, that young owner's cooking is amazing, just like something out of a national kitchen. Oh, by the way, don't you guys have any work to do right now? Why are you all gathered here? The group of bosses were speechless for a moment. They only came out to join in the fun because there was no one else around today. I don't know why we don't have a single customer in our store. Old Thief's son took a puff of his cigarette. There aren't any. They probably went to the shop across the street. The passerby asked cautiously. I don't think so. My shop sells stir-fried dishes from Hudong, while his shop sells breakfast. There's no conflict. Old Thief's son immediately shook his head, rejecting this far-fetched idea. That's hard to say. The passerby shook his head. I'm not going to chat with you guys anymore, I'm going to buy breakfast. As he spoke, he happily ran towards Qing Yuan's snack shop. That's strange, my shop sells dumplings, but I haven't had any customers today. My shop sells noodles and rice noodles, and I don't have any customers. You know my cooking skills, right? It can't be that bad. The last to speak was a bald man in his 40s or 50s who didn't understand the current situation. Could it be that we're selling them at too high a price? Although the things they sell are generally very expensive, there are always unsuspecting customers who get ripped off, so they never close for a single day. After all, how can we survive in a high-cost city like Shanghai if we don't sell at a higher price? The bosses stared at each other, unable to come up with any solution. Suddenly, Old Thief's son blared at her, that's a loyal guest of my house. Damn it, that lousy shop is stealing our business. Chapter 65, Looking for Trouble? Great. Can we earn another 200,000? Holy crap. Wang Dada followed Sun Laozai's gaze and looked over there. Damn, that guy really is a regular customer of Old Thief's son's shop. He comes almost every morning to eat a few bowls of stir-fried dishes. Why did you go to that store today? Those girls over there, it seems like they used to come to our shop all the time. That seems to be true, I think I saw a few familiar faces too. At this point, the bosses realized that something was wrong. They hopped around, peering at the crowd inside. The more I looked, the more alarmed I became. Holy crap, he robbed all the people in our store. What happened? What the hell? Is this even human? They don't understand. What's the magic behind Qing Yuan's snack shop? Why do people jostle and push their way forward? Should we go over and take a look? Is his skill really as good as they say? One of the small business owners asked the question and then ran off in the direction ahead. How can it really be that exaggerated? The remaining bosses stared at each other in disbelief. However, the long queue at the entrance of Qing Yuan proves that this is very likely true. Never mind, let's go take a look. Regardless, they all have to settle accounts with that short-sighted young man themselves. Damn it, we have to teach him a lesson. This is the consequence of you poaching our employees. Once someone spoke up, the others were no longer afraid. Let's go and take him down. Teach him a lesson. Just as the food street owners came over, Qing Yuan was teaching Aunt Li in the kitchen. Aunt Li's cooking skills have improved significantly. She is very quick to learn. Let's add the cocoa topping at 3 minutes and 45 seconds, that would be better. Aunt Li nodded and took a timer out of her apron. This surprised Qing Yuan somewhat. Since precise values are needed, having a timer would be a good idea. Aunt Li smiled. Yes, then boil over high heat for 4 minutes, a full 4 minutes. Qing Yuan continued to share his experience. At this moment, the people outside the door suddenly couldn't wait any longer. Hey boss, are the steamed buns ready yet? Why, hurry up, hurry up. I'm getting impatient. Boss, we have to go to school, can you hurry up a bit? Several junior high school girls spoke up together, and they seemed quite anxious. Qing Yuan didn't waste any more time and quickly packed the food for them. Ding. 65 yuan received in your wallet. Ding. You have received 34 yuan. A series of payment QR codes rang in succession, but the guests present were not surprised, as they were already used to it. Brother son, how come middle school girls these days are so rich? Spending tens of dollars at a time? A bespectacled boss exclaimed in disbelief. How should I know? Old Thief's son scratched his head. Young people these days like handsome guys, is that the reason? They were furious, so they stormed toward Qing Yuan's shop and pushed their way to the front of the crowd without a second thought. Hey, where are you guys from? How can you cut in line like that? The crowd instantly became somewhat dissatisfied. No. It seems like all these people are owners of the food street across the street. Suddenly a little girl said something, and everyone else's expression changed. No way, are they here to cause trouble again? Don't they know about the boss's glorious feat of single-handedly taking on 7 people yesterday? A high school girl spoke up. Her best friend next to her immediately asked curiously, "What's this one-on-one thing?" Other people who were unaware of the situation also looked over. Here's what happened. Yesterday, 7 young men with blonde hair came into the store to cause trouble. The high school girl explained with a smile, then they started fighting without saying a word. At the time, Boss Ching was still making steamed buns in the shop. I saw him take off his apron and go over there. In just a few moves, he knocked the blonde guy to the ground. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she said this. Wow, there's something like this that I haven't seen? A young office worker immediately exclaimed in surprise, "The boss is amazing. He took on 7 people by himself. Even Tyson isn't as good at fighting as him. Unbelievable. The young boss can fight?" His companion echoed, "The young boss is quite skilled. It's over, it's over." But then someone in the crowd spoke up, "They're probably exaggerating. After all, these days, young men are either all arms or legs, but this old man can take on 7 at once." This sabotage displeased everyone present, who turned around to find the speaker was a white-haired old man, and their disdain grew even stronger. He seems to be a famous Sanda champion in Shanghai. Someone said something. Holy crap, a Sanda champion? I can't mess with him. The old man is so old, but he looks so energetic. I would believe you if you told me you could take on 10 people. The young people expressed their admiration for the old man. The one who led the fight was named Huang Shan, I think. He was the fiercest, but he was also the one who got beaten the worst. A girl with wavy hair recalled, resting her chin on her hand. Huang Shan? The white-haired old man's eyes lit up. Isn't that my former apprentice? He got beaten up by the small business owner? Well done. Huang Shan's strength is definitely above that of ordinary people, and his underlings must all be exceptionally skilled, yet he was taught a lesson by a snack shop owner. The old man with white hair was extremely shocked at this moment. After all, although Huang Shan has a bad character, he is strong enough to fight one-on-one. He deserves it for doing such immoral things. The matter was dropped. Stop, stop, stop. The restaurant owners also heard about Qingyun's glorious deeds. Although they couldn't believe it, their arrogance diminished considerably. Everyone, don't be impulsive. Let's talk to the small business owner properly. Old Thief's son greeted everyone. He walked straight into the store. They're just here to reason with the boss fairly. If the small business owner dares to hit them, then he's in the wrong. What happened? Qingyun heard the commotion outside the door and asked a question. Is the young boss and his group from the food street across the street here to cause trouble? Qingyun raised an eyebrow, looking for trouble? That's a good thing. The last person who caused trouble made him 200,000 yuan. Hello, young boss. When Qingyun excitedly stepped out of the room, he saw the leader of the group politely greet him. The remaining bosses stood there motionless, and for some reason felt that the way they were looking at them was somewhat resentful. Is there something you need? Qingyun looked at them one by one. Let's take a look first. After thinking for a moment, Old Thief's son still spoke amiably. Everyone was utterly shocked. Why is the food at this shop so expensive, yet so many people still come? They couldn't understand why Qingyun's business was so booming and was even taking away their customers. If it weren't for the fact that the young boss looked intimidating, they might have already rushed up and beaten him up to vent their anger. Can you line up at the back then? Qingyun suggested with a smile. They stood one by one at the door, almost separating the queue. How can we do business then? Chapter 66 Boss vs. Food Street Boss. Just a few hours. Auntie, how did you do that? No need, you go about your business, we'll just take a look. One of the bosses in the group said with ill intent. They stood still, hands tucked into their sleeves, simply waiting. If you don't want to buy, you can get lost. What's with standing here and taking up space? That's right, that's right. How are small business owners supposed to do business if you keep doing things like this? Get out of the way, we're in a hurry. The crowd immediately became angry. Go ahead and buy it, we're not bothering you. The bosses quietly made way for a passageway, just big enough for one person to pass through. Their shop had no business, so they were going to have a showdown with Qingyun today anyway. You did this on purpose, didn't you? The customers figured it out. An older woman immediately stood up and said, "I know you. You're those unscrupulous vendors from the food street." She was furious and said, "You people are definitely jealous." After her angry outburst, the crowd suddenly understood. It turns out that these shop owners had no customers, so they came to Qingyun's shop to cause trouble. He's the type who can't stand seeing others do better than him. So that's how it is. These unscrupulous merchants are so despicable. Exactly. They can't make money themselves, and they can't stand seeing small business owners make money. They're disgusting. We can't do anything about them right now. Several young men tried to push them away, but the bosses were so close together that they couldn't break through. They are not willing to take action. What are you doing? We're here to discuss this and have some ideas. The bosses knew their behavior was wrong. We can just leave in a bit and come back later. Well. Qingyun sighed helplessly. This is a society governed by law, how can there still be such stubborn people? But thinking about it, it makes sense. These unscrupulous bosses won't get up early for nothing, they'll do anything to make money. Dementia is entirely understandable. What are you doing? Just then, Xianwen arrived with a group of bosses. As soon as they arrived, they saw those unscrupulous people in the food street making things difficult for Boss Cheng, and they were all immediately furious. "Oh, who do we have here?" Old Thief's son turned around and said sarcastically, "So it's Boss Chen. Wasn't your shop going out of business? Why haven't you moved out yet?" "Hee, you don't need to worry about that?" Xianwen said coldly, "No way, our boss' son has fallen so low as to block someone else's shop? What a laughing stock. You." Old Thief's son nearly coughed up blood, "You've lost your shop, what are you still talking about? Get out of here. And all of you." The angry stares from those bastards made him feel uncomfortable. "How dare you talk like that? Get out of here, don't disturb their business. I don't know what the point of you blocking this place is?" Knowing that Sun was trying to disgust people, the bosses refused to be fooled and spoke out against him. "Do you even have the right to speak?" A bald man behind Sun Laozhe stepped forward and said, "We're all businessmen. What's wrong with us talking to Qin Yun about something? Your shop is gone, and you still have the nerve to talk to me?" The fact that these people's shops have been slow to do business lately and that they are all preparing to close down and go home has become common knowledge. The owners of the food street were overjoyed. Unfortunately, Qing Yuan's snack shop suddenly appeared out of nowhere and stole all their customers. "Hee, isn't there nobody in your shop today?" Xianwen said coldly, "You're the ones who should go bankrupt. You're all terrible cooks, but you're great at swindling people. All you know how to do is cheat ordinary people out of their money." Old scoundrel Sun immediately retorted, "What's it to you?" The people around him were already angry, and when they heard his nonchalant words, they immediately became anxious. Damn it, this kind of person is disgusting. Not only did they swindle our money, but their attitude was also so awful. I'm never going to his shop again. That's not all. Remember these people who went against Boss Ching, they're all bad people. Don't go to their shops again. Some nosy elderly people even took out their phones to take pictures of them and posted them on WeChat. People spontaneously boycotted the business, leaving the other side with no business to do. The food street owners looked grim. I advise you to think this through carefully and not to cause trouble for no reason. Xianwen wasn't going to waste time arguing with these senile old folks. He pulled out his phone and said, "I'm calling the police." Upon hearing this, the other side immediately became frightened. These hotheads actually called the police over such a trivial matter. Xianwen pointed to 3 numbers. "Wait. Let's go." Upon seeing this, Old Thief's son's eyelids twitched and he immediately stopped him. "Consider yourself lucky today." He gave Qing Yun a cold look. "I'm leaving with these brothers." "Ha!" An older woman spit in the direction they were walking and said, "What are you hitting? These unscrupulous merchants should be sent to jail." "That's right, Aunt Sun, I bought a steamed bun from their shop last time, and my stomach started hurting terribly that night." "Do you have this too?" "I often feel like the steamed buns in their shop are expired." Some new customers, who were watching the show, couldn't help but ask, "How does it compare to the steamed buns at Boss Ching's shop?" "There's no comparison," the older woman said succinctly. "Young boss, we can't tolerate these old geezers anymore." After seeing them off, Xianwen immediately couldn't help but get angry. "That's true, thank you very much. To be honest, Xingyun still felt a little regretful. He thought he could earn several 100,000 more today. By the way, you guys go inside and wait here first, I'll attend to the customers. These bosses were all incredibly excited, clearly having prepared for today's events for a long time. They probably couldn't sleep at all last night. Xingyun served them a few baskets of steamed buns and then went to take orders from other customers. You're all partners who came in as small business owners, right? Auntie finished her work and sat down at the table to talk to them. Hello, Auntie. We are all Mr. Qing's business partners. These bosses are fierce when they're yelling, but they become a bit reserved when it comes to serious business. Auntie was very satisfied. He was good at reading people and could tell at a glance that these bosses were honest people. Our cooking skills aren't very good. If we're opening a branch, we'll have to learn from Boss Qing's skills. Xianwen said. By the way, Auntie, your soy milk is so delicious, do you have a secret? A young man asked shyly. He had just mingled in the crowd and sold a cup of soy milk, and was instantly amazed. It tastes even better than what his mother makes. Yes, Boss Qing taught me how to do this. Auntie answered with a smile. Did the young boss teach you? The young man asked incredulously, Auntie, how long have you been learning? Other business owners also cast questioning glances at them. I studied for about a few hours. Auntie decided to give them some confidence. After all, they will all be my students in the future. A few hours? My God, Auntie, you're not kidding me, are you? The shop owners gasped in astonishment. They can make such delicious soy milk tea in just 1 hour? This is incredible. Chapter 67. The bosses start learning. Xingyun wants to be a hands-off manager. Wow. Xianwen swallowed hard, pointed at the soy milk in his hand, and said incredulously, Auntie, you're not lying to us. Such delicious soy milk can't be made in less than a few decades. I'm not lying to you. Auntie said frankly, I only found out yesterday. You can do it too after studying for so long. Upon hearing this, the business owners were instantly taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, Can we really do this? Auntie nodded encouragingly. Haven't you had breakfast yet? Hurry up and eat. We can talk about it later when we have time. Regardless of the circumstances, anyone would find this story unbelievable. The fact that someone could develop such excellent culinary skills in such a short period of time is astonishing in itself. However, Auntie has already witnessed it, and she fully understands how the bosses feel right now. The owners also helped out at the Qingyun store afterwards. Because they have to wait until all the ingredients are sold out by noon, they have nothing to do right now, so they simply help with chopping vegetables and washing dishes. While Xingyun and Auntie were making soy milk and steamed buns, Xingyun and Auntie were cooking the soy milk. They watched carefully, considering it as a way to think things through beforehand. Auntie, your technique is really amazing. Xianwen noticed that Auntie was holding a stopwatch. Does making milk tea require such precise timing? He'd never made milk tea before, so he didn't quite understand. They can't learn how to make milk tea. Actually, soy milk is the same as long as you master the correct time, you can make it delicious. Auntie smiled and repeated Xingyun's words, Take a look at me, young man. You're the youngest, so you'll definitely understand Boss Qing's philosophy. To be honest, Xianwen's eyes lit up immediately when he heard this idea. So this is the detail that Boss Qing was referring to. Yes, there are standards for delicious food. Precisely controlling the specific details is the most correct standard, isn't it? I understand. Xianwen was instantly enlightened and excited. Boss Qing is a genius. He actually came up with such a brilliant idea. He deserves to make money. Boss Qing is really impressive. Auntie gave a heartfelt exclamation of praise. Xingyun quickly sold out the last bag of steamed buns. Let's go, we missed it again. The customers keep changing, am I the only one who missed it every day? The crowd stopped complaining. After all, they were the ones who arrived late, so they couldn't blame anyone else. One by one, they reluctantly left. Some young girls even flirted with Xingyun. Xianwen was completely dumbfounded. This isn't a matter of cooking skills, it's all about the appearance that attracts customers. Come on, everyone, gather around. Xingyun hung up a sign saying the business was closed and invited everyone to sit down. Auntie smiled and went to the kitchen to cook. Boss Qian, just tell us what you need. We'll be happy as long as we can make a living by working for you. As soon as they sat down, a middle-aged owner immediately expressed his loyalty, saying, Seeing is believing. After seeing your shop today, we never knew that business could be so profitable. Yes, I can't believe I knew a chef could get a customer to willingly spend hundreds of dollars. The morning's events had terrified these business owners. Mr. Ching's shop was incredibly profitable. Just like they said, they'd be content to make a living as long as they could, and they certainly wouldn't be living a miserable life. You can do these things too. Xingyun said with a smile, although it's impossible to reach the scale I have, earning tens of thousands of yuan a day is no problem at all. Tens of thousands of yuan? No problem at all? Of all the shop owners, only Xingyun would dare to say something like that so casually, and he is absolutely qualified. The bosses were thrilled. I can't wait to start helping Xingyun with her work right now. Of course, we can't open a store in one place. Xingming offered his suggestion, so we need someone to open shops in other places and spread the Qingyuan snack shop brand to more distant areas. Do you understand? Can. Xianwen immediately nodded. My sister-in-law also has a shop in the South District, she can let me open one. Me too, I also have a shop in Zone 3. I now have enough capital to rent a shop. The bosses agreed with Qingyun's request and were quite surprised by it. None of them thought as much as Qingyun did. But Boss Qing, if our stores are separated, won't the customer traffic? A young man expressed his concerns. Ha, you don't need to worry about that. Aunt Li will be in charge of training you from now on. Qingyun pointed to the kitchen. With such excellent cooking skills, are you still worried about not being able to attract customers? That's right. A middle-aged shop owner immediately nodded and said generously, look at how long Boss Qing has only been running this shop, and he's already achieved this much. Doesn't this sufficiently prove the correctness of what Qingyun said? They were full of confidence at this moment. Everyone present consciously became part of Qingyuan's snack shop. Come on, let's eat and chat at the same time. Aunt Li cooked all the ingredients she bought last night into a delicious meal and placed it on the table. Everyone sat together, sipping drinks, and began to chat about their upcoming collaboration. Boss Qing, don't worry, we definitely won't slack off. With Aunt Li as a role model, these bosses, while still somewhat worried about learning culinary skills, are no longer as apprehensive as before. We will definitely open Qingyuan's snack shop in every corner of the world. In their drunken stupor, some of the young people even made boastful remarks on the spot. Aunt Li doesn't drink alcohol, she just watches them with a smile. Qingyun has a high alcohol tolerance. While all the other bosses were drunk and passed out, he was still able to maintain his composure. Now that the branch store opening is almost done, I need to explore other skills. He opened his system. That's enough for one intermediate prize draw. Not knowing what he would get, he planned to try again at home. The whole noon. Qingyun was busy with the contract signing, as it required printing and checking details. The business owners all signed the contracts on their own initiative. So I started asking Aunt Li for advice on how to make soy milk and milk tea. The bosses crowded into the kitchen to listen to Aunt Li's explanation, and if they had any questions, they would come out and ask Qingyun. That's why Qingyuan's snack shop is especially lively today. Not only are there many customers, but also many business owners. Some people even rushed out to learn the skills after hearing the rumors. However, without the specific data provided by Aunt Li, they couldn't understand it even after looking at it for a while. Instead, they felt a little embarrassed and left. Here, keep your steamed buns. Ding. 200 yuan has been credited to your Shuqianbo account. Ding. 200 yuan has been credited to your Shuqianbo account. Xingyun found his otherwise monotonous life quite interesting. Actually, he didn't expect that he would not be able to continue running the shop after only a few days. 2. If you want to make big money, you can't always stay in one place. Fortunately, Aunt Li's cooking skills are completely reliable. I'll teach her how to make steamed buns and fried rice this afternoon, and I can completely be a hands-off manager. Chapter 68. Lu Woyo is shocked. This boss must be taken back. Mr. Lu, the latest financial report has been placed on your desk. Worry-Free Technology Company, Limited. Lu Woyo had just finished slacking off and left work when his beautiful secretary immediately rushed over. Okay, I'll watch it tonight. He yawned and waved his hand dismissively. By the way, how's that Yuyan company you were asked to investigate? There are significant problems, the beautiful secretary said. According to our investigation, this company has over 40 or 50 legal risks, some financial issues, and all the online reviews are negative, though their PR team is deleting them. Is that so? Lu Wuyo casually said, "No wonder that bitch was hesitant and pretentious when she was chatting yesterday. I guess he's just broke and is trying to scam me out of money. Most of their assets are company shares, so they certainly don't have much cash to speak of." Chen Li's current situation is quite common in the industry. If she can't attract investors, she'll only lose money for a few days, and she absolutely cannot let the company go bankrupt. Just then, Lu Wuyo's phone rang. "Chen Li, Mr. Lu, are you free tomorrow? How about we have dinner together?" Lu Wuyo smiled again and immediately replied, "With pleasure." Setting aside the interests between businessmen, perhaps playing around with someone as self-righteous as Chen Li would be a better way to eradicate the problem. After chatting passionately with Chen Li for a while, he felt a bit bored. "Turn off your phone, go out for a walk to clear your head. Mr. Lu, we've arrived at Sinew Road." The beautiful secretary parked the car on the side of the road, and Lu Wuyo leisurely went to find Chen Li's ex-husband's shop. He now has a wicked sense of humor. Since that bitch Chen Li can't stand seeing her ex-husband doing well, she'll just give him a chance. However, when he reached the intersection, he began to wonder if he had come to the wrong place. Why are there so many people? He stroked his chin and asked, not quite understanding. This place isn't in a very good location, it's no wonder it attracts so many customers. I wonder where Qingyun's shop is. The next second, he saw a shop, an old friend's shop, Happy Breakfast Shop. This should be the store? Actually, he now feels some sympathy for Chen Li's ex-husband. The shop is located opposite a very popular store. On the one hand, it can attract some customers, but on the other hand, the cooking skills are not good and the business is very poor. After all, the limelight was overshadowed by the shops across the street. If I could open a shop like this, living a leisurely life, it would actually be pretty good. Lu Wuyo didn't have much ambition, he just thought of things on a whim. The chefs in his family are all national-level chefs. He learned a bit from them when he was a child, and his culinary skills have naturally become quite good over the years. It's definitely better than the cooking at Qingyuan's snack shop. If this shop has so many customers, imagine how popular his snack shop would be. It would definitely be a hit throughout Shanghai. Lu Wuyo was thinking casually, but the next moment he was somewhat surprised. Because I saw the price of Qingyun. Soy milk is 12 yuan a cup, milk tea is 25 yuan a cup, steamed buns and fried rice are okay, but how can they be so expensive? The price is not affordable. It's unbelievable that there's such good business. Boss, give me 5 steamed buns, 2 bottles of soy milk, and a few cups of milk tea. Lu Wuyo walked to the front as if no one else was there and spoke directly. Okay. Qingyun remembered that the person queuing just now was a little girl, so why has it changed? However, there was no noise, so he didn't pay any attention. This boss is a really kind person. Not only is he polite, but he also pays people for cutting in line. An older woman took the money handed to her by Lu Wuyo's secretary and spoke with a smile. Without exception, everyone else in line witnessed the way the big shot cleared the way his money skills. I must say, it's very easy to use. Much better than those blonde guys who just randomly line up. That man in a suit and tie must be a big boss. Not bad, young man, you gave me a 100 yuan bill. Everyone present praised it highly. This has left the elderly folks who accidentally cut in line feeling quite frustrated. Does having money make you superior? That's really amazing. Because they can't help but be happy now. Ding, 52 yuan has been deposited into your Shuqianbo account. The beautiful secretary scanned the code to pay and then sat down in the shop with the owner to start eating. Mr. Lu, is this one of our company's properties? As soon as he sat down, the secretary couldn't wait to ask. Because she saw the potential of this store at a glance. Putting aside the customers' enthusiasm, the profits from the sales in just a short time amounted to several hundred. This turnover is truly incredible. Don't say that big companies look down on small businesses like this. Aren't all these business people who built their businesses up from small ventures? If you can learn the business model behind it, you will definitely gain something. It is quite impressive, but it's not from our company. Lu Wuyo doesn't have time for this kind of investment. He was also amazed by the shop's profits. Do you know what's most important? The boss can sell steamed buns that cost only 1 cent to make for 4 yuan, and soy milk that costs only 1 cent to make for 15 yuan. And some people are willing to fall for this scam. That's the most impressive part. I'm a little disappointed. Mr. Lu, we should get to know this boss no matter what. Neither the secretary nor Lu Wuyo understood how this was accomplished. It's a pain, but the moment they open their mouths, everything becomes clear. My goodness, Mr. Lu, this milk tea is so delicious. Don't you dislike milk tea? Lu Woyo chuckled and joked, then took a bite of her steamed bun. It was a groan of amazement and satisfaction. Holy crap, that's amazing. He rarely uttered a vulgar word. Mr. Lu, please try this milk tea, it's really delicious. Seeing his posture, the secretary quickly moved her milk tea forward and, taking advantage of Mr. Lu's inattention, also grabbed a bag. It looks good, let's try it. The secretary looked at it, then took a bite. It was so juicy and tender. The steamed buns are so delicious, and the milk tea is so delicious. The owner is amazing. That's amazing. What have I been eating all these years? It's nothing compared to what I used to eat. Lu Wuyo pouted and said, from now on, we can persuade those chefs at home who are supposed to be good at state banquets to come over. We'll offer them a good price and recruit the boss later. I never thought I'd get out of the house so often. I never expected to find something so delicious. We absolutely have to bring the boss back. The beautiful secretary nodded, her face beaming with excitement, and said, that's great news. She was eager to have dinner with President Lu, a free opportunity she was determined to seize. This soy milk is good too. You should try it. Lu Woyo had ordered a cup of soy milk earlier, and after tasting it, he exclaimed, holy crap. They were immediately amazed by Qingyun's culinary skills. How come everything you make tastes so good? He instantly became withdrawn, realizing he was no match for him at all. Mr. Lu, this one is also good. The secretary ate until her mouth was greasy. The two bosses, who appeared wealthy to outsiders, seemed to have never eaten anything good in their lives. Chapter 69. You want to steal the young boss? No way. What's the young boss's name? These two are great, they're so down to earth. The guests were overjoyed to see the two generous owners inside eating the same food as them. It all comes down to the young owner's cooking skills. Everyone who eats it will applaud and praise it. Hey boss, don't be lazy. Didn't you just rest for 2 seconds? Hurry up and take our order. Ha ha ha. The area outside the store was bustling with activity. Young boss. Suddenly, Lu Woyo shouted, could you please give us 2 more servings, just like before? Yes, it's absolutely delicious. The beautiful secretary's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly went up to pay the bill. No one around had any objections. They were all waiting patiently. Boss Chang, we'll head back now, we'll be right back. The business owners studied for a long time, but since Qingyun's shop didn't have any extra tools, they all spontaneously went home to try it out. Let's go back and try it out first, then we'll bring the tools over. A middle-aged man rubbed his hands together expectantly. The others were also eager to get started. After all, Aunt Li had just shared her insights, and they instantly grasped a great deal. Now, all that's left is to put them into practice. Okay, be careful. Qingyun said goodbye to them. The shop owners hurriedly left the store, not forgetting to grab a few steamed buns before they left, insisting on paying for them. Young boss, if I time each step of the process perfectly, what kind of chemical reaction will occur? Xianwen stayed at the shop and was given a pot. When Qingyun had some free time, he raised his question. Theoretically speaking, the food you make should taste exactly the same as mine. Qingyun analyzed the situation rationally. But it's just theory, it's impossible to achieve. It's only because of the systematic nature of it that it can be so accurate, even more so than a machine. There's nothing wrong with talking about it, it can boost their confidence. Sure enough, Xianwen clapped his hands and said, I knew it. You're amazing. I need to go buy a stopwatch too. He said that and then ran off in a hurry. Lu Wuyo and his secretary lay on their chairs after eating, not wanting to move. Young boss, is your shop always this busy? The secretary asked casually. No, the young boss only arrived a few days ago. A female manager answered his question with a smile. He hasn't been running the shop for very long. Just opened? The secretary swallowed hard. To achieve such great results so soon after opening is simply amazing. Lu Woyo also cast a surprised glance at Qingyun. He knew all too well the difficulties of starting from scratch. I've never seen anyone like Qingyun before. This aroused his intense curiosity. Boss, have you studied cooking? How come you're so good? Lu Woyo asked. The female manager who had spoken to him earlier also turned to look at Qingyun. I have studied it, of course I have studied it, but experience is the main factor. Qing Yun smiled and handed over the steamed bun. Ding! 85 yuan has been deposited into your Shuqianbo account. That's amazing. Your cooking skills are so good that even on the international stage, few can beat you. Putting everything else aside, just look at the things Lu Wuyo has eaten over the years. It's not even as good as a steamed bun made by the small business owner? This clearly demonstrates just how amazing his culinary skills are for the small business owner. You flatter me. Qing Yun had heard such praise countless times, he was now immune to it. Young boss, would you be willing to work as a private chef at someone else's house? At this point, the secretary couldn't help but ask. Lu Wuyo was also very curious. Before Qing Yun could answer, the others immediately became unhappy. No, even though you're rich, you can't take away the young boss. The young boss is gone, what are we going to do? Oh no, those two guys are definitely trying to kidnap the boss because they're super rich. Little boss, you absolutely mustn't go over there. Several young girls spoke up uneasily, and the old man behind them also tried to dissuade them. A middle-aged woman with curly hair even took out the money she had just received and said, "Boss, we don't want this money. Please don't take Boss Qing away, okay?" When the others heard that the two bosses had designs on Qing Yun, they were all unhappy. We'll pay this money back, we can't afford it. I'll give you 200 yuan, just don't steal the boss's business. This is a decision the boss has to make himself, but of course I also hope the young boss won't leave. The guests reacted rather strongly. Although they didn't want to return the money they had collected, they were still clear-headed when it came to matters of principle. We finally found a stunning snack shop, how can we let someone else take it away? Protecting small business owners is everyone's responsibility. Ha, I was just joking, everyone please don't get excited. Lu Wuyo chuckled. He hadn't expected the public reaction to be so intense. This earned him his utmost respect. At the very least, the boss's ability to unite people was exceptionally strong. Even people in his company wouldn't protect him like this. What a pity. Seeing Qing Yun shake his head, the beautiful secretary sighed. Just now, the small boss made several thousand yuan. That's definitely more profitable than being a private chef. She's right. There are almost no businesses that are this easy and profitable. On the other side, the young boss is really something. A middle-aged man in a sharp suit took the steamed bun, and his aura immediately surged. I sneaked off work because I was craving this. To be honest, me too. The food at the restaurant is so delicious, I even skipped class today. The customers behind them all started joking. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman rushed into the crowd and shouted angrily, "I knew you didn't clock in today." The middle-aged man turned around and his expression immediately changed. Manager. What? This guy got arrested for leaving get off work early? Yeah, that's terrible. Don't blame us for not covering for you, bro, she was just too fierce. Several young men tried to stop her, but to no avail. The mother seemed genuinely angry. You've been leaving get off work suddenly these past couple of days, what's going on? The middle-aged woman walked up to the man, her eyebrows immediately furrowing. If you don't give me an explanation today, you're not going home. Everyone looked puzzled. Manager? Going home? Their eyes lit up, their gazes filled with the anticipation of watching the drama unfold. Manager, don't be angry. Wife, don't be angry, try this bun. The man spoke urgently, reaching out to pull out several steamed buns and stuffing them into his wife's mouth. Woo. The middle-aged woman's eyes narrowed immediately. It's delicious. Did you just buy it? As she ate, she said, I'll let you off the hook today, hurry up and go queue up to buy a few more. Yes, I'll go right now. The man nodded and bowed, quickly joining the queue at the back. Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter immediately erupted from the crowd. After this incident, the atmosphere in the shop became even more lively. Qing Yun had just brought Lu Wuyo and the others a basket of freshly baked buns. Lu Wuyo casually asked, What's your name, little boss? Chapter 70. Lu Wuyo is stunned. Old Man Mu is here. Delicious. Qing Yun. The small business owner's answer was straightforward and simple. The beautiful secretary visibly paused for a moment when she heard this, her hand holding the chopsticks twitching. Lu Wuyo shook his head slightly upon hearing this. Actually, when I heard other people say that the small business owner has a very cute little girl, he had some guesses. But what I really didn't expect was that the small business owner was Chen Li's ex-husband. And How come he's so good at doing business? This is what Shenli said, lacking ambition and being mediocre. Even though it's embarrassing to say, Xing Yun is completely inferior to his lazy self. Young boss, is it really true, like they said, that you only opened your shop a few days ago? Lu Wuyo's tone was one of disbelief. How could it be fake? Xing Yun knew it was somewhat shocking, but that was the truth. He hadn't even anticipated becoming famous. Let alone others. The food stall owners across the street are still racking their brains trying to figure out why. That's pretty impressive. To be honest, Lu Wuyo truly admired someone who started from scratch and could earn over 10,000 yuan a day in a short period of time. It seems you can't trust what slutty women say. Next, Xing Yun chatted with Lu Wuyo while selling breakfast. Gradually, the group found common ground. The main reason is that Xing Yun is good at guiding conversations, and can have pleasant conversations with people about everything from large companies and enterprises to trivial matters of daily life. This is probably one of the reasons why he is able to get along well in the group of elderly men. Lu Wuyo thought admiringly. Mr. Lu, it's time for us to go back now. There's a meeting this afternoon that relates to Mr. Mu. The beautiful secretary offered timely reminders. I don't really want to go back. Old Master Mu only gave me the chance to meet because of my father. Otherwise, my lousy company wouldn't even be worth his attention. Lu Wuyo waved his hand, somewhat melancholy. Old Master Mu is one of the most famous entrepreneurs in Shanghai. How could a rich second-generation scoundrel like him have any confidence in taking him down? People always get something, don't they? The beautiful secretary was quite casual, just send someone to express their opinion. Anyway, old Master Mu won't go in person, it's just a formality. Lu Wuyo's current company mainly focuses on the field of network technology, while the companies under old Master Mu's tutelage are countless, covering catering, clothing, entertainment, and everything else. They certainly wouldn't personally attend just to save face. Forget it, since we can't reach an agreement anyway, let's sleep in the shop for a while and eat when we get hungry. Lu Wuyo adjusted his chair, intending to take a nap. Beautiful secretary. That's the one bad thing about having a boss. I love slacking off. Even if you're rich, you can't treat Xing Yuan's snack shop like your home. Xing Yun looked at Lu Wuyo, who was fast asleep in the shop, and felt a headache coming on. But the next second, the beautiful secretary immediately handed over a few red banknotes to place the order. Boss, please pack it according to the specifications just now. I'll take it back to the company's employees to eat. Well, lying down is fine too. Just as Lu Wuyo's beautiful secretary took the steamed buns and left the store. I've missed the little boss so much these past few days. An elderly man with white hair walked into the snack shop. It was Mu Jiangwo. Mr. Mu, please have a seat. Xing Yun immediately recognized this as her first customer and was extremely enthusiastic. It's only been a few days, and your shop has grown so big, young boss? As soon as Grandpa Mu entered the store, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. Putting aside the long queues outside, the store's facilities alone immediately elevate its status by several levels. Xing Yun's business has finally come back to life. And they live a particularly ferocious life. It's just so-so. It's still a bit inferior to what Grandpa Mu was like back then. Xing Yun knew Mu Jiangwo's identity. He started his business in the catering industry and is now a billionaire. This small gesture of respect should still be shown. As expected, Mu Jiangwo was very pleased. Not only is he a good cook, but he also has high emotional intelligence. The old man likes him. Mu Jiangwo was increasingly satisfied with what he saw. If possible. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he immediately shook his head forcefully. Putting aside Xing Yun's family background, even her own granddaughter would definitely look down on someone who is divorced and has a child. With a sigh, Mu said, "Give me 5 beef buns and 2 servings of fried rice." Please wait a moment. Mu Jiangwo glanced at the price list and noticed a few new items. Give me 5 cups each of soy milk and milk tea, original flavor. He knew that Xing Yun's cooking skills were definitely extraordinary. Order more at once to avoid having to wait in line. Ding! 186 yuan has been deposited into your Shuqianbo account. He paid quickly. Little boss, isn't it our turn now? Wow, that old man can eat so much. He's so old. Order me the same thing as that old man, I want to see who can eat more. A group of customers created a lively atmosphere in the back. Grandpa Mu shook his head and smiled, clearly in a good mood. He never expected that Qingyun would get the shop's name out in just a few days. He had a premonition when he first tasted Qingyun's cooking that day, but he never expected it to happen so quickly. This young boss might really be cut out for business. I have to say, Qingyun is more than twice as strong as I was back then. This is true. Why is there a young man lying here? Mu Jiangwo immediately noticed Lu Wuyo lying on the chair sleeping, looking completely unruly, and couldn't help but frown. This looks somewhat familiar. Isn't this the young man from the Lu family? Mu Jiangwo remembered that he had a meeting with this young man later, but it was his secretary who was in charge. I can't believe that brat stood me up. He was so angry that he glared at her and uttered a popular internet phrase. But that's more like it, instead of sticking to the old ways. It has to be said that Lu Wuyo's current style is actually quite to his liking. Anyway, it's all just empty talk, so I'm not going. He didn't even go himself. With the temptation of delicious food, Mu Jiangwo's resentment towards Lu Wuyo lessened considerably, and he sat down opposite her and started eating. The steamed buns and fried rice are as delicious as ever, it's definitely worth the money. Mu Jiangwo took a bite of the steamed bun, his mouth greasy with oil, and exclaimed in praise. I really want to invite Boss Qing home, but unfortunately, even a young boss like him has big ambitions. Lost in thought, Mu Jiangwo's desire to trick Qingyun into coming home as his grandson-in-law grew stronger. The soy milk is delicious too, damn. It's absolutely amazing. He then took a sip of soy milk and felt incredibly comfortable. It leaves a lingering fragrance in the mouth and a sweet taste on the tongue. Soy milk can taste like this? The young owner's cooking skills are far superior to any of his private chefs. Milk tea too. Mu Jiangwo was already thoroughly drunk and couldn't stop smiling. This old man would never have drunk milk tea if he hadn't wanted to try Boss Qing's new dishes. But I didn't expect this milk tea to actually be milk. Delicious. He ate with relish, and even Lu Wuyo, who was lying opposite him, sniffed the air and turned over. Chapter 71: An Unintentional Success. It's all thanks to the young boss. When Lu Wuyo's beautiful secretary returned and saw her boss still lying on the stool, she had a terrible headache. It's time for the company to discuss cooperation, but our boss is still fast asleep. Who isn't helpless? However, at some point, an old man sat opposite President Lu, and he was eating steamed buns with great relish. Hello? The beautiful secretary greeted her politely. I thought rudely to myself, is he a pig? He must have eaten more than 10 bowls of rice. I can't even eat that much. Mu Jiangwo, who had a huge appetite, didn't expect to be teased, so he looked up and said, Hello. This is Boss Jia? You didn't faint here, did you? He spoke without any politeness, which made the other guests chuckle. That old man is so mean. The boss was just lying here taking a nap. You're saying he's dead? Even the beautiful secretary couldn't help but chuckle, saying shyly, That's just my boss's personality, please don't take it personally. As she spoke, she decided to unleash her financial power again. Luckily, Mu Jiangwo reacted quickly, Oh, how could I accept this? Everyone watched with amusement. This is a classic case of saying no but taking it with your hand. After this incident, Mu Jiangwo's attitude towards Lu Wuyo took a dramatic turn for the better. He's not even a carbon copy of his father. That's interesting. Mu Jiangwo's impression of him greatly improved. Mr. Lu, wake up. Perhaps sensing that more and more people were watching, the beautiful secretary gave Lu Wuyo a helpless nudge. Don't make a sound, sleep a little longer. Lu Wuyo clapped his hands impatiently at first, then smelled a fragrance and immediately stood up. Are you eating something delicious? Upon realizing it was in a snack shop, he suddenly remembered and couldn't help but blush. Amidst the laughter and chatter, Lu Wuyo noticed the old man in front of her, who was eating heartily with his head down, and was suddenly startled. Damn, that's an incredible appetite. As expected, the young owner's culinary skills are superb. He can cook for everyone from the elderly to children, middle-aged women, and mature women. His cooking skills aren't nearly that amazing. Awake? Mu Jiangwo wiped his mouth and looked up. Clang! Suddenly, Lu Wuyo fell off the stool. Even Qingyun lifted him up to look at him, wondering what was going on. Damn it, what are you doing here, Grandpa Lu? Lu Wuyo had seen it in his father's office. He never imagined that while he was skipping someone's meeting and taking a nap, the boss would sit across from him. Am I dreaming? You were sleeping so soundly, I didn't wake you. Mu Jiangwo chuckled and said, Do you know the young boss? Lu Woyo spat and answered with a forced smile, I know him. We've only just met. It seems that Grandpa Mu also highly approves of Qingyun's cooking skills, and I might be able to establish a connection with him. As expected, Mu Jiangwo didn't seem to mind and casually asked, what do you think of Qingyun's shop? Fine. Lu Woyo answered truthfully, the small boss's shop has only been open for a few days and it has already reached such a large scale. To be honest, we definitely can't compare to it, and the commercial value here is very strong. The main reason is that Qingyun is a good cook and good at business. If he had set the price very low from the beginning, Lu Woyo and Mu Jiangwo wouldn't have been so surprised. After all, the principle of equivalent value for goods is something most people wouldn't think of. Qingyun's craftsmanship is absolutely worth the price. Good, not bad. Mu Jiangwo said succinctly. He is now considering investing in the company. Not to mention wanting to give him a hand out of consideration for the good impression Qingyun had given him. The development prospects of the snack shop alone are enough to make him invest in it. Lu Woyo also realized this, and he said in surprise, but I see that Boss Qing wants to open a branch. Is that so? Mu Jiangwo was surprised, you're already thinking about opening a branch after only a few days of operation. It seems that Boss Qing knows how to do business better than us. He can't get a share now, but what does it matter? The small business owner certainly won't limit himself to the catering industry, he will definitely lend a helping hand in other areas in the future. Eat slowly, this old man is going now. After finishing the last bite of the steamed bun, Mu Jiangwo stood up and said something to Lu Woyo. The beautiful secretary remained in a daze the whole time. Because he saw President Lu's appearance, he immediately knew that this old man was no ordinary person. Mr. Lu, who is this old man? She asked cautiously. Old Master Mu Jiangwo. Lu Woyo wondered if he had said something wrong, worried that his father would complain to him. Fortunately, no. What? We were supposed to go to a meeting, and now we're slacking off here? We're doomed. The beautiful secretary was somewhat despondent. It seems like nothing bad should happen, right? There was no need to attend this meeting anyway, so it wasn't really a big problem, she reassured herself. The young boss said that if I need any help with business in the future, he should contact me immediately. Mu Jiangwo was very satisfied with Qingyun, and they chatted for a long time before saying goodbye. Okay, take care. Qingyun continued to take orders from the next customer. He was somewhat surprised by the help that old Master Mu had given him. I never imagined that my cooking skills could be used in this way. I guess there must be many hidden masters who have already made a very good impression on me. Shortly after Mu Jiangwo left, Lu Woyo received a phone call. What? This actually happened? The other party sounded somewhat insecure. They were a little angry because you weren't even here, but they received a phone call midway and immediately signed the contract. Okay. Lu Woyo hung up the phone and said to his beautiful secretary, the contract is complete. The beautiful secretary was also extremely surprised. What's going on? Could it be? Lu Woyo nodded. Unexpectedly, things turned out much better than expected. While having a meal at Qingyun's snack shop, I inexplicably completed a big business deal. His dad would probably have to think more highly of him now. And most importantly, this doesn't mean that old man Mu has a very good opinion of him. That's the most important thing. We really have to thank Shen Li's ex-husband. At this moment, Lu Woyo was extremely grateful. Go order 5 more meat buns, 5 more vegetable buns, 10 cups of milk tea, and 10 cups of soy milk. He immediately and excitedly issued the order. Okay. The beautiful secretary immediately nodded in agreement. Unexpected. The boss took a nap and ended up getting a great deal. Young boss, what incredible luck! Ding! 478 yuan paid into your wallet. Qingyun's speed was astonishing. She completed one person's order in just a few minutes. Brother Qing, I'm leaving. Lu Woyo chatted with Qingming for a while longer without even noticing that her way of addressing him had changed. He left with his beautiful secretary. Chapter 72, Beginner's Lottery 4 God Tier Skills. The bosses were shocked. 13.50. Time passed quickly. After the ingredients were used up, the remaining owners didn't stay in the store to continue observing. They all went back to put their ideas into practice. Aunt Li also went to the wholesale market with great interest to buy raw materials for the afternoon. Because Qingyun was going to teach her how to make steamed buns and fried rice. She insisted on personally selecting the ingredients and showing them to Qingyun. The shop instantly became deserted. System: Intermediate Lottery. After cleaning the shop, Qingyun finally had time to draw a prize. His current lottery value is a whopping 420,000 points. This means that he has made a total profit of 420,000 yuan since he opened the store. The beginner lottery corresponds to 10,000, the ultimate lottery corresponds to 100,000, and the advanced lottery corresponds to 1 million. Qingyun also noticed that adding 200,000 to each level would grant a bonus effect. After spending 300,000 points on a mid-level bonus lottery draw, you still have 120,000 points left. The lottery results came out quickly. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained max level fashion design skill. You can create the most fashionable clothes in the world. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained max level stir fry skill. You can make the most delicious stir fries in the world. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained max level fighting skills. You can now easily defeat the most powerful person in the world. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained max level teaching skill. You now possess the best teaching techniques in the world. In an instant, countless experiences and a dense stream of information flooded into Qingyun's mind. This made him incredibly excited. This time, he actually unlocked 4 max level skills, and they were all extremely useful to him. These are all good stuff. Putting aside his cooking skills, which could allow him to expand his business in the catering industry. Reaching the maximum level in fashion design skills allows you to officially enter the field of fashion design. Who knows, maybe one day I can open the world's most fashionable clothing factory and brand. Moreover, max-level combat skills can provide him with reliable safety. His maxed-out teaching skills make teaching students incredibly easy for him now. The system came at just the right time for the last item. There is an urgent need to teach others how to cook. With God-level teaching skills, teaching will be a piece of cake. Moreover, this is only an intermediate skill. He has no idea what advanced skills are. Although it requires 1 million, it can be accomplished very easily at present. After calming down, Aunt Li returned to the shop. Qingyun decided to try out her God-level teaching skills. Aunt Li, let me teach you how to make fried rice, and steamed buns too. Before Aunt Li could even react with surprise, Qingyun carried all of her ingredients into the kitchen. Teach me how to make steamed buns and fried rice? Isn't that too hasty? Aunt Li was actually a little afraid that she wouldn't be able to learn it. However, Qingyun comforted him, saying, I guarantee that if you follow my method, you'll find it incredibly easy to learn. He found it very easy to teach himself. After acquiring God-level teaching skills, it seemed as if the surroundings were filled with an aura of enlightenment. Qingyun gave a few simple demonstrations. Aunt Li felt that her awareness had improved several levels, and she could instantly grasp the true meaning of it. Are we going to add chili peppers in the next 3 seconds? She asked instinctively, and to her surprise, Qingyun nodded. He had quickly glossed over it during his previous demonstration, but Aunt Li actually remembered it. This is the power of subtly influencing someone with God-like teaching skills. I'll teach you again. I'll print out the specific time values for the fried rice and steamed buns later, so you can teach other shop owners then. But I'll definitely teach you once first before that. Qingyun noticed Aunt Li's lack of confidence, so she added that. That would be wonderful. With Qingyun's help, Aunt Li nodded, feeling much more at ease. Because she knew that a person's culinary skills could not be mastered in just 1 or 2 days. Especially fried rice and steamed buns, which require real skill to prepare. Soy milk and milk tea are an exception, because she had made them before, and they don't require complicated tools to make. But what I'm teaching today is different. It requires you to do it all yourself. She wasn't very confident that she could teach others. After all, I can't even learn it myself. What do you want to ask your aunt? Qingyun asked at this moment. I wanted to ask. Aunt Li was just about to think when she suddenly widened her eyes. Because she found that she clearly knew every step of the process, even imprinted in her mind as if carved by a knife and axe. So much so that as soon as a problem comes to mind, a solution can be found immediately in one's memory. While she was lost in thought, Qingyun saw it and smiled. The God-level teaching skills were a success. Why do I feel like I don't have anything I want to ask? Although Aunt Li was a little embarrassed, she still told the truth. It's strange, I seem to be able to remember every detail, which is completely different from when I was learning how to make soy milk this morning. She could even pinpoint the timing of these details to the second. "Aunt Lee, I told you you were perceptive." Xing Yun smiled and encouraged her to try. After a while, Aunt Lee was able to do it very efficiently, much more skillfully than when she first learned to make soy milk, like a master craftsman who had been copying for decades. God-level teaching skills are truly amazing. Indeed, without a systematic approach, it would take most people at least 10 days to learn Xing Yun's teaching method. But now, Aunt Lee can imitate it about halfway after just one look. So you can't say it's not awesome. Aunt Lee was also very shocked by this. "Turn off the stove at 3 minutes and 40 seconds, is that correct?" she asked excitedly, and after receiving a reply, she quickly closed the gate. The movements weren't exactly fluid, but they were certainly pleasing to the eye. It fully inherited Xing Yun's decisive and efficient style. Sure, most people really can't tell the difference between ours and theirs. Xing Yun served a bowl and also served a bowl to Aunt Lee. "You flatter me." Aunt Lee was a little skeptical, but after taking a bite herself, her expression changed. "It is quite delicious." The more she ate, the more she realized. This isn't just delicious, it's absolutely incredibly delicious. It even has a sense of absurdity. "Did you create this yourself?" Aunt Lee then cooked 2 more bowls. To be honest, she had already done more than enough to fool Xing Yun's clients, but she still didn't seem quite satisfied. "I studied it on my own for a long time." Aunt Lee is that kind of person, she has to treat cooking with the utmost sincerity. Xing Yun was particularly gratified because of this. Soon, the business owners who had left returned, and this time Aunt Lee excitedly pulled them along to see her achievements. The group of business owners exclaimed in disbelief, "Holy crap, Aunt Lee, don't tell me you cooked this. It's absolutely delicious. Aunt Lee, you're amazing at making fried rice." Upon receiving Aunt Lee's reply, they realized that Xing Yun had just taught them this technique, and they were instantly filled with admiration and respect. With teachers like these, do they still have worries? That's not enough. Aunt Lee insisted on having them learn the material, and the business owners instantly gained a lot of insights. They all rushed out of the store to go back and try it. They've only been here a short time. Xing Yun was about to say something to persuade him to stay, but he hadn't even taught him yet. "At least let me use a God-level teaching skill. You finally figured it out." Chapter 73. Tell me, isn't this the leader? Business is booming. Shenli is about to take action. Lu Woyo saw Xing Yun again a few days later on Saturday. "Boss, Aunt Lee, please give me 5 meat buns and 5 servings of basic fried rice." As soon as he entered the store, Lu Woyo shouted at the top of his lungs. He showed none of the airs he had when discussing business these past few days. Ever since Mu Jiangwo left that day, his workload has inexplicably increased. There have been both hardships and joys, but we have now established a friendly cooperative relationship with Mu Lao Company. Even his father couldn't help but praise him for an hour or so that very night. This made him extremely happy. Yes, remember to add chile. He didn't completely relax until he arrived at the store. "We have to thank Xing Yun. His secretary has been reporting to him that the young boss has been staying at the store for the past few days." While assisting Aunt Lee, she also taught other bosses how to cook. The business is thriving. There were also 2 pretty young ladies who would come to Xing Yun's restaurant for a free meal every afternoon. I wonder what their identities are. Lu Wuyo didn't ask any questions. She's probably the small business owner's new girlfriend and best friend. "Little girl, it's you again." He spotted Xiao Yuan doing her homework on the stool at a glance. It's called homework, but it's actually a parent-child activity. "Hello, uncle." Little Yuan looked up and greeted them. He had seen this uncle before. He couldn't say he disliked him, but he also couldn't say he liked him. "Aha!" Lu Wuyo smiled and nodded without minding. "He's so cute. I wish he had a little daughter." Xing Yun busied herself in the kitchen for a while, then handed the work over to Aunt Lee with peace of mind, before returning to help her daughter with her homework. After several days of learning, Aunt Lee's cooking skills have improved very rapidly. Xing Yun also taught him how to make fried rice and steamed buns again. Aunt Lee is doing well in her studies. Other business owners who are preparing to open branches are also intensively pursuing further training these days. After Aunt Lee's rigorous training, the dishes they made could not be compared to Xing Yun's culinary skills. It's perfectly adequate to use the large kitchen of a big hotel. Perhaps for someone like Lu Woyo, who is extremely picky about food. There are probably only 2 categories, delicious and not delicious, not to mention other people's opinions. Tasty. Undoubtedly, after tasting Aunt Lee's steamed buns and fried rice, he exclaimed in praise. They couldn't tell at all that it no longer tasted like Qingyun's. I don't know why Qinli wanted to divorce Mr. Qing, whose cooking skills are so good. Lu Wuyo even wanted to bring Qingyun home. He genuinely couldn't understand if there was something wrong with Chen Li's mind. In the past few days, the two have been communicating on WeChat, and he has clearly felt that Chen Li seems to have developed a certain dependence on him. Does she just like money? But this money wasn't earned by himself, compared to Qingyun, who earned money by opening his own shop. Aside from inheriting the company's assets, he has no other redeeming qualities. Dad, you drew the dragon head wrong. Who draws a dragon like a water tap? Little Yuan stared at a faucet on the paper, looking a little angry. Anyway, it's up to Teacher Mu to decide whether it's right or wrong. Qingyun said with a smile, just tell me if it's the dragon head. The little girl thought about it and it seemed to make sense, it really was the dragon's head. I'll listen to my dad anyway. She gave a sweet smile. Looking at the heartwarming scene between the father and daughter, Lu Woyo couldn't help but feel envious. Boss Lu, your steamed buns and milk tea have arrived. Aunt Lee continued to bring up the steamed buns. He looked very excited. This has led many of the guests who have visited in the past few days to think that Aunt Lee seems to have become decades younger overnight. He was more energetic than all of them. These people could never have imagined that Aunt Lee's total earnings over the past few days amounted to more than 400,000 yuan. It would be strange if I wasn't happy. Li Dali and his wife were both depressed and happy, their feelings were incredibly complicated. I just can't understand why my mom earns more money than them. Fortunately, Qingyun's shop business is getting better and better, and their shop is also benefiting from it, with a daily income of 40,000 to 50,000 yuan. In the past few days, they have earned about several 100,000 yuan. The days I never dared to dream of before seem to have come to pass, and things are moving in an increasingly positive direction. This way. After finishing his steamed buns, Lu Wuyo chatted with Chen Li for a while, then left, in a mischievous way. Daughter, you're not a child anymore. Can't you do the housework yourself? Yang Li, wearing a white face mask, grumbled as she tidied herself up. The house is a complete mess because no one cleans it. Clothes and shoes were scattered everywhere, and Chen Li's underwear was even lying all over the floor. His useless son-in-law used to do the cleaning. It's a pity that good-for-nothing went and opened a shop. However, she had no absurd idea of calling Qingyun back to tidy up the house. Hire a nanny. Chen Li put down her phone and rolled her eyes. Anyway, the family has completely adapted to life without Qingyun. Her dad usually cooks, her mom supervises him, and she occasionally orders takeout. There is absolutely no need for Qingyun. By the way, has Boss Lu been contacting you lately? How's it going? Yang Li seemed to have thought of something, and sat down in a flattering tone. I just chatted with him, and things are going well. Chen Li raised his snow-white chin, his tone proud. No matter how high your net worth is, you still managed to win him over. Well done, she's definitely my daughter. Yang Li looked excited, then her expression turned serious as she said, but you have to be careful and make sure you don't have any other relationship with him. Chen Li understood what she meant. Men are just like that, they're incredibly enthusiastic when pursuing someone, but once they get what they want, they dump them immediately. Don't worry, I have never granted him any unreasonable requests. That's true. Yang Li doesn't really need to worry, her daughter has always been like this. If it weren't for the fact that it was the first time I drank alcohol, how could I have let that loser Qingyun get away with it? Alright, you absolutely mustn't go to a hotel, at least not until President Lu decides to cooperate with us. Yang Li said with a chattering expression, of course, if he uses this as a bargaining chip, you should also think about it. Chen Li shook her head in dissatisfaction. We'll talk about the future later, what's the rush? I never imagined she'd sleep with President Lu again. I have absolutely no intention of doing so. Firstly, because he had just divorced Qingyun, and secondly, because he had not yet obtained custody of his daughter. Unfortunately, Qingyun's shop business is getting better and better. In the past few days, he also sent his secretary to investigate and found that the daily profit is very high, probably several hundred. He didn't know the exact figures, but it should be quite profitable. At least that gave that loser the confidence not to hand over custody, so she was extremely depressed. That loser is always causing trouble. I wonder how things are going with Wang Chang's side. Chen Li glanced at the kitchen. Just then, Yang Li realized what was happening and immediately shouted, Chen Wuneng. Where the hell have you been? Come quick. Something's wrong. Chapter 74, Extorting 3 million from Qing Yun. Only a fool wouldn't do that. Giving away his daughter directly. What's up? Chen Wu emerged from the kitchen, his chest and breasts exposed, his bald head covered in sweat and his body reeking of body odor. Couldn't you have finished showering before coming out? Yang Li roared in disgust. What happened to what I asked you to do? It's been a week. Oh right. Chen Wuneng remembered and immediately flattered. President Wang has been busy lately, I'll make a call and urge him. As he spoke, he took out his phone. Mr. Wang, it's me, Wuneng. How's the matter I asked you to do last time? A few soft moans and a lot of noise could be heard from across the street, which seemed to be from a karaoke bar. I just got my brothers out of there today, what's your rush? My brothers were beaten up like that? I'm more anxious than you are. Wang Chang glanced at the phone, his face full of displeasure. Anyway, don't worry about me handling things. Money talks. By the way, transfer me another 500,000 yuan. The 500,000 yuan compensation from last time will be included in the account. Chen Wuneng had already turned on speakerphone, and upon hearing the sound, he gestured with his eyes. Yang Li glared at him and said, turn. President Wang had already discussed this with them a few days ago. Now that things had come to this, they had to use all their strength to extort money from Qing Yun. In short, I received every benefit I was entitled to. Transferring another 500,000 will definitely not result in a loss. Okay. I'll transfer it to you right away. You must remember this. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chen Wuneng hung up the phone, his face extremely gloomy. That bastard, borrowing another 500,000? Does he think we have money that grows on trees? Shenli turned her head at this moment, frowning. Didn't we give him money last time? Is this guy a butcher? No. Don't worry, daughter. Yang Li quickly said, Mr. Wang is a good boss. He promised to split the 3 million he extorted with us 50-50 after the deal is done. How about this 500,000? Her face was almost contorted with a smile. I'll give it to you. Shenli simply waved her hand, not caring about this mess. By the way, are you sure he'll give it to you? Daughter, you can rest assured. Chen Wuneng scratched his head and said, a real estate tycoon like Mr. Wang has plenty of connections and assets, he wouldn't be interested in such a small amount of money. Chen Li nodded. By the way, if Qing Yun can't come up with the money, his parents and relatives can definitely chip in. After receiving the money and transferring it, Yang Li felt she needed to add one more sentence. It's all settled now. Only a fool wouldn't take a deal that would make him 2 million for free. Chen Wuneng, however, was somewhat resentful. Daughter, you'd better hurry up and get things done with President Liu. Then we'll see if Wang Chang dares to talk to me like that. Give him the guts. No rush. We need to keep Mr. Liu hanging. We can't give that kind of jerk a hard time. Chen Li harbors almost complete hatred towards any male and speaks with an air of superiority. Chen Wuneng frowned and said somewhat anxiously, the sooner it's done, the better. Then their money will be yours. What do you know, you stupid idiot? Yang Li sneered, you think you're qualified to give my daughter pointers when you see something that won't even move your legs? Shen Wu pursed his lips and said nothing more. Shen Li suddenly remembered that she could visit her daughter in prison today. Take out your phone. The time was exactly 2 p.m. Mom, I'm going to see Yuan. You can tidy up the house by then, and I'll bring her back. She stood up, grabbed her bag, and walked outside. That ingrate, if he weren't still useful, who would want to keep him around? Yang Li rolled her eyes and continued applying her face mask. We must win back custody. I'll clean up and leave a good impression on Yuan. Chen Wuneng took on the heavy responsibility of cleaning. They're used to being pampered, so what they call cleaning is just putting things back in their original places. Oh, by the way, wasn't there a billionaire who needed a girl the other day? You can ask him again. Suddenly remembering something, Yang Li called out to Chen Wuneng. Is that so? Chen Wu turned around in confusion, then immediately realized, oh right, I also saw the information about someone wanting to adopt a child a few days ago. He was excited. I clearly remember that the richest man offered 1 billion yuan in financing. If we can secure this, it can solve a lot of problems for the company. Even if the couple pocketed the money themselves. I won't need to earn money for 100 lifetimes. As for where to find the little girl? Xingyun, there's only one. Shanli had no idea that regaining custody of her daughter would bring an unexpected surprise. Otherwise, she wouldn't be in such a hurry. They insisted that their own company get involved. I came to pick up my daughter this afternoon, and I'm here now. Shanli sent the message. It was discovered that Qingyun's last message was from 7 days ago. All her posts disappeared without a trace. What a terrible personality. Shanli cursed, clearly quite angry. She clicked on Qingyun's profile picture. The original couple profile pictures were immediately updated to a photo of the father and daughter together, with the background showing Qingyuan's snack shop. Yuan happily made a peace sign. Shanli didn't see any signs of distress on Qingyun's face after the divorce. I got angry immediately. He opened a rundown shop, nothing ambitious, that's not enough to make me angry. Forcing herself to calm down, she subconsciously opened Qingyun's WeChat moments. The first post was from 3 days ago. I'm Yuan, and I welcome everyone to support my dad's restaurant. It's obviously edited by the daughter. The background of the photo also features a father and daughter. A handsome dad and an adorable daughter. The comments section was filled with praise. Am I stupid for looking at this piece of junk? Shanli suddenly realized why she had opened her WeChat moments and immediately turned off her phone. He drove his Ferrari out of the company. If Wang Chang acts quickly, he can bankrupt Xingyun in a few days and regain custody of his daughter. Then we can just have President Wang send him to jail. While waiting for the red light, Shanli secretly pondered her next plan. But where should we put our daughter? She definitely wouldn't want to take care of it herself. His parents wouldn't raise this ungrateful wretch. There is only one road. Let's just give it away. Shanli threw out a sentence, and the car roared through the intersection. Of course, the premise is that the boss on the other end offers enough to catch her eye. She never does anything that doesn't benefit her. Many wealthy people are now adopting girls from high-class individuals, offering very attractive prices. That's about all the value Yuan has. As for how to treat them after they are adopted, or what they are used for, that's really none of Chen Li's business. After all, she was no longer Yuan's mother at that time. I am completely free again. Chen Li smiled. Once this matter is resolved, she will never have had a daughter again and can do whatever she wants. He got divorced, gave his daughter away, his company went public, and became a multi-millionaire. The accident that happened while drunk back then is now completely in the past. Soon, the Ferrari arrived opposite Qingyuan's snack shop. The long queues were as long as ever. Business is booming as always. The online trolls on Douyin have completely failed to deliver on their intended purpose these past few days. Instead, they've given away a lot of traffic. Although she had already dealt with the female subordinate in charge, Chen Li was still extremely depressed. Chapter 75. Aunt Li's work goes smoothly. 160,000 yuan arrives. Someone else comes looking for trouble. 1 p.m. Xingyun warmly invited Li Dali and his family to dine at the restaurant, where he would be in charge of cooking. Dali's wife is a typical farm woman. She was actually quite embarrassed to come and freeload a meal, but after she tasted Xingyun's cooking, it's undeniable that good cooks make everything taste delicious. Xingyun's stir-fries are truly exceptional. Dali's wife took a bite of the dish, and her mouth was filled with its delicious aroma. The steamed buns and fried rice were so delicious, that's one thing. Even a simple stir-fried cucumber is incredibly delicious. We really can't compare to the young boss's cooking skills. Perhaps this is talent. Aunt Li and Li Dali exchanged a smile and nodded in agreement. If the two of us had cooking skills like that, I can't even imagine it. Li Dali muttered something to himself. If such a thing were to happen, he would be laughing in his sleep. Culinary skills are the best advertisement for a restaurant. The main dishes in his restaurant are Cantonese cuisine. If he can introduce Qingyun's stir-fry dishes, the business will definitely increase many times over. Come on, Boss Qing, this toast is for you. The atmosphere at the table was lively. Dali raised his glass and shouted to Qingyun, thanks to your help these past few days. Cheers. Qingyun smiled and returned the wine. The two grown men were having a great time drinking, and Dali's wife couldn't help but smile when she saw that her husband hadn't been this relaxed in a long time. They'll have to cook for themselves another day, thank you Boss Qing. Wow, Dad can really drink. Yuan held a cup of soy milk that her father had personally cooked, sucking on the straw with her little mouth, looking very happy. These past few days, the shop has had Aunt Lee's help. Xing Yun was indeed not as tired anymore. So today, after receiving the 200,000 yuan compensation from Huangshan, Xing Yun first transferred 20,000 yuan to Li Dali as a thank you, and then transferred another 20,000 yuan to Aunt Li as a reward. The mother and son refused to accept it no matter what. Li Dali even refused on the spot, saying, "Young boss, you know I haven't been of much help, so you can't accept this. Just accept it, there's no need for us to be so polite." Xing Yun answered with great enthusiasm. Li Dali was instantly moved. At the dinner table, they were practically pouring water down the other person's throat, not leaving a single drop. Fortunately, Xing Yun has a high alcohol tolerance. Both of them were quite drunk and couldn't hold their liquor. 14.50. Dad, Uncle, you're not allowed to drink anymore. The little girl took a nap and then noticed that her father and Uncle Dolly were still drinking. Her face was full of worry. Yuan, be good, wait for my next cup. I'll drink your dad under the table. Li Dali was already completely drunk and unconscious. After shouting, he yelled, "Continue." Fortunately, Xing Yun remained clear-headed and reassured the girl. His competitive spirit kicked in, and he was determined to get Li Dali drunk today. Aunt Li was already busy in the kitchen. Beans, eggs, green vegetables, carrots. She arranged and washed them one by one. Steam rose from the steamer, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. The stove for frying rice was blazing with fire. Everything was done very skillfully, and several middle-aged women who arrived early praised him, saying, "No wonder he's Boss Ching's apprentice, his movements are quite graceful and elegant." An older woman who had just arrived asked in confusion, "I thought the young boss was Aunt Lee's apprentice. It's like the other way around now?" A little girl exclaimed with admiration, "This guy's cooking skills are absolutely amazing. And the apprentices he teaches are also incredibly talented. I admire him so much." She had tried the steamed buns from several other owners. Although their culinary skills are not quite up to par with their master Xing Yun's, the taste is absolutely authentic. "Aunt Lee, could you please give me 10 meat buns and 10 vegetable and radish buns?" "Thank you." Some high school girls couldn't help but be incredibly sweet-talking when they saw the gentle and kind Aunt Lee. Win over Aunt Lee. You can win over your dream guy. This has become a consensus among these young women. Okay, just a moment. Aunt Lee's soft-spoken manner greatly enhanced the impression of newcomers to Xing Yun's store. Especially after tasting the delicious steamed buns and fried rice. He was immediately awestruck. "It's a pity we missed the deadline." A young man glanced at the two men drinking heavily in the shop and said with some regret, "If we had come a few days ago, we could have eaten the steamed buns made by the young owner." One of his companions didn't understand. "Why do you say that? Aunt Lee is older, so her steamed buns must taste better." He continued, "Is it really true, as others say, that Aunt Lee is the small business owner's apprentice?" The young man nodded. "Haven't you been watching Douyin these past few days? The little boss is so popular right now. Then I'll have to take a good look." Undoubtedly, from the beginning, the customers were somewhat unhappy to see that only Aunt Lee was busy in the kitchen. Later, it was discovered that Aunt Lee's cooking skills were exactly the same as Xing Yun's. In fact, it was their sense of taste that could only distinguish between good and bad. So over time they all accepted it. In short, the food at Xing Yuan's snack shop is a million times better than other shops. Furthermore, some people have learned that some business owners are apprenticing under Xing Yun and will definitely open their shops in a few days. Then I won't have to get up so early every day to queue. Everyone was extremely enthusiastic. "Aunt Lee, where's mine? Where's mine? Quick, my grandson loves your cooking, huh? Stop pushing, everyone. Stop cutting in line. Don't step on my foot." When Shanli arrived at the store, she saw this lively scene and couldn't be more envious. "I haven't watched Douyin for the past few days. However, it's foreseeable that Xing Yuan's snack shop's popularity will not decrease much. Damn it, how come this good-for-nothing has such good luck?" She was getting a little anxious. Fortunately, Yang Li sent him a message a little while later. "Daughter, Brother Wang is starting to take action now. He has already found more than 10 people involved in organized crime. You stand there and wait for us." Li clenched her hands involuntarily. Soon, Mr. and Mrs. Chen drove over and met her here. "How about it?" As soon as she got out of the car, Li asked impatiently. "They're here." Suddenly, Chen Wuneng pointed at Qing Yuan's snack shop and shouted. They stood across the street, unnoticed by anyone. But just to be on the safe side, the three of them got into the Mercedes to observe. At the entrance of Qing Yuan's snack shop, there is already a long queue. More than a dozen burly men with stern faces could be vaguely seen standing in the crowd. We stood at the store entrance and looked around for a while. Brother Wei, this is it. The bald man shouted to the middle-aged man beside him. Zhang Taiwei nodded and beckoned his brothers into the shop. He spotted two drunkards drinking heavily at the table. He was already unconscious. The other tables were all full of people, and one table even had young and pretty female students sitting in front of it. This caught their attention. Give each of us brothers 5 steamed buns. One of the underlings shouted. Damn it, why aren't you making a move yet? Yang Li was extremely anxious. What's the rush, you bitch? Chen Wuning's eyes showed displeasure. Doing something you like requires a prelude, and finding fault definitely requires a reason. Chapter 76 The Impatient Chenli. She started fighting without saying a word. After placing the order, Zhang Taiwei called to his brothers and walked straight towards a table of young girls. They were all roguish and had an air of authority and terror about them. The young girls at the table were eating at the head of the table when someone realized something was wrong. They looked up and saw several people dressed in black staring at them. Little sister, please give me your seat. Zhang Taiwei shouted and, without waiting for their consent, moved a stool and sat down in their seats. The other henchmen gave a wicked smile and crowded around. You! Just as a fiery-tempered girl was about to reprimand someone, her companion quickly pulled her back. These people are not to be trifled with, Xiaoran, let's go. Without saying a word, they pulled their friends out of the store. Ha ha ha. Young people these days are getting more and more timid. A bald-headed young man looked at a young man walking with the girls and said disdainfully. Our eldest brother is still the best. One of them couldn't resist adding a sarcastic remark with a smile. A short while later, Aunt Li then brought out freshly baked steamed buns and stir-fried dishes and placed them on the table. She suspected that this group of people might be idle thugs. But having seen those few unassuming blonde-haired guys from last time, she wasn't too worried. Before leaving, he glanced at his son, who was still drinking heavily, and sighed with a smile. Damn, this is delicious, bro. Absolutely amazing. The underlings originally planned to eat and drink their fill before fighting. I picked up a steamed bun, took a bite, and was immediately astonished. Zhang Taiwei scratched his head. Is it really that exaggerated? He picked one up and took a bite. He immediately blurted out a national treasure, fuck your mother. Tasty. The younger men couldn't resist any longer and started eating. One of them even went back to Aunt Li's place and ordered more than 10 more servings. Everyone ate with their mouths full of oil, looking very appetizing. The newly arrived customers all watched with smiles on their faces. Judging from their attire, they should be a bunch of thugs, but I didn't expect them to be won over by the food at this snack shop. Ha, under Qingyun's culinary skills, all beings are equal. That's true. A female CEO's eyes lit up slightly. I used to look down on these kinds of snacks, but after trying them, I was amazed. The atmosphere at the entrance of Qingyuan's snack shop was very lively. But the food street across the street, ever since they witnessed Qingyun's culinary skills, these owners have lost their arrogance and wanted to take the opportunity to retaliate. However, upon inquiring about Qingming, it turned out he could actually take on 7 opponents at once. They have to keep a low profile and rely on cheating and swindling new tourists to make a living. Yang Li and the other two were already very impatient as they sat in the car. Damn it, are these guys here for lunch or to get things done? Chen Wu slammed his fist on the seat and angrily shouted, you son of a bitch. Wait a little longer. Chen Li, on the contrary, was no longer in a hurry. She saw her good-for-nothing ex-husband drinking in the store, seemingly unconscious. Get ready to laugh out loud. Just as they were getting excited, playful noises could be heard coming from inside the shop. Come on, brother, have a taste. One of the underlings was enjoying his meal when he shouted something. The voices of others grew louder and louder, gradually affecting the surrounding customers. Damn it, these guys don't even know to keep their voices down. Exactly, what an rude jerk. Zhang Taiwei ignored him, slammed his hand on the table, and shouted, Boss, do you have any wine? Bring us 10 bottles. Aunt Li left, saying apologetically, I'm sorry, our snack shop doesn't sell alcohol. Holy crap. The underlings immediately became furious. I was just wondering where I could find an excuse to make a point, and here it is. Damn it, are you trying to cause trouble? What else would a restaurant sell if it didn't sell alcohol? A blonde-haired boy stood up and shouted, "Are you looking down on us? Are you wearing tinted glasses?" As he spoke, he pulled out a stack of 100 yuan bills. You think we can't afford it? Hurry up and bring the drinks. The other underlings chimed in, so this is what kind of person the boss is. He's so prejudiced. No. Antley was speechless. Our shop really doesn't sell alcohol, we didn't mean to look down on you. I don't care if you don't serve drinks tonight, it means you're looking down on me. Seeing that the atmosphere was right, Zhang Taiwei immediately spoke up. What happened? Hearing the shouting from the other side, Li Dali was somewhat confused in his daze. Qing Yun was also drunk and took a nap on the table. Alright, I'll serve you. Unable to withstand the cacophony of the 10 people, Antley gave in and went back to the Cantonese restaurant to get the wine. The main problem is that these people are sharp-tongued, and since the surrounding guests didn't dare to say anything since they didn't physically assault them. I still have to complain. People these days have no manners. If they didn't outnumber me, I would have really gone up and taught them a lesson. Soon. Antley brought over a case of beer. Zhang Taiwei led his brothers to start eating again. Mr. Li, how did you get so drunk? At this time, Xianwen returned to continue learning cooking skills. He spotted the 2 drunk people and the noisy crowd at another table. I didn't pay much attention to it. It's nothing, just a little bit drunk. Li Dali waved his hand arrogantly. The next second, he slumped onto the table and fell fast asleep. Xianwen covered his head and went to prepare hangover tea for the 2 of them. Brother, is that young man the boss? One of the younger brothers suddenly whispered something. That's him. Boss Wang said there's a young man in the store. When we're fighting, we'll target him. Zhang Tiawei's eyes were sinister. Alright, I definitely won't hold back. A burly henchman clenched his fist, making a cracking sound. Half an hour later. Just as Chanli was also getting impatient. Antley came to Zhang Tiawei's table to collect the money. Give me another 500 beef buns. Zhang Taiwei declared confidently, I'll take it back for my brothers to eat. Just as he expected, Antley replied apologetically, we've sold out of steamed buns for today, and we don't have 500 left. There is none left? The henchman who had been cursing earlier chimed in, I knew you were deliberately targeting us. Saying you didn't have it just meant you didn't want to give it to me. He retorted angrily, you can forget about getting this money. Zhang Taiwei slammed his fist on the table and angrily shouted, so this is really what you people are like. Damn it, brothers, teach him a lesson. As he spoke, several young and strong henchmen suddenly stood up, their eyes wide with anger. The surrounding guests were immediately startled and shuddered. Zhang Taiwei walked directly toward Antley, who was already somewhat frightened, his face contorted with bulging veins. He noticed that the boss had woken up and was looking in their direction. Sure enough, Li Dali shouted, what are you doing? After drinking the hangover tea, he became somewhat more lucid and immediately said angrily. Are you here to cause trouble? Oh shit. He was bullied by a few blonde-haired guys last time, and he had nowhere to vent his anger. Li Dali immediately sat up and, without thinking, rushed forward. Call the police. Call the police. The people on the other side are tall and strong, and there are many of them. Xianwen finally realized what was happening and immediately took out his phone. Chapter 77. The fight finally broke out. Steady. The little boss is too damn awesome. A swift and decisive victory. Zhang Taiwei shouted. They won't stand here waiting for people to come to them like those idiots before they're ruthless and efficient in their actions. The underlings immediately picked up their glasses. Bang! The beer bottle shattered on the ground, and the blonde-haired kid pointed the sharp end at Li Dali, yelling, with this kind of attitude. You guys still want to run a business? I'll teach you a lesson today. After saying that, he roared and charged straight at Li Dali. No one else realized it. Grass. The blonde-haired kid had already kicked Li Dali in the stomach. Oh shit. Li Dali's face was contorted with rage. He clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of bitter water. A wave of drunkenness washed over him, and he felt nauseous all over. Well done. Seeing that the young boss was no longer recognizable as a human being, Zhang Taiwei felt a surge of smugness. Holy crap, someone's been hit. Call the police. Call the police. The situation immediately descended into chaos. Adley was terrified when she saw her son lying on the ground with his back bent. Give them a good lesson, so they'll look down on us. While the guests' minds were blank, Zhang Taiwei roared angrily. They were all tall and imposing, and their imposing presence terrified everyone in the shop, who fled outside. Those outside who wanted to come in and help hesitated to act. Just as several henchmen rushed up to Li Dali. Stop! Xianwen finally realized what was happening, threw down his phone, and punched the person in the face. Unfortunately, the other side wasn't going to take it lying down either. After taking a punch, they immediately slapped him back. Damn it, how dare he hit me! Beat him up! Attack together! The store instantly descended into chaos. Holy crap, they've started fighting! Chen Wuning, who was drowsy, was suddenly awakened by a startled voice. Yang Li's face was contorted with excitement and rage. Damn it, hurry up and beat that piece of trash to death! What's going on? Chen Li noticed that this group of people were making unwanted physical advances towards several young people in the store. They are all customers. Xing Yun was still asleep, lying on the table. Damn it, they've hit the wrong person. Chen Wuning realized what was happening and immediately tried to get out of the car. Fortunately, Yang Li quickly stopped him. Don't go. They've started fighting. Inside the shop, Zhang Taiwei noticed a drunk young man slumped over the table. His underlings had already started fighting with the customers who had intervened to help, so he walked straight toward the young man. You motherfucker! How dare you sleep like that? Just as he slapped her, Xing Yun woke up. Bang! The next moment, all the customers around who wanted to help closed their eyes. But the moment they opened their eyes, they were utterly shocked. Xing Yun grabbed Zhang Tiawei's thick arm with his other hand, rendering him completely immobile. You're pretty fierce. Xing Yun smiled and casually twisted his arm, causing Zhang Tiawei's face to instantly contort into a ferocious grin. Damn it, brothers, come quick. Ah! Suddenly, Xing Yun violently swung his hand, and Zhang Taiwei felt as if he had been bitten by a ferocious wild beast, his entire arm feeling as if it were about to break apart. Bang! Xing Yun kicked him directly. Zhang Taiwei was instantly sent flying backward, smashing all the tables and chairs behind him to pieces. Holy crap, the small boss made a move. Damn, he's so handsome. The customers around them who had been beaten immediately felt relieved. Fortunately, when the underlings saw their leader being beaten, they immediately stopped what they were doing and shouted to go and help him. Come on. Let's all attack together. Qingming twisted his neck, feeling relaxed after his afternoon nap. His nonchalant attitude completely enraged everyone. Damn it! What the hell is this? Damn! The crowd surged forward. It immediately erupted into chaos. Young boss. Xianwen was already bruised and swollen. He had been hit by his underling's fists and feet while covering for Li Dali, and he was in a lot of pain. Even so, he still wanted to go forward and hug the person in front of him. Don't go, the young boss will be fine. Just then, an arm blocked his way. It turned out that Li Dali had come to his side at some point. He had regained consciousness by this time. I was drunk just now, which saved me from a beating. Brother Qian, your mother's eyes are swollen like a pig's head, what are you going to do? His gaze toward his good brother was filled with pity and reluctance. If it weren't for Qian, I'm going to get beaten up again today. But this is tough on his own brother. No. I need to go up and help. Despite his pig-faced appearance, Xianwen refused to give up and insisted on breaking free from the embrace and rushing forward. He didn't know how skilled Xing Yun was, nor did he know that Li Dali had learned from his previous experience and was therefore so calm and collected. But he found out the next second. Bang! Bang! With a swift movement, Xing Yun took down the two thugs who were charging at the front. His entire demeanor exuded an aggressive and intimidating aura. The god-level fighting skills rewarded by the system were on full display at this moment. His underlings were a chaotic mess, but he remained calm and collected. Every move and every stance seems to be filled with the most perfect artistic skills, and the way he deals with the enemy's punches and kicks is absolutely pleasing to the eye. Xianwen was shocked. The young boss is such a good fighter. What a joke! Without saying a word, he hid behind Li Dali. Great! This young boss is awesome, I'm buying it. Damn it, Why aren't the police here yet? I have to go to work. Well done. Some of the young girls and the customers even cheered and shouted encouragement on the spot. The young boss knows how to fight. Someone shouted something, and the atmosphere at the scene rose several notches again. Kill him. Zhang Taiwei had by this time turned into someone with a bruised and swollen face, just like Qianwen. Half of it was Qingyun's doing, and the other half was his own underlings' careless punches to his face. Damn it, you've got to be tough. Come at me all at once. Are you guys playing the role of the Calabash brothers? He covered his face in rage. The underlings stood up once again, swarming forward to surround him. As fierce and ruthless as can be. But the next one. Bang bang sounds rang out one after another. Without exception, all those who rushed forward fell to the ground. Ouch. I was wrong, brother. Please stop hitting me. Please stop hitting me. I was wrong, big brother. Help. The younger brother, lying on the ground unable to move, spoke with a pained expression. The others weren't much better off. His body was covered in bruises, more or less. In contrast, Qingyun. He acted like nothing had happened. He looked at Zhang Taiwei. Gurgle. Zhang Taiwei felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were being stared at by a ferocious beast. He swallowed hard and had no choice but to kneel down and admit defeat, saying, "Brother, don't hit me." Brother. Damn, how come this guy is so skilled? Hold. Brother Wang didn't mention that there was such a person in the shop. The underlings had already cursed their boss 18 times over in their hearts. What bad luck I'm having today. I actually ran into such a master in the store. Fortunately, they had already taught the young boss a lesson, and their objective was barely achieved. They just wanted to get away as soon as possible. Please let us off the hook, bro. I have elderly parents to support. Zhang Taiwei looked pained. How so? Chenli's eyes were bloodshot, and her gaze was almost bursting. Chapter 78 500,000. Why don't you just rob someone? Damn, when did this kid get so good at fighting? Chen Woneng also stared at Qing Yuan's snack shop with gritted teeth. They had a clear view of everything that was happening in the store. First, the surrounding customers helped, then Qianwen and Zhang Taiwei got into a fight, and then Qingyun made a move, and more than a dozen people fell to the ground instantly. They didn't even see how they made their move. The police are here. Yang Li was so shocked that her scalp tingled. Suddenly realizing what was happening, she exclaimed in terror, "We have to go." Waste. Chen Li gritted her teeth, slammed on the brakes, and sped away. She can't stay here now, otherwise it will be troublesome if she is discovered, and it will affect her final plan. How could it be you guys? The middle-aged police officer from last time pushed through the crowd and walked to the entrance of Qing Yuan's snack shop. Why are you fighting again? Didn't we say last time that if this happens again, you'll have to bear the consequences? Don't you remember? Zhang Tiawei's face immediately fell when he saw the middle-aged man. Big brother, why did you get here so fast? Let's find a chance to run away. A henchman cried out in distress. Run my ass. Zhang Taiwei glared at him and roared, "Do you think you can get away? What's all this commotion about? I'm talking to you." The middle-aged police officer walked directly up to them with his baton. "Uncle, we were beaten so badly, please arrest him." One of the henchmen pointed at Qingyun with a pained expression. It's all his fault. He deliberately beat people up. The brothers obeyed the law and didn't fight back, so they all got a beating. I saw that he had a bruised and swollen face. The middle-aged police officer first clicked his tongue in disbelief, then felt a chill run down his spine. How skilled must someone be to beat these thugs like that? Those blonde-haired guys last time weren't this badly off. Is that so? The middle-aged police officer, impartial and selfless, turned to look at Qingyun. Uncle, don't believe their nonsense. Before Qingyun could answer, the people around her immediately became restless. They were the ones who came to cause trouble and even hit people. The boss taught them a lesson. Yes, look at Boss Qian, his head is swollen like a pig's head. The middle-aged police officer looked at one of the people in the store, and sure enough, he was quite fat. Officer, look at me like this, I'll never find a wife. You have to do me justice. Shenwen covered his face and wailed in pain. Yes, we're willing to be witnesses for Boss Qing. The crowd was filled with indignant youths. You. Zhang Taiwei was dumbfounded and gritted his teeth, saying, how could this be? He didn't understand why Qing Yun's customers were meddling in his affairs. He had never seen this before. Compared to his composure, his other underlings panicked on the spot. "Officer, that's not true. It's all his fault, it's him. He disrespected us, so we couldn't take it anymore and resorted to violence." The underlings suddenly realized that the handsome young man was actually the boss. "You've hit the wrong person. If I were to get myself involved now, I'd be completely finished. Okay, let's go inside and talk." The middle-aged man looked at the crowd on the ground with a headache. "Take them all away, and those who want to testify, come along too." Dad. The little girl obediently came out of the kitchen and hugged Qing Yun's arm with some worry. "It's okay, Dad will be right back." Qing Yun patted her head reassuringly. "My daughter was very well behaved and stayed in the kitchen without coming out." He did not disappoint his daughter. "Yes, I will take good care of our shop." The little girl nodded firmly. Bang! "What's going on?" Inside the room, Yang Li, clutching her hair, spoke with a fierce expression. "Is this the person you found?" "Useless, utterly useless." Chen Wunang was equally furious. Why was Qing Yun able to defeat so many people all by himself? Why did Qing Yun not face any consequences when the police arrived, but all the people he brought ended up lying on the ground? Why does Qing Yun, that good for nothing, still have dozens of people testifying for him? Call and ask. Yang Li was like a powder keg about to explode, and she angrily yelled at Chen Wuning, "You'll be sorry if you don't get the reason." Well. Of the three, only Chen Li remained calm, and she sighed. She couldn't understand how her once gentle and refined ex-husband could one day resort to violence. And they actually agreed. "I won't let you succeed." Chen Li shook her head and murmured. "Fortunately, we managed to achieve our goal this time, albeit with some difficulty." Although Qing Yun didn't lose any health, the fight was still considered a brawl. Chen Li didn't believe he had the ability to escape punishment. "Hey, Brother Wang?" The next second, Chen Wuning made the call, but before he could answer, a fierce voice came from the other end. "What's wrong with you? His fighting skills are so good, why did you make my brothers fight him?" It was Wang Chang's voice. Chen Wuning could sense his anger, and his heart skipped a beat. "Brother Wang, you told me last time that Qing Yun can take on 7 people at once. Why didn't I remind you?" Wang Chang was clearly furious. 14 brothers, and you still couldn't touch him? You good-for-nothing bastard. He's so angry he's become unreasonable. These 14 men were all his elite troops, and now they've all been taken inside. And now I'm being summoned there too. Are you satisfied? That's what angered him the most. Several loyal brothers betrayed their boss in the blink of an eye. Then what should we do? Chen Wuneng answered, trembling. They don't want to be implicated. Anyway, you prepare the money. With a loud bang, Wang Chang hung up the phone immediately. Yang Li and Chen Wuneng both had ashen faces. Their million was still in Mr. Wang's hands, and they dared not complain at all. It's alright, Mr. Wang will definitely have another way. Chen Wuneng gripped his phone, a ruthless glint in his eyes. I know President Wang. He's always been ruthless. He certainly won't let this go after being bullied like this by Qing Yun. At that time, even if Qing Yun's entire family sells all their possessions, they still won't be able to repay the debt. Upon hearing this, Yang Li calmed down. No matter what, we can't let Qing Yun get away with this. That's how it is, young man. What are your plans? Wang Chang looked at Qing Yun with a forced smile. My brother accidentally offended you. Name your price. No way. This time he made a mistake, thinking Qing Yun was an easy target, but he ended up losing all of his generals. In addition, there is a recent business deal that requires manpower. Unfortunately, the blonde guy from last time hasn't been released yet. He had to come out and negotiate the price himself. 500,000. Qing Yun answered calmly. 500,000. Why don't you just rob someone? Wang Chang almost spat it out. Qing Yun made much more money than doing business. He took on 14 people by himself and then extorted 500,000 yuan from them. How dare you? Wang Chang's henchmen looked at their leader with pity. This isn't a vegetable market, so I don't accept bargaining. You sent the same people last time, right? This time, the number has doubled, and you even tipped one of my brothers. This price is very reasonable. Qing Yun looked at Wang Chang with amusement. Besides, Mr. Wang's time isn't worth wasting on this. Depend on. Damn, 500,000. You call that a bargain? They even said it wasn't a farmer's market. The younger brother was immediately shocked. Chapter 79. Another million spent. The unlucky ex-wife's family fighting video goes viral. 1 million? Bang! Upon receiving the call, Chen Wu immediately slammed his fist on the table. Is he made of Qing Yun gold? We didn't hurt him, did we? And he's asking for $1 million right off the bat? Wang Chang was not one to suffer losses. He agreed to Qing Yun's request, but then immediately went to ask Chen Wuning's family for money. This is already pretty bad. If I had the time, I would definitely teach him a lesson. You can pay me this money first, and once I'm done with this, I'll make that kid pay it back with interest. Wang Chang's tone was gloomy. Don't worry, Wang, will never let things go unpunished. Having said all that, what could Chen Wu do? He first begged his daughter, finally managing to scrape together 500,000 yuan, then transferred 200,000 yuan from his own account and another 300,000 yuan from Yan Li's account. That's enough. Mr. Wang, you absolutely have to avenge us. I know. Stop being so fussy. I told you I'm having some financial difficulties these days, but I'll be able to make time for you in a few days. After hanging up the phone, Wang Chang curled his lip in disdain. I made another 500,000 yuan for free. At that time, Qing Yun asked him for 500,000 yuan in compensation, plus an answer to one question: who is the financial backer behind Boss Wang? Wang Chang sold Chen Wuning's family on the spot. Qing Yun was stunned when she heard that. He then added sarcastically, young man, are you heartbroken to hear how heartless your ex-wife's family is? Unexpectedly, Qing Yun's final reply was, I just didn't expect them to be such idiots. Just say you're giving me money. It's embarrassing to pull this stunt. Anyway, Qing Yun is now receiving 500,000 yuan in compensation and has absolutely no idea how to spend it. That's really stupid. Pulling himself out of his thoughts, Wang Chang cursed into the phone and then turned away from the matter. Come on, let's drink until we're completely drunk this afternoon. Qing Yun and his two companions were overjoyed as they walked out of the police station. He only took a few punches and made 50,000 yuan? That's more profitable than opening a shop. Xianwen covered his simply bandaged pig's head, and his eyes immediately lit up. Because the other party chose to settle privately, they compensated Qing Yun with 500,000 yuan. As one of the fighters, he not only escaped punishment but also benefited from the small business owner's influence and received compensation. I'm so happy today. Li Dali also received several thousand yuan in compensation and said happily, Boss Qian, Boss Qing, you still came to my shop today to treat me to a meal. If it weren't for Lao Qian, I would have been the one getting beaten up. It would be a lie to say he wasn't scared afterwards. Li Dali secretly rejoiced at his good luck. Xianwen cried, Brother Li, you're so mean. You're just making fun of me. Okay. Qing Yun easily earned 500,000 yuan and was in a very good mood. Although I don't know why Qin Li is targeting him. However, this kind of targeting. Please give me a dozen more. Not only can it improve your health, it can also make you money. If Qing Yun hadn't known that Chen Li loathed him, he even suspected that this was a secret way of helping him out. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Chen Wuning took it upon himself to spend 1 million, and Chen Li didn't say anything, but she knew that Qing Yun had neither been arrested nor imprisoned this time. She was furious. What's wrong with your boss, Mr. Wang? All he knows is to apologize and pay money. Doesn't he know how to use any tricks? Daughter, don't worry. Chen Wuning could only bite the bullet and say, things have come to this point. If it weren't for Qing Yun's good luck, we would definitely have succeeded by now. Don't worry, now it's up to President Wang. Chen Li knew that Wang Chang had helped her father, so she shook her head and said, you're right. No matter what, we can't take action ourselves. By the way, Qing Yun probably doesn't know us, right? Suddenly, Yang Li asked nervously from the side. If that good-for-nothing finds out, he'll definitely use it as an excuse to take away our visitation rights. However, Chen Wuning misinterpreted her meaning. That good-for-nothing, even if he finds out, what can he do? Is he going to take revenge on us? Ridiculous. Chen Li shook her head as well. He wouldn't dare. About Qing Yun. She understands better than anyone else. Even if he could take down 20 of them by himself, he wouldn't have the guts to retaliate against them. After all, I used to live at home. Qing Yun never lost his temper or got angry with their family. What's the use of having martial arts skills? If you don't have the courage to back it up, you'll only be bullied. However, it would be impossible for Chen Li not to be angry that he received $1,000,000 in compensation for no reason. Give Wang Chang another chance. If he doesn't, I'll take action myself. She clenched her fists. Oh my god, the young boss is back. At the entrance of Qing Yuan's snack shop, someone shouted something, and the others responded in unison. No, no. Our great hero. Boss, you won. The customers were overjoyed. They originally insisted on going over to be witnesses for the small business owner. Because no matter what, the boss has spoiled my palate. How can I survive without him? Besides, it wasn't the small business owner's fault to begin with, and they were also very angry. Thank you everyone. Xing Yun smiled and waved to the lively crowd. Just then, Zhang Yuan ran out and clung to her father's lap. Daddy, Yuan missed you. Honey. Daddy's back now. Xing Yun picked up the little girl and turned to the crowd, saying, eat as much as you want today, everyone gets a 30% discount. Ah. Great. Boss, I love you. You're amazing. I absolutely love it. The customers immediately cheered. Looking at the lively atmosphere around him, Xianwan, whose body was covered in scars, suddenly felt that he was the only one who was hurt. Although we received compensation. But it feels like, just like what Brother Dali said, he should have been the one to take the beating. He remembered. No wonder when he was worried about the young boss, Li Dali acted as if he already knew everything and even stopped him. It turns out that Brother Dali already knew the young boss was very capable. So all that beating I took was for nothing. I should have run behind the boss right then and there. Qianwen looked at Li Dali with a wronged expression. Old Qian, cheer up. I'll treat you to steamed buns. Li Dali shouted and headed straight for the kitchen to snatch the steamed buns from his mother. Go away, don't you know you're in line? Aunt Li immediately put on a stern face. I've never seen you like eating this much before. Mom, what are you saying? How could a son not like mom's cooking? Give me a few, I'll treat Boss Jian to a meal. Aunt Li's cooking skills are getting better and better. Li Dali usually doesn't have the chance to taste it. That's right, so don't you dare sneak some. He got a beating because of you, so we have to make sure he gets a good beating. You should invite him to our house for dinner tomorrow. Aunt Li looked at Qianwen, feeling extremely distressed. At the same time, on Douyin TikTok, videos about Qing Yun fighting have gone viral. This has once again boosted the popularity of Qing Yuan's snack shop to several levels. The next few days, the news that Qing Yuan snack shop has opened a chain in Shanghai has also spread like wildfire. Chapter 80, made over 4 million. Son made 1 million. The next few days, one after another, signs for Qing Yuan snack shop appeared, gradually opening in various parts of Shanghai. At first, the scale was small, but later, shops were added every day. Some people will definitely think that this is just riding on the coattails of the small business owner's popularity. He immediately complained to Qing Yun. This is my branch. As I said before, don't worry, the taste is absolutely guaranteed. Just look for our store name. Qing Yun answered with a smile. The business owners who partnered with him improved their culinary skills rapidly and opened their own shops within days. One reason is that Aunt Li is diligent and hardworking. She would stay up until midnight to cook special meals for the bosses, and she never tired of it. Secondly, Qing Yun's godlike teaching was of great help. Anyway, the customers were stunned at first when they heard the news, then overjoyed. Great! The branch has finally opened. We don't have to wait in long lines anymore. I doubt it. Snack shops are always packed with customers, there's always a queue. That being said, it's definitely not true that everyone doesn't support it. Some people immediately searched for branches of Qing Yuan snack shop in various parts of Shanghai. Soon, relevant positions appeared on major platforms. Without exception, these shops have a very conspicuous sign, Qing Yuan snack shop, followed by the words, the branch of the region. It's very easy to spot. I went to the branch that day and was immediately dumbfounded. A helpful netizen posted a message on a local forum, which immediately sparked heated discussion. How could it be Jimei? Is it not tasty? I think so. After all, no matter how many shops you have, you only have one owner. Sigh, even small business owners have become tools for making money. However, the poster's next words left them all baffled. No, I'm really confused. The steamed buns and fried rice at the branch are exactly as delicious as those at the main store. Excuse me, but as a foodie, I can only distinguish between good and bad. What happened? Exactly the same, are you kidding me? Everyone has this question. However, many people followed up with comments. I can vouch for it. Everything the original poster said is true. Although it's definitely not as delicious as the small business owners, most people really can't tell the difference in taste. As long as it tastes good, that's all that matters. I highly recommend Qingyuan Snack Shop, it's become incredibly popular. I'm so envious of these shop owners. They've managed to learn their cooking skills so well. I want to go and learn from them too. The crowd was buzzing with discussion, mostly praising Qingyun. In just a few days, he trained more than a dozen apprentices. What's not surprising is that the young boss is amazing. I was worried that if something happened to him, this skill would be lost forever, but I never expected that he could actually replicate it. Whether the person upstairs knows how to talk or not, you can tell the difference after eating it. The small boss is the real deal, that's probably become a consensus. Anyway, I'll still be queuing up at the snack shop in the future. It's close by, and I'm familiar with Aunt Lee. Turn off TikTok. Qingyun stroked the little girl's head in his arms, his face full of affection. The store is now a huge hit. It didn't take much time at all. Before even Mu Jiangwo and his elder brother could react, the chain stores had already opened and were making a considerable profit. This surprised him greatly. It was Qingyun who told him. The shop owners are very loyal and efficient. Qingyun's college classmates were able to print out the signs and other documents within a day. Moreover, with the addition of the Douyin platform, customers can quickly learn about this news. So his shops opened up all over Shanghai in an instant, almost too fast for anyone to catch. It also completely stopped the suppression from the food street across the street and some other shops that were just making baseless accusations. More importantly, Qingyun calculated the store's net profit over the past few days. A whopping 2,985,230 yuan. Rounded up, it's 3 million yuan. This doesn't even include the 1.2 million yuan in compensation that Wang Chang paid. In short, it's enough to support the opening of branch stores. The upgrade points accumulate very quickly, rising like a rocket. He discovered that the higher the level of the $1 million lottery, the greater the God level skills obtained. So I plan to wait a few more days before continuing to use it. After finishing up with things at the branch store, the business of Qingyuan Snack Shop has finally gotten back on track. On weekdays, Aunt Lee takes orders at the store, and she even hired a few young girls to help her. The wages are paid in cash every day, and Qingyun only needs to pay Aunt Lee the wages. It saved me a lot of trouble. As public opinion grew, the branch's business gradually got back on track. It is worth mentioning. After Qianwen's injury had healed by half, he immediately started thinking about doing bad things. He set his sights on the food street opposite Qingyuan Snack Shop. Qingyun directly allocated 200,000 yuan to him as support. I rarely have free time in the evenings. Qingyun made a phone call to his mother. What are you two doing? You said you were going to come see me, but you haven't come. His voice was filled with familiar warmth. There. Lin Ting, holding her phone, said, Your dad and I have to work overtime these next few days, so we don't have time. Have you eaten yet? Is there anything we need money for lately? Just finished eating. Oh, Mom, I've been busy these past few days and haven't messaged you. I transferred some money to you. Use it to pay off your debts. Money? Shanghai, who was eavesdropping next to his wife, became anxious. Where did this kid get the money? He's keeping it for himself. What's the point of giving it to us? Paying off the debt can be done with their salaries. Lin Ting quickly spoke up as well. Mom, my shop is making money lately. I have to go now, my boss called, I'll talk to you another day. Qingyun hung up the phone immediately without waiting for a reply. He was still thinking about when his parents came to visit Yuan these past few days. Let me show off a little first. But it's alright, he plans to pick them up tomorrow. This child. Lin Ting hung up the phone, giving him a reproachful look. I'm hanging up. Her husband nodded. I wonder how much money our son transferred to us. We'll find out once we see. Lin Ting opened her phone as she spoke. My eyes were immediately drawn to a string of numbers on the text message. 1,000? No? Lin Ting was shocked and could hardly believe her eyes. Come and see, there are so many zeros here. Why is there no end to this zero? Excluding the decimal part. Xing Yun was stunned, swallowed hard, and said in disbelief, 6 zeros. 1 million. No way, I can't be dreaming. Lin Ting had worked her whole life and had never seen such a large sum of money before. Even his voice was trembling slightly. No, our son wouldn't joke around like that. He really has 1 million. Shanghai is in no better shape. One day, the son suddenly took out several $1,000,000 and asked his heavily indebted father to pay off his debts. Is this even conceivable? So don't blame them for being so incredulous. Lin Ting pinched her arm hard. Ouch. This isn't a dream. No way. Where did our son get so much money? Shanghai finally realized what was happening. He immediately asked with concern. Chapter 81 Parents are coming. Mu Yun and Qin Luo's small business. Fashion design. Yes. How could my son possibly have so much money? Lin Ting also remembered. He said his shop was very profitable. What kind of shop can earn 1 million a week? Qin Yun said it was a snack shop. So the couple found it even more hard to believe. Could our son have done something bad? Shanghai couldn't think of any other reason besides this one. He would never believe that opening a shop could make this much money. They were both ordinary junior civil servants. They work hard together every day. I've never seen so much money at once before. Let alone owning it. Let's go take a look tomorrow. Finally, Lin Ting made up her mind. Before seeing it with my own eyes. They would never wrongly accuse their son of breaking the law or doing something he shouldn't have. But the worries that should exist will definitely remain. Shanghai spent the whole night staring at a few numbers on his phone. I couldn't sleep all night. Lin Ting repeatedly checked the numbers on her bank card, wanting to call and ask for clarification, but immediately held back. If Qin Yun finds out, they'll probably be terrified afterward. This is even more outrageous than pretending to be something you're not. Here, Qin Yun finished sending the message. I can already foresee the wonderful expressions on my parents' faces later. It's a pity I didn't see it with my own eyes. In any case, his parents definitely wouldn't believe him if he said he made the money from his shop. After all, this does not conform to the traditional understanding of the older generation. This kind of thing can only be explained clearly when we bring our parents over. At this moment, Mu Yun sent a message. Are you done yet? Are you still busy? Xing Yun smiled and replied, I'm busy, getting ready for bed. What about you? Mu Yun, I've been busy with some things at home lately, so I haven't been able to come over to play with Yuan. But I'll come again tomorrow, you should really welcome me. Should I look for Yuan, or for myself? Xing Yun did not expose her little lie. Then you should get some rest, I'd definitely love to see you resting. After sending the message. Fortunately, Qin Luo has been busy with her studies these past few days and hasn't come to the shop. But the messages will still be sent. Xing Yun was happy to have some free time. I was thinking of finding an opportunity to cook a meal together as a way of thanking you, but I'll have to postpone it until another time. Inside a bedroom. Wang Tianbing's expression was priceless. Ugh. She's just like a girl in love, it's terrifying. She has been keeping track of Qing Yun's activities lately. I'm absolutely obsessed with this couple, my sister and I. Go eat your instant noodles. Mu Yun's cute smile vanished, and she brandished her fist, threateningly saying, You didn't see anything. You've changed. Wang Tianbing continued to egg him on. If you like someone, you should boldly pursue them. You haven't been there these past few days, your crush must be missing you terribly. As she spoke, she added with an irritating grin, I wonder how many young girls will fall for the young boss this time. Hearing this, Mu Yun just rolled her eyes at her, then said helplessly, Grandpa probably wants to train me these days. He gave me a clothing store, and I'm so busy right now, there's nothing I can do. Despite saying that, Wang Tianbing immediately saw through her best friend's real reason. You're probably just seeing your idol's business getting better and better, and you want to start your own career to catch up with him. She gave a thumbs up. Great job, I give it a big thumbs up. Instead of saying so much, why don't you think about how to design some nice clothes? Mu Yun smoothed her hair and answered seriously, If I can't revise the manuscript in the next few days, Grandpa will drag me back. Who will cook for you then? This trick is surprisingly effective. Wang Tianbing immediately stopped being sarcastic. My dear lady, just tell me what you need. As long as you can give me a bite to eat, and maybe even get some food from your crush to fill my teeth, I'll be loyal to you to the death. Mu Yun was amused by Wang Tianbing's attitude. Okay, stop fooling around, I'll go to the store and get it for you tomorrow, alright? Yay! I love you, beautiful Mu. High school dormitory building. Little Luo, what are you still drawing so late? Li Xiaoran went closer to Qin Luo's desk and found that it was line art she couldn't understand. You're designing clothes. She recognized the pretty little dress on the figure. Yes. Qin Luo nodded, but the beautiful ones all looked a little worried. It's so hard to draw, I can't think of any way to make the design original. Just like Mu Yun. This task was also a small project assigned to him by the Qin family. However, it concerns Qin Luo's future free life. If she doesn't complete the task well on time, she might be dragged back by her family to learn management skills every day. At that time, they not only lack a free life, and most importantly, she can't find a chance to see her crush. If her dad finds out, they might even be sent directly overseas. So I've been busy drawing design drafts these past few days. She looked incredibly haggard. Li Xiaoran felt sorry for you. Can I help you? It's okay, it's almost done. Qin Luo is quite capable. This work is almost finished. But the final draft just didn't feel quite right. I'm really missing the steamed buns my crush makes. Qin Luoyu rested her chin on her hand, took off her shoes and draped them over the edge of the bed to relax. I think you just miss your crush. Li Xiaoran said with a grin, maybe they miss our Qin Xiaoai too. I hope so. Qin Luo's lips curved into a beautiful smile. Early the next morning, Xing Yun brought the little girl to the shop. Dad, are Grandpa and Grandma coming to see us today? The little girl said with great interest. She hadn't seen her grandparents for a long time and missed them terribly. Yes. Xing Yun picked her up. They want to give us a surprise, so I'll give them one too. Based on Xing Yun's understanding of her parents. Today is a holiday. No matter what my parents say, I'll sneak over. Not to mention that he sent his mother 1 million yuan yesterday. Even if I didn't have a day off today, I would have taken the day off to come here. He was really looking forward to his parents' expressions and approval. Soon. Aunt Li has arrived. Old Zhu delivered fresh ingredients to us early in the morning. As soon as she entered, Aunt Li was carrying large and small bags. Outside, the butcher was still unloading his goods. Xing Yun and the little girl stepped forward to help. A lovely little girl. The pork vendor was very happy. As a rare gesture of gratitude, I gave Xing Yun a 50% discount. Since I took on the delivery business, the car has found a new purpose. His family now has another source of income. In addition, there's the business from several branches of Qingyuan's snack shop in the surrounding area. His earnings far exceeded what he made selling pork. This is something I never dared to dream of before, let alone had any chance of. So let's not talk about his attitude towards the small business owner's family. Be as sincere as you can be. By the way, Mr. Qing, why don't you come to our shop for breakfast? Not long after the pork vendor left, Aunt Li extended an invitation to Qing Yun. My husband and I have been saying we'd treat you to a meal. Chapter 82 Delicious Braised Pork. My wife wants to learn. Thanks from others. Come here, Boss Qing. I just walked into the Cantonese restaurant. Li Dali couldn't wait to come out and greet them. Hello, Uncle. The little girl greeted him first, then ran into the kitchen to watch the aunt busy at work. Xing Yun and Li Dali started talking in the store. Speaking of the Cantonese restaurant's profits in recent days, Aunt Li and Li Dali have so much to talk about. Without exception, they all revolve around Xing Yun. I only helped a little, and it was all thanks to Brother Dali and his wife's cooking skills. The two were very enthusiastic, Xing Yun said honestly. We're all brothers, let's not talk about such formalities. You and Yuan sit for a while, I'll go get some side dishes. Li Dali cheerfully went to the kitchen. Xing Yun remembered his god-level cooking skills. Since it's just a regular get-together, I should also cook a stir-fry for Aunt Li to try. Boss Chang, are you going to cook too? Dali's wife choked as she came out and happened to see Xing Yun, who had just tied on her apron. Then we are very fortunate. Everyone knows Xing Yun's culinary skills. Who wouldn't welcome that? Aunt Li also personally pushed her daughter-in-law aside, saying, I'll help the young boss out, you two go and get busy. I'd also like to learn the boss's cooking skills, Dolly's wife joked with a smile, before continuing to simmer the soup. Inside the shop, the little girl was holding Qingyun's phone. I sent a few voice messages to Teacher Mu. Knowing that she was coming soon made me incredibly happy. Young boss, what kind of dish are you cooking? It's spicy and looks delicious. Li Dolly stood to the side. They were absolutely amazed. I cooked Hunan cuisine, Xingyun added a spoonful of oil and replied, it's a famous dish there, braised pork with chili peppers. This is extraordinary. Li Dolly is from Guangdong and has a great fondness for Hunan cuisine, but he has never formally studied it. But watching the young boss's incredibly skillful movements, I was absolutely stunned. You can stir-fry meat like this? Dolly's wife came in from outside. I happened to see Qingyun stir-frying over a large fire. Having grown accustomed to the gentle and delicate flavors of Cantonese cuisine, one can't help but be deeply impressed by this fiery cooking method. If it were someone else, a few people might not have much of a reaction. But Qingyun is different. Customers have already affectionately called him the god of chefs in Shanghai. Putting aside the taste, just looking at the process can teach you a lot. Mom, can you watch the soup for me? We'll continue to check on the young boss. Dolly's wife, just like her husband, refused to leave. To make braised pork with a chewy texture, you need to control the heat well. Oil and salt are secondary. While stir-frying, Xingyun couldn't help but start teaching. These past few days, the boss has been observing and learning from me at every meal. He's gotten used to talking while he cooks, and it doesn't affect him at all. As expected of a master chef, he can multitask without being affected at all. Dolly's wife first gave a soft exclamation of praise, then turned somewhat envious of her mother. My mom's cooking skills are getting better and better. It's all thanks to Qingyun. She wanted to learn Qingyun's cooking skills, but she didn't have much time each day because she was busy running the shop. Soon, a perfectly cooked braised pork belly with chili peppers is ready. At this moment, Li Dolly suddenly exclaimed in shock, I feel like I can do it too. As soon as he said that, his wife couldn't help but interrupt, let's not brag. Hey! She realized something was wrong. Why does it feel like the scene from just now is etched into my mind? Why don't you each cook one and try it? Xingyun realized what was happening. It was an unintentional act, but it seems to be quite good. I think it's a good idea. Dolly's wife and her husband rubbed their hands together excitedly. While the memory of what just happened was still fresh, I immediately started heating the oil in the wok. They didn't have time to be shocked, because every step of the process seems so vivid in my memory. When to add the vegetables, when to add oil, and when to turn off the heat. After Qingyun used his divine teaching skills to give guidance again, he was able to continue. The two achieved a great victory on their first attempt. 3 plates of braised beef with chili peppers were successfully served. Why did you cook 3 portions? The group took their seats. Aunt Lee asked in confusion, won't it be a waste if we can't finish it? She said she was going to pick up a piece of braised pork. Li Dolly took the lead and personally picked up a piece for her. It was just the portion I cooked myself. Aunt Lee took a bite and was stunned, delicious. Did you make this, young boss? The spiciness of the meat is really good. Qingyun shook his head. Mom, this was stir-fried by Dolly. Li Dolly's expression was priceless, his wife's words were perfectly timed. Aunt Lee was clearly even more surprised, you cooked this? She realized, the young boss must have taught you that. Right. Li Dolly picked up a bite for his wife and exclaimed in surprise, Mom, it's not that I envy you, but you have such a great teacher as the boss. As expected. Dolly's wife's cooking is also very delicious. Let the young boss teach you sometime. Aunt Lee was quite exasperated by her boastful son. Teaching ability of Qingyun. She was not surprised at all. Over the past few days, I'm absolutely shocked every time we've eaten. Aunt Lee arrived at Qingyuan's snack shop on time to help out. Qingyun is here today too. That might be of some help. 7:50. The helpers that Aunt Lee hired have all arrived. They were all students working part-time in the neighborhood. Most families are poor. Hello, boss. The boss has become even more handsome. The girls got along very well. Upon seeing Qingyun, they all greeted her warmly. Instead, she went to tease the handsome boss's adorable daughter. Yuan, your father is not only amazing, but also very handsome. A short-haired girl whispered. Of course. Yuan puffed out her little chest. Don't you even know who your dad is? Yuan is so cute, I want to be your mom. A long-haired girl was so cute that I blurted it out immediately. Her face immediately turned red. That won't do, Yuan already has someone she's chosen. The little girl shook her head. You guys are still a bit too slow. Teacher Mu started this 3 years ago. Sister Qin Luo is one too. Wow. The young boss is so handsome. While helping out, a girl in a white dress couldn't help but stare at Qin Yun at the front desk with infatuation. I thought it was just a photo trick before. Yes. The short-haired girl nodded in agreement. It's a pity the young boss already has a girlfriend. My youth is over. I wonder which lucky girl is. The girl in the white dress looked up at the sky, puzzled. A short while later, she found out. Because a BMW drove past the store. At first, no one paid much attention. When the crowd erupted in cheers as a pretty figure stepped out of the car, they were stunned into silence. Who is this? Driving a luxury car is one thing, but she's also so beautiful. My sister has the air of a wealthy heiress. Wait a minute, she looks like she's walking this way. Chapter 83, Mu Yun's Design Drafts, Qing Yun's Professional Guidance. I don't know who shouted that. The crowd turned their attention to that direction again. The stunningly beautiful woman's gaze was fixed on the shop's young owner. Could it be the young boss's new girlfriend? I'm so jealous. Shoo, don't let the young lady hear. A middle-aged woman with curly hair said, I reckon she really is the young boss's girlfriend. By the way, don't you guys try to introduce her to anyone you like. Why, aunt son? People who know them are puzzled. Could they be jealous? I've never heard of them being a couple. You just don't understand. Grandma Sun shook her head first, then, with a gossipy look on her face, explained, young people these days are all shy. Look at that girl's sincere eyes. Would I lie to you? It seems that it really is. I was just thinking of selling my cousin to buy steamed buns. After the crowd realized what was happening, they reacted in all sorts of ways. Sighing, envious, blessing, jealous, gossipy. Everyone tacitly fell silent. Have you eaten? Should I make you something now? Although Qing Yun asked, she went straight to the kitchen. Right now. He knew that Mu Yun hadn't had time to cook for herself. Yuan, your dad is so sweet. Mu Yun held the little girl, her eyes crinkling with a smile. My best friend Wang Tianbing was also supposed to come over for breakfast today. She rejected him without hesitation. We don't need a light bulb like that. Did you see that? This girl and Yuan have a very good relationship. Intriguing. Several elderly men and women immediately started gossiping. His eyes were full of doting affection for the younger generation. No, that's not true. It's normal to have a good relationship, after all, he's her teacher. One of the girls immediately objected, besides, the young boss and her behavior are perfectly reasonable. The other girls nodded in agreement. They won't give up easily. Mu Yun noticed some hostile glances from those around her. He smiled somewhat helplessly. They were all harmless little girls. She and Yuan found a table. Yuan brought her a small stool. She then opened her unfinished design drafts on her tablet. He began to draw carefully. Teacher Mu, you can draw too. The little girl's eyes lit up when she saw it. My dad can draw too. Mu Yun raised her head, a beautiful smile curving her lips. I'm designing little clothes, how about designing one for Yuan too? Design clothes? The little girl immediately exclaimed in admiration, that's amazing. Then, Yuan then leaned her little head over and became her little guide. Although her opinions were very immature, they possessed a childlike innocence in how children view the world. It gave Mu Yun a lot of inspiration. Mu Yun suddenly remembered Qing Yun. Could he also be a man with a wildly imaginative mind? After all, the faucet he guided Yuan to draw last time had made a lot of kindergarten teachers laugh. Mu Yun saw that painting at that time. I was immediately drawn to its unique creative techniques. They even designed a skirt with the same style and angle. I pulled myself back to reality. Mu Yun continued applying the color. Dinner's ready, come and have a taste. Qing Yun brought out steaming hot food and served it on the table. Very plentiful. Muyan sniffed her nose. It smells so good. Did you cook this especially for me? Yes, try it and see if it tastes good. Thank you so much. It's delicious. Muyan immediately forgot about her work. Immerse yourself in the delicious food. Xingyun was attracted by her design drafts. In fact, he possesses highly professional and godlike clothing design skills, and has already gained considerable insights into clothing aesthetics. They immediately saw the strengths and weaknesses of Muyan's manuscript. The advantage is that it's very beautiful, a dress that perfectly matches the aesthetics of contemporary young women. It's completely unconventional. It is evident that she has conducted extensive research on fashion design and consulted numerous professional books. However, the downside is that these clothes are too theoretical and do not fit the dressing habits of ordinary people. People may like them, but they will not buy them. Clothing without commercial value can only be considered art. Your outfit is really well designed. Would you like to keep it as a collectible? Xingyun asked a question with great interest. Collect? Muyan was shocked. These were all designed by a child. How can they be considered collectible? She is actually very insecure. The sole purpose of the design was to be sold by the family business. To talk about artistic value is utterly a pipe dream. Actually, I wanted to design it and sell it. Muyan felt a little embarrassed. Sell? Now it was Xingyun's turn to be puzzled. How can such gorgeous clothes be sold? He has a very accurate judgment when it comes to designing clothing. Clothes designed by Muyan. They can only be sold if they are given to high-end brands for promotion. However, in the mass market, you'll never make it big. Is that so? How should I change it? Perhaps it was because of the delicious food, or perhaps it was because of her unconditional trust in Xingyun, but Muyan asked this question as if possessed. It's very simple. Unexpectedly, Xingyun picked up the screen pen and said, I'll fix it for you. You don't mind, do you? Muyan hadn't reacted yet, and nodded blankly. The waistline should be just right, but yours is obviously too tight. It wouldn't look good on anyone except a model. Xingyun first pointed out an obvious shortcoming. But subconsciously, she thought of how Muyan looked. Yes, it looks good. Good-looking people look good in anything. This is a universally acknowledged principle in fashion design. It seems so. Muyan's beautiful eyes lit up, and as Xingyun continued writing, she immediately said, the effect is much better, at least it doesn't look so awkward anymore. This is amazing. How come she didn't notice before? Moreover, even Xingyun knew about it. This is just a small detail, but your color scheme is actually very sophisticated. It's clear you put in a lot of effort. Xingyun praised him again. Muyan's face flushed red instantly. However, we should also understand our target customers before we design. Since your customers are not high-end people, you can't use such sophisticated color schemes. You have to be more down-to-earth, but of course, not cliché. Xingyun took out colored pens, picked out several colors, and started dotting them on the screen. Look at the results. Muyan looked over, and her eyes were instantly drawn to it. It's so beautiful. At this moment, Xingyun's chest was pressing down, almost touching her head. Suddenly realizing what she had just said, her face turned even redder. Let's continue. Before Muyan could even think straight, Xingyun subtly shifted his position. Next is the most crucial part, the design of the cuffs. He said gently, we are all ordinary people. We need to wear clothes to work. We shouldn't be too restricted. Let me make some alterations for you. As he spoke, Xingyun carefully began to move. Chapter 84. A big shot is helping the young lady. Hurry up and mass produce it. Everyone's panicked. Every time Xingyun puts down his pen. Everything was just right. The originally exquisite and gorgeous women's fitted dress immediately appeared in a more down-to-earth form under his pen. This is truly awe-inspiring. Muyan's beautiful eyes remained fixed on it. There's even a misconception. Compared to the famous fashion tutorial she had seen, Xingyun didn't seem to be designing, rather, it was as if she was combining the most beautiful things in the world into a garment. A very practical kind of beauty. Even though she had only been learning for a few days, she could still see the charm in it and couldn't help but murmur. That's a very apt description. There are countless skirt designs on the market. We don't need to be unconventional. The most basic and comfortable way to design is the most perfect. As Xingyun spoke, she rendered the completed dress. They quickly dressed up the anime character on the screen. Nice. Mu Yun raised her phone in surprise, somewhat incoherently. The effect is simply amazing. How are you so incredible? She was completely stunned. Now I finally realize it. This male god is not only a great cook. What's going on with this outrageous costume design? I pay attention to details when cooking, and it's the same with making clothes. Only by paying attention to details can we achieve perfection. Xin Yun chose to make a bluff. Mu Yun stared intently at Xin Yun. Flowers seemed to bloom in his bright eyes. I've sent it first. She remembered, blushed, lowered her head, and quickly sent the message to the relevant person in charge. Do you have any other manuscripts? I happen to be free right now, I'd like to show them to you. Xin Yun spoke up. He seemed to realize that this matter was quite important to Mu Yun, and that he could help her in some way. Is that all right? Thank you. Ding dong. Inside an office. The phone on the table rang, and next to it were black and white drafts of various sizes, all of which were discarded drafts about clothing design. A long-haired, mature woman walked over and picked up her phone. Is this a text message for Miss? She is Li Wanner, the chief designer of Fuzigia and a capable assistant to the Mu family. As for Miss Mu Yun, she shared the same helplessness as Elder Mu. The fact that this young woman, in her early 20s, is still unmarried is a real worry for the entire Mu family. It seems that Elder Mu assigned a task a few days ago. Li Wanner thought that the assessment task given to her by Elder Mu was to supervise Miss Mu and design at least 10 popular clothing items. That's utterly delusional. She shook her head silently. Even top designers wouldn't have such arrogant ideas. You know, if someone could design a piece of clothing that becomes a hit and sells like hotcakes, they could have already earned a prestigious title in the field of fashion design. 10 best-selling items? This time, old Master Mu is really serious. This means we need to hurry up and get the young lady out of her girlish ways, so she can go back to blind dates or inherit the family fortune. Let's see, maybe they can offer some advice. Although Li Wanner is an outsider, she has a strong sense of honor and she also really likes the young lady's personality. Perhaps Elder Mu had a slight reluctance in mind when he asked her to conduct the assessment. Soon. File download complete. Li Wanner picked up her coffee and opened it. At first glance, it seems pretty good. This was her most direct feeling. Whether a piece of clothing looks good or not depends heavily on the first impression, and this piece clearly passed the test. Isn't Miss a newcomer? Her first work is so outstanding. The more she looked, the more horrified she became. Because only after a close inspection. Only then can you discover every detail on the dress. Zoom in for an even clearer view. Even so, she couldn't find any fault with it. Whether it's the cut, cuffs, embroidery, or patchwork. Excellently handled. Moreover, it completely avoids the common mistakes that newcomers make, such as being pretentious and empty. This garment is very practical. If it can be mass-produced, it's sure to be a huge hit. The thought suddenly popped into Li Wanner's head, startling her so much that she didn't even realize her coffee was too hot. She didn't understand. Why is it that a newcomer can notice so many small details? Moreover, the processing is so meticulous that it borders on the perverse. She thought of the most likely idea. Was it designed by someone else? You're welcome. It's your own design. That's excellent. I just added the finishing touches. Soon. Xin Yun then went through all the details of Mu Yun's draft. The results were surprisingly good. Elderly, children, women, new mothers, workers, pregnant women, students, workplace. There are a total of 12 pieces of clothing, covering various consumer groups. Mu Yun was already utterly shocked. If they weren't in front of guests, she definitely wouldn't have been able to maintain her composure and would have immediately pressed herself against them out of curiosity. The male god's charm at this moment is so great. Are you sure you haven't had any formal training? Her voice trembled with excitement. After sending the messages to Li Wanner, he looked at Xin Yun with unparalleled admiration. You can do it too. This kind of thing depends on talent. Xin Yun never had the habit of boasting and discouraging others. He spoke frankly. Your design is like jade beads. I just provided the thread and strung them together. No. Mu Yun subconsciously wanted to say a few more words of praise, but suddenly realized that her idol was not such a vain person. Then he genuinely exclaimed, "You're amazing. You can even do such a good design. Miss, a master has given us guidance." Li Wana received a series of works from the young lady. I was immediately stunned. Every single one. Everything is impeccably good. After a brief moment of dizziness, she murmured, "Are there any other designers in the world this talented? From Asia or Europe?" Even if the young lady is very rich, it's impossible to get so many self-important designers to add details to her work all at once. Because she clearly knew that all of the young lady's original manuscripts were her own. After all, she had seen it before it was just average. However, after slightly changing many details, the overall effect immediately becomes more sophisticated and eye-catching. There are 12 items in total. It couldn't possibly be the work of a single designer. Then the possibility from earlier becomes possible. Wow, you can even cheat like that? Li Wana was unaware of the details, and was dumbfounded just by looking at the finished product. She immediately packaged the manuscript and sent it to her subordinates. At the same time, phone calls were made to every department. Put aside the other clothes for now, and hurry up and mass produce the ones I sent. Try to get them on the shelves in the next few days. The marketing department should also be ready. In a short time, the whole company was in an uproar. Everyone was wondering if some design genius had arrived. They forcibly changed the company's sales plan. This has never happened before. But they all tacitly stopped what they were doing and began to follow Mr. Li's instructions. The file arrived at the design headquarters computer. This group of foreigners was in an uproar. Chapter 85. Mom and Dad are here. Booming business. A pretty girl. My goodness, this outfit is gorgeous. Excellent work, oh my God. God, I have seen God. A group of foreign designers crowded in front of their computers, their mouths agape as if they could fit 5 eggs in them. A total of 12 garment sketches. The styles vary greatly, but all of them are highly commercially valuable, and they combine practicality with artistry. Artworks that fit into everyday life. A European design master immediately offered a critique. Everyone else was instantly shocked and felt their scalp tingle. Such a high rating. Next, they were all fired up. As expected of a big company. It's amazing that so many works were designed at once. It's sure to sell like hotcakes once it's on the shelves. They were all full of fighting spirit at this moment. After the initial surprise, we immediately took action. Quick, I'll handle the color scheme. Big Beard, you draft the line art. Coconut flakes, brother, push my tools up. Twisted pen. Inside the design office, everyone was instantly in a flurry of activity, while the other departments outside were also on edge. They hadn't received the manuscript yet, and after preparing their tools, they were all itching to get started. These stupid foreigners, when have they ever been this excited before? I'm fucking curious. Looks like a batch of high quality, large orders have arrived. The clothing company is extremely busy. Qingyuan snack shop, however, was quite peaceful. After opening a branch, there weren't as many people in line anymore. However, people still miss out every day, which means that the steamed buns are sold out on time every day. This would have been a waste in the past. Fortunately, other branches voluntarily staggered their opening times. The snack shop is open almost 24 hours a day. Bite. Xingyun was cooking when her phone rang. It was a message from her mother, a simple greeting. If nothing unexpected happens, my parents have already boarded the bus. I just wanted to go on a secret visit. Whose message is this? Mu Yun, who was helping out, asked, "Are you busy with business?" "No, I'm quite free right now." Xingyun put down her phone. "My mom sent me a text message to say hello." "Aunt?" Mu Yun felt a sudden pang of panic. "I'm so envious of your relationship." It may be due to the fear that daughters-in-law have had towards their mothers-in-law since ancient times. She's experiencing the same anxiety as an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her mother-in-law. Wrong. She's not ugly. To be honest, I'm ashamed to say that I've been so busy with business these past few days that I haven't even had time to make a phone call. If I do, my mom will scold me. Xing Yun said. Mu Yun's family life may not be very harmonious, and he won't dwell on that for long. The conversation immediately turned to clothing design. Mass production? Upon hearing Mu Yun's original plan, Xing Yun immediately exclaimed, "That's excellent. With my little help, even if it goes into mass production and hits the market, it won't sell too badly. And if it works out?" His idea of opening a clothing store also had the opportunity to be put into practice. The clothing companies that Mu Yun knows will certainly not be stingy with dowry to help him. Ching Yun has great confidence. This kid should know we're coming. Along the way, Lin Ting looked at her chat history with her son, but her mind was filled with memories of the past. Aside from those unpleasant things, these are all memories of love. We've arrived, let's get off. Shanghai was wearing an old-fashioned suit today, and he had specially cut off the white hair at his temples. He looked very energetic and held Lin Ting's hand. It's not like you're going on a blind date, why are you dressed up so handsomely? Lin Ting chuckled and made a joke. We've come all this way, we should leave a good impression, right? Shanghai said solemnly. I got off the bus. According to the location my son posted before. The couple arrived at Sinew Road. It's a good place to open a shop, there's a lot of foot traffic. They immediately spotted a long queue inside. Perhaps it was just a casual glance. Shanghai saw the names of the shops in front of the long queue. Qingyuan Snack Shop. Isn't that our son's shop? Oh my god, am I dreaming? Lin Ting exclaimed in surprise, our son's shop is doing very well. We've been waiting in such a long line. My daily income must be several hundred. Our son has made something of himself, but surely he can't earn $1 million a week. Although I was surprised. But they simply couldn't believe it. Just then, a bald, middle-aged man wearing an apron glanced at them and then sneered, that's it? Lin Ting and her husband exchanged a glance. This man seemed to be a restaurant owner from the food street. They remembered him. Boss, when did you open this shop? I wonder how profitable it is. Shanghai, having worked his way up through decades of experience, immediately asked casually. He is destined not to live long. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged boss sneered again. Not long ago, there was a huge line of people, the sheer number of them was terrifying. Hearing the sarcastic remarks, Lin Ting suppressed her displeasure. Look, it's only been a few days, and there are already so few people left. Although there were still more people outside the snack shop than inside. But this did nothing to dampen the middle-aged boss's schadenfreude. There won't be anyone left in a few days, definitely. An elderly person like him, who is self-righteous and doesn't like to use a mobile phone, is bound to be slow to receive information, so it's understandable that he didn't know that Qing Yun had opened a branch. Lin Ting and her husband suspected something was amiss, but they didn't ask any further questions. Ding! 180 yuan has been deposited into your Shuqianbo account. Ding! 220 yuan has been deposited into your Shuqianbo account. The two walked to the store entrance. A series of payment notification sounds rang out one after another. Everyone else seemed used to it. After all, there is no conflict of interest, and those who are envious are ultimately a minority. However, Lin Ting and Shanghai couldn't hold back any longer. One customer can earn several hundred. That's incredible. Even though they are open to new things, they found it hard to accept this news. I can't be dreaming. Lin Ting murmured. The boss really is like our son. Shanghai stared blankly at Qing Yun, who was ordering. Isn't that our little rascal? How come you're so capable? When Qing Yun saw her parents from afar, she immediately handed over her work to Aunt Li and went to greet them. We haven't even gotten close yet. You can then see the wonderful expressions on their faces. Qing Yun was truly enjoying himself. Mom! Dad, he called out. Lin Ting and Shanghai realized what was happening. Some people were still a bit dazed. They clearly haven't accepted it yet. Just now, they overheard that Qing Yun had already opened more than a dozen branches. Lin Ting was still in shock when she went up and slapped Qing Yun on the shoulder. You brat, you opened a shop and didn't even report it to your mother. Despite the many misunderstandings, they all eventually turned into a laugh and a curse. Come on, let's go inside and talk. Qing Yun also spoke with a smile. Awesome. This is more like an act. Soon. Mu Yun, who was helping Aunt Li in the kitchen, saw Qing Yun and his parents. They immediately panicked. What's going on? Why are Mom and Dad here? Lin Ting walked into the store. Wow, what a pretty girl. Chapter 86. Where did he pick up that girl? His son's cooking is amazing. Upon entering, the two of them then saw Mu Yun helping out, and their eyes lit up immediately. What a beautiful girl. And she even helps out at her son's shop? Hello, Auntie. Mu Yun panicked for a moment, then immediately reacted, "Uncle and Aunt, please sit down." As she spoke, she blushed and went to move a stool. "Who is this son?" Lin Ting was completely curious and no longer cared about the shop. "She is Yuan Yuan's homeroom teacher, Mu Yun, who came to help out at the store." Xing Yun replied that Aunt Li happened to come out and saw the couple. After greeting them and chatting for a while, she went back to work. "Grandma! Grandpa!" At this time, Qing Yuan happily came over to greet them. Lin Ting picked up the little girl with loving eyes. "Yuan, you've become even prettier, huh?" "Not as pretty as Grandma." The little girl had a sweet tongue and could compliment people endlessly. "I wish Yuan could be half as pretty as Grandma when she grows up." Upon hearing this, Lin Ting was absolutely charmed. "Let Grandpa hug me." After the two of them had finished being affectionate, Xinghai also reached out his hand with a smile. "Good." The little girl immediately ran into her grandfather's arms. Lin Ting now had time to think. She watched Xing Yun and Mu Yun busy in the kitchen. They certainly don't believe it's as simple as just helping with chores. Which kindergarten teacher would voluntarily help students' parents with chores? Something's fishy. "Grandma, what are you looking at?" the little girl asked curiously. Yuan, has Teacher Mu been at the shop these past few days?" she asked with a smile. "Yes, definitely. Teacher Mu and Dad have a great relationship," the little girl answered truthfully. Lin Ting and Shanghai exchanged a knowing glance. They were even trying to introduce Qing Yun to potential partners while they were in the car. "Good lad. He actually hooked up with her himself." Yuan, you play with Grandpa for a while, Grandma will go help out." Lin Ting patted the little girl's head, got up, and headed straight for the kitchen. Mu Yun and Xing Yun happened to be washing vegetables. This further convinced her of her guess. After all, no matter how much they help each other, it's impossible for a man and a woman to share a vegetable washing basin. Lin Ting was thrilled. "Go away, I'll wash it." She stepped forward and pushed her son away, then turned to Mu Yun and said, "Miss Mu, let me help you wash." This boy has no consideration for girls at all, he doesn't even know to heat the water. Xing Yun was inexplicably met with disdain. "I'm completely baffled. However, seeing my mom getting along so well with Teacher Mu made me feel quite happy. I should let my parents try my cooking. When that happens, won't they be completely shocked?" Xing Yun went to make soup with a secret plan in mind. This way, Mu Yun quickly recovered from the nervousness and anxiety of meeting her parents for the first time, and was poised and elegant when casually chatting with Lin Ting. Lin Ting was increasingly satisfied with what she saw. That brat has such great taste. Where did he find such an outstanding girl? "Auntie, please sit down for a while, I'll get you a cup of soy milk." After washing the vegetables, Mu Yun spoke gently. "This was specially made by your son today," she added with a smile. "Xing Yun can make soy milk? It's okay if you don't say anything." Lin Ting had no idea that her son possessed such a skill. She thought Xing Yun was just a boss, and that Aunt Li was in charge of the cooking. Yes, Xing Yun's cooking skills are excellent. It was very popular on the first day of opening, and I personally like it very much. Mu Yun carefully scooped a few bowls, and her expression became even gentler when she talked about Xing Yun. Lin Ting was stunned. How could she not know her son's culinary skills? It can't be that exaggerated. Is it simply a case of beauty being in the eye of the beholder? Lin Ting took the soy milk and said with a smile, "Thank you, you should have some too." She looked at the presentation. "It's all right, very good." This made her somewhat convinced of her son's abilities. "I couldn't have made it this good myself." "Wow! It's delicious." Just as Lin Ting was about to take a bite, her husband's shouts came from outside the shop. Immediately afterwards, Xinghai rushed into the room with a cup in his hand, and then ladled himself a large bowl. "You have to try this. It's really delicious." "Mind your image." Lin Ting rolled her eyes at first, then lowered her head to taste it. Delicious. Isn't it delicious? I was wondering how that brat could cook so well. Glug glug. As Xinghai spoke, he seemed to have seen a ghost in broad daylight, unable to believe it. Lin Ting had completely cut herself off from the outside world at this point. She was completely immersed in the enjoyment that the food brought her. "I've lived for decades. When have I ever had such delicious soy milk?" Glug glug. Xinghai downed 3 more bowls. Muyan brought the steamed buns that Qing Yun had just made to the table. "Uncle and Aunt, you should try it, it's delicious too," she said with a smile. "I'll give it a try first." Xinghai was craving something sweet and immediately reached out his hand instinctively. Lin Ting also took one, intending to eat it with soy milk. At the same time, the two of them immediately spoke in unison after taking a bite. "Tasty. Soy milk tastes good, that's fine. Even the steamed buns are so delicious." Lin Ting was shocked. "Did my brat make the fried rice too?" The fried rice looked golden and glistening. "It doesn't seem like something your own son would do." She didn't believe it. But Qing Yun immediately said, "It must be something I made. How could it be fake?" "Mom, try it and see how it tastes." The expressions on my parents' faces at this moment. It looked so pleasing to the eye. I was completely won over by his cooking skills. "Let me try it first." Xinghai, quick as a flash, immediately grabbed a bowl. "Just by looking at it, I can tell it's good stuff." Delicious." His mouth was almost full of fragrant rice. "Son, your cooking is pretty good. The progress has been tremendous." This is the first time he's ever lost his composure over food today. He's lived for decades and has never done it before. Lin Ting was probably the same. "It's pretty good." Lin Ting praised, "But don't be arrogant. Hey, Miss Mu, come and eat too." She suddenly beckoned to Mu Yun and asked her to sit down beside her. "Thanks to you these past few days, here, let me scoop you a bowl." "Auntie, you're too kind." Mu Yun's face flushed slightly. I felt a little embarrassed, not because I was scared, but because the auntie was so warm and welcoming. "Call." She breathed a sigh of relief. Meeting the parents went smoothly today. I didn't do anything stupid. Lin Ting finally understood why her son's shop was so popular. She has such good cooking skills. It would be strange if it didn't become popular. "You brat, you didn't even tell us beforehand. We were so worried about you." They ate and drank their fill. Lin Ting grabbed Qing Yun and gave him a good beating. "Now you know, don't you?" Qing Yun grinned and dodged his mother's light punch. "How about that? Isn't your son amazing? He's gotten too big for his britches, opened a shop without telling his parents, and even opened a branch." Lin Ting retorted, "I'll deal with you later." Mu Yun watched the mother and son playing. I felt very sweet inside. Chapter 87. Must I be dreaming? Where did Qing Yun get the luck to hook up with two people? Qin Luo was quite happy today. Not only are there holidays, you can even see your male idol. However, once she arrived at Qing Yuan's snack shop, she immediately broke down. Mu Yun was having a pleasant conversation with Lin Ting, chatting about family matters. Speaking of excitement, Lin Ting was still holding Mu Yun's hand. The more I look at it, the more satisfied I become. Although the son did not explain the relationship. But anyone with eyes can see that. Even Xinghai, who is usually a straight man, suddenly asked when Mu Yun left, "Does our son have a girlfriend?" Lin Ting turned her head. "You noticed too?" "Yes, look at our son." Xinghai pointed outside the shop. Forehead. Lin Ting turned her head to look. "My son is chatting and laughing with a strange girl. The girl looks very young and innocent." "Who is that?" Lin Ting swallowed. "Something feels off. I bet it's our son's new girlfriend." Xinghai said knowingly, "That rascal, he's got some nerve. He's making money and already looking for a girlfriend. We've been trying to set him up with people every day." "Shut up." Lin Ting rolled her eyes at her. "What is all this nonsense? They're obviously just friends. Don't make things up like this in the future." Xinghai scratched his head. "It was just my first instinct. Am I the kind of person who can't control my mouth?" However, looking at the two people talking outside the shop, for the first time, Xinghai felt that his son could be such a good match for someone. If only that girl could be married to that brat. It seems pretty good. Lin Ting smiled and asked Mu Yun, "Who is this?" "Her." Mu Yun glanced outside the shop and smiled. "Yuan Yuan's friend often comes to visit Yuan Yuan." Profound. Lin Ting suddenly realized. This scene was witnessed by Qin Luo, who was chatting and laughing with Qing Yun. She had met Qing Yun's parents. "How did you get here? Why are you talking to that wicked woman, Mu Yun?" Oops. In an instant, the girl was almost crying in despair. The whole afternoon, Qin Luo was playing with Yuan Yuan. The reason is simple, it's all that wicked woman's fault. I don't know what she said. This made her future mother-in-law think she was just Yuan Yuan's playmate. I'm so angry. Seeing Qin Luo's gritted teeth expression, Muyun smiled and said, "Want some steamed buns? I'll get them for you. Eat." Qin Luo returned the smile, "Thank you, sister. Let you bloat for a few days first. Anyway, she still has plenty of time. Are you also drawing design drafts?" When Qing Yun arrived, she saw Qin Luo drawing with a pencil. He initially thought it was homework. But now that I think about it, there weren't any design-related assignments at all. Yeah, I'm a bit stuck. The girl became somewhat discouraged at the mention of this, unsure of what to do with the pencil in her hand. "Since I have nothing else to do, I'll teach you." Qing Yun took the pen from her hand. "What?" Qin Luo was stunned. "You can design too?" Her beautiful eyes lit up. "I know a little bit." Qing Yun casually remarked and began to write. Qin Luo's design drafts were quite similar to Muyun's, only the styles were different. However, the drawbacks are largely similar. It's easy to change. Qin Luo initially thought Qing Yun was just speaking casually, but the next moment he was speechless. "Although I only attended a few classes casually. But she does have an eye for quality. It seems that this change has indeed made things much better. No, it's improved several times over." She couldn't help but admire it. "I even had a sudden realization, it's just a few small details that I changed, but the effect is so good." At this time, Mu Yun also turned her attention over. After seeing Qing Yun helping Qin Luo, a little jealousy immediately followed. Fortunately, she had already witnessed Qing Yun's prowess, so she was not surprised at all. Instead, she felt a great sense of superiority in front of the dumbfounded Qin Luo. "The first time my crush helped me, wasn't it? Come and see, isn't it much better?" Soon, Qing Yun stopped using her pencil. "Not bad," Mu Yun suddenly commented. "Previously, you could freely adjust the settings on the screen, but what truly reveals a designer's skill is their paper artwork. As can be seen, Qing Yun's artistic skills are also very impressive." This made her admire him even more. Just learning casually. Can someone really be this good? Qin Luo was clearly a little confused. Am I dreaming? Such a difficult design was solved immediately. She stared blankly at Qing Yun. Her face flushed slightly. Puzzled, confused, admiring, adoring, shocked. Both are available. "Oh right, I need to send this to my family." Qin Luo suddenly realized. The deadline for the task is 4 p.m. today. She can't stay in the snack shop for too long. Otherwise, I'd be in big trouble if my dad found out. Have no choice. Qin Luo could only reluctantly say goodbye to her idol, and then sweetly say goodbye to Lin Ting and her husband before leaving. "How do I feel?" Watching the girl's retreating figure, Lin Ting muttered to herself, "It actually seems kind of interesting. The way this young girl looks at her son. Something's really wrong." Moreover, she saw it all clearly, the scene where she locked eyes with Mu Yun. No way. Lin Ting thought of a possibility and was immediately startled. "Hey! Mu Yun or Qin Luo, which girl do you think is better?" After calming down, Lin Ting asked Xinghai seemingly casually. "That's hard to say." Xinghai was taken aback. "Both girls are very polite. I think they're both great. If I had to choose one." "You're so good at offending people," Xinghai complained. Lin Ting, "It seems this isn't something she should be considering. But if that were really the case, where would my brat get the good fortune?" Qin Luo went straight to a clothing company. I walked into the office. Mississippi. The speaker was a short-haired female secretary named Lu Nan. "Here, the task my dad gave me, a total of 10 sheets, is all completed." Qin Luo placed the sketch on the table. He left directly. Completing the task is a sign of strength. Lu Nan originally wanted to stop her. But then I felt something was wrong. I just felt the young lady was very impolite, and the chairman would still order her to come back later. Only this manuscript. Lu Nan picked up the sketches, her voice heavy and breathless. "Did you design this, miss?" Her eyes gradually brightened. Although not a high-level designer, he possesses an unparalleled ability to appreciate art, and immediately recognized the unusual nature of these 10 works. Not sophisticated. But it's definitely not petty. It's not just conventional, it's the kind of good where everything is just right. Lu Nan didn't even know how to describe it. She quickly picked up the phone. I sent you 10 pieces of artwork, please draft some samples for me immediately. The person on the other end asked doubtfully, are we going to start mass production simultaneously? We don't have much time left. Lu Nan gritted his teeth, mass production. All departments, get ready. She put down her phone. The breath became stronger. Chapter 88. The company is shocked, mass production is a must. There's something fishy about Qingyun's food products. 5 hours later. Fuzigia Company. A box of newly sewn clothes quietly entered the factory. Our goods have arrived. Li Wanner put down her phone and walked directly to the cargo box, her eyes shining as she said, you've kept me waiting for quite a while. Mr. Li, is this our sample? The secretary yawned, and the marketing manager next to her was even more dissatisfied. What kind of goods can excite you so much? It's been almost 2 hours since I got off work. They waited in vain, which was quite miserable. You'll see when you see it. Li Wanner brought over some tools and cut the box open. Soon. The 12 garments were presented perfectly to them. Depend on. Marketing manager Wang Ka instinctively swore, why does it look kind of good? Manager Wang is becoming increasingly unaware of quality. Come, take a look. Li Wanner laid out the clothes one by one. Wang Ka suddenly widened his eyes. His intuition. These clothes are very unique. Mr. Li, where did you buy these clothes? I don't know which designers have this style. Wang Ka asked, it shouldn't have been designed by the same person, right? I don't know either, but it's probably not one. Li Wanner shut him down with one sentence, our next task is to get the people below to mass produce it, and this task still needs to be entrusted to you. But then it suddenly occurred to her. Miss knows so many designers. If we can bring in a company to cooperate, that would definitely be a huge profit. Okay, mass production is a must. Wang Ka has seen many fine clothes and has become numb to some excellent designs. However, the quality of these goods is excellent, each with its own merits. He admitted that he was a little tempted. Mr. Li, what are you doing? It's almost 6 o'clock. My wife and kids are waiting for me to go home and cook. That batch of samples must have come out by now. I'm curious, but I don't want to work overtime. A group of people were all slumped over their workstations, grumbling to themselves. Stop, everyone, we have a job. The next second, Wang Ka rushed in, come and see, everyone. Mr. Wang, what's the matter that makes you so agitated? The samples have arrived, and I think they're very good. Sample? Everyone immediately gathered around, all of them very curious. Those foreigners want tea, let us see it, and we don't even care. I want to see what kind of terrible design it is. So, when Wang Ka unfolded the dozen or so samples one by one, the scene fell silent for a moment. How could I? A young girl broke the silence, they all look great. A fashion designer described a garment as more than just good looking. But apart from this word, no one present could think of anything else. Damn. Not bad. Our company is that amazing. Producing so much at once. Someone shouted a few times, and the scene instantly exploded. You didn't use up all the manuscripts you had saved for next year, did you? Goodness, more than a dozen, it's like celebrating the new year. Old son, take a look at these clothes, do they suit your sister-in-law? A bald young man looked at his brother beside him. They're such a perfect match. Old son clapped his hands, extremely excited. We're going to be a hit. Our company is going to be a hit again. So many works. These designers from various fields of fashion were like young maidens in bloom, touching the clothes with obvious affection. Boss, who are these designers? One person asked, puzzled, and the others immediately echoed in agreement. They're absolutely brilliant. How did these people even get into it? It's amazing that our company was able to hire such a talented designer. I don't know either. Wang Ka put down his clothes and gestured, anyway, let's start working now, everyone agrees, right? Just 3 extra hours. Okay. I'll stay up all night if you want. Immediately, people cheered. With such a great project for me to work on, you don't even need to take a break. Hurry up. I want my wife to try this outfit on as soon as possible, it's so sexy. Something's not right with you, but I want to try it too. What kind of women's clothing are you going to try on? At the same time. It's located in the Science Park right across from the clothing store. Another clothing company is also working intensively. With these excellent clothes, won't our fish clothing be able to crush the clothing house next year? Hurry up, everyone. The sooner you finish, the sooner you can leave. Boss, we're not leaving, get off work yet. Let's hurry up and get the samples out, ha ha ha. The crowd was in a frenzy, incredibly excited. The design is fantastic. We begged the company to bring the designer here quickly so we can take a look. I'm afraid that's difficult. There are so many designers, it would be great if just a few of them were willing to come. They did not know who the designer was. The boss didn't say it explicitly. But that doesn't diminish their admiration. I was filled with anticipation for the designers who would be revealed later, and for the clothing to be released. Damn it, that kid Qing Yun. Food Street. I wonder how many business owners were green with envy when they heard that Qing Yun had opened a branch. Is he a dark horse in the industry? He's a troublemaker. Damn it. One soy milk shop owner even cursed his mother and ancestors. These past few days. His low-cost soy milk couldn't be sold. Even if the price is high and the cost of use is low, it's still a big mistake to be fooled. He was unwilling to accept it. I won't be happy unless I beat him up. Under the shade of the trees on the other side. Several idle business owners were also discussing the matter. Forget it, you already know he's a fighting master. He'll probably be down before he even gets up there. The person in the group sighed, if only we had worked with him back then. Qing Yun sent a message in their group. If you want to open branches, find bosses to cooperate with, the more the merrier. Everyone initially thought it wouldn't make money, it was childish behavior. Only a fool would abandon their own shop and not run it, let alone run another one. The result was an immediate and slap-in-the-face response. The Qingyuan branch has opened, and business is still booming. I don't care, I just can't swallow this. A burly man angrily shouted, why? Just because he's a good cook? Even so, I'll accept it. Why can those trashy bosses open branches and make money off his name? Well. Everyone shook their heads. I don't understand. Besides, the fact that his cooking skills are this abnormally good is just suspicious. Suddenly, a bespectacled man said, don't you find this strange? Everyone looked over. I feel like once I start eating their snacks, I can't stop and want to keep eating them. Of course I know. You're a good cook, you know. Wait a minute. The person who answered suddenly realized, could it be? There's something wrong with his stuff. Everyone spoke in unison. Chapter 89 Sales Explode. Who is the designer? Chapter 89. 3 days later. New products were quietly launched on the official website of Fuzizwang, and at the same time, stores in various regions responded by stocking up on the new products. This news was immediately noticed by observant netizens. Almost at the same time, a heated discussion ensued online. That old fox, Fuzizwang, has secretly logged in with some good stuff again. But why does the quality seem unusually high this time? Hey bro, upstairs, add one. Damn, this time it's finally a human wearing it. It seems that the clothing brand is going to take a more down-to-earth approach. The new clothes really hit me right, with absolutely no brainless artistic elements. Inside the office, dressed in formal attire. Li Wanner wasn't worried about the sales of the clothes at all. Instead, she was thinking about where to go for fun during her holiday in a few days. This time, sales are sure to be a huge hit. Just as everyone expected. When the online platform was accessed again the next day, people from all walks of life were in an uproar, and trending videos followed one after another. Shocking. Beautiful clothes are actually like this? When high-end design officially enters the mass market, the entire capital market trembles. Sales are booming. Who is the designer behind this clothing brand? With such a catchy title, various self-media outlets spontaneously promoted the clothing brand. How many units have we sold? After putting down her phone, Li Wanner looked at her secretary. I've compiled it, the secretary exclaimed excitedly, holding her phone. It's here. Yesterday, we added Taomao to our shelves, and a total of 240,000 of the 12 items were sold. What? Li Wanner jumped to her feet. You didn't see wrong? She picked up the phone, and the document showed 240,000 items. Approximately 20,000 pieces of each garment were sold. It took half a day. It was still nighttime. Her shout immediately attracted the attention of all the other designers in the company. My goodness! Such incredible sales figures. I thought selling 100,000 units would be good. I was wrong again, damn it. Mr. Li, hurry up and poach the designer behind this. I'm eager to see who he is. Some people immediately turned on their video software. Immediately, I saw clothing trending on social media. Click on it. It's all positive reviews. Girls, this dress is amazing. Not only is the material top-notch, but the design is absolutely brilliant. Today's clothing review clearly exceeded everyone's expectations. This time, Fuzizwang really did something worthwhile. The designers present felt wronged when they heard someone say that they were doing something inhuman. Those clothes that were overly focused on aesthetics weren't designed by them. Fortunately, this time, this is a real triumph. There are 12 pieces of clothing in total. They are both beautiful and comfortable. I'll buy them first. What was the designer thinking? How could they know my preferences so well? By the way, why hasn't the list of designers been released yet? I'll definitely support them from now on. After looking at the phone for a moment, one of the clothing designers put it down and asked, right, shouldn't the list of designers have already been announced? Mr. Li? They turned their gaze to Li Wanner. Wait a little longer, Li Wanner shook her head. There's no rush. Because the young lady hasn't replied to her yet. She didn't know whose name should be filled in the designer list. Mr. Li's words are really piquing people's interest. The subordinates were both curious and helpless. Fortunately, clothing sales continue to surge, and they will receive generous rewards. Just then, suddenly, a young woman rushed into the office, shouting, Mr. Li, something terrible has happened. Mr. Li. People who had just returned to their workstations gathered around again. What's going on? Li Wanner frowned slightly. Fish costumes have also launched new products, and sales have skyrocketed, the little girl said, shrinking her neck. As expected. Li Wanner's eyes narrowed. How could her arch-rival Yufu possibly give up this opportunity to compete? However, regarding the company's work, she was very confident and said, don't worry, she really can't do anything to us this time. Despite saying that, Li Wanner still secretly opened her phone to check the official website of her arch-rival company. The others also began to look at it. Knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to victory in every battle. Etc. Someone was the first to realize something was wrong. We're doomed. The other side's design is amazing too. It's practically on par with ours. That's an exaggeration. The marketing manager immediately said in disbelief, can he really beat our products so easily? However, when she saw the product information, she immediately fell silent. It looks great. It really feels like our style. I give up, this old man is at it again, trying to annoy us. But we'll release our product first, so it's not certain who will win or lose. I wonder who their designer is. While everyone was expressing their opinions, Li Wanner shook her head. Are designers out of money lately or what? So many great works have been released all at once. It's so damn curly. Fortunately, the two companies are of equal strength, and they gained a significant advantage by releasing their product first. At the same time, Qing Yun is looking for a new shop. The saying goes, to recruit soldiers and buy horses, one must first set up camp. Only with a proper storefront can you recruit subordinates. He also learned about the new clothes from Fuzizwang and Yufu, and secretly marveled at Mu Yun and Qin Luo's family background. His concerns about the partner company have almost disappeared. The current situation. Once his identity is exposed, countless companies will be looking for him. Soon, he found a shop at the exit of Sinew Road. The location was excellent, as it could directly attract the traffic from Qingyuan's snack shop and was easy to manage. The shop sign was still made by his old classmate. It is named Qingyuan Clothing Store. The characters sound like, meaning to celebrate a predestined relationship. Many customers have their own opinions and have given it very high praise. Afternoon. Xin Yun went to pick up her daughter from kindergarten on time. Yuan's dad, you know. After receiving Qing Yun's pickup card, teacher Mu Yun immediately exclaimed excitedly, "Our clothes are on the shelves. Sales are great. I saw it." Qing Yun replied with a smile. "Thanks to you, come to my house for dinner this week," Mu Yun said. She quickly added, "Please don't refuse, or I'll feel bad." This statement is almost universally applicable. No one feels good about it. Even Yuan tilted her little head up and said, "Daddy, we're going to teacher Mu's house for dinner." How wonderful. Alright, thank you for your help. Xin Yun just smiled and said that. He had never been to Mu Yun's house before, but there was no problem with him going to take a look. It would also be a good opportunity to talk about the clothing store. I'm sure teacher Mu would be very happy to accept. Just then, Mu Yun's phone rang. She took it out and glanced at it, then immediately covered her mouth and exclaimed, "The sales figures are out." At the same time, Qin Luo's message also rang on Qing Yun's phone. Chapter 90, Netizens Agree. Was the chief designer alone? A total of 980,000 items were sold on the online platform. Mu Yun said with some disbelief, over 500,000 items were sold on offline platforms too. That's amazing. Even Qin Yun was startled, so many. He picked up his phone. Qin Luo's message popped up immediately. "Brother Qing, the sales figures for the clothes are in." In just 10 hours, a total of 1.1 million pieces were sold across all platforms. His tone was very proud. It's clear that Qin Luo is very happy at this moment. The clothes she designed with her crush achieved an amazing sales volume. Regardless of how her father treated her, the unanimous praise from netizens alone made her very happy. Although I missed the clothing sales, it wasn't by much. Besides, the other side has hired countless designers to be far superior to them. Only Mu Yun knew. Qing Yun participated in the design of both companies' new products. She was also there when he helped Qin Luo earlier. So when she received the information about the sales volume of the fish-themed clothing, she was shocked once again. This guy's design talent is just too amazing. At this time, the internet exploded. Everyone was discussing the new products from Fuzizwang and Youfu respectively. It's such a blessing to be able to buy such beautiful clothes in my lifetime. The product arrived today, and it's exactly the same as the pictures online. Great product. By the way, which brand did you buy from? I have such a hard time making decisions, I don't know where to start. The attire is absolutely stunning. I disagree. I bought all the fish-themed clothes at once, and I'm not disappointed at all. I also bought 5 items, and I plan to buy another 5 to try. The discussion started with the texture and materials of the clothes, and eventually the topic shifted to the two clothing companies. You guys think that the design of this outfit is somewhat similar to the fish-themed outfit? Actually, they each have their own advantages. The two companies are evenly matched, which is also beneficial to us, isn't it? So which clothing brand is the best? Judging from sales figures, it seems that Fuzizwang is slightly ahead. The person upstairs seems to be trying to start a fight, but I think fish clothing will definitely win. After all, it was listed for several hours at night and still managed to match the sales of clothing, which is pretty impressive, okay? Someone commented in the comments section, and netizens immediately replied. Clothing is the only thing that matters. Have you bought any? If not, don't say anything. I bought them all at once, and I'm sure they're tens of thousands of times better than the fish-themed clothes I bought before. You're just bragging. It's like everyone bought them all. Don't you even know what kind of rubbish the old clothing designs were? At least the fish-themed clothes were still wearable. Actually, both companies designed very good clothes this time. I hope they will announce the designer list soon. Stir fry. Make them really hungry. When someone continued the discussion about who the designer was in the comments section, everyone stopped the pointless arguments. After all, it's none of my business. Compared to which one has better sales, they still care about who the designer behind it is. I think it must be from Europe. The details are very well designed. Only European designers could be so exquisite. Although I hate to admit it, I have to say that our country hasn't produced any decent fashion designers for a long time. When it comes to clothing design, the others are quite talented, while we're practically like elementary school students. Indeed, they're all a bunch of opportunistic bastards, better not to mention them. clothing company. Lee Warner put down her phone. While watching sales surge, she also took a look at user reviews. The statement that designers from one's own country are inferior to those from other countries. She didn't actually feel much. It's a fact, after all, and there's no way to refute it. The reasons are too broad, and delving into them is not very important. I suppose so. She was more interested in who the young lady had hired as designers, and who the designer of the fish-themed clothing across the street was. Why hasn't Miss replied yet? Lee Warner sent a message to Moo-yoon 3 minutes ago. She was getting impatient as she hadn't received a reply yet. On the other side, Moo-yoon is considering whether or not to expose Ching-yoon. She asked with concern. No problem. Ching-yoon didn't have much of an opinion. There's nothing wrong with telling people about the small favor I did. On the contrary, it can generate a lot of traffic. That's what they've said. Moo-yoon quickly sent the two names over. She actually knew. The reason the design turned out so well is 90% thanks to Ching-yoon. She only provided a draft. Soon, Lee Warner received the message. He immediately tensed up, his hand covering the phone, trembling with excitement. Ching-yoon? Who is Ching-yoon? Domestic designers? That was her first thought. But immediately, Lee Warner realized what was happening. Why is there only one person? Young miss, is there any more? Moo-yoon quickly replied, no, it's just the two of us. Actually, Ching-yoon helped the most. This. How is that possible? Lee Warner was so shocked that her mouth gaped open. There were only two designers. Moreover, judging from the situation, it is entirely Ching-yoon's doing. 12 items? All thanks to Ching-yoon? I've never heard of any domestic designer named Ching-yoon before. Because Ching-yoon's name definitely doesn't belong to a foreigner. Lee Warner immediately went online to search for information. Unfortunately, there has been no news. There was only one snack shop owner who had recently become very popular, named Ching-yoon, but he was clearly not the person she was looking for. Such shocking news. Lee Warner even suspected that the young lady was just making excuses for her. This isn't necessary. She had just thought that when she immediately received another text message from Moo-yoon. If necessary, I should clarify that I provided the initial drafts for all 12 pieces, and Ching-yoon helped with the design and layout details. He deserves significant credit. If you want to promote something, promote him instead. Lee Warner was instantly dumbfounded. Just as she thought. Despite her disbelief, she had no choice but to bite the bullet and call her secretary in. 2 people? No way. The secretary was stunned when she heard the news. Let me do it. Lee Warner, who was also in a state of confusion, grabbed the notebook and began to draft a manuscript. Fish-themed clothing. News of Chin Luo also reached us. Ching-yoon? The chief designer, there's only one? Even Wang Ka, who was drinking water nearby, immediately spat it out. What? Holy crap. Damn it. A designer? Who are you trying to fool? Chin Luo's explanation arrived quickly. He is a very good friend of mine. He has an amazing talent for design. You should be careful when you're writing the drafts so you can leave a good impression. At the same time, the entire internet is in an uproar. Chapter 91 Designer Ching-yoon. Amazing. Guys, the designer list is out, holy crap. What? There it is. Official website. In a large supermarket in a clothing market, several well-known clothing store owners from Shanghai are gathered around a computer. Ching-yoon? A fashion designer? Judging from the name, she seems to be Chinese? There are no photos. The other Moo-yoon should be from the Moo family, right? Why were only 2 announced? Where are the others? While some people were still wondering, they immediately saw the official website's final message, Ching-yoon, Moo-yoon. Holy crap! Am I seeing things? There are only 2 people. My goodness. 2 designers. 12 outfits. Have some decency. The business owners present did not believe it, and the various video platforms were in an uproar. Do you think we're fools? 2 people designed this? How come we've never seen this before? Yeah. I just can't believe it. However, some people online have raised questions. I don't think the authorities have any reason to lie to us. If there are outstanding designers, they should definitely be announced to put pressure on other competitors. There's no need to hide them. Could it be true? These words caused quite a stir among everyone. Although it's possible, I absolutely won't believe it easily. 2 Chinese people? Who are you trying to fool? There haven't been any designers this talented in China for a long time. If there were, they would definitely be famous now. I can't find the identities of either of the designers online, and there are no previous works listed. It's very suspicious. I feel like I've seen the name Qing Yun somewhere before. Although the people had no choice but to believe it, they still harbored resentment. Since there are such excellent designers, why don't you release a video to introduce it? What's the point of hiding it? Are you feeling guilty? In this respect, Youfu is honest and never hides any information. Exactly, the road has turned dark. Garbage clothing, they just used a virtual designer to fool us. Just wait, the designers for fishwear will be announced soon. You'll all be laughing your heads off then. Everyone was chatting. Suddenly someone posted a message in the chat group. The opposing team's official account has also released its roster. Let's go take a look. The clothing store owners simultaneously opened the official website of Youfu. The front page happened to display 2 names, Qin Luo and Cheng Yun. Wait, Qing Yun? Damn it, it's Qing Yun again. The crowd exploded instantly. Could it be stuck? How could there be duplicate names? No card. I've refreshed the page more than 10 times, and it's still the same 2 names. Who is Qin Luo? Where did this important figure come from? And where did Qing Yun come from? While the business owners were astonished, the online reactions were absolutely horrifying. Damn it! I just finished praising it, and now the fish service has only released 2 lists. No, that's not the point. Look at the name. What's going on? It's Qing Yun again. It must be because I didn't refresh the page. At first, everyone thought that the list was still on the previous list because it hadn't been refreshed. But I refreshed it dozens of times. They're all from Qing Yun? What the hell? Who exactly is Qing Yun? I don't know, I'm scared, there's a ghost. The authorities need to come out and give an explanation soon. As online comments intensified, Youfu quickly issued a notice, and Fuzizwang followed suit. The meanings are almost identical. All the newly listed items were designed by the 2 designers. Qing Yun deserves the most credit. However, it remains unknown whether Qing Yun of the 2 companies is the same person. Upon seeing these comments, netizens were completely dumbfounded. You fucking got into this mess, I have a feeling this Qing Yun is the same person. What a coincidence. Although they had complaints about the 2 companies not releasing information on time, they couldn't bring themselves to dislike the designer behind them. They were extremely satisfied with the clothes designed for them. Just who is Qing Yun? I don't understand, but I'm deeply shocked. Little Luo Luo, how come the designer on the other side of the fashion design list is on the same list as you? Is he also your crush? Within my city. Li Xiaoran held her phone with a gossipy expression. Right? Lying on the bed, Qin Luo nodded, I should have guessed it sooner. She gritted her teeth as she recalled the image of someone's back. Mu Yun. Are you going to fight her for all of this? The clothing is nothing more than the Mu family's business. That day, she learned that Qing Yun had also helped Mu Yun. But the male god's design talent is just too high. It's amazing that they designed so many beautiful clothes in such a short time. Qin Luo couldn't find any words to praise him, so all she could do was stare at him with admiration. At this time, the phone rang without warning. Upon closer inspection, it was found to be his father, Qin Hua's. Hello, Dad? Qin Luo whispered. Very good, you passed this time. The voice on the other end was steady and seemed devoid of any emotion. Good. Qin Luo replied with one sentence and hung up the phone. Has this become such a hot topic that even her father knows about it? She was a little excited. At least you and your crush gained some fame, right? In another office, a middle-aged man in a sharp suit finished his work and walked straight to the floor-to-ceiling window of a high-rise building, overlooking the entire city of Shanghai. I was in a very good mood. Check out this guy named Qing Yun, find out who he is, he muttered to himself. Yes, Chairman. The secretary quickly lowered her head and walked out. Xinhua shook his head, looking very curious. Xing Yun? Male? His daughter knows better than anyone else how easily she could ask a boy for help. This task. He only intended to use it to make things difficult for them. Who knew that Qin Luo not only completed it, but did it so well that sales exploded, comparable to his sales back then? All of this is thanks to them. It's probably all thanks to Qin Yun. 10 minutes later. The male secretary, with his head down, brought in a document. Snack menu? Upon seeing that the person opposite him was just a snack shop owner, Xinhua immediately became interested and watched for a while. Single, divorced, and raising a child. He breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they are not Qin Luo's classmates. He wasn't very worried. Moreover, their family circumstances are quite complicated. My daughter doesn't approve of it. He consoled himself with the thought and patiently continued reading. It started with Qin Yun talking about everyday things, big and small. When to send my daughter to school, when to go home to cook, when to pick my daughter up from school, and when my ex-wife comes home. That's quite similar to him back then. That's interesting. Xinhua saw that Qin Yun had started her own business. Business was booming on the first day of opening? Steamed buns and fried rice are in high demand and short supply? Soy milk and milk tea are becoming wildly popular? The document is vividly described, covering every detail. Xinhua swallowed hard. Sharp. Given his wealth, I couldn't help but praise him. Chapter 92 MD is really unlucky. Register for Douyin. An ordinary person managed to open a snack shop solely based on his exceptional culinary skills. And its reputation is growing. Xinhua glanced at the photos circulating online. He was handsome, but that was definitely not the reason why the shop became so popular. All I can say is that Qin Yun is truly a remarkable person. It's really impossible for an ordinary person to achieve this in just a few days. Even if he had followed the proper steps back then, he would have definitely collapsed. There is no doubt that he developed a strong interest in Qin Yun. A good-looking office. Damn it, this is so unlucky, I see this name everywhere. Shenli, bored out of her mind, opened her phone and immediately flew into a rage. There are so many people with the same name in the world. Why does it have to be the two characters Qin Yun? She had absolutely no interest in either of the clothing companies, but Qin Yun was simply too irritating. She grumbled a few words in response, then turned off her phone. Shenli is certain that she has the same name as someone else. Putting aside the fact that she knows what kind of person Qin Yun is, she's probably working herself to death at the shop right now, and even if she earns a little money, she has to hide it secretly, afraid that others will covet it, looking so poor. Is this all the trash he is? She also worked as a fashion designer. Shenli couldn't help but laugh. But it only lasted a short while before she became inexplicably annoyed. It's as if the heavens are deliberately trying to get back at her. The matter from last time is still unresolved. I have no idea what Xinwu can do. Without hesitation, she called Yang Li and Shan Wuning to the company. 30 minutes later. Daughter, I'll call and ask right now. Shenwu touched his bald head, took out his phone, and cautiously dialed, Brother Wang? I'm at a bar, can you just say what you need to say? The people on the other end clearly didn't know who was calling and were still indulging in revelry. Shan Wuneng frowned, I am Wuneng. What about last time? Oh, Wu Neng. Wang Chang realized what was happening, brushed aside the women around him, and said, You know, I've been busy lately, and business is a bit difficult. Shan Wuning's heart sank. Fortunately, Wang Chang continued, but don't worry, I've already started making plans, and they're absolutely foolproof. Great. This feels good. Shan Wuning's face lit up with a smile. Right? You can rest assured. Wang Chang paused, then suddenly said, The money from last time is all used up. Invest some more with me, and you'll get a return next week. We'll add it all to your account then. You want more money? Yang Li, who was eavesdropping, immediately became unhappy. Shen Wuning quickly covered her mouth and said, Brother Wang, how much do you want? Anything is fine. I'll get the report in just 1 week anyway. I'll pay whatever interest I want. The other person's tone was completely indifferent to the matter, which calmed the couple down. And Shanli was frowning. 1 million, rounded up, we've been old friends for a while, Wang Cheng said. 1 million? Yang Li and Shanwu felt a tightness in their chests. He turned to look at Chen Li. Qing Yun is helping out at the store today. The renovation of the clothing store is already underway. He had nothing to do. I registered a Kama account. Without posting any videos, he quickly gained 300,000 followers. This made him sigh that such an extraordinary life is actually quite simple and unpretentious. Dad, have a lot of people added you on social media lately? Yuan came out with her phone. The number of contacts she had added to her emails was already in red. Let's wait and agree. Qing Yun had not expected this outcome. He simply sent a private message to other clothing companies that inquired, and it was immediately leaked. Those who added him were all managers from clothing companies. There were also some designers who came specifically because of his reputation. It has everything. The shop is still under renovation, so he hasn't been able to add everyone yet. Fortunately, it's a secondary account, so it doesn't affect his normal social interactions. It's not surprising, actually. That's the charm of a god-level design. It not only won over countless users, but also captured the hearts of top designers in the industry. Qing Yun was certain. As long as you reveal your real identity online, the trending topic will immediately enter the top 10. At the same time, sales of clothing and fish costumes are still skyrocketing. While the company staff were overjoyed, they were also curious about who this famous Qing Yun was. Some people have even come up with a bold idea. Could Qing Yun be a smurf account created by some design guru to smurf the game? At the same time, online comments are like wild horses running rampant. It's been so long, and Qing Yun still hasn't shown up. Could it really be a lie? Damn it! It's uncomfortable. It should be time by now. I bet it's a conspiracy between the two companies. They don't want to release the list of designers so they can continue to fleece us later. Meanwhile, the culprit that netizens were discussing was resting in the store. My phone rang. You've arrived so quickly? Qing Yun's phone and WeChat were not the same. He glanced at the incoming call. It was from a stranger. It's likely that someone from another clothing company got his phone number. Hello, is this Mr. Qing? This is Fufu Company, Limited. A clear and pleasant female voice came through the phone. It's me. Great, Mr. Qing, we've finally found you. The girl was visibly excited for a moment. We understand that you are a top designer, right? So I would like to invite you to collaborate with our company. Salary and everything else are negotiable. They directly stated their conditions. You can set the price, as long as you come. It seems that Qing Yun's design has been widely recognized. Even famous clothing companies use a strategy of offering prices first to lure people in. Excuse me, let me think about it first. Qing Yun politely declined the offer. After that, I received many more phone calls. But he didn't think much of it. If it's about clothing companies, Qin Luo and Mu Yun are obviously the first choices. They were all acquaintances. They won't be fooled. But just as he was thinking that, his phone rang with a message from Mu Yun. I'm coming to the store this afternoon to be with Yuan. By the way, someone from my company said they'd like to get to know you. Is that all right? Perhaps she thought Qing Yun wasn't interested in this kind of thing, so she specifically replied, it's okay if it doesn't work out. Qing Yun smiled and immediately replied, that's exactly what I was thinking. I've decided to open a clothing store. I'd better design the clothes myself. Of course, clothing brands must use their own. Mu Yun was surprised. Has the male god already had this idea? Just then, she immediately sent a message to Li Wanner. We agreed to go to the store together in the afternoon. Holy crap, the young lady directly asked me to meet her. Upon receiving the message, Li Wanner couldn't help but swear. He was clearly extremely excited. Who wouldn't want to meet that legendary top designer named Qing Yun? The young lady actually let me go to see her so easily. This is not the most important thing. Most importantly, wouldn't it be that the company can reach a cooperation agreement with the other party, achieving mutual progress and win-win results? Chapter 93. Actually, I'm the one you've been waiting for. 3 p.m. Qing Yuan Snack Shop. Qing Yuan was watching Aunt Li steam buns inside the house, which was quite childlike. Qing Yun, on the other hand, ordered the food outside. The customers were clearly surprised by this. So many days had passed that they had almost forgotten about the young owner. Young boss, what brings you here today? If I had known you were coming, I definitely would have bought more. A middle-aged woman with curly hair was about to leave with a package of steamed buns when she saw Qing Yun coming over and she was overjoyed. The others joined in the commotion. Young boss, hurry up and cook. We old folks haven't had your cooking in days, we're craving it. That's right, that's right. In the few days since brother Qing Yun left, my grandpa has been saying that there's no hope for living. I miss the young owner's cooking. I wish I had been here every day to satisfy my cravings. In response, Qing Yun simply greeted each of them. Aunt Lee's cooking skills are now quite good, no one else could possibly tell the difference between the two of them. Besides, all food is the same once it falls outside the realm of being delicious, customers don't care about anything else. By the way, young boss. A high school girl came over in line, looking excited. I saw your name on Douyin again. And there's another one, a designer from a clothing company, both of them have the same name as you, thank you. She took the steamed buns, still a little reluctant to part with them, and continued to make conversation. How could such a good thing happen? 2 names in a row. By the way, their clothing designs are really beautiful. Just as good as your steamed buns. As expected of a high school student, she speaks very sweetly. Qing Yun was so happy that he gave her 2 more beef buns. After the little girl reluctantly left, everyone else couldn't wait any longer either. Hey boss, 10 beef buns, eat them here. I'll give you a discount. You little rascal, 20 chive buns, give the old man a few extra, I'll pay in cash. I want 10 cups of soy milk, scan my QR code with my Alipay. The shop quickly became busy again. Miss Mu, does that master live here? In the distance, 2 graceful women walked towards her. Li Wanner looked around, feeling extremely curious about where the master she admired lived. As expected, masters are always kept in the shadows. Once she received a firm agreement, she immediately felt great respect for the master named Qing Yun. Not only does he possess extremely high design talent, their sentiments are so noble. There's a shop here too, I think it's called Qing Yuan Snack Shop? I've seen it online before. Li Wanner chattered away, while Mu Yun remained calm. However, seeing others praising her idol so much made her feel very proud. I'm inexplicably happy. My mom used to bring me a few pork buns, and they were absolutely delicious. Li Wanner seemed to be savoring the moment, smacked her lips, and continued to praise, it just so happens that you're here today. I'll give you some later, no, I'll treat you. Seeing her wave her hands so boldly, Mu Yun smiled and said, okay. Miss Mu, why did we come here first? Are you hungry? Following the young lady's lead, Li Wanner headed directly towards Qing Yuan Snack Shop, which she didn't understand at first. No, that master lives here. Here? Li Wanner blinked, then suddenly realized he's probably eating snacks inside. I knew it. After all, the food here looks so tempting. You guys go inside and sit for a while. Qing Yun soon spotted the 2 of them. He smiled and said something, then continued working. Seeing that he was a bit busy, Mu Yun nodded considerately and walked directly into the store. What a handsome boss. When Li Wanner passed by Qing Yun, she glanced at him and was amazed, so young, yet he has such incredible cooking skills. Compared to him, I'm nothing. She felt frustrated. Fortunately, he has a strong ability to adjust psychologically. After all, I studied design, while the other person was a chef. Our majors don't match, so it's normal for there to be a gap. Come and sit down. Seeing the young lady skillfully carrying out several stools from the kitchen, Li Wanner asked in confusion, have you been here before? You seem to know this place well. I've been here before. Mu Yun smiled gently. By the way, where is that master? I know, he hasn't arrived yet, right? After Li Wanner sat down, she continued talking non-stop. I've never seen her so lively before. Perhaps it's because she's so excited to finally see Qing Yun that she's become incoherent. Here you go, you guys eat first. A short while later, Qing Yun served them several baskets of steamed buns and some soy milk. Strange, the handsome boss seems to know us. Li Wanner sensed something was wrong, but looking at the table full of delicious food, she couldn't resist. She hadn't eaten lunch for long before she was hungry again. You eat first, I'll wait a bit, Mu Yun thoughtfully reminded him. Then I won't be polite. Li Wanner immediately started speaking. Haven't they arrived yet? 5 minutes passed. The table was a mess, but fortunately, Li Wanner was a clean girl. She quickly cleaned it up and then sat down to wait patiently. Are you not going to stand us up? She looked at the dwindling crowd and felt a little worried there weren't many people around in the afternoon anymore. The main problem is a lack of raw materials. There were too many people, so Qing-yun had to send those in the back of the line away to avoid them running out of things to buy when it was their turn. The customers who followed felt especially warm inside. Even after leaving, he didn't forget to praise her. The shop owner is so thoughtful, but these ingredients are really expensive. I hope I can buy more next time. Let's go to the branch across the street, it should still be open. Knock off. In the kitchen, Qing-yun put her things down, exchanged a few words with Aunt Li and Qing Yuan, and then sat down. Boss, let's sit and wait for our customers. Upon seeing this, Li Wanner whispered something. Some were afraid that the handsome boss would sweep them away. It's all right. Miss Mu is my friend, and you are her friend, and also my friend. Qing-yun, feeling bored, exchanged a glance with Mu-yun and sat down. After observing from the kitchen for a while, Qing Yuan gave up on the idea of coming over to act cute. Dad is busy right now, and she's a very sensible child. Is the person you're waiting for very powerful? Qing-yun asked seemingly casually. Of course. Li Wanner's eyes lit up. Not just amazing, he's incredibly amazing. He's a designer, and with that talent, he'd probably have a huge impact internationally. Although Qing-yun has few works circulating now, her appreciation skills are exceptional. If you can't even see that, you don't deserve to be a designer. Whoa! Qing-yun never expected this girl to give him such a high evaluation, and his impression of her immediately improved a lot. Actually, I'm the person you've been waiting for, he said. Chapter 94 Li Wanner, what a humiliation. Wang Ka, too late. Huh? What? Li Wanner hadn't reacted yet, her eyes fixed on the doorway as if trying to see through the world. Huh? She immediately turned her head. You're the one I've been waiting for? Qing-yun nodded. Aren't you a chef? Li Wanner was no longer calm. You're Qing-yun? Chang is in celebration, Yun is in cloud, designer Qing-yun? How could it be fake? Qing-yun said directly. Holy crap, miss. She immediately realized what was happening and turned her gaze over, only to find Mu-yun smiling at her and nodding. It really is you. Li Wanner exclaimed in surprise, then realized she had overreacted. No, I was just too excited. Don't mind me, master. The title unconsciously became master. It's clear how much she had prepared in her mind. Qing-yun found it amusing. No need to call me master, we're about the same age, just call me by my name. That won't do. Li Wanner finally calmed down, then immediately shook her head vigorously. You're the master? Are you just doing this part-time? She was somewhat puzzled. Surely a master wouldn't stoop to running a restaurant. Oh, I get it, experiencing life and finding inspiration, right? Seeing Li Wanner's knowing and admiring expression, Mu-yun couldn't help but say, actually, he's the owner of this shop? The buns you ate were made by him. She stopped playing along with Qing-yun's antics, as Li Wanner had important matters to attend to. Wow! The whole shop is yours. Life had given Li Wanner too many surprises. So much so that her head was still a little fuzzy. Wait, let me process this. A long time. She asked uncertainly, you mean this shop belongs to a master designer, and that the master also designed more than 20 pieces, including the one across from the fish-themed clothing store? Mu-yun nodded. I'm shocked. Li Wanner felt a chill run down her spine. This is what true seclusion in the city looks like. Not only did he open a super profitable shop, but he also designed a few pieces for his friends in his spare time. When he took them out, they accidentally caused an earthquake in the national clothing industry. Oh my god. Li Wanner looked at Qing-yun as if she were looking at a monster. Deepest respect. Let's get straight to the point. Qing-yun estimated that it was about time. I think our first time together was very pleasant, and I will try my best to meet your requests. Good. Li Wanner immediately took out the manuscript from her bag and suddenly realized, why does it feel like the master is examining her? Sigh, I don't want to think about it anymore. She shook her head and read aloud all the benefits the leader had given her from the draft. In short, they were well aware of Qing-yun's power, so they made very low demands. They simply asked Qing-yun to design clothes for them, which they would then sell and share the profits with Qing-yun. They were very humble in their approach. Qing-yun thought they were going to have a negotiation. Who knew the other person truly admired me? Okay, no problem, but I have a small request. Xingyun briefly explained his idea of providing designs for the company and also getting some goods to sell in his own store. To be honest, Li Wanner didn't expect the request to be so simple. She was even prepared to give the master a discount and get a severe scolding from her boss. Okay. No problem. Li Wanner nodded vigorously. They quickly handed over the contract. It's a pleasure doing business with you. Xingyun carefully reviewed the contract and found no problems. In fact, he had made a profit. He signed his name. Just then, a loud shout came from outside the door, "Stop!" Xingyun turned around, and a young man immediately ran over. Master Cheng, I am the manager of Yufu, my name is Wang Ka. Before he could finish speaking, he saw that Xingyun had already signed her name, and the next second he was on the verge of tears. After much difficulty, I finally got the address from the chairman. We were still too late. Don't even think about taking it. Noticing that Wang Ka was trying to snatch the contract, Li Wanner took it directly, hugged it to her chest, and looked fierce. Manager Wang, your company's speed is not up to par. Li Wanner recognized the person opposite her and said with a hint of amusement, I'm not talking to you anymore. Xingyun can also form a partnership with Yufu, and since these clothing companies can't stop them, they won't cause any trouble. You guys keep chatting. I'm leaving. Goodbye, Master Cheng. Li Wanner sat up, and Mu Yun also got up. She went to the kitchen to check on the little girl and found her washing vegetables meticulously, being very well behaved. What, Master's child is so big already? After leaving Xingyun, Li Wanner immediately felt extremely frustrated. She had previously thought that the handsome boss was in the catering business and that they weren't on the same wavelength. Who knew that not only was she a great cook, but her design talent also far surpassed hers. After packing her things, she followed behind Mu Yun, who had parted ways with the young girl that evening, looking sullen. Mr. Qing, this is our company's sincere offer, please consider it. Wang Ka also explained the conditions offered by the fish-themed clothing company. That's already very good. He has yet to see any designer receive such favorable conditions, let alone personal praise from the chairman. The moment I stepped out of the chairman's office, Wang Ka was utterly shocked. I met the master in person. I admire them even more now. Not only is he low-key, but more importantly, he truly has the ability. He's acting like a bootlicker, I'm ashamed. Your chairman already knows me? Xingyun was a little surprised. Not only that, our chairman has a very high opinion of you, and even said he wants to come and meet you in person someday. Wang Ka spoke with great excitement. Xingyun listened with a strange expression. Chairman of Yufu. Isn't he Qin Luo's father? Since you've said that, I'll just sign it. Since the system had given him god-level design talent, he might as well make the most of it. Xingyun immediately signed his name, matching the kimono outfit perfectly, ensuring he would only profit. Okay. Wang Ka's face was beaming with joy. Only two companies, Fuzizwang and Yufu, signed contracts with the master. He knew that. How could I not be excited? I'll be going now. Wang Ka came quickly and left quickly. The shop immediately fell silent. Dad, come see my masterpiece. The little girl ran out at that moment, carrying a platter of fresh fruit. Amazing. Xingyun praised it. The little girl's small eyes immediately curved into crescents with laughter, like willow branches. After leaving the store, Xingyun didn't go straight home with the little girl. Instead, it circled around for a while. Check out the other branches. Soon, they arrived at a secluded place. Wow, so many people. The little girl was the first to express her surprise. The people in line ahead of them are all heading in the direction of the Qingyuan snack shop sign. They're all Dad's customers. Let's go down and take a look. Xingyun carried the little girl and got out of the car. Laughter and cheerful voices could be heard in the distance. This restaurant is great, it's very popular. And of course, the food is even better. Delicious, honey, have one. Chapter 95. Thank you, sir. Give me a kiss. Such a delicious bun. Why would I eat a delicious steamed bun? Hee, here, have some. Step into the store. They found that the young man named Tianqing was still busy, but surprisingly, his wife was also helping out, and the couple seemed very affectionate. That bastard. Xingyun was extremely jealous. Hey! Boss Qing is here. Tianqing turned around and was extremely surprised to see Qing Yun and the little girl. He suddenly realized that his boss had arrived, and he felt a little guilty for still arguing with his wife. It's alright, you guys continue. Qing Yun covered the little girl's eyes and found an empty table for herself. Hee, don't worry, the boss won't mind. Tianqing scratched his head sheepishly and comforted his shy wife beside him. Stop joking and get to work. His wife was extremely embarrassed and angry. The couple became even more loving. You bastard. Qing Yun is jealous again. However, Tianqing's wife seemed to be shy and hid in the kitchen and did not come out. After Tianqing handed over the task of taking orders to another helper, he sat down facing Qing Yun. Don't worry, boss, our business is booming. Before he could even settle into his seat, Tianqing immediately offered his guarantee. Okay, let's keep going. Qing Yun nodded. You can tell how good a business is by looking at the number of people queuing up. This shop is practically an anomaly in this sparsely populated area. The sheer number of homeless people already demonstrates Boss Tian's strength. Great, here's a raise. Qing Yun patted him on the shoulder as he did so. Raise wages. Tianqing's breath caught in her throat, and she immediately thanked him. Thank you, boss. He was originally just a poor kid, but he not only signed a profit-sharing contract with the small business owner, but also received a salary, so he was extremely grateful. Moreover, the gratitude is truly heartfelt. Needless to say, I learned the boss's cooking skills. I'll never have to worry again for the rest of my life. Qing Yun's kindness to him. That's something everyone would be jealous of. Just then, Tianqing's wife is back. He was also holding a bowl of freshly made chicken soup. Did your wife go in and kill a chicken? Qing Yun was shocked. Free. Tianqing said embarrassedly, my wife comes from a poor family and is especially grateful to you, so she kills a chicken every day to serve drinks to our customers. Upon hearing this, Qing Yun felt genuine admiration. This sense of gratitude is not something everyone possesses. Thanks. Tianqing's wife was an ordinary woman who wasn't good with words. First, she gave Qing Yuan and Chan Lu a bowl of chicken soup, and then she gave Qing Yun a bowl. She kept putting out the fire with just one sentence. But Qing Yun knew that she was very grateful to her. It's so hot. The little girl took a sip and immediately exclaimed in her childish voice, Big sister's cooking is so good. Tianqing's wife seemed relieved and smiled. Dad, that lady is really thanking you. When they got home, the little girl was still talking about what happened that day, and she was very happy. Everyone has a grateful heart. Qing Yun patted her head. Yuan has one too. The little girl raised her head. What do you mean? That auntie cooked it with such care, I drank 5 big bowls. As a token of my gratitude. Goodness. This is such a practical way to express gratitude. Qing Yun was delighted. Life is slowly moving towards the best possible outcome. First, he opened a shop, and then unintentionally helped many people. Perhaps this is the reason why he is living life to the fullest. The next day, the little girl slept soundly. After getting up and brushing my teeth, I went out with Qing Yun. She has to go to school today. My enthusiasm is never very high. Qing Yun understood. I was given a KFC on the way, one I hadn't bought in a long time. The little girl immediately cheered, Thank you, Daddy. After dropping the little girl off, Qing Yun returned to the shop. As usual, many elderly people were already waiting at the store entrance. Young boss, you're here today too. That's quite a surprise. Seeing the young owner, who rarely comes to the store, the elderly people immediately started discussing it. Good heavens, old man, it's been so long since I've seen you. Anyway, I've had 4 days of writing. Even the donkey from the Shenzhen team can't write this much. Ha 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 ha. Dot. Qing Yun greeted them one by one, saying, I didn't have anything else to do today, so I came to help out. This is great. I get to taste the true essence of Mr. Zhen's cooking again. Thank goodness I didn't sleep in. Aunt Lee happened to come to the store as well. Young boss, it seems I'll be your assistant today. She was also craving Qing Yun's cooking skills. Okay. Qing Yun said. The two got busy. The number of people queuing outside the store is also increasing. Some of the customers who had just arrived were full of admiration when they saw this display. Wow, this young boss is amazing. The shop has become so bustling in just a few days. It wasn't even this big when I checked Douyin last time. The young boss is so handsome. You wouldn't believe it, we regular customers have been craving it so much these past few days, and now the young boss has finally arrived. Xing Yun was in charge of steaming buns and making fried rice, while Adley was in charge of taking orders. Everything was done in a reasonable and orderly manner. The food street is across the street. So, has the person been contacted yet? A tall, thin man named Long Jian looked at another boss and said, "All right, they're on their way." "Humph. We must get him in there today. We're absolutely certain we can win." He had this vague idea long before. What kind of steamed bun could taste so abnormally delicious? It must have been laced with addictive drugs. That's too much torture. It's a shame they still don't know how to deal with it. Unexpectedly, this brainless young man revealed his own weakness. Once we get rid of this tumor, we can swindle money from those suckers again. His boss next to him was clearly very excited. My body trembled uncontrollably. By the way, let's make a big fuss about this. Long Jian thought of something. Let's get through this later, and then see if we can film a video and post it online. He knew that Qingyuan's snack shop was popular online. But the main thing is that once this explosive news was released, Long Jian wasn't worried about running out of data at all. On the contrary, it will definitely become a huge hit. Not only will Qingyuan's snack shop be ruined, but it might also be able to promote its own shop. As expected of Brother Long, that brain of his is amazing. The younger brother immediately agreed. Just as they were secretly pleased, a car stopped in front of them. Long Jian's eyes lit up, and he stepped forward to extinguish the suffocation, saying, "Boss, it's over there, that boss is here." "No, lead the way." The man who came down was full of energy. I was even getting a little itchy to play. These days, it's rare to find a business that doesn't treat ordinary people like human beings. If what he said is true, that drugs were added to the steamed buns, that would be enough to get him imprisoned for several years. Okay. Long Jian bowed and said, "Sir, please come with me." "This way, please." At this point, the younger brother sensed something was wrong. It looks like something out of a TV drama. Chapter 96 Conflict and Questioning. Chapter 97 Conflict and Questioning. That's it, Qingyuan Snack Shop. Long Jian led the middle-aged man Lu Guo to the entrance of Qingyuan Snack Shop. "Are you sure?" To be honest, Lu Guo was also taken aback when he saw such a long queue. If things are really as this kid says, then the problem is huge. After all, it's not just a problem involving one or two people. Look at this flow of people. Look. Long Jian looked horrified. There must be 40 or 50 people. Goodness. What kind of snack could be so attractive? Do you believe it? I certainly don't. Lu Guo had never seen him before. Moreover, according to what I understand, this Qingyuan snack shop hasn't been open for very long, so how could the owner's cooking skills be so exaggerated? So things have developed in the direction he least wanted to go. They really did put something there. Lu Guoli's face immediately turned cold. He saw an old lady eat a steamed bun, and her face inadvertently lit up with joy. How is that possible? Stop. Suddenly, seeing Qingyun still passing takeout boxes to customers, Lu Guo shouted to stop her. Stop. Cooperate with the inspection. Long Jian's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Now you're doomed, aren't you? Ha 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 ha. Hello, is there anything I can help you with? When Lu Guo and his companion approached, the surrounding customers looked puzzled, but some recognized Lu Guo's identity. Aren't those people from the Food Safety Agency? What are they doing here? What just happened? Is something wrong with the young boss? Several middle-aged women immediately gathered together to discuss it. The food safety officials are all here, aren't they? Is there something wrong with what this shop owner is selling? What? The women were immediately panicked. Over here, Lu Guo stared directly at Qingyun, his eyes seemingly spitting fire. Someone reported you for adding addictive drugs to your food. Please close the store and cooperate with the investigation. After saying that, he ignored Qingyun and walked straight into the shop. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Qingyun asked a question, but Lu Guo immediately retorted angrily, "You know perfectly well whether you're mistaken or not." Perhaps realizing his tone was a bit harsh, he paused before adding, "It's all right, it's just a routine checkup. If everything is fine, we won't make things difficult for you." Xing Yun simply nodded. He never expected to encounter something like this. Someone must have reported it, especially using such a fabricated charge. By the time Xing Yun realized that there was a bad guy among the crowd had already erupted in chaos. Holy crap! No way, addictive drugs. This. Tui. Is this really the boss? I think the taste is a bit off. No way, could it be a false accusation? Who would do something so stupid these days? That's not necessarily true. An older woman carrying a basket stepped forward and touched her hair. Humph. I've had this thought for a long time. Think about it, how could a young boy's cooking skills be so good? He must have added some dirty stuff. She spat directly in Xing Yun's direction. You greedy bastard, I spit on you. I never expected the young boss to be this kind of person. And I liked him so much. That's illegal. How could that be? Boss, why did you have to hurt us? Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, Xing Yun had no choice but to shout loudly, everyone, believe me, I'm definitely not that kind of person. Trust the results, okay? Ha! You think I'll believe you just because you say so? Long Jian, who had been watching the show from the sidelines, burst into laughter and immediately made sarcastic remarks. With his arrival, Lu Guo stopped doing anything and stopped interfering. After all, compared to the unscrupulous owners of the food street, his impression of them wasn't very good either. Stop arguing. It's just a suspicion. We'll let you know as soon as we know there's no problem. Lu Guo shouted, please everyone, move aside. The test results will be available on time in 2 days. Pa! You heartless bastard, I'm going to get you. He made a pimple-like sound. I knew this person was no good. Exactly, they're so heartless. Driven away by Lu Guo, the crowd slowly dispersed, grumbling and cursing. Although everyone held a disgusted and suspicious attitude, Xing Yun was not the only one who spoke up. The boss isn't that kind of person. Don't post this on Douyin. This is spreading rumors. I've been eating this for over a week, how could I not know if they added anything? These old women, they're just sour. I will always support the small business owner. After Lu Guo closed the shop, Long Jian immediately stepped forward and whispered something in his ear. You even opened a branch? Looking at Long Jian's smug face, Xing Yun roughly understood what was going on. The people on that food street are really something. Don't make me come out and target them. Meeting Xing Yun's gaze, Long Jian grinned and said, Old Lu, even if this kid's cooking skills are very good, what about the other branches? Are they all this good? I know that it takes decades of experience to develop culinary skills. Since things have come to this point, Lu Guo understood. Something's definitely not right. Walk. He led Long Jian out of the store. You know the location, right? Lead the way. I'll check each one by one. These unscrupulous bastards really don't care about us when it comes to money. All right. Come with me. Give them some good juice. Boss Ching, what should we do? Outside the shop, Aunt Li asked worriedly. It's all right, let them investigate however they want. An upright person has nothing to fear. Xing Yun said, however, these next few days will be difficult to get through. The power of public opinion is terrifying. Anyway, he felt like he hadn't turned on his phone for the past few days. Who knows what other people are saying about him? Just as the two were talking, a portly restaurant owner has finished editing the video and posted it on the Qingyuan snack shop topic. It's safe. Damn it. He squeezed his chubby hands, and his whole body trembled with excitement. Just moments ago, he had been waiting outside with the highest resolution camera, just as Long Jian had requested. The customer's reaction, Xing Yun's reaction, Lu Guo's reaction. He recorded them all. Why worry about not being able to destroy Qingyuan's snack shop? By the way, I'll let everyone know in the group first. The owners of Qingyuan's snack shop all have a unified group chat. Everyone is busy right now, so Qingyuan sent a message to the group. Someone replied immediately. Is that so? This is difficult to handle. I'm afraid the customers will complain. They came here and even closed their shop. Everyone's cursing me, but it's not a big deal. True gold fears no fire, and there might even be some unexpected surprises. It's all right, it's only a matter of 2 days. Let them run wild for a while. We can take a vacation. Seeing that no one had any complaints, Xing Yun was relieved. Chapter 97: Doing business requires a conscience. The heartless boss. Just as Xing Yun's store was being shut down, other branches were also being shut down one after another. At that time, countless people were eating snacks in the store, including many friends from Douyin. Therefore, recording a video became their only reaction. Furthermore, the addition of Long Jian's first-hand video quickly caused a huge uproar online. Holy crap, isn't this the snack shop that was all the rage a few days ago? How could something like this happen? What else could be indecent? I knew it all along. I never imagined that such a handsome young boss would resort to such despicable tactics. I'm so angry. Following trends has always been a natural instinct for netizens. Seeing that many people have begun to express their criticisms, they have followed suit. I knew something was wrong. It must be capital. How could a nobody become so popular just because of his cooking skills? Exactly. I commented about it back then and people were criticizing me. Now they're getting anxious, haha. You reap what you sow, so you have to take responsibility for what you ate. Aside from those who were merely observing from the sidelines, many voices of concern quickly emerged in the comments section. I went to buy it just a few days ago. If this is true, I can't even imagine it. Never mind, there's a hospital downstairs from my apartment, I'm going to get a checkup now. Damn, this is terrifying. You can know a person's face but not their heart. I'm going. For a time, Xing Yuan's snack shop was in dire straits. Moreover, Xing Yun herself gained hundreds of thousands of followers on Douyin, which she registered a few days ago. Without exception, they are all haters. The next morning, Yuan murmured in her arms, "Daddy, aren't you going to work today? It's very late." "It's okay, I'll sleep in today." Xing Yun chose not to tell her daughter about this. He picked up his phone and found that all the pop-up ads were from TikTok. After clicking on it, as he expected, the number of comments on just one of his videos instantly reached hundreds of thousands. "Damn it, I liked you so much. And you actually did something so motherless. Go to jail. You bastard, die. How dare you poison the food. Ha, I knew this place's food was no good. I just happened to be advertising for them." The insults were quite intense. Xing Yun had a headache when her cell phone suddenly rang. It belongs to his mother. "Son, what's wrong with you? Why is everyone online criticizing you?" The person on the other end of the phone sounded very worried. It seems this matter has become widely known. This is the power of public opinion. Xing Yun could only comfort her for the time being, saying, "It's okay, Mom, it's all a misunderstanding." He explained the series of events that happened yesterday. Fortunately, Lin Ting believes that her son is a respectful and law-abiding person. She gently comforted them, "It's alright, it'll be fine in a couple of days. By the way, make sure to explain things clearly to them when they come to ask, so as not to discourage those business partners." Listening to the rambling voice on the phone, Xing Yun felt a sense of calm. "Okay, Mom, that's all for now. Someone's calling, so I'll hang up now and we can talk another day." This child. Beep beep beep. It's good that you're alright. Lin Ting breathed a sigh of relief as she looked at the disconnected phone screen. On the other side, after hanging up with his mother, Xing Yun called Mu Yun. She was also trying her best to comfort herself. Actually, judging from the people around you, it's impossible for something like this to be true, no matter how stupid you are. However, the king did not think so. The surrounding customers thought so too. Even after Xing Yun drove Yuan to kindergarten, he wandered aimlessly on the street, feeling bored. This attracted a lot of guidance from others. "It's him. It's him. That heartless boss, the one who added something to the medicine. Oh, it's him. He looks like a handsome young man, how could he do such a despicable thing?" They're blinded by greed, those who know. Faced with the doubts, Xing Yun couldn't explain too much, otherwise it would be seen as a death throes in their eyes. "Please, don't say anything more. The shop's already closed, what's the point of talking? You might as well go to jail." One young man even pointed at his back and shouted, "I'll beat up this kind of person every time I see him." "Mr. Qian, you're out for a stroll too." Xing Yun saw Qian Wen's back from a distance and called out to him. Damn, what a bad day. When Qian Wen saw the young boss, his eyes lit up and he came over. Boss Ching, you have no idea how much the neighbors were talking about behind my back today. He looked miserable. Me too. Ching Yun sighed. By the way, how's the manpower arrangement going on your end? He remembered that Boss Qian was also planning to open a branch of a snack shop in the food street. I wasn't in a hurry about these past few days, but after this incident, it seems we have to deal with them properly. Shen Wen was also a smart man. Aside from those unscrupulous food stall owners, who would bother reporting them out of boredom? That's good, they should get a taste of the good things. Xing Yun nodded without changing his expression. However, just then, a few middle-aged women walked over from a distance. Young boss, tell me the truth. Qian Wen also knew one of them. She was a regular customer at the store, an elderly woman with white hair. Is there something wrong with your shop? As soon as she said it, her other girlfriends immediately became agitated. Hey Aunt Sun, the shop's already closed, why are you still asking questions? Weren't you here to cause him trouble? We old men are here to help you. Hey, young man. Hurry up and bring something to compensate me. An old man in the crowd pointed at Qing Yun and angrily shouted, Aunt Sun's hair has turned quite a bit whiter these past few days. It must be because she ate the steamed buns from your shop. That's right. Aunt Sun trusted you so much and patronized your business every day, and you actually did this. Stop talking, you figure it out. Seeing that the argument was getting more and more heated, Aunt Sun quickly waved her hand and said, Actually, I believe that the young boss is not that kind of person, but I'm just not sure. She looked at Qing Yun with a hint of apology. Aunt Sun, let me tell you the truth, there's really nothing wrong with my shop. As soon as Qing Yun explained, the older women in the crowd pointed at him and whispered, clearly gossiping behind his back. How about this? Qing Yun simply said, Anyway, it's only 2 days. Whether there are any problems or not, we'll have the results in 2 days. You can come back and check back then, okay? Let's not swear. Upon hearing this, Aunt Sun sighed and said, That's the only way. Let's not talk to Aunt Sun anymore, let's go for a walk. An older woman was holding Grandma Sun's hand. As they were about to leave, they turned back and said something to Qing Yun and the other person. Doing business requires conscience, I hope you won't forget that. Chapter 98 Chen Li's smugness, Chen Wuning is swindled out of another 500,000 yuan. Xing Yun and Qian Wen looked at each other for a moment, and both could see helplessness in each other's eyes. Let's go find a place to eat. Qian Wen decided to go to a shop he used to frequent to relax. Boss Qing, it's on me. At the same time, the office of Yu Yan Company. Miss Chen, there's news about your ex-husband. Shenli was looking at the documents when she suddenly heard her secretary whisper something to her. Xing Yun? The secretary nodded and took out her phone. A video was playing. Mr. Chen, look, this is Qing Yun's Douyin video. It already has hundreds of thousands of comments. The secretary in black stockings spoke cautiously. Is this a good thing? Originally, since her parents had spent so much of her money and she had nowhere to complain, she turned her head and said, Even you're making fun of me? No, Mr. Chen. The secretary in black stockings quickly covered her mouth, pointed to her screen, and hurriedly explained, You'll see when you look. I mean, they're all haters. Shanli took the phone. I just happened to open a video. The comments section was filled with negative reviews and personal attacks. Fuck your heartless boss, I'll go to hell. He deserves to be in jail. May all your ancestors for 18 generations go to jail. Shenli kept scrolling down and found that the discrepancies in the comments seemed endless. What's going on? Suppressing her excitement, she clicked on another video. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that the problem originated from Qing Yun's shop. They actually dared to add drugs to food? Shenli was shocked. She never imagined her ex-husband would do something so foolish. But thinking about it, that's the only possible reason. After all, given her ex-husband's cooking skills back then, how could he possibly have made such delicious food in such a short time? Although the news was truly shocking, it did not diminish Chen Li's ecstatic joy in the slightest. Contact Xiao Wang, find some online trolls, and exaggerate my story. At this moment, she was not blinded by excitement and quickly told her secretary, find more people to increase the public's attention on this matter. In their eyes, Qing Yun's life or death was now certain. As for the test results being available in 2 days, that's completely unimportant. It only gave Qing Yun 2 more days to survive. Adding medicine to food is a serious crime. If Qing Yun doesn't go to jail in 2 days, who will? Okay, Mr. Chen, I'll go right away. The secretary had obviously thought of this as well, and quickly agreed. After the secretary in black silk left, Chenli finally felt relieved of the fatigue of the past few days. He sighed easily, "It came to me effortlessly." "You think you're so great? Let's see how cocky you are now." Qingyun's indifferent face kept lingering in his mind's eye, eventually transforming into a look of pain and fear. Chenli was in a great mood for no reason, and even couldn't help but laugh out loud. It must have been Brother Wang's idea. It's incredibly effective. It seems the money I gave my dad was well spent. Most people wouldn't think of such a wicked method. However, this was something Qingyun brought upon himself. Chenli even happily picked up the phone and called her mother. "Mom, have you watched TikTok?" Yang Li's excited voice came quickly from the other end. "Mom was just about to tell you. This morning I saw that Qingyun, that good-for-nothing, finally got into trouble." Yang Li kept nagging, "We don't even need to lift a finger to deal with this kind of person, they've already given us leverage. It's a good thing I advised you two to divorce back then, look what happened, you're in jail now." Chen Wuneng was also excitedly rubbing his hands together. Qingyun could have done anything wrong, he could have been a contented single man. Why would I want to open such a lousy shop? What kind of crooked ideas are you having? Now he's practically gotten himself arrested. Wife, let me say a few words." Chen Wuneng, feeling smug, quickly took the phone. "Hey daughter, I bet this was Wang Ji's doing, don't you think so?" As soon as he spoke, Chenli nodded, "That's what I think too. It seems the next move will be to blackmail Qingyun, after all, this is no small matter. Poisoning food would be enough to bankrupt Qingyun." Moreover, they were well aware of President Wang's ruthless methods, and Qingyun had even offended President Wang before. So this time, Qingyun is going to be in big trouble. That's how it should be. You should call them and ask them properly. We can't let Qingyun get away with this. Shanli hung up the phone. In high spirits, I began preparing for the custody battle for my daughter. Qingyun's current situation. What else can I do besides giving my daughter to myself? I'm hanging up now, I need to call Mr. Wang first. Urged by his wife, Chen Wu opened the phone in his contacts and called Wang Chang. Hey, Mr. Wang, you did a great job this time. As soon as the call connected, Shen Wuning couldn't help but praise, if it weren't for you, Qingyun would still be jumping around like this. Oh, is that so? Okay. Wang Chang was still a bit confused about the current situation, but judging from Chen Wuning's tone, it should be related to Qingyun's matter. I didn't do anything. Wang Chang scratched his head and mumbled something. Then, continuing to interrupt Chen Wuning, he said, I told you you have to believe me. With me around, how could he possibly have any good juice? Stop talking now, I'm a bit busy, I'll hang up now and we'll talk later. Before I could continue, Wang Chang hung up the phone. He thought about it. If it were Qingyun, that little guy, that kind of thing should be made known to everyone. So he also opened Douyin TikTok. Oh, I see. After searching through several videos, Wang Chang finally understood the current situation. That's a bit tragic. I didn't expect this kid to be such a bad person. He suddenly felt deceived. Judging from Qingyun's appearance before, she didn't seem like the kind of person who would poison food. But this is good, it's a perfect deal for him. You search high and low without finding it, only to have it come to you effortlessly. Composing himself, Wang Chang pretended to smile and called Chen Wuneng again. Hello, Mr. Wang, is there anything else? Yes, that's right. Wang Chang said with a smile, Qingyun has been caught, right? Give me another 500,000. I'll find the best lawyer and we'll proceed with our next move. I don't have anywhere to scrape together 500,000. Chen Wuning's surprised voice came from the other end. Don't worry, the lawyer I consulted can easily pay out millions in compensation. Wang Chang directly misled him, saying, things are almost done. Just send me the money, and I promise you won't be shortchanged. Having said all that, Chen Wuning had no idea what to do. After hanging up the phone, he turned his gaze to his wife, Yang Li. That bastard wants money again. Yang Li had no other choice but to give him a good scolding. Oh, wait a minute. Chapter 99 Noise and Integrity. As Yang Li walked towards the wardrobe, she said, I still have over 600,000 yuan in my account. I'll transfer it all to Boss Wang later. Things are already 90% done, so of course we can't give up now. After all, they've already invested millions in it. Well, Chen Wuning was instantly excited. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. He took the bank card Yan Li handed him, but inwardly he cursed, damn it, this bitch is hiding so much money. He doesn't even have that much personal savings. But the emergency was urgent, and there was no time to waste. Shen Wu immediately took out his phone and dialed Mr. Wang's account. Received. The message from Wang Chang put the couple at ease. Yang Li smirked coldly, heh, we're in for a good show. While online opinions were still spreading rapidly. Li Wanner, who was in the office, also checked Douyin. He instantly flew into a rage. How could a master be so foolish as to do such a thing? How dare these people slander someone like this? The idea of poisoning food is simply impossible these days. So she immediately went to the comments section to clear Qingyun's name. However, he was immediately met with angry criticism and condemnation from netizens. Get lost. Where did you get your shill account? How could you possibly whitewash such scum? Go to your class, you motherless bastard. Get the hell out of here. Could it be that some bastard hired these trolls? We're outnumbered, what are we afraid of? We're here to uphold justice. Ugh, I'm so angry. Li Wanner was furious. Seeing the sharp comments, she called the young lady directly to inquire. It's nothing, why are you angry? I'm not angry at all. Mu Yin replied to her quite elegantly, anyway, we'll have the results in 2 days. Don't even think about asking someone to leave comments, lest it negatively impact the male master. Despite saying that, Li Wanner was still furious. You should know that the master is now their shop's star attraction. If their performance is affected by this stain, their results will certainly suffer a heavy loss. However, despite what the young lady said, she had complete faith in the master. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. Li Wanner continued to engage in the battle. Faced with numerous criticisms of the master, she refuted them without flinching. At this time, Qingyun was the focus of all online public opinion. He was having dinner with several business owners at the restaurant at that moment. I also took the opportunity to hear the financial reports from each branch. We've been selling out every day for the past few days, and many customers haven't even been able to buy anything. Xianwen spoke first, his tone full of pride. Some customers, when they lined up at our store, said that I look exactly like the main store. This is undoubtedly the highest praise. The other bosses immediately lost their composure. Hey, how can you say that? It's the same in our store. Yeah, it's like they're making it seem like our shop is different. Xianwen puffed out his chest proudly, that's not necessarily true. My second branch is already open for business. What can you possibly do to compete with me? Smack. One of the shop owners, a middle-aged man, slammed his hand on the table. Young man, I advise you not to be arrogant. Taking electricity from an old man is not bad either. You should know that I've already made a name for myself in that whole surrounding area. Yes. Seeing that the other person was more experienced than him, Xianwen jokingly admitted defeat. Compared to elder son, I'm no match at all. Ha. Fun. Let's drink. After these people made such a fuss, the atmosphere at the dinner table immediately improved. The previous frustration caused by the closure of the branch store has been swept away. Qingyun invited the young and old men to drink. The previous text was silently in thought. Those guys in the food street couldn't eat because of these things. They were drinking and chatting happily at the table. This comparison shows that. Awesome. Enough talk, let's drink. Boss Qianwen, let me toast you. Boss Qing, I'd also like to raise a glass to you, wishing our store a great success. Just as Qingyun and his friends were enjoying their drinks, a customer at a nearby seat noticed them. Those people are sleeping so happily. Wait a minute, why do they look so familiar? It seems to be the owner of a snack shop. A young man in the crowd scratched his head for a moment, then suddenly realized, I remember now, he's the owner of Qingyuan's snack shop, which's been really popular lately. His name is something like Qingqing or Qingyun. Holy crap, which bastard is it? Damn, they're actually here. Everyone immediately remembered who these people were. Aren't they the same people who secretly put drugs in food? They were so excited watching the videos on Douyin that they never expected the instigators to be drinking and laughing in a restaurant. Is there any way to play this game anymore? They were originally spirited young men. Seeing this scene instantly made me furious. Damn it, I can't take this anymore, I'll teach them a lesson. On the spot. A muscular man took off his shirt and, pulled by his companions, strode over angrily, shouting, "Don't hold me back! I'll teach these bastards a lesson. Hey, don't go. That young boss is really skilled," a little girl said worriedly. This immediately drew disdain from the muscular man. "He's so small and doesn't think he's got a good physique. He's just kidding." He walked straight to Qingyun's table and said angrily, "Stop. I'm telling you guys, stop for a second, do you hear me?" Bang! Some of the bosses were already quite drunk when they were suddenly jolted awake by the sound of a slap. "What's going on, young man? Do you need something?" Xianwen opened his sleepy eyes, but the muscular man said, "We don't think we know you, do we?" "Ha, you social scum think you can get to know me, jungler?" The muscular man sneered, "You're not worthy." "Holy crap, where did this bastard come from?" One of the bosses, a muscular man, stepped forward and said, "Hey buddy, isn't it a bit much for you to be picking a fight like this?" "Ha, I'm just picking a fight. Don't you guys have any self-awareness about what you've done?" The muscular man, with a swift movement, stared directly into the crowd and said to the small business owner, "I heard you're poisoning the food. Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? Who told you this is true? The results aren't out yet." Seeing this frustrating situation again, one of the bosses, a man wearing glasses, said impatiently, "I admire people like you who have a mouth and spout nonsense. Look at you, you're getting anxious." Unexpectedly, the muscular man was also an invincible trash talker, immediately retorting, "We've already closed the shop for you, what wishes do you still have? You guys really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. You say less. Don't stop me, I'm going to kill these heartless bastards today." The scene immediately descended into chaos. Chapter 100 Fight. This kid's got some skills. Seeing that these people were about to start fighting, the shop owner immediately became unhappy. "If you want to fight, go outside and fight. My shop is too small to accommodate big shots like you." Judging from his tone, he was clearly on the side of the muscular man. After all, they're both in the food and beverage industry. He also despises unscrupulous merchants who use underhanded tactics. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." On someone else's turf, one of the muscular man's companions believed that one should still bow one's head. He apologized twice, then dragged a few bosses who wanted to join his companions away, saying, "After all, this is a society governed by law, and it's wrong for us to fight like this." Snort. Even with his good friend's advice, the muscular guy, no matter how recklessly he acted, realized he was wrong. He snorted coldly, looked straight at Qingyun and said, "You're lucky this time. Even if I let you off the hook, the law won't, and neither will the customers." Let's say it again. Even a clay Buddha has a temper, and Xianwen retorted angrily, "I can sue you for slander. How about this, I'll make you a bet, if the results come out in 2 days and it's not our fault, you'll apologize to me, okay?" He. The muscular man cracked his neck, "Whatever, it's none of my business anyway." He turned to the young man beside him, who looked smug, "Let's go, we won't talk to this scum." To be honest, many of his companions couldn't stand his smug and self-important attitude. If it weren't for his strength, this kind of person would have been beaten half to death long ago for daring to speak like that. A young man wearing glasses walked up to him, looking down on him as he said, "Brother, let's go. Let's not waste time with this kind of person." Etc. As the muscular man nodded and prepared to leave, Xingyun called them back. "You insulted others for no reason and now you want to leave?" Xingyun is not someone to be trifled with. "I've been bored and have nothing to do lately, so here's something fun for you. Why not accept it? What do you want to do?" The young man frowned. He had seen the name and skills of the guy online, but the muscular man didn't know that. He immediately cursed, "You little brat, you think you're so tough? How dare you talk to me like that? You worthless thing, born of a father but raised by no mother, go to hell. Hey you." The young man was shocked, but after waiting a while, he saw that Qingyun did not react violently. He immediately felt relieved. It was just a paper tiger all along. "Damn it, this is outrageous." Xianwen muttered a curse under his breath, pointing at the muscular man and saying, "Stop being so fussy. All you can do is curse, you're like a woman. All that muscle is probably just from all those pills." This sentence completely enraged the muscular man, whose eyes instantly turned red and he threw a punch at Xianwen. "Hey, you've been tricked." Xianwen smiled, turned to look at Qingyun, and then pretended to be beaten, lying on the ground with a pained expression. "Ouch. What's wrong with you?" It hurts so much. No. I fucking. The muscular man immediately felt he had been tricked and was furious. A bunch of trash trying to scam me? You won't get away with that here. I don't care who you are, I'll just kill you. He roared angrily and continued forward, his movements swift and powerful. The bosses next to Qing Yun were all ordinary vendors and certainly didn't have any fighting skills. However, they knew that the young boss's fighting skills were top-notch. So talking about being afraid is completely useless. The muscular man saw their expressions clearly, and while he was disappointed, he became even angrier. You started it. The next second, Qing Yun moved. All the moves of the god-level fighting technique immediately flashed into his mind. Faced with the muscular man's aggressive attacks, it seemed as if all the moves had slowed down. Bang! The muscular man threw a punch. To his surprise, the kid dodged it with ease. It's over. The young man watching the scene from behind looked ashen-faced. This kid's skills are really as amazing as they're made out to be on Douyin. Looks like my brother's going to die here tonight. As expected. The muscular man, emboldened by his initial failure, pressed forward again. However, Qing Yun seemed to have anticipated his next move, striking with both hands and feet. The muscular man suddenly slammed backward and crashed onto the table. Bang! A simple technique, without any unnecessary frills. The muscular man felt as if the punch to his stomach had the force of 1,000 pounds. Pain. It hurt so much. Damn, what a kid. I didn't expect him to have some skills. Struggling to his feet, the muscular man spat out a mouthful of saliva, only to feel a bitter taste in his mouth. That punch really hit him hard. Moreover, the explosive power displayed by Qing Yun's thin frame completely frightened him. However, this only fueled his fighting spirit. Ha! Again! The muscular man, his face contorted with madness, grabbed a broken wooden stick and charged forward. He planned to give Qing Yun a good beating. Unfortunately, Qing Yun was also quite skilled after dodging left and right, he couldn't withstand a single blow. Instead, he took the opportunity to punch the muscular man a few times. This is the ultimate secret of martial arts, dodging and seizing the opportunity to counterattack. However, he didn't use his full strength. Instead, he landed on the muscular man, giving him a feeling of elation. Wow, this kid's got guts. That's exactly what I've come to understand. The onlookers were immediately horrified. Putting aside the snack shop owner's character, his skill alone is probably unparalleled in the world. Next, they looked at the muscular man with pity in their eyes. After all, there are still legendary stories circulating on Douyin about small business owners taking on 7 or 14 opponents at once. Fuck your mother. The muscular man who was being beaten had no idea about these weird and illogical things. He was in excruciating pain from the beating, his eyes were bloodshot and seemed to be spitting fire, staring at Qing Yun as if he wanted to tear her to pieces. Want to come again? After stretching his fists and feet, Qing Yun revealed a smile. Damn, you guys want to fight again? The boss, who had been watching from the sidelines, was now numb. You don't understand. My brother's shop just caught fire. Xian Wan, who had just bribed the boss, affectionately patted his shoulder. You'll get your money back. He turned to the others and said, everyone here, the other side was in the wrong first. Look, my brother didn't kill them. Let them have a friendly spar. Fortunately, there weren't many people in the store. Everyone was in a state of shock. Let's keep going, a fair fight between real men. Even the muscular man who got beaten up said so the bystanders had no complaints. However, several busybodies still took out their phones to take pictures. At a time when passers-by were behaving in different ways. The muscular man is moving again. His companions finally realized at that moment that the muscular man actually had some martial arts background. But his opponent is Qing Yun. Wow! Chapter 101. The test results are out. Wow, that's fucking amazing. This guy's got some skills. Yes, I thought his muscles looked fake, but I didn't expect him to be so skilled. No, shouldn't our attention be on that kid? The surrounding customers started talking all at once. That was fucking damn good, that punch. Bang! The muscular man's figure swung backward again. I feel like the small business owner didn't put in much effort. Suddenly, a little girl exclaimed in surprise, he's letting that big man have his way. No way, that's incredible. You're quite skilled. Everyone was shocked, including those who already knew about Qing Yun's skills. without exception. Only by seeing it with your own eyes can you know how amazing his skills are. Stop hitting me, I was wrong. After being slapped several times, big and small, all over his body, the muscular man finally couldn't take it anymore, clutching his stomach in pain and saying, "Damn it, stop hitting me. Damn, bro, you're really awesome." His face was contorted with the look of impending tears. My stomach felt like it was churning, bitter and unbearable. I feel like vomiting. Not enough? Want to do it again? Xingyun twisted his wrist. I'm not coming anymore, I was wrong. The muscular man's expression instantly turned to shock. You beast, you knocked me down 5 times in 3 seconds. Who the hell can withstand that? Who can be arrogant now? His companions couldn't help but laugh when they saw his inconsistent behavior. Wow, they've completely won them over. It's unbelievable that their eldest brother is arrogant in public but bullies the weak and fears the strong behind the scenes. Since we're not playing anymore, let's settle the venue fee. Xingyun glanced at the screen and realized that someone was still recording. He frowned. We need to resolve the video issue as well, otherwise releasing it will be bad for both of us. Yes, I understand. The muscular man nodded repeatedly. What are you all standing there for? Apologize to that big brother. After the quick-witted underlings apologized, each of them took out their own money to settle the bill with the boss. Excuse me, sorry to bother you. I'll pay for everyone's bills today. While the bespectacled man kept apologizing, he was also worried that Xingyun might unexpectedly punch him. Hey guys who recorded this, can we talk this over? Money and stuff are negotiable. He then approached the people who had previously recorded videos and began to negotiate in a low voice. It seems to be working well. Several passers-by quickly agreed to the request to delete the video. After all, sending it out would only cause them trouble. Thank you for your understanding, thank you. The bespectacled man returned to the muscular man's side and whispered, Big brother has taken care of everything. Can. The muscular man gritted his teeth, then let's go. He simply couldn't stay in this place any longer. The contemptuous and disdainful looks he received from those around him were particularly distressing. Moreover, he couldn't find any reason to retaliate. Ultimately, they were simply outmatched in skill. I'm completely screwed over here today. Take care, everyone. Xingyun chuckled. I can't believe I ate and dashed. This kid was so arrogant just now, and now he's even treating us to dinner. Boss Qian, let's go to your place tonight. We'll have a good meal together. After the thugs left, the bosses stopped being so reserved and started chatting and laughing. Is this guy even human? Just like what the acne scars said, he's so good at fighting, he doesn't need to do something illegal, does he? I don't know. I guess he's in a difficult situation. Sigh, I hope he ends up well. Anyway, we didn't pay for this meal, so we didn't lose out. The crowd was still discussing it. However, the hostility towards the table of restaurant owners lessened considerably because they had treated them to a meal. Certainly. By this time, some people had already realized that Xingyun was not a foolish person. On the contrary, he was very cautious and intelligent in handling matters. How could I possibly make such a basic mistake? It seems that everything on the internet is just a rumor and can't be trusted. A young fangirl gazed at the sky and murmured. 2 days passed quickly. It has been proven that the influence of negative public opinion is extremely broad. Qingyuan's snack shop even reached the top 10 trending topics on the first day. This has also made more people aware of this snack shop brand. The impression wasn't that good. I can't believe there are such unscrupulous businesses in Shanghai. Adding addictive drugs to food is probably very rare in China. Support severe punishment. Just passing by to watch the drama unfold. The young boss looks quite handsome. He could definitely make more money selling his looks than selling snacks. Now look what happened, he's failed. We can't let our values be swayed by our physical appearance. Those who deserve punishment must be severely punished. To be honest, Xingyun was speechless when he saw these netizens leaving such crazy comments. There were even rumors that he had been locked up. Fortunately, though, the relevant testing report has been released and is currently in his possession. There's definitely no problem. Everyone, the innocent will clear themselves, let the rumors stop with the wise. Xingyun briefly explained the situation and then posted a picture of the test report on the Douyin platform. Because he's currently at the center of an entertainment storm, his account is constantly being followed by many people. The moment he posted it, hundreds of comments appeared. I've been waiting for 2 days and I finally got it. The little boss really is fine, I told you so. The test report is fine, so where are those bastards coming out to get a beating? I knew the boss was a decent person, how could he do something so stupid? No way. It's definitely photoshopped. In the comments section immediately, supporters and critics were evenly divided. I'm talking to you upstairs. Don't jump to conclusions and start criticizing everyone you see. Didn't you see the official watermark? A bunch of lowlifes. They just can't stand seeing others do well, so they're just jealous. Serves you right, you're dumbfounded now. Damn, brothers, be careful when you're gossiping. I thought the small business owner would be staying in an apartment, but it turns out the netizens are the ones who've been caught off guard. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. My stomach hurts from all the anger. Go wash up and go to bed. I know you were the one who complained the most, now you're a fool. At the same time, a group of elderly people who are not good at using the internet gathered outside Qingyuan snack shop. It's been 2 days already, do you think the small business owner is going to be arrested? I suspect so. We just hope they can identify what kind of medication it is so we can go to the hospital for a checkup. Sigh, I never thought I'd have to suffer like this at my age. The medical expenses are a huge sum of money, it's all Qingyun's fault. Shameless. As the elderly folks were discussing it, the shop door opened. Instantly, angry glares focused on Qingyun's face. However, there were still some neutral individuals in the crowd who asked impartially, has the boss's test report come out yet? They're out. Qingyun posted the test report on the front door. Chapter 102 Apologize, and you still have a chance. Those who want to see the results can see for themselves. I posted them on the wall. After Qingyun finished speaking, she went back to the shop to clean. It's not too bad that it hasn't been cleaned for 2 days. The leftover ingredients from last time, such as steamed buns, need to be cleaned out. Outside the door. When everyone saw the posted test report, they immediately became noisy. Don't rush, let me go take a look. Judging from the young boss's appearance, there shouldn't be any problems. Thank goodness, I'm relieved. To be honest, seeing Qingyun's calm and composed demeanor, everyone finally felt relieved. Those who had always believed in the small business owner were especially excited. See? I told you, no problem. An elderly man with white hair stood at the front of the line and shouted, I told you before, who's still that stupid these days? You all see it, the test reports are all written perfectly, there's no problem at all. Yes. We wronged the young boss. Thank goodness, that almost scared me to death. A few middle-aged women huddled together in the crowd, muttering, we really have to thank the testing department this time, otherwise we would have been scared half to death. Another older woman chimed in, it's because of these testing agencies that those unscrupulous bosses don't dare to act recklessly. Wow, that's terrifying. Immediately, people cast disdainful glances at them. What are you saying? It's clearly the small boss's conscience that's at fault, and you're claiming it's someone else's achievement. Immediately, a burly man sneered, back then, it was people like you who shouted the loudest. Go to hell. Get lost, do you really think you can act like you're superior just because you're old? We old folks aren't as arrogant as you guys. As soon as someone started speaking, the others immediately began to shout. The middle-aged women pursed their lips, knowing they were in the wrong, and said nothing more. Just then, the white-haired old man who was in charge of organizing discipline suddenly spoke up, we really misunderstood that young boss this time. Think about how hard he's been these past 2 days. Upon hearing this, most of the people present lowered their heads in shame. Regardless of how angry the crowd was before, and how much they joined in the chorus of cursing the small business owner, they all know they were wrong now. It's definitely wrong to keep misunderstanding someone before things have even happened. It not only had a significant impact on small business owners, but also, what if we have to close the shop? Such delicious food is a rare treat. This is a huge loss for them. I think we should go and apologize. A weak female voice suddenly came from the crowd. And to support his business. This question was immediately accepted by everyone. Yes, the small business owner we misunderstood before should apologize now. Although the small business owner isn't a petty person, he really should apologize. I'm going now. Overwhelmed with shame, everyone headed into the shop. Just then, Adley has already arrived at the store to help. Xingyun is at the front preparing for today's order-taking tasks. What are you doing? Young boss, we were in the wrong in this matter. A little girl scratched her head sheepishly and said, we shouldn't have misunderstood you for no reason. So we're sorry. After she spoke up, the elderly men, women, and uncles behind her all chimed in. Young boss, I'm so sorry. Sorry. Don't be shy, give me 50 meat buns as an apology. Damn it. What do you mean you went first? I was the first one in line. You're really something. Ha ha ha. Xingyun was very magnanimous. He nodded and pretended that nothing had happened, which immediately made the crowd lively. I told you the boss wasn't stingy at all. Everyone, don't rush, I got in line first. Damn it, I was just in front of you, how did you end up in front of me? Boss, let's do more business today if you're in a good mood, and make up for the lost revenue from the previous 2 days. Exactly. I wholeheartedly agree. At the same time, Shenli is also constantly paying attention to online comments. What happened? How did things take a turn for the better? She saw a sudden surge of whitewashing comments online and immediately felt uneasy. 2 days have passed, and the test results should be out by now. Mr. Chen, Xingyun's Douyin account, posted a new video. The secretary, who was standing to the side, suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Because the test results showed that everything was normal. Does this mean that Mr. Chen's happiness over the past 2 days was entirely self-deception? She couldn't even imagine how furious President Chen would be when he found out the result. What? Let me see. Shenli snatched the phone almost frantically. Test report, everything is fine? What happened? Wasn't it supposed to be Wang Chang's scheme, and already confirmed? How could there be a reversal? Impossible, impossible. She gripped her phone tightly, silently murmuring, could it be photoshopped? Yes, it's definitely photoshopped. But everyone knows that's impossible. Netizens, including those online, have by this time realized that it was all a misunderstanding. The number of comments is increasing. I'm so sorry, boss. I just misunderstood you. I never imagined your cooking skills were really that good. Holy crap, this is the first time I've ever heard of this restaurant. I never imagined their cooking would be so good that it would lead to a competitor reporting them. Yeah, I can't believe it. They said they'd already opened a branch. I'll have to go check it out when I have time. Those competitors probably never expected that instead of ruining the small business owner, they would actually increase his traffic. Ha 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 ha. The netizens' comments seemed to be another blow to Chenli, who saw it as nothing less than bloating. Bang! Finally, Shenli went berserk and slammed her phone into the corner. President Chen. The secretary shrank back, immediately feeling terrified. This shouldn't be happening, how could this be? Shenli's eyes were red. After waiting for 2 days, this is the result she got. She was even preparing to have a party with her best friend. She actually received a test result that showed there were no problems at all? So all that happiness I had these past 2 days was for nothing? Mr. Chen, I think there might be a counterattack on this matter. The secretary couldn't help but say, since you said someone did this on purpose, they certainly won't let it go easily. Let's just wait and see. Shenli turned to look at her. Do you know how impatient I am after waiting time and time again? The secretary immediately lowered her head. Forget it, they're all useless. With things having come to this, Shenli desperately pressed her head down. If Wang Chang really did handle this, he would never give up. The only solution right now is to wait. Waiting for Wang Chang's next move. I still have a chance. Chapter 103. The order has arrived. Time to open a shop in the food street. The renovation of Qingyuan clothing store is nearing completion. Xingyun, who was busy in the store, took a moment to take a look and found that everything was quite good. Now all that's left is for the clothing to get into the store. It's quite a coincidence. Just then, my phone rang, and the caller ID showed Li Wanner. Hello, master? As soon as Xingyun answered the phone, the person on the other end exclaimed excitedly, we've got a job. We've got a job. Could you spare some time to design a few pieces? The clothes you designed last time almost sold out. Our company has decided to design a few sophisticated, tasteful, and elegant clothes this time. As expected of a designer, they can even state their requirements in such detail. Xingyun roughly understood what was going on. I saw the email you sent, let me take another look. Okay, sure. Li Wanner immediately nodded excitedly. As if suddenly remembering something, she hesitated and asked, Master, have you seen any comments about yourself online recently? You mean my snack shop? Xingming held his phone between his head and shoulder and opened his laptop. No, it's about the 20+ outfits you designed last time. Xingyun clearly heard some hesitation in the voice on the other end. He hadn't actually noticed this, negative comments? Li Wanner hesitated for a moment before nodding and saying, yes, and the insults were quite harsh. His main concern was that he was afraid of angering the master. I dealt with the snack shop first, and now I have to deal with the clothing. I'm just too busy. So she hasn't told Xingyun about it these past 2 days. To his surprise, Xingyun simply smiled and said, it would be abnormal if there were no questions. Whatever they say, we just need to do our jobs well. Okay. Li Wanner nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. Although she said she was fine, Xingyun still clicked on the relevant video. After all, it's also important to see what different opinions netizens have about his designs. But upon closer inspection, it turned out to be all nonsense. I don't think the clothes from both companies are plagiarized. But something feels off. If it's not plagiarism, why don't they dare to release the designers' names? I think it plagiarized the works of several famous European design masters. These works have a very similar style, they're plagiarizing each other, damn it. Could it be designed by the same person? No way. We haven't seen the real designer yet, so it's hard to believe you. Netizens watched as an unknown designer created more than 20 works in one go. And every single one of them sold very well. It would be a lie to say I'm not envious. Fortunately, everyone was rational in their observations and expressed their different opinions reasonably. Those who are impatient or are hired by others to act as online trolls are completely different. They all use foul language. The insults were as harsh as they could possibly be. Xingyun watched for a while and then found it boring, so he turned it off. 3 p.m. Xingyun, who was steaming buns, suddenly saw Boss Qian running over from a distance. Young boss, they must need to talk to you about something, right? Seeing the excited look on the other side, Li took over the work from Xingyun's hands. As expected. As soon as Qianwen entered the store, he immediately found Xingyun and said, Boss Qing, everything I mentioned last time is ready. Xingyun was taken aback, open a shop in the food street? Right. Qianwen said excitedly, these bastards, Grandpa's going to have some fun with them. They didn't settle scores with that shrewish guy who lived up to his name, thinking he was an easy target. So this time, not only should those who reported the spectators pay the price, but the entire unscrupulous food street should also be completely destroyed. Qianwen's plan was quite vicious. After silently mourning for the food street owners for a moment, Xingyun asked, what are the specific plans? He wasn't worried at all about whether the shop could dominate the food street once it opened. After all, Boss Qian had been learning from him the longest and had done a lot of homework. Putting aside his patience, just look at Qianwen's current cooking skills. There's absolutely no need to worry. I originally wanted to rent a shop, but when Mr. E from the food street found out that I was related to Qingyuan's snack shop, he immediately refused. But of course, I have other ways to get an empty shop, which I just renovated today. Qianwen spoke enthusiastically about his plans. My wife is already arranging the shop's facilities, and it'll be open first thing tomorrow morning. He knew from the beginning that the food street had a very good location. People in the neighborhood may not have heard of his snack shop, but almost everyone has some impression of the food street. Since that's the case, Qianwen simply thought of opening his shop on the food street, where there would be more foot traffic, and it would definitely become a huge hit. With this idea in mind, he is now making steady progress and will soon succeed. Well done. Xingyun nodded solemnly, if you need any financial assistance, just ask. Opening a shop in a food street will definitely involve a lot of trouble. At this point, money becomes extremely important. Qianwen knew the principle of borrowing money to avoid trouble, so he didn't stand on ceremony and readily agreed, okay. Actually, I have a few good friends among the bosses in the food street. Suddenly remembering something, Qianwen hesitated and said, they actually want to join Qingyuan's snack shop too. The name Qingyuan Snack Shop is now very profitable. If you haven't heard of some business owners who lost money but took off because of the success of Qingyuan Snack Shop, then you're definitely not a good business owner. So much so that now, almost everyone wants to join this dark horse team. You can do whatever you want with this. I don't mind having too much. The principle of win-win cooperation can never be broken by having more people. Qing Yun will always adhere to this principle when opening stores. Thank you, boss. Xianwen's face lit up with joy, and he added, it was his brothers who told me about the report. They've long disliked those guys on the food street, so they're actually pretty decent people. Xingyun nodded, it's enough to leave the training to Antli. Having said that, Xianwen bid farewell and began preparing for the Qingyuan snack shop in the food street. Qingyun also packed her things and drove to the clothing store. Qingyuan clothing store is quite large. It was done entirely according to the principle of not talking about money. Later on, Qingyun even prepared a design studio where people could rest and he could design works there when he had nothing to do. This was something he hadn't expected. Li Wanner's assistant stood at the door and immediately stepped forward when he came in, saying, Master, my young lady has prepared relevant design tools for you. Qingyun then noticed that there was a large box behind her. As expected, it was full of tools that Mu Yun had thoughtfully prepared. Thank you for your help. Qingyun politely thanked him and opened the shop door amidst the assistant's envious gaze. Chapter 104 Live stream goes viral, are you a master? The design studio had all the necessary tools. Qingyun opened the Douyin app, and coincidentally, Li Wanner gave him a Douyin alt account, which was specially assigned to the designer by Fuzizwang. People like Qingyun, who have nothing better to do than livestream, are probably a minority. As a result, organic traffic immediately flowed into the live stream. However, after discovering that the streamer was drawing with his hands exposed and hadn't shown his face yet, he lost interest. What is the streamer doing? Drawing clothes? Is this something a primary school student does? I don't really understand it, but the drawing skills are quite good. I'm impressed. Wow, this brushstroke, these lines are so straight, it's like he's cheating. While a few idle people were chatting idly, someone suddenly said, does this look like the official account of the clothing company? Using a company account to live stream drawing? That's torture. I know he's probably live streaming his design drafts, but I don't know which designer he is or whether he's famous. It took a long time before someone replied. Isn't that obvious? If he were famous, there would be just a few of us watching. But why do I feel that his design is quite impressive, even better than those of the design masters I've seen before? Hey, you're really exaggerating. Are you a hand fetishist too? Damn, how did you know I was staring at the streamer's hands the moment I walked in? Xingyun looked up at the live stream and realized that things were gradually going in the wrong direction, so he immediately said, ahem, actually I was designing clothes. Wow. The streamer is talking, it sounds so good. A voice from heaven. I'm speechless. The two girls in the few live stream rooms suddenly went silent. Xingyun guessed that they might have really fainted. Just then, Xingyun noticed a comment, which designer is the streamer? Your work looks familiar. My name is Xingyun. I just designed some works for 2 companies a few days ago, so it's normal for you to know me. Upon hearing this, the live stream room fell silent instantly. Xingyun then began to suspect that everyone had quit. Question mark. Fashion clothing, Xingyun, 2 companies, a new project, you wouldn't. Wow, you're that designer Xingyun who's become really famous lately? The live chat exploded instantly, and dozens of people who joined later were quite frightened when they heard Xingyun reveal his identity. The master is right beside me. You ignored me when I bought clothes, and I felt out of reach during your live stream, just kidding. Quickly forward this. Wow, the pro is live streaming. Is he going to slap those haters in the face? I thought the designers from both companies were fake. How could there really be a person named Xingyun? It's impossible. In an instant, the barrage of comments flew by, and at the same time, the word spread like wildfire, and soon the number of viewers in the live stream exceeded 2,000. Is it true? Are you Xingyun? Is Xingyun really a person? Xingyun isn't part of a team, is he? Could this person be an imposter? Say something, host. Faced with a sudden influx of questioning comments, Xingyun could only change her name to Xingyun and explain, I am Xingyun myself, it's verified. Today I'm live streaming the design of some new works. He had read all the comments online. It's simply that netizens don't believe someone can design more than 20 works in a short period of time without running out of ideas. Many people suspected that Xingyun was either a team or a person fabricated by 2 companies. So when it was his turn to go live and explain the matter, the popularity immediately soared. Holy crap! This is shocking news. Shin Yoon is actually all alone. Amazing. I love your clothes designs. I bow to you. Big brother, you're my own big brother. Regardless, no one in the live stream would guess Shin Yoon's age. Everyone assumed that if he were really old, he would be a white-haired old man. So much so that the newcomers exclaimed in disbelief, judging from his voice, the master seems so young. I'm useless. The master is so young and has such high design talent. How can we bear it? By the way, what is the master doing? Could you tell me? The master was designing clothes. I reckon he must have seen the critical comments online, so he went live on the spot to prove himself. That's amazing. I feel like we're about to witness the birth of a trending topic. Shin Yoon would occasionally pick out a few interesting comments to reply to, but most of the time she would sketch lines on draft paper. It possesses a system of god-level abilities. He has a real knack for drawing lines and such. The live stream's popularity skyrocketed. Everyone stared in disbelief, almost forgetting the time. Damn, this is the talent of the designer who's been hailed as a dark horse. It's smoother than me drinking water. I was shocked. The master is amazing. But how effective was it? Is there anyone knowledgeable who can explain it? Upstairs, I'm a designer, and I came here because of your reputation. A user with the ID designer Xiaozhuang explained, if we disregard subjective factors, this master's ability to sketch is truly exceptional. Most people couldn't reach this terrifying level even after a lifetime of practice. And look at his work, although it is not yet finished, you can still see its charm, elegant and refined, it looks like a very nice women's garment. One netizen immediately commented, "Wow, that's terrifying. Wow, that's amazing. No wonder I enjoyed watching it so much." By the way, did you guys see that? So far, the streamer hasn't made any changes at all, not even an eraser. Holy crap, it really is. When someone brought up this topic, the viewers in the live stream immediately became agitated. It's simply divine. When I watched other designers' live streams before, wow, it was like they were constipated, but with this streamer, it was like they had diarrhea, it was so satisfying. What a peculiar analogy, but to be fair, the streamer's design talent is absolutely amazing. I was completely shocked when I turned on the live stream. By the way, the streamer is Shin Yoon? There's too much drama upstairs. Who's Shin Yoon? Shin Yoon. Wow. Some viewers who had just entered through the recommended section were still a little confused, but the streamer's pleasing artwork made them settle down. But the other enthusiastic fans who came specifically for the event didn't care about all that. Guys, record this screen. It's going to be a huge hit. I'm absolutely shocked. The streamer is actually the super popular Shin Yoon. I'm speechless. The last time I lost my composure was with Shin Yoon from another snack shop. Why do I feel like this streamer looks a bit like someone else I follow? As a newcomer, is the streamer already preparing new content? Soon. The live stream's popularity soared. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, 500. By the time Shin Yoon had roughly finished designing it, it has reached 1.2 million. Keep in mind, this was only their first live stream. It has already crushed all the internet celebrities. Chapter 105 to Kinjians, could they be the same person? While Shin Yoon was live streaming the design drafts, netizens from all walks of life recorded the videos and then casually posted them on their own platforms. It quickly attracted a large influx of traffic. Holy crap, Shin Yoon is actually alone? And he's even started a live stream? Can you believe it? This person actually has some design background? Your hands are so beautiful, and your drawing is so lovely too. Because it already had a high profile, it spread very quickly. In no time, tens of thousands of people flooded into Shin Yoon's live stream. Just then, Shin Yoon's first work is almost finished. Everyone, this is what I just designed. If you want to see the process, you can find a screen recording. This is a long, yellow-green dress, perfect for young girls, and it achieves an elegant and refined effect to a large extent. As long as the fabric is good, comfort is a must. When Shin Yuan showed the demonstration images, the live stream chat immediately went wild. Wow, this newbie has only been streaming for a short time and already has a design? I was the first one in, and I swear the streamer didn't switch the blueprints at all. He drew them all by himself with a pencil. Yeah, and the streamer's drawing is so smooth, look at his hands, they're so white. Sisters, charge. Is it really you, the host? When will this outfit you designed be released? A very polite girl in the comments section repeatedly asked these questions. Xingyun replied, it should be in the next day or two. I noticed your IP address seems to be from Shanghai. I happen to have a shop here, so you can come and buy from me. What? You're from Shanghai too? Master, you're actually in Shanghai? Where in Shanghai? I'd love to bump into you. Let's go find the master together. Immediately, someone left a comment in the live chat, and Xingyun replied, I'll send you the address when the samples are ready. That's awesome. This is so awesome. Master, is that really you? I see your profile says clothing, so is the name of that fish service over there also yours? The person upstairs asked the question I wanted to ask. What kind of person can design for two companies at once? It's not that I don't believe it, it's just that it's fucking outrageous. I hope the streamer can clarify this issue. I'll record a screen recording later. Xingyun nodded, both companies are actually owned by me. Those 20-odd clothes you saw last time were all designed by me. Wow, that's amazing. The host designed one piece in just a short while, and 20 pieces are a piece of cake for him. Master, please guide me. Since everyone saw Xingyun's livestream, they certainly wouldn't have any doubts. Their strength is undeniable, they really don't dare to criticize them. All they could do was post this explosive and accurate news online. As expected, it instantly sparked a wave of interest. That's very interesting. There are now two Kinjians trending on the hot search list, one about a snack shop and the other about someone who just started a live stream designing their work. This led to confusion between the two trending topics, causing them to both crowd into Xingyun's current live stream. Xingyun himself also took out a second sheet of blank paper, preparing to design a second piece of work. You think I can just go and design it like that? No need for drafts? Seriously? Hey newbie, let me tell you, the anchor just finished designing it, and it only took 10 minutes. What? Is this something a human could do? At this point, the number of viewers in the live stream had exceeded 1.8 million, and it was still growing. Some of the newcomers were so shocked by Xingyun's fluid movements that their jaws dropped. Monster! Monster! A user verified as a chief designer commented, you may not know what it means to create an excellent piece of work in 10 minutes. We usually describe this kind of person with 2 words, a show-off. Damn, this is so sour. Another user, verified as a designer, commented, so sour. Xingyun meticulously sketched the picture, without replying to the questions in the live chat. However, some sharp-eyed viewers have already noticed something is wrong. Why do I feel like I've seen the streamer's hands somewhere before? Yeah, I had the same thought. I think I remember now, weren't there 2 Kinjians trending on social media? Hey buddy upstairs, are you trying to say they're actually the same person? How is that possible? One works in the catering industry and the other is a designer, they can't possibly work together. It's just that the names are the same. Despite this, many people became wary and repeatedly compared the photos of the owner of Changyuan snack shop with those of the past. We finally discovered some clues. But their hands all look the same, they're so beautiful. Hey, host, say something. I could know as soon as you speak. It's not that magical. The anchors have to show their faces, and nowadays all the male voices sound pretty much the same. I don't understand, I just don't understand. As the number of viewers in the live stream increased, Xingyun was surprised that these people could actually judge based on their own hands. That won't do. If they find out, I'll probably get another round of sarcastic comments from netizens. A chef can be a designer? I don't think his previous designs were that great. If people have that preconceived notion, then when they look at his designs, they probably won't find them very interesting. So we should try to delay as long as possible. Time flies. Xingyun designed 5 pieces in a row without saying a word. Certainly. Once the situation at the snack shop stabilizes, I will release my work and then reveal my identity. There shouldn't be any problem. But this directly caused viewers in the live stream to sigh and complain. The streamer isn't saying anything, my mute husband, wah. It's not good for the streamer to be so aloof. Didn't you notice that the master has already completed 5 works? Good heavens, I was so focused on my hands that I didn't even notice. Wow, the master designer is amazing. He's already designed 5 outfits in such a short time. The viewers in the live stream were instantly shocked again. This guy is incredibly talented. And I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I think all his designs are really beautiful. You've managed to maintain such speed while producing such outstanding works. How can we not be envious? Amazing. Xingyun laid out the 5 drafts one by one, allowing the viewers who had just missed them to take a closer look. It wasn't that they weren't watching carefully, but rather that Xingyun's movements were simply too fluid. Before they could react. An excellent work has been completed. Damn, I took a screenshot. I'm going to stock up on these 5 items as soon as they come out. I can't wait. Chapter 106 is finished. The live stream was just a routine explanation. The company's list only included him. After the live stream ended, Xingyun continued designing her work. They have women's clothing, men's clothing, and children's clothing. The overall style leans towards youthful and vibrant, but it doesn't resemble those common items on the market. It has its own unique style and charm. On the other side, upon receiving the email, Li Wanner's mouth immediately widened. That's incredibly prolific. It had only been 3 hours since Xingyun ended her broadcast. You've designed 5 more works? He's still human. What shocked her even more was that the master was not only fast, but also of very high quality. His skill in composition, line drawing, and sketching alone is enough to demonstrate his prowess. Not to mention the overall visual experience. He was so excited that he immediately sent the message to all his departments and assured Xingyun that the goods would be shipped out within the next week. A week is a bit long. Inside Xingyuan's snack shop, Xingyun glanced at the time. Could you please give me 50 pieces of each of the garments I designed before? Xingyun made a direct request to Li Wanner. His clothing store can't just sit empty now that it's open. No problem, master. Li Wanner readily agreed. After all, Xingyun didn't even ask for a design fee last time, so these clothes could be used as a token of their gratitude. Xingyun wasn't idle either. He immediately sent another message to Wang Ka of the fish clothing company, ordering about 50 pieces of each item. It's about sharing the benefits equally. Wang Ka quickly replied, Master, how could you broadcast in their live stream room? The tone sounded somewhat resentful. Just tell us your live stream account number, we have plenty on our streaming platform. Inside an office, Wang Ka was so angry he was about to vomit blood. Last time I was too slow and missed the chance to exclusively watch the streamer's content, and this time I didn't get many more opportunities to stream. It's an absolute rip-off. After complaining for only a short while, he immediately flattered her, Master, our company is also releasing a piece of work. Could you perhaps spare some time to take a look? The fashion designers wanted to use the expertise of a master to create a new work, but they couldn't just let it go unchallenged. We must launch a strong counterattack. Can. Xingyun quickly told him about his past. He had a contract with both companies stipulating that he would receive a 10% commission for every piece of clothing sold. Don't be fooled by its low height. But once the scale becomes large, it becomes very profitable. It's practically taking advantage of both companies. At the same time, the name Xingyun has become incredibly popular on online search rankings. First came the controversy surrounding Xingyun's snack shop, and then came the leaked video of Xingyun's design genius creating an excellent design in just 10 minutes. It certainly grabbed a lot of attention. Many self-media bloggers have even changed their names to Xingyun in order to ride the wave of popularity. This also made the name Xingyun a viral sensation across the internet. Everyone is talking about it. Who exactly is Xingyun? He's incredibly powerful. You guys should quickly check the announcements from Fuzizwang and Youfu companies. They say they're going to be making monk hoods in the next week? I just saw it, and Xingyun is actually a designer for 2 companies? He doesn't need to rest? Even the donkeys in the production team don't work this hard. You underestimate the master. Just now, the master designed a piece in 5 minutes in the live broadcast room. It's incredibly economical. Wow, this guy makes money so easily. That being said, the master is indeed talented, and his foundation is very solid. I can't help but feel envious. Online opinions are divided into several camps, some are envious, some are praising, some are jealous, and some are even acting like Sherlock Holmes. That's absolutely outrageous. The snack shop owner is named Xingyun, the fashion designer is also named Xingyun, and both of them are handsome, and both have a pair of handsome hands, so there's only one truth. I just watched the screen recording and found that the two handsome guys' voices sound very similar, so it shouldn't be. You two have gone mad, haven't you? How did you come to the conclusion that the person in charge of food and the person in charge of clothing are the same person? These days, aren't all guys handsome? You can't possibly come up with anything by making wild guesses like this. The boss hasn't even responded yet. Yeah, if it were really two people, I'd be praising myself all over the internet. Let's wait for the design master Qing Yun to show his face. Also, I must recommend Qing Yuan's snack shop. If you see these 5 words, you can go straight in. I'm also a loyal fan of that snack shop. I've seen the recent controversy, but the shop itself doesn't seem to have any major problems. Early the next morning, Long Jian from the food street got up as usual. He would walk down the street with a cigarette in his mouth, offering one to anyone he met, trying to lure them into his shop. In the end, they'll all get their money back anyway. Seeing his smiling, harmless appearance, the customers, having nothing else to do, went into the shop to have breakfast. This is fucking awful. What is all this? Even a dog wouldn't eat it. I knew I shouldn't have come in. Holy crap. Several customers who had just gone in came out cursing and swearing, and didn't forget to spit at his shop. TCH, the more you hurl insults, the happier I am. Long Jian has already started his slacking off mode. Seeing the customers looking like they've eaten shit makes him incredibly happy. TSK, making this money is so easy. He counted the banknotes in his hand, his fat face sleazy. Someone like him who runs a restaurant needs to know the importance of hit and run and moving on to a new location. The food streets have already ripped off enough people, we can just find another food street in the future. But this money actually went into my pocket. However, he felt that fewer and fewer customers were coming to him to scam him today. What happened? Long Jian suddenly touched his head, turned around, and went back to the shop. Something's wrong, Brother Long. Just then, a cry of surprise made him turn around abruptly. What's going on? Have the guests come knocking on the door? No. The newcomer was a small business owner and also Long Jian's henchman. He panted, a snack shop opened at the intersection. It's stealing all our customers. What? Long Jian was suddenly startled and inexplicably thought of Qing Yuan's snack shop. That can't be right, there must be some unexpected situation? He hurriedly stood up and stumbled towards the intersection. Please don't let it be what he's thinking. Traffic all comes from intersections. If there really is a shop sitting at the intersection and stealing all the customers away. They even opened a Dura type of restaurant in their food street. Soon the underling led Long Jian away, saying, "Big brother, you're right in front." Long Jian looked up and saw a strange man. He breathed a sigh of relief thankfully, it wasn't the terrifying face he had imagined. But the next second, he stood there completely stunned. Because a construction worker was hanging a signboard on the shop floor below. The familiar style, the familiar 3 big characters, Qing Yuan Snack Shop. It's over. Chapter 107, the most disgusting thing. Wow! Long Jian's henchman exclaimed in surprise. Damn it, how did Qing Yuan's snack shop end up here? Far away. Xianwan, who was happily selling steamed buns, seemed to sense something and looked up. I happened to spot 2 people standing frozen on the opposite side of the street. Isn't that Boss Long? He grinned and nodded at the 2 of them. It should be considered a greeting. Say hello to your mom. The younger brother was completely speechless. Did they get our permission to open a store on our territory? What's going on? What did the boss say? Long Jian almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He turned to his younger brother and said, quickly call and ask. He suddenly had a very ominous premonition. It's like someone has raided your family's ancestral graves. Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents, it's not just a saying. If this shop really opens here, that's practically killing their entire family. The younger brother picked up the phone, his hands trembling. Boss, a snack shop has opened on the street, what's going on? Long Jian, his face grim, leaned closer and heard. Oh dear, they gave us too much. No. Beep. Beep. The younger brother was about to speak when he exclaimed, damn it, I'm dead. After hanging up the phone, the food street owner picked at his ear, you lowly trash who can't even pay me 10,000 yuan a month have the nerve to talk to me like that? Today is a good day. Boss Qian hummed a little tune as he served basket after basket of steamed buns to the table. It's just like when someone has a happy event and their spirits are high, and their career is experiencing a second spring. To be honest, he hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. Perhaps it's because these stingy food street owners paid too little money to begin with. He had just quoted a price of 20,000 yuan a month when the boss immediately nodded and bowed in agreement. The 20,000 yuan rent was just a matter of a few hours for him. But to be fair, the flow of people in this place is really huge. Still worried about not making money? Then I'll have the confidence to show off in front of my bosses. At the same time, some pedestrians also noticed the newly opened shops at the intersection. This snack shop sounds familiar. Wow, isn't this that amazing snack shop? They've opened a branch in the food street. The pedestrians looked like they had seen a ghost. It's obvious to anyone with eyes that snack shops and food streets don't get along. Who knows, the last time a snack shop was reported, it was the work of those unscrupulous vendors on the food street. Regardless, this is a good thing for them. The food at this snack shop is absolutely delicious. Everyone come with me and try it, it's on me. Several office workers on their way to work immediately changed direction and went straight into Qian Wen's Qingyuan snack shop. What do you all need? There were several waiters at the entrance who were very friendly. The pedestrians were extremely comfortable. After all, if they had been on this food street before, they would most likely have been ripped off. When have people ever treated them with such warmth? These people have pretty good service, and it's a new store. Why don't we go in and take a look? Let's not go for it. You all know how ruthless this food business is. They'll rip us off as soon as they get us in. Sigh, with such good service, what's wrong with cheating once? I want to be treated like God too. If this shop really tries to operate with a conscience here, it'll get taught a lesson sooner or later. Some elderly people who often come for a walk also went inside. I had just reached the door. He saw several bald, burly men standing in front of the door with dark faces and menacing expressions. I was a little hesitant to continue. Don't worry, everyone, these are our store's bodyguards. Qianwen, that show-off, immediately stepped forward and said, "Hey, as you all know, it's easy to make enemies here. Feel free to come and eat, you'll feel incredibly safe." Wow! The young boss has thought of everything. An older woman stared wide-eyed. Is this even possible? You fucking put 4 or 5 real-life Buddhas and gods at your door. Even Sun Wukong would have to think twice before going in. How interesting. I have to go in and take a look. Oh right, I remember this shop, you guys don't know it, do you? It's the one on Sinew Road that's really delicious, let me tell you. An old man saw the shop sign and his eyes lit up instantly. No need to say anything more, it's on me today. This is great. The elderly men and women called out as they entered the shop and sat down. After glancing around, he was instantly extremely satisfied. To be honest, the decor, the style, and the enticing aroma are unmatched, even by those in big cities. Moreover, the items listed on the signboard are generally not expensive, so even if they don't taste good, you won't lose out. Besides, there were several very attractive young girls serving them the dishes. Grandpa and Grandma, here are your steamed buns. Amidst their laughter and conversation, a high school girl served them a table full of food. This smells great. It's delicious. You guys should try it, it's really good. One of the young men who started moving exclaimed loudly. This immediately piqued the interest of those around them, who all started singing along via video. Once you start tasting it, you can't stop. Wow, this is so delicious. Oh my god. I've never eaten anything so delicious in my life, I'm almost crying. Young boss, where are you from? Have you received any further education? Unexpectedly, Qianwen, who was watching the passers-by with a smile at the door, chuckled and said, "There's no such thing as self-taught, it was all taught by my master." You still have a master, don't you? The middle-aged woman who had just spoken still had a steamed bun in her mouth, and said with disbelief, "Then how powerful must your master be?" As the saying goes, a master is often better than his apprentice. His cooking skills, I suppose, are even more so. My master also runs some snack shops on Sinew Road, where there's a lot of foot traffic. You guys can go check it out. There are many people like Qianwen who help their own bosses attract customers to their shops. Especially those who came from Qingyun's hands, they were truly admirable. So that's why the guests stopped eating. Wow, that's amazing. I have to go check it out. Let's go today, it's not far. Let's form a team. Ha 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 ha. The atmosphere inside the store was quite lively. People coming and going outside the store entered the store, and long queues had formed. It stood out starkly against the backdrop of a scene in the distance. Long Jian and his younger brother squatted on the ground like two castrated lapdogs. How could this happen? Long Jian, arrogant and self-important, tugged at a handful of hair. Looking at the bustling scene inside the store, his eyes seemed to be blazing with fire. With such a large customer flow, he couldn't attract enough customers even in a month. He was envious. My younger brother is envious too. He couldn't contain his rage and exclaimed, "Damn it, how can such a shitty thing happen in the world?" Chapter 108 Misunderstanding. Brother, it's all a misunderstanding. Long Jian and his younger brother were so angry they almost vomited blood. So all their efforts to report that lousy snack shop were wasted. Let's set aside whether it has had any negative impact. On the contrary, a snack shop has opened right at their doorstep. The attack failed, and their base was stolen instead. Brother, what do we do? We can't just sit here and wait to die. The younger brother had a pained expression on his face, looking as if he had eaten shit. Their throats were hoarse, and they sounded like they were crying. You ask me what I can do. Long Jian glared angrily. Come on, let's go inside and take a look. No matter what, I won't let these bastards steal my business today. Just as Long Jian swaggered into the store, a group of burly men charged over menacingly. The leader, with a dragon tattooed across his shoulder and a climbing vine on his chest, spoke with extreme arrogance. Someone actually dares to come to our territory and steal our business. Let's take him down. Third brother. Upon seeing his fellow food street owners, Long Jian's eyes lit up instantly. You guys are here too? That bastard. He's trying to open a branch and is eyeing us. Can we just not come? Without wasting words, Zheng San, the three big men, led his group straight ahead and charged forward in a grand procession. Wow, so many people. What do you need? Qianwen invited his guests with a smile. Zheng San and his brothers behind him almost couldn't catch their breath. I want your sister's thing. I never knew we were so ruthless. Are they here to cause trouble? Ha! You little brat, you're really shameless. Long Jian, who was standing at the back of the line, squeezed out, pointed at Qianwen's nose, and said with an unfriendly expression, Don't you know what we're doing out here? Do you want me to teach you a lesson? This is probably a perfect example of the saying, a fox borrows the tiger's power. Long Jian's underlings watched with bated breath, their blood boiling. That's it. Fight. Let's fight. Give him a good lesson. Unexpectedly, Qianwen's expression changed, displaying acting skills worthy of an Oscar, and he said in a calm voice, In that case, see the guest out. After saying that, he left these people with a dashing back view. Holy crap! Long Jian was stunned and almost choked on his breath. Do you think this is a movie? You just leave like that, showing no respect for us guys. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'm not a dragon. Long Jian suddenly took a step forward. Smack! Unexpectedly, a bald bodyguard who had been standing behind the door immediately stepped out and slapped him. Smack! Holy crap! Smack! Several more slaps followed. You little punk, you've got some nerve. Carrying such a big knife? The leader of the bald, burly men grabbed Long Jian, who was already dazed from the beating, and slapped him again. Put him down. I saw the scene. The food stall owners behind them stood there dumbfounded. Then I realized what was happening. You still have bodyguards behind this door? I'm going to get them. Isn't that Lao Lu? They thought Qianwen was ignorant and arrogant, and had been scared out of his wits. Oh, I suddenly remembered that the clothes at home were not put away. The burly man at the head silently covered his tattoos, touched his head, and walked away from the crowd. My wife is waiting for me to come home and cook. Is it raining? I didn't bring in my laundry. Hey! Honey, you gave birth to 5? The remaining underlings sensed something was wrong. They either pick up their phones or look up at the sky, running at breakneck speed. Damn, that's a tough one. Until they ran a long way. The burly man, panting heavily, finally leaned on his back and exclaimed, Huff, huff, huff. I'm exhausted. Brother, what do we do? There are so many big bodyguards on the other side, we're too small to fight back. One of the younger brothers asked, looking terrified. He silently tucked the weapon in his hand into his crotch. If we hadn't managed to escape earlier, he'd definitely get arrested and thrown in jail. What are you going to do? Go back and move. They've already hopped all over your face, do you think you can just walk right back? The burly man twisted his body and ran away. On the other side, Long Jian felt a chill run down his spine. Looking back, holy crap, they all ran away. Brother, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. He swallowed hard and struggled against the collar that was being pulled. A misunderstanding? Everyone, do you think this is a misunderstanding? Long Jian looked at Qianwen, who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, with a look of utter despair. His feet felt cold. Such a big knife, and you're telling me it's a misunderstanding? Qianwen declared with righteous indignation, you all better give me a proper explanation. After saying that, he even pretended to slit his own neck with the knife. The sight made everyone, including Long Jian, pound their hearts. Damn it! These bastards have to be arrested. If they aren't arrested, there will never be peace. Damn it, you bastard dares to threaten my new boss. I'll show you what's what. Boss, we'll be your witnesses. Put the knife down. You'll get hurt. I've made the call. I'm determined to arrest all of these people. The customers, already feeling a bit scared, picked up the phone. What if something had really happened just now? Putting aside whether they will suffer as a result, if Boss Qian is harmed, the amazing shop they finally found will be gone. It can't be that bad. Long Jian's face immediately fell. He was being dragged along by several expressionless Buddhas. They couldn't run away, and they couldn't even speak. Provoking trouble. Qianwen turned his head and stared directly into his eyes. After a while, Long Jian felt a chill run down his spine. That's enough to make you drink several jugs. What terrible things have I done? Wait until Qianwen is far away. Long Jian wanted to cry but had no tears. I wish I could slap myself a few times. Why make things difficult for a snack shop? That's good now. Not only did the task not get done, but instead, you end up getting yourself involved. Soon, the customers who were enjoying their meal watched as the spoiled boss Long was taken away. This unscrupulous business owner can eat free meals for days. Ah, serves you right. Let's not talk about him anymore, this fried rice is really delicious. Amidst cheerful conversation and laughter, everyone's appreciation for Qing Yuan's snack shop grew stronger. If Qing Yun is currently enjoying the thrill of his career, then Chen Li is truly mired in a quagmire. That's interesting. Inside Wuyo Technology Company, Limited. Lu Wuyo held his phone and scrolled through his conversations with Chen Li over the past few days. His expressions became increasingly interesting. Especially when she saw Chen Li asking for her opinion on giving money to her parents time and time again. It almost made him burst out laughing. That's right. Chen Li's confidence in Wang Chang's ability to bring down her ex-husband largely stemmed from Lu Wuyo. After all, Lu Wuyo had once said that Wang Chang was trustworthy and a man of great potential. Doesn't she think there's only one Wang Chang in the world? Lu Wuyo turned off her phone. He looked quite relaxed. Chen Li lost millions and didn't make a single penny. On the contrary, it boosted her ex-husband's shop sales on several occasions. If they knew the truth, they'd probably vomit several tubes of blood. What's that saying? He suddenly turned to his secretary and asked her a question. If you're going to give me money, just say so. Why all this fuss? It's so embarrassing. The secretary suppressed a laugh. Mr. Lu is so mean. Chapter 109. Has Dad missed me? Daughter, don't worry. Over the phone, Yang Li repeatedly assured her daughter Chen Li, everyone trusts President Wang. If he says he'll take action, he definitely will. Stop, when have you ever not said that? To be honest, Chen Li's tone was already very impatient. Daughter, you should be more considerate of your parents. Yang Li forced a smile and said, I definitely won't delay your business. By the way, how's the company's finances right now? Stop talking. Chen Li seemed troubled when talking about the company. The finances are not running smoothly. If we can't find financing, there will be big problems. She had previously harbored the idea of recruiting Lu Wuyo into her group. However, in the past few days, she noticed that Lu Wuyo's attitude towards her had become inexplicably cold. Let's not talk about the ecstatic pursuit. You should at least give some reaction. Their last communication was yesterday. Lu Woyo said he had been busy with business lately and hadn't had time to reply to her messages. Shenli already sensed something was wrong. Is the situation that serious? Yang Li was taken aback and quickly asked, "Are you still keeping Mr. Lu hanging? If so, stop talking." Shenli suddenly flew into a rage, hanging him like that. If you hadn't told us to keep him hanging, he would have run away by now. What are you going to do about it? They ran away? Yang Li looked on in astonishment. How could it have run away? Daughter, you must be mistaken. My daughter is so beautiful and so rich. He actually ran away. Is he that loser Qin Yun? He ran away as soon as he was told to. Yang Li also got a little angry, and her tone became somewhat furious. Don't play the saint with me. I'm just asking you, how many days will it take to get things sorted out with Wang Chang? Shenli really didn't want to talk to this brain-dead woman. Oh dear. I told you not to worry, why won't you listen? Yang Li was harboring inexplicable anger, and she became anxious when she saw her daughter speaking to her like that. You transferred the money to me, I didn't force you to give it. You're asking me when is a good time. If you're so capable, go ask Boss Wang. What's the point of asking me? I'm a penniless person. You. Cough, cough. Shenli was about to speak when she suddenly coughed. He was clearly furious. Okay, so now you're blaming her, right? Damn it, get out. I'll deal with you when I get back. Shenli was furious and hung up the phone immediately. All idiots are idiots. She suddenly felt very angry, and for some reason, she couldn't catch her breath. The poor items on the table were unlucky. She threw them into the corner in a fit of anger. Suddenly, a series of loud bangs of glass exploding rang out. Beep beep beep. Yang Li glanced at her phone and said in disbelief, "It's hung up? It actually hung up? What kind of tone is that? Is this the kind of attitude a daughter should have when speaking to her mother?" Her mood wasn't much better than her daughter's. I've already withdrawn all my savings and given it to Boss Wang, but the promised return from him is nowhere to be seen. Isn't she in a hurry? I'm so anxious. I'm so angry. Yang Li slammed her hand on the table in anger. She's been getting impatient these past few days and is in a bad mood. That's very inappropriate. Chen Wuning popped his head out. President Wang said he needs another 500,000. 2 more days have passed in the blink of an eye. The hype surrounding Qingyun's last livestream has diminished considerably. Because no one is making baseless accusations about whether the two Qinjians are the same person anymore. If Qingyun suddenly says yes one day, it will probably cause another wave of buzz. After he finished designing the clothing pieces, I immediately sent it to both companies. Samples were produced very quickly. A total of 20 items. Still of excellent quality. Inside the fish clothing company, Wang Ka was looking at the sample in front of him, grinning from ear to ear. The texture, the grain, the detail, I ask you, who else can compare? He touched each of the 10 excellent garments. Wang Ka looked as if he were stroking his own child, his expression as kind and gentle as could be. These are all sales figures. Boss, there's also clothing. They've already produced samples and said they want to have a good meeting with our company. Suddenly, the secretary spoke up, immediately causing Wang Ka's smile to falter. Why? After a long silence, he sighed heavily. Never mind. I can't even begin to describe how frustrated I am now. However, he also admired Qingyun more and more. We must seize the initiative at this press conference. After saying that, he picked up his phone and called Qingyun. Upon answering the phone, Wang Ka immediately transformed into a sycophant. Master, when the company releases new clothing, we should hold a press conference. Do you have time then? Press conference? Qingyun was a little surprised. You sell mobile phones too? And you even hold a press conference? He had never heard of any clothing design company holding a press conference. Hey, isn't your name still trending on social media? Let's use this to generate some revenue. Wang Ka said very sincerely. Okay, call me when the time comes. Yes. It's safe now. After hanging up the phone, Wang Ka was excited and was about to pop in some champagne to celebrate. His secretary, unable to contain herself any longer, added, Manager Wang, the clothing company has issued a notice saying they plan to hold a press conference the day after tomorrow. She was afraid of hurting manager Wang again and again. So they speak very softly. What? No way. Wang Ka was immediately choked. Good heavens, I'm just speechless. He turned his head in thought for a moment. Both companies are Qing Yun's creations, so is it reasonable for Qing Yun to hold 2 press conferences? That makes perfect sense. But what is he thinking? Wang Ka shook his head and smiled bitterly for a while. I think I've been working overtime lately, and all sorts of things have been exhausting. Look at our sales figures, we'll crush you. Since both companies' products are made by the same expert, doesn't that mean they started from the same point and will rely entirely on sales volume and connections from then on? I'm very confident about this. Qing Yun hung up the phone and immediately received another call from Li Wanner. He couldn't refuse the 2 press conferences. Fortunately, we now have the resources and confidence to withstand the test of what has been revealed. Whether it's good or bad, all of these can become a source of traffic for his future business. Just thinking about it is enough. Evening. Qing Yun went to pick up her daughter from kindergarten as promised. His shop hasn't been very busy these past few days, so there's no need to trouble Teacher Mu to pick him up and drop him off. However, his relationship with Teacher Mu did not diminish at all. Qing Yun. Here she is, here she is. Even from a distance, Qing Yun could see that beautiful figure, like a scenic view. A pretty and cute little girl appeared before me. Dad. Have you missed me lately? Qing Yuan ran over and snuggled into his arms. It's only been half a day, and I've already missed you so much. Qing Yuan flicked her forehead with a look of doting affection. Chapter 110 Livestream with millions of viewers. The announcement of the 2 fashion shows immediately sparked discussion among netizens. It's called a press conference, but it's really Qing Yun's The Great God home turf, isn't it? Doge. Ha ha ha. I really want to see what the master looks like. I've made a discovery, the 2 Kinjians trending on social media look exactly like the same person. He, what a coincidence. Both of them are quite powerful. I'd call it the strongest clone technique. Laughs. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Everyone knows that this press conference was a direct response from the 2 clothing companies to the online criticism. But a unique fashion meet and greet was specially arranged for a designer. This is the first time, at least in the country. Even most people probably didn't expect that this would be trending again. Unaware of the truth, onlookers began discussing the issue on various videos, and the number of questions raised grew rapidly. I'm getting more and more confused about this. I remember last time a designer came all the way to our country, but he didn't even bother to show us his clothes. Exactly, how can someone like Qing Yun, who has no reputation, compare to those top designers in Europe and America? To make a fool of oneself. They were just venting their curiosity, but someone immediately replied. Boosting the morale of others while diminishing our own. What do you mean by saying our country's designers are inferior to others? What a bunch of idiots. Please look at the master's record before you speak. Interesting. Newcomers might not know, but when Master Qing did his live stream last time, he produced works faster than I could milk a cow. It's absolutely true. This is terrifying. You guys didn't overlook his basic skills, did you? As an art student, I was almost speechless. Hey, upstairs, I even posted it in our school group chat, and everyone was incredibly surprised. Is it really that amazing? Some onlookers were initially confused, but as the debate intensified, a series of screen recordings about designer Qing Yun emerged. Design a piece in 5 minutes? Live streaming artwork, unbeatable under heaven? Your work has a diverse style, and your first piece received unanimous praise from industry professionals? A series of controversial headlines and comments followed, leaving everyone speechless. This is absolutely monstrous. Did you use cheat codes? Wow. The lines, the texture? I wonder how many people have dug up Qing Yun's works and examined them closely, becoming more and more terrified the more they looked. What a coincidence. The clothes my mom bought last week were designed by this master designer. This is amazing. My wife used to buy clothes recklessly and wasted money. Now she's glued to her phone all day, wondering why the designer's clothes haven't come out yet. Oh, it's you. Gritting her teeth. I'd gladly call this god a money harvesting machine. In most people's minds, clothes are just something to wear, regardless of whether they look good or are comfortable. You can get used to them. However, as Qing Yun's design came into the public eye, They gradually realized that there are many intricacies involved in clothing design. Clothes designed by an individual with painstaking effort cannot be compared to those mass-produced items. I misunderstood the master. I will definitely be in the live broadcast room for this press conference to see the master in person. The master must be handsome to design such a beautiful piece. Tune in to the live stream tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., where the expert will make his first appearance via video link. It looks like the show will definitely get a lot of viewers. Inside the office, Lee Warner was setting up her live streaming equipment and talking to a popular streamer on her phone. The company has achieved its goal. In this era where traffic is king, such a large amount of popularity is rare and hard to come by. She actually knew. If Qingyun wants to trend on social media, she can create it with ease. Don't ask why, the topic of Qingyuan's snack shop is still trending on social media. As expected of a master, that's amazing. After preparing everything, Lee Warner confirmed the video call time with Qingyun again before hanging up. The next morning, Saturday at 8 a.m., Lee Warner started her live stream on time. Instantly, a large number of netizens flooded in and began to comment eagerly. Does anyone know the expert is here? I'm so excited. We'll soon see the master's true face. Who wouldn't be excited? Alright everyone, we've decided to conduct this fashion show in a relaxed and fun live stream format. Feel free to share your opinions and interesting comments in the chat. As Lee Warner patiently finished reading her opening lines, the live stream officially began. Its popularity has been soaring. 10,000, 50,000, 100,000, 1 million, 3 million. 5 minutes into the broadcast. Before even the most basic pleasantries were finished, the live stream's popularity had already reached the 5 million mark. It's worth noting that the highest viewership on the current live streaming charts is only around 3 million. When did a regular clothing store become so popular with its live streams? Soon, people from other live streams also came over. Let's get to the part we've all been waiting for. Master Qingyun. The entire internet is calling for Master Qingyun. Bro, I got number 1 on the leaderboard. Bro, I'm awesome. I'm new here, but the streamer seems really interesting, so I'm staying to watch. What press conference? It's more like a designer meet and greet. I'm staying, this is the first time I've seen a live stream like this. Meet the masters. Meet the masters. The live chat was flooded with the words "Meet the Masters" and the number of viewers reached 7 million. Then let the hype intensify. Lee Warner's eyes sparkled, and she immediately changed the live stream title to Press Conference, Meet and Greet with the Celebrity. Next, as is customary, things will proceed as planned. We will now present samples of 10 of our latest designs to you. Everyone, please look, this is our first design, a long women's dress, designed by the amazing designer Qingyun. When the first woman in a pale yellow dress appeared, everyone couldn't sit still. Damn, I came here just to join in the fun, but why did I suddenly want to buy something as soon as the streamer showed it off? Mommy! You're so beautiful. Enough talk, let's get to the shopping cart. To be honest, it's just so-so, not as nice as my urea bag. Damn it, this is definitely here to cause trouble. The barrage of comments was incredibly lively. Lee Warner was both amused and exasperated. Everyone, please feel free to offer any good suggestions. By pooling our wisdom, we can all learn more. The host is so friendly, I love it. This dress, if. Upstairs, don't hold it in, just say it out loud. I bet you're a designer too. No flaws. One comment quickly caught everyone's attention. Clicking on the profile revealed that the person was also a certified designer. He actually said there were no flaws? Are you really that supportive? Who said that there's no first place in literature but only a second in martial arts, and that everyone looks down on everyone else in design? Come out and get beaten up, look how cooperative they are. But the designer continued the next second. I'm not a shill. I've been in the industry for about 20 years and I've never seen a designer who can handle such details so well. You wouldn't understand even if I explained it more, but I'm really very surprised and I'd like to meet this master. I'll go in 20 years. A veteran of 20 years actually praised someone for having no flaws. Just when netizens were dumbfounded. The top spot on the leaderboard has been taken, and the designer immediately sent out 50 super rockets. Damn it, you stole my number 1 spot. You old bastard. This is hilarious. This is a clear attempt to divert attention. I must say, Master Qing Yun is truly amazing. Chapter 1: 11 million sold out in seconds. Unprecedented sales speed. With the endorsement of a veteran designer, netizens became even more unrestrained in their boasting. I knew our master was no less skilled than those from other countries. No wonder I find the master's work so beautiful. It turns out his control over details has reached an abnormally impressive level. Where are those sarcastic and cynical little trolls? Come out and get your beatings. Soon, Li Wanner brought out the second sample. Everyone, in order not to waste your time, will show you the clothes all at once. As she spoke, the live stream's popularity surged even higher. Yay! I can't wait. Wow, that's amazing. They've got it. So many beautiful clothes, they're exactly the same as the ones we saw on the live stream the other day. The workers worked so hard. How can a master designer have such abnormally high talent? Li Wanner placed the 10 samples one by one on a special table, and a young lady even tried on a few of them to demonstrate. It's so beautiful. The effect is amazing. Yes, when will I be able to dress this beautifully? It's not the kind of stunning beauty, but it's very pleasing to the eye. My grandma was very fashionable when she was young, and she was very well groomed. The model looks absolutely stunning in it. I'm tempted to buy my wife 7 or 8 pieces. Me too. Netizens stared wide-eyed, afraid of missing a single detail. There were even people commenting on the screen. What's wrong with this streamer? Hurry up and get on the bus, get in the shopping cart, we'll clear it all out for you right now. Doge. Yes, streamer, please set up online sales. We can't miss this opportunity to capitalize on the hype. Upon seeing several comments, Li Wanner suddenly seemed to be deep in thought. With millions of people watching online, and since we'll be buying it all online anyway, why not just do it now? The staff who were hosting the live broadcast in the background also noticed this. I'm so stupid, I didn't even think this through. Hurry, get the paperwork ready and open the shopping cart right away. The team leader quickly shouted to everyone, I'll go ask my superiors for instructions. Just do as they say. Good. Everyone shouted encouragement and immediately got to work, each doing their assigned task. 5 minutes later. Li Wanner received a reply, shopping cart activated. Mission complete. Promotion and raise. He immediately became excited, since everyone is so enthusiastic, then we'll open the shopping cart. In just 5 minutes, the staff even held a meeting to set the sales price. After all, we have to consider postage and the platform's commission. When Li Wanner is released. Netizens were immediately excited when they saw the price. Thank goodness. I thought such a beautiful dress would cost several thousand. I didn't expect it to only cost a few hundred. It's such a great deal. But the quantity is too small, it feels like there's not enough to go around. Host, let's get this done. Get 300 million units, otherwise foreigners will think we can't afford to sell them. Ha 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 ha. After watching the comments for a while, netizens were amused and marveled at the joy of these silly netizens. This time, they calmly placed their orders. Holy crap, it's gone? Hey Lao Lu. Millions of items sold out just like that. That's a record, damn it. Damn it, is there a bug in the system? How could the streamer disappear in just a few minutes? When you see that all 10 items in your shopping cart, totaling 10 million items, are gone. I was dumbfounded. They were all dumbfounded. 10 million pieces. You thought it was only 1,000? It sold faster than lightning, didn't it? Li Wanner immediately noticed the cries of despair from netizens and, feeling confused and frightened, sent a message to the staff in the back office to verify the situation. They're drinking and waiting for the sales figures to come out. I logged into the backend immediately after seeing the message. Strange, there shouldn't be any bugs. I've been testing it for a long time. Even if it's super popular, it shouldn't crash the system. The team leader scratched his head, took a sip of tea, and then the system refreshed. Puff. Captain, why did you spray? The person who had been unjustly attacked rolled their eyes, then turned around and saw that the captain's face was flushed red, as if. Holy crap, Captain, don't scare me. He silently took a step back. 1 0, 2 zeros, so many zeros. The team leader stared intently at the screen, his face flushed, and he was so breathless he could barely swallow. When the sales records were finally confirmed in the back office, he immediately stood up with great joy. Awesome. So awesome. Quickly inform General Manager Lee that sales are not a problem. All 10 million units have been sold. Holy crap. Holy crap. Really? 10 million? Wait, Captain, what did you say? 10 million pieces? Everyone present was stunned. After a moment of realization, it was as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. When did they start selling 10 million items in just a few minutes? Are they even human? Even if today's popular live streamers had that ability, it would be impossible for them to do it so easily. My own sales backend has just been activated. You're telling me you sold 10 million units directly, and they're all sold out? It would be abnormal to believe it. Hey, stop talking nonsense. The team leader exclaimed excitedly, I'll send it. Get out there. What? They're all sold out. Upon receiving the news, Liwana was initially taken aback, but then became extremely excited. The master is amazing. The work is incredibly popular. As the chief manager, she immediately analyzed the reasons. First of all, the audience in the live broadcast room definitely includes people from all walks of life, and it just so happens that Qingyun's clothing designs cover men, women, young and old, and are all excellent works in each field. Besides, every family has elderly people and children, right? They'll buy them for their wives and kids too. I'm so sorry everyone, we're sold out this time. I'm really not kidding you. When I first received this news, I didn't believe it either. I had to verify it with the back office many times before I dared to say it. Realizing what had happened, she immediately explained the situation in the live stream. Unexpected. The comments section instantly erupted in excitement. Holy crap! You're telling me it's true? This is outrageous. I was too slow and missed out, boo-hoo. Any bros out there who can recommend me? Good heavens, 10 million items, and you sold them all? How long has it been? This could probably qualify for a world record. Hee, first come, first served. I bought 50 extra to give to my subordinates later. Boss. My good boss, how did you know I needed this? Get out of my way, this is my boss, sob. Xingyun, who was watching the live stream in the studio, also received a message from Liwana. Wow, they're all sold out? Like his fellow netizens, he himself couldn't believe it. This group of netizens is so supportive. Such high spending power. Especially when looking at the interface where he hadn't managed to snag a deal, Xingyun suddenly felt that netizens were far too ruthless. You need to know. This record has never been set before. Unintentionally, Xingyun created a sales record on Douyin that was destined to be unprecedented and unparalleled. Chapter 112. The live stream connection is very strange. At the same time, Wang Ka, who was secretly lurking behind the screen, couldn't sit still any longer. Mr. Wang, you look terrible. The secretary standing nearby suddenly asked, do you need any help? Don't. Wang Ka was startled, clutching his chest, and suddenly felt like he couldn't breathe. So annoying. So annoying. He had originally planned to secretly buy one to study, but he didn't manage to get one? Didn't manage to get one? What the hell does that even mean? He bought over 10 million pieces of clothing, but he, who had been waiting here to learn from others even before his broadcast started, didn't buy a single one. It doesn't matter how many years you've been single and how fast you can type. The key point is, there are 10 million of these. It's gone just like that. It's a good thing he didn't jump up in surprise. It's over, we're definitely going to lose this time. Wang Ka was on the verge of tears, feeling even more regretful. One step slow leads to another. He knew that Xingyun was extraordinary and fully qualified to create a legend. But who would have thought that a single livestream would make you a legend? It brought in hundreds of millions of yuan in revenue for the clothing brand. Horrible, absolutely terrifying. Wow. The secretary glanced at the live stream and exclaimed, their company is now way ahead of us. We're probably going to have a hard time winning. What should we do, Mr. Wang? How should I know? It would have been better if he hadn't said anything, because Wang Ka suddenly felt hurt. Inside the live stream room, Li Wan'er chatted happily with the customers. It mainly revolves around new products and the company's development philosophy. Host, what's Qingyun's background? Did he study abroad before? Otherwise, how could he have such high design talent? That's right. Does the streamer know the great Qingyun? Could you introduce me sometime? Doge. I'm curious about Qingyun's identity, it's simply incredible. Actually, more than any of that, I'd like to know how old the expert is, how tall they are, and what their home address is. Laughs. Sisters, get out of here, I'm going first. Haha, streamer, we've bought the clothes, shouldn't we invite the great Qingyun to make his appearance? In the live chat, netizens were all trying to get information about the streamer, Qingyun, from him. Pity. Li Wanner stated that she was unaware of the celebrity's privacy. But they must be good friends with their young lady. I wonder where the young lady found this reclusive master. She can cook and she can design. Inside the kindergarten. Today is a holiday. When Muyun learned that Qingyun was going to hold a meet and greet, she immediately watched the livestream. She's smiling happily now. You got it? Wang Tianbing pouted and said, your hand speed is too fast. You're not single anymore, why are you doing it so fast? Don't talk nonsense. Muyun was looking at the comments section praising her idol when she glared at him angrily. I don't care, you have to give it to me. Wang Tianbing rolled her eyes, I'll pack them all up as a set. Hee hee, you're the best. But your boyfriend is really amazing. Not only is he a great cook, but he also has such a talent for design? She sighed, then suddenly became excited. Speaking of which, it was because you were in trouble that my idol stepped in and showed off his talent, right? TSK, I'm so envious. Don't speak. Suddenly, Muyun and Wang Tianbing involuntarily held their breath. Because Qingyun is about to make an appearance. Everyone's enthusiasm hasn't waned at all. Although I don't know much about the master, I do know a little bit about him. Li Wanner deliberately kept everyone in suspense. I'm afraid you'll be shocked when he reveals his true colors. Would it scare you? Is he particularly scary looking? Don't scare me, streamer. You scared me. Master must be a handsome guy, right? With such beautiful hands and such a lovely voice, how could the master possibly scare us? The streamer is joking. You will definitely be shocked, or rather, you will definitely be surprised. Li Wanner smiled and said, next, we'll move on to the most crucial part. Are you all looking forward to it? Expect. Enough talk, log in. Looking forward to meeting you. The live chat exploded with comments again. It's clear that netizens' restless hearts have already been stirred up by the streamer. They lingered and did not leave. Inside the studio, Qingyun is currently conducting final equipment debugging. Dad, do you need Yuan's help? Yuan, who was watching TV outside, came in at some point. Dad's livestream is aimed at a huge number of people. If Dad is careless, it could be bad. Not at the moment. Qingyun smiled and shook his head, then suddenly asked, do you want to do a live stream? Live streaming? I'd love to. Yuan's eyes lit up, but she immediately said, no, let's not. It will keep Dad from doing his work. The little girl couldn't hide her inner thoughts. If I could do a live stream with my dad, there would be so many more viewers. She can tell her friends that she's back from her holiday. It's okay, Yuan is so cute, we can do a live stream together. Qingyun asked very seriously, how is it? Upon hearing this, the little girl's eyes immediately lit up again. But there was still a hint of pride. It's not that it's impossible, but I'll take you to eat copiers later. Dance. Yay. I love Daddy the most. Qingyun immediately received a warm hug from her daughter. Once Yuan had happily left, Qingyun's snack shop account accepted the connection request. That's right. Since everyone was going to find out anyway, Qingyun's decision to use a personal account was not without reason. I'll also gain more followers. The promised fish pattern kimono and other clothing items have been delivered in batches. Yuan took a happy little step and circled the shelves. I immediately found a really nice children's outfit. It was designed by Dad. She wanted to wear clothes designed by her father, dress up beautifully, and then go on the live stream. At the same time, inside the official live stream room of Fuzizwang, the number of people has exceeded 10 million. The number of online viewers was so high that even the system was struggling to keep up. Fortunately, the official backend immediately added several more servers, which resolved the issue. This kid is really something. I'm getting quite curious myself. He almost crashed our server. A few programmers from Douyin were chatting and laughing when they suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "It's about to be released. Come and see." In the comments section, everyone was on tenterhooks. Finally, I'll get to see the true face of that long-rumored bureau. I'm so excited. Hurry up. Hurry up, I'm getting impatient, ha ha ha. Dot. Everyone knew about Qingyun's account, but at that moment, someone suddenly noticed who Li Wanner was connecting with. It doesn't seem to be the great god Qingyun. On the contrary, a snack shop owner was also named Qingyun? What's going on? Did the live stream malfunction? Why is the wrong person being connected to? That man was also named Qingyun, but he's just a small eatery owner. Could it be? Ha, you can't even tell the streamers apart, can you? To be honest, I was confused when I first saw two people with the same name, ha. How strange. Just as netizens were wondering what was going on, the screen lit up. Chapter 113. The two Qingyun are actually the same person. Is it connected? The live stream account next to Li Wanner lit up. Suddenly, a man with a face like jade, sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes appeared, and was very handsome. Hello everyone, it's a great honor to participate in the online meet and greet event hosted by Fuzizwang. I'm designer Qingyun, and thank you all for liking my work. Qingyun quickly got into the zone and greeted the viewers in the live stream. However, Li Wanner sensed something was amiss. Why are there fewer comments? Suddenly, like a thunderclap exploding in the water. Holy shit! So handsome. Seriously, how can someone be so handsome? I've never seen such an incredibly handsome guy before. The saliva from upstairs dripped onto my chin. The number of comments surged to tens of thousands. Netizens were stunned to see how handsome the expert was. In a short while, suddenly, a viewer in the live stream exclaimed, "He looks so familiar. Master, haven't we met in a past life?" What past life? I saw it on Douyin, but I can't remember it. Oh right, I know, isn't that Qingyun from that snack shop? It was only after seeing the numerous comments from netizens that everyone remembered. The anchor wasn't connecting with designer Qingyun, but with Qingyun from the snack shop. What happened? What did he just say? He's actually that designer? I'm incredulous. He runs a small eatery and he's a fashion designer? Can you believe it? It can't be real, I can't believe it. It's impossible for two people to have the same name and look exactly the same. A series of question marks flashed across the live stream. Qingyun happened to see this and said, "I believe many netizens have a question now. Actually, I can say for sure that I am the owner of Qingyuan Snack Shop, and I usually design clothes on the side." These words were spoken. Everyone suddenly realized. Holy crap, it really is. A mouse is a bridesmaid for a cat, and a chef designs clothes for us. This world is crazy. Is this what a master is like? The live stream's popularity skyrocketed. Many people started recording their screens and then casually posted them online. Shocking. Is the owner of Qingyuan Snack Shop and the design genius the same person? What kind of prodigy is he? The excellent designers we talk about are just part-time jobs in his eyes. Damn, this is absolutely shocking. Hey little boss, what are you doing in this live stream? Most netizens were in shock, making jokes while trying to force themselves to accept this absurd reality. Li Wanner chatted with Qingyun based on the manuscript. Most of them revolve around Qingyun's clothing design philosophy and some of her lifestyle habits. Watching the two of them talk so fluently. After a few minutes of calm, everyone instantly understood something. That's the legendary, incredibly delicious snack shop, owned by Qingyun. A few days later, another master with exceptional design talent appeared, also named Qingyun. While netizens thought it was an interesting coincidence, some people had already pointed out that the two might be the same person. Nobody paid any attention. Because no matter what, a chef and a fashion designer are completely unrelated. But now, those who knew the truth shed tears. That was exciting. I can't believe the two guys we're chasing are the same person. This is awesome. I'm in love. The snack shop owner is so popular, he's even become famous here. Honey, come home soon and cook. I want to try your cooking. Get lost, you shameless little bitch. You want to steal my husband, huh? You upstairs, you seem to be a man, right? Master, I've noticed that your work has been very popular with viewers since it was first released. may I ask where you studied before? Inside the live stream, Li Wanner asked with a smile. This was a problem with the manuscript, and also her deepest doubt. It's impossible for a genius to leave no trace, but this master, Qingyun, has been unable to extract any useful information from his young mistress since he started helping her design her work. It's very mysterious. Actually, everyone knows that I own a snack shop. I usually do odd jobs and help out in the shop. As for further education, I have absolutely no experience. Qingyun also gave a sincere answer. Netizens were instantly thrown into an uproar. A top-tier Versailles, no wonder the master said that fashion design is just a side job. Damn, this talent is just too incredible. This person just casually did a part-time job and actually designed a work that went viral across the entire internet. And another thing, you guys don't know, the master chef's cooking skills are excellent. I was among the first to try it, and it was totally worth it. Nice. Wah, I was wondering why the master hadn't been in the shop lately. Turns out he'd been working on fashion design. Wah! Some praised and were surprised, while many others did not believe it. Is it really that amazing? Could it be a script? You can tell at a glance that it's fake. Although the master is handsome, he looks quite old. I wouldn't believe you if you didn't say you had studied there. Isn't that obvious? How could you possibly control it if you hadn't studied it? How could you possibly master such outrageous details? We don't want scripts, we want the most authentic masters. Qingyun can also see the comments in the bullet screen. He said with a wry smile, I knew you wouldn't believe me, so I didn't really want to reveal my identity, but actually I think the concept of designing clothes is similar to that of making a good dish. Only by paying attention to details can one determine success or failure. Qingyun's words quieted down the restless people in the livestream. That makes some sense. Look at Qingyun's previous designs, weren't they all known for their attention to detail? Yes, it takes attention to detail to achieve something so pleasing to the eye that's probably the level of a master. Such extraordinary and unpretentious style, you deserve to design such a beautiful work. If anyone had just doubted that this was all scripted, or that Qingyun was lying, then. But they all stated it with such certainty. It would be impolite to continue to doubt. Hey kid, listen up. If I had seriously studied fashion design, why would I be hiding it? Exactly. I'm so eager to show it off. So Qingyun really is a Versailles master. Don't ask, he just didn't study it, it's just a side job, ha ha ha. Ah, the master is so humorous. Brothers, I'm going to leave the live stream first and check out Qingyun's trending topic before I come back. Oh, right. I still haven't learned anything about the snack shop that the expert opened. I saw the comments from netizens, and they say it's incredibly delicious. Is it really true? The master's design talent is already so phenomenal, and he also has amazing culinary skills. That's such a huge plus. While you're still hesitating, I've already secretly messaged the master on WeChat in the back office, ha. Chapter 114. This male god is so perfect. I give up on you, you old fool. Hurry up and hand over the master's WeChat ID. Whispering. The livestream was incredibly lively, with some viewers who didn't know much about the gossip leaving to check out a trending topic they had missed. Wow, that's amazing. So Qingyun was already famous weeks ago. Yeah, you guys don't know, back then he opened a snack shop, and the business was booming. There were even people who went there to fight. And then what? And then I got slapped in the face. Ha, I watched all those live streams. The way the streamer first boasted and then got conquered by the food was really hilarious. Many top streamers are probably secretly watching the live stream right now. People in the live stream were saying that Qingyun was actually a single person, and they only found out after they left the room to watch. Just how powerful is Master Qingyun? So what he said was true. A small snack shop became famous throughout the street and the entire internet in just a few days. The craftsmanship was so good that it received almost no negative reviews. The only few negative reviews were malicious ones from trolls. This is enough to prove just how incredible the master's culinary skills are. Not to mention he now has a new skill, design talent. Is this the perfect male god? Oh my god, I love it. As expected, the master really isn't just in Versailles, he's truly amazing. I thought Xingming was joking when he said that design was just a side job, but no, the clown is me. I can't accept this. Master Qingyun, what other skills do you have? Quickly, show them to me. Viewers in the live stream chat were making all sorts of jokes. Li Wanner was also extremely excited upon seeing this. It was my first time doing a livestream as the company manager, and I was surprised to have so many online viewers. It was a great start. All of this is thanks to Qingyun's popularity. I randomly read a few comments and found everyone to be quite enthusiastic. I sincerely thank everyone again for their support. I recently opened a clothing store next to the snack shop, specializing in selling clothes I design. Qingyun then said, "If any of you need anything, you can come to my shop." Really? So that clothing store was owned by a master. Doesn't that mean if we want to see the master, we can just go straight to his shop? If I buy 10,000 items at once, can the master come home to me? I'm a pure and cute young girl. I'll just pick 20,000 pieces. My goodness, master, you are truly multi-talented. I'm desperately seeking detailed information about this master online. I'm a rich woman and I've got my eye on him. Immediately, when the many wealthy women in the live stream fully understood Qingyun's identity and current status, their eyes lit up. If I don't want this man, who will? He is practically the ideal son-in-law in the eyes of many mothers-in-law. Add to that his handsome, dashing, and debonair appearance. It would be strange not to be tempted. As Qingyun watched the comments in the livestream grow increasingly frantic, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Oh my god, this seems like we've gone too far. The popularity of his snack shop had previously earned him some loyal and overly enthusiastic female fans. This current buzz is reaching the entire nation. I won't be able to handle these female bodhisattvas when the time comes. He quickly replied, "Ha, you guys are really joking. I'm almost 30 years old, and my daughter is all grown up." What? No way. My god, Master is almost 30 years old. That's terrifying. Are you lying to me? You must be lying. Just moments ago, everyone was engaged in a heated discussion, but then they heard Qingyun reveal his age. They were dumbfounded in a moment. Master looks so young, but he's almost 30? I think it's impossible, because I'm 23 this year, and I also say I'm almost 30. That makes sense, but what's with the claim that they had a daughter? Master, you're so funny. How did you manage to leak the fact that we have a daughter? You shameless person upstairs, I love it. Seeing that netizens didn't believe him, Qingyun waved helplessly. Qin Yuan, who was sitting obediently in the exhibition hall, suddenly ran into her father's studio with a flash of light in her eyes. I am coming. She behaved very well, dressed like a beautiful porcelain doll. She was wearing clothes designed for the Qingming festival. Very beautiful, very cute. She sat down on the small stool that Qingyun had prepared, seemingly abruptly yet obediently and sensibly, staring at the computer screen. It seems to be different from the live stream that Yuan wanted to participate in. The little girl was a little nervous at first, but after realizing that there was no one on the computer screen except for a pretty older sister, she calmed down. I felt much more relaxed. You're Xiao Yuan. Hello, hello. Even through the screen, Lin Wanner's affection was practically overflowing. Several days have passed since I last saw the master's daughter. She's starting to miss it. Hello, sister. The little girl answered in a childish voice, turning her head to look at the camera. Hello everyone in the live stream, aunties, sisters, uncles, brothers, grandmas, and grandpas. My name is Qing Yuan, and I'm my dad's daughter. The comments section of the live stream immediately fell silent. After a deathly silence, it exploded directly in the pot. My goodness, what an adorable little girl. Oh no, the master actually has a beautiful little girl. Holy crap, this little girl is so cute. It really touched me. She appeared like a fairy, just like a magician. Look how well behaved he is. He looks a bit like the great god Qingyun. He was sitting so obediently on the stool and bumped into me. Oh, this is my daughter, the daughter I had with Master Qingyun. The person upstairs is talking nonsense. Daughter, come home quickly, Mama's waiting for you at home. Aren't you all upset? The autograph master really has a daughter, which means he's already married? Who beat me to it? I'm so jealous. The comments section remained incredibly active, with some female fans even setting their sights on their own daughters. Qingyun was instantly left speechless, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Is this what it means to be an internet celebrity? It seems to be doing quite well, with a lot of encouragement, praise, and support. Qing Yuan also seemed very happy, and she carefully read each comment in her mind. I noticed that everyone had a very high opinion of my father and kept praising him. Dad and the others are all saying that Yuan is cute. The little girl turned her head, her eyes sparkling. They even complimented Dad, saying he's very handsome. They really have good taste. Go and thank them, Xingyun said with a doting expression. Yuan nodded immediately and continued speaking to the camera. Thank you, aunties, but my dad already has a wife, so please don't get any ideas. The little girl, though small in stature, was quite shrewd. Her face seemed to carry a hint of warning as she said, don't you dare have any other inappropriate thoughts. Her mother can only be Teacher Mu, absolutely no one else. Chapter 115 Saying Goodbye, I'm so angry. As the little girl's childish voice rang out, it also carried a hint of fierceness. Netizens were instantly charmed. So cute. Who touched my heart? It's you, little girl. The master's son is so funny. He's just as humorous as the master. I love my little fairy so much. Is it possible that the little girl was really protecting her dad? Oh, what a pity. Little girl, my little girl, hee hee hee. Miss upstairs, the master's daughter can only be mine, get out of here. Yes, time is flying by, and we'll be saying goodbye soon, but I'm so reluctant to leave. It's been almost an hour since Qin Yunming started his broadcast, and it's time to say goodbye. Li Wanner glanced backstage and realized that it was almost time. She smiled and said to the viewers in the live stream, this meet and greet will probably have to end here. Goodbye everyone, let's chat again when we have time. Today's experience was actually quite unique for her. There was a great sense of accomplishment, as if I were in a dream world, and I sold more than 10 million orders in a short period of time. It also made their company's reputation spread far and wide. Most importantly, the company's brand recognition has now completely surpassed that of fish products. I'm sure I'll get a promotion and a raise. We should thank Master Qin Yun for coming to support us. Li Wanner spoke sincerely, and the netizens in the live broadcast room immediately echoed her sentiments. Today was definitely the most enjoyable live stream I've ever watched. The streamer's delivery of lines is truly impressive. The master is also a humorous person. I thought all designers were old-fashioned. After getting to know so many designers, I've realized there are always people more talented than you, and there's always something beyond your reach. A genius like Qin Yun is a rare find in the world. I have a European friend who is also a designer. I sent him the video, and the look of utter astonishment on his face was so satisfying to watch. Isn't his work about to be released? In a few days, we'll have to see what international designers think of it. Ha ha ha. Qin Yun greeted the viewers in the live stream and prepared to end the broadcast. That's all for today. Feel free to bump into me at Qing Yuan's snack shop or clothing store sometime in the future. Thank you all for supporting my clothing business. When he spoke, netizens felt a little reluctant to let him go. Today is definitely the happiest day I've ever had, but I'm so sad. Master Qin Yun is leaving, and I don't know when I'll see him again. The master is so charismatic, he's simply a genius. I've been talking about this with others for years. Master Qin Yun is truly amazing. Not only are your cooking skills superb, but your design talent is also outstanding. Who else should I support if not you? Please, Master, you must be in the shop tomorrow. I will travel overnight to support your business. Goodbye, Master. Goodbye, little girl. Goodbye, bye-bye. Wow, I'm so reluctant to leave. Hope to see you again next time. A barrage of colorful goodbyes scrolled across the screen. This signaled the end of the live stream, bringing it to a perfect close. Almost simultaneously, designer Qin Yun's first live stream trended on the homepage again. And this time there's more than one. Claims that 10 million pieces of clothing were sold immediately upon the start of the broadcast, and that the youngest design master in history has proven some netizens wrong, are misleading. And the name of that snack shop's master chef is actually closely related to the designer Qin Yun. A bunch of sensational headlines quickly appeared. Qin Yun's popularity has surged by more than double. Did you see the trending topics? They're really interesting. I admire these attention-grabbing self-media outlets. Soon, Qin Yun received a text message from Teacher Mu. He replied with a smile, that's good too. I bet it will spark a huge discussion online. Yes, it's been great for your business. By the way, let's have lunch together this afternoon, just to thank you for your help last time. On the other end of the phone, Mu Yan carefully considered her tone and breathed a sigh of relief after realizing she hadn't done her job. She looked cautiously at Wang Tianbing beside her, with a blank and adorable expression. Xiao Yunyun, hurry up and confess your feelings. I can't wait any longer. I just want to snatch your phone and send you an I love you message. Can. Qing Yun replied quickly. After the broadcast ended, a very interesting phenomenon has emerged. The popularity of Qing Yun's livestream has not decreased at all. Many netizens who missed the livestream flocked to join. Did I end the stream? Guys, does anyone have a screen recording? I overslept, I'm going. Wah, I need a copy of this. I heard that the snack shop owner Qing Yun and the design master Qing Yun are actually the same person. This is just too outrageous. Does any kind brother have a screen recording? Could you share it? I'd like it. I posted the entire screen recording upstairs, including the incredible achievement of selling 10 million units today and the astonishment of netizens when Qing Yun appeared. Thank you, may you have a peaceful and happy life. The video about Qing Yun's recording quickly went viral on various platforms. I really didn't expect that the young boss would be involved in design. This is absolutely outrageous. The young boss truly deserves to be called a dark horse in the industry. He easily made his way up in the snack food industry and then turned around and entered the clothing sector. As a longtime fan of this snack shop, I have to say the owner is awesome. Any girlfriends want to go to a new restaurant tomorrow and invite me along? I want to go. Girls, let's carpool together to see the young boss. Major media outlets have realized that this is a major hot topic. Soon, major platforms launched corresponding topics and pushed them out. A topic about Qing Yun being a fashion design master was pushed to various mobile devices on a certain platform. Exactly. While Chanli was scrolling through her phone out of boredom, she was suddenly startled. Qing Yun again? Why is it Qing Yun again? It's so annoying, these junk apps, blocking one isn't enough, they have to block another one too? She was about to click not interested when she accidentally clicked on it instead. I'm impressed. Etc. Chenli suddenly caught her breath. Because the video cover was of her ex-husband's livestream. What happened? Qing Yun fashion designer? Do you want to be any more outrageous? That good for nothing of his, it would be one thing if he were a decent cook, but you also have to put on a fashion design master. Don't try to glorify yourself. Chenli thought that next time it would be her useless ex-husband doing something again, trying to attract traffic. I was just about to take a jab at it. But I accidentally clicked on the video again. What? It's actually a live stream? And it's this popular? Chenli suddenly felt his vision go white and he was about to faint. Chapter 116 The Temperamental Chenli, Her Predicament. At the same time, people all over the country are watching Qing Yun's live broadcast recordings and previous videos. Therefore, the trending topics about Qing Yun snack shop and Qing Yun designer have become incredibly popular across the internet. Now that Chenli has blocked it again, nothing will work. You can still find it. In one of the videos that garnered over 5 million likes, Zheng Lu cured the content of the livestream. The number of bullet comments reached a staggering hundreds of thousands. Chenli only glanced at it. He felt a tightness in his chest, couldn't catch his breath, and felt as if he was about to die. It was all praise. There wasn't even a single comment questioning it. The entire internet is praising that useless ex-husband. What does that even mean? Even popular celebrities have haters. Absolutely. Qing Yun is my idol, I'm telling you that. This is absolutely amazing. I really admire this person. I have to admire the person upstairs. They're talented, have a knack for design, and their cooking is amazing too. He's practically the perfect male god. Oh, and he also has a very beautiful daughter. Both father and daughter are so good looking. I bet their mother is very beautiful too. You know what, I heard from a rumor that Qing Yun's wife is a female CEO. I've already imagined a whole drama unfolding from this. A domineering female CEO and her genius husband, I'm so impressed. Suddenly, everyone became interested in Qing Yun's daughter and his wife, who had never appeared in public. Chenli gripped her phone tightly. He started checking the recording second by second. Because she was afraid that Qing Yun or her daughter would expose her identity. The company is currently in an extremely difficult situation. If others were to find out that I've been divorced, the resulting public opinion would be unimaginable. Moreover, Qin Yun is currently enjoying great popularity. The live stream then moved on to selling goods. How come it's 10 million? Upon seeing this, Shenli was completely dumbfounded. She swore she had never experienced anything so outrageous in her life. He completely forgot about the question of why Qin Yun had become so popular, and her eyes were fixed on the number 10 million orders. Do you know what 10 million orders means? Shenli suddenly turned her head sharply to look at her secretary beside her. Mr. Chen, I don't know either. The secretary felt uneasy and thought for a moment before saying, although I don't know what that means, I can say that our company has never sold 10 million units of any product so far. How is that possible? Upon hearing this, Shenli's eyes turned red. As the secretary said, the company's beauty products only generate a profit of a few dozen yuan. However, after operating for several years, major online platforms have been advertising aggressively, spending hundreds of millions of yuan. It didn't make any impact whatsoever. Instead, this attracted a lot of haters and cost them a lot of negative attention. But you told me that an ordinary clothing store sold 10 million pieces in just a few minutes. How can you completely overwhelm their efforts of several years? How can anyone believe this? Moreover, the profit margin on a single garment is extremely high, no less than that of beauty products. Shenli understood this better than anyone else. She was very aware of the profits involved. If this is true, then the share given to Qin Yun must be ridiculously high. She couldn't accept it. Why did Qin Yun not only open a snack shop, but also go into fashion design, and actually make a name for herself? I've seen this Qin Yun before, Ms. Chen. She once created a piece of art in 10 minutes during a live broadcast, and it was quite excellent. Seeing that Ms. Chen was staring intently at her ex-husband's screen recording, the secretary cautiously said, "It is said that the two are the same person." Shenli ignored it. Her worldview has now collapsed. It's hard to believe, as if all the efforts made over the years have been in vain. Why should I work so hard for 6 or 7 years? But it can't compare to a piece of tattered gauze that someone can draw in a few minutes. Why do I work so hard to earn money? It's to get ahead. It's to have the whole world admire me. Why did her lazy, unambitious ex-husband get there first? This world has gone mad. Shenli suddenly went berserk, roaring, Why? Why? Why is he so lucky? Anyone could design these tattered clothes, so why does he have people helping him? Her voice was trembling with sobs by the end, and her body was shaking violently. Mr. Chen, it's just a temporary surge in popularity. The secretary couldn't bear to see Mr. Chen so upset, so she patiently comforted him. But Shenli ignored her completely and pushed away the hand she was trying to help. He roared, Get out! All of you, get out! Get out of here! He really needs to be alone right now. Accept the light of this world, and accept its injustices towards him. The secretary shook her head helplessly, left the office, and closed the door behind her. Why bother? Gazing at the distant blue sky, the secretary shook her head and murmured something. He had been observing the company's financial problems and Mr. Chen's condition these past few days. She knew these reasons, and ultimately they all stemmed from that person. Qin Yun. If he hadn't stirred up trouble on the internet, but instead enjoyed a peaceful and prosperous life, continuing to live a life of mediocrity. Even if President Chen is angry, he wouldn't lose his composure like this, would he? What a tragic woman. If Yang Li and Shan Wu haven't yet seen Qin Yun trending on social media, it's because they really are cavemen. What's going on? How did this thing become a trending topic again? Yang Li stared at her phone for a long time, eventually settling on the trending topics. Qin Yun, the designer, the snack shop, what has that good-for-nothing done that has caused all this trouble? Shen Wunan was also completely bewildered at this moment. Qin Yun runs a snack shop, he knows that, and they even reported him a few days ago. But what's with opening a clothing store? How come they didn't know? And who is the designer of Qin Yun? How come it has received such high praise? Has the world gone mad? Damn, it really seems to be that kid. The last time Yang Li opened the livestream, she immediately saw that ugly face that she least wanted to see. It was Qin Yun who was live streaming. Chapter 117. The situation continues to escalate, with various reactions. At this point, Shen Li, in a state of extreme anger, had watched the entire screen recording of Qin Yun. I forced myself to suppress the intense discomfort I felt. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness this good-for-nothing didn't expose my identity. If things are heading in the direction of mutual destruction, then I will definitely not benefit from it. Qing Yun is very likely to gain both fame and fortune, which is the last thing she wants to see. Fortunately, her ex-husband wasn't as smart as she thought. They're so stubborn. They say they still have a mother, but they're unwilling to face the truth. Shenli suddenly remembered how her daughter had defended her idol in the live stream, and a smug smile appeared on her face. It seems that the daughter still hopes they will remarry. This was most likely influenced by her father, Qing Yun, meaning that Qing Yun secretly still wanted to remarry her. After all, even their daughter knows about this. Actually, she no longer holds the same strong opposition to remarriage as before. However, we certainly can't easily agree to Qing Yun's request. Otherwise, what kind of person would you be? But before that, she will still do everything in her power to bring down Qing Yun. After all, watching Qing Yun make money is more painful than her own company going bankrupt. On the other side, Yang Li and Shen Wuneng both watched the entire video recording. Only 2 words can describe their feelings. Shock. That good-for-nothing son-in-law of theirs has done something else that no one knows about? Do you think fashion design is that profitable? I don't think his designs are very nice. Yang Li suddenly turned her head and angrily questioned Shen Wuneng. I agree with you. That tattered cloth is worth less than our rags. It seems that it's easy to make money from netizens. Shen Wuneng was also very angry, and couldn't help but pat his chest and say, this kid got lucky again. They really don't understand why fate only favors idiots. They never show any favor to those who work hard and endure hardship. No, do you have any better ideas? We can't let him suffer like this. Just like her daughter, Yang Li felt even worse seeing Qing Yun happy than losing money. I'll find another opportunity to call Mr. Wang and see, he's busy traveling for work these days. Shen Wuneng had no good options when he turned back. It seems we can only let that good-for-nothing Qing Yun run wild for a few more days. You're saying he sold over 10 million units this time, he must have made a lot of money, right? Suddenly, he revealed a lewd and sinister smile. Right. Yang Li nodded with shining eyes, then it will all be ours. If Wang Chang acts swiftly, this process should definitely take less than a week. No matter how many clothes you sell, no matter what kind of rags you design, in the end you become our dowry. The thought of Qing Yun having to kneel on the ground and hand over the few coins she had worked so hard to earn in the future was unbearable. Yang Li couldn't help but tremble. It was absolutely amazing. That kid's too green to fight them. At the same time, Qing Yun's feat of selling 10 million yuan worth of goods in just a few minutes during a live stream began to spread online. Major media outlets recognized this as a wildly popular topic and began reprinting it. So much so that even some people who don't usually follow gossip found out about it and started discussing it on the clothing company's account. Wow, you guys probably don't know what selling 10 million units means. In the past, we would describe that in 2 words, huge success. This streamer is a good match, he's genuinely helping the company make money. Is this Qing Yun a designer? I've never heard of him before. Does anyone have any information about him? We don't know about the person upstairs either, but he's probably a prodigy who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. If you want to know more about him, go to his shop. Who says our designers are inferior to those of other countries? Look at those fashion designers in Europe and America, when will they be able to create such a feat? Damn, this is awesome. I can't wait for it to launch on online platforms, I bet it'll sell even more. 10 million pieces? I remember a company that tried to sell that many pieces over a decade and never succeeded. Are you even human? This is absolutely outrageous. Just who is this master? He's incredible. It is often said that clothing sales are the greatest affirmation of a designer's ability. Anyone who still has opinions or criticisms about Qing Yun, this design master, is truly being slapped in the face. After all, they once set a record by selling 10 million units in just a few minutes. No matter how much you refute and criticize, you'll just look like a clown. However, despite this, there are still quite a few stubborn people who have come out to criticize. You netizens really have absolutely no taste. Could European designers design something better than this shoddy work? Exactly. Everyone knows what kind of people our country's designers are. They're probably just throwing money at the problem to fleece people. It's all hype, all built on capital. Heh, you guys still believe in this stuff? I stopped believing in it a long time ago. Are all the people upstairs idiots? Why do you complain about boosting others' morale and diminishing your own? You're all traitors. What you're saying is no different from being brain dead. You think designers from other countries are better? Go ahead and fawn over them, see if they kick you out. Stop messing around. I'm a European designer, and I don't think Xingyun's work is bad at all. I'm also a foreign designer, and I came here because of your reputation. You can criticize me, but you can't talk about Master Ching. Ah, this is hilarious. Our foreign friends have come to slap you in the face. This isn't called anything, this isn't called licking. A dog runs around its owner, and the owner kicks it away. The comments section was quite lively, with everyone making fun of each other. Netizens even noticed a significant increase in foreign IP addresses in the comments section. Moreover, the certifications all involved the names of some designers to some extent. It is evident that Xingyun's achievement of selling over 10 million garments in just a few minutes has begun to spread overseas. This has led some fashion designers who are unwilling to admit defeat to feel aggrieved. What exactly makes someone sell over 10 million items in just 5 minutes? Is it so easy to make money in your country? I'm sorry, I really don't know what kind of clothing can achieve this effect. Even if you are the world's top designer, you will face many uncertainties. Moreover, according to what they know, this Xingyun is just a newcomer who usually treats the design industry as a part-time job. Can you believe it? Even a dog wouldn't believe that. Therefore, they subconsciously believed that some large companies were pushing spam ads in an attempt to create an all-powerful god. Then they use this as an excuse to fleece the people. They've seen this kind of thing many times and feel helpless about it, but this message has already spread to every aspect of their lives. It's really annoying. That's just how everyone is. You've created a god on my head, and I'm only being good-natured if I don't tear down your temple. So they all flooded into Xingyun's service account. Chapter 118 Questions from Foreign Designers. The Land of Cherry Blossoms. Ha! Selling 10 million pieces in just a few minutes? What's going on? When did you guys become so good at bragging? A young designer with long, flowing hair sat in his studio, idly scrolling through his phone. He was momentarily stunned, not expecting a designer from another country to become popular on his own country's platform. In my memory, the people of that country were all simple, honest, and truth-seeking. How could such an outrageous thing happen? Moreover, given the extent of its dissemination, and the fact that it was pushed globally, who would believe that? In Japan, a country that values craftsmanship, such outdated and decadent practices are the least desirable. So, young people with long hair also took advantage of their boredom to conduct related searches. They wanted to see what kind of abilities this Xingyun had that made him worthy of being idolized by major companies. He must be the boss of a big company, or a handsome and capable person. Creating a god comes at a very high price, and companies generally won't do it if they aren't strong enough. So this designer named Hikawa Steel Plate subconsciously imagined the image on the other side. Anyway, it all has a financial element to it. But he immediately saw Xingyun's livestream. I was completely stunned. He's even more handsome than our country's top celebrities. Is China also starting to rely on physical appearance to win the hearts of its citizens? Hikawa Steel Plate focused on design throughout his life, to the point that he often forgot about interacting with society and didn't quite understand some things. But to be fair, Xingyun is very good looking. He was handsome and refined, yet not effeminate. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, with well-defined features. He was tall and exuded the sunny and energetic aura of a young man. Just one glance was enough to evoke a great deal of goodwill in Hikawa Steel Plate, at least for now. He doesn't dislike Xingyun. Instead, I'm somewhat annoyed by those self-media outlets that make a fuss about Xingyun. How could such a handsome guy be so immoral? It must be because you unscrupulous self-media outlets exaggerated his deeds and made it bigger and bigger, and now it's hard to clean up the mess. However, as I looked at the steel plate, something suddenly seemed off. Because the female anchor in the video took out a piece of clothing. He suddenly could hardly believe his eyes, and subconsciously felt that it looked rather good. There are also some flavors that I can't quite figure out, like the effect of being full of details. This is a precarious experience, something that designers like Himawari Steel Plate, who spend years mingling in various design circles, shouldn't have to go through. Even if there is one can immediately see the excellence of the work and can make a copy in 3 seconds. But he couldn't do it. It's clear that this work is excellent and very pleasing to the eye, and it would definitely sell very well on the market. But it is impossible to learn its essence. How is this possible? Do you have to do this? Rikawa steel plate's eyes widened instantly, staring intently at the sample, as if he couldn't take his eyes off it. Surprise, bewilderment, and curiosity. It filled his heart. At first glance, it might just seem a little amazing, but the more he looked at it, the more wondrous it felt to him, and he even felt as if he had had a sudden enlightenment. I never knew clothing could be designed like this. I never knew that details could be controlled so effectively. What kind of talent is the designer behind this? It is enough to design such an excellent work. Reach One steel plate dares to speak from the bottom of its heart. With this work, the designer behind it can gain a very high international standing. Was it designed by a master? He simply couldn't imagine that these luxury clothes came from the hands of that young man named Qing Yun. Because Qing Yun is not qualified. Too young, their grasp of details is rather superficial. But the next moment, the steel plate of the Nikawa River stood frozen in place. What did I see again? He was surprised to see that the female anchor had pulled out another equally impressive outfit. 1, 2, 3. 10 items in total. 10 items. Wait, are you guys mistaken? How can you bring out so much? Is this some kind of outrageous nonsense? Hikawa steel plate thought that 1 or 2 such excellent works would be enough for their company. But no one expected that they would actually bring out 10 items at once. And they are all brand new products that have just been released. The styles are all different, and there is no similarity in the clothing design. However, judging from the effect alone, it is just as good as the first excellent one. Are you lying to me? You all told me this was designed by the same person. For the first time, I was moved by the Hikawa steel plate, which I had always valued the craftsmanship of. These clothing designs could never have been created by the same person, because the design concepts behind them are different. Or perhaps they are simply different styles, and that's enough. A good designer will only design in the area they are best at. Designing in other areas will only result in a somewhat hybrid and incoherent result. Just like how he usually only designs women's long dresses, he wouldn't dare to touch children's or old-fashioned clothes at all. One touch and it's all over. However, on that day, Chuan Gangban hurriedly took out a mobile phone to translate. I was dumbfounded. I swear I've never been so dumbfounded in my life. These clothes were all designed by that young man named Qing Yun? You're telling me this? It wasn't that he didn't believe it, but that he absolutely couldn't believe it. When I first saw that face, I thought he should rely on his looks, but you're telling me his skills are just as outrageous. No normal designer would believe that. Netizens may be watching the show and letting their values be swayed by appearances, but designers from Japan are fair and impartial. Therefore, Hikawa steel plate already felt that. Qing Yun was simply using the name of another designer. Moreover, the methods used were extremely crude, and the lie could be exposed at a glance. Who are these people? How could they do such a despicable thing? For a moment, Reach One steel plate was somewhat angry. So many masterpieces of design were appropriated for an ordinary project to create a god. Do you think you've done right by them? He couldn't stand these kinds of things more than anything in his life. As for the later claim of selling 10 million units in just a few minutes, to be honest, I don't care about that anymore. After all, these 10 outstanding works represent the hard work of 10 top designers. The most terrifying thing would be if we didn't sell 10 million units. Now he turned his attention to the reprehensible act of this arrogant young man replacing other designers. Heh, did you ask for our permission before you tried to create a god? You don't have any designers in your own country, so you plagiarize the works of other countries. You guys are something else. Rikawa steel plate revealed a cold smile, his heart filled with extreme anger. He immediately searched for videos related to Qing Yun on various platforms. They also verified their registered account. The process was very quick. Because internationally renowned designers are not subject to obstruction from any country. And then there's the steel plate from Sichuan. She is the top fashion designer in the country of cherry blossoms, codenamed Sky Monkey. Chapter 119: The Little Black Guy's Gradual Rage. In the comments section. This matter has spread so wildly lately that even my grandma knows about this person named Qing Yun. Ah, that's so great. Our whole family knows about this amazing guy, the young boss. He's really something else. He can make a fuss so easily and generate so much buzz that everyone knows about him. Sigh, I heard that some foreign media have already relayed this news to us. It feels like the name of designer Qing Yun is about to resound all over the world. These past few days I've seen designers from other countries come out and ask who Qing Yun is. you have no idea how humble their tone was. It's so satisfying to watch. Haha, these fashion designers are usually so arrogant and domineering, they belittle our country's designers as much as they want, they look down on them. It's really satisfying to see this reversal now. I have a feeling this isn't a good thing. With fame comes trouble. Perhaps Qing Yun just wants to focus on design, but social media has made him so famous, which might bring some negative consequences. Your concerns upstairs are valid, but the boss's strength is real. Since he has the ability, why should we be afraid? Even if some scoundrel jumps out right now, I'll immediately go and fight him. Heh, you can curse me, but you can't curse me, the great god Qing Yun. By the way, recently other countries have been launching strong attacks against us online. Yes, what's the explanation for this? Isn't there a newly verified designer on Douyin named Richuan Gangban? He's from Japan. You guys can check him out, he just posted a short essay of over 3,000 words. At the same time, many netizens who follow Qing Yuan's snack shop and Qing Yun designer on online platforms have come across a video. It was posted by the verified account named Sky Monkey. It's actually related to Master Qing Yun. When netizens saw that the account belonged to a foreign designer, it immediately aroused great curiosity. Probably because they thought Qing Yun was so amazing that they couldn't help but register an account to praise him. Ha, that's true. I'm also curious to see how some foreign designers evaluate our designers. Will they slap those haters in the face? Oh, my self-esteem is soaring. Everyone clicked on the video, but as they watched, they realized something was wrong. Because this foreign designer named Sky Monkey mentioned it in his short essay. I discovered that this imposter designer named Qing Yun created a total of 20 works, right? But I found that these 20 works are all different in style and target different audiences, and they don't seem to have been designed by the same person at all. Upon seeing this sentence, netizens realized that it was a compliment. No, they're here to cause trouble. Keep watching. You people may not know this, but we designers know it very well. It's already quite outrageous, even completely impossible, for a designer to create 10 works in a few days, which includes the collection of inspiration materials. Moreover, there is no connection between these 10 works, which is completely impossible for a designer. As long as there is a design, there will always be commonalities. The 10 works designed by this young man named Qing Yun look exactly like they were made by 10 different designers. There's a huge shady deal going on here. Sigh, I never imagined that such a phenomenon existed in your country. I am truly saddened. The lengthy statement, exceeding 3,000 words, was quickly read by netizens with a sense of anger. What the hell do you mean? If you don't like it, just don't like it. Why are you making such a big deal out of it? And saying our country is pathetic? Where did this dog come from? Please go check the screen recording yourself, they already made a screen recording there. I strongly support what this user named Walking Monkey said. With designers in our country, they either plagiarize or copy. Those who know. Exactly, do you think we don't know what kind of person he is? That good-for-nothing Qing Yun is good enough to just copy other designers' work and put his own name on it? Get lost, you scum. I already insulted you trash in the comments section, and you still dare to criticize me? That's hilarious. They're all idiots. They make up for their lack of cognition with their intelligence, no wonder they got scammed out of over 10 million yuan. Seeing that a designer had openly posted criticisms of Qing Yun's despicable deeds, the other haters couldn't sit still any longer. Hiding behind the screen, he picked up the keyboard and launched a fierce counterattack. They faced so much skepticism before, and now they're going to pay back 1,000-fold, typing away furiously. Fuck you, this kind of trash should be banned across the entire internet. I strongly suggest a complete online ban and that the real designers' names be made public. All profits must be distributed to compensate us. That's right, I suspected it a long time ago. No matter how capable Qing Yun is, he couldn't possibly be this capable. You think the audience is dogs? Qing Yun is such a good-for-nothing, and you're telling me there's something wrong with his clothing designs. Sigh, this time our country has really lost face, and we've been ridiculed by designers from other countries. It's all because of you brainless netizens and those unscrupulous self-media outlets. That's hilarious. But as people continued to criticize, they immediately realized something was wrong. Why wasn't anyone refuting them? Instead, some people replied with a few words as if they were looking at an idiot. You guys are the ones who have no brains. When Master Qing Yun designed his last project, the whole process was live-streamed. Who can you blame for not watching it? Heh, these losers who are unhappy in real life and seek validation online should be kicked off the internet. Ah, great, you're absolutely right. Did your owner give you any bones to eat? Well said. Keep typing. Everyone's laughing at you guys, and you're still going on and on, it's hilarious. When the haters saw the comments from netizens, their eyes immediately turned red. They seem to have forgotten one thing. That is, when Shin Yoon designed the last piece, the whole process was live-streamed, and there was even a video of it. Perhaps they anticipated this kind of questioning and had already prepared for it. Doesn't this make those of us who are jumping up and down and cursing look like clowns? Go to hell with you. Where's the live stream? How come I didn't know about it? Some people are still stubborn and trying to make a last-ditch effort. I'm going to tag all the major unscrupulous media outlets and have this piece of trash named Shin Yoon banned. You'd better protect him to the death. If we all report him together, we'll definitely succeed. We definitely will. It definitely works. Screw you, I'm definitely right. What kind of trash are you guys? Chapter 120 The Dumbfounded Richuan Steel Plate. Shin Yoon is the world's #1. Real. Netizens have never been so speechless. Are today's young people so resilient? They get angry when someone insults them. I still have the energy to type. That's outrageous. Ignore these jealous trolls. Look at one of my homepage videos with tens of millions of views. It's a screen recording from when Shin Yoon was designing it. You can go check it out. I strongly suggest that you little haters hang this in your living room and watch it repeatedly. After watching it once, you'll know how brainless those words are. I can admit I have low cognitive abilities and am uncultured, but you bootlickers aren't much better. I really don't know where your sense of superiority comes from. Get lost. I, Master Shin Yoon, am a man of real strength. I simply disdain to fight with you. You don't actually think I'm afraid, do you? People can just scold Xiao Haizi, but there's absolutely no need to actually go online and confront his parents. After all, everyone makes mistakes and has moments of impulsiveness and anger. Everyone makes these kinds of small mistakes. But what do you mean by this Japanese player named Juan Tianhu? As one of the top designers in the industry, you actually doubt that other people's design talent is fake. You also suspect that Shin Yoon impersonated other designers and stole their work. I'm saying, even if Shin Yoon replaced other designers' names, would those other designers agree? Yeah, bro, you probably don't know, but designers really value their reputation. Oh, you know that, but can't you imagine that if they value their reputation so much, they'd easily let some greenhorn take their place? Everyone says that top designers have backbone, and no matter how much money they have, they would never do something so foolish. For example, you're asking such a brainless question right now, wasting over 3,000 words. It's so stupid. The person on the other end is a top designer who has made significant contributions to the field of design, and their questions are quite reasonable. Netizens still criticized him, but they didn't criticize him too harshly. And this master, Shin Yoon, used to livestream his design videos. You can go check them out. Sigh, I really can't believe someone as senior as you would make such a mistake, and even write such a long essay. It's really unnecessary. Actually, a large number of geniuses emerge every year. They are all born prodigies. You'll get used to it. Master, you should know that the new wave will crush the old wave. The land of cherry blossoms. Hikawa had just picked up his phone when he noticed a lot of new comments. Unsurprisingly, his video went viral, and to an extremely outrageous degree. Although he is one of the top designers, he is not good at playing games and has little fame on online platforms. So he was quite pleased with the enthusiastic replies from netizens. I think everyone knows the ugly face of that vile clown by now. Sigh, no need to thank me, just consider it a contribution to a clearer future for the design field. He shook his head with a wry smile. However, there was a hint of helplessness in his tone. He hasn't found a design genius who can be considered a prodigy for a very long time. Nowadays, such works are rare in the design field. Even if there are exceptionally outstanding works, they are ultimately few and far between. Works, etc. Hikawa's steel plate suddenly widened its eyes. He seemed to have discovered something. The young man named Shin Yoon had produced more than 20 works at once. Moreover, the quality of these 20-plus works is excellent, reaching a truly outstanding level. So I actually thought. Also, there aren't more than 20 top designers in the design field, are there? But apart from top designers, it's impossible for anyone to design those 20 pieces. Wouldn't that be? Wow! Rikawa Steelplate rarely swore, and he quickly turned on his phone. As he expected, the comments section was filled with unanimous skepticism and the denial of his identity as a designer. Oh no, I think I've gotten myself into big trouble. Rikawa Steelplate suddenly felt uneasy. Being criticized by netizens was a minor matter, but unintentionally, he had angered a super talented and brilliant design master. That would be a huge problem. Master, Qingyun's previous livestream was recorded. You can go and take a look. Hikawa Steelplate suddenly saw such a comment and hurriedly started searching for it. He quickly found the recording of Qingyun's live-streamed clothing design session that day. The video is slow, only about 20 or 30 minutes long. Designing tan works in 20 or 30 minutes? Impossible. Rikawa Steelplate was on the verge of collapse. The things that happened today were too surreal, which made him feel uncertain. But soon, Qingyun's figure came into his view. With nimble and powerful hands, the pencil moved back and forth across the paper, quickly sketching delicate and light lines, as if the pencil itself had come to life. Without the slightest pause, without the slightest hesitation. It was completed in one go. The whole process was incredibly sophisticated, like a living work of art. Then look at the clothing he depicted. Just by looking at it, Rebirth Steelplate immediately recognized that this was the same sample that the female anchor had brought out. First draft. This is the initial draft, the original design, and Japanese Steelplate immediately noticed this. This completely stunned him. It seems that Qingyun is really very talented. Their control over pencils and their mastery of lines are even better than that of a designer who has been in the industry for over 20 years. Moreover, he pays great attention to detail, pausing slightly at each detail to process it, as if everything is done naturally without any conscious effort. He doesn't understand. My God, what have you made me see? Hikawa Koban covered his head in disbelief, staring at the screen, completely shocked. I watched the live stream of Qingyun's first artwork second by second. He remained motionless, maintaining his comical pose. You can tell how deeply shocked they were. Finished reading. Hikawa Steelplate suddenly had a thought that, if spoken aloud, would probably shock all designers. This young man is a genius unlike any other. His design talent surpasses everyone else's, and is perhaps the best in the world. His control over details has reached an almost obsessive level of perfection. And this alone is enough to enable him to achieve tremendous success and travel a very long road. This young man's future achievements will definitely surpass our capabilities. One has to imagine the steel plates from Rikawa. One day in the future, this young man will step onto the world's #1 dance stage. In his eyes, his designer talents, which he was usually most proud of, were completely worthless. Suddenly, Qingyun took out a second piece of art. A thought suddenly flashed through Rebirth Steelplate's mind. Qingyun is already #1 in the world. Chapter 121. Who is Qingyun? Designers worldwide are astonished. Just as Hikawa Steelplate was finding it unbelievable that he had such a crazy idea. Qingyun's second work is half completed. As he had just seen, the control over the details of the pencil was very precise, and the design concept was also very unique. This is a completely different work from the first one. The first picture is a woman's long dress, and the second picture is a man's shirt. There is very little in common between the two. When Qingyun handles it, the two have almost the same advantages and are both pleasing to the eye. Crazy. This designer is insane, and this world is absolutely insane. As if startled, the steel plate of the Nikawa suddenly stood up. The chaotic design studio in his eyes seemed to have disappeared. Only Qingyun's figure and the drafts in his hands remained in his eyes. I even had the feeling that I was witnessing the birth of one of humanity's greatest works. This is undoubtedly an exaggeration, yet it is so thorough and so concrete. If there was even a hint of doubt in Hikawa Gasho just now. Now, with Qingyun completing his designs time and time again, he has completely submitted to Qingyun's writing. He showed no disrespect whatsoever towards a genius who was unparalleled in the world. Even Rebirth Steelplate was still feeling upset and heartbroken because he had offended Qingyun before, and he felt like he couldn't breathe. He quickly exited the livestream and replied in the comments section. Regarding my statement, I hereby express my strong remorse. Qingyun is truly a peerless genius, and I apologize for my previous remarks. He even became somewhat incoherent, replying to several messages in a row, but the general meanings were all similar. I was wrong. Qing Yun is the only genius in the world. No designer has reached his level, and the recording of Qing Yun that I just watched was very helpful to me. I seem to have gained some insights. You know, I haven't made any progress for several years, so I want to thank Qing Yun again from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. These comments left the onlookers stunned. What's going on? Why did this skyrocket contestant give up? Is he afraid of being criticized by us? What will foreign netizens think? They'll think we're being aggressive. Oh, he's planning to delete his previous negative comments. Is he really scared of us criticizing him? The aloofness of fashion designers is terrifying. How could they possibly apologize? Is this for real or not? As soon as Hikawa posted about steel plates, several comments appeared immediately, clearly indicating that his video was very popular. This terrified him. He replied quickly. No, I know I was wrong and I wasn't scolded. Your comments were very gentle and helpful to me. I apologize for my previous rudeness. He was afraid of leaving a bad impression in that very desirable country. If others think he's afraid of being criticized, then the lovely people of those countries will dislike him, which would be a losing proposition. I just realized my mistake, and your remarks were very mild. It's a very polite country, and I admire that. He earnestly controlled his words, repeatedly checked that there were no problems, and finally sent it out. Netizens then realized what was happening and were somewhat incredulous. It hasn't been long since this design master posted his little essay, so why was it deleted so quickly? Judging from the master's tone, it seems he knows how formidable Qing Yun is. This is quite an unexpected turn of events. Is this master so easy to talk to? I even cursed at him before. I'm sorry, master, please look at my private messages and don't take it seriously. The master is very friendly to our country. I was wrong to make sarcastic remarks about him before. I'm sorry. Reach One Steel Plate has apologized, and other netizens have also apologized one after another. It is wrong to swear. Anyone who swears is wrong. Seeing the rapidly growing number of comments, Reach One Steel Plate just felt a bit like a dream. A warm current called tenderness grew in my heart. China is truly a great nation of courtesy, something our country cannot achieve. He murmured something to himself, then randomly replied to a few people's comments on the argument, speaking sincerely. As a designer with over 20 years of experience, I swear I deeply admire Qing Yun's talent and hope to have the opportunity to exchange ideas with him sometime. Moreover, I believe he is a genius unlike any other in our time, and I will not delete this statement. His remarks caused an uproar among netizens, who began to discuss them extensively. Wow, I saw that his design certification is that he is one of the most renowned designers in the world. How could he give Qing Yun such high praise? Why did my mother ask me why I knelt down during the video? I said I knelt down before Master Qing Yun. I didn't quite understand Qing Yun's achievements before, but after seeing so many design masters have worked for him, I realized that the young boss is a once-in-a-lifetime genius. You might not know, but before, Xiao Haizi attacked Qing Yun with his supposedly superior strength. Now he's been slapped in the face, hasn't he? I'm dying of laughter. This master is also a lovely person. He dares to take responsibility for his actions and speak his mind. He also has great respect for talented people. I'm a fan. I never imagined Qing Yun was the real Versailles. So, even as a part-time worker, she can create such amazing works. Wow, I'm so jealous. Hikawa Steel Plates is showing its most relaxed smile ever. If you're interested, check out the comments section. Suddenly his expression turned strange. According to netizens' comments, Qing Yun only occasionally did clothing design while working as a chef. But it unexpectedly became a global sensation. Sigh, it really is. Life is unpredictable. Fortunately, the controversy only lasted for a short time, and not many people wanted to criticize him. Make a fuss about it. However, his comments about Qing Yun were noticed by some people and widely shared. It should be noted that Hikawa Kagaku was originally a very talented designer from Japan. He usually has a great fondness for talented people, but very few can catch his eye. Qing Yun, as the number one in the country, was still evaluated in this way by him, and he even said on the spot that he was not as good as Qing Yun. This is already incredibly surprising, okay? Following Hikawa Steel Plate's statement, designers from other countries, who hadn't initially paid attention, started talking about it online. But at this moment, everyone was filled with curiosity. Who is Qin Yun? Why would Hikawa-san give him such a high evaluation? It's worth noting that Nikawa hasn't called anyone a genius or anything like that for many years. These top designers in the industry often get a severe scolding from Nikawa. What a wonderful world! Driven by curiosity, they inquired about going to Taiyuan, which sparked a trend of international travel. Chapter 122: The Foreign Designers' Shocking Moves. Inside the world's largest fashion design forum. A post titled, "Who Exactly is Qin Yun?" went viral, quickly rising to the top of the trending searches. Several outstanding designers shared their thoughts in the post. It is said that a design genius named Qin Yun has emerged in China, and has received the affirmation of Master Richuan? To be honest, I haven't seen Richuan praise others in a long time. It's hard to believe that such a tightwad would actually admit that he's not as good as others. If I could believe it, why would I be here asking? By the way, do you guys have any information on Qin Yun? Send it to me quickly. There are only a handful of designers in China, and they're not even verified on our forum yet, because their skills are just too, well. There are some things I'm too embarrassed to say. They were also afraid of offending people. Fashion design also requires real skill. If you sell well, you have strong capabilities, and if you sell poorly, you have no say. Qin Yun? I don't know her. I've never seen anyone named Qin Yun at fashion designer meet and greets in China before. Could this be a pseudonym of some big shot? I've seen a lot of people talking about Qin Yun's clothing design, and I've seen his work. It's really good. It doesn't seem like it's all designed by the same person. Isn't that obvious? They already said it. Qin Yun is a snack shop owner who does design work on the side. My god. Brother Bit, do you even know what you're saying? You're just doing a side job, and Brother Richuan actually says that no designer can compare to him? The forum erupted in controversy, with everyone expressing doubts and believing that Qin Yun was all talk and no action. Let's stop questioning him. Look at Hikawa, he's still embarrassing himself. What happened? Do you know the details? We just went online and don't know much about it. Oh, I was right next to him at the time. Here's what happened. When he saw Qin Yun gaining such a huge following online, he immediately expressed his doubts. After seeing his work, he became even more certain of his suspicions, believing that Qin Yun had either plagiarized or impersonated designers from other countries. Because as you probably know, those clothes could never have been designed by a single designer, so he immediately posted an ad in China. Unexpectedly, everyone looked down on him, and he suddenly realized that even trash like you couldn't design something like this. What you're saying makes me feel embarrassed. Sorry, I let it slip. Let's continue. Then he wondered if it was really designed by Qin Yun, so he immediately checked the previous screen recordings. One look and I was completely dumbfounded. As one of the parties involved recounted the incident on the forum, designers from other countries were incredulous. Damn, this is really bizarre and unbelievable. Yeah, we can't design his kind of work either, so there's only one possibility. Wow. If it really was Qin Yun who designed it, then he must be a genius whose strength surpasses ours. Damn it, I've learned so much over the years, and I'm still not as good as someone who cooks but does design. I'm really hopeless. The forum is full of top designers from various countries, and it's usually quite lively when they chat in the group. Everyone was astonished when they learned about Qin Yun's exploits, how he sold millions of pieces of clothing in minutes, and how he designed a piece of clothing in just a few minutes. I'm not going to post anymore. I'm going to create a new account and ask them on their platform. Me too, Wang Defa. It's really terrifying. Our design industry is about to change drastically. Great. A genius has been born. We must go and see. That's why some sharp-eyed netizens on domestic platforms have noticed that there seem to be many designers from other countries appearing. Even some designers who openly stated on international platforms that they would never register their design license numbers in China have started creating alternate accounts, posting within videos about Qin Yun's livestream design, and actively send comments. However, it's worth noting that they may not be aware that a situation has already emerged in China where comments display IP addresses. Therefore, their identities as designers cannot be hidden at all, given the registration time. If someone just registered and their IP address happens to be located overseas, then they are undoubtedly a designer. Furthermore, foreign designers have another characteristic: they like to use their own head pictures as profile pictures. Netizens don't even need to think about it. And so it was. People watched as designers from other countries, who were once considered superior, began commenting on the post. Wow, this master is really amazing. Twist the pen. Master, are you willing to take on apprentices? If you are, I'll contact you. It's just average, I'm not jealous at all. Netizens couldn't help but laugh, not expecting that the designer had done related research work while visiting our platform. They're better at using internet memes than anyone else. This truly shocks me. How can such a monstrous talent exist in the world? With so many designs, are we even supposed to eat? Oh no, I think I'm having some kind of realization, oh no. Hello, friend from China, I'd like to get to know you. Xing Yun is simply a genius who, when he does something, can shock the world. Your country is truly amazing to have such geniuses, and your people are wonderful too. When netizens saw those fashion design masters who could only be seen on TV praising their country's greatness, the pride they felt was indescribable. If I had to say it, it was so awesome, absolutely awesome. They also secretly started a topic. Let's have a brief discussion. Damn, this is so satisfying. These foreigners thought we couldn't find them, but we can see their IP addresses right away. Ah, Xing Yun has brought glory to our nation. Seeing those foreigners' shocked expressions makes me feel so good. Isn't the artwork supposed to be released tomorrow? I have a feeling that those foreigners will be even more eager to buy it than we are. That's for sure. Oh, my national pride. Thanks to Xing Yun, I feel so good. I've never felt this good before. You're not right, upstairs, you can't get through to me. While netizens were still enthusiastically posting, forwarding, and commenting, Xing Yun had already picked up her daughter. And then they picked up Mu Yun and took a walk along the river. Little Yuan Yuan was between the two, holding old man Mu's hand in one hand and her father's hand in the other, hopping and skipping. A crowd watched the three strikingly good-looking people from afar and exclaimed in admiration. This family is so pleasing to the eye. The father is handsome, the mother is beautiful, and the daughter is so cute. This is what I'll always yearn for. Chapter 123: The Surprised. Let's take them down together. The Magic City. In a studio in the city center, Mu Jiangwo, with his white hair, was processing documents when he looked up at the sky. Suddenly I felt very relaxed and happy. It's probably because I ate steamed buns from Xing Yun's snack shop this morning. Who would have thought that the young man's skills could have such a soothing effect on the soul? He suddenly remembered something and asked his secretary, who was standing beside him, how is that young man doing lately? He's been very busy these days and hasn't had time to visit Xing Yun's snack shop, nor has he asked the owner if he's encountered any difficulties in his business. Actually, he did say that if we encountered this situation, we should come to his company and he might be able to help. But young people are stubborn, and Xing Yun never came even once. In response, Mu Jiangwo smiled and said, I was like that back then too. Xing Yun? The secretary asked again and then replied, Xing Yun has opened 23 branches. So far, each branch has a daily revenue of tens of thousands, while the main store's daily revenue ranges from hundreds of thousands. The moment he opened his mouth, Mu Jiangwo's expression changed instantly. Ahem, what did you say? Look. The secretary handed the small meal's financial details to Mu Jiangwo. This kid's impressive. The more Mu Jiangwo looked, the more alarmed he became, and a smile inexplicably spread across his face. He's managed to make something of a small eatery. This kid has potential. This surprised the secretary standing nearby. My own father never praises others, even if he does, he only makes a brief mention. This is the first time I've been so unrestrained. He then continued, and recently he also designed 10 outfits with our young lady, which were sold very well at the company. And miss? Having grasped the keywords, Mu Jiangwo turned around and asked incredulously, what is his relationship with the young lady? He cared more about when that kid would meet his granddaughter than about the sales of the clothing store. The young lady is just a friend. The secretary nodded and said, I see. Xing Yun's daughter loves food and is also a kindergarten teacher. This year, Xing Yun has one daughter attending kindergarten. Becoming friends is actually a very normal thing. But what does it mean that I have a little regret in my heart? Boss, you may not know this, but Xing Yun recently designed several new outfits and even did a live stream with our clothing company, selling 10 million pieces in just a few minutes. To prevent Mu Jiangwo from having hearing problems due to his advanced age, the secretary deliberately emphasized the phrase 10 million pieces. What? Mu Jiangwo suddenly stood up and asked incredulously, what did you say, 10 million pieces? You didn't just add an extra 10,000, did you? No, I had some doubts at first too. I checked it several times and watched the live stream myself to confirm that it was 10 million pieces. 10 million pieces. You're telling me that you can handle billions in sales in just a few minutes? Mu Jiangwo was stunned, and his voice trembled slightly. This kid's talent is ridiculously high. He doesn't know much about fashion design, but he does understand business. To get customers to spend money, you must connect your product to their hearts. This applies to every industry. Fashion design, on the other hand, showcases the designer's talent and personal abilities. If the audience doesn't like the clothes you design, will they still buy them? Definitely not. But Qing Yun did it, and she completed the task exceptionally well. 10 million units were sold. This is not an ordinary number, it reflects the recognition of Qing Yun's personal abilities by the entire society. Widespread recognition. This is the scariest thing. Pa! I'm going to go see for myself today. This kid managed to make such a commotion without making a sound. To be honest, Mu Jiangwo was extremely excited at this moment, partly because he was happy that Qing Yuan had achieved his life goal. On the other hand, Qing Yun is working for his own company. As the boss, shouldn't he go down and comfort such an outstanding employee? Well, boss, there's another meeting to discuss today. The secretary, forcing a smile, cautiously said, today's meeting is very important. Whatever. It's all the same anyway. Mu Jiangwo waved his hand dismissively, effectively refusing to see the other side. This. The secretary was dumbfounded. My boss is acting very strangely today. At the same time, Qin Nua's father was also in an office checking Qing Yun's information. I didn't realize this kid was that capable when we met last time. This middle-aged man was perhaps shocked by a young boy for the first time, and his voice even trembled slightly. Last time, he secretly went to Qing Yun's snack shop disguised as an ordinary customer and took a look from afar. They failed to see the hidden talent in Qing Yun. I never expected the light to shine so brightly. President Qing Yun has also signed a contract with our company's fish clothing subsidiary. Suddenly, the secretary, who was also standing nearby, spoke up. When he designed the last piece for our young lady, Manager Wang already had his eye on him. What? Xin Li suddenly stood up, her face filled with excitement, and said, Great! Great! He originally wanted to use his daughter's connections to get Qing Yun to join their company, but he didn't expect that Wang Ka would actually start making moves. That's good. Promote Wang Ka and give him a raise. The myth of 10 million orders created by Qing Yun was simply too tempting, and even Qin Hua couldn't resist the temptation. It's much easier to talk to Qing Yun if she works at her own company. It's just unknown whether he can create this myth again. By the way, has Luor been at school these past few days? Xin Li suddenly asked, and the female secretary next to her replied, It's still here. Miss dared not disobey your instructions and has been studying. Since she's already been admitted to university without taking the entrance exam, we should tell her not to focus too much on her studies. Xin Hua said something casually, then turned and left. He wanted to see that kid again. What other abilities do they have? The female secretary looked completely bewildered, a hint of gossip creeping into her mind. Why does President Qin seem inexplicably excited and happy today? On the other side, Mu Yun also saw her idol's news on Douyin and was immediately excited. Qing Yun, you're famous again. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Qing Yun, as gentle and refreshing as a clear mountain breeze. Qing Yun simply smiled at this. But Yuan was very happy. Me, did Teacher Mu see me? I was live streaming too. I saw it, Yuan is popular too. Teacher Mu affectionately picked up the little girl. She happily twirled around. If you still don't understand what Yuan meant by I have a mother, that would be so stupid. Yuan, you truly are my good student. We'll take down your dad together. Mu Yun thought excitedly. Chapter 124 Unexpected Incident. Troubleshooting. Just as the three of them were taking a walk along the riverbank in the evening breeze, an old man had inexplicably appeared behind them, secretly watching. Holy crap, these three look like a family. Old man Mu Jiangwo was so shocked that his scalp tingled. My granddaughter is with someone else? This is the scene. If he still can't figure out what's going on, then there's no point in continuing. What he didn't expect was, my granddaughter has such good taste. Yes, even if Qing Yun was married before and has a daughter, so what? After spending these days together, he had already realized that Qing Yun had very high moral character and outstanding abilities and talents. I've had the idea of bringing the two of them together before. It seems that he doesn't even need to take any action. His own granddaughter has already hooked up with her. The next morning, Qing Yun's clothing store opened on time. Considering the large number of customers these days, and the small size of the store. To this end, he specifically hired several young girls as receptionists to handle customer reception and payment matters. This can be considered an attempt to open a clothing store. But what he didn't expect was, there are way too many guests today. So much so that even some bosses around who didn't quite understand were able to stand up and speak so boldly. Wow, there are so many people today. It looks like there's a whole street of them standing here. Where did they go? That clothing store next to us, I think it's called Qing Yuan Clothing Store, it should be owned by the same person as that snack shop. Oh, that explains it. That Qing Yun is really a big shot. I didn't expect him to be venturing into the clothing industry. What you're saying is ridiculous. People just have nothing better to do, so they found a shop to retire in. The business owners were chatting away under the shade of the trees, but they couldn't hide their happiness. After Qing Yun Clothing Store brings them more customers, their future business income will increase exponentially. We really have to thank Qing Yun for this. When the shop owners returned to their stores, they immediately called their wives out. Go support the owner of that newly opened clothing store. They gave their wives these instructions and gave them several hundred yuan. At first, the women were all very confused. What's wrong with my husband? He even gave me money to buy clothes. But when they saw the streets full of waiting customers, they understood. The shop's business will get better and better in the future, all thanks to that clothing store. At the entrance of Qing Yun Clothing Store, several workers are currently renovating the signboard. They were quite surprised to see the dense crowd below them. This talent is amazing. There are so many people using it even without any badges. The advertising is great. Look at the spending power of young people. The boss must be making a lot of money. We can't help but envy them. Put the signs on properly for me, so the owner doesn't get angry. Meanwhile, the people queuing downstairs were all impatiently peering into the store. Wow, so many people said they weren't coming online, but now they've all shown up. You bunch of old men are really something. Didn't the shop owner say that the newly designed clothes would be sold in their store? I couldn't find them online. You make me angry just thinking about it. Good heavens, those people were all so fast, and out of more than 10 million orders, they didn't manage to snag a single one from me. Some customers who had already entered the shop looked like country bumpkins visiting a large garden. I was quite surprised by the shop's decor. Wow, it's so beautiful. The young boss is really dedicated to his work. Yeah, why haven't I seen the young boss today? He probably hasn't arrived yet. Let's take a look at how nice these clothes are. Qing Yun is still on her way, as she is a little late because she has to take her daughter to school. However, he was also taken aback when he saw the long queues outside the clothing store in videos recorded by some netizens. It seems that this is one of the benefits of becoming popular online. It brings in a huge amount of traffic. However, at that moment, he then noticed several young men dressed in black with strange appearances and behavior mingling in the crowd and entering the shop. Something's not right. These men were dressed identically, yet they pretended not to know each other. Qing Yun immediately turned around and drove towards the store. Inside the clothing store, the crowd had become quite dense, and some of the older women were even cursing and swearing. I really don't understand you young people. You don't even know how to respect the elderly and care for the young. What's the point of queuing up at the back? If you're going to come in earlier. A large, obese woman loudly complained, then glanced around. My gaze finally settled on a very beautiful old-fashioned dress for a woman. Hey, this fabric is nice. After saying that, she ignored the shoving from those around her and went straight up to touch it. Oh no, you can't touch that. A young waitress immediately became anxious upon seeing this. Why can't I touch it? I find you guys really something. If you're going to run a clothing store, just run it properly. You don't even let customers touch it, do you? The older woman glared at the little girl, startling her so much that she took 3 seconds to back away. Xiao Chen. Seeing this, the little girl's companion, Xiaohong, quickly came over and said, "You really are something. Clothing stores should definitely let customers touch and feel the quality themselves." She was starting to blame the clumsy girl. No, no. Xiaoqian quickly shook her head and said, that auntie's hands are very dirty. His companion turned around and was surprised to find the plump middle-aged woman's hands were covered in mud, perhaps because she hadn't washed them after buying groceries that morning. It even left glaring gray marks on the clothes. And she acted like she didn't care at all. Ugh, this outfit won't do, it's too ugly. The woman glanced at the price tag, uttered a complaint, and then moved her hand to another piece of clothing. In the blink of an eye, 2 beautiful outfits already bear her mark. It looked muddy and messy under the display lights. Stop. Xiaohong was not a gentle person, and she immediately retorted angrily, you don't wash your hands before touching our clothes? What are you yelling about? You scared me. The woman suddenly realized what was happening, quickly patted her chest, and wiped the mud off her hands. What do you mean I touched your clothes? If you don't want people to touch you, just say so. Why make false accusations? Instead of reflecting on her actions, the woman angrily berated them. Everyone come and see. She said I was touching these clothes randomly. What did I touch? Do you think my hands are dirty? As she spoke, she called out to the people around her, and they all came over, and she generously showed off her hands. It was clean and even a little white. Xiaoqian's mood plummeted upon seeing this. How could she be so shameless? Not only did they get our clothes dirty, but they also turned around and blamed us. Heh, I knew that big companies bully others. If you don't give me an explanation today, I'm not leaving. The older woman was extremely smug when she saw that the 2 girls were frightened. His tone was also extremely fierce. Chapter 125 Slander. You stole my money. The older woman was confronting 2 young girls. Completely unaware that a man in a hat and black clothes had quietly approached from behind. He noticed the bag the older woman was carrying across her shoulder, a cold smile playing on his lips. At this moment, onlookers rushed over and began to criticize. What's going on? They won't let us touch it anymore? I feel offended. Ugh, you people. Even the boss didn't say anyone couldn't touch you, so how can you make that decision? I've been annoyed with you guys for a long time. Speaking of which, none of you are studying properly, so what is the young boss doing in the shop? Of course, some people also offered words of advice. Stop talking. It's just a young girl's first day at work. We can understand. She can just apologize to the older woman and that'll be fine. Yes, little sister, you should apologize to him. Don't let the boss come over and get angry. Seeing that everyone around her was on her side, the woman straightened her back even more and her face was full of pride. They felt no shame whatsoever for doing something wrong. No. The little girl looked at the way people around her were looking at her, as if she were being rude, impulsive, and reckless. They panicked, their faces flushed, and they stammered, she left marks on my clothes. In her haste, she ran straight to the clothes and began to frantically point fingers. Following her finger, everyone noticed that the 2 pieces of clothing that were originally in the exhibition hall were now in very poor condition. Because the scratches and dirt stains were clearly visible. No fools will buy it anymore. After washing it, even fewer people will buy it. So these 2 pieces of clothing are really ruined. So, there's some truth to the 2 girls' worries and clashes. But you can't just insult someone's reputation out of thin air. Little sister, you're wrong about that. I know you're worried about being punished by the boss, but you can't just grab anyone and shirk responsibility. A man wearing glasses pointed at the old woman's hands and said, look how clean her hands are. You can tell she hasn't bought any groceries this morning. How could her hands be covered in dirt? Yeah, that's exactly what I find annoying. Why are you making baseless accusations against people? The situation instantly reversed, and everyone criticized the little girl for being immature. The 2 little girls were surrounded by onlookers pointing and whispering, and they couldn't even express their grievances. Sai, forget it, don't say anything more. I'll compensate you, I'll give you 10 yuan, okay? Seeing that the 2 little girls were about to cry, he knew he would be in big trouble. The older woman pretended to be kind and opened her wallet, saying, it's all because our generation is too kind-hearted to see the younger generation being bullied. Her words immediately increased the goodwill of those around her. Judging from the woman's face, she seems like a good person. How could she do such a despicable thing? Look at her, she even took out money to compensate the other party. There aren't many good people like her in the world. The older woman is kind and beautiful inside and out, unlike these two little kids. They're not only ignorant, but they're also crying. What are we going to do about it? When the young boss comes back, I'll have to give them a piece of my mind and fire them both. They're seriously ruining our shopping experience. Everyone started talking at once, and their words reached the ears of the two little girls. She felt even more aggrieved instantly. No, I saw it all. However, before the little girl could finish speaking, a surprised voice suddenly came from the middle-aged woman beside her. Where's my money? Where did my money go? She realized what was happening and frantically searched for her wallet. Finally, it was discovered. My 800 yuan, which I had saved up for a long time, had vanished without a trace. At first glance, I noticed a hole in the bottom of my wallet. What happened? Why is my wallet torn? Did it fall on the ground? No, look at the hole at the bottom of that old lady's wallet, it's clearly been cut with a sharp knife. Ah, could there be a thief? Everyone realized that someone had probably stolen from them while they were talking or not paying attention. They were all focused on reasoning with the two young girls and didn't notice the older woman. This allowed the thief to find the perfect opening. I don't care. Was it you? Was it you who stole my money? The older woman instantly became agitated, pointing at the two young girls and saying fiercely, "It was definitely you two. You two pushed me just now. It was you. You stole my money." She became more and more confident as she spoke, and said in a near furious voice, "Everyone must testify for me that no one approached me just now, only these two little girls kept leaning against me." The woman was furious. "I can't believe you not only slandered me, but you also stole my money. If I hadn't been kind enough, I would have been cheated by you." As soon as she said this, the expressions of the people around her immediately turned unfriendly. Even if there was a minor conflict, it's forgivable. But it's wrong to steal money. This is where you need to go in. At the same time, everyone looked at the two girls with wary eyes. They formed a large circle around them, as if to prevent the two of them from sneaking away. "I didn't steal your money, you framed me first." Upon hearing the older woman turn around and slander her, the little girl instantly stopped crying and retorted. "You're still being stubborn, aren't you? Then tell me who stole it. We were just together." The woman was so angry that her face turned red. "Auntie, please don't be angry, the child is just being unreasonable, please don't." "Yes, ma'am, since we know who took the money, let's not get angry." Seeing the woman trembling all over, the surrounding customers were afraid that she might accidentally choke. He quickly stepped forward to comfort her. At this moment, another older woman angrily said to the two young girls, "Look what you've done. You've made her so angry. It wasn't us, we really didn't steal it." As soon as the little girl's companion spoke up in rebuttal, the other older woman's expression immediately changed. "Still being stubborn. Like I said before, who else here besides you has any connection with her? It's wrong of you to slander someone for getting their clothes dirty, and you even thought about stealing their money." These words immediately reminded the crowd of something else. Could it be that after framing the woman and seeing no reaction, the two men hatched a malicious plan and secretly took the woman's money? After all, they had been standing together and pushing and shoving each other for quite a while. They must have realized their little plan hadn't worked, so they resorted to theft instead? Good heavens, the world is going to the dogs. I just arrived and I've already witnessed such a spectacle. These two girls are so despicable. I strongly suggest the boss kick those two girls out of the shop, or I'll never support him again in my next life. It's disgusting. Everyone has a mother. How can you feel good about your mothers being targeted by young people like this? The crowd immediately started discussing amongst themselves, each offering their own opinion. Some people even blushed and wished they could slap each of the two girls on the spot. Chapter 126: Clothing Store's Reputation Damaged. "I don't care anymore. I'm going to search you all." The woman angrily said something and stepped forward to attack. But it was only then that everyone suddenly realized. Both girls were wearing dresses and had no bags on them to hide money. Moreover, the pitiful crying of the two little girls made the people around them hesitate. It doesn't seem like they stole it. If they had, they would have definitely protested loudly. Could it be that we've falsely accused someone? But it's true that they slandered the old lady and dirted her clothes. The older woman noticed this and immediately withdrew her hand, pretending to be nonchalant. After finishing, he patted his chest and said regretfully, "It's my fault for being too young and unable to bring myself to target you. How about this, you just give me back my money, and we'll consider this matter settled." "No, I told you I didn't steal your money. There's no way the two of us could have stolen money." The little girl spoke so angrily that tears welled up in her eyes. They were just doing part-time work when they saw a really nice shop with a handsome owner. "I never expected to encounter something like this on my very first day. How could these young girls, who have grown up in such an environment, possibly cope with this? Hey, I found you're really stubborn. You pay me back as soon as I tell you to, but you make such a fuss." The woman was so angry that she was about to slap him. Suddenly a cry of surprise startled her. "My money is gone too." The speaker was a middle-aged man, and everyone looked at him with puzzled expressions. He was rummaging through his money pouch when he discovered a large hole in the bottom. But it was completely empty. "What's going on? Is there a thief? Holy crap! It's too crowded. This spot is so cramped. Everyone's pushing and shoving each other, you can't even feel a slight movement from someone else. I suspect the thief is among us." People were terrified and took out their wallets. Fortunately, nothing was missing, which put them at ease. But a few unfortunate souls spoke up angrily. "My bank card, ID card, and all my money are gone. Me too. I lost over 2,000 yuan in cash, and all 3 of my bank cards are gone too. The money that bastard gave me is gone, but the bank card is still there, it's just that bastard broke it. Me too. All my money is gone." The sound of lost notifications rang more than 10 times, indicating that more than 10 people had lost their cash, bank cards, and other valuable documents. Everyone suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. The notorious thief committed the theft right in front of them, and they didn't even realize it. How terrifying is this? Because most of the people present were dressed in black, which was different from their impression of thieves. Therefore, it was impossible to tell for a moment who was the thief and who was not. Or perhaps the thief had already completed the heist and left. Those who were extremely anxious took out their phones to make calls. Even the older woman was getting anxious. What happened? Why are so many people losing money? Someone must have infiltrated our ranks and stolen all our money while we were arguing. Some people offered their analysis. That means there are thieves among us. Suddenly, a burly man ran straight to the door and shouted, "Don't you fucking run. Stand here. Something unclean has appeared in our ranks today, and we must find it no matter what. So I'll leave you all inside until things come to light." At the same time, everyone realized what was happening. Block the door. Regardless of whether there's a thief inside or not, just block it first, lest the thief escape. Oh no. We shouldn't have argued when the old lady lost her money, we should have immediately blocked the store entrance. Sigh, it seems we've completely wronged those 2 girls. Little girl, we're sorry, we were wrong this time, but we still have important things to do. Several strong young men rushed to the line and immediately stood at the door to form a human wall. The people queuing outside were unaware of the situation. What's going on? Has there been a thief in the store? The line is too long, let's not go in, let's leave now. Oh, this has happened. Let's wait here and see what's going on. It's human nature to gossip, and once they heard that more than a dozen people in the store had lost a huge sum of money, no one wanted to leave. Moreover, this matter also concerns the reputation of Qingyuan clothing store. If it cannot be resolved smoothly, the small business owner will definitely face a lot of criticism, and no one will dare to come to the store anymore. Some people, knowing this, took out their phones to take pictures and prepare to post them on Douyin. Inside the shop, the 2 young girls heard that so many people around them had lost money, with total losses amounting to over 10,000 yuan. For a moment, the old lady didn't even care that she had gotten her clothes dirty. Instead, she started helping people find the thief. Where the hell is that bastard? How can he have such superb skills? Yeah, even if he stole from 1 person at a time, it would still take him a long time to steal from 10 people at once. We've only been arguing for a short while. How is it possible to steal from more than a dozen people all at once, and do it so quietly? Oh no, this shop is really creepy, I'm never coming here again. Everyone was trapped inside, unable to voice their grievances, as they already had family matters to attend to. Do they really hate this place? Why would they come to this store to buy clothes and join in the fun? And then this happened. The most frustrated people are those who have lost their money. Look everyone, I'm filming a video. There's a thief inside this newly opened clothing store. I wonder how many people took out their phones and started making TikTok videos. So I advise everyone not to come to this shop to pickpocket, you'll be in big trouble. He stole from more than a dozen of us at once, stealing over 10,000 yuan. This shop's reputation is now completely ruined. In just a few minutes, the angry person frantically filmed more than a dozen videos and posted them all on Douyin. And it wasn't just one person, other victims followed suit. They were afraid that the money wouldn't be recovered, the thief wouldn't be caught, and they wouldn't be able to get compensation. As for the compensation, I'll definitely have to ask the shop owner for it. If I don't have any evidence, I'll be at a disadvantage. They wouldn't allow it. So when they started filming, everyone was incredibly excited, exaggerating everything. They even stated it on the spot. We will not give up until the thief is caught. Everyone, come and testify for us that the owner of the shop must be severely punished, as must the thief and every other thief. It's actually quite funny. Just now, they were watching the old lady's money get stolen, and they were still enthusiastically gossiping and helping to blame others. They also came to break up the fight. But when it was his turn to be robbed, he immediately became furious. Chapter 127. It's all Qingyun's fault. Pay me back. That's just how people are. If something doesn't happen to you, you're not worried at all. If it happens to you, you'll go into a frenzy of rage and vent your anger. That's the kind of thinking these people have. So the video was quickly posted online. Someone replied immediately. Because Qingyun clothing store was in the spotlight, everyone was curious about how the small business owner's shop was doing. As soon as this happened, everyone rushed over to watch the drama unfold. What happened? Did something happen to the small business owner? Is there a problem at the store? The shop owner wasn't in the store, so he was unharmed, but the store was burglarized. More than a dozen people were robbed, resulting in losses of over 100,000 yuan. The impact was terrible. What? I've already seen people say that Qingyun didn't manage his shop well and let too many people in at once, which caused this incident. No one will let this go until the thief is caught. After all, it wasn't us who were robbed. You have to understand those who were robbed. I reckon the small business owner will have to pay a lot of money this time. After all, it happened in someone else's shop. If he doesn't react, no one will come to his shop in the future. You're wrong. Even if the small business owner changes his ways, I still won't dare go to his shop. Exactly. Think about it, with so many people around, how could a thief still manage to steal more than a dozen things at once? It makes you feel completely unsafe. The small business owner hasn't even offered an explanation yet, and I'm suddenly feeling a bit disheartened. Don't worry, everyone, the young boss will definitely handle things. It happened right at that moment. Shenli, who was working on documents in her office, also learned about this. His eyes immediately turned red, and he exclaimed excitedly, "What a great opportunity!" He decisively ordered his subordinates to hire online trolls to smear Qingyun's shop. After all, this is an extremely negative impact. As disgusting as possible. At the same time, this story has been widely reposted by various social media platforms. Furthermore, he was severely criticized, and his attitude of neglecting his duties once he became famous was condemned. Everyone trusts you so much, yet you never go to the store when you open it? And such a serious thing happened, everyone is trapped in the store and can't come out, you don't know where you are having fun now. In short, the more hatred you provoke, the better. Some netizens who were unaware of the facts watched the video and even became angry on the spot. Who does Qingyun think he is? We trusted him so much, and this is how he treats us. Although you can't trust what self-media says, you should at least set an example, or go to the store and maintain order. I'm speechless. There are all sorts of people here. They get all cocky and arrogant as soon as they become popular. Trash. Damn it, I'm never buying clothes from Fuzizwang again. Get lost. The news caused quite a stir online, and even Qingyun, who was driving at the time, quickly received the news. He didn't expect things to develop so quickly, and that it would immediately become a viral sensation across the entire internet. Fortunately, he had already arrived at the store. The young boss is here. Look, the young boss is here. Suddenly someone exclaimed in surprise, and saw a man driving this way in the distance. After getting out of the car, they found that it was the young boss. What good is he coming? Our money has all been stolen, what good is he coming? Where was he all this time? Now he's ruined all our money. But people were not buying it at all, especially those whose money had been stolen, who were extremely angry. If you can't even manage order, you're going to lose money running your own shop. Sigh, the young boss is going to get a real dressing down now that the product is finished. Screw you. You piece of trash, you dare to open a shop. Everyone present felt uneasy. The male god she admires so much is being criticized by everyone because of such a small problem. But honestly, when it's their turn to be robbed, can they really fully understand? The truth is, it's impossible, so don't blame Qing-yun for being criticized. In contrast, Qing-yun. He walked calmly to the shop entrance. I understand what happened. I'm sorry, I was taking my daughter to school this morning, so I couldn't come to the store. Don't worry, I will definitely give you all justice today. He said it out loud. You still go to take me to school? If you can't run a shop, then don't run one. Fuck you. The person whose money was stolen is already furious and will want to yell at you no matter what you say to vent their anger. Qing-yun simply expressed her understanding. I can't exactly go up there and punch Pang myself, can I? Although he really wanted to. Fortunately, he had been watching the videos posted by netizens, and the men in black did not come out after entering the shop. They were all surrounded inside. The young men guarding the gate turned cold when they saw Qing-yun approaching. If this young man had come to the store to maintain order, this wouldn't have happened. It would be abnormal if they had no objections. Qing-yun also expressed her understanding. He walked straight into the store, and two young girls immediately came over to explain the situation to him. Qing-yun simply nodded. His gaze, however, fell on the middle-aged woman who had caused trouble earlier, as if deep in thought. Haha, why are you looking at me like that? Go find the thief. When she met Qing-yun's gaze, the middle-aged woman felt goosebumps rise all over her body. Look what this small business owner is still doing. Stop pretending. Go find the thief. Stop pretending. I'm so annoyed by this kind of person. They've got us stuck here. I'm speechless. This must be the worst thing that's ever happened to me in my life, damn it. Qing-yun withdrew his gaze and stood directly on the exhibition stand with a solemn expression. Everyone, I am the owner of this clothing store. Rest assured, I can assure you that I can help you recover your property. Please be patient, everyone, and wait here quietly, okay? While he was saying comforting words, he was also scanning the entire room. They immediately spotted 5 men in black scattered around, their faces showing a shared sense of righteous indignation. The sample looks pretty good. If Qing-yun hadn't memorized their characteristics through the live stream, she wouldn't have noticed it so quickly. All I can say is that thieves these days are incredibly cunning. 1 second they're a thief, the next they're crying stop thief. Although he spoke with great confidence, the people around him were now completely enraged. Heh, you're just bragging. Where were you before? I can't believe this kind of person. They stole all our money. If you don't give it back, we'll smash your shop. I think they're definitely in cahoots. First, 2 young girls caused trouble, and then all our money was stolen. I knew the small business owner wasn't a good person. We trusted you so much, and you actually did this kind of thing. Chapter 128. It would be impolite of you to continue slandering her. Just then, the police from the local police station arrived. Leading the group was still the middle-aged Wang Sinny. As soon as he entered the shop, he was immediately attracted by Qing-yun on the display stand. What, it's you again? You've caused trouble again? He also learned about the current situation from what he just learned. The theft of more than a dozen people is a very serious criminal case. If handled improperly, it could leave behind very serious negative consequences. Therefore, those who came were all strong, intelligent, and meticulous. They were all eager to grab him, seeing everyone as a thief and wishing they could catch him on the spot. But now, looking at the way the crowd was looking at that boss. Why does it feel like they're watching a thief? Qing-yun walked over and whispered a few words in Wang Xian's ear, but no one could hear what she said. After saying that, Wang Xian nodded, and Qing-yun continued walking into the crowd. Everyone, look carefully, the police from the local police station are here. From now on, we will follow their orders. As he spoke, Qing-yun pointed to Wang Xinyang, who was leading the team. No one had anything to say, since they didn't want to be labeled as troublemakers. Everyone, I will now investigate the entire matter. If anyone conceals anything, it will be unfair to everyone. Wang Sini spoke directly, and his subordinates surrounded the entire area and began to investigate. Come on, I heard you had a conflict with this old lady, tell me about it. He walked straight up to the two little girls. Who wants to speak first? I'll do it. Xiaoxian wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and said bravely, Uncle, this is what happened. We just saw this aunt wipe the stains from her hands onto her clothes, and when we tried to reprimand her, she turned around and accused us. Once she recovered, her logic became clear, and she would soon explain the whole incident. Seeing the warning look in the middle-aged man's eyes, the woman couldn't bring herself to utter a rebuttal that was stuck in her throat. Everyone gradually realized that they had misunderstood the two girls. The more I think about it, the more annoyed I get. Why did I have to lose so much money over such a trivial matter? Suddenly, everyone's gaze towards the old woman turned hostile, even bordering on hatred. The older woman, on the contrary, smugly retorted to each of them. They took shamelessness to the extreme. Then you had a conflict with this woman, who then discovered she had lost 800 yuan, and then other people discovered they had also lost money? Wang Sini roughly repeated what he meant, and the two girls nodded. Ma'am, could I take a look at your bag? At this moment, Xing Yun suddenly spoke up. You still want to see my bag? The woman was about to angrily rebuke him, but seeing everyone around her, she said, Okay, I'll let them see. She reluctantly took out her bag, only to see Xing Yun snatch it and open the pocket underneath. Examine the scratch marks carefully. The woman suddenly felt a sense of unease. Let me tell you, if you can't find this person today, I'm not letting you off the hook. Regardless, her roar once again stirred up the emotions of those around her. They all spoke in hushed tones. Exactly. I'm never coming to this shop again, it's just too unlucky. What will happen to our losses if we can't find the person? Isn't that obvious? We're just trying to make him lose money by staying in his shop. If you don't pay up, you can go to jail. Ignoring the surrounding crowd's comments, Xing Yun casually showed Wang Xinyang the scratches on the bottom of his bag. I see. Wang Sini nodded. Everyone else present looked completely bewildered and had no idea what was going on. Do you want to be a riddle solver? If you know, just say it. However, the person on the other end seemed to be an officer, so they didn't dare to say much and could only cooperate patiently. At this time, keen-eyed people have already noticed that the people brought by Wang Sini have already started making announcements. They scattered among the onlookers. He seemed to be carefully observing everyone's expression and demeanor to determine if they were thieves. Everyone. Suddenly, Xing Yun stood on the stage, holding the old lady's bag, and pointed at it, saying, I don't know if you've noticed this knife mark, but it wasn't carved today at all. This statement left everyone even more dumbfounded. What? What's going on? What are you trying to say? It wasn't shaved today, how could you tell? Xing Yun continued, look at the marks on the bottom of this bag, they're rusty and very old. It's obvious that it was cut several weeks ago. After he finished speaking, he passed the old lady's bag down to everyone, and after they took it and examined it carefully, they found that it was indeed as described. The scratches on the bag didn't look like they were newly made at all. Some of the people whose bags had been stolen even took out their own bags to compare them. This further confirmed Xing Yun's statement. It does seem that way the woman's bag doesn't look like it was cut open just now. But what does that prove? Maybe. But our money was indeed stolen. Look at my scratches, they're really new. Just as the crowd began to chatter again, the middle-aged man pointed angrily at the older woman and said, So can you explain what happened? Don't try to frame me. We've had decades of experience, we can tell at a glance whether it's been cut or not. These words effectively shut down any attempt by the older woman to argue her point. No, do you think I don't know my old bag was cut? I'm a victim too, why are you targeting me like this? The woman became a little agitated and shouted, I know, you want to pin the blame on me. You just think I'm easy to bully. That's definitely it. You lot are all bullying honest people. Her attitude was very strong. But the middle-aged man in front of him said directly, If you really bumped yourself today and didn't know about it, you could simply explain, I didn't know, but why are you so agitated? As Wang Sini calmly recounted his story, the expressions of everyone present changed. That is indeed the case. If someone slanders you, you can calmly reason with them. There's absolutely no need to get angry, jump up and down in a rage, or curse. The older woman clearly realized this as well, and suddenly pretended to be very aggrieved. I know you people want to drag someone down with you as a scapegoat, but you can't wrong me like this. Anyone would be angry if you bullied an honest person like this." The more she spoke, the redder her eyes became, and she looked so pitiful that it broke the hearts of everyone around her. Yes, the lady was actually a very kind person. She was a victim herself, but she didn't blame the other passers-by. "Those two young girls are ignorant. Even if the old lady made a mistake by accident, it doesn't deserve to die. It's impolite of you to accuse her of stealing money." Chapter 129. The little girl couldn't be wrong, and the old lady didn't have the ability to steal. Seeing that someone was speaking up for her, the woman straightened her back even more. "Do you know how many people are testifying for me? Don't slander innocent people like this. There is still law in this world." She knew perfectly well that there were no security cameras in the store, and that the two young girls looked like they had just arrived. No matter how stubborn you are, it's hard to convince the public. However, Jing Yun did not indulge her. "Ma'am, is it really such a coincidence? It just so happens that you had an accident, it just so happens that your money was lost, and it just so happens that while you were arguing, everyone else's money was stolen." Jing Yun stared into the old woman's eyes and immediately noticed a hint of panic and fear in her eyes. What do you mean by that?" The woman was so frightened that she took a few steps back, pointed at Jing Yun, and yelled, "What does he mean by that? Isn't he implying that I stole the money?" Those around him were also bewildered by these words, but still felt they had some right to speak. "Hey, boss, it's wrong of you to slander her like that. She was always arguing, how could she have time to steal money? Besides, the old lady was alone, and we had more than 10 of our meals stolen. She couldn't possibly be in 2 places at once." I'm speechless. This boss is just trying to shirk responsibility. "Blanche," Jing Yun said directly, "I didn't say she stole your money, but she's definitely connected to those thieves. Do you believe me?" He shook his head and said to the two girls who were still clearly in shock, "Let's talk about how she wronged someone. Although these two people work part-time at my shop, it doesn't mean they have any moral problems. On the contrary, their families are very wealthy, and their fathers are well-known business tycoons in the area. Do you really think those two would frame an innocent person for a mere few $100s?" These words truly resonated with the two young women. "We came to the store for part-time work to develop our skills, not for the money at all." In their anxiety, Xiaoqian and Xiaohong even revealed their father's name. Everyone's eyes lit up immediately, and they took out their phones to search for the person, only to find that he was indeed a real person. Furthermore, their family circumstances were all listed. Wow, they really do seem to be rich girls from wealthy families. That's right. People from such wealthy families can easily throw out millions of dollars. How could you possibly wrong someone over a few $100s? Wow, this lady was really good at hiding her true identity. These people immediately felt that they had been deceived by the old lady's feigned kindness, and turned around to look at her in a fit of rage. "Why are you deliberately playing the victim to gain our sympathy? You've made us wrongly accuse an innocent person." Yeah, those two girls were so scared they didn't dare say a word. Sigh, I really feel bad for them, and now I regret it so much. The situation suddenly changed, and everyone began to criticize the older woman for suspecting the young girl of taking her money. "You guys." The woman's expression immediately changed. She was no longer as calm as before, but rather somewhat flustered. Okay, I did buy groceries this morning, and I accidentally touched 2 pieces of clothing, leaving marks. You guys just yelled at me too." Seeing that she could no longer argue, she simply lay down and said, "Even if I was wrong, I shouldn't have wronged someone over a mere few $100s. But who isn't like this at my age? Look at your parents, don't they do the same thing?" She wanted to prove herself by saying that all middle-aged women in the world are like this. He. Someone immediately sneered, "Don't think of the world as bad as you, and don't assume everyone is as trash as you. People who use the darkness of the world to whitewash themselves are truly despicable." Everyone present looked down on him. But the older woman got more and more excited as she talked. "Even if I was wrong to slander someone, I was wrong. I was prepared to pay compensation, but I've lost my money. You have no reason to suspect that I stole it." He started laughing as he spoke. "You're all young and strong men, do you think you can fool an old man like me into stealing money? How ridiculous." Her words left everyone speechless. That's exactly right. The older woman had been arguing with 2 young girls. They were absolutely certain that there was no time to carry out the theft. Therefore, the small business owner's doubts are completely unfounded. They could only help two young girls in the shop clear their names after wrongful convictions, but they wasted a lot of time trying to catch the thief. It was precisely because she understood this that the older woman chose to continue stirring up hatred. The small business owner just wants to whitewash his shop and frame me for all the crimes. Even if I am wrong, I admit it, but you can't just drag someone into this mess. It's clearly your own problem, but you don't want to pay compensation, is that it? The old lady's words, though seemingly unrelated, directly touched on everyone's sore spot. I've had all the money I've painstakingly saved up over the past few months stolen. If I don't get any compensation, I might as well just die. This shop really does encounter so many things. Young boss, don't just stand there. You all, don't just stand there either. Let's go. We can check everyone one by one. They make it sound easy, but it's actually quite difficult to investigate. After all, no one knew if the thief had escaped, and searching everyone would take several hours. In addition, they don't have this right. If handled improperly, an innocent person may be wrongly accused, and the matter may even be affected by public opinion. Shin Yun became even more certain of her guess after hearing the older woman's attitude. He said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the thieves are actually still in our store and haven't left. They're smart, they know that if they leave, their homes might be searched, so they've stayed here. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Only by staying here can they completely clear their names." As Qin Yun spoke, he looked himself up and down, secretly observing the expressions on the faces of the others. Several people were found to be somewhat surprised. The older woman couldn't help but tremble. Upon hearing this, Wang Xinfa secretly waved his hand, and several workers instantly scattered in all directions. Moreover, everyone was surprised and started discussing it with a chill down their spines. The voices reached the ears of the men in black. But they were all seasoned veterans with years of experience, so they were naturally not intimidated by Qin Yun and probably thought he was just bluffing. So they actually put on a pretty convincing act and started discussing it too. But just then, a man in black noticed that Qin Yun had glanced in his direction. Just one glance. It was as if Qin Yun could see right through him. She just stared at him without saying a word, a faint smile playing on her lips. This made him panic instantly. After all, I'm a newcomer, having only been in the industry for less than a year, and I have absolutely no grasp of this situation. So he instinctively walked towards the store entrance, hoping to escape in the chaos. Chapter 130. Qin Yun is too terrifying, run. Just as the man in black was walking towards the store entrance, several staff members also walked towards him. He was caught immediately. We've been discovered. A flicker of panic flashed in his eyes. In all his years in the industry, when had he ever encountered such a terrifying phenomenon? Undoubtedly, he is now somewhat psychologically vulnerable. Just then, Qin Yun suddenly shouted, "Hey you, the guy in black who looks like a thief, wait a minute." Just then, Qin Yun's loud shout finally made him lose his composure. While the other men in black were exchanging glances, a hot-headed young man in black had already strode towards the door. It's faster than a rocket. Before anyone could react, the expressions of the helpers changed. Unexpectedly, the officer's suggestion to let them walk around actually frightened people. Is it really that amazing? But what happened next was even more terrifying. Qin Yun, who had just been on the stage, suddenly appeared at the door like a flying sword. The man in black was still looking behind him. He's almost at the door, he's determined to get out today, no matter what. The boss's sharp gaze gave him a terrifying feeling. After all, everyone else had already transported all the stolen goods out, and he only had 300 yuan on him, which was why he stole it from someone else. If he gets caught, he can easily claim it as his own, but what if someone finds out? So, after thinking it over, he decided it would be best to just run away and make a quick getaway. So they fell right into Qin Yun's trap. You know, if you hadn't run away, I wouldn't have been able to do anything even if I had my suspicions, but since you ran away, who else would I arrest if not you? Right at the shop entrance, Qin Yun immediately unleashed a grappling technique. Before the man in black could even figure out what was happening, he collapsed to the ground. The entire process takes no more than 5 seconds. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of noise. Holy crap, what's going on? Why is that boss running off with him? Damn, the boss is awesome. He subdued the guy in no time. Holy crap, this little boss can teleport. Damn, he's got amazing skills. Damn it, that person must be a thief. Exactly. Otherwise, how could he have run away? So, that little brat stole 10 of our things by himself? Just as everyone was in disbelief, the black man was lifted up like a chick by Qing Yun and the others and thrown inside. Wang Xinyan walked over and asked, "Why are you running?" My wife gave birth, I need to go deliver the baby." The man was already scared, so he made up a reason without thinking. That's good now. There's no explanation needed. Several subordinates came in and searched his bag, quickly finding several $100 bills. Just then, someone in the crowd suddenly said, "This is my money. How can you prove it?" Just as the group was making their routine inquiries, the person who had spoken took out his phone and said, "I just took a picture this morning, and you can see that the texture is exactly the same as mine." Several men gathered around and confirmed that the money was indeed his. However, during their search, they discovered something very wrong. The amount of money was too small. What's going on? Why is there so little? Could it be that he's already shipped it out? Yeah, if he could smuggle it out, why would he stay here? Just waiting to get arrested? I see. A young man in the crowd, a self-proclaimed Chinibua person with delusions of grandeur who was a big fan of Detective Conan, stepped forward. This guy thinks he's safe once he's moved the money out of the country. If he runs off with the money, the police might find him and ask for his identification. He might as well stay here, clear his name, and watch a good show. What he said made perfect sense, and everyone actually believed it. Goodness, if he gets caught, he can just say that the 300 yuan is his own, and no one can do anything about it. And it also avoids the chance of being questioned by others when you get home. That's brilliant, truly brilliant. You little brat, we've lost over 10,000 yuan in total. You'd better hand it over right now, or you'll regret it. Some guys aren't very good-tempered, they'll grab any guy and give him a good scolding. This provided a significant dose of legal knowledge for the man in black. In fact, the man in black only stole a few thousand yuan and transported it all away. He didn't know much about the law, so he panicked for a moment. I didn't steal it. I only stole from 2 people. I didn't steal it. Without saying a word, he shook his head vigorously, looking very aggrieved. Nonsense, you're the one who got arrested. Who else could it be but you? You're already in deep trouble and you're still trying to deny it. At this point, no one was surprised by Qing Yun's skills anymore. Instead, they vented their anger on the man in black. Do you know that tens of thousands of yuan is enough to put you in jail for several years? I advise you to confess honestly and not resist. Wang Xinyan was also a man with a temper, which frightened the man in black so much that he almost cried. Qing Yun was now observing the remaining 4 men. They noticed that although they all remained calm, some even joined in the cursing. However, there was a lot of worry in his eyes. His lips trembled slightly. Just as he suspected, several black men were now on the verge of tears. You're such a terrible teammate. Why did you run away for no reason? Now they've got caught. Moreover, they have a very good relationship. But that doesn't mean your companions will betray you in a moment of panic. What if that really happens? They won't remember anything, and they'll end up losing more than they gain. I was hoping to clear my name here, but I never expected to be delivered right to my doorstep. Anyone would be upset in this situation. On the other side, the middle-aged man was still patiently persuading him. Several people who were guarding the shop at the entrance saw that there should be no one there, so they came over to join in the fun. In fact, all of this was under Qing Yun's control. Really? The other 4 black men, seeing that no one was at the door, began to have their own ideas. But they were clearly still gambling that their comrade would prioritize the bigger picture and not betray them. Unfortunately, this principle no longer applies under Qing Yun's coercion. His companions were clearly in a state of complete mental collapse and immediately began searching for a few key figures in the crowd. Damn it! You're such a terrible teammate. Several people were frantically cursing their companion's entire family in their hearts. The burning desire in their eyes as they looked towards the store entrance grew even stronger. To run or not to run? They exchanged a glance. They hadn't seen Qing Yun's movements clearly, and if they ran, they would likely be caught. But that was one just now. There are 4 of them now, and if they work together, they have a real chance of escaping. As for those who provide assistance, their skills are more than enough to overpower them. Run! Suddenly, one of the black men met his companion's gaze and felt a chill run down his spine. He immediately ran towards the store entrance. The others were startled and started running as well. Chapter 131. We were all terrified of Qing Yun, so we all confessed. At this point, the crowd was in complete panic. Those who were live streaming on their phones were immediately dumbfounded. What happened? Is there any chance of a plot twist? They watched as several black rats suddenly darted out of the shop entrance. They were all trembling with fear. Then, in the next second, a similar scene suddenly reappeared. Qing Yun, who was still in front of them, suddenly rushed out and blocked the shop entrance. The four men in black paused noticeably, but this did not stop them from continuing their charge. Since this has already been discovered, there's no point in not taking a gamble and hoping for a better tomorrow. Run! As if to bolster his own courage, one of the four black men threw a punch, hitting Qing Yun squarely on the forehead. However, in Qing Yun's eyes, his movements were so slow. As a casual reward, I'll give you a grappling combo. They subdued him on the ground in no time. Seeing this, the others panicked and, without even thinking about resisting, tried to escape through the store. However, Qing Yun wouldn't allow them to continue, and grabbed the shoulder of one of the people who was about to escape from the store. They forcibly dragged him back into the store. The latter fell directly to the ground, and several helpers who were cautiously observing from the sidelines immediately stepped forward and subdued him. The other three were getting very nervous as they approached the store entrance, and some even showed a hint of disdain. It's too early to catch them. Who knew that Qing Yun, who had just been dealing with the man in black, would suddenly reappear in front of them? There was no time to be surprised. Suddenly, Qing Yun threw another punch. It was as if no one present could see his movements. All they knew was that after just a few rounds, one of the men in black collapsed to the ground in agony. Wailing cries filled the air. The place is a complete mess. In contrast, Qing Yun was incredibly fast. All four men in black collapsed to the ground in just 15 seconds. This was after taking into account the safety of the store's facilities and the surrounding onlookers. Holy crap, what's going on? Holy crap, how did they take down so many people all at once? Everyone was startled when they saw the five men in black lying on the ground, writhing in agony. Firstly, because they didn't expect that there were actually 5 thieves. Secondly, they were even more surprised that these 5 people were so easily subdued by the small boss. How skilled must the young boss be? He's even more amazing than so-called martial arts masters. He can take down a person in just a few seconds, can you believe it? There were actually 5 thieves. I didn't expect. They all got scared by the shop owner and ran away. The young boss is absolutely amazing. The more they looked down on Qing Yun just now, the more shocked they are now. For a time, no one cared about the 5 thieves lying on the ground. They all began to look at Qing Yun. It was as if they wanted to see through all the strength of this small business owner. This is absolutely amazing. With skills like this, I don't even need to catch thieves. There are hidden masters everywhere. Oh my god, I think I just cursed at the small boss. Is he going to slap me? I need to sneak off and apologize. I'm too scary. What if they slap me twice? Sorry, boss, please don't hit me. Those who were shouting earlier, upon seeing the miserable state of the 5 black men, were so disgusted they almost vomited. It's absolutely outrageous. They were terrified. I'm really worried about the small business owner. What if he holds a grudge and tries to retaliate when we're not looking? I'm definitely going to go. Fortunately, Qing Yun didn't say much about it, but instead focused her attention on the 5 people. You guys are really cunning. Run, keep running. What's the point of running away? 5 men in black touched their sore spots, their faces filled with resentment. You knocked me down in just a few seconds. Even if you tell me to run, I won't. If we don't run away, it's fine. It's just a matter of going to jail for a few years. But if we run away and you accidentally kill us, we'll have nowhere to cry. This time, we're completely screwed. Their eyes were filled with anger and resentment as they looked at their first companion. Everything was fine before, but we almost got this terrible teammate, and now we're all stuck here. They were wiped out. No, there's one more. The men in black suddenly realized that there was another accomplice outside who was guarding the spot and responsible for selling the stolen goods. They've probably already escaped to their base and are waiting for the others to return. Ugh, what kind of mess is this? Qing Yun's terrifying attacks had left them with psychological trauma. They didn't even dare to curse, and could only sigh helplessly. At this moment, Qing Yun did not scold them. People around watched as he personally went to the shop entrance again. He pulled someone out of the crowded throng. It turned out to be the same middle-aged woman who had been arguing so forcefully earlier. She was now sneaking out of the store. "Auntie, what are you still doing? We haven't paid you yet." Qingyun watched as the older woman was kicked out, a playful smile on his face. "What's wrong? Don't you want your 800 yuan back?" Seeing this, the woman was immediately terrified. "Please don't hit me, I'll come over here." Upon seeing this, a flash of anger appeared in the eyes of the five men in black. "If you hadn't come up with this method that angered the small business owner, would he have targeted us like this?" That's right, the older woman and the five men in black were actually working together. The older woman was just stirring things up to attract the attention of the surrounding customers. This can only be considered the most correct step in the division of labor among the five men in black. They never imagined that the older woman was so good at stirring up hatred. She easily heightened the atmosphere of the entire room. They could steal it with absolutely no effort. Of course, they didn't dare to fight back at all when they were reprimanded by the boss. At the moment, everyone was watching the five black men's demeanor and noticed a hint of reproach in their eyes as they looked at the older woman. If they still don't understand, they'll really be considered fools. So, the old lady and that thief were actually in cahoots. No wonder. I was wondering why my godmother was always picking fights. How insidious. I actually fell for her trick. If it weren't for the young boss, our money might have been stolen. Oh right, money. Suddenly, everyone turned their fierce gazes toward the five young men, as if they wanted to devour them alive. "You're asking me? I don't want to tell you." A man in black had a bitter expression on his face. But then I thought about it again. They were completely unable to escape, while his companion who was covering the rear had actually made over 100,000 yuan in cash. He's been living a carefree life for several years now. If they're not envious, then who is? So he immediately gave out all the information about his surviving companions, as well as their home addresses, for fear of revealing their ID cards. You have to believe me, the money is all in his hands. He was the one who made the contact just now, and he's already taken all the money. He was afraid people wouldn't believe him, so he held it up and made a solemn vow. Chapter 132. Qingyun is awesome. The arrogant fat self-media guy. Good grief, shouldn't these people be sticking together? They've just exposed everyone. Everyone was stunned by the current situation. It was completely different from what they had seen in TV dramas. He's afraid that if he gets arrested, his accomplices will be out there having a good time with the money, and he's probably unhappy about that. Good heavens, this bunch of thieves are both cunning and stupid. Damn it, we have to support him. Upon hearing the news, Wang Xini immediately dispatched several of his men to capture him. In any case, the thief wouldn't notice that his companion hadn't returned yet. After all, it was an agreement among everyone to have them stay in the store to clear their name. But this is the situation we're in now. It's something no one could believe. And all of this is because of Qingyun. Suddenly, everyone realized what was happening. The older woman and the young girl just got into an argument, and the older woman deliberately made false accusations to get our attention. Then, these people took advantage of our inattention and stole all our money. Someone begins to contribute to the entire process of the event. When the older woman saw that her companion had succeeded, she also started to lie and say that her money was missing in order to clear her own name. Then, one after another, the group discovered that all the money was gone, so they closed the shop and began searching everyone. Actually, everyone subconsciously thought that the thieves had already succeeded and run away, but they certainly didn't expect that not only did they not run away, but they also cooperated obediently. That's precisely why, if no evidence is found against them, they might choose to believe them directly, thus eliminating any suspicion later. This is the most upsetting thing. I never imagined these thieves were so insidious. Once you go through the whole story, it would be a lie to say you're not scared. If there were no small business owners around, they've already fallen into someone's trap. Not only are they being used as pawns by the old lady, but they're also being played like idiots by the other men in black. No one could accept this. So everyone immediately looked at the six people, including the older woman, with hostility. People on the scene immediately took out their phones to take pictures. And the recorded video was posted entirely on Douyin TikTok network. Fortunately, on the other side, someone called Qingyun and said that the remaining person had also been caught. The perpetrators were caught red-handed. When the news was announced in the store, a burst of laughter immediately followed. Great, that's amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, young boss. You're not only smart, but you're also incredibly skilled. We misunderstood the boss. It's really our fault for not following the queue rules and then being tricked by someone else. It's all our fault for misunderstanding those two young girls and trusting them too much. Once the money was found, everyone's resentment lessened considerably. He apologized directly to Qingyun and the two young girls, still feeling a little guilty. He even said it outright on the spot. Please give me all these clothes as an apology for what I said earlier. I was wrong, I shouldn't have said such harsh things. Please pack me 5 pieces of clothing too. I really feel bad about it. Do you know how wronged he was? Give me 10 examples. I've also posted your stories online, but don't worry, I'll definitely clarify them. Sigh, it's all our fault. Actually, once everyone calmed down, they all realized something. This incident has absolutely nothing to do with Qingyun. Anyway, the shop belongs to him, he can come whenever he wants, and he doesn't have to come whenever he doesn't want to. Moreover, several young girls were already in charge of maintaining order in the store, but they didn't follow the rules because they wanted to join in the fun. Instead, once inside the store, he indiscriminately pointed at the two young girls, leading to a serious mistake. Being robbed was entirely deserved. On the contrary, the small business owner disregarded past grievances and helped them recover the money from the murderer they had found. This avoided a significant loss. After they understood what he meant, they were all extremely grateful and wanted to present the small business owner with a banner of appreciation. But Qingyun refused. After all, he learned a lot from this experience. At least in terms of store management, we will pay more attention to it on a regular basis. The matter at the store has come to an end. However, the online public opinion will not subside anytime soon. First, something happened at Qingyun's shop. Everyone criticized Qingyun for not being a good boss and wanted to bring him down from his pedestal. But soon things took a turn for the better. Then someone posted a video of Qingyun coming to the store and taking charge of order. Netizens said he was just being wise after the event, trying to minimize his own losses. But unexpectedly, after Qingyun spoke to him a few times, one of the thieves in black couldn't sit still anymore and was dealt with by him in a few moves. At this point, some people were already starting to be surprised. As some self-media outlets interpreted the situation, they discovered that Qingyun's rhetoric was quite distinctive, all aimed at crushing the black-clad men's spirits. As a result, they gave themselves away too early. But then Qingyun caught 4 more people in one go. They were utterly astonished. That wasn't all. Qingyun then found out the whereabouts of the last person and picked out the least suspicious middle-aged woman from the crowd. This completely pushed public opinion on the matter to its peak. Damn, I watched the whole thing on my knees, the young boss is just too amazing. Just by asking a few questions, they caught a total of 7 thieves. If this small boss isn't awesome, then who is? So many people have been criticizing the small business owner, but he slapped you all in the face in just a few seconds. Qingyun's skills are impressive, but I never imagined he was so good at catching thieves. Exactly, it's me again trending on social media during Qingming Festival. Then netizens began to reflect on whether their previous statements were correct. They were just cursing Qingyun, but that's what they enjoyed the most. Damn it, we've been fooled by social media again. I trusted them so much, and they actually slandered our idol like this. Yeah, that's so wrong. My idol handled things so quickly, and you're saying he's irresponsible? Are you crazy? Suddenly, the situation on the internet took a dramatic turn, developing in one direction. When they saw that something had happened at Ayun's shop, several self-media outlets couldn't resist and immediately released videos that exaggerated the situation. This comment immediately sparked a frenzy of criticism in the comments section. The number of comments even exceeded 500,000 on the spot. Keep in mind how little time has passed. Damn it, these kinds of trashy marketing accounts are spreading junk ads, but the authorities aren't doing anything about it. I'm speechless. I have no idea how dark their minds are. This kind of person should be shot. What's the point of him providing media services? At the same time, inside a small country villa, a chubby young man in front of his computer chuckled as he looked at his phone. And in his backstage was the video that slandered Qingyun Kuang and stirred up trouble. Go ahead and curse me. The more you curse, the more money I get. Ah, they're all lowlifes, all uncultured scoundrels. You're having fun cursing, but little do you know I'm having a great time counting my money. Chapter 133 Furious. In this era where traffic is king, as long as your video gets views, likes, and comments, it's all worthwhile. Then you'll get paid. The young man's chubby face was practically squeezing together in a smile. I didn't expect this good-for-nothing named Qing Yun to have such a large following. He never expected that he would inadvertently seize upon such a wildly popular trend. This one video alone is enough to earn him hundreds of thousands in video rewards. This was something he had never encountered before since he started working in social media. Although he had worked hard for more than 10 years and had saved up enough for a villa, a car, and a beautiful wife who was a vocational high school graduate. But everyone cares about making more money. A young man named Xiao Zhuang even wanted to build 50 more villas, and it's like heaven is helping me get this much traffic. It's not too much to ask me to buy a few more. He was so excited that his body trembled and he could barely speak. Because of his ugly appearance, Xiao Zhuang naturally discriminates against handsome people. So when he saw Qing Yun's face, he couldn't help but feel nauseous, but even so, he patiently edited 10 more clips of the video. Without exception, all of them were embellished or even the facts were altered. It's just slander for the sake of slander. But he knew very well that at this time, netizens had been blinded by hatred and had been swayed by his outstanding art. Even if I post 50 more videos, people will still like them, and the comments are already very supportive. Xiao Zhuang even felt that he could take advantage of this popularity to gain 1 million followers and become a legend in one fell swoop. Who knows, he might one day stand on the awards ceremony of a multi-cloud network platform, receive an award, and declare his dream to the adoring gazes of the crowd below. He wanted to make those people in the countryside who looked down on him kneel before him and beg for mercy again. This is so awesome, Grandpa's going to have a blast. Xiao Zhuang trembled more and more as he thought about it, and he couldn't help but speed up the video editing process. Cut one hair and get one haircut. After so many years of dedicated study and slandering various celebrities, he has developed a unique ability to be sarcastic and cynical. No matter how capable you are, I'll indiscriminately smear you in my videos, and you can't do anything about it. Xiao Zhuang's account currently has more than 3 million followers. Moreover, at this moment, the number of comments from fans in the background was increasing, and he was no longer in the mood to read them. He could almost see the skyscrapers of the future beckoning to him, which gave his massive muscles a thrilling sensation. However, at that moment, he was unaware that the comments section had completely exploded. Damn it, is this social media account crazy? Posting one thing is one thing, but what the hell is the point of posting it all the time? Good grief, you've been taking advantage of Qing Yun all this time, haven't you? Look at him posting one message after another without even reading the comments. Does he think we're still trying to ride the wave of popularity and get some attention? Damn it, half of his video is smearing Qing Yun, and it's a complete distortion of the facts. How dare he say something like that about Qing Yun? Damn it, I have to report him for everything. This kind of unscrupulous self-media should be banned. People were disgusted and started reporting the issue, with some even calling Douyin's customer service on the spot. On the other side, Douyin's official staff also received hundreds of thousands of reports and a constant stream of complaint calls. This instantly threw them into a panic. After a thorough investigation by the technical department, it was discovered that this self-media blogger named Xiao Zhuang was actively inciting conflict. Is this kid crazy? They went through Xiao Zhuang's previous posts again and again and found that most of them were based on smear campaigns, yet he hadn't been shut down. It's entirely their dereliction of duty, and if they're found out, they'll be in deep trouble. So without saying a word, ban Xiao Zhuang's account immediately. At this time, Xiao Zhuang had already edited a video with his chubby hands and clicked send. However, the next second, the fat on his face seemed to freeze instantly. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, followed by anger. Damn it, where did my account go? Holy crap! The computer screen only displays the message, your account has been banned. Please use it responsibly. Moreover, it's Yongfeng. This means that his account is now completely useless. Damn it, is someone crazy? Some hater reported me? At that moment, he was furious and ignored the video in his hand, and started cursing loudly. Which bastard is so jealous that he reported me? Is he out of his mind? What's it to you if I'm just telling the truth? You just can't stand me making money, right? He got angrier and angrier as he talked. The account ban made him lose his temper, and he started cursing on other platforms. Because it is a self-media platform. They also have accounts on other platforms, and have many followers. So he immediately added fuel to the fire, recounting how Douyin platform arbitrarily banned other people's accounts. Unexpectedly, this comment was immediately noticed by some people, who then bought traffic to it, and it went viral instantly. At this time, the technical staff at Douyin's backend also received private messages from users on several other platforms. It turns out that the banned streamer Xiao Zhuang is stirring up trouble again. Damn it, not pursuing the reason why this kid did it is already a very light punishment, yet he still tries to frame us. The technicians couldn't hold back any longer. Immediately contact the legal department to send him a lawyer's letter and demand that he reclaim the video reward for the money already recovered. After all, his previous videos all had related issues to some extent. They are fully capable of doing so, and have the right and obligation to do so. Furthermore, relevant departments have already issued clarifications on various online platforms. Therefore, netizens did not stir up much controversy. On the other side, Xiao Zhuang also received private messages from various platforms, along with notifications that his account had been banned. This left him completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Is Douyin no match for you guys? I can accept him banning my account, but you guys are banning mine because you don't support me? Are you out of your minds? He became so hysterical by the end that the neighbors heard him and began to criticize him. However, Xiao Zhuang ignored this and kept focusing on this point. He then picked up the phone and harassed customer service representatives from other platforms by sending them private messages and hurling insults. But none of them worked. Once the account is blocked, it's blocked. The relevant personnel have also blocked all his phone numbers. This felt like he'd punched sand. I'm so angry. Meanwhile, the various comments from netizens infuriated him. The flesh on his body trembled as if an earthquake had struck. I'm so angry, damn it, I'm so angry. Why are you all protecting that good for nothing? Am I not better than him? Why was my video, which I painstakingly created, banned? Does your platform have no conscience? Xiao Zhuang vowed that he would make these people disgusted again today. Chapter 134 just made a joke, and the account is gone. Xiao Zhuang's method of seeking revenge is simple, he still has many fans. They created a main group specifically for smearing other bloggers. At that moment, he sent a message directly to the main group. There are more than 100 subgroups below, with 2,000 people in each group. He was very pleased to have so many brothers and sisters supporting him. Brothers, it was that good-for-nothing named Qingyun who banned my account, and those shameless officials who aided and abetted him. We must severely punish such evil deeds. The guys immediately replied in the group chat. Oh, I know this person, the really arrogant one. Enough with the nonsense, let's get him. I've disliked this kid for a long time. He's always showing off like a big shot. Let's just curse him in the comments section, say nothing else, and from now on, everyone will use Xiao Zhuang's slogan. As Xiao Zhuang's fans responded in various ways in the group, netizens immediately discovered that some very provocative comments had appeared in various videos about Qingyun. Moreover, these speakers all share a common characteristic, their names all contain the characters Xiao Zhuangjuan. Where did these paid trolls come from? Don't they know to hide their titles when they post comments? Where did this wise elementary school student come from? He must be one of those self-media bloggers, Xiao Zhuang's people. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Who would hire an online troll team after their account gets banned? How dare he? Hiring online trolls is one thing, but you've also exposed your own vulnerabilities. Aren't you laughing at yourself? Report, keep reporting. Netizens were too lazy to reply to these online trolls' witty remarks. After all, the matter concerning Qingyun clothing store has come to an end. Arguing with these wise things would only be a waste of time. But that doesn't mean they can allow others to deliberately spread rumors and smear them. Damn it, I have to report him. I told him to watch out lately, and he actually called me a scumbag? This is disgusting. There must be hundreds of thousands of these people. I never imagined that social media could be so dark. Can't the authorities do something about this guy named Xiao Zhuang? I even saw him register several alternate accounts and he's jumping up and down cursing. Exactly, his alternate account is called Zaya Wangzuan, and it already has over 200,000 followers. My god, why isn't someone like him banned across the entire internet? Damn it, how many accounts of his have already been banned? He's still registering new ones. I wonder how much money he's made. Netizens already dislike self-media bloggers who are particularly pretentious, like this clown who deliberately hires online trolls to spread rumors and loves to cause trouble. Nobody can stand to look at it. Xiao Zhuang's die-hard fans are probably just those keyboard warriors who talk nonsense all year round. The saying "birds of a feather flock together" is perfectly illustrated here. Even the officials didn't expect that such a large number of online trolls would be exposed in one go. This language is vulgar, full of provocative content, and completely disregards the rules of their platform. This is a very serious problem. After all, competition among major platforms is fierce these days. If such a small matter is seized upon by these platforms, it will inevitably have a negative impact on their public image. Therefore, the technical staff behind the scenes quickly took it seriously. Old Zhang, should these people's accounts be muted or banned? I'll ignore that for now, damn it, all 200,000 plus people are posting this, making my profanity detection system useless. Behind the technical backend at headquarters, everyone truly hated that self-media blogger named Xiao Zhuang from the bottom of their hearts. We didn't catch him before, but if we let him develop his online army, he'll be a real threat in the future. Fortunately, the incident with Qing Yun made them realize the seriousness of the situation. Damn it, do you really think our platform's customer service is just for show? Ban them all. These people have smeared countless people before, let's just shut them all down. They understand the platform's rules better than anyone else, which explains the serious smear campaign by Xiao Zhuang's fans. Not pursuing legal action is already a very lenient measure. Good. The technicians didn't waste any time, they just gave a few instructions and quickly resolved a large area. And at this very moment, all over the country, some junior high school students, and unemployed people are all frantically using their second-hand mobile phones to post inflammatory remarks. That's just how things are. If you dare mess with our boss, we brothers will gang up on you and beat you up. Ha ha ha, scared now? Our Zhuang soldiers are numerous and powerful, we're not scared at all. Their insults were extremely rampant after all, Xiao Zhuang's brothers were united and fearless on the internet. Little brother. You're just a little brother, daring to criticize our Xiao Zhuang. I advise you to apologize and admit your mistake. Damn it, you dare mess with our little Zhuang army? You better keep a low profile. If your knife isn't sharp and your horse isn't strong, what can you use to fight me? Fellow members of Xiao Zhuangjuan, let's join forces to overthrow the official authorities and give back our boss's account. Heh, I'm going to report your platform. I'm going to bankrupt your platform because you banned my brother's account. Good heavens, do you even know how many people our little Zhuangjun has? We can't bring down a mere Douyin. Almost every trending topic was followed by incredibly witty comments from elementary school students, leaving netizens with expressions of utter bewilderment. What's going on? Why are all these elementary school students in the comments section making such a fuss? Don't they go to school? After some investigation, it turned out that they were dissatisfied with the platform's punishment of a self-media blogger named Xiao Zhuang. They all threatened to shut down Douyin, a Chinese online music platform, damaging its reputation. Well, how should I put it? That's just outrageous. And it's quite funny. After learning more about Xiao Zhuang's incident, they discovered that this person not only liked to smear others, but had also recently affected Qing Yun's reputation. Damn it. Good riddance. It'll infuriate you dogs. Go ahead and lick all you want, and see if your master even pays you any attention. Heh, that's hilarious. Damn, I was wondering why all the elementary school kids were jumping around like this. Don't you guys have to go to school? Homeroom teachers, please give your elementary school students more homework. Look at them yelling like that, I'm so scared. Yes, I'm really scared. Xiao Zhuang's fans, looking at the comments section, were completely unaware that this was a sarcastic remark. Instead, they burst into laughter. Ah, I knew you guys were scared. Keep a low profile. You bunch of trash, keep your heads down. Apologize to our Xiao Zhuang army. If you don't apologize to our Xiao Zhuang army, I'll come to your house and confront you right now. Exactly. I want to see you for who you truly are. However, some of them found that they hadn't even sent their comments yet when they immediately received a message from the platform. I opened it and took a look. Your account has been banned. Please use it responsibly. What the hell happened? My account is gone. Holy crap. Are you out of your mind? You don't ban them, you ban me. Believe me or not, I'll report you right now. These people immediately started cursing and swearing, their hands trembling as they held their phones, unable to speak. They're so arrogant all the time, and I've never seen them get their accounts banned as a punishment. Chapter 135. Just after the battle, my home was gone. That's not all. In any case, those who recently posted inflammatory remarks in videos have been punished to varying degrees. Only some of Xiao Zhuang's die-hard fans were directly banned. Even the IP address was blocked. This also means they will no longer be able to register new accounts, and will no longer be able to help their favorite streamers attack others. This instantly infuriated these netizens who thought they were very loyal. Fine. Is that how you all are? You're all getting impatient, all green with envy. You can't stand to see us doing well. Guys, my account got banned. My account got banned too, damn it. It's like something's wrong with me. Why were our accounts banned? They insulted us too, were we wrong? No. I'm fed up with these lousy platforms these days. They just ban our accounts for no reason. Looking forward to Brother Zhuang's comeback. There are about 100 groups in total, and they are all sending the same message. Netizens hope that Brother Zhuang can register a new account and make a name for himself again. However, at one point they suddenly realized Xiao Zhuang's latest account, registered using his parents' phone number, was also directly banned without any explanation. Even Xiao Zhuang himself didn't post any announcements in the group. Actually, at this moment, Xiao Zhuang absolutely hated these brainless fans. Just now, he received a lawyer's letter from the platform demanding that he compensate for all previous profits. More importantly, it was because he incited his fans that he had a very negative impact. In the future, you will not be able to register an account on any platform. This means his self-media career is completely over, and he will never be able to make a comeback. What surprised Xiao Zhuang even more was that he was actually being asked to pay money. What the hell gives you the right? Why should I give you all the videos I painstakingly edited? Why? He immediately wanted to take out his phone to question the customer service representatives, but only then did he remember. My number has been blocked. The authorities don't even want to acknowledge you. You officials have so much power, you're trying to fleece me, aren't you? Xiao Zhuang became increasingly angry. Why should he hand over the money to them when it was already in his own pocket? Do you think I'm stupid? So he immediately went to another platform and posted the official lawyer's letter online. They want to use public opinion to protect their interests once again. However, netizens showed no sympathy for him. Isn't this that Xiao Zhuang? Damn it, all he does is slander others, now he's getting his comeuppance. Look at this, it seems like the official team is after all the rewards from his previous videos. Does this mean he's worked for nothing for the past 5 years? That's hilarious. Serves you right for doing such despicable things every day, now you've been stood up. Awesome. Well done, platform. I admire these platforms. Damn, teach these self-media outlets a lesson. Support the small business owner. Take down this unscrupulous self-media. Some netizens even sent private messages to Xiao Zhuang's account, making sarcastic remarks. Hey, isn't this our elite Zhuang? What happened? Why was your account banned? Hey, isn't this Brother Zhuang who used to boast about earning millions a year? How come he's losing money now? Little Zhuang, don't follow the trend, I'll miss you so much. That's hilarious. Serves you right for being so arrogant. Last year I even commented on your post and you insulted me, he. Aren't you furious? You worked so hard for so much money, and you didn't get a single penny. Oh, why aren't you saying anything? I forgot, your private messages are blocked. You idiot. Wasn't this Xiao Zhuang the one who bought a car, a house, and a big villa? How come he's back to square one overnight? Xiao Zhuang's private messages flooded his inbox, just when he thought he had someone to help him. I was completely dumbfounded. The comments section was full of people cursing him, and they were all incredibly sarcastic. Oh shit. Each comment was like a ferocious beast rushing into his eyes. His face turned red, and he couldn't catch his breath, almost suffocating. Bang! With a sudden slap on the table, Xiao Zhuang could no longer hold back and trembled all over. As if about to suddenly die, the large lump of flesh convulsed violently. The villa in front of him and the car parked outside seemed to vanish right before his eyes. Such a thing has happened. He can never go back to his life yesterday. This was unacceptable to Xiao Zhuang. It felt like it was taking his life. Why? Why are you targeting an honest person like me? Why the hell are you doing this? The more he thought about it, the more wronged he felt, and tears welled up in his eyes. Outrage. Utter rage. He wants to report these shameless acts on various platforms. However, he did not have an account. Group. I still have my family. Like grasping at a straw, he hurriedly opened the group chat, only to find 100 groups. The profile pictures have all turned black. It's been blocked. They've even blocked the group chat. His lips trembled as he uttered those words, and with a thud, his phone fell to the ground. It smashed to pieces. Yes. Just now, Douyin's customer service contacted Tencent and reported Xiao Zhuang's entire group chat. Once the back-end system verified the information, it immediately realized the seriousness of the matter and imposed a ban on the spot. So much so that those netizens who were still joking around were suddenly completely stunned. I was still fighting out there, and when I came back, my home was gone. They were somewhat frightened and even searched everywhere for their family members. But we discovered that everyone's accounts had been banned to some extent. So now none of them have any help and can only endure the abuse from netizens. Damn, that's hilarious. Why aren't these little trolls yelling anymore? Did their accounts get banned? You bunch of elementary school kids should go back and get some proper education before you speak up again. You motherfucker. These people are even cursing at me. I really don't know how those 4 rules of the platform are written. That young Zhuang is completely finished too. Oh my, these self-important people? In the end, they don't even have their accounts. Looking at the sarcastic remarks from Xiao Zhuang's fans, he felt a tightness in his chest and a buzzing in his head. I wanted to pick up the keyboard and fight back, but I found that my private messaging function had been turned off. This made them feel as uncomfortable as if they had eaten shit. He couldn't speak. All he could do was rage helplessly at everything around him, punching and kicking. As expected, many people will be enjoying the pampering of their parents' 7 wolves tonight. However, this matter is not over yet. Once the major platforms learned of the netizens' attitudes toward this matter, they immediately made relevant responses. Regarding blogger Xiao Zhuang's account, we have already punished him in accordance with relevant regulations. We also ask all netizens to supervise and work together to create a good online environment. This immediately made Qingyun's fans feel completely satisfied. Chapter 136, Account Cancelled? At the same time, people have also noticed that several of Qingyun's recent clothing designs will be available on various shopping platforms at 3 p.m. sharp. This really excited some people. Last time, they couldn't snag a single item even after a whole day in the livestream. So, guys, you've already snatched over 10 million orders, so you don't need to compete with us anymore. It makes me angry just thinking about it. Last time, I didn't manage to snag a single deal worth over 10 million. This time, I'll show you my hand speed. Netizens went wild with memes in the comments section until 3 p.m. before the trend subsided. It's already available. If someone were to compile the data, they would find that all merchants have a total of 20 million orders. 3 hours have passed today. The mere 20 million orders were snapped up instantly. There is no false reporting, no falsified data, it is completely true. So much so that when the staff at the clothing store received this news, none of them dared to look directly at it. The interior design suddenly exploded. Wow, the master is amazing. Another 20 million orders are gone. The last time this miracle was created was by a foreign brand, right? Although it has gone bankrupt now, its aura still intimidates everyone. Does President Li know about this? If he does, he'll be grinning from ear to ear. Just as her colleagues had predicted, Li Wana was stunned at first upon hearing the news, but then she smiled happily. A master is a master. If you can create one myth, then you won't be disappointed by the many myths that follow. You need to know. 20 million items were sold in just a few hours, although it wasn't as fast as the 10 million items sold during the livestream. However, this indicates that the previous enthusiastic users have already bought everything, and that such strong sales can still be generated in the future. This precisely proves Qingyun's strength, and that she has even greater potential. Meanwhile, Qingyun. I also happen to be keeping an eye on some online developments. After discovering that a self-media outlet on Douyin TikTok was defaming him, he originally planned to send a lawyer's letter. But to my surprise, the authorities took immediate action. Fortunately, it saved him a lot of trouble, and the platform also gave him a lot of video bandwidth. This allowed him to gain over 10 million followers in just one day. This is to serve as compensation. While Qing Yun continued to monitor clothing sales, my phone suddenly rang, and when I looked at it, I saw it was a message from Wang Ka. "Hey, when is our company's live stream scheduled?" On the other side, it turns out that Wang Ka couldn't sit still when he saw the sales of clothing soaring. The live-streamed press conference, originally scheduled for next week, is something I'd love to start right away. Our CEO, Mr. Qin, said he's planning to hold it tomorrow. Is that all right? Qing Yun agreed with this. That's great. Wang Ka was incredibly excited when he received the message. Qing Yun has already created several legendary orders worth 10 million yuan. I wonder if they can create another one for their company. They had a very good plan. The idea is to capitalize on the new clothes that Fazizi is selling during this period to generate buzz for them. Then, in conjunction with the announcements they release, wouldn't that mean sales would skyrocket, and there would be no need to worry about Fazizi competing with them at all? After all, we still have new products. After news spread that Qing Yun had sold another 20 million orders in just a few hours, Shenli finally broke down. Another 20 million orders? Is it so easy to make money off netizens? She just couldn't understand how those few tattered items designed by Qing Yun could still attract so many people. This is ridiculous. What drove Chenli even more crazy was that the online trolls she had hired over the past few days were all wiped out. She had initially joined in because she saw how effective Xiao Zhuan's online army was, but she ended up suffering the same fate. So the online army that had been painstakingly cultivated for more than 5 years was thoroughly investigated and wiped out. Their online influence dropped to zero. Mr. Chen, today's losses are enormous. The subordinate in charge of managing the online army stood beside her with his head down, not daring to speak. Actually, I also had some complaints in my heart. Why did you keep targeting your ex-husband? Now you've lost both your wife and your money. Are you feeling better now? Chenli felt terrible and was so angry that she wanted to curse. But all of this seemed to be her own doing. It was as if God was against them, while Qing Yun's side was completely unaffected. They might even have received official assistance, gaining even more traffic. Why am I so unlucky? Chenli suddenly questioned the secretary next to her loudly. Mr. Chen, I think bad luck is temporary, but good luck is lasting. You've overcome so many obstacles over the years, are you afraid of this little setback? The secretary knew the predicament Chenli was currently facing, so she had no choice but to answer. These words clearly resonated with Chenli, and she stopped dwelling on the matter. Yes. Over the years, he has gone from starting with nothing to amassing a fortune of tens of millions. He has encountered all sorts of difficulties, yet he was defeated by a mere Qing Yun. Even if Qing Yun's works sell very well, so what? Does any company think it can give him all the money? They've only made a little money, yet they have the nerve to brag. So now Chenli has figured it out, no matter how hard her ex-husband tries, he can never earn as much money as she does. As long as we weather this economic crisis, we still have the resources to catch up. However, at that moment, Yang Li called. His words were like a thunderbolt to her mind. Daughter, Wang. Wang Chang's phone number has been cancelled. Do you know why? Cancelled. After realizing what had happened, Chenli was initially incredulous, then, as if realizing something, she loudly questioned, What the hell did you say? You deleted it. I've remitted several million yuan back to Wang Chang in total, but I haven't received any returns so far. Chenli had always believed Yang Li's words and said to wait a little longer, but the current situation is that Wang Chang has cancelled the phone card? Even if it was an accident before, there's something wrong with it no matter how you look at it. Go ask him again, and if that doesn't work, go to his construction site and find him. Chenli was already somewhat frantic, and she was most unwilling to see that thought in her mind. Previously, he had hoped that Wang Chang would act quickly to take over all of Qing Yun's assets, giving him a chance to make a comeback. Then on to the next part. Wang Chang's repeated failures damaged her confidence. Chenli had already made the payment, and Wang Chang returned the money to them, thus ending the matter. I can still come up with a few million yuan to tide me over for a while. That's why Chenli is so confident to try again, because a few million is enough for him to find new investors. However, now, the situation is very bad. Chapter 138 Money, What money? However, Yang Li's next words plunged Chenli into despair. Your dad went to look for Wang Chang and found that his construction site had been demolished. He had moved away 2 days ago. Yang Li's heart trembled violently, and even her lips turned pale, showing how helpless and scared she was. We thought brother Wang Chang had already returned the money to you, so... Before she could finish speaking, Shenli was furious. She was truly exasperated by this woman who seemed to have a screw loose. Do you even think that's possible? Give me my money back? That's ridiculous. Shenli angrily retorted, what age are you to be letting others fool you? I even suspect you're having an affair with that Wang Chang. The current situation can only be imagined in the worst possible light. But Yang Li couldn't hold back any longer, and she also started yelling, if you don't have it, you don't have to insult me. I'm your own mother. Besides, you're the one who transferred the money to me, I didn't ask you for it. This woman can lie so easily, without ever thinking. Although Shenli was aware of this, she never imagined that she would be so angry one day. Damn it, I'm really fed up with you. Are you out of your mind? On the other end of the phone, Shenli was clearly so angry she could hardly breathe, and even felt like she was about to faint at any moment. Yang Li, the one who started all of this, felt relieved to have shirked responsibility. Anyway, if Wang Chang really did abscond with the money, then they can't be blamed for this mistake. It's all my daughter's fault for taking it upon herself to transfer the money to me so casually. If she hadn't transferred it, would she have been able to transfer the money to someone else? Absolutely not. Understanding her thoughts, Shenli grew increasingly angry and finally resisted the urge to hang up. This matter is not over yet. I advise you to contact him as soon as possible and find out the truth. At this moment, although Shenli was very angry, she also calmed down. In any case, things haven't reached that fastest point yet. Everything will turn around. After saying that, she hung up the phone without waiting for Yang Li to make any further excuses. He pushed open the office door, ready to go home and get to the bottom of it. 10 minutes later. Shenli exerted all her strength, almost running 3 red lights along the way, before finally arriving home. Just then, a car parked at the entrance. It was Chen Wuning's beat-up car. Chen Wuning also saw him. He immediately waved his hand, indicating that they should go upstairs to talk. But at that moment, Shenli suddenly felt uneasy because she saw the hesitation on the other person's face. Really? The two arrived at the door one after the other and immediately saw Yang Li sitting on the sofa, sulking alone. He looked completely at ease and enjoying himself. Shenli was so angry that she felt a burning desire to bite her. We've been worried outside for so long, rushing home non-stop, and you're just relaxing at home alone, drinking tea? Shenli had never seen such a shameless and utterly immoral person. Daughter, you're finally back. Have you found out anything about this? This condescending tone not only rendered Shenli speechless, but also made Chen Wuning frown. Let me tell you, I went to Wang Chang's company, but I found that they had moved away. Luckily, I received a phone call. As he spoke, Chen Wu hurriedly pulled the phone out of his pocket. Quickly! Call them and ask. Yang Li's eyes lit up when she saw this, and she couldn't wait to rush forward and snatch the phone. Fortunately, Chen Wu was tall and strong, and he slapped her hand away. I'll do it. The call was answered quickly, and the couple exchanged a glance, both seeing the joy in each other's eyes. Yang Li was overjoyed and secretly gave her daughter a reproachful look. Mr. Wang simply changed his phone number by accident and didn't have time to tell them. Run away with the money? Why would a boss like Wang Chang need to do something like this? However, the next second, Wang Chang's tone came from the other end, which immediately made Yang Li's smile disappear. Hey Wunan, what are you two doing? Indifferent, aloof, and devoid of any emotion. That shouldn't be happening. Yang Li's heart skipped a beat. When President Wang called them earlier, he was all smiles and even flattered her. Yang Li once believed that she was the most beautiful woman and the richest woman in the world. So he was very generous with the money, transferring all of the more than 3 million yuan he had painstakingly obtained from his daughter to Wang Chang. Moreover, the return that Wang Chang mentioned should be within the next few days. Thinking of the last thing, Yang Li could only suppress her unpleasant premonition and continue listening. Hey, brother Wang, this is Wu Nang. Why can't I get through to your old phone number? Chen Wu Nang asked with a forced smile. I cancelled it. The sounds from the other end were a bit noisy, but the three of them immediately heard Wang Chang's words. This. Chen Wuning hadn't expected the other party's answer to be so thorough and decisive. Hey Wang, if you cancelled your account, at least leave us a phone number. were so worried about not being able to reach you. Even after realizing the other person might be joking, Chen Wu still shamelessly persisted. "Oh, okay, what can I do for you?" The tone on the other end of the phone seemed impatient, and there were also some women talking nearby. Chen Wuneng immediately realized that Brother Wang might be doing something naughty. "I had to get straight to the point. When will the money we transferred to you last time start generating any returns?" He's terrified and doesn't dare say when Qing Yun will be punished, since Qing Yun is currently enjoying unparalleled popularity. It won't be as easy as before to cause trouble. The couple just wanted to get their money back as soon as possible. "After all, we've been so poor these past few days that we can't even afford to eat." "Money? What money?" Wang Chang picked at his ear and said nonchalantly, "I don't remember you borrowing money from me." "What?" Upon hearing this, Yang Li, who was eavesdropping, suddenly stood up. His fingers trembled with anger. What did he just say? He doesn't remember us lending him money. "Wu Nang, don't just stay silent. Tell him quickly, we lent him several million last time." Yang Li's speech became incoherent, and she kept urging Chen Wuning to send over the previous transfer records as soon as possible. Hearing this, Chen Li remained motionless, not because she was calm, but because she had completely lost all strength. She was dumbfounded. As clever and cautious as she is, she never imagined that she would be so easily deceived. "No, Brother Wang, we transferred the money to you last time. I still have the chat history. I'll send it to you." Upon hearing the conversation on the other end, Chen Wuning immediately panicked and hurriedly searched through his photo album, only to find that he had deleted all the pictures from the chat history to avoid giving others cause for criticism. Only the transfer records remain. But Wang Chang was clearly not afraid of this thing at all. "When did this happen? I've helped many people before, and people send me money every day as a thank you. Are you trying to blackmail me with this?" Chapter 139 Give Me Back My Mother. He was as if he were dead. Wang Chang's "I'm not afraid of boiling water" attitude silenced the area for more than 10 seconds. Chen Wuning never expected that Brother Wang would be so shameless. "But the money is all in the other party's account, so we can do whatever they say." Moreover, when they made the transfer, the receipt clearly stated cash on delivery. Although there is a chance of recovering the money if you report it seriously, it is still not good for them. After all, his motives weren't entirely pure either. But is this the only way to put up with it? "Wang Chang, let me tell you, this is a crime." Chen Wuning forced himself to shout it out, even showing a willingness to fight to the death. He. A sudden burst of laughter erupted from the other end, followed by a blunt remark, "A company as big as mine is not afraid of you. I have powerful backers. We're all in the same business, don't you know the rules of the game?" Wang Chang knew this, and he wasn't intimidated at all. If you dare to take this money back, he has countless ways to keep you up all night. Upon hearing this, Chen Wuneng immediately felt cold sweat break out on his forehead. After all, Wang Chang's prestige still commands a certain degree of recognition in the underworld. He may not cause you any major harm directly, but he certainly won't make your life easy in everyday life. Ask yourself honestly. Chen Wuning was constantly troubled by the prospect of the future and the unexpected harm he might suffer. He just felt his whole body trembling. It has to be said that Wang Chang really played his cards well. Since it's all about the underworld bullying the underworld anyway, why can you bully Qing Yun but I can't bully you? What kind of bullshit logic is that? After resolving the matter here, Wang Chang picked at his ear again and hung up the phone. "Let's get hyped." He's hung up. Chen Wuning hung up the phone blankly, his face pale, as if his soul had been ripped out. "Why did you hang up? Couldn't you have argued with him a bit more? Does he think we're dough to be easily manipulated?" Yang Li has gone completely mad. Her hair is disheveled and her clothes are torn to shreds. She screamed like a madwoman, "My money! We need all our money back in his hands. How can he not return it?" Although she knew about Wang Chang's methods, Yang Li, who had always prioritized profit, could not accept this fact at all. This is the reality of being trampled underfoot and manipulated at will. He had already put in a lot of effort to punish his useless son-in-law, but now he had to give up all his assets. "I can't accept this." Chen Li, who was standing to the side, was also unable to accept it, suppressing her emotions. "Enough!" She suddenly shouted, and then began to sob silently. It's one thing for her mother to lose millions, but wasn't that money taken from her own pocket? Of the entire three-person team, Chen Wu probably suffered the fewest losses. And their money, wasn't it all taken from my own company before? How could I accept that? What she found even more unbearable was this feeling of being fooled and ridiculed from the very beginning. It was as if she had been choked, unable to breathe, and she would suddenly die in the next second. Why am I so miserable? Wah! Thinking of her miserable situation, Yang Li burst into tears and lay on the chair, not wanting to move at all. All he could do was kick helplessly, which gradually fueled Chen Wu's anger. I don't care, you have to give my money back. I don't care. My money. Yang Li's face was contorted with pain, her tears mingling with her heavy makeup, making her look utterly hideous. I want to buy a house and a car, I want to show off in front of others, and I want to buy the most expensive cosmetics. This money was clearly yours to begin with, so why did you transfer it to someone else after receiving it? It's one thing to transfer money to someone else, but to transfer it to Wang Chang, the most unreasonable person in the underworld, is practically handing the money directly into someone else's pocket. Yang Li thought about how Wang Chang was currently using her money to live a life of debauchery and revelry. Suddenly, I felt a tightness in my chest and coughed violently, as if I had asthma. It's incredibly painful. Chen Wuning felt the same way. Although he lost less money, he still lost several $100,000. Moreover, this strong-willed man refused to resist and dared not pursue any legal proceedings. Because this would cost them a huge sum of money. No one can afford to take on this burden. Moreover, with her daughter's company already facing such serious problems, not being able to get this money would only make matters worse. They were caught in a dilemma. What to do? Finally recovering, Chen Li could only stare at the ceiling and murmur weakly. In that instant, she lost the strong leadership skills she had painstakingly cultivated. It was as if he had been possessed, his whole body had lost its vitality. This startled Chen Wuning. Daughter, don't do anything foolish. We'll help you with any difficulties you may face. Okay, you'll cover it for me. Chen Li abruptly turned her head, her empty eyes staring at him. My company needs 4 million, can you help me cover it? Faced with those emotionless eyes, Chen Wu felt his scalp tingle and felt like he couldn't take it anymore. I don't have 4 million either, I only have a little bit of money on me. He could only force himself to speak despite his discomfort. Although he still had hundreds of thousands of yuan in his pocket, he had no intention of taking it out. They've even decided that from now on, they can't boast about how much money they have in their pockets. If that brain-dead woman Yang Li finds out, she'll definitely snatch it away again. Then what the hell are you talking about? Chen Li suddenly cursed loudly, then collapsed onto the sofa as if dead. The two, Yang Li and Yang Li, were exactly the same, like corpses without a trace of warmth. Chen Wuning even wondered if the two men were already dead. After losing her money, Yang Li felt that she would never be able to enjoy the privileges she was entitled to again. I can no longer show off in front of my other sisters. Losing one's dignity is even more painful than losing one's life. Unlike Chen Li. At this moment, her mind was filled with a series of questions: the company's predicament, her ex-husband's situation, the custody of her daughter, and the millions she had been swindled out of. These hardships overwhelmed me, making it hard to breathe, and I even contemplated suicide at one point. She could only roar in her heart. Why is God so unfair to her? Why is the whole world targeting him? Why do I have two such stupid parents? I'm leaving. Chen Li stood up weakly, wanting to leave, but Yang Li suddenly grabbed her hand and said angrily, "This is all you're doing. Why did you give the money to Wang Chang? Give me back my money." He. Chen Li finally couldn't take it anymore and turned around. "Give me back my mother." After saying that, he slapped her across the face. Chapter 140 live broadcast again. After Chen Li left, Yang Li's face was swollen like a pig's head, and she was sobbing uncontrollably. At this moment, Chen Wu was standing aside, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Having seen many storms, he didn't have much of a reaction, but he couldn't bear the current situation any longer. They had no choice but to accept being scammed. Whether or not one can swallow this insult is simply an unsolvable question. If you can swallow this insult, then swallow it. If you can't, then you'll only suffer retaliation from others. Chen Wuning suddenly realized a fact: he was not Xing Yun and did not have such good luck. He's doomed if anyone causes him even the slightest trouble. So, when Yang Li just told him to go and cause trouble for Wang Chang, he sneered, "Why don't you go? This woman has a screw loose, she's still looking for trouble, but it won't do Yang Li any harm anyway. Perhaps if Chen Wu is beaten to death, she can still get a high-priced compensation." He he. Having figured all this out, Chen Wunan, who had been too afraid to speak, became somewhat angry and slapped Yan Li twice. A thick, heavy slap landed directly on Yan Li's face, almost splitting her skull open. This led to the current scene. Yang Li lay on the sofa, panting heavily, unable to move, while Chen Wu, looking at Yan Li's pig-headed face, was still sulking. Early the next morning, Fishware posted an announcement that it would start live streaming today, which instantly caused an uproar on the internet. After all, Xingyun's popularity is at its peak right now, and she's about to start live streaming again. Anyone would be excited. However, while some people were happy, others were in great pain. Those private self-media bloggers could only manage a bitter smile when they saw the news that Xingyun was going to do a live broadcast. They received the official penalty notice as early as yesterday. All the videos that previously tried to ride the wave of trending topics were taken down, and all video rewards were recovered, although the account was saved. However, this also resulted in heavy losses for them. All of this stemmed from Xiao Zhuang's smear campaign against Xingyun. They had even tried to capitalize on this controversy. But I never expected him to die such a tragic death. Damn it, this little Zhuang is unbelievable. He's ruined our livelihood and dragged us down with him. He deserves to die a horrible death. I even know where Xiao Zhuang lives. I'll have to go over there and teach him a lesson another day. Sigh, it's so frustrating to miss out on such a big trending topic. Hey bro, don't even think about jumping on the bandwagon. You should focus on keeping your account safe and just report the facts first. In several chat groups of self-media accounts, everyone was discussing that no one would be posting videos anymore. I'm worried that I'll end up like Xiao Zhuang, with my account banned and all my previous earnings gone. That would be disastrous. After all, while they were gloating over Xiao Zhuang's misfortune, they were also secretly cursing his parents 100 times over. Why did you have to offend Xingying of all people? Now look what happened, you've been punished, and they're being dragged down with you. Nobody is feeling good. They have absolutely no professional ethics. Without those self-media outlets that love to stir up trouble and spread rumors, Xingyun is now riding high on popularity, receiving widespread praise across the internet. So when he posted the news of his live stream, he immediately received a lot of responses from netizens. I'm definitely going to check it out today. I wonder how many orders I can snag this time. Brothers, I snagged 2 orders last time, how about that? Impressive, right? You bastard. Over 10 million, but you snatched 2 of those deals. You're going to kill us. 3 p.m. Xingyun's live stream started on time. Because of the previous live stream, Wang Ka did not ask him to connect midway. Since everyone is going there for him, it's better to just finish the live stream quickly. Wang Ka really learned it so well that he even hired a sweet-looking young female anchor to host the show. The female anchor immediately saw that the number of viewers in the live stream had exceeded 10 million as soon as she turned on the live stream. This really scared her, since she was just a small streamer and was lucky to get 1,000 views. Now, if you add 10,000 to the end, people will be dumbfounded. There's been a lot of buzz today. It seems like everyone really supports this live stream. As soon as she spoke, the onlookers laughed and were quite satisfied. But this did not dampen their enthusiasm in the slightest. We're about to summon the great god Xingyun. Great god, come out. I don't want the female anchor, I want Xingyun. Master is so pleasing to the eye, hurry up and let's fencing. Ha, the person upstairs is cracking me up. Faced with various amusing comments in the live stream, the female streamer could only manage a wry smile. Goodness. My looks are actually inferior to those of a top-tier celebrity. Before the live stream, she was also a fan of Xingyun, and she was very happy to be able to do a live stream with Master Xingyun. After all, Xingyun was able to attract so much attention entirely because of his character and talent. How many people have you actually seen open a snack shop and become an instant global sensation? Soon. Xingyun's image was displayed directly in the live stream room. Hello everyone. The microphone I had just set up immediately showed the comments in the live stream. A lively scene. Good afternoon, Master. Master, how many orders have been placed this time? How many new items have been released? Netizens immediately felt most curious about Xingyun's new product. At the same time, I have even greater respect for Xingyun. I remember that not long after we released the last set of clothes, we released another 10 pieces, and now there are still more. Moreover, we supplied 10 pieces to the clothing company and another 10 to the fish clothing company, so I estimate we need at least 10 more to justify this. My god, that's absolutely amazing. Because the fish-themed clothing brand had not previously released any sample images of Qingyun's designs, netizens' curiosity was heightened. At the same time, designers from various countries are unusually attending a meeting of clothing companies from another country. These phenomena quickly sparked discussion. What's going on? Does our country really need to look at other people's design works? My god, we can't believe it. Aren't all the designers in the empire supposed to be aloof and arrogant? Why would they need to study? Designers from other countries could only manage a wry smile in response to these comments. We didn't want this either, but the designer on the other end was just too young. Moreover, he has such outstanding design talent. They wanted to take advantage of the livestream to see firsthand how many excellent works Qingyun could produce. These outstanding designers from other countries didn't have time to watch the last livestream. Everyone felt it was a loss. Now that Qingyun is finally streaming again, I have to come and watch. Chapter 141 is another masterpiece. Designers from other countries were left speechless, both amused and exasperated by the comments from their online followers. What do you mean by saying that designers in our country can't see the good in designers from other countries? Haven't we just found someone worthy of our admiration? At this time, people on the most famous designer forums abroad were already discussing it. That kid from China has only produced 10 works so far, and he's already going to produce another one. Is he some kind of donkey in the production team? He's so diligent. It really scared me. Even the donkeys in the production team can't be this productive. It's only been a few days, and I bet he's going to produce another 10 pieces. Is this for real? It's definitely fake. Releasing 10 pieces is already terrifying. It must be all the inventory. If they release another 10, their mothers would start planning it as soon as they had an abortion. Regardless, designers around the world have expressed skepticism about these reports. After all, it's normal for a designer to produce one piece every few years, and even the most diligent ones can only produce one piece a year at most. People like Qingyun can produce 10 works one day and then another 10 the next. Moreover, each one is of high quality. This is ridiculous. One of the more impatient designers from Japan even made a bold prediction. I'm going to watch the whole live stream. If he really releases 10 pieces, I'll eat shit while doing a handstand. Wow, everyone's watching. Japan is really capable. Shortly after he posted his message, another designer from Japan immediately chimed in. Bro! Watch your words. That kid has already created a lot of myths. Isn't this like feeding you shit? What are you doing? Good grief, so you're just trying to freeload, huh? Regardless, designers from all over the world have expressed their curiosity about Qingyun. It doesn't matter how many pieces he can sell this time, or whether he can create another 10 million record. All I care about is how many masterpieces Qingyun will produce this time, whether he's just putting old ideas in new bottles or creating another work that will surprise everyone. Soon. The live stream's popularity soared, surpassing the platform's all-time record for the highest number of concurrent viewers. At this point, the climax of the live stream is almost here. Okay, everyone, it seems you're all very enthusiastic. The young female streamer was incredibly excited as she looked at the comments section, which was already overflowing with messages. Now let's get straight to the point and see what works the masters have brought us this time. Her words completely ignited the entire online forum. Here it comes, the real show is about to begin. Let's see if Qingyun can create another legend. As the saying goes, talent has its limits. Is Qingyun's work a sign that he has run out of ideas, or is he about to create another masterpiece? I think it's just so-so. After all, he's already produced so many works. Do you expect him to be a source of inspiration for anything else? Regardless, netizens are very curious about Qingyun's new work. Firstly, because he had created dozens of such excellent works. Secondly, they wanted to see how far Qingyun's talent could take him. Next, the female anchor brought the samples up directly. There are 10 boxes in total. Everyone in the live chat was stunned, unable to believe it. There are 10 boxes in total. If each box contains one piece of clothing, then there are 10 pieces in total. Wow! I wonder if it's a newly designed piece. I don't think it should be a newly designed one. Although Qingyun has showcased his talent, it's impossible for him to design so many excellent works all at once in such a short period of time. So, it's very likely that they're selling previously designed works. Even if the master's talent dries up, we will never despise him. To be fair, some netizens believe it, and some don't, but everyone is keeping a close eye on their shopping carts. The devastating scene of 10 million orders disappearing in just a few seconds last time is still fresh in their minds. So everyone was putting in their best effort this time, determined to snag a deal and then show it off to the others. I'm sure everyone is curious about the clothes in my suitcase, so let's get straight to the point and take one out to look at. With a smile on her face, the female anchor casually opened a box, and soon a new women's plaid long dress appeared on everyone's screen. My goodness, these clothes are still perfect for us. Does anyone in the know think this piece is really good? Although I'm not a designer, this piece really touched my heart. No matter what, I'm buying it. Yay! Master is playing consistently. As the female streamer displayed her work on the screen, the live stream's popularity surged. It was broadcast live and transmitted directly overseas. Designers discussed the issue at international forums. That kid has already shown me his first piece, and I think it's pretty good. Damn, that's absolutely amazing. Take that piece for example, although it's simple, it's enough to blow us all away. Damn. You better have some confidence, you're absolutely unparalleled in your field. Is it really that outrageous? Of course there is. Let's put aside Qingyun's past achievements for now and just look at the details of this outfit. Isn't it meticulously crafted to an almost obsessive degree? Wow, it really is true. With guidance from several design industry giants, the design novices finally found their direction for research. That's the detail. There is an old Chinese saying that details determine success or failure, and this is perfectly exemplified in Qingyun's work at this moment. Whether it's the pleats at the hem, the density of the lines, or the subtle differences in the cut, Qingyun handled everything very well. It's not that these designers can't find the words to praise, but they feel that no amount of flowery language is worthy of Qingyun Design's work. Simple yet sophisticated. Elegant yet approachable. Which designer can reach this level? This is not an experience that can be gained simply by designing a few hundred works. It contains a philosophical transition, a reflection on life, and insights into living. My goodness, the artistic level of this work surpasses all others. Does anyone disagree? I dare not refute it. I'm just a complete newbie, and I'm trembling with fear. Ha! It seems that everyone is confused and can't see what's so good about this piece since it's the first time they've seen it praised. Yes, I saw a lot of people in the comments section questioning Qingyun's work. Actually, at first glance, I just thought the work was excellent, but I couldn't quite put my finger on why. There are haters everywhere, especially those who pretend to be designers and keep belittling people in the live stream. They are really despicable. If you don't know anything, don't talk nonsense. Some people noticed that there were some derogatory and hate-inducing comments in Qingyun's live broadcast room, and they all frowned. Chapter 142 Brother Hikawa's Support. Inside Qingyun's live stream room. When netizens saw the first piece of clothing, they were amazed, but they couldn't quite put their finger on why. Moreover, some people have already started stirring up trouble in the live stream. I feel like this work looks good, but it's actually quite ugly. Hey upstairs, shouldn't you check what you're saying? Aren't you contradicting yourself? No, the design concept of this piece wasn't clearly expressed. It's purely for the sake of looking good. So, will it really look that good when we buy it and wear it? Clothes are meant to flatter a person, but isn't this design too perfect? It doesn't highlight our outstanding features at all. So everyone suspects that it was bought, because your friends only see your clothes, not you as a person, and completely ignore the overall look. And I'm a designer, look at my certification. A barrage of comments was very eye-catching, and netizens watched it intently for a while. I think that makes sense. The clothes are very nice, that's for sure, but clothes are meant to enhance a person's appearance. If it were the other way around, the person would be the one enhancing the clothes. Too much of a good thing can be bad. I think what that designer said makes a lot of sense, and judging from his certification, he's a European designer, so he must be very insightful. After all, Qingyun is just a fledgling designer, and his design concepts aren't actually that good. That's right, Qingyun has only been out for a short time. Can he compare to outstanding designers from other countries? Sure enough, I thought his designs were beautiful, but I couldn't quite put my finger on why. According to this design master, it's just because of the clothing? This is a common problem with Qingyun. They pay too much attention to details, which makes the clothes they design lack a human touch. Damn, what you guys are saying makes so much sense, but I also think it's ridiculous. Oh well, whatever, I support you guys. Seeing that most of the comments were from foreign designers, netizens felt that things shouldn't be like this. But then I thought about it again. Qing has only been around for a short time, yet it has already created such a high level of legend, which seems very unrealistic. She was completely promoted by others. So, in their heightened emotions, they immediately believed the words of these certified foreign designers. They also joined in the discussion. The female anchor suddenly noticed a shift in the comments section, from initial support to later skepticism. From that initial shock to the current disbelief. So much so that one day she was at a loss for what to do. But just then, the image of a foreign designer caught my eye. During a live stream, everyone can connect, but there are restrictions in the live stream room. Unless a very famous designer applies to connect, no one else can. At the same time, a message came in from the back end, from the famous designer: I'm responsible for explaining Qing philosophy to the viewers of the live stream. So the female anchor immediately clicked on the video call without saying a word. Earlier, even in Japan, where Japan is located, Rikawa Steelplate received the news that Qing was going to do a live broadcast. This excited him for a while. After all, he still felt bad about writing that little essay for Master Qing out of nowhere. Coupled with his admiration for his idol, he really wanted to see Qing demeanor in person. Therefore, the feelings that Rikawa Steelplate has at this moment are something that no designer can understand. Just in time for Qing to start her live stream, he managed to squeeze into the crowded live stream room. Although he registered a secondary account, it gave him the confidence to cheer wildly in the comments section. A few minutes later, the female anchor pulled out her first piece, and Rikawa Steelplate stared wide-eyed. I was afraid of missing any detail. He was not disappointed at all. This work was still of high quality, and even made Hikawa Koban think that Qing talent was endless. After all, the 10 pieces from last time haven't even sold out yet, and now they've pulled out 10 more. Who would believe that? Obviously, Rikawa Steelplate also noticed the dissenting voices in the comments section a second later. This made him very angry. Where did these designers come from? I've never heard of them before. What are their works? Rikawa Steelplate tried to refute the claims in the comments section, but unexpectedly, it was immediately met with malicious attacks from netizens. He's a foreign designer, a famous designer. What are you, a nobody, talking nonsense about? No matter how knowledgeable you are, there are other designers who understand it, not to mention that they are outstanding designers from abroad, you understand? From abroad. Heh, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. The netizens' comments only fueled Hikawa Kuga's anger. He thought to himself. Designers all over the world would have to bow down in my presence. Why can't I voice my opinions? In addition, accounts claiming to be affiliated with famous international designers are also mocking him. This uncle can tolerate this, but aunt can't. Rikawa Steelplate immediately took out another mobile phone that was logged into the registered account in anger. Without saying a word, he immediately chose to connect with the female anchor. He thought they would need to think about it for a while, but to his surprise, the call was connected immediately after only 3 seconds. Rikawa Steelplate hadn't even had time to groom herself. She still had long, flowing hair and looked somewhat unkempt. But at this moment, it appears so profound and unfathomable on the screens of netizens. My goodness, she must be a designer too. Look at that long hair, so full of artistic flair. It seems so. Judging from the registration, he should be a designer from Japan. What does he want to do by contacting Master Qing? Could it be that he also dislikes Qing and has decided to expose this clown's ugly face? That makes sense. The female anchor felt increasingly panicked as she looked at the extreme comments from netizens. All I could do was cast a pleading look at the designer across from me, who seemed to have a solution. Just then, for the first time, Rikawa Steelplate also met the legendary Qing in a video. Hello? Qing immediately recognized the person opposite him as an outstanding designer with over 20 years of experience in the industry. We still need to be polite. As expected, Rikawa Steelplate was very satisfied and couldn't have been happier. Being greeted with hello by your idol is simply the most wonderful thing in the world. He immediately greeted Qing and then addressed the viewers in the live stream. Hello everyone, my name is Hikawa Steelplate. I am a designer from Japan. I have been working in the industry for more than 20 years and have created many excellent works. After his introduction, some of the comments section exploded again. My goodness, from Japan. Why does that name sound so familiar? They've been in the industry for over 20 years. Isn't this the Hikawa-kun who has won several world championships in a row? My goodness. What brings him here too? Chapter 143. Thank you, Master. The individual is the whole. I never thought I'd see someone I'd only ever seen on TV in real life. Amazing. Good heavens, even the Master has come. Let's see how you explain this now. Why are there so many haters in the comments section? If you don't want to come today, then don't come. Exactly. I can't stand it anymore. No matter how much those designers criticize Master Qin Yun, they can't deny his achievements. Some are happy while others are worried. While netizens are extremely welcoming of the arrival of Richuan steel plate, they also feel a little concerned. Especially those loyal Qin Yun fans. They were afraid that if any of the masters were dissatisfied, they might casually attack Qin Yun, which would be disastrous. This will at least stir up another public opinion storm, and Qin Yun's situation will be extremely worrying. Fortunately, from the moment he entered the livestream, Richuan steel plate maintained a very gentle demeanor throughout. Moreover, his interactions with Qin Yun were devoid of any airs of a senior, and he maintained a friendly and approachable demeanor. This has left some netizens puzzled. There's no first place in literature, but there's a clear second place in martial arts, and the same goes for designers. Why don't they start fighting each other? It's strange that such an excellent designer as Hikawa steel plate would actually connect with Qin Yun. Perhaps even brother Hikawa can't stand a genius like Kei-yun who can produce works so casually. However, just as the haters in the comments section were having a huge discussion, Hikawa steel plate spoke up. I see that many people in the comments section don't understand Qin Yun's work, so I'll share my humble opinion with everyone. Despite being from Japan, Hikawa steel plate speaks Mandarin with exceptional fluency. Upon hearing this, netizens were too shocked to even express their astonishment. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. Having worked in this field for over 20 years, you say your opinion is shallow. I was starting to doubt if I'd heard correctly. You should know that designers who have excelled in the field of design for over 20 years are rarer than tortoises that have lived for 200 years. Moreover, the quality of Richuan steel plate's works has remained consistently high over the years, and they have almost never stopped updating. This has led to his unshakable position in the design world. But this very same outstanding designer actually praised Chinese designers instead. Moreover, there seemed to be a hint in his words that he was admitting he was inferior to Qin Yun. The chat fell silent for a moment, a deathly silence. Hikawa steel plate, however, continued speaking to himself. To be honest, I'm very dissatisfied with the atmosphere in the comments section because some people register a designer's account and then randomly stir up trouble. What followed left those in the livestream who were still using the title of designer speechless. Look at these designers who were just speaking up. I've never heard of any of them. You're criticizing other people's work so casually. What good work do you have to offer? Hikawa steel plate's series of remarks made netizens realize instantly that the master was actually there to cause trouble. At this point, they realized they had been led astray. They all started posting again. Yes, I told you so. What works do you have this time? I've long suspected they're imposters, but you didn't believe me and just joined in the commotion. Can you show us your design work? When netizens started questioning, all the verified accounts that had previously made casual comments fell silent. Several have even quietly cancelled their accounts. There is no other reason. The founding fathers of the design world have all arrived. They really can't keep up the pretense any longer. Fortunately, the comment was posted not long ago. Richuan steel plate simply shook his head, sighed, and said, netizens still need to be careful to verify the authenticity of the facts. His words caused many people to feel ashamed. It's true that you shouldn't blindly trust someone just because of a few words or an identity that hasn't been confirmed yet. This is completely disrespectful to Qin Yun. Fortunately, Richuan steel plate didn't care too much about this matter and instead shifted his focus to Qin Yun. To be honest, I've seen many geniuses, but I've never seen a prodigy like Qin Yun who can design works as easily as drinking water. Qin Yun felt a little embarrassed by what he said. But the facts are clear. Which designer can produce dozens of works at once, and all of them are of high quality? Exactly. The master is still as splendid as ever. My God, what did I just hear? A top international designer is actually praising our Qin Yun. Keep it low key, it's just a casual compliment. Hikawa steel plate suddenly let out a laugh. You won't believe it. I can't believe it either, that I would one day admire someone so much. He turned his head and looked at the clothes in the live broadcast room. Let's not talk about anything else, let's just talk about this dress. You might be amazed at first glance, but you can't quite put your finger on what makes it so appealing, so I'll tell you. His eyes were filled with loving kindness, as if he were looking at a masterpiece. Look at the texture of the clothes and the overall design, aren't they handled very well? There's a concept of detail here. I believe you all know that Qingyun focuses on details whether she's designing clothes or cooking. And that's exactly what I wanted to say. The details of the entire garment are extremely perfect and beautiful, so the finished product is very eye-catching. At this moment, netizens nodded in agreement, but then realized what was going on. Wait a minute, Master, we know Qingyun's designs are very beautiful, but the problem is that they're too beautiful. What if one day they steal our thunder? No, no, no. Upon seeing this comment, Hikawa Steel Plate smiled happily. Your worries are completely unnecessary. No matter how beautiful the clothes are, they are meant to complement the person. There's no such thing as clothes stealing the spotlight. Qingyun's designs emphasize details. Details serve the overall effect. When clothes are worn, they naturally form a whole with the person. It must be said that Hikawa Steel Plate has a wealth of experience and theoretical knowledge, and everyone was completely immersed in his words. The overall aesthetic appeal is your personal aesthetic appeal. The details of the new clothes are merely an accompaniment. Do you understand? After finishing his explanation, Hikawa Steel Plate continued to look at the clothes, but his eyes gleamed with even more curiosity. He was looking forward to seeing if the next 9 pieces of clothing would be of the same high quality as the first one. Master, I think I've figured it out. Clothes are just clothes that people wear to serve them, and people are a whole. Yeah, I told you so. People aren't looking at your clothes, they're looking at you as a whole. When your clothes look good, your overall aura is elevated. It's such a simple principle, how can we be so easily swayed? Thank you, Master. Chapter 140 for the guys who couldn't believe. After the expert named Richuan Steel Plate gave them guidance, the netizens in the comments section all understood. Whether a piece of clothing looks good or not is all that matters. Why bother with design concepts? Do you mean you design clothes for theoretical purposes, rather than for wearing? After understanding, they felt even more ashamed and embarrassed. Why were you so silly just now? Right now. The International Forum for Designers has already exploded with discussion. After all, every designer is paying attention to Qingyun's every move, so they would definitely know about big news like Richuan Steel Plate as soon as possible. And everyone was in shock. I thought that was enough after Brother Richuan praised him last time, but I didn't expect that he would actually help Qingyun explain things this time. I don't think so. Brother Rikawa simply admires Qingyun. My God. I can almost picture him facing his teacher. Unbelievable. When have the Hikawa brothers ever praised someone like this before? Unlike the reflections of netizens, people on the forum were clearly more interested in the reaction to the sun piercing through the steel plate. After all, it's common knowledge that to get encouragement from Hikawa Steel Plate, one has to have been in the industry for at least a few decades or have designed many excellent works. Qingyun has only been in the industry for less than a month. Moreover, he only started out halfway through his career and was just doing it as a side job. But they have many excellent design works. Therefore, it immediately gained recognition from Hikawa Steel Plate, which is almost considered an industry benchmark. It can no longer be called an affirmation, but rather a disguised form of worship. The popularity of Qingyun's live broadcast room continued to rise. Time quickly came to the point where the second piece was about to be unveiled. At this point, the female anchor learned a lesson. She didn't take them out one by one. Since everyone is so eager to know what the remaining works are like, shall I proceed with them one by one? As soon as the female anchor shouted something in the live stream, the staff immediately came forward and arranged the works behind the screen, then brought them up one by one. My God, this row of them is absolutely shocking. The last time I was dumbfounded was in Fu Zhizi's livestream, but I never expected to be completely surprised again this time. How could Qingyun possess such talent? My goodness. When the 10 works were laid out one by one and presented in the live broadcast room, the netizens were so shocked that they were speechless. I thought Qingyun's next works would be half as good as the first one, but who would have thought that the later ones would be even better than the first one? Is this the talent of a master? It shocked me for a whole year. Not only were the viewers in the comments section speechless, but even Hikawa Kosuka himself stood frozen on the screen. My God. The way he looked at Qing Yun was as if he were looking at a monster. Incredible. He looked completely incredulous. The quality of each piece is so high. They perfectly match the dressing philosophy of Eastern people. The kind of outfit that looks good no matter what you wear. At this moment, Richuan Steel Plate had a crazy idea: anyone who wears Qing Yun's work will look several levels more beautiful. He didn't think he was exaggerating at all. Because Qing Yun's designs are very qualified. Putting aside the horrifying details, the color scheme alone demonstrates the designer's exceptional skill. 10 of the works have no overlap, and they are presented in the order of women's clothing, men's clothing, and elderly clothing. The attention to detail in every item is impeccable. Even netizens who weren't very knowledgeable about the subject were shocked. If I had some doubts about Qing Yun's design concept before, I now understand it. Qing Yun Design's works never follow the grand and dignified style of foreign designs, but rather conform to the human anatomy of Eastern people. Starting from the details, we find beauty in simplicity. I formally praise Qing Yun's simplicity. It's stylish and sophisticated. Anyone have a problem with that? The last sentence really struck a chord with Hikawa Steel Plate, and he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. I also think that Qing Yun's designs are incredibly simple, but that's precisely what gives them a generous and magnanimous feel. I absolutely do not have that kind of design mindset. Absolutely not? Upon hearing this, netizens thought they had misheard. I also subconsciously wondered if Richuan Steel Plate's identity was fake. Who would have thought that a designer who has been outstanding for over 20 years would one day admit that he absolutely did not have it? This incident was like a thunderclap, exploding across the entire online public opinion. Soon, major media outlets began to repost it. Hikawa Steel Plate simply gave a wry smile, completely unconcerned. Because he wasn't a plant, and his admiration for Qing Yun had increased several levels. At the same time, the 5 large characters of Qing Yun's simple beauty also became a trending topic. Only then did netizens realize what had happened. Why are the clothes designed by Qing Yun able to touch everyone's heart? People generally say that every designer has clients in batches. It's impossible to enjoy every stage of life. But he's different. His design philosophy emphasizes attention to detail, simplicity, and practicality. This also ensured that from the very beginning, everyone could afford his clothes and admired them. After all, simplicity is the most beautiful. The simplest things are often the starting point for everything. Who wouldn't like clothes that are simple yet inexplicably stylish? Not to mention how excellent Qing Yun's design was. Whether online or offline, this matter is being discussed almost everywhere in the country. After all, food, clothing, shelter, and transportation are essential to their lives, and Qing Yun alone occupies 2 of those aspects. Although they hadn't tasted the food at Qing Yun's snack shop, they had worn Qing Yun's clothes to some extent. Only by delving deeper can one discover its mysteries. Right now, the news reached overseas, and several more Chinese designers appeared at international forums. They often chat in groups here when they're bored. But I stumbled upon a post about Chinese designers. This was something that the brothers couldn't understand at all. How come there are posts from Chinese designers on such a huge forum? And it's still so popular? To be honest, they have given up on the Chinese design community altogether. After all, influenced by foreign aesthetics, it is difficult for China to develop its own design concepts. The designs are either bloated or overly formal. In short, they're designed to be as ugly as possible. Do whatever makes money. It completely ignores the dressing habits of people at the bottom of society, as well as the beauty of China's 5,000-year-old civilization. Brother Wang. This news seems to have been sitting on the webpage for the past few days. Oh my god. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? The guys were all pretty shocked. Especially after clicking on it, I realized it was really about domestic designers and the public's attitude. Chapter 145. It's become a hit overseas. Several well-known Chinese designers only discovered this after clicking on the post. It turns out that Qing Yun's name has become famous throughout the entire global design community. Moreover, seeing the various experts discussing the topic in the comments section, everyone felt inexplicably proud. Brother Wang, I feel so good. Why do these people seem so unsophisticated? I know Master Qing Yun too. He's been super popular these past few days, and I've even been following him. I never expected it to become so popular in the international design community. This is truly astonishing. Inside the International Designers Forum. As various translation experts shared the discussion topics in Xingyun's livestream, many of them reposted them. And when the female anchor takes out one piece of clothing after another, the entire forum erupted in a frenzy, like a volcano surging and boiling. Everyone's emotions reached their peak at this moment. My God, guess what I saw? 10 more items. Is Xingyun some kind of god? Unbelievable. I can't believe it, such an excellent work. First came a burst of praise, then everyone began to learn from the lessons learned in these works. I think Xingyun is as detail-oriented as ever. He's practically a detail maniac, but he handles things very well. I agree with your point of view, but I also sense something else, like simplicity. Yes. Master Xingyun's designs look very neat and tidy, without any unnecessary or flashy additions. To be honest, most of the people who spend all day chatting on this forum are designers with integrity. They have absolutely no interest in, and even look down on, the design works featured by high-end brands in their own country. After all, they can't stand idiots who wear clothes made of plastic bags. That's just what rich people call art. Only at this moment did Xingyun's design work give them a sense of absurdity. This is truly the only truly outstanding art of design in the world. The simplicity, grandeur, and vitality of the East seemed to converge on Xingyun's clothes at this moment. They were so shocked they were speechless. Suppressing the chills that ran down their spines, they began to discuss it extensively in the comments section. It's strange, through these few simple works, I seem to realize that I don't fully understand that country. Yes, Xingyun has a unique Chinese spirit in his bones. His designs show me a brilliant and magnificent microcosm of civilization. And that's not all. I felt like I could see the living conditions of the people in their country through their clothes. And it made me extremely envious. These renowned designers from various countries are not entirely satisfied with today's design culture, since traffic is king, and this is true in every country. But this is a complete desecration of art. If people's evaluation of art can be manipulated so easily, then what reason is there for art to exist? The appearance of Xingyun will completely shatter this notion. Because his works can make designers from each country feel relaxed, happy, and even admire him. This also means that Xingyun will be able to achieve great success in every country. This further demonstrates the great artistry of Xingyun's designs, as global popularity is every designer's ultimate dream. Ultimately, it is impossible to achieve. Could Xingyun achieved it, and announced it with an extremely strong and perfect attitude. This has led to the current situation, where designers from every country are so excited they are speechless. He couldn't express the sheer admiration he had for Xingyun. The heated discussions on the forum, as well as the astonished reactions of various experts, were also captured by several designers from China. My God, it's so satisfying to watch them brag like this. I wonder if I can forward these posts to China. Sigh, designers have been suffering in this environment for too long. I really want to show everyone what foreign designers think of Xingyun. Hey, Brother Wang, I just asked the poster, and he said it's fine to repost it anytime. I'm actually looking forward to seeing what the netizens think. Okay, we'll repost it right away. Several designers hit it off immediately and casually forwarded the post they saw to Douyin. Just then, Xingyun's popularity was at its peak, and she immediately attracted the attention of many netizens. My goodness, this seems to be an international design forum, and everyone is praising Xingyun. You're not kidding me. Wow, really? The profile pictures all look like those of famous international designers. To be honest, this is the first time netizens have seen someone forward a video from an international forum. After all, China didn't have many outstanding designers in the past, and it didn't have much of a voice in international forums. But at this moment, they were horrified to discover that almost every one of the top 10 trending topics on the forum was about Xingyun. How terrifying that must be. Such a feat has never occurred in my country before. Wow, just seeing this trending topic is getting me all fired up. I can already imagine how much those designers admire Xingyun. Haha, little blackies, come out here. Your master has become friends with Xingyun. It's so satisfying. It's so satisfying. I'm also very proud. I feel so proud whenever someone praises us. All thanks to Xingyun. Netizens were incredibly excited. No matter what, this shows how much foreign countries admire us. At this moment, their sense of national pride took hold, so they immediately reposted and liked the post. The video quickly became a trending topic. More and more people discovered the existence of this video and clicked to watch it. Meanwhile, the live stream chat room had already exploded with excitement. I never imagined that Qing Yun's name would become so famous overseas. I've seen designers praising him highly, haha. This is amazing. I've never felt so proud before. Qing Yun is practically our god. My god, even if Qing Yun collapses, I'll still keep pursuing him, huh? You're so mean, upstairs. Without exception, netizens at this moment truly admire Qing Yun from the bottom of their hearts. After all, it was he who gave Chinese designers a voice on the international stage. Moreover, it wields a very large degree of influence. After all, designers of such high status as Richuan Steel Plate all praised him highly, and even said that he was their idol. Who can achieve this status? Take Richuan Steel Plate as an example. He himself did not generate much discussion on international forums. Therefore, it is not unreasonable to admire Qing Yun. But right now, no one had the energy to continue discussing the matter, and instead focused all their efforts on the next steps. Because 10 items will soon be added to your shopping cart. Chapter 146: Explosive Success. Creating the next legend. Oh no, it's coming again. Are they only going to release 10 million units this time? Don't try to steal them from me. Ha, enough talk, draw your sword. I'm using all my speed, even my baby-eating speed. I'm not afraid I can't outrun you guys, hee. When the viewers in the live stream saw the female streamer about to go live, they couldn't hold back any longer. Holding a phone means being ready to act. The comments section was so full that it practically covered the entire screen. Let's not even talk about how beautiful Qing Yun's designs are or how well they suit everyone's tastes. Just considering Qing Yun's status as a designer, the fact that she has been recognized by renowned international designers and admired by other designers speaks volumes. At this moment, netizens' desire to buy had already soared to the heavens. Even if Jesus came, he couldn't stop their enthusiasm. Looks like everyone's speed is pretty fast. Before the female anchor even clicked on the shopping cart, she saw that millions of people were already waiting on the platform. Let's get on board right now, the usual 10 million orders. This is still Wongka following the experience of clothing. After all, if too much clothing is produced and cannot be sold, it will affect his reputation. However, they clearly underestimated the enthusiasm of netizens. The system crashed the moment the female streamer clicked upload. A deathly silence. Damn it, I can't click anything. What's wrong? It's not sold out again, is it? Oh my god, this was the same screen last time, and I didn't manage to snag a single item. Which bastard managed to snatch it? Sell it to me now. I really can't wait any longer, oh my god. Netizens went completely crazy for a moment. Meanwhile, the official Douyin backend was practically cursing. My god, you guys completely destroyed my system. Are you guys really that aggressive? The technician looked like he was about to cry. He was incredibly frustrated. The server was just upgraded and then crashed again shortly after. The aftermath of the last incident involving Fuzizi hasn't subsided yet, and my own server hasn't been repaired. It seems that the only option right now is to activate the emergency response. Several more server interfaces were transferred from other departments, which barely restored order to the live stream. Sorry, it seems to be a problem with the backend. Please add it to your shopping cart again. The female anchor handled the situation very quickly, immediately came up with her wording, and signaled to the backstage staff. After confirming that everything was okay, I clicked list again. Hey, Lao Lu, why did you order? I'm still drinking water. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Grab these that are just being listed. What followed was a long, quiet period of more than 10 seconds, during which the entire chat was completely silent. There is no other reason. At this moment, netizens are already paying for the items they've set up in the backend. Those who missed out returned to the comments section. Are you guys devils? I couldn't grab a single one of these orders. I'm the worst off. I just took a sip of water, and when I came back, everything was sold out. Can you believe it? What? I just arrived and it's all sold out? Are you sure you sold out all 10 million orders? Those who didn't manage to snag a deal ended up making up the majority, and the comments section instantly became lively. While people may have developed some immunity to the idea of 10 million orders disappearing in seconds, it's impossible not to be shocked. After all, the last time 10 million orders were sold was only a short time ago. Qing Yun has created another astonishing legend this time. Who wouldn't be excited? If the data isn't fabricated, then this sales figure is truly incredible. 10 million followed by another 10 million. Although I, Xing Yun, am no longer streaming, I think it's okay for me to call him the number one streamer in the room. The number one live streaming e-commerce influencer. Xing Yun and Richuan Gangban had already left the live stream when the female streamer was about to show off her clothes. But the two of them were still watching the data backstage. The news came out after 10 million orders sold out in just a few seconds. The first thing that shocked me was the steel plate from Hikawa. Damn it, another myth. The events of the past few days have been almost impossible for him, leaving him feeling somewhat lost. The fear of the strong enveloped his heart in darkness. Xing Yun is so terrifying. Right now. The international designers watching the livestream were just wishing they could buy it. If they were in China, they could register an account and participate in the shopping spree, but now they can only watch others do it. I can't do it myself, but I'm really itching to try. However, this did not dampen their enthusiasm, and they also joined in the cheering in the comments section. The sales results are in, and it seems no one managed to snag one. Doesn't that mean all 10 million orders have already been sold out? Only a few seconds have passed, maybe 4 seconds. My god. Holy crap. Experimental data can't be faked, so it can only mean that Xing Yun has created another 10 million ton myth, and in an even shorter time. These wealthy foreign designers were also greatly shocked by Xing Yun's actions. 10 million orders. Some countries don't even have that many people combined. Xing Yun managed to reach over 10 million people with her work in just a few seconds. Although this statement is not entirely accurate, it is very fitting to describe Xing Yun's influence. Moreover, they want to buy it now, but they just don't have the channels. This also means that it's not that Xing Yun's ability is limited to selling 10 million orders, but rather that 10 million orders limits his influence. If Xing Yun can promote her clothing to the world and open up more sales channels, these self-important designers dare to guarantee that it will be a huge hit, and Xing Yun's name will resound throughout the world. The discussions among major domestic media outlets were consistent with those on international forums. Everyone reported and shared this story without adding any exaggerated words. Selling 10 million orders in just a few seconds is already a very hot topic. It's foreseeable that once it's released, it will definitely generate one trending topic after another. No way, it's that Xing Yun who sold 10 million in 4 seconds again? Where did this god come from? The fish clothing company must be laughing their heads off. They're selling like hotcakes. Our company's annual sales don't even reach 10 million orders. I can hardly believe how popular Xing Yun snack shop is, and Xing Yun clothing store is absolutely wildly popular. I wonder if Xing Yun is still looking for a girlfriend. I'd like to offer myself as his bedmate. Don't argue with me, I already said that last month. The videos edited by various media outlets have entered the view of more and more people, and Xing Yun's name will eventually become a household name. Chapter 147. Thanks. One day later. Xing Yun, who had just dropped her daughter off at school and was about to go home for a nap, received data from the fish service company. It turns out that none of the 10 million pieces of clothing sold in yesterday's livestream were returned. You have to understand that today's audiences are very discerning, and it's inevitable that they'll encounter clothes with some flaws. But the fact that there wasn't a single one is truly astonishing. The clothing department has a 3-outlet return rate. It's 3 in 10 million. Xing Yun smiled and took out her phone to look at Douyin TikTok. He was both amused and exasperated to find that trending topics about him almost filled the entire list. I feel like everything I do is under public scrutiny. It seems I need to be more careful in the future. Because at this very moment, he saw inappropriate comments about himself on various platforms. I think Xing Yun's position was completely fabricated by others. How can anyone be so abnormal? Do you think you're the protagonist of a novel? Your luck is just too good. I don't care, you're famous, that's your business, but you need to watch your words and actions. Hee, I'm actually looking forward to the day when Xing Yun's house collapses. Of course, such comments are like rat droppings in plain porridge. Netizens naturally couldn't stand it and started hurling insults at each other. Xing Yun had nothing to say about this. After all, that's how those people are. Their worries may disgust others, but there's still a chance they might actually become a reality. Sudden. My phone rang. Xing Yun looked and realized that it was Qianwen who brought it. Hey, young boss, my shop is all set up now. When do you have some free time to come and take a look? The tone over there said to be proud, and how proud. I'm coming right now. Xing Yun was also curious about how things were going for him at the food street, so he immediately got up. Just come on over, the whole street is practically our snack shop's domain now. Qianwen, who was standing outside the store at that moment, happily interacting with tourists, held his phone with a proud expression. These past few days, the small business owner's online popularity brought them a lot of traffic, and the popularity of Qingyun's snack shop continued to rise. Qianwen, which happened to be in the center of the traffic, saw its sales skyrocket. The number of customers is increasing, and word spreads from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. 10 minutes later, Xing drove all the way to the food street and arrived at the entrance. He was somewhat surprised. The entire street was packed with people, but most of them were queuing, for no other reason than that they were at the front of the line. It is the former Qingyun snack shop branch opened by Qianwen Kai. And that show-off Qianwen was collecting money from everyone at the door. He had about a dozen assistants next to him to help take orders. Inside the kitchen, just then, several of his fellow apprentices were making pearl buns. Looks like he's doing pretty well, he's even become a boss. Xing couldn't help but admire Qianwen's leadership skills. It's amazing that someone can make it in a food street. Unexpectedly, he transformed into a boss. He had several apprentices from the same period work as him. Boss, this is it. Qianwen shouted at the top of his lungs from a distance, immediately drawing everyone's attention. My goodness, the little boss is here. The young boss is really popular lately. You have no idea, the young boss doesn't do anything productive all day, he actually went to sell clothes, and he's actually made a fortune from it. Ha, now my part-time job has become my main job, and I'm so envious. Amidst the chatter of the crowd, Xing walked over, waved, and greeted them. Let's talk inside the store. Xing and Qianwen walked into the shop, and the helpers inside immediately brightened up and shouted. Hello, boss. Everyone, keep working. I need to talk to the boss about something. Before Xing could speak, Qianwen cheerfully dismissed everyone. He turned around and said, while you were away, my shop really benefited from your reputation. Sales have been getting better every day. Turn out to be. When Qianwen first arrived, he also faced retaliation from several other shops. They accused him of poisoning the food and of having cockroaches and ants in it, among other things, to smear him. One night, several men in black even came and vandalized the shop. Fortunately, Qianwen had made preparations for all of this. The men in black who came that day were all knocked to the ground by the bald bodyguard he had hired. They were required to do 500 push-ups before they were allowed to leave. Completely inhumane. You're really something. To be honest, Xing was a little surprised that Qianwen had achieved what he had. I have to thank you so much. If it weren't for your culinary skills and reputation, I probably would have changed careers by now. Qianwen was a little embarrassed when he said this, but the bosses around him, seeing this, all expressed their agreement. If it weren't for Xing helping them and teaching them cooking skills, they're probably all unemployed by now. They can either stay home to take care of their children or switch careers and pursue other endeavors. How is it possible to earn several thousand yuan a day these days? Young boss, please don't stand on ceremony with us. Seeing that Xing was about to say something modest, another middle-aged man who was making dumplings nearby said with a smile, my wife and kids have been saying they want to thank you these past few days. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't even have been able to pay for our kids' tuition. And me too, I have to thank the young boss. Another middleman who helped said, I have 2 children at home, and each of them needs to go to school. Not only do I have to cover their tuition fees, but I also have to help them find wives. I need to earn this money as soon as possible. Hey Oldly, your kid's only a little over 10, and you're already thinking about finding a wife? Qianwen had a very good relationship with them, so he directly confronted them. This immediately sparked a burst of cheerful laughter. That's the only bad thing about Oldly. He's always working hard to make money, but he never gives himself any free time to spend with his wife and kids. Ha, Oldly's combined wealth is probably more than all of ours now. After everyone explained, Xing finally understood who this Oldly was. Not only did he open a shop, but he also helped Qianwen lie with his work whenever he was free. Hey, you know I can't stay still? Oldly scratched his head, a little embarrassed, so you know how grateful I am to the young boss. Everyone wants to say this. I reckon everyone in the shop is grateful to the young owner. The customers, too, might never have known about the snack shop's cooking if they hadn't tasted it. Delicious food can actually make people feel good. Moreover, the steamed buns and fried rice at Qingyun snack shop are generally not expensive. It's affordable for everyone. Even the usually frugal elderly eat there as if it's free. Delicious. The young owner's cooking skills are absolutely amazing. May we try the young owner's cooking? If the apprentice's skills are already so good, I can hardly imagine how good the boss's skills are. Chapter 148 Delicious Cooking. A group of young men gathered together, discussing and making a fuss. Young boss, you look as young as us, so why don't you do something that will broaden our horizons? Yes. One of the girls in our group, her eyes shining, said, "My mom used to tell me that your steamed buns are really delicious, but I've never tried them before. Also, I saw online that Qingyun has amazing design talent, and her cooking skills are also amazing." Their conversation piqued everyone's interest, and they all hoped that Qingyun could demonstrate her culinary skills. Since this young boss is already here, why not show off to everyone? Seeing everyone's high spirits, Xianwen gave Qingyun a look, and upon receiving a reply, he immediately jumped up excitedly. Then let the young boss demonstrate for everyone? Good. A chorus of cheers erupted from below. Qingyun didn't refuse and put on an apron. The two bosses in the kitchen happily withdrew. Both Qianwen and the others hoped to taste the steamed buns made by their master again. It's been almost a week since I last ate it. My mouth is watering. After all, what they made themselves just didn't quite taste right. Inside the kitchen, a few people, including young people and older women, gathered outside my door to watch the fun. They started exchanging words and expressions. Wow, this young boss seems to have some skills. I can't even do that move? Not just that. I've been making steamed buns for at least 30 years, but I feel like Qingyun's skills are even better than mine. Several middle-aged women even started commenting on the spot. I think this craftsmanship is even better than that of people like us who have lived most of our lives. Of course. My husband has been making steamed buns for decades, and he's never made them this delicious before. The two middle-aged women were talking non-stop, and the other men joined in the discussion. The young people around him were completely stunned. What's going on? The young boss doesn't look very old, yet he's as skilled as someone who's been selling their craft for decades. To be honest, they didn't believe it, but then they gave a wry smile. You have to believe it whether you want to or not. After all, I've been eating this for several days. 3 minutes later, Qingyun started heating the oil in the wok. When you stir fry pickled ginger, vinegar, and chili peppers all in a pot until it steams, it suddenly stings. The air was filled with the aroma of chili peppers, making everyone's mouths water. Several sharp-eyed masters had already noticed Qingyun's actions and said in disbelief, "Wow, this young man's grasp of fire control is absolutely amazing. It smells so good. Young man, you must have practiced before." "Oh right, I don't think you've ever practiced. It's pure talent." While stir-frying, Qingyun also prepared the sauce. He planned to make a plate of egg fried rice, just the most ordinary egg fried rice. But it's also the best fried rice with eggs. As his movements became faster, the people around them gradually became dazzled by the sight. The young boss's movements are fluid and uninteresting. Let's pause. Sigh, I can't compare. My eyes must have been playing tricks on me, I couldn't even see it clearly. The kitchen was filled with delicious aromas, as if they were about to seep into everyone's hearts. The air was filled with the aroma of garlic, eggs, and various other ingredients. Gurgle. A young girl swallowed hard, and when she realized no one was watching her look back, her gaze towards Xiang Qingyun became even more intense. I'm so hungry. It smells so good. It's not even cooked yet, but it's already making my mouth water. No wonder he's hailed as a dark horse in the industry. His skills are simply unmatched. Young boss, you'd better order a few extra portions today. Money is no object. The area outside the door was almost overflowing with people, and everyone looked at the figures working inside the kitchen with different expressions in their eyes. Surprise, envy, admiration, worship, and curiosity. Each has its own. Without exception, everyone was hungry and wanted to try Qingyun's cooking as soon as possible. Please wait a moment. I'm very precise about the timing, down to the second. Qingyun put the lid on the pot and chatted with several old men while waiting for it to cook. No wonder you looked so comfortable, so you had your own theory. A bald old man was immediately shocked. He's been cooking for over a decade and has never heard of this theory. After all, when you're cooking, you're just following your gut feeling. If you think it's cooked enough, put it in the pan. If you think it's not cooked enough, cook it for a little longer. Theories like Qingyun's, which allow for control down to the second, do seem to make some sense. However, this is on the premise that the quantity of each material must be exactly the same, otherwise, many uncertainties will arise. But soon Qingyun started cooking the second batch. "Boss, I noticed you've controlled the quantities very well, there's almost no difference." The bald old man's eyes lit up instantly, because he was watching Qingyun's movements closely. The findings were not only very coherent, but also very well controlled. Even the amount of rice is measured almost precisely down to the individual grain. Terrifying. "Wow, not bad, sir. You figured it out." Qingyun smiled and praised him. "My cooking is all about the details, so the quality has to be perfect, otherwise the timing I mentioned earlier would be useless." Just as I expected. The bald old man instantly felt as if he had grasped a state of nothingness. That is, paying attention to details. If you learn every detail that Qingyun pays attention to when making fried rice, then you can probably make it just as delicious yourself. Of course, it's easier said than done, and it's definitely very difficult in practice. For example, he has been observing the situation several times now. "I didn't even remember what I was supposed to do at what time. It seems my understanding is still too shallow." He muttered something, touched his head, and turned around. But then he noticed that the young people behind him were already eating the fried rice that Qingyun had just cooked. The comment was so delicious that everyone forgot about it. "Damn it! You bunch of kids, leave some for me." The bald old man was furious. He never imagined he'd end up researching technology there. "You guys actually started eating right away?" He was heartbroken. "Hee, I've saved the jungle spot for you." A young man cheerfully picked up a steaming bowl of fried rice from the side. "Here you go. You little brat." A warm feeling washed over the old man, and he swallowed hard, saying, "Really good." He started eating with gusto. It gets better and better the more you eat. Moreover, he has a very discerning palate and can taste almost any difference. "Everything I ate at the branch was as delicious as what the owner himself made." He immediately noticed this. After all, the chefs at the branch are all Qingyun's apprentices, so their cooking is definitely not as good as Qingyun's. But this is just too delicious. In the blink of an eye, the bald man was rummaging through his mouth when he discovered there was nothing left. I looked down. I just realized that a bowl of fried rice that used to take me ages to eat was devoured in less than half a minute. Chapter 149, Questioning the Food. That's it. I can't believe I finished it so quickly. Oh my god. Wah, I'm still not full. The young boss's cooking skills are absolutely amazing. Are you full? Would you like us to ask the owner to make a few more? After everyone finished eating, they realized it wasn't nearly enough. They had only been eating for a short time and it was all gone. Turning around, they found Qingyun still busy in the kitchen, which made their eyes light up. "Young boss, make some more." A little girl stepped forward and spoke softly, while taking money out of her pocket. "Okay." Qingyun refused to accept money, saying, "I just happen to have some free time today, so I'll do it for you. Just hand over your money to me." Seeing this, Xianwen also came over and started collecting everyone's money. The young boss is so nice. He's not only rich, but also very approachable. This cooking makes my mouth water. I wish I could eat it every day. A group of high school girls huddled together, chattering away, their eyes practically sparkling with pink stars. Someone like Qingyun has good looks, skills, and money. He's practically the male protagonist of a novel. A group of high school boys huddled together, their eyes filled with admiration and longing as they looked at Qingyun. Do they not want to receive praise from others? But unfortunately, I'm not strong enough. Therefore, at this moment, Qingyun has become their new male god. Not only is he masculine, but he is also unpretentious and very polite to ordinary people. Unlike them, the older men and women looked at Qingyun with a hint of satisfaction in their eyes. It was like interrogating a son-in-law. Some people couldn't contain themselves and wanted to go up and ask Qingyun if he had a girlfriend. If not, they really don't mind making an exception and acting as matchmaker for Qingyun. Soon, Qingyun's busy figure in the kitchen gradually came to a stop. Most of the people who wanted to try his cooking have already put down their chopsticks. It wasn't because I was tired of the food, but because I was so full that I couldn't eat anymore. I really want to eat here again, but I'm too full. Sigh, I was thinking of packing it up, but the owner looked quite tired, so I'll do it another time. The young people were all extremely disappointed with their big bellies, they really couldn't eat anymore. I knew skipping breakfast would be awful. Little Hong, are you full? I'm definitely full, I've eaten 20 bowls already, huh? Xingyun's cooking skills were so good that no one around her was surprised to see the large bowls stacked on their table. Even the little girls who used to only eat 1 bowl of rice at a time were now eating more than 10 bowls. If their parents saw this, they'd be so surprised their eyes would drop to the floor. Little boss, we'll be back. Bye-bye. I'll miss the young boss. I hope I'll run into him again someday. A group of young girls walked along, tears welling in their eyes, as if they were reminiscing about the taste of fried rice. One by one, the heavily pregnant women were helped out. At this time, Xingyun suddenly noticed Boss Qian's expression and realized that he seemed to be hiding something, looking like he wanted to say something but dared not. Young boss. Meeting his boss's gaze, Shenwen had no choice but to steel himself and take out his phone. Didn't someone just post a video of you cooking online? His phone screen was displaying a video that had been viewed more than 500,000 times. Many people are criticizing you, including well-known chefs from the area. Xingyun took a look at the phone and suddenly realized what was going on. It turns out that the girls thought he looked cool cooking, so they took out their phones, filmed him, and posted the video on Douyin TikTok. Unexpectedly, it capitalized on a trending topic and went viral. Moreover, his words about paying attention to details were seen by many famous snack shop owners. One reason was envy, they thought. How come such a young kid has such good cooking skills and his restaurant is so popular? Secondly, Xingyun's words were simply too controversial. To make truly delicious fried rice, you need to pay attention to every detail. Isn't that pure nonsense? Which snack shop owner doesn't rely entirely on their intuition when cooking? Who still uses measuring cups and scales to get precise measurements before frying rice? Perhaps they misunderstood Xingyun's meaning, or perhaps they were just looking for trouble. At this moment, comments questioning these snack shops have appeared under all the videos related to them. I know you're a talented designer, but surely your cooking skills can't compare to those of us who have been in the industry for over 30 years. Ha, that's ridiculous. Do you really need to pay special attention to the amount of rice you use when you're just making fried rice? Don't apply the meticulous detail you use when designing clothes to fried rice. That's the greatest disrespect you can show to food. Exactly. It's easy to talk when you're not the one doing the work. Cooking skills are inherently unpredictable. I can cook as much or as little as I want, and I can cook for as long as I want. It's because of these variations that food is so profound and complex. If you have to be so careful about the amount of ingredients when you're making fried rice, only putting in that much salt, and only frying for that long, then you might as well quit frying and go work in a factory. The comments on the trending list are mostly from famous snack shop owners or restaurant company owners who have already made a lot of money. They were very dismissive of Xingyun's theory about fried rice. After all, this doesn't align with their understanding over the years. Besides, they've never tried the fried rice at Xingyun snack shop, so they have no idea what it tastes like. There is every reason to suspect that this is a publicity stunt, that someone is being promoted by others. Moreover, Xingyun is much older than them and has no decades of professional experience. You said you could make a delicious plate of fried rice with eggs, and I believe you. But you've actually developed a theory that no one would believe. Isn't this misleading and corrupting young people? As a result, various media outlets quickly reprinted this story. Food critics from all walks of life have also released videos to question the claims. Don't start spouting nonsense just because you're trending. Food isn't worth slandering. Put away your ridiculous theory of details. Do you expect everyone to pay attention to details when frying rice? Today we'll briefly discuss the mistakes Xingyun made after becoming famous, the first being related to food, At this moment, the original creator of the video, a young girl, never expected that her casual posting of the video would drag Xingyun into a vortex of public opinion. She then ran back to the store. Young boss, I'm so sorry. I really didn't expect this. But before he could finish speaking, Xingyun interrupted him. It's alright, it's not your fault. People will always cause trouble if they want to. He then waved his hand and said, just leave the video there, it'll bring you some revenue. His unreproachful attitude brought tears to the young girl's eyes. I was incredibly grateful. Chapter 150, Taking Down Xingyun. Xingyun knew. With fame comes trouble. Even without this fried rice theory, there will be other incidents later. This is the helplessness that comes with fame. You have to face everyone's doubts. just as he was thinking about how to prove everyone wrong through his strength. A food blogger with over 50 million followers on Douyin TikTok issued a competition invitation. The culinary competition is set to be held in Shanghai. These few words instantly ignited the emotions of netizens. If the master doesn't participate now, when will he? Seriously, what's there to criticize about good cooking skills? I'm really impressed by these netizens. Xingyun's cooking skills are perfectly acceptable, okay? Let's just participate and slap those haters in the face. Xingyun's fans all hope that he will attend in person, as this would be a good opportunity to clarify things. Whether someone has the ability or not can be determined by a competition. Fans are quite confident and are even looking forward to seeing the expressions on the faces of bloggers when they taste Xingyun fried rice. I really hope Xingyun goes. I want to see the show. That being said, I only know that Xingyun has great design talent, but I know nothing about her cooking skills. Don't worry, brother upstairs. The young boss's cooking skills are absolutely divine. While netizens were actively discussing the matter, Xingyun also noticed the competition invitation. So he immediately posted an announcement in the comments section. I watched that race, and I've decided to participate. Whether you believe it or not, just come and see. The words were short, but they directly ignited the entire internet. Xingyun, who claimed that designing clothes was just a side job, is finally going to clarify in front of everyone just how good her cooking skills are. How could this not be exciting? After all, when people first learned about Xingyun, it was because of the popularity of the snack shops. The videos about exploring the snack shops are still trending on social media, though they're ranked rather low. However, the reason why Xiao Haizi is that he starts stirring up trouble and has absolutely no moral bottom line. All those debunking videos are staged. Xingyun's rise to power was entirely due to people's hype. Let's see what it's really like. What good are temporary results? Just go straight to the competition. These kids are always trying to create hype. What are you guys doing? Xingyun's fans were speechless at those who were criticizing the comments section. No matter the situation, this group of people always manages to question other people's methods. And after each rhythm performance, he would silently retreat like a turtle. They've gone so far that they don't even want to curse anymore. I'm just curious how Xingyun will slap those food bloggers with many fans in the face. The competition is scheduled for the second day. It was practically designed for Xingyun. Presumably, that blogger with over 50 million followers couldn't bear to see his idol being questioned. So I sent Xingyun a private message in the background. I'm also a fan of yours. I secretly tasted your cooking before, and it was absolutely amazing. Just go for it in the competition. At that time, I'm so excited to be able to witness Xingyun's charm in person. Xingyun expressed her gratitude. I will definitely go, thank you so much. Early the next morning, after dropping his daughter off at school, Xingyun drove directly to Shanghai. The blogger with over 50 million followers is named Zhuangji. He got up early in the morning and started setting up the venue. Just as netizens guessed, that's why he posted this challenge. It was precisely for Xingyun. I provide this stage to help my idol prove those haters wrong. Mr. Zhuang, there's no time. With the sun about to rise, the staff who had been working all night were complaining bitterly. Oh, I'll give you extra money. You absolutely have to get the stage installed properly, there will definitely be a huge crowd. Zhuangji stood on the stage to maintain order. 2 hours later, a stage large enough to accommodate more than 20,000 people was successfully built. Moreover, as a food blogger, Zhuangji has a full range of kitchen utensils at home, which he immediately brought up. We are just waiting for the registered contestants to come and participate. Mr. Zhuang, how many of us will be coming? A staff member who was moving stools asked curiously. There should be a lot, and bloggers with followers will all be coming. Zhuang Jigang looked at the reports in the background for a while. Although the deadline has passed, many people are still angry because they were unable to register. After all, Xingyun is currently the most popular character on the entire internet. If they can win the championship in this competition, their account will definitely gain a lot of followers. You'll have whatever you want then. It would be strange if something like this wasn't popular. Moreover, every blogger with followers has a plan in mind. He wished he could immediately knock Xingyun down and worship him. Zhuangji grasped the psychology of theirs, and thus quickly coordinated the participants. At the same time, I wonder how many bloggers are heading to Shanghai, some by plane, some by boat, and some even by helicopter. They even created a chat group to defeat Qing Yun. The group chat was buzzing with excitement. This time, we'll teach that kid a lesson. The group admin immediately set the tone for the group: take down Qing Yun. Good. The group owner is the most qualified member of the entire group, even though their posts are very trendy. However, he himself is already an old man who is almost 70 years old. He has been in the industry for over 50 years, making him almost the longest serving person on the entire internet. His skill was something the group members all felt was unattainable, let alone dealing with a mere 20-something-year-old. Isn't it enough to just have hands? Support the group owner. Support. As Dongfang Wuyo looked at the messages scrolling through his phone, a smile spread across his old face. He couldn't stand those clowns who jumped so high. Especially young people like Qing Yun. Although he didn't know how good Qing Yun's cooking skills were. However, in her heart she already felt ashamed of Qing Yun's actions. If you have excellent cooking skills, then you have absolutely no problem with it, you can jump as high as you want. However, Dongfang Wuyo had made a fuss about it. This Qing Yun was mainly a designer before, and didn't have much expertise in cooking. It's just a small snack shop, and it hasn't even been open for a year. How good could his cooking skills be? So he joined in the fun and participated in the competition, determined to thoroughly humiliate this arrogant young man. Haha, I'd like to see if you can create another legend. Dongfang Wuyo usually likes the clothes designed by Qing Yun, but this does not stop him from slapping Qing Yun in the face in the next game. Defeat Qing Yun. Chapter 151. The competition begins. Soon after, bloggers led their die-hard fans to Shanghai. Soon they met Zhuang Ji and the dueling platform he had prepared. Brother Zhuang. How are the preparations going? A blogger offered Zhuang Ji a cigarette, but Zhuang Ji not only refused but also said coldly, "It's not quite ready yet." You guys wait over there? What kind of attitude is that? The blogger, who has hundreds of thousands of followers, walked away grumbling. All he did was curse at Qing Yun a few times in the video. Unexpectedly, this person's attitude was as if they had a grudge against me. Could it be that Boss Zhuang is really on the side of this side? Zhuang Ji assigned a seat to each blogger, and at this time, major media outlets also entered the venue. They didn't come to watch a small cooking competition, they came entirely because of Qing Yun. The popularity of Qing Yun at this time is enough to bring them a lot of benefits. So now every media outlet sends its best reporters, and they're throwing all sorts of equipment at us for free. Soon, various live streaming rooms have become trending topics. Looking forward to it. Has the master arrived yet? Qing Yun hasn't come over yet. The strong are always the last to arrive. As for slapping them in the face, don't rush it. Let those shameless bloggers wait a bit. Coming to watch. The live stream was flooded with viewers who had been waiting for a long time, and they started discussing it. Although many fans have tasted Qing Yun's cooking, others have never even been there. Therefore, there were many comments of doubt and concern in the live stream. I wonder if the master can do it. After all, those bloggers have been practicing for several years. Those bloggers have nearly 10 million followers. If they were to fight Qing Yun, that would be terrible. I feel that accepting this challenge was a complete mistake by the master. If he hadn't accepted, he could have stood by and watched. Overall, the majority of people have doubts and concerns, while there are very few fans who are truly confident in Qing Yun. They were too lazy to explain. It's quite morbidly funny. I'm curious to see how Qing Yun's face slapping will continue afterward. I wonder if those haters will apologize on the spot, or just stubbornly turn their heads and leave. I'm really looking forward to it. As another team of bloggers entered the stage, the atmosphere on the entire stage instantly reached a climax. Because the group that came was none other than the famous food blogger, Dongfang Wuyo. It's well known that old man Dongfang has a large following in the food world, as his dishes are not only incredibly sweet and delicious. Moreover, it has gained countless fans and has a great influence online. Food bloggers from all walks of life rushed forward to curry favor with him, while some who couldn't get in simply tried to steal the media's spotlight. Old Master Dongfang, what are your thoughts on Qing Yun? I see you've also participated in this competition. Immediately, reporters stepped forward and pointed their cameras at Dongfang Wuyo's mouth. How else can we watch it? Stand up and watch it. With a grin, Dongfang Wuyo said, "Remember my viewers, kids, I'm going to take down Qing Yun. Defeat Qing Yun." Such fashionable words were actually coming from the mouth of an old man with white hair. The viewers in the live stream were completely bewildered. Wow, the old man has big ambitions. He's going to take down Qingyun. I'm a fan now. This old man is so adorable. Oh, by the way, his cooking skills are excellent. He's been in the business for decades. It seems I have to say something today. To be honest, I can't bring myself to dislike this old man. Look at him, he's so old, yet he's still joining in the fun with these young people. Seeing that the live stream was going well, the reporter immediately seized the opportunity and asked, "You're very confident in your cooking skills, right? So what do you think of Qingyun? What are you saying? If I don't have confidence in myself, how can I have confidence in others?" Dongfang Wuyo carefully adjusted her makeup in front of the camera. I've been in the business for over 50 years at Dongfang Wuyo, and I've never seen a young guy act so arrogantly. We're here today to teach him a lesson. He smiled at the camera and said, "But to be fair, this young man has really good design skills. You guys can try on his clothes." Ha, this old man is even advertising for the master. I'm not going to say anything more. Whether the old man wins or Qingyun wins, I'll support him. My goodness, aren't they competitors? They're actually advertising for the other side, how amusing. Dongfeng Wuyo's domineering yet adorable remarks instantly put the viewers in the livestream in a good mood. Especially when one's idol is recognized by such an elderly gentleman. I felt an indescribable sense of comfort. Just then, a car engine roared to life. A white sedan drove into the frame. Judging from this, I knew at a glance that a master had arrived. No need to ask, just know that he is simple and unassuming. Sigh, even the big truck driver's car is so simple, it really fits his design philosophy. Is it possible that the master is very frugal, and as long as the car can run, that's fine? When Qingyun got out of the car, netizens realized that it was the young boss who had come to challenge him to a duel. A sudden uproar erupted. Those bloggers who hoped Qingyun wouldn't come so they could seriously mock him were quite disappointed. This kid actually dares to come over here. Isn't he afraid of getting beaten up by us? Exactly. This kid's got some nerve. It's normal for him to be extreme at such a young age. We'll give him a good beating later. Even if we can't beat him, we still have old Master Dongfang. Can't old Master Dongfang defeat him? Defeat Qingyun. Everyone here. Seeing his idol enter, Zhuangji quickly stood on the podium to maintain order and said, "I see that the scene today is very lively. All 20,000 seats are full. Fellow fans and bloggers, now that the preparations are done, we can begin." Okay. Good. The audience erupted in cheers, with fans from all over the country and bloggers from various platforms applauding enthusiastically. Everyone's attention immediately turned to Qingyun. At this moment, Qingyun was also approaching Dongfang Wuyo. Dongfang Wuyo was the oldest among them, so he still had to be polite. "Oh, Mr. Dongfang, I often watch your videos. It's a pleasure to meet you." Soon Qingyun and Dongfang Wuyo met. Dongfang Wuyo smiled and grabbed Qingyun's hand tightly, not daring to let go. "You little rascal, you've been making waves lately. I'll take you down." The old man spoke in a carefree manner, chuckling as he patted Qingyun on the shoulder. His eyes showed great satisfaction. This kid is young, but he's quite strong. He's just a bit too impulsive and always gets into trouble, which isn't good. Dongfang Wuyo felt that it would be really inexcusable not to teach Qingyun a lesson this time. Chapter 152 so fast? Delicious? Dear fans, I'll be hosting today's match. On the podium, Tomoko was introducing the competition events with a serious expression. The competition rules are actually quite simple. There are dozens of teams, and each video blogger is a team. But what's interesting is that most of these bloggers' targets are Qingyun. This also led to the fact that Qingyun was the only one in the team, and everyone else was an enemy. Fortunately, Qingyun is very confident in her cooking skills, a point that Zhuangji agrees with. Even if you all combined, and there were a dozen of you, you still couldn't beat that small boss. Each team was responsible for making delicious food, which was then enjoyed by the more than 20,000 fans present. Finally, each person used their voting device to cast their vote and gave the final result based on their truest feelings. Moreover, each fan must be fair and impartial, so Zhuangji will make a special arrangement to completely shuffle the order of the food before the tasting begins. Even if fans vote, they would never be able to guess which pot their idol made. This completely eliminates the possibility of cheating and prior communication. 10 minutes later. Each team entered the venue in turn and stood separately. The device conducted the first round of food lottery, and the result was quickly in his hands. Round 1, Fried Rice Competition. Zhuangzi swears he just randomly drew the number, and he never expected to draw this one. You should know that the first time he tasted the delicacies of Qingming Festival, he was thinking of his egg fried rice. You could say that Xingyun is guaranteed to win this round. Fried rice with egg. I've made fried rice with egg for 40 years, and you think a little greenhorn can't compare? Ha, I've been making fried rice for over 20 years, and I have a bowl almost every day. The fried rice is delicious. Although egg fried rice is the most popular item at Qingyun Snack Shop, so what? Today we'll crush their arrogance. Upon hearing the result, none of the bloggers complained, since fried rice is a staple in their homes. Almost everyone does it. Moreover, he has been a boss for decades, despite his extensive experience. After hearing this, Dongfang Woyo couldn't stop laughing, already imagining how he could beat that tender Qingyun to a pulp. Everyone, don't go easy on me. Put all your energy into it and remember our slogan. Defeat Qingyun. A burst of laughter erupted from the group of bloggers, creating quite a scene. Damn, this is hilarious. Taking down Qingyun, these bloggers are so in sync. Could it be that they already had a plan when they arrived, with only one goal, to take down Qingyun? Ah, this is really funny. Look, even that old man, Grandpa Dongfang, is shouting along. I have to say I was very happy watching the livestream. The bloggers shouted the slogan, Defeat Qingyun, loudly, and the entire audience on stage heard it. Qingyun was at a loss for words, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Good grief, they're all coming for me. However, he was very confident in his abilities. If you're asking for trouble, don't blame me for not going easy on you. 3 minutes later. The match begins. The major media outlets gave Qingyun plenty of screen time during their live broadcasts, to the point that other bloggers complained. What's going on? It's a competition, why aren't you letting everyone see me? Fortunately, some smaller media outlets, unable to get a glimpse of Qingyun's perspective, turned to watch the performances of other contestants. Actually, everyone was just looking forward to seeing Qingyun make a fool of himself. There was no discrimination against those highly qualified food critics. After all, everyone knows that 20 years of experience in the industry cannot be compared to that of a young upstart. Wow, with so many cameras pointed at Qingyun, I've realized he's really handsome. His looks and physique are absolutely stunning. He's totally my type. Even if he's not a great cook, he can still live off me. You upstairs, have you no shame? If you're going to eat, you should eat mine. Who do you think you are? I hereby unilaterally declare that Qingyun is my male god, and even more so, my husband. The live stream room immediately became very lively. Everyone looked at Qingyun's good looks and instantly forgot everything else. A competition? What kind of competition? Are there any handsome guys to look at? At this moment, Qingyun was preparing seasonings such as oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. It has to be said that Zhuangzi, as an excellent internet celebrity, has prepared all the necessary equipment for the competition. All you need to do is have each contestant start cooking, and that's it. Soon. The air was instantly filled with the aroma of oil and the fragrance of various seasonings. Everyone present couldn't help but salivate, swallowing hard. People are becoming more enthusiastic about watching live streams. Look, Qingyun seems to be about to start operating. I think his movements are actually getting quite impressive. You find something interesting in everything you see, but to be fair, Qingyun's movements are indeed very precise. Heh, it's nothing special. Upstairs, your lemonade is dripping onto my face, please stop the smell. Exactly, Qingyun has opened so many snack shops, do you think his cooking skills are bad? There are tens of millions of people in the livestream, all watching Qingyun make a simple egg fried rice. So the discussions about it have become incredibly exaggerated. The hype was incredibly high, the entire internet was filled with images of Qingyun's livestream. At this moment, Qingyun. A dish of chopped scallions is being placed into the pot. The rice he had prepared earlier was fried until each grain was golden brown, as if it had been deep fried, but it wasn't greasy at all. Through a screen, netizens could almost smell the pleasant fragrance in the air. My goodness, it looks so good. To be honest, Qingyun's cooking skills are really amazing. Unbelievable. Seriously, I was so busy sending comments that I didn't even see how Qingyun actually did it. What a pity. Qingyun continued her work, heating oil in a wok and stirring constantly, frying plate after plate of egg fried rice. In contrast, the other teams. The movements were slow. After all, some food bloggers usually only take photos, and even if they cook themselves, they have to prepare for half a month in advance. At this moment, even the simplest egg fried rice can make one feel a little nervous and at a loss. Fortunately, other experienced bloggers stepped up to support the live streaming. Their movements were equally fluid. A bowl of rice was gone, and a pot of fried rice was ready in no time. Although it looks pretty good, it just doesn't feel quite the same as Qingyun's. Viewers in the live stream thought it might just be a difference in the live stream's presentation. The fans present will have to taste it to know how it tastes. Meanwhile, on Qingyun's side, after preparing all the ingredients, he had 10 bowls of fried rice in front of him. Each bowl of fried rice had a specific mark on it, which no one except the equipment and some of the judges could tell. There are only 3 minutes left, everyone hurry up. Zhuangzi, who was watching from the stage, smiled and shouted out immediately, "Hurry up! This kid cooks really fast. How can it taste good if it's cooked so quickly?" Chapter 153. The future is worth looking forward to. The results of the competition came out quickly. Without a doubt, Qingyun won. After all, her skills speak for themselves. No matter how much netizens find it hard to believe, they have to admit that Qingyun's cooking skills are quite impressive. I'm impressed. Not only is he incredibly talented in design, but his cooking skills are also amazing. Ha, a master is a master indeed. The entire internet was in an uproar. Various trending topics and reports flooded the internet, practically elevating Qingyun to a godlike status. At this moment, Qingyun was making steamed buns at the snack shop. Mu Yun and Yuan waited for the steamed buns to come out of the oven. Happiness. Good. The future holds promise. That's enough. End of article.